Buzz. Buzz. The phone on the table suddenly vibrated twice, and the screen lit up, showing 2 new messages. Qi Qiushui, I am Xia Xiaoxiao. By the time you see this message, I will already be dead. Whatever you do, do not open the Blood Gate Forum. Do not. Soon after, these 2 messages were retracted. At that moment, Qi Qiushui had just finished his shower and returned to his dorm. He picked up his phone, unlocked it, and opened WeChat, only to find someone had sent him a message. Upon closer inspection, the sender was none other than Xia Xiaoxiao, the campus beauty, and also his ex-girlfriend. The two had been broken up for a long time, with no communication between them, and they hadn't seen each other for at least half a year. Why did she suddenly send a message? He opened the chat, and 2 gray-colored "the other party has revoked" a message appeared side by side. His roommate, Zhang Wei, suddenly shouted at him. Quick, look at the latest post on the Bloodgate forum, I sent you the link. As soon as the words left his mouth, the phone screen showed. The strongest man has shared a link with you, click to enter. He clicked the link, and the title of the post was Speculations about the Wife Murder and Dismemberment Case in My Upstairs. The Bloodgate Forum is a place dedicated to paranormal enthusiasts, with all sorts of urban legends, ranging from red-clad ghosts, midnight zombies, ghostly schools, and the truth behind dismemberment cases. There's everything. As he often writes horror stories part-time, Qi Qiushui frequently browses this forum and notes down any material that catches his interest. To enter the forum, one needs to register an ID. Zhang Wei's online name is The Strongest Man, while Qi Qiushui's own is Code V. He continued reading the post, which was a personal account. Before I tell you my experience, let me ask everyone a question. Do you believe that things like falling pies from the sky actually happen? I'm a programmer renting in Chunlan residential area, and I have something very terrifying to share with you all. It's very likely that a murder has occurred in the apartment upstairs. About 2 months ago, I moved into this old apartment complex located in the city center, and at that time, I thought I had found a great deal. Not only was the location convenient, the apartment was spacious and had a small balcony, with almost no drawbacks except for the lack of an elevator. But strangely, the real estate agent told me that there were very few residents in this building. I asked why, and he vaguely said that the complex was too old, and the facilities were outdated. Looking back now, the agent spoke awkwardly, and his eyes kept darting around. That's a classic sign of lying. But I didn't think too much about it at the time, and didn't suspect anything. In fact, I was quite happy. Because of my work, I often leave early and come back late, and this apartment was just a place for me to sleep. The fact that there were few residents was perfect for me. It was quiet. It was exactly what I wanted. So I signed the contract on the spot and moved in with my bag the same day. It was through this experience that I came to realize, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. You think you got a bargain, but in fact, you are the bargain. As Qi Qiushui read the post, he remembered the message Xia Xiaoxiao had sent earlier. Although it had already been retracted, he still felt uneasy in his heart. So he replied with a message. Is something wrong? Qi Qiushui had always thought of himself as just an ordinary university student, and even now, he found it hard to believe that he had ever had a relationship with Xia Xiaoxiao. He was good at studying, but his family was ordinary, and his only hobby was writing some supernatural stories to earn a little extra money. Xia Xiaoxiao once said that he had no other advantages besides being handsome and in good shape. Xia Xiaoxiao was the campus beauty at Nanchang University. Fair-skinned, beautiful, an art student, and her family was quite wealthy. She had even said before that she had been a trainee in Korea for 2.5 years. Among her many admirers, Qi Qiushui's qualifications didn't even rank. Qi Qiushui still couldn't figure out how they had ended up as a couple. The beginning of their relationship was when, one day, Xia Xiaoxiao, as the campus beauty, suddenly said. In order to avoid frequently rejecting other people's pursuits and disturbing her study plan, she asked Qi Qiushui to pretend to be her boyfriend and block the arrows. Then, she unilaterally announced this matter. Qi Qiushui also felt like there was no reason to refuse. The two of them lived like this for a while. They were considered nominally boyfriend and girlfriend classmates. At that time, many people were envious of them. But for some reason, he wasn't interested in this perfect school flower girlfriend. An inexplicable distance. Because Xia Xiaoxiao always gave Qi Qiushui a strange feeling. It was a feeling of clearly knowing each other, but never truly understanding her, a sense of mystery. Later, Xia Xiaoxiao unilaterally announced the breakup. Everything started without warning, and ended without warning. Qi Qiushui didn't really care, his studies were very busy, and his time was also spent working part-time writing novels to make money. Gradually, the two of them lost contact and no longer interacted like strangers. So when Xia Xiaoxiao actively sent him a message and withdrew this matter, it seemed strange to him. The message was sent for a long time, but there was no response, probably sent to the wrong person. Qi Qiushui didn't really care and continued browsing the posts. Due to the nature of my work, I often leave early and come back late, and I don't have much interaction with the neighbors in the community. One night, I was working overtime at the company until late, and when I got home, I heard intense arguing from upstairs. By then, I had lived in this community for some time. Although I had never met the people upstairs, I knew their relationship wasn't good because I often heard them argue at night. But that night was strange. Usually, the arguing stopped around 11 or 12, but that night it lasted until 2 or 3 o'clock. At that time, it was already 2:30 in the morning, and the arguing was still ongoing, with sounds of things being thrown in between. The next day, I had to get up early for work, and the noise was unbearable. My head was about to explode. Frustrated, I decided to go upstairs to confront them. Below this passage, there were a few comments from netizens. Haha, looks like everyone has the problem of noisy upstairs neighbors, support for defending rights. Sigh. Every family has its own difficult story. Hurry up and get to the point. So much nonsense. I continued reading. I walked to the door of the couple's apartment and was about to knock when I suddenly heard the woman let out a sharp scream. I was shocked and immediately realized this wasn't just an argument, it might involve domestic violence, or even worse. My first reaction was to quickly run back home. In my panic, I tripped and fell. When I reached my door, I fumbled for my keys, my hands shaking. I couldn't get the key in the lock several times. Finally, I opened the door, but because I was so nervous, I slammed the door shut with a loud bang, making quite a noise. I leaned against the door, breathing heavily. After a while, my heartbeat slowly calmed down. At that moment, a faint click sound came from the hallway. My first reaction was that the people upstairs had opened their door. Then, I heard the faint sound of footsteps coming from outside the door. 1 step, 2 steps, the pace very slow, very deliberate. The footsteps stopped, and everything around returned to silence. I held my breath and quietly leaned toward the peephole. Through the blurry lens, I saw a bald middle-aged man standing at my door, his face directly facing the peephole, his hands behind his back, holding something I couldn't see. His gaze was intense, as if he knew I was watching him through the peephole, and he stood still, staring directly at the peephole. At that moment, all the hairs on my body stood up, and I tightly covered my mouth, just wanting to pretend like nothing happened and go back to bed. But because I didn't turn on the lights, I accidentally knocked a glass cup onto the floor, shattering it. I was completely scared and returned to my room, burying my head under the blanket. The arguing stopped, and everything became quiet. I stayed under the blanket, not daring to leave the room. Later, when I became extremely thirsty, I decided to go to the fridge to grab a bottle of Coke. Just as I reached the kitchen, I heard the sound of a chopping board and a knife clashing from the ceiling. The layout of old buildings is always the same, and directly above my kitchen is the kitchen of the apartment above, and the soundproofing is very poor. There was no doubt it came from the apartment upstairs. The sound was very faint, as if someone had deliberately lowered it. Then came a machine-like buzzing sound, like the sound of a meat grinder working in a butcher shop at the market. What was even more unsettling was that after the meat grinder sound stopped, the swish of a toilet flushing continued for several minutes, sounding like something was being desperately flushed to clear a blocked pipe. A terrifying thought suddenly popped into my mind. I didn't dare to call the police, after all, I had only heard the sounds, and everything was just my guess. The next afternoon, after I finished work and was wandering around the neighborhood, I felt a bit hesitant to go upstairs, and happened to meet an elderly lady downstairs, so I asked her about the situation in the apartment upstairs. To my surprise, after hearing my description, the elderly lady turned pale and immediately started to walk away. After I repeatedly asked, she lowered her voice and stammered, saying, "Young man, you dared to rent that building? Haven't you noticed that no one lives above or below you? Only the few households on the very bottom still have people." My mind went buzz, and I froze. Indeed, I had never met any neighbors on my floor, nor had I ever met anyone downstairs. I had actually wondered before, but since I left early and returned late, I thought it was normal to not meet anyone. I immediately asked, "But, Grandma, I clearly hear someone upstairs, I often hear them arguing when I'm sleeping." The elderly lady's face changed drastically as she said, "Don't say such things. The family upstairs, they're all dead." It was 2 years ago, the wife murder and dismemberment case that was in the news. Because of this, everyone who lived in that apartment moved out, and only you dared to rent it. Chapter 2, Murder and Dismemberment. He came in. After hearing the old lady's words, I was frozen in place. I looked up at that apartment. The windows were all bricked up, there was no sign of anyone living there. If what the old lady said was true, if there really was no one upstairs or downstairs, where did the sounds I heard at night come from? I wanted to ask a few more questions, but the old lady had already retreated 10 meters away, looking at me as if I were a plague. I took out my phone, typed in the neighborhood's name, and immediately found the details of the wife murder case. The middle-aged man was named Leonly, and he had committed suicide out of guilt. But when I saw his photo, I couldn't help but gasp in shock. He looked exactly like the man I had seen through the peephole that day. 2 years ago, the police received a report from Liang Li saying that his wife had gone missing after leaving the house, and he was extremely worried and requested help. The police investigated for more than half a month but found no clues, and could not even find any trace of his wife on the surveillance footage. It was as if she had vanished into thin air. Later, it was the previous tenant of my apartment who noticed something odd. His experience was similar to mine. He also heard sounds of things being chopped upstairs, toilets flushing, and machines buzzing at night. He casually mentioned it to the police. The police later checked the sewer and found evidence inside, including pieces of Liang Li's wife's dismembered body, and they verified the DNA. This immediately pointed to the husband, Liang Li, as the culprit of the missing person case. It turned out that due to an economic dispute, Liang Li impulsively dismembered his wife, processed the body with a meat grinder, and flushed everything down the toilet. But the scariest part was still to come. The night before Liang Li's suicide, realizing that the person downstairs had exposed him, he took a kitchen knife and went to knock on the door of the apartment where the previous tenant had lived. At the time, the tenant was unprepared and opened the door directly, only to be chased with the kitchen knife. According to an interview with that tenant later, he was lucky and ran straight to the rooftop, and it was only when the nearby neighbors called the police that he was saved. But was also severely injured. I am a science student, a pure materialist. I don't believe in ghosts or gods at all, but still decided to pack up and move out immediately tonight. But before that, I ordered takeout, planning to have the delivery guy come up with me and see what was going on. After I tricked the delivery guy into coming upstairs, I found the hallway where Liang Li lived was filled with dust. His door was tightly locked, and there were talismans stuck on it for warding off evil. The lock cylinder was rusty, as if it hadn't been opened in years. Going up 2 more floors leads to the rooftop, and the door to the rooftop was also tightly locked. At this point, I was completely sure that no one could possibly live here. So where did the sound from earlier this morning come from? My shirt on my back was soaked with cold sweat. The delivery guy was also frightened by the sight in front of Liang Li's door. After cursing me out, he quickly ran off without a trace. I immediately went back home to pack my things, deciding not to take any clothes, only the valuable items. Wait, someone is knocking on the door. It's probably the delivery I ordered. I was about to go downstairs with the delivery guy, and then continue updating once I reached the hotel. Qi Qiushui saw this, and it had only been a minute since the last post, and the poster had already updated with new content. Damn it! It wasn't the delivery guy outside, it was Liang Li. He was standing right outside my door, knocking. I could see it clearly through the peephole. What should I do now? Comments below the post. Damn, the poster is really talented at writing horror stories. Honestly, I'm scared. Hurry up and invite Buddha. He's delivering food to you, and you're making him deliver death. I think you should not open the door. Order 3 more takeouts, the more people, the less panic. Keep reading below. I called the police, and also ordered 10 more takeouts, all door delivery with a 10 yuan tip for each order. But now Liang Li is still knocking on the door, and it seems he doesn't plan to leave. The lights in the house suddenly went out for some reason. The post was silent for a few minutes, and when it flipped to the end, only 2 lines of text appeared. Liang Li started smashing the door. The door was actually smashed open. He came in. There were more recent comments below, from just a few minutes ago. Sweetheart Chestnut, is that it? The post is way too short. No cilantro, the male author below, hurry up and update, it ended right at the best part. Stir-fried chestnut, I guess the sequel is where the poster gets possessed by Lin Zhangying and defeats Liang Li directly. Mr. Mighty, such a bad ghost story, old-fashioned and boring. There were more comments, but Qi Qiushui didn't continue reading them. As a horror novel writer, he didn't agree with Stir-fried Chestnut's view. In these kinds of stories, the main character has to be weak to create that suffocating feeling, and he often arranges his own stories this way when writing. Just as Qi Qiushui was about to close the webpage, the author of this post updated it with a new message. Entry-level copy, Xunlan Community. Identity, tenant. Mission, find a way out and escape before midnight. Clue, when you close your eyes, all phenomena cease, and at the heart, all desires are empty. Qi Qiushui was puzzled about this new message when suddenly, a blinding white light flashed in front of his eyes, followed by a strong wave of dizziness. Before long, he lost consciousness. Opening his eyes, his head was still a little groggy, but when his vision gradually cleared, he was fully awake as soon as he saw the surroundings. Looking around. He was on a somewhat old couch, and looking around, the TV, coffee table, and sofa, everything looked like the furnishings of an ordinary home. This was no longer the dormitory he had been in, but a residential apartment. Zhang Wei was also lying on the couch, still deeply asleep, occasionally mumbling incoherently. Qi Qiushui reached out and pushed him. Wake up. Stop sleeping. Zhang Wei opened his eyes groggily, his expression dazed. This place, how does it not seem like the dormitory? Just then, his phone vibrated. Xia Xiaoxiao sent another message. Don't open the door. Don't make any noise. Qi Qiushui stared at the screen, his brows instinctively knitting together. What does this mean? A layer of unease rose in his heart. Before he could think further, a loud, urgent knock came suddenly. Bang! 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 The sound was heavy and urgent, causing Qi Qiushui to tremble all over, instinctively holding his breath. For some reason, the first person that flashed through his mind was Liang Li. He made a shoe gesture to Zhang Wei, who was also obviously startled, and then quietly moved toward the door, hoping to see what was going on through the peephole. But before he could get closer, hurried footsteps rapidly moved away, followed by the heavy bang of a door slamming shut. When Qi Qiushui finally pressed his eye to the peephole to look outside, the quiet hallway was empty. Only the recently extinguished sensor light proved that someone had been here. Who was knocking just now? Why the urgency? Why did that person suddenly disappear? Qi Qiushui's mind was in chaos, but he steadied himself and decisively took out his phone, opening Xia Xiaoxiao's contact, typing quickly. What's happening now? What's going on? Could this all be a prank? Or some kind of hidden camera show? But as soon as the thought appeared, he himself found it ridiculous. The possibility was too small. He stared at his phone screen, waiting for Xia Xiaoxiao's reply. There was only a brief typing notification that quickly disappeared. Typical read but not reply. Qi Qiushui was immediately both angry and amused, a surge of unexplainable fury rising within him. What does this mean? Do you think this is funny? I'm not in the mood to play with you. He wasn't planning to give up just yet, lowering the volume on his phone before dialing the voice call directly. The rhythmic ringtone echoed from the earpiece. And at that very moment, he heard it. A faint, but clear phone ringtone came from a closed room inside the house. Almost at the same time, the call was ended. Qi Qiushui stared at the call-ended notification on the screen, his pupils constricting, and he suddenly turned his head to look at the door in the house. Xia Xiaoxiao was in there. Chapter 3, Murderous Wife Dismemberment, The Truman Show. The phone buzzed again, and Xia Xiaoxiao's message popped up. Are you crazy? I told you not to make a sound. Luckily, I hung up in time. If you had led Liang Li here, you wouldn't even know how you'd die. Although it was just text, Qi Qiushui could almost feel the fury pouring out of the screen. He walked up to the door, carefully observing it. It was an ordinary wooden door, with Xia Xiaoxiao written on it, and beneath the name was a beautifully designed purple butterfly. So, Xia Xiaoxiao was really inside? The phone ringtone didn't lie, it came from inside, and she had just hung up the call herself. There could only be one explanation for this, otherwise, it didn't make sense. Qi Qiushui reached for the door handle, about to turn it, but then hesitated. Xia Xiaoxiao's message clearly said, "Don't open the door." Her tone made it sound as though something extremely terrifying would happen if the door was opened. But she hadn't clarified which door she meant. Was it the door to the room with the name on it, or the outer door leading to the hallway? Qi Qiushui was very conflicted. At this moment, he heard a distinct flushing sound from the bathroom. He turned his head to look. The bathroom door was slightly ajar, and dim yellow light leaked from the gap under the door. Zhang Wei was still curled up on the sofa, shivering. So, who just flushed the toilet? Qi Qiushui was about to go check, but Xia Xiaoxiao's message came again. Don't go to the bathroom. The person directly across from you on this floor is Liang Li's house. His footsteps suddenly stopped, and he unknowingly broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly typed a reply. What's your purpose in all of this? This time, the other side actually replied. I'm doing this for someone else, to save your life. It's to save you, and to save myself. You're in this room right now. Is this right? Yes, and no. But it doesn't matter to you right now. Also, you can't open this door for now. If you don't believe me, try it. Hearing this reply, Qi Qiushui no longer hesitated. He grabbed the door handle and turned it forcefully. Locked. As expected, it wouldn't open. Xia Xiaoxiao's message followed shortly. I didn't expect to be one step too slow. Since you've entered the instance behind the door, you can only rely on yourself from here on. Live well. Qi Qiushui was filled with confusion and quickly asked. What do you mean? Be clearer. But no matter what he sent next, there was no response from the other side. Zhang Wei leaned over, his voice trembling. What exactly is happening now? I remember we were clearly sleeping in the dorm. Qi Qiushui's face was serious, and he didn't answer. He quietly walked to the window and looked outside. Outside the window, thick fog covered the area, and fine rain drizzled down. In the mist, he could vaguely make out the outlines of nearby residential buildings. Not far away, the 4 characters on the community's gate were faintly discernible. Chunlan Community. If all of this is real, Qi Qiushui's voice was low, this should be the community of the wife murder and dismemberment case. But, wasn't that made up by people on the Bloodgate forum to scare us? Zhang Wei's face immediately turned pale. And didn't that case end 2 years ago? Qi Qiushui paused. I don't want to believe it either, but reality doesn't seem to give us a choice. We should have entered some sort of instance, and the boss of the instance is Liang Li. Instance? Zhang Wei chuckled dryly. Don't joke around. I must be dreaming. Qi Qiushui thought there might be some truth to that. Maybe this was just a nightmare. There was a simple way to test if it was a dream. He reached out and pinched Zhang Wei's arm hard. Ah! Zhang Wei's face twisted in pain, and just as he was about to scream, Qi Qiushui quickly covered his mouth, forcing him to stay silent. When he finally calmed down, rubbing his red arm and complaining, "Hey! What was that for? Does it hurt? It hurts like hell. Why did you pinch me? Just to check if it's a dream. If it hurts, then it's not a dream. Then why don't you pinch yourself? I'm afraid of the pain." His phone in his pocket buzzed again. Qi Qiushui thought it was another message from Xia Xiaoxiao. He pulled out his phone, only to find it was a strange group chat, the group name clearly reading Wife Murder and Dismemberment Case Chat Group. Each member's name was preceded by a room number. 402 AAA Building Materials Boss Wang, 402 Not Eating Coriander, 403 Sweet Chestnut, 403 Stir-Fried Chestnut, 404 Mr. Strong, plus his and Zhang Wei's 401 Code V and 401 Strongest Man. There were a total of 7 people. 402 AAA Building Materials Boss Wang sent a voice message, his tone frantic. What's going on? What is this strange group? Whoever added me, speak up. Qi Qiushui analyzed for a moment. The room layout was 4 households per floor, so if the prefix is the room number, then everyone was on the 4th floor, spread across different rooms. Although he was already about 80 to 90% sure, he still decided to confirm. So he also sent a voice message. Not Eating Coriander, you and Boss Wang are in 402, right? And the 2 chestnuts, you're together too, right? I want to ask, what were you all doing before you came here? 402 Not Eating Coriander quickly replied. Yes, I'm with Boss Wang. We were traveling in Paris before, and in the evening, we were about to sleep when we were browsing the Bloodgate forums post about the wife murder and dismemberment case, and suddenly, we ended up here. The 2 chestnuts and Mr. Strong had a similar situation. From the replies, it seemed the 2 chestnuts were a couple, and Mr. Strong was alone in his room. At this point, Zhang Wei excitedly walked over. I saw Not Eating Coriander and Boss Wang, they were on the balcony next door, waving and greeting me. It was no wonder Zhang Wei was so excited. Encountering more people in such a strange environment was definitely something that could lift one's spirits. Zhang Wei frowned, his expression confused. But why do I feel like these 2 are acting a little strange? What do you think? Looking at the messages they sent, I thought they were a couple, but just now when I looked out on the balcony, it felt more like a father and daughter. Why do you think that is? Qi Qiushui almost couldn't hold it in, let's not worry about that for now. Zhang Wei grinned mischievously, you sure know a lot. Qi Qiushui was speechless, his fingertips quickly tapping on the screen. It looks like everyone checked that forum before coming here. I analyzed it, and I think we've been sucked into the scenario written in the forum. The key now is to find a way out. 402 AAA Building Materials, Mr. Wang replied. You're talking about the wife murdering and dismembering case? That's too far-fetched. I'm getting old, don't scare me, young ones. 402 Not Eating Cilantro sent a so scary emoji. 403 Stir-Fried Chestnuts sent a message. This place is really weird. I just secretly opened the door a crack. When I leaned out, it felt like someone was staring at me from the corner of the staircase, but I don't know if it's just my imagination. And when I stepped out the door, I got dizzy. Now I don't dare to go out. Qi Qiushui stared at the phone, his brows furrowing. Dizzy when stepping out the door? If what Chestnut said is true, does that mean we can't leave the room? Do we have to find a way out inside the room? Lost in thought, Qi Qiushui unconsciously glanced toward the door inside the room, where Xia Xiaoxiao was written. He clicked on Xia Xiaoxiao's profile again and sent a message. Are you still there? No reply. At this moment, Mr. Mighty, who had been silent in the group, suddenly spoke up. Who are you trying to fool with all this ghost nonsense? Someone secretly staring at you in the hallway? And you're dizzy as soon as you step out the door? Sounds so real. 404, in a room. A muscular man in a tight vest disdainfully typed on his phone, thinking he had figured it all out. He remembered a movie he had seen before called The Truman Show, where everyone was acting for the main character, and the main character had no idea. But he was much smarter than the main character. He saw through the whole act in an instant. What annoyed him the most was the person in the group called Code V. The name was strange, and their messages were pretentious. He was determined to humiliate this person before leaving. He held the phone close to his mouth and began to curse and mock. That V guy, go analyze your own way out. You really think you're in a supernatural scenario? What a big bad wolf act. Gross. I just leaned out the window and saw clearly, downstairs is just a regular community. People in the building next door are waving at me. I say, can you guys at least put more money into your variety show? Buying off one floor is nothing. If you're really good, get the whole neighborhood involved in the act. Chapter 4, The Wife Murdering and Dismembering Case. He didn't leave. Qi Qiushui's heart tightened when he saw this message. There are other people in this community? Who are they? Or, are those really people? Before he could reply, Mr. Mighty sent another message. Wait for me, I'm going downstairs to expose your little act. And when I do, you won't get away with any mental compensation. You guys aren't even good at pretending to be ghosts in front of me. Qi Qiushui took the scolding but didn't get angry. Instead, he continued typing to stop him. If you're going, I won't stop you, but I suggest you go upstairs, not downstairs. Mr. Mighty immediately cursed back. Have you lost your mind? Why go upstairs and not downstairs? Even if what you're saying is true, Liangli is upstairs. If I go up, isn't that walking right into a trap? You're really evil. Seconds after this message was sent, there was a click sound from outside the door, followed by the heavy sound of a door slamming. Qi Qiushui and Zhang Wei exchanged a glance, then quickly moved to the peephole to look outside. They saw a muscular man standing at the door. Before leaving, he kicked Qi Qiushui's door a few times and spat. In his eyes, Qi Qiushui, who had been actively messaging, was the mastermind behind all of this. In the old building, there was no elevator, and each floor had motion sensor lights. The man yelled loudly, and the lights on the entire floor turned on. He turned and walked away from Qi Qiushui's door, heading downstairs. Qi Qiushui's heart was in his throat as he watched. He couldn't predict what would happen next. What was even more crucial was that, before understanding the situation, he dared not open the door lightly. The view through the peephole was limited, and once the man went downstairs, he could see nothing, only hearing the regular sound of footsteps descending. Less than 20 seconds. Suddenly, the footsteps stopped, followed by a dull thud, like a heavy object hitting the floor. The man had fallen. Then came his short, sharp, desperate scream and cries for help. Who are you? No. No, don't. Don't eat me. Ah. The sound seemed to be abruptly cut off, leaving only a few seconds of muffled struggle, before everything fell into complete silence. Qi Qiushui kept staring through the peephole, but with the limited view, he still saw nothing. The farce ended, the hallway returned to silence, and the motion-sensing lights slowly turned off, as if nothing had happened. He was dead. The once vigorous and strong man, in just a few minutes, was now dead. What exactly happened to him downstairs, no one knew. His death was like a heavy alarm, ringing loudly in everyone's hearts. Brother Wang first added Qi Qiushui in the group, then lowered his voice to send a voice message. Little brother, how did you know not to go downstairs? Qi Qiushui replied. It was mentioned in the previous post that the person being chased ran to the rooftop and was saved, so I guess that the way out should be upstairs. At first, it was just a guess, but we should thank this strong gentleman, he verified this guess with his life. Zhang Wei slumped on the nearby sofa, his voice trembling and incoherent. But Liang Li is upstairs. How do we get up? Qi Qiushui frowned in thought, his fingertips lightly tapping the coffee table. What Zhang Wei said was not a bad idea, but he felt that things wouldn't be that simple. At this moment, an idea had vaguely formed in his mind. But this idea was too bold, even absurd, and would need some time to deduce and verify. At this time, the group was also actively discussing countermeasures. No Coriander was the first to send a voice message, her voice tinged with tears. What should we do? We can't go downstairs, upstairs has the murderer, are we going to stay in this room forever? Fried chestnuts. You're overthinking it. The forum shows the time ends at midnight, and now there's less than 3 hours left. Who knows what will happen after midnight? No Coriander. What if we send someone upstairs to draw the murderer away? As long as we lure him away, others can sneak up. At strongest man. Zhang Wei saw this message, his face full of confusion. What do you mean by it ing me? If you want to go draw him, I won't stop you. No Coriander. Aren't you the strongest man? Now is your time to shine. We can't let the girls lure Liangli, can we? Do you have the heart? Why can't you guys take initiative in situations like this? Zhang Wei sent a confused expression, followed by, do you hear what you're saying? No coriander. If worst comes to worst, aren't there 3 other guys here? No matter how strong Liangli is, 3 against 1, we shouldn't lose, right? Code V. Fried chestnuts? Brother Wang, sorry, I'll take her phone away right now, she's probably scared stupid by what happened just now, spouting nonsense. After a while, Brother Wang added Qi Qiushui in the group again. Little brother, what are your thoughts? Qi Qiushui hesitated for a moment. My choice is to wait for now. Brother Wang, okay. At this moment, in Brother Wang's room, No Coriander was extremely unhappy about having her phone snatched away and was sulking. She glanced at Brother Wang's chat and sneered. What's there to wait for? Let those people go first and die, then we'll have a chance to go up. Brother Wang heard this and his anger flared. He put down his phone and slapped her. The sharp sound of the slap echoed in the narrow room, so loud that even Qi Qiushui next door faintly heard it. Brother Wang pointed at No Cilantro and cursed, stinky bitch, don't you understand what's happening now? Don't embarrass me here, listen to V, be good and wait. No Cilantro covered her red, swollen face, her eyes full of disbelief. Usually, Brother Wang wouldn't even say a harsh word to her, but now he was hitting her because of a stranger called V. Brother Wang sat back on the sofa, his heart pounding heavily. He had been in the underworld for over 20 years, and this was the first time he encountered such a situation. But it was precisely because of these 20-plus years of experience that he had developed an extraordinary intuition for people. From V's speech, this person was unusually calm, giving off a strong sense of security. His intuition told him that, in order to survive, it was best to follow V. Of course, he wasn't completely relying on his intuition. He also considered the plan that No Cilantro proposed, but he wasn't as naive as her. Others are not fools, who would voluntarily provoke Liangli. In this situation, waiting seemed like the only option. In the end, no matter whether it was active or passive, someone would die first. And Brother Wang, even if he dies, he would be the last one. At this moment, heavy footsteps came from the direction of the 5th floor. Has he come? Qi Qiushui immediately walked to the door, leaning close to the peephole to look. First, a pair of rubber shoes stained with black and red dirt appeared, stopping on the 4th floor platform steps. Then, a pair of dirty pants slowly moved forward. A figure dressed in a raincoat appeared in front of her. Coming down from the 5th floor, besides Liangli, there would be no one else. So, what was he coming down here for? With confusion, Qi Qiushui continued to observe the outside through the peephole. The man in the raincoat began to knock on each door on the 4th floor. When he reached Brother Wang's door, he knocked lightly, thud, thud, with his knuckles tapping on the door, so light it was like the wind blowing. He moved to the door of the chestnut room, and again, 2 light knocks, the rhythm slow enough to make one's heart feel uneasy. When he reached Qi Qiushui's door, her heart suddenly tightened. The shadow outside paused, the rubber shoes scraped the floor, then thud, thud, 2 more light knocks fell on the door, making the person inside feel numb all over. Before they could react, the shadow slowly moved to room 404, repeating the same action, before turning and walking toward the staircase. Did he leave? Qi Qiushui still pressed against the peephole, feeling like her heart was about to jump out of her chest. After a while, the hallway sensor light clicked off, and the peephole was instantly swallowed by complete darkness. Nothing could be seen. He must have returned to the 5th floor. Just as Qi Qiushui was about to breathe a sigh of relief, her phone screen suddenly lit up. Xia Xiaoxiao had sent another message. Don't open the door. He hasn't left. He's hiding right under your door, in the peephole blind spot. Chapter 5, Killing Wife and Dismembering Her, You're Lying. Qi Qiushui's heart raced faster, her breathing became rapid, but she dared not make a sound. She didn't know how much time passed, but a silhouette slowly emerged from the darkness outside the peephole. First, the hem of the raincoat moved slightly, the filth on it faintly shimmering in the darkness, then the hunched back slowly straightened, the brim of the hat pulled so low that not a trace of the face could be seen. That figure stood still outside the door for a few seconds, before taking a step, walking 1 step at a time toward the 5th floor, the sound of the rubber shoes scraping the steps gradually fading. At this moment, Xia Xiaoxiao sent another message. He's gone. Qi Qiushui immediately asked. What's going on? How do you know he's hiding outside? Xia Xiaoxiao, you're not the first ones here. The guy upstairs knows you're in the room, but because of the rules, he can't kill you. Qi Qiushui, what rules? Xia Xiaoxiao, sorry, I can't say. And with your abilities, you should already have the answer. Trust yourself. Qi Qiushui, I hate riddles the most in life, can't you just explain everything at once? This time, Xia Xiaoxiao didn't reply. Based on the previous conversations, Qi Qiushui knew that no matter what, she would not be coming back, so she stopped asking. At that moment, a low-frequency buzzing sound came from upstairs. It was the sound of a meat grinder. And the sound of a chopping board cutting meat. Jiang Wei was about to speak, but was immediately stopped by Qi Qiushui. He pointed to the ceiling and said in a very low voice. That guy upstairs has started dismembering. We absolutely can't make any noise to draw his attention now. Jiang Wei was about to ask why, when he suddenly heard a crisp sound. It was the sound of glass breaking. The source was from the room where Brother Wang and the one who didn't eat cilantro were. At that moment, the sound of the meat grinder and chopping meat upstairs abruptly stopped. Brother Wang slapped the one who didn't eat cilantro again, this time on the other side of the face. By now, both of the one who didn't eat cilantro's cheeks were swollen, looking just like a swollen pig's head. Why are you hitting me? The one who didn't eat cilantro covered her slapped face, tears almost falling, her eyes filled with disbelief. Brother Wang pointed at the broken glass cup on the floor and cursed. Do you still have the face to ask? Didn't you know that you would bring the guy upstairs over here? It must be said that Brother Wang was a careful and cautious person. Even without Qi Qiushui's hint, he clearly realized where the danger lay. Perhaps because the pressure had built up to a certain extent, the one who didn't eat cilantro's emotions also reached the tipping point. She suddenly stood up and screamed at Brother Wang. I didn't do it on purpose. You, a grown man, shouting at me, what kind of ability is that? If you're so capable, go upstairs and kill that guy Liangli. Stop acting tough here like a shrew. You have no masculinity at all. Just then, there came a series of knocking sounds at the door. The two in the room immediately stopped arguing, and the atmosphere returned to calm. The only sound remaining was the harsh knocking echoing in the silent building. Brother Wang was about to move toward the door to peek through the peephole, but suddenly realized the person outside had changed from knocking to banging on the door. He abruptly stopped in his tracks because he noticed the person outside was so strong it seemed almost inhuman. Cracks had already appeared at the place where the doorframe met the wall. When Brother Wang turned back, he saw the one who didn't eat cilantro had already hidden behind the sofa, only her small head peeking out to observe the situation at the door. You? Brother Wang pointed at her, about to curse, but then suddenly realized the full metal security door had already been dented. It was clear to anyone that the door wouldn't hold much longer, at most a few minutes, and that person outside would break it down. Qi Qiushui, from the next room, was peering through the peephole, observing the situation at Brother Wang's door. The earlier events confirmed his suspicion. One of the rules for killing was that no noise could be made while the person upstairs was dismembering. This rule was not hard to guess, and even without knowing the rule, any cautious person would avoid making noise, even when the person upstairs wasn't dismembering. But the fear is not of an opponent like a god, but of teammates as foolish as pigs. This time, Brother Wang was definitely let down by his little girlfriend. The next moment, there was a loud crash. Brother Wang's security door was broken open, and the man in the raincoat rushed inside. Immediately after, heartrending screams and cries for help came from inside the room, both from the one who didn't eat cilantro and from Brother Wang. Who are you? Don't come over. Don't come. Murder. There are people next door too. Go kill them. Don't cut me. Please, don't come. Jiang Wei, standing next to Qi Qiushui, although he couldn't see, still heard the sound of the door being broken and quickly said. Are you sure the escape route is on the rooftop? We need to run now, while that guy is distracted. Qi Qiushui hesitated for a moment, but he was absolutely sure the rooftop was the only escape. Jiang Wei was right, it is a rare good opportunity, but it is not what he had imagined. After hesitating for a moment, Qi Qiushui suddenly shook his head violently. No, wait a little longer. It's not time yet. Brother Wang suddenly burst out of the room and ran upstairs. His shirt was soaked in blood, his left arm hanging limply, probably broken, and his right leg was limping, each step leaving a drop of blood on the ground. From inside the room behind him came a faint, desperate cry for help. Brother Wang! Don't leave me! Don't! The chestnut couple across the hallway saw this scene and, of course, wouldn't let this opportunity slip away. So they immediately opened the door and followed Brother Wang upstairs. Brother Wang leaned on the handrail and climbed up, his wounds sending sharp pains through his body, making every movement extremely difficult. And for some reason, since leaving the room and entering the hallway, his head began to feel inexplicably dizzy, and the scenes around him started changing. The walls were splattered with dark red blood, and the steps were piled with severed hands and feet, some still twitching slightly. In the corner, a human head was rolling, hair stuck to its face, but its eyes were wide open, staring at him. Stay. The head suddenly spoke, stay and be with us. The sugar chestnut was also trapped in this hallucination, screaming in fear. Her boyfriend, though also trapped in the hallucination, still dragged his girlfriend upwards. Don't pay attention to these things, we're almost at the rooftop, we'll be able to escape this place soon. Brother Wang was leading the way and finally reached the top floor, but he froze. Where the rooftop door should have been, there was only a white painted wall, with no trace of a doorknob. Sugar Chestnut rushed forward and slapped the wall, her palm hitting it with a hollow sound. She immediately burst into tears. How could this? How is there no door? Brother Wang suddenly remembered the guy named Qi Qiushui, recalling how he had confidently said the way out was on the rooftop. He yelled angrily downstairs. That guy, Qi Qiushui. You lied. What rooftop? There's only a wall here. At that moment, slow footsteps came from around the corner of the stairs. Slow and steady, with a rhythm that seemed to carry a sense of calm, as if the person knew his prey had already reached a dead end. The three people on the highest step pressed tightly against the wall, all knowing one thing in their hearts. That person was coming up. Chapter 6, Killing Wife and Dismembering, Someone Behind. Inside the room. Zhang Wei listened to the faint screams from outside the door, his body trembling uncontrollably, the feeling of despair rushing over him like a tide. Qiushui, did you hear that? They said there's no door to the rooftop, what should we do? Qi Qiushui pondered for a moment. The way out must be on the rooftop, that much is certain, but the time isn't right yet. What do you mean? Before seeing that post, I had already seen news reports about a situation almost identical to this one. The only person who escaped from Lian Li's hands at that time was saved after reaching the rooftop. The key point is that someone in the building across the street saw this and reported it to the police. So? The news report mentioned that the call to the police was made around 11:30 p.m. I speculate that was the time we can safely leave. But, there's no door upstairs. Zhang Wei was completely panicking, speaking incoherently, what should we do now? Wait. Qi Qiushui only replied with one word. Zhang Wei was originally anxious and uneasy, but seeing how calm Qi Qiushui remained under such dangerous circumstances, he couldn't help but feel surprised. For some reason, he felt an inexplicable trust in this roommate. Fine, we'll wait. Zhang Wei sat back on the couch, took a deep breath, and tried to calm himself down. Time passed second by second. Qi Qiushui remained by the door, peering through the peephole to observe the movements outside. At this moment, the hallway had returned to silence. The previous screams had long since faded, and only the blood that continued to flow down the stairs proved that something terrifying had just happened here. Zhang Wei glanced at the time and saw that there was still some time before 11:30, suddenly feeling the urge to urinate. Seeing Qi Qiushui was focused on observing outside the door, he didn't want to disturb her, so he walked alone toward the bathroom. As soon as he entered the bathroom, the toilet automatically began to flush. The water formed a whirlpool, but the water quality gradually turned red, from light red to dark red. Then, after a half-second pause, with a gurgling sound, the water in the toilet started to overflow. Zhang Wei was confused about what was happening when the toilet suddenly exploded like a soda with gas, spraying bloody water all over his clothes. Even more disgusting was that the bloody water was mixed with small chunks of meat, the size of fingernails. Damn! Zhang Wei screamed and tried to escape, but found that his body wouldn't listen to him. Close your eyes. Qi Qiushui's voice exploded behind him. The next second, with his eyes shut, Qi Qiushui suddenly pulled him out of the bathroom. After completing this action, Qi Qiushui quickly opened his eyes and slammed the door shut behind him. He looked around and just happened to spot a large cabinet next to the bathroom door, immediately shouting at Zhang Wei. Don't just stand there. Help me. The two of them used all their strength to move the cabinet in front of the bathroom door. Just as they pushed the cabinet into place, they heard a loud banging noise from inside the bathroom, the force so strong that the cabinet shook uncontrollably. After finishing all this, Qi Qiushui took a slight breath. Sorry, I forgot to tell you, this bathroom is absolutely off limits. Zhang Wei, still in shock, asked. Who was knocking inside? Why did the toilet spray out chunks of meat? Qi Qiushui replied. Our apartment is directly above Liang Li's place, and this spot just happens to line up with his toilet. Think about how he dealt with his wife, and you'll understand. Zhang Wei immediately figured it out, his face turning as pale as death. It's almost time. Qi Qiushui looked at the clock. We should head to the rooftop now. But there's no door to the rooftop upstairs. In that situation, Brother Wang couldn't possibly be lying. They won't get through by rushing up so blatantly. Do you remember the last clue on the forum? The answer is up there. The clue on the forum, Zhang Wei tried to remember. What was it? I didn't pay attention. Qi Qiushui sighed helplessly. When your eyes are closed, all things are still, and when you touch your heart, all desires are empty. The exact meaning doesn't need to be deeply explored, just remember that closing your eyes guarantees safety. So, we need to keep our eyes closed while going up to the rooftop. Zhang Wei still couldn't believe it. My God. You're not joking, right? Qi Qiushui, trust me. Zhang Wei, I trust you, but what if we get chopped into meat paste? Are you absolutely sure? Upon hearing this, Qi Qiushui fell silent. In fact, he had roughly deduced the rules and, after analysis, came to this plan. When he first figured it out, even he thought it was absurd. But ever since he came here, his brain had never stopped thinking, and he had come up with no fewer than a dozen possible plans. And closing their eyes while going upstairs was the one with the highest possibility. I can't guarantee it, but this is the best option right now. Qi Qiushui replied, his gaze filled with determination. Zhang Wei didn't hesitate for long, gritting his teeth and saying, "You're usually very reliable, almost never making mistakes. Today, my life is in your hands. What exactly should we do next?" Qi Qiushui stood behind the door, Zhang Wei behind him, his hands tightly on Qi Qiushui's shoulders. At that moment, their posture was a bit like the train game they played as kids, with the person in front guiding the direction. Qi Qiushui took a deep breath, slowly turned the doorknob, and closed his eyes first. "Brother Wei, close your eyes, we're going out now." Zhang Wei immediately closed his eyes as well. Okay. After closing his eyes, the vision sank into total darkness. They were currently on the 4th floor, and the rooftop was on the 8th floor, with 2 flights of stairs on each level, so they needed to climb 8 flights in total. After opening the door, Qi Qiushui slowly walked in the pre-designated direction. Soon, his feet touched the stairs. He slowly moved upward, holding onto the old handrail. At this moment, they actively closed off the most important source of external information, sight. His hand could feel the thick dust on the handrail, and his nose caught the strong smell of mold, mixed with a sharp scent of blood. Everything around was eerily quiet, quiet enough to clearly hear his and Zhang Wei's footsteps. The floor above is where Liang Li's family lives. No matter what happens later, don't open your eyes or make a sound, just listen to my instructions. Qi Qiushui whispered his instructions. Understood. After hearing Zhang Wei's response, he took another deep breath. He was mentally trying to reconstruct the scene in the hallway, while also familiarizing himself with the height of each step and counting the number of steps to avoid falling. The two slowly reached the platform between the 4th and 5th floors. Just as they were about to continue upward, they suddenly heard a lot of voices, and the atmosphere around them immediately became lively. The next second, Qi Qiushui was lightly pushed, and then someone shoved his elbow. The surroundings were filled with the sensation of crowdedness, as if they were in the middle of a dense crowd. Hey hey hey! Liang Li, you're the groom, don't hide. Hand out the red envelopes. Stop bullying him, the red envelopes are almost gone. It's fine, just leave some for my wife. Hey, why are you pinching my arm? Who told you to talk nonsense? So embarrassing. In this situation, even without opening his eyes, Zhang Wei understood this was the scene of a wedding prank. The supposed festive atmosphere now gave Zhang Wei a deep sense of dread from the core of his being. Don't shake, I'm in front. Unlike Zhang Wei, Qi Qiushui remained unexpectedly calm. He continued to walk upward. The moment his foot left the platform and stepped onto the stairs, the sensation of being surrounded by the crowd suddenly disappeared, but the noise still echoed in his ears. Drink more, if you don't drink to your heart's content today, I won't let you into the bride's room. Drink. I, Liang Li, have never been afraid of anyone when drinking. No drunkenness, no return. Continuing upwards, Qi Qiushui heard the sound of a door opening. From the direction, it was likely coming from Liang Li's home. Then, he smelled a strong alcohol scent approaching. Suddenly, a strange man's angry voice sounded in his ears. Hey! Are you two here to join the wedding prank too? How come I don't recognize you? Why are your eyes closed? I'm talking to you. Why are your eyes closed? Are you looking for trouble? Qi Qiushui ignored him and continued walking upwards. When he stepped onto the 5th floor, the surroundings instantly returned to silence. Although his eyes were closed, his brain kept analyzing the situation at high speed. Now there was both good news and bad news. The good news was that walking with eyes closed actually worked. The bad news was that although the surroundings had quieted down and the feeling of being crowded had disappeared, the alcohol smell hadn't dissipated. In fact, it was growing stronger, and he could vaguely hear faint footsteps. This situation could only mean one thing. Someone was following them. Chapter 7, Killing Wife, Dismembering Body, Long Time No See. Was it the groom from the wedding prank just now? Qi Qiushui shook his head, dispelling the distractions in his mind. At this moment, he had to push forward, climbing upwards with all his might. When he stepped onto the stairs leading to the 6th floor, the alcohol smell and the footsteps of the third person still followed closely behind. Until he reached the 7th floor, the presence of the third person completely disappeared, and the alcohol smell and footsteps vanished as well. Qi Qiushui frowned slightly, feeling puzzled. That drunk guy didn't follow anymore? Although the follower was gone, he didn't feel relaxed in the slightest. This was definitely not simple. Sure enough, as he continued to move upwards, he heard a man and a woman arguing. The woman's voice was very low, but it couldn't hide the tremble of her grievance. You came back at 3 a.m. last night, the lipstick mark on your shirt collar isn't my shade. The man's voice was impatient, roughly brushing it off. It was from a client's toast. Can you stop being so suspicious every day? Suspicious? The woman's voice suddenly shot up, then quickly lowered again. So when I checked your phone, what does the message from Manager Wang mean, saying, let's go to that hotel again next time? Then came the sound of a pen being thrown down in frustration from the man. Work. It's all work. Can you care about something else, other than checking my phone? This month's mortgage, the kids' tuition, I'm carrying all of it myself, do you think it's easy for me? The woman's voice suddenly softened, with a trembling tone of someone on the verge of breaking down in tears. I'm not caring, but can you stop lying to me? You promised you'd love me forever. The man didn't respond, only a heavy sigh that echoed like a stone dropped into an empty staircase. Not just Qi Qiushui, but Zhang Wei also clearly heard these sounds. His heart was filled with fear, but he remembered Qiushui's instructions clearly. Don't get involved, close your eyes, close your mouth, and keep going up. Suddenly, someone patted Zhang Wei's shoulder from behind and spoke in a deep voice. Bro, being a man is really tough. I shouldn't have gotten married in the first place, what should I do now? Zhang Wei suddenly felt a chill run down his spine and cursed inwardly. Do whatever you want, it's none of my business. Ask someone else, I'm not dealing with relationship issues. Qi Qiushui, who was leading the way, also noticed someone behind Zhang Wei, but he remained silent, continuing to lead him upwards. He already had a rough guess in his mind. From the two voices he had heard, it was likely the same person, most likely Liang Li from different periods. One was from when they first got married, the other from after the relationship had soured. As they continued upwards, he felt something blocking his thigh, it felt like a child was hugging his leg. Then came a small boy's pleading voice, filled with tears. Can you help me? Daddy always hits mommy. Mommy's going to die from the beating. Qi Qiushui's heart trembled. He had studied this case before, and Liang Li indeed had a son, and Liang Li had serious tendencies towards domestic violence. So was this little boy Liang Li's son? Just as he was thinking, the pull on his leg disappeared, and the boy's sobbing stopped abruptly, as if nothing had ever happened. At this moment, the sounds of the intense argument between the man and woman came again. A sharp crash rang out first, the sound of a bowl shattering. The woman's scream broke, filled with hysterical collapse. I saw it. I saw you holding hands with her at the mall yesterday. You still said you were working overtime. The man's roar was rough, mixed with the sound of a chair crashing to the ground. So what if you saw it? You keep checking my stuff and causing trouble, I've had enough. Am I crazy? The woman's voice suddenly became hoarse, her crying tinged with hatred. It was you who knelt and begged me to marry you, saying you'd love me forever. Now what? You're fooling around with that woman and you think I'm annoying? The man's voice also turned harsh. So what if I think you're annoying? If it weren't for the kid, I would have divorced you long ago. Look at you now, all you do is complain and argue, where's your womanly grace? If you keep yelling, I swear I'll kill you. The woman's crying completely broke down. I was blind to marry you, you scumbag. You'll get what's coming to you. Divorce. I'm taking half of everything. Liang Li, you dog of a man. It'd be better if you just killed me now. Continuing upwards, the sounds vanished again, and the surroundings returned to silence. He mentally counted, now there was only one last step to go. What was ahead, he wasn't sure, whether it would really be a wall, as Brother Wang had said. But at this moment, there was no turning back, he had to keep moving forward. He heard the sound of a door opening, and two hurried footsteps appeared in the hallway. Qi Qiushui's heart leaped to his throat, he couldn't help but swallow. Someone's following us? Just as they reached halfway, a force pulled from below the stairs, someone grabbed his arm from the side. It seemed to stubbornly stop him from continuing upward. Suddenly, he heard Brother Wang's voice. Do you not want to live anymore? Didn't I already say there's a wall up there? There's no door to the rooftop at all. The voice of the one who doesn't eat coriander also rang out. Right. Brother Wang is trying to save you. Brother Wang has already found a way out, just in the room below, hurry and come with us. Qi Qiushui ignored them. Their pulling force was weak, and he easily broke free. He counted the steps in his heart and continued upward. He stopped. He had now reached the final position. According to the number of steps, this was precisely the place where Brother Wang said there was only a wall. Brother Wang spoke again, his tone full of resentment. I told you there was a wall ahead, why didn't you listen? Come with me, quick. Qi Qiushui ignored him and reached out to explore ahead. He felt a doorknob. With a gentle pull, the door opened, it was not locked. Stepping out the door, the ground under his feet felt distinctly rough. This was due to the difference between the rooftop surface and that inside the building. The musty smell from inside the building instantly vanished, replaced by the crisp evening breeze, still carrying the moisture from the rain. Can I open my eyes now? Zhang Wei behind him trembled and asked. Sensing that they had reached the rooftop, Qi Qiushui slowly opened his eyes. In front of him stood a tall man dressed in a smart black suit, wearing a clown mask. Qi Qiushui looked back at the place he had just come from. This glimpse astonished him. Liangli stood behind the rooftop door, still wearing a raincoat, with a pair of blood-red eyes peering from beneath the brim and the hem of the raincoat still dripping blood. Seeing this scene, Qi Qiushui felt a tightness in his heart. This guy had been following right behind him but had not made a single sound. He couldn't help but feel fortunate. If he had opened his eyes earlier, he might have lost his life by now. The clown man crossed his arms, speaking nonchalantly. Don't be afraid, you've already cleared the level. Moreover, there are rules, he cannot come to the rooftop. Qi Qiushui was about to ask a question when the clown man snapped his fingers. A door covered in blood appeared out of nowhere. The clown man pointed to the blood door. Your questions will be answered inside. After saying that, he took the initiative to open the door. The door burst open, and blinding white light flooded out. The white light uncontrollably surged into their eyes, and Zhang Wei and Qi Qiushui felt the world spin, their vision turning dark as they lost consciousness. Liangli left, and only the clown man remained on the rooftop. He pushed up his mask, revealing a scruffy chin, then took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. After finishing the cigarette, he took out an envelope from his pocket, on which was a prominent V symbol. Inside was a photo. The photo showed a little boy and a little girl together. Upon closer inspection, the boy's features closely resembled those of Qi Qiushui. Qiushui, Xiao. Long time no see. The clown man murmured softly, looking at the photo. He took out a lighter and set the photo on fire, watching it slowly turn to ashes. Chapter 8 Central Rest Area, Hotel. When the two regained consciousness, they found themselves in a luxurious hotel. Qi Qiushui glanced around, stunned by the hotel's interior design. The brightly lit hotel corridor had the exact same appearance on every floor. Identical door frames, identical decorations, resembling a large copy space that stretched vertically, filled with endless rooms. Numerous people who looked like hotel guests passed by, whispering about Qi Qiushui and Zhang Wei. Sigh, more newcomers have arrived, who knows when this will end. Don't say that, one of them is quite handsome. What do you think, what level of potential are these two newcomers? Who knows? We'll have to wait for the rankings to refresh at night to find out. A massive LED screen hung in the hotel lobby, displaying all sorts of rankings. Qi Qiushui was about to study it closely when a server in uniform approached him. The man wearing the Ace of Hearts mask interrupted. Congratulations to both of you for successfully escaping the entry-level dungeon. This is the Ace of Hearts Hotel, which can also be understood as a resting area for players in the gap of the Bloodgate dungeon. There are a total of 54 such hotels, corresponding to the 54 cards in a deck. Zhang Wei asked eagerly. Where can I return to my original world? This place is too hellish. The Ace of Hearts waiter pointed to the hotel entrance. You can take a bus out from there to return to the real world. However, I advise you to rest here for a bit. Qi Qiushui also asked. May I ask why? The Ace of Hearts waiter's tone was flat, like a robot. Your next dungeon will start at 8 o'clock tomorrow night. I suggest you rest here and not return to the real world. The mental energy consumed for back and forth may affect your survival rate in the dungeon. Of course, the final decision is in your hands. I am just making suggestions based on past players' survival data. Is participation in the dungeon mandatory? Can we opt out? Qi Qiushui pressed on. No, esteemed player, that is against the rules. The Ace of Hearts answered. Then we will rest here. Qi Qiushui did not hesitate. Please continue to explain. I am not familiar with this place, thank you. You're welcome, that is my duty, please follow me. The Ace of Hearts waiter bowed slightly and led them downstairs while explaining. The hotel has 16 floors, corresponding to 16 different levels of Bloodgate dungeons. The difficulty increases with each level, and as players, you must challenge them step by step. For each level you pass, you will gain corresponding rest time. Level 1 gives 3 days, level 2 6 days, and so on. During rest time, you can return to the real world. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei's face turned pale, and in despair, he mumbled. I, Wei Gu, have done no less than 1,000 or 800 good deeds in my life, how could I suffer such a fate? Mom! Save me! The Ace of Hearts waiter continued to explain. The area above the first floor is for entering the dungeons, while the basement floors are exclusive resting areas for players. Each player has their own private room, with a gym, food area, and entertainment facilities available around the clock. The staff here are also on duty 24/7, without needing to rest, and you can call us anytime for any needs. When they arrived at the basement level, Qi Qiushui noticed many waiters similarly dressed, wearing Ace of Hearts masks. Their steps were stiff, and each stride was exactly the same, not like living people, but like wind-up robots. Besides these strange staff members, there were many ordinary people behaving naturally. From their speech and demeanor, they should be the so-called players. The basement level felt like a large Wanda Plaza, truly offering everything as the Ace of Hearts had said: food, drinks, and entertainment. Seeing so many living people, Zhang Wei's tense nerves finally relaxed a bit. This sense of relief after a disaster is something only those who have experienced life and death moments can understand. Qi Qiushui was still analyzing the situation, and after a while asked again. Since participating in the dungeon is mandatory, I want to know what the consequences of success and failure are? The Ace of Hearts waiter answered. If you successfully clear all 16 gates, you will completely free yourself from restrictions and no longer need to participate in any dungeons. Failure will either mean death or becoming part of the dungeon, a fate worse than death. The phrase "a fate worse than death" made Qi Qiushui's heart tighten. He remembered the moment he closed his eyes climbing the stairs, when Wang Gu and not eating coriander tugged at his arm. And those two chestnuts, these people were essentially players eliminated by the dungeon, forever remaining in the building where Liangli from Chunlan community lived. Looking at it this way, it indeed felt like a fate worse than death. The Ace of Hearts waiter continued. However, the higher level players often choose to repeatedly challenge the high difficulty dungeons they have already cleared. Why? Because there is a chance to obtain puzzle pieces. Once all pieces are collected, you will have your own door. A world that is completely under your control and creation. As he said this, the tone of the red-hearted waitress unusually lost its coldness, revealing a hint of yearning. Zhang Wei scratched his head. What are you two chattering about? Can you speak simply? The red-hearted waitress did not reply but led them to their respective rooms. Being partners, their rooms were next to each other. Dear players, I won't disturb your rest. Please log into the Bloodgate forum 5 minutes before 8 o'clock tomorrow night. At that time, information and tips for the next quest will be pushed. There is a room service system in the hotel computer, all items are free, feel free to call me anytime if needed. The layout of the room was no different from an ordinary hotel, but it was exceptionally clean and tidy, almost spotless. Qi Qiushui walked to the computer, turned it on, logged into the Bloodgate forum, and clicked into the previous post. He found nothing unusual. No cilantro and Wang Gu had both posted, but when he clicked their avatars to enter their personal pages, he found that the accounts had been cancelled, and the avatars had turned gray. What's going on? Qi Qiushui was a bit puzzled. Could it be that the Bloodgate automatically cancels the accounts of those who have already died? He didn't think much further and opened the room service system. The interface resembled a takeout app from reality. After filling in the room number, he ordered a beef hamburger set. The hamburger was Qi Qiushui's favorite food. It had meat, carbs, and vegetables, and most importantly, it was convenient to eat. In less than 3 minutes, the meal was delivered, still by the waiter wearing a red heart mask. After finishing the hamburger and sitting for a while, a tide-like fatigue and drowsiness swept over him, and his eyes began to feel heavy. Having been mentally tense in the community before, he suddenly relaxed at this moment, and the compensatory response of his body made him very tired and wanting desperately to sleep. He mustered the last bit of energy to take a shower, turned on the air conditioning, collapsed onto the soft bed, covered himself with the blanket, and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 9, S-Level Rookie, Non-Existent 17th Floor. Qi Qiushui had fallen asleep, but at this moment, the hotel lobby was exceptionally lively. A huge LED screen was surrounded by people, as midnight was approaching, and players' rankings and scores were about to refresh. The screen buzzed to life, and an eerie blue glow instantly filled the entire space. The overall ranking list began to scroll, followed by rankings for each region and weekly points leaderboard, with lines of data refreshing in order. The light from the screen made the dust in the air clearly visible. Eventually, the picture paused, fixing on the title of this week's rookie rankings. This ranking specifically evaluated promising newcomers, based on their comprehensive performance in the entry-level Bloodgate instance. The levels were categorized from high to low as S, A, B, C, D. At the top was a striking crimson label. Ranking number 1, S-Level Rookie, codename V. Ranking number 2, A-Level Rookie, he has lost both kindness and softness. Ranking number 3, B-Level Rookie, 1 iced Americano, please. Ranking number 4, C-Level Rookie, even the divine Mike cannot hide tears. Ranking number 5, C-Level Rookie, the strongest man. Ranking number 6, C-Level Rookie, no cilantro, graduate school version. A chorus of gasps immediately erupted from the crowd. Did I see that right? I've been here so long, and it's the first time I've seen an S-Level Rookie. Who exactly is this code name V? I need to find a way to meet them. Truly, talents emerge in every generation. Qi Qiushui. Wake up. Vaguely hearing someone calling his name, Qi Qiushui groggily opened his eyes. He still felt fatigued, his mind felt heavy as if filled with lead. Who is calling me? He rubbed his eyes. The door was half open, and the light from the hallway seeped into the room through the crack. Strange, didn't I close the door? He got up, put on his slippers, and walked toward the door. A figure flashed past the crack of the door, and he instantly became alert. That was the back of Xia Xiaoxiao. Xia Xiaoxiao, stop. You explain to me what's going on here. Qi Qiushui shouted, unconsciously chasing after her. He had absolutely no doubt that he was caught in this endless flow instance because of Xia Xiaoxiao. He wanted to catch up and tap Xia Xiaoxiao on the shoulder, but no matter how fast he walked, the distance between them never closed. Xia Xiaoxiao entered the elevator first. Before he arrived, the door was closed. Damn it! He slapped the elevator door hard, staring intently at the changing floor numbers. 1, 2, 3. It kept jumping until it finally stopped at 17. Another elevator just reached the first floor, and he hurriedly walked in, about to press the button for the 17th floor, but found that the elevator could only go up to the 16th floor. He suddenly remembered that the Red Heart said this hotel only had 16 floors. Then what about the 17th floor that Xia Xiaoxiao went to? How could she go to a floor that does not exist? The elevator suddenly started moving on its own. Qi Qiushui sensed something was wrong and wanted to get out, but his body was out of control, leaving him standing there, watching the elevator door close. He didn't press any floor, but the elevator continued to rise on its own. The feeling of weightlessness was particularly strong, and a faint buzzing sound could be heard in his ears, like bugs flying. 1, 2, 3. Until 16, the numbers still didn't stop, and the elevator continued to ascend, finally stopping at the 17th floor. With a ding, the elevator door slowly opened. Unlike the luxurious decoration downstairs, this place was very dilapidated. The walls were peeling and falling apart, thin dust was piled on the floor, and there were no lights. Qi Qiushui had to turn on the flashlight on his phone, stepping cautiously out of the elevator to explore ahead. Unlike other floors which had countless doors, here there was only one door, located at the end of the corridor. Xia Xiaoxiao was standing in front of the door, still just giving him a back view. With a creak, the door was slowly pushed open, and Xia Xiaoxiao walked in. She didn't close the door tightly but left a crack, as if intentionally prepared for him. Qi Qiushui slowly walked to the door, carefully shining his flashlight on it. The door had the 3 characters Xia Xiaoxiao printed on it, with a beautifully drawn purple butterfly beneath the name. It was exactly the same as the pattern on the door of Chunlan Community. A sinking feeling filled Qi Qiushui's heart. Why? Why were there 2 identical doors? One in Chunlan Community, and one on this player rest area that doesn't have a 17th floor. What exactly is hidden within? The door was not locked. He had a premonition that all the secrets were behind this door. Just as he placed his hand on the doorknob to pull it open, a ringtone for a voice call rang out from his pocket. He pulled out his phone to see that the caller was actually Xia Xiaoxiao. Didn't she just go in? Then why was she calling now? He pressed to answer, and a frantic, hoarse voice came through, tinged with tears. Qi Qiushui, you cannot go through this door now. You will die. And that's not me. Not me. You must not believe her. As soon as her voice fell, a blood-stained hand reached out from the crack of the door, trying to grab Qi Qiushui. But he reacted quickly, dodging instantly and unconsciously running towards the elevator. As he ran, he could hear footsteps chasing closely behind him. They were coming. Just as he rushed into the elevator, before he could turn around, a strong dizziness hit him, and he instantly lost consciousness. In the room. Qi Qiushui suddenly opened his eyes, the ceiling of the hotel room coming into view, the faint sound of the air conditioner buzzing in his ears. The phone by his pillow was still lit up, with the call log lingering on the name Xia Xiaoxiao, showing the time was 3 minutes ago. Qi Qiushui broke out in a cold sweat. So what happened just now wasn't an illusion. The next night at 7:55 p.m. The two arrived at the door of room 104 on the first floor of the hotel on time. Zhang Wei asked, Qiushui, did you check the blood door forum? Qi Qiushui nodded, I did. Seeing there were still 5 minutes left, Qi Qiushui opened his phone and logged into the blood door forum, clicking on the recently pushed post titled First Level Dungeon. Inside was a first-person narrative. I don't know why, ever since that day, my dad has not allowed me to leave the inn. When I'm alone, I always feel lonely, and I don't know why the stuffed toys don't want to talk to me, even hiding from me. I always stay at the stair corner, watching the door downstairs open and close. Sometimes older brothers and sisters will come. I hid and watched them, but they never looked up. My biggest wish was to have a friend, someone to play games with often, like hide and seek or train games, or checkers. Every time this happened, Dad would gently stroke my head and say softly, it will come, my boo-boo, it will come. Below is a line of instructions. Level 1 instance, Hotel. Parta Hotel, room 104 on the first floor. Identity, guest. Task, survive 3 days in Bubu Hotel. Clue, candle. The time had come. I pushed open the door. A blinding white light flashed, and they instantly lost consciousness. Chapter 10 Doll The Strange Hotel. The sign of Bubu Hotel hung crookedly on the exterior wall of the dilapidated building. Not far away stood two people. Behind them was a door that stood in the wasteland out of nowhere. There was no doorframe, no doorpost, the sides of the door were cut off in midair, like Doraemon's Anywhere door, directly connecting the hotel and the player's rest area with this instant space. Qi Qiushui looked around. It seemed to be the suburbs, with only a few scattered buildings. From the broken holes in the windows, it was clear that no one could live in these houses. Zhang Wei shook his head and complained. This ghostly place opening a hotel, don't they fear going bankrupt? A gust of wind blew, rustling the decayed leaves on the ground, bringing along a yellowed piece of paper that blew to Qi Qiushui's feet. He bent down and picked it up, discovering it was a flyer for Bubu Hotel. It read: This hotel features a handmade doll theme. Floral dress dolls, fluffy rabbit dolls, patched bear dolls. Every room is piled with soft and fluffy ones. They'll keep you company while you read by the bed, watch clouds by the windowsill, and even the pillows have little dolls waiting for your whispers. Come spend a night with the dolls in the old place down the alley. The originally warm content made Qi Qiushui feel a chill down his spine. The two entered the hotel, and as they pushed open the door, a smell mixed with dust hit them, making them cough involuntarily. The walls were like damp cookies, large strips of wall paint curling and peeling, revealing a dull yellow interior. The hotel had wooden floors that made a creaking sound as they stepped on them due to age. Various dolls were scattered on the floor, most of them incomplete. Some were missing ears, others missing arms. They lay there like discarded trash, no one paying attention to them. For some reason, Qi Qiushui always felt that these dolls were a bit strange, as if they were secretly watching him. In front was the reception desk, where a middle-aged man sat. He looked to be in his 40s, but had a full head of white hair, his expression weary, his eyes blank, with heavy dark circles around them. The man stood like a puppet at the front desk, completely unresponsive to the arrival of the two, like a statue frozen in place. Hello? Qi Qiushui cautiously greeted him. The man still showed no reaction, not even blinking. The sound of a door opening came from behind, and four people walked up to the front desk one after another. They paused when they saw Qi Qiushui and the other. Qi Qiushui asked, Are you all? One of the four, a woman wearing glasses, stepped forward. We are here to participate in the instance. You must be here for the same reason. Yes. Qi Qiushui nodded. At that moment, as if triggered by some condition, the silent middle-aged man suddenly spoke. It seems everyone is here. Let me introduce myself. I am the owner of this hotel. You can call me Old He. For the next 3 days, you will stay here. There are plenty of rooms available. You can choose to share or have one to yourself. Discuss and tell me when you're done, and I will give you the keys. You don't have to worry about the room fees, someone has already paid for you. The 6 people came from 3 hotels, 2 from each hotel, so they naturally chose to share a room. Old He nodded and took out 3 sets of keys, leading everyone up to the second floor of the hotel. As they stepped onto the second floor, the temperature suddenly dropped. Compared to the first floor, the second floor felt even more damp and dark, with cobwebs in the corners. There are traces of children's doodles on the wall. Like the first floor, the second floor also has a lot of stuffed dolls scattered on the ground, even more than before. Old He led 6 people to the end of the corridor, opened 3 adjacent doors one after another, and handed out the keys, saying, The Bubu Hotel is themed around stuffed dolls, so don't pay too much attention to these things on the floor. This is your room. The dining area is on the first floor, and meals have been paid for, so you don't have to worry. You can check in now. If you have any questions, you can ask me now or call the front desk from your room. Qi Qiushui was the first to ask. Are there other guests in this hotel besides us 6? Old He paused for a moment and replied. There might be, but those guests are quite different from you. If you encounter them in the hotel, it's best not to communicate. By the way, there's one more thing, he said, suddenly looking extremely serious. You are absolutely not allowed to go to the 3rd floor of the hotel, understand? The 6 people looked at each other and finally nodded. Qi Qiushui was about to ask again when he caught a glimpse of a shadow flash by around the corner of the stairs. Someone was spying on them. Who's there? He looked in that direction, but there was no one, only a hurried sound of footsteps could be heard. Sorry, that was my son. Old He looked toward the corner of the stairs. He's a bit shy and likes to hide. Although he apologized, there was no hint of regret on Old He's face, still wearing that tired and indifferent expression. Qi Qiushui naturally shared a room with Zhang Wei. The room reeked of mildew, clearly having not been lived in for a long time. The furniture was covered in dust, and even the sheets were damp, making one feel uncomfortable, completely different from the Red Heart Hotel. Is this place for humans or pigs? Zhang Wei wiped the dust off the table with a look of disgust. Qi Qiushui pulled out a piece of paper to wipe the stool and sat down, starting to analyze. Way good, don't you think this place is strange? What's strange about it? Normally, when you enter a hotel, there is a front desk right away, but we walked for a long time to get here. Now that you mention it, that does make some sense. And there are clearly so many rooms on the first floor, why specifically bring us to the second floor and emphasize that we cannot go to the third floor? Damn, you're right, this place really is a bit eerie. I hope nothing weird like Liang Li comes out later. Qi Qiushui stood up to carefully check the room, not even missing under the bed. Zhang Wei asked in confusion. Qiushui, what are you looking for? Qi Qiushui replied. I'm not looking for anything. Don't you find it strange? There are stuffed dolls everywhere outside, yet there are none in the room. According to the theme of the stuffed doll hotel, there should be some in the room too, not just none at all. Now that you mention it, that's true. Zhang Wei looked around and indeed did not find any trace of stuffed dolls. Qi Qiushui said. Anyway, it's better to be cautious. This instance is definitely more difficult than Chunlan community. Zhang Wei nodded. You're right, it's definitely not safe here. We must go check out the third floor, maybe the way out is up there. While Old He is on the first floor, why don't we check it out now? After saying that, Zhang Wei prepared to go to the corner leading to the third floor to check it out. He was certainly not foolish and wouldn't rush up. Just as he opened the door halfway, Zhang Wei suddenly froze in place, cold sweat pouring down his back. Old He was standing right outside the door. He did not know how long he had been there. Expressions inevitably fell a bit short. Qi Qiushui did not intend to delve deeper, nor would he expose it face to face. Alright, thank you for specially coming to inform us. Old He's gaze involuntarily glanced towards the stairway leading to the third floor. The lights were off upstairs, and looking up from below, there was only a heavy darkness. It might have been an illusion, but Qi Qiushui captured a hint of fear in his eyes. Is he scared? Isn't he the owner of this inn? If he is, then what is he afraid of? Could there be something terrifying hidden on the third floor? Old He noticed that Qi Qiushui was staring at him and immediately cleared his throat, regaining his earlier indifferent expression. He turned and went to knock on other doors, mumbling to himself as he knocked. This place is remote, and you all know that. The power will completely shut off after 10 every night, you'd better not wander around, especially not go to places you shouldn't. With half an hour still left until the appointment, Qi Qiushui decided not to go downstairs for now and casually closed the door again. Zhang Wei felt a bit nervous, his Adam's apple rolling up and down. What do you think Old He was doing listening outside the door? Qi Qiushui shook his head. Not sure. But compared to eavesdropping, I think another point deserves more attention. The confession in the forum was written in the first person, it's very likely the innkeeper's son, which is Old He's son. But until now, we haven't even seen a shadow of that child. Could it be that he's hiding? Qi Qiushui did not reply but walked to the door again, opening it to look outside. This time, the outside was empty. He closed the door. Be careful. To be honest, even though you were the one who opened the door, I was quite scared too. That person had a huge bunch of keys in his hand when he opened the door for us, it goes without saying he must have all the spare keys to every room. As soon as Zhang Wei heard this, he instantly felt a chill down his neck, and a picture immediately floated into his mind. Old He standing outside the door all night eavesdropping, waiting for the right moment to pull out the keys, open the door, and sneak in to commit a crime. When it was the time Old He mentioned, the two went downstairs together, while the others had already been sitting waiting below. Old He specifically looked at Qi Qiushui again before quickly shifting his gaze, then pulled out a wooden box from under the counter and slowly opened it. I mentioned to you guys earlier, it will be a power outage soon, and it will last until tomorrow morning. During this time without power, I specially prepared candles for you. As soon as the word candles came out, everyone's eyes collectively focused on the wooden box in Old He's hand. Everyone who came here was no novice, at least they had all gone through the introductory level. These candles were the hints given by the Blood Door Forum, and even the dullest person understood how important they were, they could even save a life at a critical moment. The wooden box completely opened, and inside lay 7 candles neatly. But there were only 6 people present in total. This meant one person could take an extra one. Everyone hesitated, and suddenly a hand reached in quickly, grabbing 2 at once. Qi Qiushui then noticed there was such a character in the group. Not just because of his earlier actions, but also because of his appearance. He looked like a man but was wearing makeup, had long feminine hair, and his hands unconsciously formed a delicate gesture. A girl in the group wearing glasses, named Pan Xiao, frowned. Zhang Zheqi, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Even if there's an extra one, if you want to take it, you should discuss it with everyone first. And didn't you see there's another girl in the group? Don't you know about being courteous? Zhang Wei pointed at that ambiguous person and asked Pan Xiao. Do you know this person? Is he with you? Pan Xiao was a bit surprised that Zhang Wei didn't recognize him. This person is an internet celebrity, selling goods in the real world, specializing in cosmetics. Zhang Wei often browsed the news and suddenly remembered. It was that one who said, sometimes look for the reasons within yourself. For so many years, has the salary increased? Has anyone worked seriously? Zhang Jiaqing was quite dissatisfied with Zhang Wei not recognizing him, and sneered in a high-pitched voice. Country bumpkin. Wei Ji's anger flared up instantly, pointing at Zhang Jiaqing's nose and shouting. You dead sissy, who are you talking about? Your makeup looks like a ghost, so low in quality, aren't you afraid of scaring people when you come out? Zhang Jiaqing's face instantly darkened. Who the hell are you calling a dead sissy? Did your mouth grow on your ass? I'm talking about you, dead sissy. Zhang Wei directly stood up and slapped the table. If you took advantage, don't act coy. At this moment, a dark-skinned man stepped forward to mediate. Brother, don't get excited. But with 6 people and 7 candles, someone will undoubtedly get an extra one. Isn't it first come, first served? Since it has come to this, let's not argue. This man was called Xiao Nyogo, also an internet celebrity, and had come from the same hotel as Zhang Jiaqing, naturally staying in the same room at Bubu Inn. The two had previously live-streamed selling mooncakes together, and during the break, they shared forums, only to find themselves caught up in a copy world together. Their interests were intertwined, so naturally, they needed to support each other. Zhang Wei wanted to curse a few more words when Qi Qiushui gently held him back from behind. The situation was clear, with the number of candles possibly related to life and death, these two would never give up what they had gotten. Unless they fought to steal it, mere shouting would be useless. Zhang Wei gritted his teeth, glared fiercely at those two, and kept quiet. Pang Xiao couldn't help but secretly glance at Qi Qiushui a few times. Zhang Wei looked like no easy target, yet he was surprisingly submissive to him. And since he entered, this person hadn't shown a hint of panic. Could it be that he, like herself, was an old player grinding low-level copies? She would have to keep a close watch on him from now on. Boom! A loud thunder crashed, splitting the sky, and immediately after, giant raindrops began to pound down. Qi Qiushui looked out the window. It's pouring. Old He's face changed as soon as he saw the rain, and his tone towards everyone became obviously harsh. If you want to argue, go back inside. Remember there's matches in the nightstand. I want to rest. After saying this, he didn't look back and burrowed into the small room next to the counter. Bang, the door slammed shut. Everyone could clearly hear the sound of the lock clicking from inside. Let's go, back. Qi Qiushui immediately turned and went upstairs. Zhang Wei nodded and quickly followed. The others also returned to their own rooms one after another. Chapter 12 Doll the Strange Card. After returning to the room, Xiao Nyogo went directly to take a shower, while Zhang Jiaqing began to search for matches, planning to light the candles first. After all, they had both experienced entry-level copies, even if they weren't sure what the candles were specifically for, since the prompt mentioned it, lighting them up was certainly not wrong. How strange, why can't I find any? Zhang Jiaqing rummaged through the nightstand and drawers, not even seeing the shadow of a matchstick. Xiao Nyogo, did you bring a lighter? He shouted. Who brings a lighter when entering a copy? Xiao Nyogo responded from the bathroom, what's up? There's no matches in the room, this is troublesome. Just borrow one from next door. After making such a scene earlier, who would lend it to us? They would be glad if we got into trouble. Then what to do? Ask Old He if he can bring a box up. Zhang Jiaqing went to the bedside and dialed the front desk number according to the prompt on the wall. After a while, he put down the receiver. Damn, Old He isn't answering the phone. Didn't he say we could call him if there's something? Why isn't he answering now? Xiao Nyogo said from the bathroom. He probably fell asleep, wait for me to come out and go down with you. No need, I'll go myself. Zhang Jiaqing looked around and didn't see Xiao Nyogo's candles, and didn't ask more. Grabbing his 2 candles, he went out the door. At this moment, the first floor of the inn was eerily empty, with only the sound of rain splattering outside. The wind was strong, shaking the old window as if it would fall apart at any moment. He walked to Old He's door and gently knocked 3 times. There was no response. He knocked 3 more times, this time a bit harder. Still silent. Can you sleep that soundly? He murmured, but I can't do without matches. He knocked again with more force, shouting, Boss! I need matches. There are no matches in my room. At that moment, the door slowly opened a crack, and half of Old He's face appeared from the shadows, looking angry. Why are you shouting so loudly? Don't you see what time it is? I put a box of new matches in every new guest's room, go back and look again. Zhang Jiaqi felt helpless and shrugged. I almost turned the whole room upside down. Old He's eyes shifted, pondering, are you sure there are no matches in the room? 100% sure, I've almost lifted the tiles in the bathroom to check. Old He seemed to want to say more, but at that moment, a loud thunder suddenly roared outside. Boom! The pale lightning instantly lit up the entire hall. The power went out. All the lights went out suddenly, and the hotel was completely engulfed in darkness. Zhang Jiaqi trembled in fright. Old He's face changed dramatically, and he immediately tried to close the door, but Zhang Jiaqi reached out to stop him. Big brother, don't close the door yet. At least tell me where the matches are. Old He hurriedly pointed to the front desk, looking anxious, clearly wanting to leave immediately. The counter over there, the second to last drawer has them. I need to rest, don't bother me again. Before Zhang Jiaqi could thank him, Old He slammed the door shut with a loud bang, not giving him a chance to say anything more. The heavy sound of the door closing made his ears buzz, and he couldn't help but complain, nervous as hell, there isn't a normal person in this place. He turned on the flashlight on his phone and walked to the front desk to start searching. At that moment, a weak knocking sound came from outside the hotel door. Tap, tap, tap. Zhang Jiaqi felt a chill down his back, and his whole body started to tremble uncontrollably. At this time, could there still be someone checking in? He instinctively shone the flashlight at the door, and saw a more terrifying sight. The hotel door had a crack, which meant it wasn't locked at all. With a gentle push, it could easily be opened. If he looked carefully, he could vaguely see a figure standing outside through the crack. Tap, tap, tap. The knocking continued, slow and eerie, as if waiting for a response from inside. Zhang Jiaqi finally couldn't hold back any longer, trembling as he asked, Who is it? The boss is already asleep. As soon as he finished speaking, the knocking stopped. A dark hand, covered in corpse-like spots, slowly reached through the crack and pushed the door open. Inside the room, Qi Qiushui and Zhang Wei were huddled around a candle, closely observing it. Since they were too close, their breaths caused the flame to flicker constantly. Isn't this just an ordinary candle? Zhang Wei wondered. Qi Qiushui took a closer look, and indeed it was as Zhang Wei said. So far, it doesn't seem special, but since it was specifically mentioned in the hint, it will definitely be useful later. Shifting his attention from the candle, Qi Qiushui walked to the window. Their room was at the back of the hotel, and the view was much clearer here, unexpectedly revealing something interesting outside. Wei Gu, come over here. Qi Qiushui pointed in a certain direction outside the window. What is it? Zhang Wei looked where he was pointing, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Isn't that Chunlan community? But aren't these two different copies? How can we see it here? Qi Qiushui replied, who said two copies cannot appear in the same space. I see nothing normal in this place. That makes sense. But Qiushui, I found this in the room. Zhang Wei took out a colorful card from his pocket. Found under the pillow. Qi Qiushui took the card and saw the sultry image printed on it, feeling speechless for a moment. Isn't this that kind of little card? On the surface, it says massage, but in reality. Zhang Wei revealed a mischievous smile and patted Qi Qiushui's shoulder. You've got quite a bit of knowledge, huh? So what do you want to do? Let's call and see, maybe there's some life-saving information inside. Just think, it's quite thrilling. Wei Gu chuckled, pulled out his phone, and was about to dial. Qi Qiushui immediately stopped him. Use the hotel phone, be cautious. What if we accidentally trigger some rule? They dialed the number on the card using the hotel phone. The ringing sounded a few times before connecting, and a sultry female voice came through on the other end. Hello, which handsome guy is this? Upon hearing this delicate voice, Qi Qiushui immediately lowered his voice. This is total nonsense. Hang up. Unexpectedly, Zhang Wei remained unusually calm, made a calm-down gesture, cleared his throat, and said, You act normal, I'm Wei Gu and I'm a serious person. I only called because it says massage on your card, I would never go to such an irregular place. Just then, a series of urgent footsteps came from the hallway outside, followed by loud banging on the door. Bang! 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 Help! Open the door. I'm Zhang Jiaqi. Chapter 13 The Doll Old He. Zhang Wei decisively hung up the phone and then looked at Qi Qiushui, waiting for his command. Qi Qiushui glanced at the phone screen, his expression serious as he shook his head at Zhang Wei, then gently put a finger to his lips. The meaning couldn't be more clear. No movement, stay absolutely quiet. Though Zhang Wei was filled with confusion, he still chose to follow Qi Qiushui's instructions at this critical moment, immediately covering his mouth tightly with both hands. Outside the door, Zhang Jiaqi kept banging on the door that originally belonged to him, while shouting for help. Brother Nyo! Open the door! All the rooms on this floor are locked. Brother Niu, who was taking a shower, heard the commotion and could only dry himself off and walk out of the bathroom, unable to hold back his complaints. If it's locked, then it's locked. Stop knocking. It's like you're rushing me. But outside, Zhang Jiaqing seemed not to hear him at all, instead becoming even more urgent in his pleas to open the door. Open the door quickly. It's coming. The candle is completely useless, it burned out in no time. Brother Niu's hand had already reached for the doorknob, about to turn it when he suddenly stopped dead in his tracks after hearing that. His heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly realized something was off outside the door. What exactly was that Zhang Jiaqing was talking about? After a fierce inner struggle, he ultimately pulled his hand away from the doorknob, turning around to lock the door instead. The distinct sound of the lock echoed clearly, and outside, Zhang Jiaqing felt like he was in a cold abyss, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Brother Niu, what are you doing? Why did you lock the door? Zhang Jiaqing nearly roared, why? From the dark staircase corner came a familiar and slow set of footsteps. Though it was too dark to see the person's face, he could vaguely make out a blurred human outline. It was getting closer and closer. Zhang Jiaqing pounded on the door like a madman, crying out. Open the door. I beg you. Brother Niu inside had already curled up in bed, trembling all over. He tightly closed his eyes and pressed his ears shut, trying to block out everything from outside the door. Zhang Jiaqing, I'm sorry. I really can't open the door, even if there's only a 1% chance of dying, I can't take that risk. People are selfish, you just rest in peace. Zhang Jiaqing finally felt utterly hopeless towards Brother Niu. He turned and lunged at the doors of Pan Shao and Qi Qiushui, banging and crying out at each one. Open the door. I'm begging you. I'll never dare to steal candles again. Today it's all my fault. It's my selfishness. I'm such a coward. Inside, Jiang Wei was so nervous that his palms were sweating. He looked at Qi Qiushui. He pointed at the doorknob. Although he hated this damn sissy, at this moment of life and death, if he could save, he still wanted to lend a hand. Qi Qiushui understood his intention, decisively shook his head, and then typed a line of words on his phone. Stay quiet, opening the door will lead to death. Looking at the words on the screen and then meeting Qi Qiushui's serious gaze, Jiang Wei's heart raced faster, and a chill ran up his spine. The situation now was definitely more dangerous than he imagined. Otherwise, Qi Qiushui wouldn't show such an expression. Qi Qiushui did not make this decision without reason. Shortly after entering the instance, he received 2 text messages from Xia Xiaoxiao. One of them read, "Do not respond to knocking." Xia Xiaoxiao's hints had been very helpful in the last instance, and Qi Qiushui believed her information without reservation. Outside the door, Zhang Jiaqing looked at the 3 tightly closed doors, completely falling into despair. You can't do this. You have no team spirit at all, we are at least teammates. You will face retribution for being so selfish. Did you hear that? Open the door for me now. Before his words fell, a pair of corpse-stained hands gently covered the sides of Zhang Jiaqing's face. Feeling the bone-chilling cold on his face, Zhang Jiaqing's pupils shrank sharply, and he was momentarily speechless. A soft crack sounded. Those hands gently twisted, the movement so slow it seemed almost effortless. But effortlessly, they snapped his cervical vertebrae. His head turned at a horrific angle of 180 degrees, his face looking towards his back. Inside the room, Qi Qiushui was pressed against the door, listening carefully. Unfortunately, the hotel used all old wooden doors, with no peepholes, he could only rely on his ears to catch the sounds outside. Zhang Jiaqing's cries for help had disappeared, leaving only faint footsteps. The temperature of the wooden doors suddenly dropped, exuding a chilling aura. Bang! 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 The knocking sound rang out, this time it was at their door. That thing was right outside the door. Qi Qiushui quickly retreated to the side of the cabinet and took out a candle to light it. He noticed that the closer the candle was to the door, the faster it burned. Especially near the door, the candle burned at an almost visible speed. At this rate, it probably wouldn't last 3 minutes. Seeing this, Qi Qiushui immediately moved the candle further away, and the burning speed slowed down. Bang! 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 The knocking sound rang out again, but this time it turned to the other 2 rooms. The people inside seemed to have a telepathic connection, all pretending not to hear or see, without any response. The knocking stopped, and the surroundings returned to dead silence. The regular footsteps sounded again, accompanied by some dragging and scraping noise. About an hour later, Qi Qiushui gently pulled open the door and peeked outside through a small crack. A long trail of blood was left in the hallway, extending all the way to the 3rd floor. At the corner, someone lit a candle. Although the person's face was not clear, from the shadow cast by the candlelight, it could be seen that it was a young boy. He was crouching on the ground, carefully studying the bloodstain. Who is this again? Qi Qiushui felt suspicious. To avoid exposure, he gently closed the door. As dawn broke, the rule of the two taking turns to keep watch continued. If there was anything unusual, they needed to wake each other immediately. Zhang Wei was about to go wake Qi Qiushui when, unexpectedly, the other had already opened his eyes first. Qi Qiushui had barely slept, just resting his eyes, repeatedly pondering everything that had happened before. A rustling scratching sound came from outside the door. Qi Qiushui immediately got up and quietly pulled open the door crack to observe. He was bending over, swinging a mop, vigorously scrubbing the dark bloodstains on the floor. The winding dark red marks were twisted into murky water stains by the mop. Qi Qiushui silently pondered. Zhang Jieqi had a high probability of being dead. So, was the murderer this old he? The possibility was very high, otherwise, why would he work so hard to scrub the bloodstains? But if it really is him, why did he wait until that moment to act? Clearly, there were plenty of opportunities before. Unless, he was also bound by some kind of rules. Not just rules, but also time. And that moment was after the power outage. He was bent over, mopping the floor when he suddenly sensed someone watching him. He looked up and only saw a row of tightly closed doors. He didn't care, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted as he murmured to himself. Only one person died? These newcomers are quite interesting. Chapter 14 The Dull News Stories. In the morning, the remaining 5 people sat around the dining table having breakfast. The meal was quite lavish, with deep-fried dough sticks, salty tofu pudding, and meat buns all freshly made, steaming hot. Zhang Wei picked up a dough stick and took a bite, exclaiming, "Mmm. Golden and crispy. Just the right amount of cooking, perfect score." He then took a sip of salty tofu pudding, and a blissful expression spread across his face as he couldn't help but sigh. There is no greater happiness in this world than this moment. Indeed, salty tofu pudding is the way to go. Qi Qiushui, sitting quietly beside him, gently stirred a spoonful of white sugar into her tofu pudding. At that moment, he placed a wooden box on the table, inside which lay 5 neatly arranged candles. This is the last time we will distribute candles, they will no longer be provided after this. This time, the number of candles matched the number of people perfectly. Everyone looked at each other and silently took 1 candle each. Qi Qiushui glanced at the candle in her hand, which was noticeably shorter than the one given yesterday. If we consider the burning speed from yesterday, the candles each person had wouldn't last until the time required for the instance. After distributing the candles, he walked towards the exit of the inn, then suddenly stopped, turned back, and reminded them in a gloomy tone. "Finish your meal and leave on your own. And remember my previous warning, never go to the 3rd floor of the inn, that is a taboo." Qi Qiushui looked at Brother Niu, who was still engrossed in his food, saying nothing. "Brother Niu, Zhang Jieqi must be dead, right?" Brother Niu suddenly coughed several times, his eyes flickering. "He should be. I fell asleep last night, didn't see or hear anything." The girl wearing glasses, named Pan Xiao, coldly snorted. "He asked for it. Karma comes so quick. Did you really think this was a game? To dare go out at that time, isn't that asking for death?" Zhang Wei interrupted her. "A person is already gone, everything that happened before is in the past. But that's still a life." Pan Xiao glared at Zhang Wei, snorting dismissively. This attitude made Zhang Wei very uncomfortable. He was about to speak, but Qi Qiushui stopped him. Brother Niu glared at Pan Xiao. "Don't talk nonsense. He went out to find matches." Qi Qiushui found it a bit strange. "Don't you have matches in your room?" "No." Brother Niu shook his head. "Did you all have some? Maybe the boss forgot to put them in." Pan Xiao interjected, then looked at Brother Niu, her tone probing. "Brother Niu, did you take the candles outside yesterday?" "I did." Brother Niu instinctively answered, then realized something was off. "Why are you asking this? What does it have to do with you?" "No need to be so tense, I was just asking casually." Pan Xiao laughed and shook her head. "Is there a need to be this guarded? We are not enemies, it's not like I want to eat you." Her gaze shifted to Qi Qiushui, inadvertently sweeping over the half-exposed candle in his coat pocket. Qi Qiushui discreetly tucked the candle back into his pocket. "No, last night I also fell asleep, had no clue about anything. You big guys are something else." Pan Xiao was amused. "Let me be honest with you, I'm already an old player, having gone through 3 level 3 instances. I came this time to see if I could complete a puzzle." "That's not what I meant, you're overthinking it." Brother Niu echoed, but still carefully stuffed the candle and newly acquired matchbox into his pocket. "Let's stop discussing this. Before you came to this instance, did you investigate this hotel?" Pan Xiao changed the topic. "Every copy corresponds to an event in reality, you all know this, right?" Qi Qiushui became interested. "Not really, it's our first time participating in a level 1 copy. Have you discovered anything?" Pan Xiao placed the phone on the table, and a shocking headline caught Qi Qiushui's eye. He family father and son horrifically murdered. The killer disappeared without a trace. Is it an accident or a deliberate murder? What caused the fire at Bubuin? Qi Qiushui swiped the screen and carefully read the report. He didn't expect that the inn before him hid such a backstory. Bubuin was a doll-themed hotel. 5 years ago, nearby residents saw a fire breaking out here and called the firefighters. After extinguishing the blaze, the firefighters began to investigate the cause of the fire. At first, they thought it was an accident, but as the investigation deepened, many strange things were discovered. Regarding the investigation results, opinions were divided at the time. One side believed someone deliberately set the fire, while the other insisted it was an accident. This case caused quite a stir at the time. The hotel owner and his son were both burned to death, and the firefighters found 2 corpses among the ruins. After browsing carefully, Qi Qiushui asked, "Is there a record of how many people died?" "Here's the problem," Pan Xiao pointed out. Before the fire, there was only one guest in the inn. But the firefighters searched the scene and found only a big and a small corpse. The guest's body was missing. So it seems, if the fire was man-made, that guest is highly suspicious. Does the report mention the name of the hotel owner? Or the name of that guest? Qi Qiushui pressed on. No. To avoid causing public panic, all aliases were used, and not even a single photo was available. Pan Xiao replied. That's troublesome. Qi Qiushui sighed. What do you think we should start from? Pan Xiao asked with a smile. There is a key person who hasn't shown up. Qi Qiushui said, that little boy, the son of old he. A hint of surprise crossed Pan Xiao's face as she clapped her hands unconsciously. You really are different from others. Is this really your first time participating in a level 1 copy? Zhang Wei, confused, asked. Since he is old he's son, why not just ask old he directly? Pan Xiao rolled her eyes. If it were that easy, it wouldn't be a problem. We'll definitely have to investigate ourselves. Then where should we investigate? Zhang Wei scratched his head. You mean, the 3rd floor? Qi Qiushui instinctively replied. Correct. Pan Xiao snapped her fingers. Old he has always prevented us from going up. It certainly means there are important secrets hidden there, and there are definitely clues related to survival. Little cow brother swallowed hard. This doesn't seem right. A grown man is afraid like this? Pan Xiao scoffed. Honestly, if we do nothing, based on my previous experience, we'll die inexplicably at night. Taking some action might actually give us a glimmer of hope. Qi Qiushui seriously considered her words. He had to admit, she had a point. If he wanted to pass this copy, going to the 3rd floor was a must. But he remembered the thing outside the door last night. He had seen it drag Zhang Jieqi's body away. But Qi Qiushui still hesitated. Pan Xiao looked at him with sharp eyes. I believe you are different from others and can be of help, which is why I shared this information with you. And it's rare for old he to go out. This is a precious opportunity for us. Qi Qiushui thought it made sense. If he wanted to go to the 3rd floor, now was indeed a good time. No one could guarantee that old he would still leave the inn tomorrow. Tell me your plan. Don't worry, I won't put you in danger. I'm going to the 3rd floor to look for clues with you, not sending you alone to take risks. Pan Xiao said. Chapter 15 Dolls No Way to Escape. Old he had already left, and it was daytime. This was indeed a rare opportunity. Qi Qiushui did not hesitate for too long, gritted his teeth and agreed. Let's go then. At this moment, the girl Xiaomei, who had been with Pan Xiao, looked at everyone and said timidly. Are we really going? Old he said we must not go up. What if something happens? Pan Xiao picked up the conversation. Xiaomei is new and I brought her in, so let her keep watch down below. If old he comes back, we need someone to notify us right away. Qi Qiushui thought this was okay. Xiaomei looked so timid that going up might actually slow them down. Staying below could indeed be more useful. So later, Zhang Wei, the 3 of us will go up to look for clues, and Xiaomei will stay below. As soon as old he returns to the shop, send us a message immediately. Xiaomei glanced at Pan Xiao, her expression hesitant, her hand tightening around her phone. Pan Xiao winked at her. Xiaomei, I believe you can do it. I will keep a good watch. If the boss comes, I will send a WeChat message right away. Xiaomei said softly. The 3 of them reached the stairway to the 2nd floor. Above was the 3rd floor, without lights, pitch dark. Qi Qiushui took a deep breath, turned on his phone flashlight, and stepped onto the stairs first. He moved very lightly, afraid of making a sound. The higher they climbed, the colder it became, and the color of the walls gradually darkened. Shining the flashlight around, traces of fire could clearly be seen, and the air was filled with a burnt smell. Finally stepping onto the third floor, the flashlight swept around, and a layer of cold sweat broke out on Qi Qiushui's back. It looked as if it had just been burned by a great fire, completely black, with signs of burning everywhere. The layout of the third floor was the same as the second, a long corridor with rooms on both sides. The three of them held their phones, moving forward in the dark corridor. The doors on both sides were half open, many deformed by the fire. Entering the nearest room, all that was inside was burnt furniture, and all the windows were boarded up with wood. Qi Qiushui went up to check. The wooden boards were relatively new, with no burn marks, so they seemed to have been nailed up after the fire. Suddenly, Zhang Wei tripped and shined the flashlight down, only to find a charred skeleton. Ow! Damn! The other two rushed over upon hearing the sound. Upon seeing the corpse, Pan Zhao's face immediately showed disgust. What surprised her was that Qi Qiushui actually took the initiative to squat down and observe the skeleton closely. Qi Qiushui carefully shone the flashlight on every corner of the corpse and found nothing unusual. This person had been burned alive. He analyzed. It's very strange, only the third floor was burned, the first and second floors are normal. If the fire at Bubub Hotel was man-made, then the suspect can almost be locked to that guest. But we have yet to see this person. Pan Zhao interjected. Not necessarily. What was said in the news may not be the whole truth. What if there was more than one guest that day? Qi Qiushui thought she had a point. The news was found by searching on the phone, not provided by the Blood Door Forum, so it could only serve as a reference. What puzzled him was that ever since Pan Zhao went up to the third floor, she had been searching everywhere. She didn't seem to be looking for clues but rather for something specific. After leaving this room, they searched several others, finding nothing new. The only thing that surprised Qi Qiushui was that there were many cloth dolls on the floor. Qi Qiushui picked one up to examine, finding it covered in dust, even moldy, indicating it had been here for a long time. This was quite strange. The dolls were made of cloth, which logically should have turned to ash. The only possible explanation was that these dolls were placed here after the fire. But what was the purpose? It was unknown. The zipper on the back of the cloth doll was already rusty and damaged. Qi Qiushui ripped it open directly, finding a card inside the cotton, with the following line written. I don't like it here. I don't want to play with Bubu. Never want to in this life. What does this mean? Qi Qiushui frowned, looking at the line with confusion. Since there is a card in this cloth doll, there must be others. He said this, then picked up two cloth dolls, tearing open their cotton backs. Sure enough, there were cards inside, each reading. It's so hot. I want to go home. Help me. He picked up another one, and inside was a piece of a puzzle, not a card. When he tore open the fifth one and saw the words on the card, a chill immediately shot up his spine. You all must die. You must stay here to accompany us. Just the words alone, Qi Qiushui could feel the writer's overwhelming hatred. At that moment, a soft sound of creak, creak, came from outside the hallway, like the sound of some machine running. Did you hear that? Qi Qiushui immediately asked. The other two nodded in unison. Following the sound, the three arrived at a room at the end of the hallway. The door was not locked, and yellow light leaked out from the crack. Peering through the gap, the scene inside startled even the usually calm Qi Qiushui. There was no one in the room. From the layout, it seemed to be a workshop for making cloth dolls, and the air was thick with the smell of blood. In the center was a wooden table, and a machine was operating, with Zhang Jieqi's head placed beside it. Even more terrifying was the iron hook on the shelf beside it, hanging with a bloody piece of human skin. From the continuously dripping blood, it seemed the skin had just been peeled off. The head seemed to sense that someone was outside the door, and its eyeball moved slightly. Suddenly, it opened its eyes, staring intently at the three outside. Zhang Jieqi's expression was complex. From the joy of seeing the three at first, it gradually turned to pain, then to despair and hatred. He desperately tried to speak, but when he opened his mouth, he realized he no longer had a tongue. Zhang Wei's stomach churned, especially at the sight of that basin of entrails in the corner, almost making him vomit, silently muttering. Who was so twisted to dig all the insides out? Pan Zhao also covered her mouth, showing a face of disgust. She glanced at the time. It's about time, we should go down. It will be bad if Lao He returns. Qi Qiushui wanted to enter the room to check, but it was indeed getting late, so he had to find another opportunity. The three of them gradually walked toward the stairs. Qi Qiushui habitually looked around, and when his gaze swept over a tightly closed wooden door, he froze in place. The door had 3 words written on it, Xia Xiaoxiao, with a purple butterfly drawn below the words. Qi Qiushui stood still. The other two walking ahead did not notice and continued on. He carefully examined the writing on the door, which was exactly the same as what he had seen in Chunlan community. There is even a door here. He instinctively took out his phone and dialed Xia Xiaoxiao's voicemail. Sure enough, the ringtone echoed in the room. This time it wasn't hung up, but no one answered, and the ringtone just kept ringing. He pushed the door slightly and found it was locked from the inside. At this moment, a message from Xiaomei popped up on his phone. Lao He is back. I'm so panicked, I can't fool him, and he is already running up to the 3rd floor. The situation was critical. Jiang Wei and Pan Xiao had both left the 3rd floor, temporarily escaping danger. But due to the delay with this door, Qi Qiushui was still on the 3rd floor. As Qi Qiushui was contemplating a strategy, he suddenly heard heavy, urgent footsteps coming from the stairwell. This inn only had one staircase. This meant he had nowhere to escape at this moment. Chapter 16, The Cloth Doll, Psychological Defense. Time was pressing, returning downstairs was no longer possible, and the only escape route was blocked, so he could only find a nearby room to hide. Qi Qiushui quietly slipped into the adjacent room and curled up in the closet, anxiously watching the movements outside through the gap. At this time, Lao He had come upstairs, carefully searching each room, not missing any corners. Inside the closet, Qi Qiushui's heart was pounding like thunder. Being found was just a matter of time. The current situation was like catching a turtle in a jar, and he had to take the initiative. Just as he was about to push open the closet door for another hiding place, heavy footsteps sounded from outside the door. Unexpectedly, Old He found this room so quickly. Through the crack of the door, he saw Old He with a sullen face, carefully searching every corner, leaving no space under the bed untouched. Soon, Old He's gaze locked onto the wardrobe where he was hiding, and he walked over with heavy steps. Qi Qiushui held his breath, knowing he could only rush out the moment the wardrobe door opened. But looking at Old He's fierce expression, the chances of success were almost zero. However, this was the only option left. Old He was getting closer to the wardrobe. Suddenly, a loud bang came from the room diagonally opposite, like something heavy falling to the ground. Old He abruptly stopped, a savage smile showed on his face. So you're hiding there. He immediately turned and rushed towards the room where the noise came from. At this moment, Qi Qiushui's back was already soaked with cold sweat, and his heart was almost jumping out of his chest. He really thought he was only one step away from death. What was that noise from that room? We clearly checked the 3rd floor just now, there shouldn't be anyone else. Old He's angry voice came from outside the door, but no one answered, as if he was talking to himself. What's wrong with you? Didn't I tell you not to keep running up to the 3rd floor? Did you see anyone come up just now? If not, that's good. If you did, tell me immediately. Qi Qiushui's heart trembled. In this hotel, besides the players and Old He, there was actually another person. This person had been hiding on the 3rd floor. And that person just now likely witnessed their entire process of getting to the 3rd floor. 2nd floor. Old He descended the stairs with a gloomy face. He searched the entire 3rd floor but found not a single figure. He scanned the room, Jiang Wei, Xiaomei, and Pan Xiao were all there, but Qi Qiushui was missing. He stared at Jiang Wei and asked, "Where's the person staying with you?" Jiang Wei swallowed hard, forcing himself not to let his voice shake. "He's in the room, sleeping. He's not feeling well, I told you just now." "Who told you to run to the 3rd floor the moment you got back, not listening to anyone's explanation?" Old He glared at Jiang Wei, his eyes frightening. "So it's still my fault? I'm going to check if your roommate is really sleeping." Jiang Wei immediately blocked Old He. "Qiushui is resting, it's best not to disturb him." However, Old He pushed Jiang Wei aside with great force. Jiang Wei slammed into the wall, pain shooting through his back. "Ouch, that hurts, this is not the kind of strength a human should have." Old He walked to the door, took out his key, and opened it. Qi Qiushui was lying on the bed, not asleep, but quietly looking at the doorway. "Is there something wrong, Old He?" Old He frowned, staring at Qi Qiushui, not expecting him to be in the room. "The 3rd floor is a forbidden place, you must not go." After saying that, he turned and left. When Old He returned to the 1st floor, Jiang Wei rushed to the bedside and asked, "What happened? How did you suddenly get back from the 3rd floor?" Qi Qiushui wiped the sweat from his forehead and pointed to the window. "I climbed down from there." Thanks to that noise attracting Old He's attention, it bought him valuable time, which was a huge help without intending to. Jiang Wei let out a long breath and then asked, "What exactly happened just now? Why were you left alone on the 3rd floor?" "I turned back and realized you hadn't followed, I was completely stunned." Qi Qiushui did not answer the question directly. He first stepped outside to confirm there was no one, then closed the door and locked it. He lowered his voice to a whisper. "Let's not worry about what happened just now. Wei Gu, since we left in the morning until now, have you gone back to the room?" Jiang Wei immediately answered, "No. After going down to the 2nd floor, I stayed at the stairway observing the situation, I didn't go back to the room at all." Qi Qiushui took out a hair strand. "This is the hair I deliberately stuck in the keyhole this morning. Just now, after climbing back from the third floor, I checked the keyhole and found this hair broken into two pieces on the floor. Zhang Wei's eyes widened in shock. You mean? Qi Qiushui said. I specifically secured my hair tightly before going out. It won't fall unless someone opened the door. Someone has sneaked into our room. Who is it? I'll go find him to settle the score. Zhang Wei angrily said. Qi Qiushui analyzed. It's actually easy to guess who it is. First, let's narrow down the time frame, from when we left until you returned to the second floor. Anyone who was free is a suspect. You mean Xiaomei? Zhang Wei was somewhat surprised, but that girl is so quiet, she even speaks softly, not like someone who would do sneaky things. If it weren't for the person upstairs, Qi Qiushui would also suspect Xiaomei. But now everything has changed, although Xiaomei's suspicion is still high. Qi Qiushui said. Now there's a more urgent question. If it was Xiaomei, what was her purpose for entering our room? Check immediately to see if anything is missing, or if anything new is there, or if you find any details that are different from before, tell me right away. After saying this, he began to search carefully in the room, and Zhang Wei immediately followed suit. In the end, Zhang Wei found a cloth doll under his bed. The doll was missing limbs, and there were traces of blood on it. He instinctively looked for a card inside the doll and indeed found one. The card said, Qi Qiushui and Zhang Wei bullied Bubu. Zhang Wei took a glance at the words on the card and immediately cursed angrily. Who the hell wrote my name down? I bully what Bubu? I don't even know who Bubu is. Qi Qiushui carefully identified the handwriting on the card. It's definitely done by Xiaomei. But she should only be an accomplice. You mean? Zhang Wei suddenly realized it's that girl named Pan Xiao who instructed her? What's your basis? This handwriting is Pan Xiao's. When she registered with Lao He, I specifically paid attention to her handwriting. It's exactly the same as on the card. Qi Qiushui was firm. What's her purpose for doing this? How does harming us benefit her? Zhang Wei was very puzzled. For the candle. And last night, Zhang Jiaqi's death is also related to Pan Xiao. Qi Qiushui affirmed. Being able to discover all this was thanks to Xia Xiaoxiao's second message. Don't trust anyone, mutual harm is very common in copies. It was this message that made him more cautious when going out, leaving a hair strand in the lock. Chapter 17 The Doll Heartless Pan Xiao. This bitch. Looks so innocent, but her heart is so vicious. Zhang Wei slammed his fist on the table. Qi Qiushui picked up a pen and carefully modified the card, crossing out Qi Qiushui and Zhang Wei, replacing it with Xiaomei and Pan Xiao. After finishing the modifications, he stuffed the card back inside the doll, then sneered. I'm really curious what this doll will do, that Pan Xiao went to such lengths to stick it in our room. Zhang Wei was stunned. What do you mean? Qi Qiushui said. Put it back in their room. They are both downstairs right now, it's a rare opportunity. But the difficulty lies in how we get into their room. If we go through the window, there's a distance in between, it's very troublesome. Zhang Wei chuckled and took out a wire from his wallet. Don't worry, I'm good at this. Qi Qiushui was somewhat surprised. You know how to do this? Zhang Wei proudly said. My relative is in this line of work. I was curious as a child and learned, I didn't expect to master it. I just don't know if my skills have deteriorated after all this time. After saying this, Zhang Wei first checked the lock on his room door. No problem, this lock is too old, it can be easily opened. They acted quickly. The two took the doll to Pan Xiao's room door. Zhang Wei took out the wire and skillfully bent it into a specific shape. Qi Qiushui saw Zhang Wei repeatedly adjusting the wire and couldn't help but ask. What's wrong? Zhang Wei felt a bit troubled. This wire isn't hard enough, I don't know if it will work. Let's try it first. If it doesn't work, we can think of something else. After confirming that no one was around, Zhang Wei inserted the wire into the lock, skillfully moving it back and forth. He kept his eyes closed the whole time, relying solely on his sense of touch. Perhaps too engrossed, he unconsciously made sounds. Oh. Yes. It's this spot. It's coming. It's coming. Qi Qiushui. Soon, a light click sound came from the lock cylinder. The lock opened. Qi Qiushui immediately pushed the door open. The room layout was identical to theirs, except it held two girls' personal belongings. After a bit of thought, Qi Qiushui stuffed the doll into the bottom of the closet. This position was very hidden, it would never be found unless someone deliberately searched. Zhang Wei anxiously kept glancing at the door, fearing someone would suddenly appear. Is it done? It should be okay. She probably won't survive the night. A flash of killing intent crossed Qi Qiushui's eyes. This was his first time harming someone, yet he felt no guilt or nervousness in his heart. After finishing everything, Qi Qiushui carefully checked the scene to ensure no traces were left, and then cautiously exited the room. Nighttime. The remaining 5 people sat around the dining table having dinner. Brother Nyo kept his head down, silently eating. Since morning, he had been hiding in his room, afraid to go out. He always had a strange feeling, as if Zhang Jieqi, who was already dead, was watching him from some corner. While hiding in the room, he often vaguely heard Zhang Jieqi calling his name. But every time he turned around, he saw nothing. Pan Xiao saw Qi Qiushui arrive and immediately asked, "Where did you go this morning?" "Something took longer than expected, so I came down late." Qi Qiushui answered calmly. Pan Xiao stared fixedly at Qi Qiushui. "Did you find anything on the 3rd floor?" "No." Qi Qiushui shook his head. Pan Xiao narrowed her eyes, a hot light barely concealed in them. "We are a team, not adversaries. If you have clues, shouldn't you share them, like puzzles or something?" Qi Qiushui met her gaze. "It seems you saw it. But I found it first. And you said you're an experienced player, so this shouldn't be related to clues, right? Whoever finds it first, it's theirs." A trace of ferocity flickered in Pan Zhao's eyes as she sneered and clenched her fists, but quickly relaxed them again. Her purpose for coming to the low-level dungeon was to collect puzzles. The main goal of going up to the 3rd floor was also to search for puzzles, but unexpectedly, this rookie kid got ahead of her. "How about making a deal? I'll help you through this dungeon, and you give me the puzzle," Pan Xiao proposed. "Give?" "That's right. Dungeon rules limited, the puzzle will bind to the first picker. To transfer ownership, it must be willingly given. Otherwise, I wouldn't propose a deal," Pan Xiao explained. Zhang Wei had long disliked this vicious woman and questioned. "If there's no willing giving, what do you plan to do? Steal or rob?" Beside them, Xiaomei couldn't help but stand up and retort. "Can we talk nicely? What do you mean by this? What do you take us for?" Zhang Wei's inner anger was about to erupt, and just as he was about to curse, he was stopped by Qi Qiushui. Pan Xiao appeared very anxious. "The puzzle needs to be collected to work, it's useless to you. The most important thing right now is to survive and leave this dungeon," Qi Qiushui coldly said. "Sorry, I don't accept this proposal. I will find my own way to clear the level, the puzzle is mine to keep." Zhang Wei echoed beside him. "Well said. Water brother. Let me tell you, give up on that idea. Even if this puzzle is for wiping later, I won't give it to you." You. Xiaomei laughed in anger, so vulgar. Zhang Wei stuck out his tongue. La 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 la. I am who I am, if you don't like it, hold it in." Pan Zhao's face darkened, and she patted Xiaomei beside her, signaling her to calm down. Xiaomei understood her meaning and looked at the 2 smug people in front of her with a cold smile. After tonight, these 2 would follow Zhang Jieqi's footsteps. "We sisters are also reasonable people. Since you don't want to trade, we won't force you." Pan Xiao paused, "But I'll ask you one last time." "No need." Qi Qiushui took a sip of tea and directly refused. Pan Xiao, who was about to speak, was choked back. She looked at the 2 with killing intent in her eyes, as if they were already dead men. Under the table, she clenched her fists tightly. "Actually, there is another way to inherit the puzzle. The original owner must die. Sure enough, men are all this cheap. These despicable beings deserve to die. How dare they privately possess what belongs to her? It is simply unforgivable. Let these 2 foolish boys bounce around in front of her for now, they absolutely can't imagine that before this, she had quietly arranged for Xiaomei to sneakily hide the doll in their room while they went upstairs. Initially, it was just for their candle, but now that there's a puzzle, she naturally has to take it all. These 2 idiots in front of her are still showing off, completely unaware that they are already in her grasp. When something happens tonight, even if they beg her, it will be too late." A sinister smile appeared on Pan Zhao's face, her lips unable to resist curling upwards. Chapter 18, The Doll, the Unresting Spirit. It was once again the fixed power outage time of every night. After experiencing the terror of last night, everyone returned to their rooms early, locking the doors tightly. Shan Yaogu even hid back in his room in advance, lit candles, drew the curtains tight, and curled up in his blankets, shivering. "Why are you trying to harm me? Why don't you open the door for me?" A mysterious voice echoed in the room, that of Zhang Jieqi. Ever since Zhang Jieqi disappeared, this kind of auditory hallucination had constantly haunted him. He could always hear the voice of his deceased friend in the empty room, yet could never see his shadow. Shan Yaogu covered his ears tightly, curling up in a ball. "It's not my fault. The wrong is with the culprit, go find the one who killed you." Zhang Jieqi's voice suddenly came closer, as if whispering right at the back of his neck. "You killed me, why did you do this, why?" At that moment, a sudden bang 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 sound echoed at the door. Xiao Niuge froze instantly. He didn't understand what was happening, but his instinct told him that this knocking was somehow connected to Zhang Jieqi's disappearance. He kept huddled under the blankets, too scared to make a sound. As a newcomer, he didn't understand the rules, he only knew that doing this last night allowed him to survive, so following the same method tonight should be fine as well. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Tonight's knocking lasted longer than last night, increasing Xiao Niuge's fear. He shivered all over, suddenly feeling the bedboard gently pushed up by a force. The force was small, but enough to make his body rise slightly. At this moment, Zhang Jieqi's voice rang out again. You have to stay here too. This isn't fair. Stay here with me, stay with me. Xiao Niuge swallowed hard, this time he could clearly hear the source of the sound, combined with the rise of the bedboard it seemed like someone was under the bed. A chill instantly coursed through his body. He widened his eyes in terror, his breath quickening. Trembling, he leaned his head toward the edge of the bed, inching his gaze downward. Under the dim bed, there lay a doll. He tremblingly reached for the doll. The doll looked very new, as if it had just been made. But the doll's face, sewn with needle and thread, its eyebrows and mouth's curvature, shockingly resembled the long-missing Zhang Jieqi. He swallowed hard, although it felt absurd, he still asked the doll. Was that you speaking just now? The doll's mouth slowly opened. The stitches were pulled tight and turned white. Zhang Jieqi's resentful voice floated clearly from the doll's mouth. It's me, I'm here to find you. Ah! Little Niuge could no longer bear it, and his spirit completely collapsed. The piercing scream broke the silence of the night. He broke the rules by making a sound while knocking on the door. Soon after, there was the sound of the door being opened. On the other side, in Xiaomei and Pan Zhao's room. Both of them were awake, staring intently at the flickering candlelight on the table. Hearing little Niuge's horrific scream from next door, Xiaomei shuddered in fear. Will something happen? As long as the candle keeps burning, we will be safe, right? Pan Zhao remained calm. The essence of this instance is that whoever has more candles can survive until the end. But the number of candles is limited, which forces us to hurt each other. Xiaomei was still worried. But we don't have enough candles either. That day I stole a lighter from little Niuge's room, but Zhang Jieqi used up all the candles outside. What will we do tomorrow night? Pan Zhao reassured her. Don't worry. Once that guy outside deals with little Niuge and Qi Qiushui, we will go out and take their candles and puzzles back. Then we just wait peacefully until the time specified by the instance is over. Can that really work? Xiaomei still felt uneasy. Don't worry. Pan Zhao said confidently, I have already passed 3 level 3 instances. Level 1 instances are very easy, as long as you don't make stupid moves, anyone can pass if they are a bit clever. Just do as I say. Suddenly, footsteps sounded outside the door. Pan Zhao immediately signaled Xiaomei to be silent, while feeling strange that the footsteps were actually coming towards their room. Logically, after killing little Niuge, the next step should be to go to Qi Qiushui's room. After all, she had placed the cursed doll there. Before entering the instance, she received a letter. Usually, she wouldn't choose to grind level 1 instances, no matter how simple, there is always a risk of death. But receiving the letter was different, it was like getting a lot of information in advance, akin to having a cheat code. What attracted her the most was that the letter said this instance had a high chance of dropping puzzles. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knocking sound at the door. Xiaomei trembled all over, but was held down by Pan Zhao just in time. Pan Zhao had told Xiaomei long ago. As long as you don't make a sound when knocking on the door, and there's a candle burning inside, it's absolutely safe. It doesn't matter how long they knock from outside. The knocking stopped. Pan Zhao couldn't help but chuckle softly, she knew the next step would be for that guy outside to go to Qi Qiushui's room. The outcome was predictable. Even if Qi Qiushui was very clever, knowing not to make a sound, she would still be caught in the trap laid out by Pan Zhao in advance. At that time, the guy outside would directly barge into their room. Just then, she heard a creak sound, and her pupils suddenly contracted. This was the sound of the door being pushed open, and it was their room's door that was opened. In Qi Qiushui's room, the two were also awake, unintentionally staring at the flickering candlelight on the table. Before long, Qi Qiushui heard Little Mei's terrified scream from next door. No, it's not me, you have the wrong person. I clearly put the doll in that room, what are you going to do? Pan Zhao's scream followed. What are you going to do? Don't choke my neck, Qi Qiushui, you bastard, scheming against me. I won't let you go even as a ghost. Qi Qiushui was drinking water and nearly spit it out upon hearing Pan Zhao's curse. It must be said, Pan Zhao was indeed malicious but very smart, realizing what was happening at the last moment. Unfortunately, it was too late. One's own sins are inescapable. After a while, the screams outside disappeared. The familiar footsteps approached Qi Qiushui's room. The candles on the table burned noticeably faster. Qi Qiushui's expression turned stern, knowing it was their room's turn. Sure enough, not long after, knocking sounds echoed from outside the door. Tap, tap, tap. Tap, tap, tap. Qi Qiushui made a sure gesture, and Zhang Wei nodded in understanding. After a while of knocking, the guy outside indeed stopped knocking on the door. Qi Qiushui heard the sound of dragging a body and knew that the guy was preparing to drag the body to the third floor, just like yesterday. After waiting a little longer, it became completely quiet outside. Qi Qiushui quietly opened the door. The ground was covered with bloodstains from dragging, leading all the way to the third floor. He first went to the room next door, Pan Zhao's room. The door was wide open, and the room was a mess, with obvious signs of a struggle. He walked over to the table and blew out the candle, carefully putting it in his pocket. Zhang Wei went to Shan Youji's room, where a candle was also burning. Following the principle of not wasting, Zhang Wei blew out the candle and put it away properly. At that moment, a voice sounded again from inside the house. "Don't leave. You have to stay here with me." Zhang Wei immediately recognized it as the voice of that dead sissy. Looking back, he saw a doll lying on the floor, stained with Shan Youji's blood. The doll had a sinister expression and slowly opened its mouth. "Stay, stay." It hated Shan Youge the most, and second was Zhang Wei, who had argued with it. Zhang Wei felt his scalp tingle and cursed, "Damn you, dead sissy, still haunting after death," and kicked the doll hard before quickly running back to his room. The doll crashed heavily against the wall. After a while, it slowly stood up, its face full of endless resentment. Chapter 19. The doll returns to the third floor. Morning. The two of them went downstairs for breakfast as usual, but today only Qi Qiushui and Zhang Wei remained at the table. He placed a plate of fried dough sticks on the table, calm and collected, as if he had long expected only these two guests to be left. "There are only you two left. The candles in your hands should be enough." He finally spoke. Qi Qiushui was bowing his head to eat, and his movements paused upon hearing this. "Yes, enough." The three seemed to reach some kind of tacit understanding, all knowing what had happened, yet no one wanted to break the silence. He pointed to a door outside the inn and said slowly, "When the time comes, you can go through that door to return." Qi Qiushui looked in the direction he was pointing and saw a lone door standing in the wasteland, with no doorframe and no door pillars. He understood his meaning. That door was the passage between the copy and reality. When the time came, going out from there would complete the mission. His gaze remained fixed on Qi Qiushui. "I will go out tonight. You two already have enough candles. I've said what I needed to say. Don't run around, and be careful not to lose your lives. You should understand what I mean?" This sentence was both a reminder and a warning. Qi Qiushui felt uneasy under his stare and quickly nodded. "Understood." Only then did he turn and leave the dining room, walking to the front desk to take out two brand new girl-style dolls and place them on the top shelf of the cabinet. Before he left the front desk, the dolls on the cabinet suddenly swayed gently, their heads turning in unison towards Qi Qiushui's direction. Night fell. He indeed went out as he said. At this time, only 1 hour remained until the copy ended. If they quietly waited for the time to arrive, they could walk toward that door to clear the stage. Qi Qiushui kept observing in the dark and, after confirming that he was far away, immediately prepared to carry out his plan to uncover the truth. He was taking a risk because of the third message sent by Xia Xiaoxiao. Knowing the truth can earn you the purple butterfly puzzle. You must do this. In fact, he didn't need to take such a step. Since he had enough candles and only a moment left until the copy ended, waiting quietly would suffice. But Xia Xiaoxiao's messages had saved him several times from danger, and since she asked him to do this, it must hold deep significance. He always felt there was a huge secret hidden behind this. Why was he involved in this copy? Xia Xiaoxiao's text messages, that door that appeared 3 times. Inside Chunlan community, the non-existent 17th floor of the hotel, and the 3rd floor of this inn. These events are intricately intertwined, like a huge fog, leaving him at a loss. To unravel these mysteries, he must act according to Xia Xiaoxiao's instructions, with no other choice. Qi Qiushui confirmed through the window that he had walked far away and said to Zhang Wei beside him, "I need to go up again later, you just wait down here." Unexpectedly, Zhang Wei immediately refused. "I'm going with you." Qi Qiushui was a bit surprised. "Actually, it's already considered cleared, I'm going to do other things, and you might get dragged into it." Zhang Wei's attitude was firm. "No need to say anything. I, Wei Ge, must follow you. I estimate that even if this level is cleared, I can't survive the next level alone." Faced with Zhang Wei's persistence, Qi Qiushui could only agree with a wry smile. The two again arrived at the staircase. Looking up, the stairs leading to the third floor were still shrouded in darkness, with a burnt smell and a bloody stench hitting their faces. Zhang Wei unconsciously covered his mouth and nose, frowning. Qi Qiushui closed his eyes and took a deep breath, turned on his phone flashlight, and resolutely stepped onto the stairs leading to the third floor. As with the last visit, it was pitch dark here, surrounded by scorched marks left by the fire. Qi Qiushui walked straight towards the innermost room with a clear target. The place where he discovered Zhang Jieqi's head last time. Peeking through the crack of the door, the room was still empty, but this time he did not see Zhang Jieqi's head. Squinting, Qi Qiushui observed carefully, mumbling. Just as I thought. Zhang Wei was confused. What are you mumbling about by yourself? Wei Ge, that place originally had Zhang Jieqi's head, but now it's gone. Could it be? Zhang Wei swallowed. Did that guy eat it? Qi Qiushui shook his head. They were all made into stuffed dolls. Did you notice those two girl dolls he placed in the cabinet today? Do their features resemble anyone? Zhang Wei recalled carefully, instantly feeling a chill run down his spine. Those were the deceased Pan Xiao and Xiao Mei from last night. Zhang Wei then remembered the doll that made the dead sissy sound last night. He had thought it was a supernatural occurrence, but didn't expect there was this underlying truth. At this thought, Zhang Wei trembled all over, unconsciously saying. It must be the guy who knocked on the door at night, right? Why don't we go back? I don't want to be made into a stuffed doll. Qi Qiushui smiled. You don't need to worry about that. I've observed, that guy only appears during power outages at night, so theoretically, it's safe now. And I still haven't found the place I'm looking for. Zhang Wei asked. What exactly are you looking for? Always being mysterious. Qi Qiushui left this room, continuing to explore the corridor, the flashlight beam occasionally sweeping across the rooms on both sides. Haven't you noticed a strange phenomenon? From the moment we arrived here, one person has always been missing, one crucial person. Who? Old He's son. The self-narration in the Bloodgate forum was written by Old He's son, but we have never seen him in person. I've searched through the first and second floors carefully, the only possible place left is the third floor. Qi Qiushui stood again in front of the door marked with Xia Xiaoxiao, turning to Zhang Wei and asking. Can this door be pried open with a wire? Zhang Wei stepped forward to check and quickly shook his head. No, even if my master comes, he can't open it. What kind of lock is this strong? Qi Qiushui was a bit surprised. Zhang Wei helplessly pointed at the doorknob. Didn't you notice that this door doesn't even have a keyhole? Who can open this? Qi Qiushui then noticed that there really was no keyhole. He tried pushing the door, but it was still locked tightly, not budging an inch. It doesn't look very sturdy, how about we kick it open? Zhang Wei was eager to try. Qi Qiushui pondered for a moment and shook his head. Forget it, don't make too much noise. The two left this door and continued searching, soon finding another closed door, this time with a keyhole. It should be here, Wei Ge, try to see if you can open it. Qi Qiushui pulled at the door. Without him saying anything, Zhang Wei had already taken out a wire. But as he got closer, he suddenly heard a click, and the door opened by itself. My dear mother. The hairs on Zhang Wei's back stood up, and he instinctively stepped back a few paces, distancing himself from the door. Qi Qiushui hesitated for a moment, then decisively pushed the door open. To their surprise, the room inside showed no signs of having been burned, instead, it was full of life. From the layout, it should be a children's room. On the desk by the window, there quietly sat a doll shaped like a little boy. Zhang Wei tiptoed behind and swallowed hard, asking. Where is this? It should be the room of the innkeeper's son, otherwise, there wouldn't be a room set up like this. Qi Qiushui analyzed. He turned to Zhang Wei and said. The clue should be in this room, let's search separately. As soon as he finished speaking, a notebook suddenly fell from the bookshelf. The noise startled Zhang Wei, who jumped back and quickly hid behind Qi Qiushui. My goodness! Today is truly haunting. But Qi Qiushui calmly walked over, picked up the notebook, and gently opened it. Chapter 20, The Doll, Thank You. April 1st, 2023, Sunny. Today is my mom's death anniversary, and my dad went to the grave. I'm so bored at home alone. Since that fall, my dad seems to hear me less and less. April 3rd, 2023, Sunny. Today, my uncle came, he has a scar on his face, looking so scary and fierce. April 6th, 2023, Sunny. Today is my birthday, Dad bought me a cake, so happy. Happy face. April 15th, 2023, Cloudy. Today a very beautiful sister came, she talked with Dad for a long time. I wanted to sneak in and listen, but Dad kicked me out. April 16th, 2023, Sunny. Very strange, that sister went into the room and never came out. I asked Dad why, and he said kids shouldn't pry into adult matters. Dad looked like he was very scared? What is he afraid of? April 23, 2023, sunny. Uncle came to the inn again. He and Dad had a big fight. It seemed to be about borrowing money. Uncle kicked the door down when he left. April 24, 2023, sunny. Dad is going away for 3 days today. The inn will close. The food is all in the fridge. He told me that if Uncle comes, don't open the door no matter what, pretend no one is home. April 25, 2023, sunny. Uncle really came. Not only did he knock on the door, but he also kicked it. He was calling my name. He held me when I was small, gave me candy. I opened the door for him. Blood. He was covered in blood. April 25, 2023, sunny. Uncle stayed here and even cooked for me. He asked me a lot about Dad. April 28, 2023, sunny. Dad came back. When he saw Uncle, they had a big fight, even got physical. After Uncle left, Dad hit me and asked why I opened the door for him. April 29, 2023, sunny. The sister came out of the room. Dad wanted to take her far away, reminding me not to open the door if Uncle comes. If he knocks, call 110. Uncle came. This time I didn't open the door. No matter how he called my name, I didn't open the door. May 29, 2023, cloudy. I seem to have slept for a long time. I dreamed of a lot of fire, so hot. I also dreamed that Dad stuffed cotton into my mouth. May 29, 2023, cloudy. My body has become so small. I seem to have turned into a doll. June 1, 2023, cloudy. There are no guests in the inn anymore. Power goes out all the time. Dad only comes back after the power goes out. June 5, 2023, cloudy. Being alone is so lonely. I told Dad I wish I had little friends. Dad gently stroked my head and said there will be. June 6, 2023, cloudy. My classmates all came to find me. They all turned into dolls, but they seem to hate me, always avoiding me, not willing to play with me. June 15, 2023. Uncle is back, covered in blood. This time Dad didn't come out to chase him away. Uncle has moved in. So many people wearing playing card masks and suits came. They talked with Uncle for a long time. The hotel started getting guests again. Every day, many older brothers and sisters come. Uncle is hosting them. Every day more and more cloth dolls appear, but they all don't want to play with me. I got up at night and saw Dad making cloth dolls. I finally understood why they all didn't like me. I tried to stop him, but Dad couldn't hear. He was completely deaf. The last page of the diary has a purple butterfly puzzle piece, which is part of a wing. I finally found you. Qi Qiushui gently picked up the puzzle piece. With this, the mission is complete. Finding the puzzle means uncovering the truth. Zhang Wei also finished reading the entire diary. His throat rolled, shocked to the point of stuttering. So that means. Old he. Qi Qiushui took out his phone and showed the content on the screen. I researched the fire case at Bubu Hotel in detail. In the same city, the police were looking for a person named He Wei. This person has a gambling problem, and after accumulating debts, he committed robbery and murder. Are you saying old he is this He Wei? Zhang Wei asked. Qi Qiushui continued to analyze. That's right. The police don't have his photo, but from interviews, he has a long scar on his face, inflicted by someone coming to collect debts. From the content of the diary, He Wei and the original owner of the hotel might have had a financial dispute. I guess it was about borrowed money. Later, in a fit of anger, He Wei burned the hotel down. Zhang Wei slammed the table hard, angrily saying, "This is simply a beast." Now we have a more important question. Why did a fire turn into a copy? What do those people in suits represent? Qi Qiushui pondered. He glanced at the purple butterfly puzzle in his hand. What exactly was Xia Xiaoxiao trying to get him to find? He always felt all this was related to her. At that moment, He Wei's voice sounded behind him. I was being hunted down, so I came here to hide. I didn't expect those people to come to me, saying as long as I continued to pretend to be the hotel owner and take in guests, the police wouldn't look for me anymore. As for Bubu's dad, those people told me many rules. As long as I don't break them, I'm absolutely safe, and no one can hurt me. Qi Qiushui turned to look. He Wei stood at the doorway, holding a giant axe, his eyes bloodshot. His voice was filled with madness, and one could even feel he was suppressing excitement. It had been too long since he killed someone. Today he could finally unleash his fury. You went up to the 3rd floor before, right? Didn't I say just to wait for the time quietly? Why did you have to come look for these things? What a pity. Many people have been left here, and many have left. Qi Qiushui, you are the smartest I've ever met. Qi Qiushui slowly said. So, it was really you who set the hotel on fire, right? He Wei's eyes were filled with madness. Of course it was me. But I didn't want it that way. I had lost it all before, but the next round would have let me win back everything, yet that person wouldn't lend me money. He clearly lent me before, but now he won't lend. Isn't that deliberately going against me? So I had no choice but to burn it all down. Saying this, he swung the axe forward for a strike. Qi Qiushui and Zhang Wei smartly dodged to the sides. The axe missed and deeply embedded in the floor. Zhang Wei grabbed an iron box nearby and smashed it towards He Wei's head. With a loud clang, the iron box was dented from the impact. Before Zhang Wei could recover from the shock, He Wei swung the axe handle at his rib. Zhang Wei instantly fell to the ground, curling up, the sharp pain making him sweat coldly. He Wei raised the axe, ready to strike down, and Qi Qiushui suddenly lunged forward to grab his arm. He Wei twisted his arm back, the immense force threw Qi Qiushui away like a leaf. He crashed against the edge of the bed, pain making his vision go dark. As he propped himself up, he saw the axe coming at him. He dodged to the side, but the axe blade still grazed his forearm, leaving a deep wound. Blood continuously seeped from the wound. He Wei's fighting power was beyond imagination. After several rounds, both of them almost lost the ability to resist. They dared not move anymore, only heavily panting as they watched He Wei raise the axe, stepping closer. Just as the axe blade was about to fall, a boy suddenly dashed out from the room, slamming into He Wei's ankle with a thud. He Wei lost his balance, and the axe handle slipped from his hand, clattering to the ground. His whole body lost balance and he fell forward, his knee crashing heavily against the floor, making a dull sound. Go! Qi Qiushui shouted hoarsely, desperately pulling up Zhang Wei. The two of them rolled and crawled out of the motel, sprinting towards the door in the distance. Behind them came He Wei's cursing and the scraping sound of the axe dragging on the ground. But the sound lasted only a few seconds before abruptly stopping. Qi Qiushui glanced back. He Wei stood still, knowing he couldn't catch up, so he stopped. Qi Qiushui, breathless, held onto the door handle, gently pushing open the door standing in the open space. Before stepping in, he couldn't help but look back. The window glass on the third floor was covered in dust, and the doll that had tripped He Wei was sprawled on the windowsill, its little face pressed against the glass, quietly watching them, as if saying goodbye silently. Thank you. Qi Qiushui said softly, supporting Zhang Wei as they stepped inside the door. Chapter 21, Is Xia Xiaoxiao dead? After passing the first level instance, according to the known information, Qi Qiushui and his pair received 3 days of rest time. In the hotel of the Central World Rest Area, time passed much slower than outside. Qi Qiushui first woke up naturally in the hotel, then came to the hotel entrance. Hello, is the bus to the real world outside? It's my first time taking it. Qi Qiushui asked the staff standing by the hotel door. The other person was still wearing a red Harda mask. The staff slightly bowed and replied, yes, dear player. Right at the entrance is the bus stop. Choose the corresponding bus line according to your destination. But please remember not to leave the bus stop area, do not enter the mist zone, that would be very dangerous. After thanking, Qi Qiushui pushed open the hotel door. A cold wind rushed in. Outside was a pitch-black night, with a bus stop nearby, next to a flickering old streetlight. A few steps beyond the bus stop, nothing could be seen clearly, even using a strong flashlight was useless, as those areas were almost completely shrouded in mist in the air. Following the previous reminder, Qi Qiushui and his companion obediently waited at the bus stop. After carefully checking the route map, Qi Qiushui quickly found the bus line corresponding to South City University. Line 832. Zhang Wei inhaled sharply, in my whole life, it's the first time I've seen a bus with a negative sign in front. In less than 2 minutes, the sound of an engine came from the thick fog ahead. An old bus, covered in blood, slowly emerged from the mist. It was indeed line 832. After they got on the bus, they were stunned by what they saw inside. The driver's seat was empty, the steering wheel turning by itself. But after experiencing 2 instances, this sight was nothing out of the ordinary. They casually found seats to sit down. The bus doors closed, driving into the fog ahead. In the real world, around 5 in the morning. The streets were deserted, and a bloodied bus appeared out of nowhere, stopping in front of a deserted bus stop near South City University. Qi Qiushui and Zhang Wei got off the bus. Zhang Wei looked at the familiar scene before him, took a deep breath, and couldn't help but sigh, it's the smell of garbage trucks near the school, I used to hate it, but now I miss it quite a bit. Qi Qiushui covered his nose and shook his head. Take a good sniff while you can, in 3 days we will challenge a new dungeon again. Hearing this, Zhang Wei's face immediately fell. Don't say that, just let me enjoy these 3 days. Who knows what strange things we will encounter next time, I'm really fed up. The two returned to their dormitory. They were in a 4-person room, and coincidentally the other 2 classmates had gone home. Zhang Wei went to his bed to catch up on sleep. Qi Qiushui sat in front of the computer and reopened the Bloodgate forum webpage. After browsing for more than 2 hours, he found nothing special, so he turned off the computer and took out two puzzle pieces. One piece was what Pan Xiao had always wanted. It depicted a rearview mirror, resembling one used on a bus. Could it be related to the bus that travels between the dungeon and the real world? Qi Qiushui pondered and took out the other piece. This was the one Xia Xiaoxiao asked him to find, but what was her purpose? He tried to send a message to Xia Xiaoxiao. "Are you there?" 10 minutes passed with no response. He understood that Xia Xiaoxiao would not reply to him. The pattern was clear. Only she could contact Qi Qiushui, and he could not reach out to her. Qi Qiushui felt confused. What exactly was Xia Xiaoxiao plotting? What role did she play in this series of events? Qi Qiushui suddenly slapped his thigh. Since they were both students of South City University, why not just go and ask her directly? 9 a.m. Xia Xiaoxiao was in the biology department, and at that moment, Qi Qiushui stood downstairs at the biology building. He tried again to send Xia Xiaoxiao 3 messages, asking to meet and talk in detail, but still received no reply. If so, he had to go in person. He first went to the office to find Xia Xiaoxiao's advisor. When the advisor saw a stranger asking about Xia Xiaoxiao, they immediately became cautious. "You're not from the biology department, are you? I've never seen you before. What do you want to know about her?" Qi Qiushui replied. "I'm a friend of Xia Xiaoxiao, from the computer science department. She just messaged me, but when I replied, she didn't respond, so I came to understand the situation." "Do you know where she is?" The advisor's face instantly turned pale, their tone filled with disbelief. "You must be mistaken. Xia Xiaoxiao, she passed away a long time ago." "What?" Qi Qiushui froze, nearly dropping his phone. Xia Xiaoxiao was actually dead? Then who was the person that kept messaging him? Qi Qiushui hurriedly pressed for more information. "Advisor, can you tell me about Xiaoxiao?" The advisor replied. "A few months ago, Xiaoxiao often took leave. Then for half a month, she completely stopped coming to school. I was about to call her family to inquire when her relatives came to the school saying that Xiaoxiao had passed away and handled the relevant matters." Qi Qiushui took a deep breath and continued to ask. "Do the relatives have any contact information? Is it her father or mother? Did the family explain the specific situation, like how she died?" The advisor frowned in thought. It seemed that her aunt was the one who came that day. Xia Xiaoxiao had told me before that she grew up in a welfare institution and wasn't biological family. The welfare institution is apparently in the nearby suburb of M City, called Anshin Welfare Institution. After saying that, the advisor suddenly became very vigilant and questioned. "Why do you ask so much? Are you really from our school? How come I've never seen you before?" Seeing the situation was wrong, Qi Qiushui quickly made up a reason to slip away, and the advisor couldn't stop him. I probably have the wrong person. Stop. Who are you really?" Running out of the building, Qi Qiushui found a secluded spot and opened Xia Xiaoxiao's chat again. "What is going on? Are you really dead or fake dead?" Still no response. He certainly would not give up. He used his phone to search for the location of Anshin Welfare Institution, and indeed, as the advisor said, it is far away, and you need to take a bullet train to get there. There isn't much time. If we can come back alive from the next copy, we will have 6 days. At that time, I will ask for leave to investigate that orphanage, and I must clarify everything. Qi Qiushui secretly made up her mind. 3 days later, the two stood in front of a room on the 2nd floor. Seeing that the time was up, Qi Qiushui took the initiative to push open the door. A blinding white light surged out from inside the door, and the two instantly lost consciousness. Chapter 22, Lifeng Mall, Forum Confession. I am a fishmonger selling fresh seafood in Lifeng Plaza Supermarket, and I have been working here for almost 10 years. My wife also works in this mall as a cleaner. Lifeng Plaza is an old commercial complex, similar to Wanda, but built earlier, with outdated architecture and decoration. Local people all call this place the Cruel Land, as it is said that during construction, they dug through an old grave. Every year, someone jumps from the high floors, blood seeps into the gaps of the floor tiles, leaving stains no matter how much you scrub. At night after closing, it is even more strange. It is said that people often see two elderly people who have long since passed away in the stairwell. Some shops find clothes all over the ground when they open in the morning, with collars stained with something like hair strands black dust. There are countless such strange occurrences, and the mall owner often hires people to perform rituals. But I have worked here for so many years and have never encountered any of it. I always thought those rumors were feudal superstitions. Xiao Cheng is a girl from the countryside who came to work in our supermarket. My first impression of her was shy, not talkative, and easily embarrassed. She always stayed alone, even eating in a corner. That day at work, I saw Xiao Cheng with red eyes, clearly very upset. She is under 20, about the same age as my daughter studying at university out of town. After so many years in the supermarket, I could tell at a glance that she must have been bullied. Such a young girl working, she must have suffered a lot. My heart ached, and I approached her to ask what was wrong. She wiped her tears and said nothing, then went back to work. Later, in the break room, I overheard two fruit-selling aunties discussing this matter. After asking around, it turned out that they were spreading rumors that Xiaoqing stole things. My heart sank. I thought this was bad. I usually keep to myself and focus on my fish, but those female employees are different. They spread gossip faster than fish swim. If those two knew, then the whole supermarket would know. My first reaction was disbelief. Xiaoqing had been at the supermarket for nearly half a year, mainly working at the cash register. She would panic and chase after customers if they accidentally gave her an extra $1. How could such a person steal things? I asked who was spreading the rumors, and they said it was Liang Huimei. I immediately understood. Liang Huimei also works at the supermarket. She is the boss's relative, not much older than Xiaoqing. I don't know if it is because she is a relative, but she resembles the boss, a round face, sharp voice when arguing, often causing conflicts with employees, and loves to escalate issues. She usually likes to scroll through Douyin, watching beauty videos and talk shows, often saying things I don't understand. Things like seduce men, crossing the line. She seems to strongly dislike these. It's obvious to everyone that Liang Huimei does not like Xiaoqing. Liang Huimei often used her status as the boss's relative to trip up Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing originally worked with her in the fruit section but had to transfer to survive a few days of peace. Liang Huimei loves spreading rumors, so I concluded this time was also her fabrication. I am so sure because I have been a victim of her before. I have a habit of zoning out. One time, Liang Huimei sat opposite me. Later, the boss called me in for questioning, only to find out she reported that I was staring at her. I almost fainted on the spot, desperately explaining. But there was no evidence to prove I hadn't done it, so I can only feel anxious. Later, rumors spread all around the supermarket that I was lecherously staring at Liang Huimei, and even my wife heard about it. Over a year later, this matter gradually calmed down. I asked those two people again, what exactly did Xiaoqing steal? They said they didn't know, but mentioned that Xiaoqing's family was poor, her mother was sick, and often needed money for medicine. I asked, the supermarket is full of surveillance cameras. If she stole something, it should have been caught on tape, right? Is there evidence? They couldn't give a clear answer. One said yes, the other said no. From their words, I guessed that Liang Huimei must have already reported it to the boss. I knew the boss's personality well. He was very suspicious, otherwise, he wouldn't be a boss. Thinking of this, I felt a bit more at ease. Since Xiaoqing hadn't been fired yet, it meant the boss must have checked the surveillance footage, and having the footage was like having evidence. If it was there, it was there, if not, then not. The truth would always come to light and clear Xiaoqing's name. But things didn't develop the way I thought. The rumor that Xiaoqing stole something spread more and more viciously, almost becoming the topic of everyone's idle chatter in the supermarket. Xiaoqing also became more and more withdrawn, avoiding talking and communication. After 2 days, Xiaoqing was transferred from the cashier position back to her original spot in the fruit section, which was where Liang Huimei worked. I never believed she would steal, until that day when I saw Xiaoqing's suspicious behavior with my own eyes. That day, I arrived at work and saw Xiaoqing busy doing something in the work area. As soon as she saw me, she immediately panicked and hid something. My heart sank. What was she doing just now? Could it be really? At that moment, Liang Huimei was right behind me and also noticed Xiaoqing's unusual behavior. She glared at Xiaoqing fiercely, then turned and walked toward the boss's office. Soon, Xiaoqing was called into the office. The boss had had her in the work group, in front of everyone, which meant everyone in the supermarket knew she was called in by the boss. At the time, the rumors about her stealing were flying everywhere, and in this situation, whether or not she stole something, she couldn't explain it. There's a saying that fits perfectly here, the mud in the crotch, no matter how you say it, it's all shit. She walked in with her head lowered, almost under everyone's gaze. My heart was in turmoil, and for the first time, I wavered. Could Xiaoqing really have stolen something? Thinking of her family situation, I also thought, what if she was forced into it? No one knew what happened in the office, but we could hear intense arguing and Xiaoqing crying in the middle of it. It was that day that Xiaoqing resigned. The rumor was that the boss, seeing she was young, didn't expose her and told her to resign voluntarily, to leave with dignity. After she resigned, the matter of her stealing things became a settled conclusion. At first, I firmly didn't believe Xiaoqing had stolen anything, but now I was a bit shaken. Why was she so panicked that day? If she hadn't stolen anything, why did she resign voluntarily? What really happened that day? I wanted to ask the boss, but I knew that was unrealistic, so I gave up. A week later, I heard from supermarket employees that Xiaoqing had gone to the 4th floor of the mall to sell women's clothing. But less than half a month later, it was rumored that she had stolen an expensive dress from the store and was caught by the boss in the fitting room. The next morning, someone screamed, "There's someone who jumped off the building on the 4th floor." I squeezed in at the edge of the crowd and saw a figure covered by a white cloth. My hands and feet instantly turned cold. Those white canvas shoes, if not Xiaoqing's, whose else could they be? She actually jumped off the building and ended her own life. From that point on, Li Feng Plaza really started to feel eerie. Every night, there was a faint sound of crying, and the tone of the voice was Xiaoqing's. Sometimes, the plastic mannequins in the women's clothing section, where she worked, would suddenly fall down for no reason, as if someone had pushed them over. Level 2 instance, Li Feng Mall. In the Lifeng shopping mall, in the Lele supermarket. Boss Ma stood in front of 6 new temporary workers speaking. "Everyone, because we are hosting a promotional celebration tomorrow, we need to stay up all night to set up the venue, so we invited 6 temporary workers to help out. Let's give them a warm welcome." Qi Qiushui clapped while listening to the sparse applause around him. He guessed correctly, these 6 new employees must all be players of this instance. After Boss Ma introduced the temporary workers, he let Qi Qiushui and the others rest for a bit before giving them work arrangements. Qi Qiushui kept an eye on Boss Ma's movements, quietly following him behind, noticing him walking to the statue of Guangong to burn incense and pray, softly murmuring, "I hope Lord Guan blesses me with good fortune in the future, and I hope tonight's ritual will take effect so that the supermarket will not be affected by those things anymore." After finishing this, Boss Ma returned to the office behind the supermarket. Qi Qiushui glanced at the time, around 10 o'clock at night, 2 hours until the instance opened, and naturally, he would not waste time. He walked to the employee break area and saw 2 aunties chatting enthusiastically, sparking a thought in his mind. In such a place, chatty aunties are like the old ladies at the village entrance, almost knowing all the gossip in the supermarket. He quietly sat in a chair behind the 2 aunties, straining to listen to their conversation. Boss Ma is truly capable, he actually managed to recruit people, and they are working all night in Lifeng Mall, impressive. Indeed, these people are quite bold, don't they know there have been strange happenings around here lately? But seriously, is it true that you can hear crying at night? Who knows? I've heard people say so. Anyway, I wouldn't dare stay here at night. There must be some truth to it. The rumors have been spreading more and more, affecting Lele Supermarket's business, which made him anxious. I heard he even invited a master to perform a ritual tonight. One of the aunties seemed to notice Qi Qiushui behind them, quickly covering her mouth in fear of spilling something. Qi Qiushui immediately looked down at his phone, pretending he hadn't heard anything. The 2 aunties exchanged glances at Qi Qiushui and began whispering to each other, their voices much quieter now, leaving the content indecipherable. Before long, they finished their shifts and left the supermarket. Qi Qiushui stood up and headed to the supermarket sales area to look for other clues. It was already quite late, the supermarket employees were preparing to close, with only a few scattered customers left. Zhang Wei was called to move instant noodles by Boss Ma, exhausted and panting. When he saw Qi Qiushui looking so relaxed, he immediately scolded. "Hey! You little rascal are slacking off here. Where did you just go?" Qi Qiushui smiled and replied. "I went to the staff lounge." Zhang Wei rolled his eyes. "I should have gone too, I was wandering outside when Boss Ma caught me and called me over to work." "So, do you have any new discoveries?" Qi Qiushui shook his head. "They only said it's strange here at night, but that's not really news for us." "Did you meet that fish seller mentioned in the forum?" "No, I asked around and after Xiaoqing jumped off, that person quit and returned home." "I see, that's a bit troublesome. However, I saw a girl mentioned in the forum, her name is Liang Huimei." After speaking, Zhang Wei pointed to a girl in the fruit section who was focused on her phone. She had a round face, slightly protruding forehead, wore glasses, and her small eyes always seemed to frown, giving off a heavy sense of hostility, resembling a stand-up comedian named Fu Shouer. "Go ask her and see if you can find out anything about Xiaoqing," Qi Qiushui said. Zhang Wei nodded and walked up to greet her. "Hello, beautiful, can I ask you for a favor?" Unexpectedly, Liang Huimei looked up and glanced at Zhang Wei. A trace of barely noticeable disgust flashed across her face. Then she lowered her head again to play on her phone and said, "Sorry. I don't add WeChat." "Zhang Wei. You." Qi Qiushui stepped forward to block the almost furious Zhang Wei and said, "We are new temporary workers, just want to ask about some things in the supermarket." Seeing a handsome guy talking to her, Liang Huimei's attitude immediately turned 180 degrees, and her voice became more flirtatious. "Go ahead, ask." Qi Qiushui asked. "I want to ask about the incident with Xiaoqing. I heard she jumped off a building?" Hearing the name Xiaoqing, Liang Huimei's face suddenly drooped. She was just caught stealing, felt embarrassed, and committed suicide because of the crime. "What's there to talk about?" Zhang Wei immediately asked. "Do you have any specific details? You must have been there, right?" Liang Huimei instantly became furious, her voice suddenly rising. "What is wrong with you two? Are you cops or temporary workers here to work? Not working and just gossiping, two shrimp headmen. Jiang Wei had already been annoyed by her and immediately snapped back. You old hag, did your mom teach you manners? Or do you not have a mom? At this moment, a female player named Yang Li walked over and handed a bottle of milk tea to Liang Huimei. Sis, that's how straight men are, don't mind them. Liang Huimei did not take the milk tea, looking at Yang Li with caution. What do you want? Are you also here to inquire about Xiaoqing's matter? Nothing to say. Yang Li smiled and said. Of course not, I saw you watching a talk show earlier. Do you like Fu Shou'er? Liang Huimei's eyes lit up and her wariness decreased a lot. I love Fu Shou'er. She's beautiful and can speak well. She really understands the struggles and psychology of women. She can always expose the ugly and disgusting nature of those men with sharp words. After saying this, she deliberately glanced at Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei felt deeply offended and wanted to argue again, but was pulled back by Qi Qiushui, feeling very confused. Qiushui, why are you pulling me back? Didn't you hear that old hag throwing shade? I can't swallow this anger. Qi Qiushui looked at the two people expressionlessly and said faintly. Maybe she's insulting me, just take it in one ear and out the other. And the person talking to Liang Huimei is also a player. Let's see what she can get out of her. Perhaps because they found a kindred spirit, Yang Li and Liang Huimei became more and more compatible, and in less than 5 minutes, they began to refer to each other as sisters. Seeing the right moment, Yang Li casually brought up the topic. Sister Huimei, I heard there was a girl who stole something and jumped off the building here. Is that right? Do you know what happened? Hearing this, Liang Huimei's smile immediately faded, but her attitude was far better than when she faced Jiang Wei and the others. She pouted and said. Sis, why are you interested in this too? It's just a simple thing, she stole something, felt embarrassed, and jumped off the building because of the crime. Yang Li's eyes turned, and she continued. Then, since this Xiaoqing stole something, she must have had bad character, right? These words instantly struck a chord with Liang Huimei, making her feel like she had found a soulmate. She grabbed Yang Li's hand, very excited, as if she had found someone who understood her. Sis, we've only been talking for a few minutes, and you already understand me so well. Let me tell you, don't mind if I speak harshly, Xiaoqing's death was well deserved. Halfway through her words, Liang Huimei looked up at Jiang Wei and the others, feeling that she shouldn't say these things in public, so she pulled Yang Li to a secluded corner. She first looked around, confirming no one was eavesdropping, and then carefully said. Sis, don't tell anyone. Xiaoqing worked on the 4th floor before. Actually, she didn't steal clothes, she stole gold jewelry from the neighboring Zhou Lufu. Yang Li was a bit shocked. No way, is that true? Did you see it with your own eyes? Liang Huimei said. I didn't see her stealing the gold jewelry. But she has already been caught by me several times at the supermarket, almost doing something wrong. I thought she could start over by selling clothes on the 4th floor, but it turns out she hasn't changed at all. Yang Li had just had a wonderful chat with Liang Huimei, their interests were almost the same, and she had a good impression of her, so she chose to trust her. She sighed. This Xiaoqing is really embarrassing us women. What is she usually like? Do you have a photo of her? I want to see what she looks like. Of course I have. Liang Huimei said. Chapter 24, Lifeng Shopping Mall, Yang Li's speculation. Liang Huimei opened her phone's photo gallery. The photo showed a pale, thin-faced young girl with a neat ponytail. She seemed to want to smile, but it looked very forced, like a smile made through effort. Liang Huimei asked. How is it? Yang Li looked at Xiaoqing's photo, a hint of disdain and jealousy flashed in her eyes. I'm skilled in facial reading, my ability to identify a green tea girl is unmatched. This Xiaoqing is definitely not a good person, at a glance, she looks like the type who likes to play pitiful and pretend to be gloomy. Liang Huimei's face instantly showed shock and delight, unable to help but give a thumbs up. Sister, you are just amazing. You have never seen her in person, yet you immediately uncovered the essence of Xiaoqing. You are absolutely right, this Xiaoqing relies on her looks, loves to act pitiful, especially enjoys showing off in front of boys. But those foolish boys still protect her, every time they see her like that, it makes me feel sick. Yang Li sighed. There are many green tea girls like her. She probably cries all day, if you say something to her, others will think you are bullying her, right? Liang Huimei slapped her thigh. Sister! That's just amazing. You guessed it again. Yang Li snorted. If that's the case, then this kind of flirty girl who loves to act pitiful deserves to die. But at least she has a little shame, she knows she can't show her face after stealing. Liang Huimei nodded repeatedly. Just as I thought, but it's still a just fate. The two of them tossed complaints back and forth like pouring beans, getting along better and better, even agreeing to go shopping together tomorrow. About half an hour later, Yang Li returned to the supermarket. Qi Qiushui hurriedly approached and asked. Hello, I am also a dungeon player. What did Liang Huimei say just now? Can you share some information? Yang Li glanced at Qi Qiushui, not paying too much attention, and roughly recounted her conversation with Liang Huimei. Qi Qiushui frowned as she listened and finally couldn't help but ask. From what you said, you were all complaining about that Xiaoqing, didn't you discuss any other specific details? Yang Li replied impatiently. What do you mean by complaining? Liang Huimei spoke only the truth, and since she and Xiaoqing are both women, if it weren't witnessed firsthand, wouldn't that be slandering? That's impossible, we women don't slander each other. Qi Qiushui reflected on what Yang Li said, always feeling that something was wrong. So, what's the evidence? Yang Li rolled her eyes and said. So you guys, as straight men, have poor comprehension skills. Let me tell you, based on my conversation with Liang Huimei, I can 99% confirm that this Xiaoqing is a self-destructive person who shouldn't live. Qi Qiushui was still confused, feeling that these words had no logic. What is the factual basis? Making reasoning guesses requires logic and evidence. Yang Li's tone was very impatient. So what? Are you done? If you don't believe me, you can go ask her yourself. The basis is my intuition as a woman towards other women over the years. Xiaoqing has too many flaws, acting pitiful, flirting with boys, and acting aloof. It's not surprising at all that she would steal. After hearing Yang Li's remarks, Qi Qiushui was left stunned. But this can't be considered a conclusion, right? There's not even a bit of solid proof, it's all your imagination. Liang Huimei walked over and loudly reprimanded, her voice sharp and piercing. What nonsense! What is so good about that Xiaoqing? Why do you shrimp-head guys always protect her? Hurry up and get to work, Boss Ma has already tagged you in the group. Qi Qiushui finally glanced at her phone and saw that Boss Ma had announced in the group to gather, preparing to set up the event in the first-floor hall of the mall. Since Boss Ma had arranged for Liang Huimei to stay until around midnight, she planned to go to the bathroom first and then help in the first-floor hall. At this time, the mall had already closed, and most of the lights were out. Liang Huimei was walking alone on the way to the bathroom. The supermarket was in the basement, and the women's restroom was on the second floor, needing to walk quite a distance alone. Everything around was pitch black. Liang Huimei felt something was off, she had walked this path many times before. Although it was dark, she felt inexplicably uneasy today, even a little scared. She couldn't tell if it was her imagination, but she faintly sensed something was watching her from the dark depths of the mall. Tap, tap, tap. The clear sound of footsteps came from the darkness ahead. Liang Huimei's heart tightened, her body instinctively tensed. At this hour, who would still be on the second floor of the mall? A shadow moved closer from afar, slowly approaching. Liang Huimei was just about to turn and run when a familiar voice rang out from the darkness ahead. Huimei, why are you still here so late? A thin man in a security uniform stepped out from the darkness. A rotten stench filled the air. Seeing the figure, Liang Huimei immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It was Captain Yi from the mall, he must be on night duty to appear here. Liang Huimei patted her chest. Yi Ming, you scared me. Boss Ma is setting up the event site overnight tonight, so I stayed to help. Oh, is that so? Isn't that on the first floor? What are you doing on the second floor? Captain Yi looked a bit puzzled. I need to go to the bathroom. Liang Huimei said, can you accompany me? I'm a little scared. Captain Yi agreed with a smile. Alright, you're lucky, I'm the only one patrolling tonight, and you just happened to run into me. As they walked and chatted, the conversation unintentionally shifted back to Xiaoqing. Liang Huimei asked. Captain Yi, this is my first time getting off work so late. Is it true that you can hear Xiaoqing's crying at night here? Captain Yi couldn't help but laugh. What's wrong? Are you scared? Liang Huimei lightly punched Captain Yi's arm. Stop it. I'm talking seriously. Captain Yi helplessly shook his head. That's all just rumors. I've been on night shifts here several times, and I've never heard a thing. Those people saw someone jump to their death here and love to embellish the story. They can make even a small thing sound particularly scary. You just get used to it. Liang Huimei thought for a moment and found it reasonable. Despite feeling a bit scared, she believed there were no ghosts in the world. She asked again. Did that Xiaoqing really steal the gold jewelry? It's one thing to steal some small items from the supermarket, but gold jewelry is a big deal, that could land her in jail. Captain Yi replied. I'm not sure. The clothing store where she worked was right next to the gold store. I heard from the gold store owner that Xiaoqing often loitered suspiciously at the entrance of the gold store, and then she jumped. As for whether there was any loss, the people in the gold store probably won't say. After all, this has gotten serious, and someone lost their life. As they walked, Liang Huimei suddenly stopped and pointed ahead, asking, Captain Yi, didn't you say you were the only one patrolling the whole mall tonight? Then what is that? Captain Yi looked in the direction she was pointing, and a figure stood motionless in the dark ahead, like a wooden mannequin stuck there. Who is it? Captain Yi shouted and pulled out the powerful flashlight he carried. It turned out to be a plastic mannequin. He scratched his head, puzzled. Isn't this the human model from the clothing store where Xiao Qing worked? I remember it was on the 4th floor, so why is it on the 2nd floor? As he spoke, he walked over, picked up the mannequin, and placed it in a corner nearby. Liang Huimei asked. I remember when we came up before, there wasn't this mannequin here. Who is so uncultured to put it here? After saying that, the two walked into the restroom. In the darkness, the plastic mannequin that had just been placed in the corner suddenly lost its head. The sound of the collision echoed hollowly in the silent shopping mall. The fallen head stared directly at the direction of the restroom where the two had just entered. Chapter 25, Lifeng Mall, Unreasonable Disturbance. In the first-floor hall of Lifeng Mall, Qi Qiushui was setting up the scene as required. After finishing an area, he took a photo with his phone and sent it to the temporary workgroup of Lele Supermarket, as specifically instructed by Boss Ma. He glanced at the time, it was already past 11. There was less than an hour left until the copy started, and he couldn't help but feel a bit anxious, unsure of what would happen next. While working, he became distracted when he suddenly heard Liang Huimei's sharp, shrill voice nearby. Qi Qiushui frowned, instinctively covering his ears, and looked towards the source of the sound, where a crowd had gathered without him noticing. What's going on? He stopped his work and walked towards the crowd. In the center of the crowd stood two people, Liang Huimei and a thin man wearing glasses. Qi Qiushui recognized him, he was also a player in this copy, named Yi Xiaofeng. At this moment, Liang Huimei was clutching Yi Xiaofeng's wrist tightly, so hard that it had left a red mark on his skin. Her voice was high and sharp, like nails scratching a blackboard, making everyone uncomfortable. Everyone, come and see. This new temporary worker just secretly took a photo of me with his phone and I caught him red-handed. Yi Xiaofeng's cheeks turned bright red, clearly both angry and scared, his lips trembling as he stammered. I didn't. Liang Huimei tightened her grip on his wrist even more, her tone becoming more aggressive. You clearly took the picture. I caught you trying to delete it. Luckily, I was quick to stop you. The pointing and murmurs from the crowd made Yi Xiaofeng even more flustered, his body shaking uncontrollably. I really didn't. Can you let go of me first and let me explain? Liang Huimei didn't want to listen at all, instead, she pulled harder on his fingers gripping the phone. You did take it. I don't want to hear your excuses. You're just waiting for me to let go so you can delete it. Hand over your phone. Yi Xiaofeng looked more and more terrified, almost ready to give up resisting, his lips trembling even more. I really didn't. Liang Huimei seemed to have lost patience, her voice rising to a pitch that almost pierced the eardrums of those around them. She forcefully twisted Yi Xiaofeng's fingers, trying to snatch the phone away. Now. Immediately. You can explain it to the police at the station. Don't talk to me. Yi Xiaofeng's face showed a pained expression, Liang Huimei's fingernails digging into his flesh. It hurts too much. I'll give you the phone later, can you just let go for now? Liang Huimei flatly refused, her attitude becoming more and more aggressive. Don't say anything now. Shut up. Hurry and give it to me. At this moment, Jiang Wei couldn't stand it anymore and strode over, pushing Liang Huimei aside with a loud shout. You crazy woman. Yi Xiaofeng has been beside me the whole time recording work content, how could he have secretly taken a photo of you? Liang Huimei stumbled back from the push, her anger intensifying. She rushed back, pointing her finger at Jiang Wei's nose and spat. Oh, you basically just admitted it. You must have been involved too. You have to hand over your phone for me to check. Jiang Wei was not someone who would swallow his anger, and he retorted. What the hell? I took it for work. Your photo is more likely to be used to ward off evil. Sorry, my taste isn't that heavy. Yi Xiaofeng, frightened, tugged at Jiang Wei's sleeve and quietly advised. Why don't just let her see it? We're here to participate in the copy, let's not make too much trouble. Jiang Wei gritted his teeth. This kind of little fairy cannot be indulged. Today, I must seek justice for you. After saying that, he looked up and pointed to the surveillance camera above. The camera is right there. What Yi Xiaofeng just did is captured clearly. There is absolutely no way I am letting you see it on your phone. If you have guts, let's check the surveillance. If it turns out there is nothing, not only do you have to apologize to Yi Xiaofeng. He paused, his gaze becoming sharper and fiercer. Not only do you have to apologize, but my brother Wei will also smash your phone. Jiang Wei's aggressive aura made Liang Huimei feel a bit scared, her earlier arrogance weakened a little, her voice lowered some, yet she still stubbornly said. He was secretly taking pictures. I saw it with my own eyes. At this moment, Qi Qiushui walked to Jiang Wei's side, looking at Liang Huimei with a puzzled gaze. Are you sure you saw Yi Xiaofeng secretly taking pictures? Liang Huimei nodded vigorously, her tone decisive. Sure and certain. His posture and gaze, 99% is definitely secretly taking photos. Qi Qiushui pressed further. Why not 100%? Where is that 1% uncertainty? Liang Huimei was momentarily speechless, her eyes rolling, she stammered. Some book said this, just now Yi Xiaofeng's posture when taking out his phone, and that guilty look in his eyes, it's just secretly taking pictures. Qi Qiushui was momentarily at a loss for words. The situation became tense. At this moment, Yang Li walked over from the side, standing behind her newly recognized sister Liang Huimei. But unlike Liang Huimei, who was so agitated, she instead spoke gently to Yi Xiaofeng saying. It's not a big deal. Yi Xiaofeng, you are a man, if there is, and if there isn't, just show her your phone, and that's it. As soon as Jiang Wei heard this, his anger flared up again. Why should he fall into a self-incrimination trap just because of your words? You should be the one providing evidence to question him, not making him prove his innocence. The beautiful girl Feng Jai, who participated in the instance with them, timidly walked over, softly saying. I think your baseless suspicion is unreasonable, and saying such things in front of everyone, even if he proves himself innocent in the end, it would still be hard for him to face colleagues and friends. Yang Li and Liang Huimei's gazes simultaneously fell on Feng Jai's beautiful face, their eyes flashing with disdain and jealousy. Feng Jai felt uneasy under their stares, instinctively hiding behind Qi Qiushui. Liang Huimei inexplicably felt a strong dislike seeing Feng Jai. She reminded her too much of someone she had hated before. Xiao Cheng. Another one relying on her looks to act pitiful like a green tea *tch. Yang Li glared at Feng Jai, coldly snorting. We're all girls, why are you still speaking for the guy? Can't you figure out your own position? With someone backing her up, Liang Huimei felt emboldened again, loudly asserting. Exactly. Think about it, there are so many men here, why am I specifically suspecting him, Yi Xiaofeng? He should reflect on himself. At this moment, Boss Ma from the supermarket walked over, glancing at everyone with an impatient tone. What are you all doing? Are you here to work or to argue? Just take it out and show it, and that's it. It's too troublesome to adjust the mall surveillance. Jiang Wei's anger flared up again, about to speak, but was stopped by Qi Qiushui. Qi Qiushui calmly shook her head at him. Yi Xiaofeng also expressed his gratitude to Jiang Wei. Thank you. The instance is about to start, let's not waste time on this matter. After saying that, he handed over the phone. Liang Huimei snatched the phone, her fingers swiftly swiping on the screen, flipping through albums, folders, and chat records. The screen's light illuminated her face, revealing an almost monstrous expression. As she searched, her expression gradually became awkward. She found nothing. The recent photos were all work-related pictures, all taken at the request of the supermarket boss. Her face suddenly changed, her finger froze on the screen, not moving at all. Jiang Wei had long anticipated this, coldly asking. Did you see anything? Is there? Go ahead and find it. Liang Huimei's expression was awkward. But soon, she returned to her bullying ways, forcefully making excuses. He just deleted it. This time. I'll let you go, but next time be more careful. Jiang Wei would not let this go, relentlessly pursuing. You accuse others and feel justified? You must apologize. Liang Huimei was intimidated by Jiang Wei's imposing manner. She had been staring at Yi Xiaofeng, knowing he had no chance to delete the photo. The facts couldn't be clearer, Yi Xiaofeng hadn't taken any secret photos at all. But would she admit her fault and bow her head? Absolutely not. She looked at Yang Li, only to find that Yang Li had quietly distanced herself, as if they didn't know each other. Looking around, everyone silently stared at her, and no one planned to speak up for her. She swallowed hard, glared fiercely at Jiang Wei and Yi Xiaofeng, and finally unwillingly squeezed out one line. Well then. I'm sorry. Her tone was light, completely insincere, even carrying a hint of mockery. Of course, Jiang Wei did not accept. Is that how you apologize? How did you grab his hand earlier? How did you shout? Repeat that arrogant attitude from before. People around Liang Huimei were pointing and whispering. Liang Huimei's eyes turned red from the scolding, and she shouted at everyone. I've already said sorry. What more do you want? You all ganging up on one girl, what kind of skill is that? After saying this, she threw Yi Xiaofeng's phone to the ground, turned, and ran in the opposite direction, quickly disappearing from sight. Chapter 26, Lifeng Shopping Mall, a body falls from the sky. It was almost midnight, which meant the instance was about to officially begin. Qi Qiushui walked alone to the second floor of Lifeng Shopping Mall looking for the restroom. As soon as he stepped onto the escalator, he saw Captain Yi sitting on a bench in the corner smoking. Captain Yi noticed him and asked first, "Are you the new temp worker?" "Yes," Qi Qiushui answered. "May I ask where the restroom is?" "That way." Captain Yi pointed to the corner on the right. Recognizing from his uniform that Captain Yi was a mall security guard, Qi Qiushui figured he must know the area well, so he casually inquired, "Hello, can I ask you something? I heard that at night, there are women's cries here." Captain Yi's expression changed, showing some resistance, as he sharply replied, "I don't know." Qi Qiushui saw his reaction and didn't ask further. At that moment, the nearby escalator suddenly started operating by itself. Qi Qiushui had just come up this way and knew it was motion sensitive. This meant someone was coming up. Captain Yi also heard the noise and instinctively raised his flashlight towards the escalator. It was empty, with no one there. Captain Yi scratched his head, looking confused. Strange, how could the escalator move by itself with no one here? Qi Qiushui felt a chill run down his back upon hearing this. Before he could speak, he heard the escalator on the upper level rumbling to life as well. Captain Yi was startled, quickly moving to the escalator leading to the third floor, shining his flashlight up. Still, there was no one. Qi Qiushui walked over and asked, "Isn't this escalator supposed to be sensor-operated? Since it's running, someone must be using it. Besides you, is there anyone else on the upper floors?" Captain Yi shook his head. "No, I'm the only one here tonight. Must be a malfunction." Qi Qiushui frowned, feeling something was off, and continued to inquire, "Are you sure?" Captain Yi thought for a moment and suddenly slapped his thigh. "Oh. Just now, Liang Huimei went up crying, it might be her. Did something happen to her downstairs?" Qi Qiushui still felt something was wrong and asked, "If the one upstairs is Liang Huimei, then how could the escalator below move by itself?" Captain Yi clearly had little patience for this new temp worker, thinking it unnecessary to explain much, and waved his hand. "Why worry so much? Just do your own job." Seeing that he couldn't get more information, Qi Qiushui thought it was probably just an escalator malfunction and turned to go to the restroom. Captain Yi was also just about to go to the restroom, needing to do a major one, so he followed Qi Qiushui into the men's bathroom. There were still voices on the first floor of the mall, but the second floor and above had fallen into silence. At this moment, the escalator roared to life again, making a low rumbling sound. The power light for the elevator from the fifth floor to the fourth floor lit up. Slowly, it began to operate. About a minute later, it stopped. Then, the elevator from the fourth floor to the third floor started moving again. Boom, boom. After running for a moment, it stopped once more. Then, the elevator from the third floor to the second floor also began to operate. Just as Qi Qiushui came out of the restroom, the elevator happened to stop, and the Lifeng Shopping Mall returned to silence. At this moment, there was a special guest on the first floor. He was dressed in a tang suit, and Boss Ma treated him with great respect, clearly knowing his identity was extraordinary. Boss Ma respectfully said, "Master, recently the mall always hears the sound of women crying, and the rumors outside are very unpleasant, seriously affecting business. Please, help us." In the tang suit, Master Jiang stroked his goatee and raised his eyes to say, "What happened with that matter before? A few months ago, you consulted me for fortune-telling. I said your place gathers wealth but leaks wealth, and there might be internal strife, so you need to be careful of the people around you." Boss Ma had a face full of admiration. "Master, your predictions are incredibly accurate. Later, we indeed caught a woman whose hands were dirty, and I immediately drove her away. Who would have thought that later she couldn't bear the pressure and committed suicide? The crying at night is most likely related to her." Master Jiang nodded, his expression serious, and his tone deep. "I roughly understand. This crying sound should be that woman's doing, it seems her grievances are strong. In life, her conduct was improper, and in death, her soul is restless, clinging to this mall. But don't worry, I will use my methods to drive her away." Boss Ma let out a long sigh of relief, repeatedly thanking. "Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. You are truly my savior." Master Jiang pretended to be profound, stroked his beard, and said slowly, "This exorcism ritual requires a 30-year-old peachwood sword, vermilion talisman, along with 3 sacrificial offerings, plus the energy I will expend. Regarding costs." Boss Ma hurriedly interjected, "The costs are not a problem. Master, just name your price and count on me. As long as the matter is resolved, money is not an issue." Master Jiang then nodded with satisfaction and began the ritual. He changed into a yellow Taoist robe, held the peachwood sword, lit 3 incense sticks, and chanted incantations. Qi Qiushui silently observed from the side, thinking this master might really have some skill. But what happened next was beyond his expectations. Master Jiang followed some strange steps, shaking his head and swaying, reciting words that seemed a bit comical. Most people present were turning red in the face, afraid to laugh out loud. Jiang Wei was holding back with great difficulty. Qi Qiushui remained relatively calm but also gently bit his lip. Just then, Jiang Wei's alarm clock rang. This was the midnight alarm he had specially set to remind himself that the side quest had begun. However, the ringtone was a bit special, being his uncle's Wild Wolf Disco. On the left, draw a dragon with me, on the right, draw a rainbow, show me a gesture of Aaronquak on your chest. The cheerful rhythm combined with Master Zhang's bizarre movements made the scene even more ridiculous. Originally, Jiang Wei was on the verge of cracking up, and he burst out laughing. His laughter seemed to open the floodgates, and others couldn't help but laugh along. Who was laughing just now? Master Jiang suddenly turned around, his face full of anger. Who laughed first? Jiang Wei felt a bit embarrassed and stepped forward voluntarily. Sorry, I just sneezed. Boss Ma was also very displeased with the interruption of the ritual, pointing at Jiang Wei reprimanding. You were clearly laughing. And what was that sound from your phone? Was it intentional? What if it disrupts the master's work and something goes wrong? Can you afford it? Jiang Wei, however, was not worried, still holding back his laughter. Boss Ma, you misunderstand. I, Jiang Wei, have professional training and usually don't laugh. Unless I can't hold it back. Boss Ma glared at Jiang Wei fiercely but didn't pursue the matter further. Never again. Master Jiang also shot a fierce glare at Jiang Wei, then continued with the ritual. Still those silly movements, and seeing Master Jiang shaking his head and swaying, a catchy BGM echoed in Jiang Wei's mind. His face was burning red, desperately suppressing his laughter. Qi Qiushui watched from the side. Unable to help himself, he unexpectedly laughed out loud before Jiang Wei did. He didn't expect Master Zhang's ears to be so sharp. He threw the peachwood sword to the ground. Still laughing? I'm not doing this ritual anymore. Boss Ma immediately rushed over, pointing at Jiang Wei and scolding loudly. You don't have to work today, you're fired. Don't even think about getting a single cent of your salary. Jiang Wei glanced at Qi Qiushui, who had just stifled a laugh, feeling wronged. At that moment, the shopping mall suddenly plunged into darkness. Qi Qiushui immediately went on high alert and looked at the time. 3 minutes past 12. The instance had already started for 3 minutes. Then, a heavy object fell from above and smashed onto the ground. Bang! A loud noise echoed through the first floor, startling everyone. Once they realized what had happened, they rushed over to see what fell. In the beam of the flashlight, a corpse came into view. To be exact, it was a body with the head separated from the torso, emitting a rotting stench. More shockingly, judging by the appearance of the head, the deceased turned out to be Liang Huimei, who had run upstairs earlier. A burst of screams erupted from the crowd. Chapter 27, Lifeng Shopping Mall, looking up at the sky. After the screams, Lifeng Shopping Mall fell into dead silence, and no one dared to breathe. The sudden power outage plunged the mall into darkness. Only 2 candles on Master Zhang's ritual platform burned, their tiny flames barely lighting the surroundings. Qi Qiushui stood in the shadows, observing. The corpse lay at the edge of the candlelight, the dim glow revealing Liang Huimei's tragic state of being dismembered. Her face was pale, her expression vacant, wet hair clinging to her forehead. Boss Ma was the first to break the silence, his voice trembling. Master. What do we do now? How did Liang Huimei suddenly die? Master Jiang gazed at the corpse on the ground, swallowing hard unconsciously, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his arms slightly shaking under the Taoist robe, but his expression remained composed. He stroked his beard and slowly said. It must be the vengeful spirit of Shaoqing. Boss Ma pondered for a moment, then a look of admiration appeared on his face. Master truly has foresight. Shaoqing was exposed for stealing by Liang Huimei while she was alive, she must have hated her deeply. Master Jiang nodded. I had already used a compass to observe that she would surely commit theft in the future. Now that she died violently, her resentment has turned into murderous energy. The current situation is not optimistic. Boss Ma immediately became anxious and pleaded. Master, you have to help me. I have all my wealth invested in this mall. If we can't resolve Shaoqing's issue, what will I do in the future? I'll pay you more. Double the pay. No. Triple the pay. Upon hearing this, Master Zhang's expression shifted slightly, and he stole another glance at the corpse on the ground, shaking his head firmly. I understand Boss Ma's intentions, but right now Shaoqing's resentment is too strong. My magical tools are insufficient to subdue her. I need to return to my sect first. Jiang Wei, having listened to the whole process, couldn't help but laugh again. Put. The scam artist is quite clever, he knows when to run. Master Jiang, sharp-eared, was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He angrily scolded Jiang Wei. Boss Ma, what kind of employee did you hire? Now Xiaoqing's resentment is so heavy, half of it is because of Jiang Wei. It's him who interrupted my soul-retrieving steps just now, otherwise, I would have subdued Xiaoqing the ghost already. Of course, Boss Ma stood on Master Zheng's side, always treating his employees poorly. Jiang Wei, what's wrong with you? Get out of the mall right now. You don't deserve to work under me, and don't even think about getting a single penny from me. Jiang Wei spread his hands, looking indifferent, as if to say, do as you please. Qi Qiushui was also amused. He wished he could leave the mall, as Boss Ma suggested, so that he could complete the instant's task. This might pose a bit of a threat to real supermarket employees, but for them as players, it was nothing more than a fart. It could only be said that Boss Ma threatened the wrong person. At that moment, Master Jiang was very sensitive. Seeing Qi Qiushui also laughing, thinking he was mocking himself, he wouldn't let it go. Boss Ma. And that Qi Qiushui, if you don't deal with these two people, don't contact us next time. You solve this female ghost in the mall yourself. Boss Ma immediately became anxious, first calming Master Jiang, then walking over to scold Qi Qiushui fiercely. You and Jiang Wei get out of here, don't expect to take a penny, and you have to compensate my loss. It's because you interrupted the master's spell that it's like this now. This was the first time Qi Qiushui met such a bizarre person, with no blush and no quickening of heart, simply shifting the blame to others. He helplessly pointed at Master Zheng's trembling legs. Fine, I got fired, are you satisfied now? You've lived more than half your life, don't you know if this conman has real skills? I see this master is almost scared to piss himself. Master Jiang immediately covered his trembling lower half with his Taoist robe, straightened his back, and said. Don't speak nonsense. Although Xiaoqing's resentment is deep, I cannot remove her for now, but as long as I'm here, she can't harm anyone here even a hair. Good. Boss Ma couldn't help but applaud, his eyes filled with admiration. Master Jiang coldly glanced at Boss Ma, then said. Boss Ma, don't worry. Although I can't subdue Xiaoqing for now, I can ensure your safe departure from the mall. Once I prepare thoroughly, I will take my fellow brothers and catch her off guard. Boss Ma's eyes were full of gratitude. Then I will trouble Master Jiang. Truly don't know how to thank you. Just as the words fell, the body of Liang Huimei suddenly moved. First, her fingers curled, and then her body slowly propped up. A headless corpse slowly walked towards everyone. Ah! Screams exploded in the crowd, and everyone fled in all directions. At the first moment, Boss Ma hid behind the trustworthy Master Jiang. At this moment, Master Jiang held a peachwood sword, standing still in place, ready to face the headless corpse at any time. This formed a sharp contrast with the fleeing crowd. Hiding behind Master Jiang gave Boss Ma great security. Just then, a foul smell suddenly wafted through the air. Boss Ma frowned, while his nose sniffed hard. Following the foul smell, Boss Ma instinctively looked at Master Jiang in front of him. At this moment, Master Jiang's face was pale, his lips trembling, and his robe was soaked in a large area, still dripping down, forming a big wet patch on the ground. Master Jiang had wet himself. He was scared to the point of wetting himself. Master Jiang, you. In shock, Boss Ma found the headless corpse slowly approaching them. He instinctively shouted to the employees. Are you all just sitting around? Did you take the money and not work? Don't you know to come help the boss block it? No one responded. Turning around, he saw Qi Qiushui and the others had already run to hide behind a far-off pillar, each peeking out to observe the situation. The remaining people were all players, not like Boss Ma who was so naive. They had no trust in this so-called Master Jiang at all. Seeing the headless corpse getting closer, Boss Ma also wanted to turn and run, but suddenly found his legs weak, and the crotch was also wet in a large area. He too had wet himself. Strangely, the headless corpse stopped at a certain distance from Boss Ma and the others, bent down to pick up the head on the ground, then with a clack returned it to its neck. Boss Ma looked at his niece in front of him, frightened. Huimei, I'm your uncle, even if it's by marriage, I care about you very much, please go home, it's so late to be wandering in the mall, it's very dangerous. Liang Huimei faced Boss Ma, with a strange smile on her face, but did not move forward. Instead, she stiffly raised her head, looking up at the top of the mall. Qi Qiushui, who was observing from behind, unconsciously frowned. Strange, why isn't Liang Huimei attacking Boss Ma and Master Jiang? He followed Liang Huimei's gaze and looked up, picking up the flashlight he carried to shine it. In the dim environment, a faint shadow was vaguely standing near the railing on the fourth floor, seemingly observing the situation downstairs. Chapter 28 Li Feng Shopping Mall Cinema. Liang Huimei remained standing in place, looking up, motionless, like a still puppet. Master Jiang had been deceiving people in society for over a decade, always claiming there were ghosts, yet he had never truly seen one himself. Although he was a Taoist, deep down, he had always been a staunch atheist. But today, he truly encountered something evil. Boss Ma angrily grabbed Master Jiang by his collar and shouted. I can't believe I trusted you so much. You're really a fraud. At this moment, Master Jiang could no longer keep up the act, his face was full of fear, and there was no resistance left in him. Boss Ma, let's hurry and leave. Boss Ma was also frightened and mentally unstable at this point and let go of Master Jiang. The most urgent thing was to quickly leave the mall and invite a real master to come tomorrow. A group of people first arrived at the entrance on the first floor. This was usually the entrance for guests, it should have been locked at this time. Boss Ma walked ahead and pushed the door with his hand. As expected, the door was locked. Let's go to the basement level, it connects to the underground parking lot, and that door should be open. They went to the basement level. The door was locked again. Boss Ma was very anxious and kicked the iron door hard, angrily saying, Damn it! Which bastard locked this door too? Qi Qiushui and Zhang Wei had been quietly observing behind Boss Ma and then stepped forward to ask. Boss Ma, is there any other door we can use? Boss Ma shook his head, looking dejected. Nope, this time it's really over. Master Jiang was even more anxious and immediately tugged at Boss Ma's collar. Think hard. There has to be another way out. It's impossible for there to be no exit. Boss Ma looked at this fraud in front of him, filled with rage. You fake, you tricked me out of so much money, and you dare to flaunt in front of me? Let's see if I don't beat you to death. Master Jiang was also furious. If you're foolish, don't blame others for tricking you. Fight if you want, who's afraid of you? Seeing the two start fighting, Qi Qiushui stood aside, frowning, unsure whether to intervene or not, caught in hesitation. What are you two doing? Tonight, the security team leader Eerie, responsible for guarding the mall, came over with a flashlight. Boss Ma was panting heavily, anxiously shouting. Did you lock this door? Do you even know if there are still people in the mall? Team leader Eerie belonged to the mall management and was not affected by Boss Ma's insults, he immediately fired back. I locked it, so what? Do you have a problem with that? Master Jiang also came over and yelled. Are you crazy? Locking the door at a time like this? Hurry up and open it. Team leader Eerie finally sensed something was off. He knew both these men, one was a supermarket owner, and the other was a well-known Taoist, both usually respected figures. What on earth were they encountering? Team leader Eerie wondered. If we don't lock the door now, what if a thief comes in and steals everything at night? And Boss Ma, didn't you say you'd be setting up the scene until early morning? Why do you want to leave now at just after midnight? Boss Ma was momentarily speechless and stopped quarreling, urgently waving his hands. Cut the crap. Open the door quickly, we have urgent matters to attend to. Master Jiang chimed in. Right. Hurry and open the door. Team leader Eerie furrowed his brows, didn't think too much, and reached for his keys at his waist. He felt around for a while, but then his expression suddenly changed. Then he searched his pant pockets and the pockets of his uniform. Strange, where are my keys? They were just here. Qi Qiushui stepped forward to closely examine the door. It was a thick explosion-proof door, completely eliminating the possibility of kicking it open. Team leader Eerie finally gave up. I can't find them. Boss Ma suddenly slumped down on the ground, looking desperate, muttering. It's over. It's over. At this time, Qi Qiushui asked. Are there any other doors in the mall? Side doors or back doors, or do you have a spare key? Before team leader Eerie could respond, Zhang Wei took out a small iron wire and walked forward. Make way. In a critical moment, it's still up to me, brother Wei. Zhang Wei skillfully fiddled with the security door again. The other people all stood in a circle around the door, watching Zhang Wei, their backs facing the corridor of the basement. After a while, Zhang Wei sighed and put the iron wire back. This lock structure is too complex. It must be opened with a key. Captain Yi widened his eyes and said. Isn't that obvious? If it were that easy to open, would the mall install this door? What's wrong with you all today? You all seem strange. Ah! A sharp scream suddenly broke the silence of the scene. It was Yang Li, trembling all over, her face as white as paper. What's wrong? Qi Qiushui immediately asked. Yang Li pointed behind the crowd at a large load-bearing pillar, her voice trembling with fear. Liang Huimei. She was hiding behind that pillar just now, peeking at us. And she was smiling. Qi Qiushui quickly took out a flashlight, the beam whooshed towards that pillar. It was empty, not a single person, not even a flickering shadow was seen. Captain Yi looked even more confused and asked Boss Ma beside him. Isn't Liang Huimei your niece? I saw her just now during my patrol, why are you all so scared of her? Boss Ma trembled and said. She's dead. Captain Yi's face instantly froze. You're not joking, are you? Then who did I just see? She even waved at me. Master Jiang anxiously said. Don't worry about who she is. Anyway, she's not human. Are there any other doors or spare keys? Captain Yi paused for a few seconds, then suddenly came to his senses and swallowed. Yes. Usually, many people choose to watch movies at night, and they come out around midnight. There's a freight elevator on the top floor of the mall, which goes directly outside. That door is never locked. After finishing, Captain Yi glanced at his phone again. The last movie is about to end, the attendant in the theater should still be there. We can make it if we take the elevator up now. The group took the elevator to the top floor cinema of the mall. It was very quiet, or rather, frighteningly quiet. Whether it was intentional or not, the lights in the cinema were dimmed, and although nothing seemed unusual, it gave a chilling feeling. Captain Yi wondered. Strange, I remember this time it shouldn't be finished yet. There are at least 20 to 30 people every night, why is it so quiet today? Qi Qiushui followed Captain Yi, cautiously looking around. His focus was different from Captain Yi's. Clearly, the mall below was completely dark due to a power outage, but the top floor still had lights. This suggested that it wasn't an issue with the entire mall's electrical system, but rather that someone was doing it intentionally. Continuing forward, they soon arrived at the place where movie tickets and popcorn were sold. There stood a young man in a work uniform, his face as pale as paper, his eyes fixed straight ahead, completely unaware of anyone approaching, as if he was frozen in place. Captain Yi walked over and asked. What's going on tonight? Why is there not a single person? The young man didn't respond, still staring straight ahead, as if he didn't hear Captain Yi at all. Captain Yi felt that the young man's silence was very disrespectful, so he raised his voice. I'm talking to you? Are you deaf? Only then did the young man move, slowly turning his head to look at Captain Yi, revealing a particularly grotesque smile, still not saying anything. Oh my god. Captain Yi was shocked and instinctively pulled back from the young man. Boss Ma glanced at this young man, swallowed hard, and then tugged at Captain Yi's sleeve. Let's get out of here quickly. Where is that place you mentioned? Captain Yi immediately reacted. Take a step further, there's a straight elevator that leads directly outside the mall, the door won't be locked. The others followed Captain Yi as they continued forward. Meanwhile, the young man still stood by the ticket counter, next to the popcorn machine, motionless, watching everyone leave, his face still holding a strange smile. Finally, they arrived at the elevator Captain Yi mentioned. Qi Qiushui glanced behind the elevator, there was a stairway there. Captain Yi was about to press the elevator button, but noticed the numbers on the display were increasing steadily. This meant someone was coming up in the elevator from below, and in just a few seconds, those people would meet them. Qi Qiushui unconsciously took 2 steps back, a strong sense of crisis suddenly surged within him. All players are here, right? Boss Ma, besides the temporary staff, are there other people in the mall? Captain Yi, at night, I'm the only security guard. Boss Ma, the temporary workers are fewer, apart from them, I'm the only one in the supermarket. They should have taken the elevator up. Qi Qiushui hadn't paid close attention to every player's name and appearance, but clearly remembered the number. Indeed, as Boss Ma said, the number of players was reduced. But does that confirm that those coming up in the elevator are players? The elevator was rising too fast, it was almost at their floor, leaving no time for Qi Qiushui to think and analyze. Suddenly, a girl's cry slowly drifted into everyone's ears. It wasn't a sharp wail, but rather the kind of low sob that was muffled with a hand, forced down to a whisper. Before everyone could react to this surprising crying sound, the elevator arrived. Ding! The door was about to open. His phone vibrated, it was a message from Xia Xiaoxiao, just 2 words. Run! He glanced back at the stairway, the green emergency exit sign was glaring brightly in the darkness. Without hesitation, not caring who was inside the elevator, he bolted into the stairway. Zhang Wei. Run! Chapter 29 Li Feng Mall Headless Master. Qi Qiushui and Zhang Wei ran madly down the steps. Not long after, they heard Master Zhang shout from above. What kind of demons are you? I warn you not to come over. I will fight you. Don't come. Ah! Help! Master's scream suddenly stopped, and everything around returned to silence. Qi Qiushui stopped, listening carefully to the movement above. Zhang Wei clutched the stair railing with one hand and covered his chest with the other, breathing heavily, clearly very exhausted. Did Master Jiang and the others die? What exactly came up in the elevator just now? Qi Qiushui shook his head grimly. I don't know, but it's definitely not something good. Zhang Wei's face changed slightly, a terrifying thought emerged in his mind. Could it be Liang Huimei? It's possible, but... Before Qi Qiushui could finish his sentence, he heard that girl's crying again. Listening carefully, the cry seemed to drift closer and further, as if wandering throughout the entire mall. Where was the crying really coming from? Suddenly, he remembered information provided by the forum, which mentioned that female cries appeared at night after Chao Qing committed suicide. In other words, this crying sound likely came from Chao Qing. The crying persisted. At that moment, Qi Qiushui heard footfalls coming from above, tap, tap, tap. The sound was particularly clear, unlike leather shoes or sneakers, more like hard plastic hitting the steps. The footsteps were rapid. Qi Qiushui immediately realized that the things from the elevator were chasing them. Wei Gu. Keep running down. As it turned out, Qi Qiushui's judgment was correct. From the hurried footsteps behind, it was clear there was indeed a group of people chasing after them. From the chaotic sounds, it was evident that the pursuers were not just one, but a group. They moved extremely quickly, just by sound. Qi Qiushui could tell the distance between them was constantly shortening. There is only a staircase between them now. Qi Qiushui and the other person dared not look back, focusing on rushing down the emergency exit desperately. After 2 more floors down, the girls' crying suddenly stopped, and the footsteps behind them vanished as well. Qi Qiushui sensed something strange but continued running down for safety until they reached the bottom of the underground parking lot. As the two bent over to catch their breath, they suddenly heard a huge crash coming from the stairwell behind them. A pile of plastic mannequins rolled down the stairs, breaking into countless fragments upon impact. The two were startled and immediately distanced themselves from the plastic mannequins. After observing for a while, they saw the plastic mannequins quietly scattered on the ground, not moving at all. What's happening? With courage, Qi Qiushui walked closer, crouched down to inspect, but found nothing unusual, just ordinary plastic mannequins. At that moment, another spherical object rolled down the stairs, stopping right at Zhang Wei's feet. Instinctively, Zhang Wei shone his flashlight on it, only to find it was the head of Master Jiang. Oh my god! Zhang Wei broke into a cold sweat, overwhelmed by fear, and accidentally kicked Master Zhang's head away like a soccer ball. The head collided with the wall. Strangely, although separated from the body, Master Zhang's head still had some awareness, his eyes wide open, showing great pain. Master Zhang's lips trembled slightly. It hurts, the demon is too powerful. I can't fight him. Where's my head? I'm looking for my head. Zhang Wei swallowed hard. Master, your head is right here. What nonsense are you talking? Master Jiang, now just ahead, continued. Where is this place? Can you help me get it back? Forget it. I'll get it myself. As soon as the words fell, Qi Qiushui suddenly looked towards the stairwell, where hurried footsteps could be heard again. Soon, a headless corpse dressed in a robe slowly walked out from the stairwell. The headless corpse groped around like a blind person, searching for its own head. Meanwhile, Master Zhang's head kept shouting at the headless corpse. Over here. To your right. Zhang Wei was dumbfounded by the scene, while Qi Qiushui pulled him to flee immediately. Don't look. Run. That guy is looking for his head, it's hard to say what he'll do once he finds it. It's best to escape first. Unknowingly, the two ran back to the first floor of the mall, where Master Jiang had previously performed his rituals. The ritual table was still in the center, with the candles burning faintly, almost burnt out. Next to the ritual table was the spot where Liang Huimei had fallen, but she was nowhere to be seen at that moment. Qi Qiushui suddenly felt a pressing urge and headed to the restroom, realizing it was because he drank too much water before entering the script. Do you need to go? No. Zhang Wei shook his head firmly. What mood do I have to urinate now? I'll wait for you outside. Okay. Qi Qiushui didn't think much and walked into the restroom alone. But shortly after he entered, he heard the girls crying again, echoing throughout the mall. Outside the restroom, rapid footsteps quickly approached, both frantic and fast, as if chasing someone. At that moment, Zhang Wei's scream rang out. A ghost! Qi Qiushui stood at the urinal, not even having time to unzip, when Zhang Wei burst into the restroom and hid in a stall. What's going on? At this moment, he felt no urge to urinate. The girls' crying lasted only a short time this time. Once everything fell silent, Qi Qiushui quietly knocked on the stall door. What happened outside? Zhang Wei cautiously opened the door a crack, still shaken. Those plastic mannequins can move, one just charged directly at me. At that moment, Qi Qiushui's flashlight unintentionally illuminated the stall near the urinal. Underneath the door of the innermost stall, a foot stretched out. From the slender calf, it was clearly a woman's foot. A girl wearing white Air Force shoes. Why does she look strangely familiar? Where have I seen this before? Qi Qiushui paused for a moment, then slowly walked over and carefully pushed open the door. Inside the stall curled a small figure, with a sweet face yet marked by weariness. Qi Qiushui recognized this person at a glance. Feng Jai, a player who participated in the instance together. How could she be here? Is she like Master Jiang, no longer human? Out of caution, he carefully reached his hand under her nose to test. There was a faint breath, she was still alive. He also touched her neck, finding it unharmed. It seemed she was indeed a living person, no problem at all. Feng Jia. Wake up! Qi Qiushui gently pushed her. Before long, Feng Jia slowly opened her eyes, and when she saw Qi Qiushui, she trembled in fright. She was about to scream, but Qi Qiushui quickly covered her mouth. Miss, please don't scream. If we attract those things, we will all die. I am a player who joined the instance with you. Chapter 30. Outside the Li Feng shopping mall. Feng Jia observed Qi Qiushui and Zhang Wei, quickly recalling that there were indeed these two players. Seeing fellow players, Feng Jia, who had been in constant fear, was rarely excited and tightly gripped Qi Qiushui's hand, saying, Great! I thought you all were dead. Qi Qiushui was speechless, then continued to ask. You're all alive and well. First, let's not talk about that. Feng Jia, please tell me about your situation, so I can figure out what to do next. Mentioning what happened before, a hint of fear showed on Feng Jia's face as she trembled and said. When Liang Huimei's corpse suddenly stood up, I was scared, and then I ran randomly into this restroom stall. When I came out again, I found that you were all gone. Qi Qiushui frowned. It seemed Feng Jia had already gotten separated from them at that time. But it could be considered a blessing in disguise. If she had followed them upstairs, she might have lost her life by now. Feng Jia continued. After that, I wandered alone in the mall, trying to find the players, but I couldn't find you. The terrifying thing happened next. I was walking when I suddenly looked back and found Liang Huimei hiding behind a pillar, secretly watching me with a strange smile on her face. I was so scared that I froze and immediately ran back into this restroom. After a while, when I saw there was no movement outside, I thought about going out, but every time I saw her waiting near the restroom. So I didn't dare to go out. If I went out, she would definitely kill me. After listening, Qi Qiushui found it somewhat strange. According to your statement, Liang Huimei knows you are in the restroom, right? Feng Jia nodded without hesitation. Of course. She had been following me before, and when I entered the restroom, she always blocked the door outside. Zhang Wei asked in confusion. Then why didn't she come in? Qi Qiushui was just wondering the same thing. If Liang Huimei's target was Feng Jia, then why didn't she come into the restroom but kept waiting outside instead? Could it be due to some kind of rule restriction? At that moment, a girl's crying voice echoed through the entire mall, along with footsteps coming from outside the restroom. Someone is coming. Qi Qiushui signaled the two to be quiet and quickly turned off the flashlight. Feng Jia pointed to the last stall and whispered. Everyone hide in there. Based on my experience just now, this is the safest place. Without hesitation, Qi Qiushui and the other two hurriedly hid inside and gently locked the door. Then, while bracing against the door, he began to think. The footsteps had a steady rhythm, quite different from those in the stairwell, indicating it was not the same person. Could there be others in the mall? Suddenly, a terrifying thought popped into his mind. Liang Huimei has come in. She had always known that there were people in the restroom before. But due to certain rules, they couldn't come in. But now this restriction has been lifted. If that's the case, the three hiding in this small cubicle are no different from fish caught in a barrel. They need to find a chance to escape. Just as they were pondering what to do, they heard footsteps. The person had already entered the bathroom. Due to the power outage and the flashlight being turned off, the bathroom was pitch black. Strangely, the person outside did not use a flashlight nor spoke, as if he deliberately lightened his footsteps, afraid that the people inside would know he had come in. But Qi Qiushui's perception was extraordinary. The person was in the bathroom. No more than a few steps away from them. Footsteps sounded again. He's coming. Qi Qiushui's face was serious. He could feel that the guy in the bathroom directly skipped the doors of the other stalls and walked straight towards the last stall where they were hiding. A strong stench wafted into the air. Sweat kept dripping from Zhang Wei's forehead, and his throat moved involuntarily. The guy was right outside. There was only a wooden door separating them. Bang! A loud sound. The guy outside kicked the wooden door fiercely. A huge force hit them, causing the two boys bracing the door to crash into the back wall. Creak! As the wooden door was kicked and created a big dent, it also slowly opened a crack. Qi Qiushui stood up again and pushed against the wooden door. Seeing this, Zhang Wei immediately followed suit. After bracing for a while, the expected kicking of the door did not happen. Qi Qiushui was a bit puzzled. Why did he suddenly stop? What does that guy outside want? Currently trapped in this small space, the guy was right outside, and they couldn't run at all. They could only take it step by step, remaining still while the enemy did not move. Qi Qiushui was also curious about what the guy outside was planning. Thus, they stood in silence for a little while. The three inside did not make any noise or movements, and the guy outside also showed no action, standing quietly at the door. Everything seemed to freeze like this. Just as Qi Qiushui was contemplating what to do next. The last one, Feng Jia, feeling a bit uncomfortable due to being squeezed, gently turned her body. At the same moment. Bang! 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 The guy outside started kicking the door again. The violent impacts from the door made the two bracing it feel like their organs were about to shift. It was very uncomfortable. And this time, unlike before where he kicked once and stopped, this time it continued non-stop, with each strike more forceful than the last. Several times, the door nearly burst open, but it was hard closed back by Zhang Wei and Qi Qiushui. Qi Qiushui felt something was off. Why was the kicking this time different from the earlier one? He must have violated some kind of rule. No need to think twice. So, he quickly realized and shouted loudly to the Feng Jia behind him, "Don't lean your back against the door, turn around." "Ha?" Feng Jia briefly couldn't react. "Don't ha me." Qi Qiushui was about to lose his grip, quickly grabbed Feng Jia, and turned her to face the bathroom door. Once he did this, the noise outside instantly stopped. That guy was no longer kicking the door. Just as I guessed. Qi Qiushui sighed in relief. In fact, the rules for killing are quite simple. You cannot have your back turned. The three of them were all facing the bathroom door, and the guy outside quietly stood without moving. At this moment, the woman's crying stopped. After a while, footsteps came again from outside the bathroom. The footsteps gradually faded away. It seemed he was leaving towards outside the bathroom. Qi Qiushui's gaze flickered, and he directly took out his phone and extended it through the crack of the door, snapping photos frantically towards the outside. "I can't let you leave so easily. We have to leave something behind." The flashlights illuminated the entire dark restroom. Zhang Wei was shocked by Qi Qiushui's actions. "What are you doing? That guy just left, and you're going to bring him back?" Qi Qiushui's lips curled slightly. "Don't worry, since I know the rules, as long as I don't intentionally provoke, it's okay to urinate in front of that guy. The key is, I'm really curious what that person looks like." However, when he looked at the photo he had just taken, he was instantly stunned. Impossible, how could it be this person? Chapter 31, Li Feng Shopping Mall, The Missing Person. Qi Qiushui and the other two stood at the entrance of Lele Supermarket, pushing the door slightly forward. It creaked open. Fortunately, Boss Ma hadn't returned to lock the door yet, otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to get in. The three walked inside the supermarket. Because it was so quiet, every footstep and breath could be heard clearly. Zhang Wei walked at the back, shining his flashlight on the dazzling array of products on the shelves. Recalling how lively the supermarket was before, he couldn't help but feel the atmosphere was even more eerie now. "Qiushui, why are we here? It feels more deserted than outside." While observing his surroundings, Qi Qiushui replied, "There are some things I want to confirm." Reaching the staff area at the back of the supermarket, Qi Qiushui stood in front of a door labeled Surveillance Room. He gently pushed the door open, and a wave of old equipment's warm air mixed with dust rushed out. "I hope there's power inside." Qi Qiushui silently murmured and then flipped the switch in the corner. The fluorescent lights buzzed on, flickering 3 times before stabilizing. The glaring white light made everyone squint instinctively. What came into view was a wall full of surveillance screens. Qi Qiushui directly sat down on the middle chair and began to operate. In Zhang Wei's eyes, Qi Qiushui looked like a monster at that moment, as he played each video at nearly 8 times the speed, his mouse clicking rapidly, finishing a video every few minutes before opening the next one. "Qiushui, can you see clearly like this?" "I can see clearly," Qi Qiushui replied while watching. "The reason I came to the surveillance room is to check the video from the day Xiaoqing was fired." This matter was described in detail in the forum. The main process was that Xiaoqing had suspicious behavior in the fruit-selling area and was caught red-handed by Liang Huimei. Then Liang Huimei immediately went to Boss Ma to report, and soon after, Xiaoqing also went in. Finally, Xiaoqing came out crying. Since the area of the incident and the people involved were quite clear, it greatly helped Qi Qiushui filter through the videos, allowing many unrelated videos to be skipped directly. After searching for a while, Qi Qiushui finally found the complete video record from that day. From the video's perspective, the surveillance camera was directly above Xiaoqing, clearly capturing what she did that day. On the screen, Xiaoqing was standing at the fruit cutting station, practicing tying the gift box ribbons while watching a tutorial video on her phone. Taking another look at the time, it seemed to be a holiday, just the right time for giving gifts. Practicing tying ribbons for fruit gift boxes was indeed quite normal. After a while, a middle-aged man walked in, followed by Liang Huimei behind him. Xiaoqing noticed the 2 people in front of her and was startled, quickly putting her phone away. Then Liang Huimei examined Xiaoqing suspiciously. Seeing that she was caught using her phone at work, Xiaoqing felt guilty and lowered her head without saying a word. Next was Liang Huimei going to Boss Ma to report, and then Xiaoqing was fired. After watching everything, Qi Qiushui leaned back in the chair and then turned off the computer. Zhang Wei scratched his head. Aren't you going to watch more? Qi Qiushui shook his head, his eyes sharp. There's no need to watch anymore. If she didn't steal anything in this surveillance footage, she definitely won't steal at other times. Besides, look at this place, there are cameras everywhere. If she really stole something, there is no way she could escape. According to the content from the forum, the rumor about Xiaoqing stealing things first came from Liang Huimei. Plus, supermarkets are sensitive to theft. Once this rumor spreads, Zhang Wei slammed the table hard, having disliked Liang Huimei for a long time. That's like mud falling in the pants, it's either shit or it is. This wicked woman is so evil, thank goodness she's dead. What a relief. Qi Qiushui stood up, ready to leave the supermarket for the next location. We've figured things out here at the supermarket. Next, we need to go to the mall's surveillance room. There should be another segment of footage there. Zhang Wei scratched his head and asked, is there more? Qi Qiushui answered, of course, the rumor about Xiaoqing stealing the gold necklace was the direct trigger for her suicide. I also asked the supermarket staff, and this was discovered by a security guard in the mall. The place we are heading to is the surveillance room near the 4th floor of the mall. The three left the supermarket and arrived at the elevator, pressing the button. With a chime, the elevator door slowly opened, but the sight inside made them break out in a cold sweat. It was crammed with plastic human mannequins, almost filling every space in the cabin. How about taking the emergency exit? Qi Qiushui took a few steps back, as the scene in the elevator was truly eerie. Hurry up, oh my god. Zhang Wei was the first to step towards the back emergency exit. Feng Jiayi turned green at the sight before her. They climbed the stairs to the 4th floor and, following the signs, came a distance from the stairwell to the surveillance room. The 4th floor of the mall was special. It was not only the floor Qi Qiushui was heading to for the surveillance room but also the section that sold women's clothing, and it was also the place where Xiaoqing had worked before jumping down. At that moment, the familiar sound of a girl crying echoed throughout the mall. And on the 4th floor, this sound was particularly clear. This crying has started again, those guys will start attacking us again. When that happens, follow my commands, and do exactly as I say. Just as Feng Jiayi agreed, the corner of her eye caught a glimpse of a dress shop beside them. In front of that shop, a familiar figure was standing there, Yang Li. Her eyes were hollow, her skin pale, and there was a thin blood mark around her neck. She seemed to have seen Qi Qiushui and the others passing by. Her eyes suddenly lit up with a gleam of hatred, and she reached out her hand, wanting to grab the closest Feng Jiayi. Don't freeze there. Turn sideways, don't face her. Yang Li is no longer human. Feng Jiayi mimicked Qi Qiushui's position, turning sideways and not facing Yang Li. Sure enough, Yang Li did not make any attacking moves towards her but could only follow silently while impotently screaming. As they moved forward a bit more, many familiar figures gradually emerged from the side of the shops, all players participating in this quest. They followed the three like mindless zombies. Qi Qiushui adjusted her stance while thinking of a way. As these figures increased more and more, no matter which direction the three turned, there would be a vacant area. If they dragged things out too long and got surrounded, it would be a certain death situation. They needed to get to the surveillance room quickly. Zhang Wei trembled as he pointed below the railing. Xiao Shui, look. Qi Qiushui looked in the direction he pointed and immediately froze in place. Hundreds of plastic mannequins were taking the elevator up to the 4th floor. Their target was undoubtedly the three living humans on the 4th floor. Fortunately, at this moment, the crying stopped, and the people beside him who were walking stopped their steps, their eyes suddenly losing their sparkle, as if they were motionless puppets. A few people quickly approached the monitoring room, discovering that the door was open, the key still inserted in the lock, and the lights inside were on. There's someone inside, Qi Qiushui said slowly. Zhang Wei's throat moved. Who could it be? Now that the crying has stopped, it seems there's no danger for the moment, and I think I know who is inside. After Qi Qiushui finished speaking, he directly pushed open the door and walked in. Chapter 32 Lifeng Shopping Mall. The Guilty Boss Ma. Inside the monitoring room sat two acquaintances. Boss Ma and Captain E, the two sat dumbly in front of the computer desk, staring blankly ahead. Why are you two here? Zhang Wei asked with some confusion. As he was about to step forward to ask what was going on, he was stopped by Qi Qiushui. Qi Qiushui showed him the photo taken in the restroom. In the dim men's restroom, a man in a security uniform, Captain E, wobbled out of the restroom. Seeing this photo, Zhang Wei couldn't help but feel a chill run down his back. This meant that the one who had just kicked the door was indeed Captain E. Qi Qiushui shouted to the two people behind, stay close to the wall, don't move around. Feng Jiayi and Zhang Wei immediately pressed against the wall, afraid to expose their backs. At this moment, Boss Ma and Captain E also noticed the three at the door, and their eyes regained their brightness. What are you doing here? Captain E asked. Boss Ma also looked at the three with a puzzled expression. Qi Qiushui took the lead in asking, "We happened to pass by and saw light inside, thinking someone was here, so we came to take a look." "Where did you two go just now?" Captain Yi replied somewhat speechlessly, "Wasn't the door just stuck? I took Boss Ma back here to get the key." "Weren't you here too?" Qi Qiushui continued to ask, "Weren't we at the cinema before?" Captain Yi frowned and answered instinctively, "No." Boss Ma's expression suddenly became bewildered, and he slowly spoke, "Cinema? When did we go?" Zhang Wei, hiding at the back, felt his hair stand on end. He clearly remembered what had happened earlier. When these two separated from him, it was at the cinema on the 5th floor. At that time, he and Qi Qiushui ran down the stairs without waiting for the elevator to open. While Boss Ma and the others stood there, confused, waiting for the elevator doors to open. So what happened when the elevator doors finally opened? Why did these two have a gap in their memory? Zhang Wei dared not imagine. Zhang Wei swallowed and tentatively asked, "Isn't there a ghost haunting this mall?" "You, how?" Captain Yi immediately revealed a look of disdain. "Haunting? I've never seen a ghost in my life." Qi Qiushui stepped forward and said, "All right, since Boss Ma is here, it's time to get down to business." He grabbed a chair from the side and sat down directly in front of the two. Boss Ma looked very confused. "What business?" Qi Qiushui narrowed his eyes, staring at the small cut on Boss Ma's neck, and indeed saw a thin line of blood. This guy was no longer human. Qi Qiushui then asked, "Captain Yi, you were the one who said Xiaoqing stole the gold jewelry, right?" Captain Yi appeared shocked, speaking in a stammer. "You, how do you know?" Sure enough. Actually, after realizing that Captain Yi was the one who kicked the door, he had a rough idea of the way to clear this level, which was to uncover the truth. In this level, besides the players, there were only 4 living people. They were Captain Yi, Boss Ma, Master Jiang, and Liang Huimei. This level wouldn't randomly arrange living non-players to appear, but since they appeared, there must be a reason. In this level, there could only be one reason: these 4 people were all related to Xiaoqing's death. Since I heard the matter about Xiaoqing stealing gold jewelry was raised by a security guard, there's no doubt this person is Captain Yi. Qi Qiushui watched Captain Yi warily and asked, "So, did you really see Xiaoqing stealing gold jewelry with your own eyes?" Hearing this, Captain Yi immediately became agitated. "I never said Xiaoqing stole from the jewelry store, I just saw her often going to the store to look at jewelry. Later, Liang Huimei asked me to keep an eye on Xiaoqing. I was worried that if there was any loss at the jewelry store, I specially mentioned it to the store owner." Feng Jiayi felt furious upon hearing this. "What do you mean by saying this? Is there any difference between what you're doing and slandering someone?" Zhang Wei was also speechless. "Really? You actually believe Liang Huimei's words?" Captain Yi naturally refused to back down. Believing or not is one thing. Preventing is another matter. I only did what I thought was my duty. I just reminded the store owner that this person has a record of stealing, so he should be careful. What's wrong with that? If Xiaoqing couldn't stand it and jumped off the building, what does that have to do with me? Upon hearing Captain Yi's words, Qi Qiushui realized there was no point in checking the mall's surveillance anymore. He turned to Boss Ma. "So, Boss Ma, you're the supermarket owner. Did you see Xiaoqing stealing with your own eyes?" Boss Ma was sweating from his forehead, took a deep breath after a while, and said, "No." Qi Qiushui continued to ask, "So that day when Liang Huimei reported Xiaoqing, what exactly did you say to her in the office to make her resign?" Boss Ma closed his eyes for a moment, his expression showing pain and regret. "I am a very cautious person, especially after being a supermarket owner for so many years. I have seen too many thefts, whether from customers or employees. Then one day, Liang Huimei came to me and said that Xiaoqing was stealing. At first, I didn't believe it. I knew Liang Huimei didn't like Xiaoqing, and I didn't pay much attention, just kept an eye on Xiaoqing a little more. Later, Liang Huimei repeatedly told me Xiaoqing was stealing, and even the employees in the supermarket were discussing it. I started to take it seriously. As soon as Xiaoqing showed any suspicious behavior, I immediately checked the surveillance." Qi Qiushui said coldly. "But each time, you found nothing, right? Isn't this a typical case of looking for problems with answers in mind?" Boss Ma was momentarily speechless, knowing he couldn't keep saying things outside anymore. In fact, as the rumors spread more fiercely, even though he didn't believe it, the idea of Xiaoqing stealing became a thorn stuck in his heart. Until he went to Master Jiang to read his fortune. Master Jiang calculated and said his business was bad because there was an internal thief in the store, and this internal thief would siphon off his fortune. Master Jiang also mysteriously said that this person had an evil appearance, and if not removed, his business would only get worse. From then on, Boss Ma completely believed it. He began to attribute all his business misfortunes to Xiaoqing, thinking she was the bad luck star affecting his fortune. To drive Xiaoqing away, he tacitly allowed Liang Huimei to spread rumors among the staff and even personally hinted at her in the morning meetings. There are some people in our store who seem honest on the surface, but behind the scenes, their hands and feet are not clean. Whenever he said this, his eyes always intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Xiaoqing. He instructed other employees to ostracize Xiaoqing, assigned her the most exhausting tasks, and posted articles about preventing theft in the workgroup. Whenever there was a discrepancy in valuable items, he was the first to question Xiaoqing, even when the surveillance proved she had nothing to do with it. In this way, Xiaoqing's relationships in the supermarket were completely destroyed. Her originally close colleagues gradually distanced themselves from her, and new employees were warned to be careful of her upon joining. When Liang Huimei came to complain again that day, he knew that Xiaoqing did nothing on the camera, yet he still called her into the office. "Xiaoqing," he said slowly, "I know your family is in a tough situation, but that is not a reason to steal. Master Jiang calculated it, and there really is someone stealing from our store. If you admit it now, I might consider not calling the police." Xiaoqing argued through her tears, and Liang Huimei coldly interrupted from the side. "Stop pretending. Everyone in the supermarket knows you stole. If you still care about your face, you should resign by yourself. If not, when I really do call the police, your life will be ruined." He watched as Xiaoqing broke down crying, but in his heart, he thought, finally, I can send this disaster away, and my business should improve. When Xiaoqing ran out of the office crying after writing her resignation letter, he even felt a little relieved. But he never expected that days later, Xiaoqing would jump from the 4th floor of the mall. That night, when he learned the news, he indeed lost sleep. But the next morning, he went to find Master Jiang again, spending a lot of money to ask him to perform a ceremony to drive away bad luck. He still did not want to admit that he was the one who caused this tragedy. He knew Xiaoqing was innocent, yet he still used the cruelest method to force her away. Just because he believed that trickster's words, just because he blamed his failure on an innocent girl. Chapter 33, The head was taken off. Qi Qiushui looked at the panic on the Boss Ma's face and understood that there was no need to continue questioning. At this moment, Boss Ma finally realized that he, a dignified supermarket owner, was actually being questioned like this by a temporary worker, and suddenly felt shame on his face. "What do you mean?" Boss Ma slammed the table and stood up, angrily saying, "Even if Xiaoqing didn't steal, so what? She committed suicide because her mental endurance was too poor. What does that have to do with me?" The camera clearly recorded her jumping down from the upper floor. Captain Yi was also made uncomfortable by Qi Qiushui's questioning just now, and seeing this immediately stood up to support Boss Ma. "Yeah. I was just reminding the gold shop owner to be careful. If Xiaoqing wanted to jump off, what could we do?" Qi Qiushui quietly watched the two of them and couldn't help but smile. "What are you laughing at?" Boss Ma stared at him, feeling a chill in his heart. Qi Qiushui slowly said, "I was thinking, if Liang Huimei were still alive, how would she argue for herself? She would probably say, I am part of the supermarket, I just reported to Boss Ma because I saw Xiaoqing suspected of stealing. When people are defending themselves, they always unconsciously speak in a way that is beneficial to them. Boss Ma, do you still remember Liang Huimei's ending?" Boss Ma recalled the body that fell from the sky and couldn't help but shiver, stuttering, What do you mean? Why say all this?" "It's nothing, just wanted to see what happened before." Qi Qiushui turned to Captain Yi. "Captain Yi, the surveillance video is intact, right? I want to see the previous recordings." Captain Yi was a bit confused. "The mall is dark as coal, what's there to see?" Qi Qiushui smiled slightly. "It's not that I want to see, it's that you need to see. Didn't you notice that there is a blank memory for you? Do you still remember how you came here?" Boss Ma and Captain Yi were stunned to hear this, and after trying to recall, confusion and fear emerged on their faces. They really couldn't remember why they showed up in the monitoring room. "I'm also very curious, so could you trouble Captain Yi to pull it up for us to take a look?" Captain Yi subconsciously nodded and sat down to start retrieving the surveillance footage. Qi Qiushui walked to his side, glanced down, and noticed that Captain Yi's security uniform pant legs were wet in a large area. "Did you go to the bathroom before?" Captain Yi answered while operating the computer. "No." "Oh? Why did Liang Huimei run upstairs crying? What happened between you two before?" Zhang Wei leaned forward and looked at the screen. As one of the parties involved, he immediately recalled the event. At that time, this woman accused someone of secretly taking photos. Later, it was proven to be a misunderstanding, and after I scolded her, she ran upstairs crying. Seeing her aggrieved look, you would think someone had bullied her. Qi Qiushui then gave instructions. "Just follow Liang Huimei and see what happened to her afterward." Captain Yi continued operating the system. On the screen, Liang Huimei was covering her face and crying as she ran into the bathroom. She didn't come out for a long time, and when she did, it was clear she was still choking on her sobs. Quickly fast forward. Qi Qiushui stared intently at the screen. The time on the surveillance camera was getting closer to the moment Liang Huimei fell from the building, meaning the truth was about to be revealed. The screen began to fast forward. A figure appeared nearby. It was Captain Yi, who was on duty patrolling. Liang Huimei didn't notice him. She was just standing at the bathroom door, scrolling through her phone. Captain Yi silently walked up behind her, paused for 2 or 3 seconds, then suddenly reached out with both hands and grabbed Liang Huimei's head. By the time Liang Huimei reacted, it was too late. She didn't even have time to struggle, and her head was easily detached like a plastic mannequin's head. No screams, no blood, everything happened quickly and calmly. After doing all this, Captain Yi put her head back on. Once her head was reattached, Liang Huimei regained her ability to move, but her eyes had lost their spark, and she walked up the stairs, seemingly unaware of her surroundings. Seeing this, Captain Yi was so frightened he almost collapsed, covering his mouth and trembling all over. How is this possible? I never did this. Continue following her. Qi Qiushui's expression remained calm, and seeing Captain Yi nearly collapse, he took over the mouse and began operating the system himself. Liang Huimei, like a walking corpse, stumbled upstairs and climbed to the edge of the railing, as if waiting for some kind of instruction. After a while, the entire mall's lights went out, and it plunged into darkness. It was at this moment that Liang Huimei jumped. Captain Yi trembled all over, almost unable to believe what he had just seen. How could this happen? How could this happen? Qi Qiushui stared at him seriously. So you really don't remember any of this? This was all captured on surveillance. Captain Yi didn't even dare to look at the screen anymore. He tried hard to remember, but nothing came to mind, as though that memory had been completely erased. Suddenly, he thought of a terrifying guess and quickly rewound the footage to the moment Liang Huimei jumped. This place is the exact spot where Xiaoqing jumped before. It's exactly the same. When Xiaoqing jumped, I was right beside her. Could this all be Xiaoqing's doing? Have I already? Captain Yi looked at Qi Qiushui with a terrified expression, hoping to get an answer from him. Qi Qiushui replied calmly. I don't know. But since the surveillance captured Liang Huimei, it naturally also recorded what happened to you earlier. Captain Yi immediately continued operating the computer. I'll find it. Soon, they found it. After removing Liang Huimei's head, Captain Yi walked alone into the mall's power room. Not long after, the entire mall lost power. It turned out that the power outage was caused by Captain Yi, and he had selectively shut off the power. This also explained why the cinema and the supermarket office still had power. The screen continued. After doing all this, Captain Yi stood motionless at the door of the power room, like a puppet. Then, as if receiving some kind of signal, his eyes suddenly regained their life, and he walked downstairs, where he met Boss Ma, who was kicking the door. Soon, a group of people went to the cinema on the 5th floor. At this point, Captain Yi suddenly turned off the computer, his face filled with despair and helplessness, muttering. I remember now. A long time ago, I had my head removed in the clothing store where Xiaoqing used to work. Since then, I've always been her puppet. The ever-present Boss Ma, who had been watching from the side, also slipped off his chair to the ground. My lips trembled as I said. I also remembered. At that time, I was waiting for the elevator on the 5th floor of the cinema with you all. You guys ran away before the elevator door opened, and I didn't know what was happening, still standing there waiting for the door to open. Inside there were so many plastic mannequins, they can move. My head was also taken off. Chapter 34, Lifeng Mall, sliding on the ground. Captain Ma's emotions grew more and more agitated, his voice shaking out of control. Damn little Chang. I don't want to die yet. It was you who couldn't hold on and wanted to commit suicide. What does it have to do with me? I didn't kill you. His tears fell like rain, almost unable to speak. My son is still in school. What will happen to him if I just leave like this? As he spoke, he unconsciously lowered his head to take out his phone, wanting to give his family one last call. But as he lowered his head, unexpectedly and uncontrollably, fell to the ground with a thud. It rolled several times, all the way to Zhang Wei's feet. Damn! Zhang Wei was so scared that he lost his mind and kicked that head to the corner of the monitoring room. Coming again? The body without a head did not fall, still standing stiffly in place, one hand still tucked in its pocket, forever frozen in the moment of trying to take out the phone. Captain Yi was also frightened and flustered, instinctively holding his own head. At that moment, a glimmer of luck even appeared in his heart. Maybe everything that happened before was a dream. No. It's all an illusion. But reality slapped him hard. He gently lifted it, and he really took down his own head. He slumped in the chair, the head in his arms crying non-stop, completely falling apart. He could not believe that all of this was real. At this moment, little Qing's cry once again echoed throughout the mall. Captain Yi seemed to receive some kind of command. The sadness on his face gradually faded, turning into excitement, and finally twisted into a grimace. He quietly put his head back on, stood up, and said coldly, "It's not fair, you all have to stay, you all have to be separated from your heads." Qi Qiushui rushed to the door, suddenly yanking it open, but froze in place. Outside, a dense crowd of plastic mannequins filled the space. They were silent, but every pair of eyes was fixed on the three living people inside. "It's over," Zhang Wei's voice trembled, "we are surrounded, no matter which way we face, we will be turning our backs to them, it's really over this time." Qi Qiushui fixed his gaze on this group of plastic mannequins. He saw a few familiar faces among them, Liang Huimei, Yang Li, and even Yi Xiaofeng. He took a deep breath and shouted at these things that were already no longer human. "You didn't steal anything, did you, little Chang? Don't you want someone to know the truth about your slander?" As soon as he finished speaking, the plastic mannequins that were originally restless suddenly froze in place. They slowly parted to the sides, creating a narrow passage. A petite girl walked out from the middle. It was little Chang. She was still wearing the clothes from the day she jumped, the hem stained with dried blood. Her skin was pale gray, like that of a dead person. What was most suffocating was her eyes, gray and dim, with no light at all, only a dead silence. "What right do you have to say that?" she asked softly, her voice devoid of emotion. Qi Qiushui quickly replied, "It doesn't need any complicated reasoning. The supermarket and mall surveillance didn't catch you stealing anything, so you didn't steal. Innocent until proven guilty, such a simple principle. Clearly, it was such a simple thing, why did no one believe me back then?" Qi Qiushui continued. "Public opinion is very frightening. But I still want to know, what exactly happened between you and the jewelry store? I haven't figured that part out yet." Little Ching's expression returned to a dead calm, like still water. "There's nothing to understand. My mom came to visit me before, and really liked a necklace from the jewelry store. Now she's sick, and I can't afford it anymore. But I never expected that Liang Huimei would actually go to the jewelry store owner and spread rumors, saying I stole something in the supermarket. I thought changing jobs would let me start over, but in the end, I just returned to the same cycle." Zhang Wei glanced at Liang Huimei's corpse, gritting his teeth and cursing. "This dead woman, her jealousy is too heavy. The ones who wronged you know better than you how wronged you are." Xiao Qing coldly said. "So they all died. And you all have to stay here forever." "What?" Zhang Wei was both shocked and angry. "Are you reasonable? We are on your side, why do you want to kill us too?" At this moment, Xiao Qing slightly curled her lips, looking at Qi Qiushui with a kind of almost playful smile. "I'm curious, what can you do this time? You are already surrounded, no matter what, you cannot avoid turning your back to my mannequin." Qi Qiushui silently scanned the surroundings. According to the rules, there are two ways to pass, one is to survive until dawn, but it seems Xiao Qing won't give them that chance. So there is only one way left, to find a way to escape them all. Everyone lie down, back against the ground, absolutely cannot stand up. After saying that, he deeply looked at Xiao Qing and was the first to lie face up on the ground. The movement was a bit awkward, even a bit comical. He actually had a bit of an idle burden, but he couldn't care about that now. "Right." Zhang Wei slapped his thigh. "This way, no matter which direction we go, we won't be facing them." But just as one problem was solved, another one arose. Zhang Wei lay on the ground, trembling as he asked, "So where do we go next? We can't just lie here until we grow old, right?" Qi Qiushui replied calmly. "Yiming mentioned before that there's a door in the mall that hasn't been locked, the one by the cinema on the 5th floor." After saying that, he began to push against the ground like a caterpillar, leading the way forward. Thus, a strange and comical scene occurred in the Lifeng Mall. 3 people lying on the ground, pushing off the ground with their feet, moving forward inch by inch. Seeing that the plastic mannequin hadn't caught up, Zhang Wei excitedly whispered, "Wow! Qi Qiushui, you're amazing, you thought of this kind of trick." The few of them slid into the cinema and, according to Captain Yi's description, really found the unlocked door. At the moment they slid out of the mall, they saw a door standing alone in the open space. Only then did Qi Qiushui stand up and look back. Xiao Qing was standing at the mall exit, quietly watching them. He suddenly felt something was wrong. His instincts were always very accurate, especially in sensing killing intent. But since Xiao Qing appeared, he hadn't sensed a trace of killing intent from her. Qi Qiushui suddenly remembered something. When he found Feng Jiayi in the restroom before, she wasn't directly facing the entrance. This meant that Xiao Qing could completely kill her without violating the rules. But she didn't. Why? Before he had time to think deeply, Zhang Wei had already pulled open that door, anxiously urging, "What are you waiting for, Qiushui? Hurry up! I can't stay in this ghost place for another second." Coming, Qi Qiushui replied, following him through the door. Xiao Qing silently watched the three leave, taking out an envelope from her pocket. On the envelope, a clear letter V was printed. She murmured softly. Sister Xiaoxiao, Qiushui is still the same, so serious. But this time, I guess there's a chance to prank him. I hope your plan works this time. Somehow, the image of Feng Jiayi appeared in her mind. Recalling the moment she bravely stood up to speak during Yi Xiaofeng's being secretly filmed. She didn't spare Yi Xiaofeng because she hated his cowardice, just like she hated her former self. She had become a ghost, already devoid of compassion, and didn't know how many lives she had taken. But in the end, she still didn't lay a hand on Feng Jiayi. Perhaps it was a hope that she could rebel courageously like her back then. Perhaps it was a hope that when she was slandered, there would be someone. Chapter 35, Investigating the Welfare Home. Next door in M City. Qi Qiushui stepped out of the bus station, still feeling the fatigue from the previous trip to Lifeng Mall. This journey had been planned long ago. When he heard from his counselor that Xia Xiaoxiao once stayed at the Anshin Welfare Home, he decided to come take a look. Having just cleared a secondary copy mission, he now had 6 days off, making it the perfect time to investigate the welfare home related to Xia Xiaoxiao. He hailed a taxi and bent over to sit in the back seat. Driver, take me to Anshin Welfare Home. Okay. The driver looked to be in his 40s, almost 50, and a novel read by a human voice played in the car. Suddenly, he paused, furrowing his brow slightly as he gripped the steering wheel. Is it that one in the suburbs? Qi Qiushui didn't pay much attention, staring out the window at the rapidly retreating street views. Yes, that's the one. The driver carefully examined Qi Qiushui through the rearview mirror, but said nothing more and silently continued driving. Qi Qiushui withdrew his gaze from the window, pondering what this series of events had to do with Xia Xiaoxiao. But after thinking for a long time, he still couldn't piece it together. The clues and information he had were simply too few. After observing Qi Qiushui for a while, the driver finally couldn't hold back and tried to ask. Young man, what are you going to Anshin Welfare Home for? Qi Qiushui turned his head, looking into the driver's eyes in the rearview mirror, feeling a bit strange. It's nothing, I just want to take a look. The driver was quite surprised. Take a look? That place has long been closed down, it's desolate and remote. Qi Qiushui was also a bit taken aback. He had come in such a hurry, only knowing that this place existed, but didn't understand the current situation in detail. But since he was here, he had to see it clearly. Driver, why did Anshin Welfare Home close down? The driver suddenly shook, hesitating for a moment before slowly saying. There was a fire there before. Many people died at that time. Let's not talk about this anymore, let's respect the deceased. But I advise you not to stay there too long, that place is quite eerie, we usually avoid going that way. Qi Qiushui's eyes flickered, with doubts in his heart, but he didn't ask further. The taxi headed from the city center toward the suburbs. In Qi Qiushui's sight ahead, a group of old residential blocks appeared, looking like they were built many years ago. Wait. His attention was suddenly caught by the sign at the entrance of the residential area. Xunlan Community. The place where the entrance copy mission was located and the scene of the dismemberment murder case. Qi Qiushui's heart raced suddenly. He vaguely remembered that downstairs of the murderer's house, in the place where he had stayed with Zhang Wei, there was a door. On that door were the words Xia Xiaoxiao. He always felt that all the secrets were hidden behind that door. Driver, stop. Please stop here. Qi Qiushui hurriedly said, his voice tinged with urgency. The driver slammed on the brakes and turned to look at Xunlan Community, following Qi Qiushui's gaze, his expression changing instantly. Now he was even more confused about what this young man wanted to do here. You want to go here? Qi Qiushui pointed to the Xunlan Community beside him, unbuckling his seatbelt as he said. Yes, I'm getting off here. You can wait for a moment, I'll pay the fare. Can you wait for me here? I want to go take a look. The driver looked at Qi Qiushui, his lips trembling slightly. What exactly are you here for? Don't you know a murder happened here? What are you here for? Jumping between Xunlan Community and Anshin Welfare Home, don't you know these places are all very eerie? After driving in M City for so many years, the driver knew about almost all the news, big and small, and Xunlan Community was no exception. Because of the dismemberment murder case, this originally well-located community saw its property prices plummet, and drivers in the area often avoided it, afraid of getting involved in something dirty. Qi Qiushui was thinking about how to explain, but the driver was already anxiously urging him to get out of the car. Hurry up and go, I have other things to do later and won't wait for you. This is the city center, it's easy to get a taxi, you can call another one later. Qi Qiushui thought that was fine. Just after getting out of the car, he remembered he forgot to pay. He was about to turn back to scan the code but saw the taxi whoosh and speed away, quickly disappearing at the end of the road. Why are taxi drivers so strange these days? Qi Qiushui shook his head helplessly. As he entered the community, he felt a chilling atmosphere suddenly hit him, though he wasn't sure if it was just his imagination. The community was unusually quiet, not even the sound of birds, only the rustling of leaves in the wind, sounding particularly eerie in the silence. Though Qi Qiushui felt a bit uncomfortable, he quickly adapted. After all, it was daytime, and compared to the Shunlan community in the instance, this place had a bit more human warmth, and he could vaguely see some residents moving about. He soon found the building he had stayed in before. The iron gate at the entrance of the hallway was ajar. A gentle push made it creak loudly, especially jarring in the quiet community. The hallway was very dim because the windows were small, allowing very little light. Ahem! Qi Qiushui coughed heavily, and the dim yellow sensor light finally turned on. Like in the previous instance, this was an old community without an elevator, so he could only climb the stairs step by step. Passing by the door of the first-floor resident, he could hear voices and the sound of cooking coming from inside. This gave Qi Qiushui some courage. At least there were people living here, and it wasn't in the instance, so he didn't have to be so scared. He took a deep breath and continued upward, paying attention to the surroundings of the hallway while climbing the stairs. The walls around him had large areas of peeling paint, revealing mottled wall surfaces, spider webs in the corners, and thick dust accumulating on the stair rail, clearly indicating that no one had cleaned it for a long time. The higher he climbed, the heavier the chilling atmosphere became, creeping up his pants and making him shudder involuntarily. Finally, he reached the 5th floor. The door where the tragedy had happened was right in front of him. The deep brown door had faded, covered with yellowed talismans. The corners of the talismans were curled up, covered in dust, and the vermilion-painted symbols were somewhat blurred. For some reason, Qi Qiushui felt a shiver down his spine standing at Liang Li's door, so he hurried downstairs to the door of the room where he and Zhang Wei had stayed before. That was the room directly below Liang Li's house. This was his purpose for coming to this community. Because inside, there was a door with the name Xia Xiaoxiao on it. That was where he needed to go. Qi Qiushui stood at the door and frowned. Now there was a problem in front of him. The door was tightly locked. First, he wasn't sure if anyone lived inside, and more importantly, he didn't have the key, so he couldn't get in at all. If I had known, I would have called Zhang Wei over. Or is there another way? Just as he turned to go downstairs, a dull sound suddenly came from behind him, thud. The door surprisingly opened a crack by itself. Chapter 36, The Charred Welfare Institute. Qi Qiushui instantly froze, staring at the door in front of him. Is someone inside? The door slowly pushed open. A man in a suit, holding a bunch of keys, stepped out. The man clearly didn't expect someone to be standing at the door, and he stepped back in shock, dropping the keys from his hand with a clatter. Why you are? Qi Qiushui took the initiative to speak. I am. Lu Dali, the man stammered, I am the real estate agent in this community. And you, who are you? While the agent bent down to pick up the keys, he looked at Qi Qiushui with a wary expression. Qi Qiushui's heart stirred. He felt it was simply a godsend opportunity. He cleared his throat, trying to make his tone sound natural. I work nearby and saw that the location here is nice, so I wanted to ask if there are any vacant houses for rent. Hearing this, the agent's suspicion did not fade. Since that incident, most residents in this building had almost all moved away, and no one would specially come to rent a house. Are you sure you came to rent a house? The agent asked back. Really? Which room do you want to rent? I just happen to have keys for all of them. The one right behind you. The agent was silent for a moment, looking up and down at Qi Qiushui. The young man before him was fair and clean, looking quite handsome, and gave off a good vibe. He didn't think too much more and stepped aside to make way for the space behind the door. Qi Qiushui took a deep breath and stepped into the room. Exactly the same. The TV, sofa, table, every piece of furniture was exactly where he had seen it in the previous version of the room. But Qi Qiushui's goal was that door with the word Xia Xiaoxiao on it. To his disappointment, that door simply did not exist. He walked to the spot where the door was located in the previous version, but in reality, there was only a wall. He couldn't help but ask the agent, where did the door go? The agent looked confused. Where is there a door? Isn't it just a wall? Qi Qiushui felt a wave of disappointment but persisted in asking, are you sure there's never been a door here? Absolutely not. This building's layout is the same for all rooms, and this spot is always a wall. There has never been a door. Qi Qiushui said and quickly scanned the room with his eyes. Living room, bedroom, kitchen, bathroom, he carefully checked every corner. Still, he could not find the door he was looking for. He stood in the middle of the room, feeling mixed emotions, most of which were an uncontainable sense of loss. The agent stood at the door, watching this strange young man with suspicion. So? Are you satisfied with this house? Qi Qiushui turned his head, seeing the agent's wary gaze, knowing that since he couldn't find the door, there was no need to stay any longer. No, thank you, this house isn't quite right for me. After leaving Junlan community, Qi Qiushui hailed another taxi. This time he got smart, not directly telling the driver to go to Anshin Welfare Institute, but first checking on the map for the nearest hotel to the institute and giving the address to the driver. He originally planned to spend the night in M City, staying there would allow him to rest and also ease the driver's suspicions. M City was bigger than he imagined, and Anshin Welfare Institute was further than he expected. By this time it was afternoon, and the sky darkened quickly. The taxi gradually drove out of the urban area, the tall buildings outside replaced by lower houses, and the trees along the road grew thicker. The car eventually stopped in front of an old hotel. Qi Qiushui paid the fare, first checked in, put his belongings away, and then rented a shared bicycle, riding towards the nearby Anshin Welfare Institute. The hotel was already quite remote, but the location of Anshin Welfare Institute was even more desolate. Qi Qiushui rode through a patch of overgrown wasteland, finally arriving at the gate of the Welfare Institute. Since he was out of the service area, he couldn't return the shared bike here. He thought for a moment, since he wouldn't stay long, he left the bike there. He walked forward and gently pushed open the iron gate of Anshin Welfare Institute. Creak! The door hinge let out a sharp long cry, like rusty parts rubbing against each other. Pushing the door was a bit difficult. He looked down and found the lower half of the door tightly entangled with weeds. The inside of the Welfare Institute was very desolate, the ground was littered with gravel and broken bricks, and the nearby trees still bore traces of being burned. Qi Qiushui walked forward along the small path in the middle, carefully observing his surroundings. The sides of the road were piled high with discarded rubbish. The main building of the Welfare Institute was a 3-story small lodge. Its walls were supposed to be white, but now most had been burnt into a deep brown. In some places, the wall plaster had fallen off in large chunks, revealing the red bricks inside, still stained with black soot. Most of the first-floor windows were without glass, leaving only dark window frames silently facing the yard. Qi Qiushui walked into the first-floor hall, the floor creaking under his feet with a creak-creak sound. At that moment, the sky had completely darkened. Although theoretically he could stay here until nightfall without anyone bothering him, the vague unease in his heart made him quicken his search. He began to carefully check each room one by one. Everywhere around was charred wooden boards and twisted metal supports. The first floor mainly consisted of activity rooms and offices, where tables and chairs were either burned beyond recognition or piled crookedly in the corners. In one room, there were still a few blackboards, where children's songs written in chalk had been smoke-stained to the point of being barely recognizable, with only a few crooked words discernible. There was nothing to discover on the first floor. He continued to explore the second floor. The situation on the second floor was similar to the first, the traces of the fire equally apparent. The difference was that the rooms here looked like dormitories, each with several bunk beds set up. Most of the bed frames had deformed, and the mattresses had burned down to only charred cotton, emitting a pungent odor. Qi Qiushui pushed open the doors of each room, searching carefully, afraid of missing any useful clues. However, there was nothing on the second floor either. He couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated. In fact, he wasn't clear about what he was specifically looking for, just hoping to find some useful information through luck. He continued up to the third floor. He thought to himself that if he didn't find anything here, he would have to go back. The situation on the third floor was similar to that of the second. Most of the items had been destroyed in the fire. Some rooms didn't even have doors left, only charred doorframes remained. Just as he was about to give up, his gaze suddenly caught sight of a door at the end of the third floor. The door had the name Xia Xiaoxiao written on it, with a purple butterfly pattern below. Found it! Qi Qiushui's heart raced. He walked quickly to the door and observed it carefully. This door was different from the others. The other doors were made of wood, while this one was metal, clearly indicating its special nature. He reached out his hand but paused just before touching the doorknob. Thick dust had accumulated around the doorframe, but the dust on the doorknob was significantly less. There was only one explanation: someone had entered before him. Then, was that person still inside? Qi Qiushui swallowed hard, tentatively knocking on the door and softly asking, "Is anyone inside?" There was no response. He took out his phone and tried to message Xia Xiaoxiao, "Are you inside the door?" "I'm coming in." Still no reply. "Forget it. I want to see what's hidden inside." He gathered his courage, reached out again, firmly grasped the doorknob, and gently twisted it. Chapter 37: Strange Demolition Team. Twisting several times, the doorknob did not budge. Qi Qiushui leaned in to check closely, concluding that the door must be locked from inside. Once more, he knocked on the door, calling tentatively inside, "Is anyone here? Please open the door." The silence was deafening, with no response whatsoever. Qi Qiushui pushed hard against the door, but the door was exceptionally sturdy, showing no signs of budging. He took 2 steps back, staring at the door for a few seconds, filled with confusion. This place has been abandoned for so long and even had a fire, no one is taking care of it. Then what's the purpose of locking it from the inside? Not thinking too much, he took a deep breath, lifted his foot, and kicked the stainless steel door hard. Bang! The sound of his kick echoed in the quiet welfare home. But the door panel merely shook slightly, showing no signs of being damaged. I don't believe it. He kicked several more times, his leg trembling with pain, but that stainless steel door remained as steady as a mountain, as if it were completely embedded in the wall. Qi Qiushui decisively gave up. With such a thick metal security door, he guessed he could break his bones kicking it and still not damage it. He looked out the window, and by now the sky had fully darkened. This abandoned welfare home had no lights at all. The beam of light relied solely on Qi Qiushui's flashlight. Darkness surged from all directions, and the surrounding eerie atmosphere seemed to grow heavier. For some reason, Qi Qiushui always felt someone was spying on him, sending chills down his back. Let's go back to the hotel first, relying just on brute force won't work. We can come back tomorrow morning and find some tools. He slapped his head, filled with regret. I should have brought Zhang Wei along. He took one last look at the three characters Xia Xiaoxiao on the door and the purple butterfly below. Xia Xiaoxiao, wait for me. I will definitely see what's in this room tomorrow. He quickened his pace down the stairs. Once he exited the Welfare Institute, he hopped on the shared bike parked nearby and headed toward the hotel. At this moment, all his thoughts were on how to open the lock tomorrow, considering what tools to bring, whether to hire a locksmith, or if he should call Zhang Wei. At this time, not far from the entrance of the Welfare Institute, a figure stepped out from behind a large tree, eyes firmly locked on Qi Qiushui's back. Only when he vanished around a corner did the figure slowly leave. After riding for a while, he quickly reached the small hotel where he had checked in earlier. Pushing the door open, the front desk was manned by an old man leisurely watching TV. The old man also noticed the commotion at the door, glanced at the person who checked in earlier, and didn't pay much attention, returning his focus to the TV while mumbling. Young man, don't wander around aimlessly at night. Qi Qiushui also noticed the old man and seized the opportunity to ask. Elder, do you know about the Anshin Welfare Institute nearby? The old man was a bit surprised. I definitely know. Did you just come back from there? Qi Qiushui quickly thought of a story. Yes, I'm a webblogger who specializes in paranormal explorations, and I want to make a video about the Anshin Welfare Institute. The old man shook his head helplessly. You young people are always getting into these messy things. Qi Qiushui then asked. Really? Has anyone like me come before? The old man couldn't help but laugh. Of course, you might be coming a bit late. But you're lucky, this place is going to be demolished soon. If you come back a few months later, you'll only see a wasteland. Qi Qiushui said anxiously. Do they say when it's going to be demolished? Elder, I haven't finished filming my video yet. The old man comforted him. No worries, it should at least be a month from now. Qi Qiushui breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Elder, can you tell me the story of the Anshin Welfare Institute? I want to use it as material for my video. The old man turned off the TV and slowly said. Of course. The fire at the Anshin Welfare Institute happened 3 years ago. It was fierce, lighting up the night sky. Almost everyone nearby could see it. Qi Qiushui took the opportunity to ask. Was there any talk about what caused the fire? The old man shook his head. No one can say for sure. Some say it was due to aging wires causing a short circuit. Others say it was arson since the Welfare Institute was about to close down, and the director owed a lot of money. Some even say it was the kids inside playing with fire and accidentally starting the blaze. Qi Qiushui thought for a moment and then asked. What about the people inside? The old man sighed, his tone a bit sorrowful. Not a single one survived. When the firefighters went in, it was all burned beyond recognition. They only found a few charred bodies, impossible to identify who they were. However, the old man hesitated, unsure whether to continue. Qi Qiushui urged. Elder, please tell me. The old man's voice lowered. Later, people said that passing by at night, you could hear children crying inside, and some even claimed to see dark shadows moving behind the windows. But? The old man chuckled, that's all nonsense. I've lived here for so long and never heard anything, but this stuff could definitely make great material for your video. Qi Qiushui smiled politely, then asked the old man for the location of the nearby hardware store, planning to wake up early tomorrow to buy some tools and quickly pry that door open. After washing up back in his room, Qi Qiushui lay down on the bed. The door with the 3 characters Xia Xiaoxiao flashed again in his mind. What on earth is hidden inside? After a day of hustle and bustle, his body felt a bit tired. After setting the alarm for tomorrow, he turned over and closed his eyes, falling into a deep sleep. The next morning, there were thud-thud-thud sounds outside the inn. At this moment, it was not yet time for the alarm to go off, but the noise outside the inn was so loud that it even made the bed shake. Qi Qiushui frowned and slowly opened his eyes. Instinctively, he looked out the window, and the orphanage, which used to be the welfare institute, was now only half demolished. The demolition machines were still running with loud rumbling sounds, interspersed with the sharp cracking of rebar, piercing his eardrums. No way? He quickly packed up and immediately dashed out of the inn, sprinting towards the Anshin Welfare Institute. When he arrived near the Welfare Institute, the sight before him froze Qi Qiushui's blood. The once burnt and partially framed Anshin Welfare Institute had now turned into a pile of ruins. Surrounding the ruins was a group of men in black. They were dressed in uniform black outfits, their cuffs tightly bound, standing tall. Seeing these people, a strong sense of crisis surged within Qi Qiushui, causing him to hide behind a tree and observe secretly, not daring to move forward. A cold sweat trickled down Qi Qiushui's forehead. What's going on? Didn't the old man at the inn say it would be at least a month for the demolition? Moreover, it was even stranger that this was the first time Qi Qiushui had seen a group of such strange men in black surrounding a demolition site, all looking fierce. This could not possibly be an ordinary demolition. Chapter 38 Mrs. Maria Butler Need. Given the strong sense of oppression from those men in black, Qi Qiushui peeked for a while and then returned to the inn. The first thing he did after entering the inn was to ask the old man, "Elder, why did the Anshin Welfare Institute get demolished so quickly?" The old man at the inn was staring blankly out the window at the excavator working next to the Welfare Institute, making chugging sounds. Not long after, the original Welfare Institute had already turned into a heap of ruins. The old man frowned tightly and scratched his head. "I'm puzzled too. Logically speaking, it should have taken at least a month. How could it be suddenly demolished? What the hell?" After asking a bit more, he still couldn't get any useful information from the old man, who seemed to not know why it was suddenly being demolished. A sense of disappointment surged in Qi Qiushui's heart. The original clue had suddenly been cut off. Was this truly just a coincidence? Qi Qiushui was very suspicious of this, but there seemed to be no way to figure anything out at the moment. Staying in M City was not a solution. Without clues, he felt like a headless fly. Qi Qiushui decided to return to school, to rest for a few days, and then to investigate through a level 3 side quest. After packing his things and checking out, he stepped out of the inn and hailed a taxi, preparing to take the train back. The taxi was driving on the road. Since they were still in the suburbs, the road was very empty, and the taxi driver quickly realized something was wrong. The driver glanced at the rearview mirror and said, "Young man, take a look at the car behind us, doesn't it seem a bit off?" Qi Qiushui was searching for news about the Anshin Welfare Institute on his phone when he suddenly snapped back to reality upon hearing the driver's words and immediately glanced at the rearview mirror. A black Mercedes was following closely, neither too far nor too near, the car body sparkling, exuding a cold and hard texture. Qi Qiushui observed for a while, then frowned and said, "It seems like that car has been following us the whole time." The driver stepped on the gas, increasing the speed. "Isn't that so? Just now, waiting at the red light, I saw it. I changed lanes and it changed lanes too. I slowed down and it slowed down, keeping a distance that was neither too close nor too far, making it quite eerie." Qi Qiushui observed for a while longer. He indeed found, as the driver said, that the Mercedes always maintained a fixed distance from the taxi he was in, neither overtaking nor lagging behind. The driver cautiously asked, "Young man, you don't look very old. Did you get into trouble outside and owe someone a debt?" Qi Qiushui was taken aback. "What debt? I don't understand." The driver chuckled. "It's nothing, I guess I was overthinking. I'll try speeding up to see if I can shake off that person behind." As soon as he finished speaking, the driver turned the steering wheel and turned into a secondary road, sharply increasing the speed. Qi Qiushui stared intensely at the rearview mirror, seeing that the Mercedes hesitated for a moment, then also turned in, still keeping the same distance as before. "It seems to be following me." Qi Qiushui's heart raced, instinctively reaching for his phone, ready to call the police. The driver also began to look at Qi Qiushui in the back seat with a scrutinizing gaze, thinking about how to handle the situation next. Just as the taxi was about to merge back onto the main road, a sudden electric bike shot out from the front, and the driver slammed on the brakes. After avoiding the bike and restarting the car, Qi Qiushui looked back again, but the black Mercedes had disappeared without a trace. The driver let out a sigh of relief, his eyes softening. "It seems it was just my illusion." Qi Qiushui said nothing. His alertness did not relax in the slightest because of the disappearance of the Mercedes. That Mercedes was definitely following him with intent. But for what reason? Could it be related to the Anshin Welfare Institute? Who knows? Arriving at the bus station, Qi Qiushui looked back at this unfamiliar city once more, then shook his head helplessly. "For now, don't think too much. First, just survive through the third-level instance. That's the most important task at the moment." Content from the third-level instance forum. Mrs. Melia's letter. Another bell tolls. I hate the sound of the castle bell. These sounds are driving me mad. I loathe noisy environments. But here it is too quiet, so quiet that I can hear the wind howling outside the castle. This place is almost isolated from the world. It completely separates me in the castle from the entire world. Only me and my daughter Evelyn. But I always tell myself to endure. I came here to finish a job, to complete those unfinished paintings. But those things in the castle always disturb me. I have started to lose sleep. I always lie in bed, staring blankly at the mold on the ceiling. These molds seem like twisted faces mocking me, mocking my pathetic life. I started to stare into the mirror. I don't know when, but the person in the mirror has increasingly deep eyes, and a strange cold smile. That is not me. The person in the mirror, though they look like me, is definitely not me. I would never have such a smile. No, she is me. I seem to have unknowingly changed. I can't paint anymore. Every time I pick up the brush, a wave of frustration hits me. I want to throw a tantrum, to tear the painting paper in front of me, to stab that heartless man to death. But every time I turn and see my daughter Evelyn's face, I can only swallow my anger. The child is innocent. The child is innocent. Last night, I dreamed. I attended a ball in the castle, and I encountered them again. They were all dressed in gowns and wearing masks. They all seemed to know me, but I didn't know them. No. I know them. I am starting to feel strange. Those walls are breathing, those empty rooms are talking. They always try to persuade me. It's okay, just do it that way. I started to uncontrollably want to throw things. And I can no longer draw. I always shout out loud at my daughter. I've had enough of all this. They are too terrifying. They crawl into my bones and dig out the darkness I've hidden in my heart for a lifetime. They are laughing, constantly laughing in my ears. I feel like I can no longer find my way back. Level 3 Dungeon, Misha Castle. Identity, Castle Visitor. Room 364, 3rd floor, Red Heart A Hotel. Mission, survive in Mrs. Maria's castle and find a safe way to cross the jungle outside the castle. Hint 1, painting. Hint 2, they. Hint 3, dream. Hint 4, werewolves and vampires. Qi Qiushui regained consciousness and found himself standing at the edge of a dense jungle. In the center of the jungle should be the location of this dungeon, Misha Castle. Looking around, there were 15 players participating in this dungeon. This was the largest group so far. Behind him was a door that seemed to appear out of thin air. Qi Qiushui looked at the door behind him and couldn't help but frown. Having been through 3 dungeons, he naturally knew that this door was where he would return to later. According to the task instructions, the goal was to first enter the castle, then find a way to cross the jungle in front, and finally return to the door. It was clear that there must be dangerous things in this jungle. So the question is, how will these 15 players cross the jungle to reach Misha Castle? Before he could think further, the problem was solved by itself. An elderly man, dressed in a neat tailcoat, tall and straight, with graying hair, slowly walked out from the depths of the jungle. He had striking white hair, a hawk-like nose, and deep blue eyes, with a typical Western appearance. He walked in front of the crowd, slightly bent forward, and said with great elegance, "Dear guests, allow me to introduce myself. I am the butler of Misha Castle, Ned. Ahead are 3 large carriages. We will take them to cross this jungle. Please follow me." After walking a short distance with the butler, they quickly saw the 2 carriages he had mentioned. The butler went straight to the front carriage, then turned to the crowd and said, "Esteemed guests, please board the carriage." Qi Qiushui observed and saw that each carriage could seat 5 people, and with 3 carriages, all 15 players were accounted for. But strangely, the 2 carriages behind did not have drivers. Qi Qiushui didn't think much of it. The butler must have his reasons for arranging it this way, so he took the lead and walked towards the carriage that the butler was driving. Zhang Wei followed, and other players gradually boarded the carriages. Once all the players were settled, the butler began driving the carriage towards the castle in the jungle. Qi Qiushui took a special look at the 2 carriages behind. The horses on the carriages seemed to have a life of their own, moving by themselves, following the butler's carriage. They entered the deep jungle. The sound of the wheels crunching over dry branches was particularly harsh in the quiet night. Nearby branches, like giant claws, kept scratching at the sides of the carriage, making a rustling sound, clawing and swiping. Qi Qiushui lifted the curtain in front of him and immediately smelled a chill mixed with the scent of decaying leaves. He looked up at the night sky. The moon was big and round. Ahead, the castle bathed in moonlight seemed to be draped in a layer of hazy white gauze, giving an uneasy feeling. The butler remained expressionless, driving the carriage with spotless white gloves, his silver hair meticulously combed. Qi Qiushui remembered that the mission of this dungeon was to find a way through the jungle, so he decided to ask now. Butler, are there dangerous things in this jungle? If we want to leave the castle, is there a way to do so? Suddenly, a wolf's howl broke the silence. Woo! The sound echoed from far to near, reverberating through the jungle, stirring a deep fear within. Qi Qiushui's heart trembled suddenly, recalling the descriptions of the dungeon in the forum. He tentatively asked again. Mr. Butler, are there werewolves in this jungle? The butler did not answer Qi Qiushui's question, but smiled and said. Hello, esteemed guest. I am only responsible for escorting everyone to the castle. As for leaving, you may need to figure that out on your own. Sorry. Receiving this answer, Qi Qiushui was not too surprised. This was indeed the biggest mystery of this dungeon. If the butler had told him directly, it would have been too easy. At this moment, a round-faced, crew-cut man with a beard sitting in the carriage, named Wang Xiong, laughed and said. Dear, it's hilarious that anyone would ask such a question, it makes me laugh to death. Next to Wang Xiong sat a man named Li Xiong, also round-faced and crew-cut, and both spoke with a Chengdu accent. But what was more aggravating was that these two had been holding hands intimately since they got into the carriage. Jiang Wei suddenly could not sit still. What does it matter to you what others ask? Wang Xiong rolled his eyes and cuddled closer to Li Xiong. What a lack of quality, dear, let's not bother with this person. Li Xiong gently stroked Wang Xiong's forehead, indulgently saying. All right. I'll listen to you. Little Xiong, once we pass this dungeon, let's go back to Chengdu for hot pot. Wang Xiong had a blissful expression. Great, Big Xiong, I want a bowl of ice powder on the side. Jiang Wei covered his eyes and looked elsewhere. The way these two interacted was simply too painful to watch. Seeing their happiness, Jiang Wei, who was usually good at retorting, for the first time felt powerless, as if his punch had landed on cotton. At that moment, the carriage jolted violently over a huge stone. Wang Xiong exclaimed, Aya, and a transparent bottle fell out of his pocket, rolling right to Jiang Wei's feet. Jiang Wei glanced instinctively, and upon seeing the words baby oil on the bottle, his pupils dilated in shock. The carriage fell into dead silence in that instant. Wang Xiong felt a bit embarrassed and quickly retrieved the oil, awkwardly saying. My skin is pretty dry, it's for moisturizing, don't think too much. Jiang Wei almost vomited, looking disdainful. No one cares what you use that for. I don't know. And I don't want to know. Just then, the fifth person in the carriage couldn't help but chuckle. Qi Qiushui then noticed the fifth person in the carriage. Looking over, it was a woman sitting by the window, dressed in a long skirt. She was strikingly tall, estimated to be about 1.78 meters, with a height rare in the south, complemented by her sharp shoulder line, indicating she was a northern woman, exuding a valiant air not found in southern women. Jiang Wei was mesmerized by her beauty. She was simply too beautiful. With exquisite features, skin like snow, and a faint beauty mark at the corner of her eye, her melancholic aura was truly captivating. Wang Xiong glanced sideways at her, jealously scoffing, secretly cursing her for being a seductress, who knew she wore a skirt to the dungeon to tempt whom. Li Xiong belonged only to him. Speaking, Wang Xiong kissed Li Xiong again, then looked at the girl with a challenging gaze to assert his claim. Ugh! Jiang Wei nearly gagged. Qi Qiushui also covered his eyes, indicating that he really couldn't bear to watch. After a brief moment of silence, no one spoke. Jiang Wei's eyes inadvertently swept over the girl, just as they locked onto her gaze. The two stared at each other for a while before the girl slowly shifted her gaze away. Jiang Wei's heart raced, knowing his fate was approaching, and quickly fixed his hair. Then, he raised an eyebrow at the beautiful woman and whistled. I am Jiang Wei, may I know your name, beautiful lady? Are you interested in getting to know each other? Wang Xiong rolled his eyes. Creepy guy. Jiang Wei immediately pointed at Wang Xiong and cursed. Rotten flower, don't ruin my good thing. Be careful or I'll hit you. The beautiful woman turned her head to look at Jiang Wei, a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, her voice sweet and clear. Hello, my name is Li Yangyang. Jiang Wei was utterly enchanted. Li Yangyang, what a beautiful name. Li Yangyang smiled sweetly. Thank you. Different from Jiang Wei's infatuation, Qi Qiushui felt a twitch in his eyelids. There was something he didn't know whether to say or not. He had just seen Li Yangyang's Adam's apple move slightly. But now it had disappeared. He couldn't help but doubt if he had seen it wrong. At that moment, a wolf's howl rang out again, startling everyone. Woo! The grass behind them also rustled. Qi Qiushui stretched his head back to look but saw nothing, and couldn't help but ask. Butler, was someone following us just now? The butler suddenly stopped the carriage and smiled at everyone. Esteemed guests, we have arrived at Misha Castle, and the lady has been waiting for a long time. Qi Qiushui had been distracted by other things and finally noticed a gigantic ancient castle looming before them, exuding a strong sense of oppression. The butler got out first and approached the castle door. Please wait a moment, the lady will come personally to welcome you. Before long, the sound of crisp high heels echoed at the castle entrance, especially clear in the silent and spacious environment. Tap, tap, tap. The sound stopped, and everyone knew that Lady Melia had arrived behind the door. Qi Qiushui suddenly felt a wave of dizziness, and the scene before him began to blur. What's happening? Is it an illusion? At that moment, the castle door slowly opened. Blood flowed from the gap of the door as it opened, and as the door widened, more and more blood gushed out, eventually rushing toward everyone like a tide. Qi Qiushui widened his eyes in terror, wanting to escape, but found his legs nailed to the ground and unable to move. He could only watch helplessly as he was completely submerged in the monstrous waves made of blood. A deep red. Chapter 40 Lady Melia Oil Painting. No! Qi Qiushui instantly woke up, and all the blood had disappeared. It seemed that everything he saw just now was an illusion. Looking toward the castle entrance, the person standing there should be the boss of this instance, also the lady of the castle. Lady Melia. She was very tall, towering like a small mountain, giving a very strong sense of oppression. A standard Western female facial contour. A high nose bridge, beneath deep-set eyes were a pair of eerie blue irises. Her lips were as red as blood, especially striking on her paper-white face. Jiang Wei was sweating profusely. The previous blood illusion did not only target Qi Qiushui. But what had just happened was clearly not as visually shocking as Lady Melia had brought him. Big. So big, like 2 basketballs. Qi Qiushui. The butler slightly bowed to the lady and politely said, Madam, all the guests have arrived, please have a look. Qi Qiushui found this a bit strange. The ones coming to the castle weren't guests, but the ingredients for the lady's dinner table. How could one say have a look? Lady Melia scanned everyone and squeezed out a smile, then slightly nodded at the butler. This smile was both eerie and creepy, making everyone feel very uncomfortable. Even more terrifying were the teeth exposed when the lady smiled, 2 of which were exceptionally long and sharp. These 2 sharp teeth combined with the lady's deathly pale skin. A vampire. All the things mentioned in one of the instance hints had appeared. A howl echoed through the jungle behind. Woo! Qi Qiushui looked back, and in the dark depths of the jungle, a pair of green eyes was intensely staring at the players participating in the quest. Madame Melia glanced at the jungle, her eyes narrowed slightly, then turned and went back to the castle. It was a bit strange. Since Madame Melia saw everyone, she had not said a word, like a mute. The butler then said, The lady is going upstairs to change her clothes. Please follow me into the castle. Walking into the castle, the first thing they saw was the central hall on the first floor, where balls were usually held, with a magnificent 3-tier crystal chandelier above and a piano quietly standing in the corner. The butler's voice was deep and steady as he led everyone through a side door, entering a hallway filled with paintings. This is the art gallery on the first floor. Qi Qiushui silently followed the butler, observing the paintings on the walls on both sides. They were all oil paintings, with both portraits and landscapes. Due to the passage of time, the oil paint on the canvas was slightly yellowed and cracked. The butler walked to the end of the hallway and pushed open a carved wooden door, and the room full of dolls instantly came into view. Jiang Wei felt a wave of discomfort seeing so many dolls, recalling some unpleasant memories. The butler introduced. This is the toy room of Madame Melia's daughter, Evelyn. She used to love playing here. Qi Qiushui's attention was drawn to the paintings on the walls, as they were clearly different from those in other places. These paintings were obviously child's doodles. A crooked sun, a drawing of a stick family, and a wildly colored castle. Moreover, there were no frames, they were all fixed to the wall with push pins or glue. The butler saw Qi Qiushui observing these children's artworks. These are all Evelyn's works, she loved to draw. The lady fixed these paintings to the wall as a keepsake. Qi Qiushui frowned slightly. Butler, where has the lady's daughter Evelyn gone? Hearing this question, the butler smiled and looked at Qi Qiushui, saying, Tomorrow, the lady will hold an oil painting class here. Please make sure to attend on time. Every night for new guests, we will prepare supper. Everyone silently looked at the butler. It was not the first time for him to give an irrelevant answer. This butler seemed not like a living person but more like a marionette. However, no one was surprised, there were too many NPCs like the butler in the quest. There was even a possibility that the butler was the final boss? Until the last moment, no one was sure. Right now, they could only take one step at a time. The butler took everyone to the dining room, where there was a long table in the center that could accommodate many people at once. Honorable guests, please take a seat. Madame Melia will arrive shortly, I'll go prepare the food first. After speaking, the butler walked towards the kitchen. Everyone looked at each other. Without a second thought, the central position was definitely where the lady would sit. So everyone chose to sit away from the central spot. tap, tap, tap. It was the sound of the lady's high heels, coming closer. Not far away, Madame Melia slowly appeared in front of everyone. As expected, she sat in the central position at the dining table. Her expression was stiff throughout, without a trace of a smile. She sat motionless, like a puppet. After a while, the butler came over pushing a silver dining cart. The cart was filled with delicious food. Foie gras, steak, borscht, bread, everything was there. The butler donned white gloves, elegantly placing each dish on the long table, with every plate arranged neatly and symmetrically. Please enjoy your meal. The butler slightly bowed. Pushing the dining cart out, the sound of the door closing was almost inaudible. Mrs. Maria seemed to receive some kind of signal and suddenly moved from her still position. She picked up the knife and fork to cut the steak on her plate. The bright red juice spread out on the white porcelain plate, clearly showing an almost raw texture. The sound of the knife slicing through the meat was distinctly audible. Eat up, just in time to be hungry, Qi Qiushui said to Zhang Wei, and then picked up the knife and fork to start eating. Everyone seemed to have a tacit understanding, eating quietly without speaking. The only sounds at the table were the crisp clinks of cutlery and the sounds of chewing, suffocatingly dull. No one dared to speak easily. Mrs. Maria's appetite was astonishing. She ate no less than 10 pieces of steak by herself. After she finished eating, she immediately stood up, gave a slight nod to everyone, and turned to disappear deeper into the stairs, the sound of her high heels gradually fading away. Soon, Qi Qiushui and the others also finished their meals. At that moment, the butler came over. Everyone, after eating, you can head back to your rooms on the second floor to rest. I will take care of the cleaning here. The group followed the butler up the spiral staircase to the second floor. Just as they reached the top of the stairs, a thunderous sound exploded. Boom! Then came the dense sound of rain. Pitter-patter. Water droplets flowed down the glass of the corridor's windows, like dark tear streaks. Arriving on the second floor, the butler stepped aside and introduced. Honorable guests, this is where you will rest. All the rooms here are available, but only 2 people may stay in one room. I will prepare breakfast for you tomorrow morning in advance and place it on the same table where you just had your late-night snack. There will only be breakfast, lunch, and dinner, no late-night snacks. After breakfast, Mrs. Maria has arranged an oil painting class for everyone, so please attend on time. The third floor of the castle is the residence and private studio of Mrs. Maria and her daughter, Evelyn. Mrs. Maria does not like to be disturbed by guests when she is focused on her work and rest, so please do not go upstairs unless necessary. Even if you do go, you absolutely must not approach room 337 in the east corridor. At this moment, a heavy bell sound echoed throughout the castle. Ding! 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 The butler paused upon hearing the bell and then turned to leave. After the bell rings, please try not to leave your room. I wish you all a pleasant night. Zhang Wei noticed Qi Qiushui staring at Mrs. Maria's self-portrait in the corridor on the second floor. What's wrong? Is there a clue in this oil painting? Qi Qiushui shook his head. It's nothing, I just think the paintings on the second floor walls are a bit strange. There are almost no landscape paintings, only portraits. Zhang Wei walked around and, indeed, as Qi Qiushui said, there were almost all portraits, with Mrs. Maria's taking up about 30%, while the others were paintings of strangers. Looking at these paintings, he couldn't help but shiver. Qiushui, don't you feel like the people in these paintings are always watching us? Qi Qiushui carefully examined and said. That's your illusion, portraits look like that. If you feel the person in the painting is looking at you, then it feels real. Zhang Wei said. This place is like the Bubu Inn, the third floor is off limits. Could there be clues about the missing person on the third floor? When can we go take a look? Qi Qiushui shook his head. Not for now, let's assess the situation tomorrow first. The castle's bell rang again, like a signal urging them. Ding! 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 Qi Qiushui said. Let's go back to the room. The butler said we should try not to leave after the bell rings. Zhang Wei looked around. At this moment, only Qi Qiushui and he remained in the corridor, which was empty. At that moment, the familiar sound of pat-pat appeared again around the corner of the stairs. It was the sound of Mrs. Maria's high heels. Oh my God! Zhang Wei immediately rushed into his room. He didn't notice the figure just behind him at all. Another portrait of Madame Marilia hung on the side wall of the corridor, where her eyes, originally looking straight ahead, actually moved slightly. The deep blue pupils stared intently at Zhang Wei's back, slowly shifting with his steps. Only when Zhang Wei walked into the room and slammed the door shut with a bang did the eyes in the painting slowly regain their original position, the smile still gentle, as if nothing had ever happened. Chapter 41, The Bloody Giant Axe of Madame Marilia. Outside the castle, the heavy rain continued to pour. After washing up, Qi Qiushui lay quietly on the bed, staring at the ceiling. For some reason, he was a little insomniac today. Zhang Wei in the next bed turned over, his even breathing filling the air. This guy's quality of sleep was quite good, it seemed. It was probably due to the constant rain around the castle, though the room was clean and tidy, some areas on the walls and ceiling inevitably showed signs of mold. Suddenly, Qi Qiushui felt a buzzing in his ears. Then, a group of unfamiliar voices inexplicably echoed around him. So many people are coming again. Yes. I can't wait to meet them. Qi Qiushui, want to know how to clear the instance? You definitely want to know, all the secrets are hidden in your roommate Zhang Wei. Qi Qiushui suddenly looked at Zhang Wei on the next bed and asked. Was that you talking just now? What answered him was still Zhang Wei's breathing while sleeping. It seemed not. At this moment, Qi Qiushui's gaze was drawn to the damp mold on the wall. That damp mold twisted along the wall seam, dark brown spots formed deep-set eye sockets, and the edges of the mold spread into a smile that stretched to the ears, as if mocking silently. Are you looking for me? Here I am. Not just this mold, other molds, even the ones on the ceiling turned into mocking faces, making strange sounds. No. I am here. Kill him. Kill him and you will know everything. Qi Qiushui's back was drenched in cold sweat, his brain ached with discomfort as he muttered to himself. What's going on with these voices? Am I hallucinating? A thunderclap rang out in the sky outside the castle. With a huge boom, a pale flash of lightning instantly illuminated the entire room. Qi Qiushui jumped up suddenly. Looking around again, the faces in the mold had vanished, those strange and unfamiliar voices also disappeared. As if everything had never happened. Then came another flash of lightning. With the light, Qi Qiushui saw the shadow of the bushes under the window. They were twisted and elongated by the light, their bare branches reaching out like claws. At this point, he was wide awake, getting up to the window. Everything outside the window appeared normal, there was nothing unusual, except for the pattering sound of raindrops hitting the glass. At this moment, footsteps echoed in the corridor, tap, tap, tap. Qi Qiushui's pupils dilated sharply. That was the sound of Madame Aurelia's high heels. This time, in addition to that sound, there was also a heavy dragging sound, rubbing against the ground, like some metal object. At this hour, what does Madame Aurelia want? Qi Qiushui instantly held his breath. After a moment, he crawled to the door, carefully prying open a crack. Once again, lightning split the darkness, and in that fleeting light, he saw the silhouette at the end of the corridor. Madame Aurelia's body rivaled that of a great shark, covered in a long black dress trailing on the ground. Even more terrifying, she dragged a gigantic battle axe in her hand. The dark red blood crust on the axe blade seemed to silently boast of the lives it had taken. Madame Aurelia stopped in front of one of the room's doors, then lifted the giant axe and chopped the wooden door apart in one stroke. It seemed the person inside had also been startled awake by the noise. What the hell? What are you doing? Madam, please calm down. Madame Aurelia appeared to be deaf to their cries. A grim smile was given to the two people in the room. Because of her towering height, she had to hunch over and bend her back just to squeeze into the room. Next came the end of the two players in the room. I warn you not to come closer. Don't think I'm afraid of you just because you look strong. Put down the giant axe in your hand and let's sit down to talk. What do you want to do? Then came the dull sound of the axe blade slicing into flesh, mixed with the cracking sound of broken bones, and a short, shrill scream. In less than 3 minutes, everything abruptly came to an end. Thick, bloody liquid seeped out from the crack under the door, pooling into a small puddle in the hallway. Not long after, Mrs. Melia pushed the door open, carrying several bundles tied with twine. They were half-cut bodies. Even Qi Qiushui, who usually loved watching horror movies, felt a bit nauseated facing the scene. Besides the gore and disgust, what was more terrifying was the upper half of the person's body, with unclosed eyes on the head, and the expression of fear forever frozen in the moment before death. Mrs. Melia dragged the bodies downstairs. Qi Qiushui quietly closed the door and sat on the bed. At this moment, his heart was racing, and his back was soaked in cold sweat. Not far away, the mold on the wall transformed into a human face, starting the previous mocking again. Are you scared? Did you see their fate? If you don't do as I say, soon you'll be even worse than they were. Ha ha ha. Qi Qiushui rubbed his eyes. The mold returned to normal, and those strange voices vanished. Footsteps sounded outside. Qi Qiushui immediately went to the window to observe. He saw Mrs. Melia's massive figure standing quietly in the pouring rain, her shoulders trembling slightly, silent sobs mingling with the sound of the rain. The giant axe in her hand hung at her side, the dark red blood crust on the blade was being washed away by the rain, turning into a murky red stream dripping down the axe handle. Is she crying? Qi Qiushui frowned slightly. If so, what is she sad about? Lying back down on the bed, hands behind his head staring at the ceiling, he analyzed everything that had just happened. So 2 players just died. Based on the experience from the previous 3 quests, these 2 players must have violated some sort of rule. Everyone here is not a newcomer. Did this rule trigger accidentally, or was it done on purpose? But this is not 100% certain. It's also possible that the lady is randomly killing people. Compared to all this, Qi Qiushui felt a more critical issue, crucial to finding a way out of this jungle, which is the way to survive. Woo! Outside the ancient castle, the jungle echoed with a wolf's howl, as if containing endless sadness. Qi Qiushui sat up on the bed, glanced at the jungle outside the window, and then continued to ponder. So, what was Mrs. Melia crying about just now? He paused, remembering what the butler mentioned when he first entered the castle about Mrs. Melia's daughter. Evelyn. He had been in the castle for a little while now, and apart from hearing her name from the butler, he had never seen her in person. So far, the only information known was that Evelyn lived on the 3rd floor of the castle. But that was a place the butler strictly forbade anyone to go. So, whether Evelyn was alive or dead, missing or simply on the 3rd floor of the castle, was all unknown. Qi Qiushui rubbed his temples. After everything that just happened, he was feeling a bit tired, sleepiness sweeping over him. The lady has already killed tonight, it should be safe after this. I'll deal with anything tomorrow. He lay back down in bed, covered himself with a blanket, and closed his eyes. Chapter 42, Mrs. Melia, a ripple of assistance. Ding! 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 The bell rang. Qi Qiushui opened his eyes and looked out the window. The sky was dimly lit. He glanced at the time. It was still early, and everyone probably hadn't gotten up yet. He woke up Zhang Wei, who was sleeping like a dead pig on the bed next to him. Stop sleeping. We need to go out and take care of something. Zhang Wei sat up groggily, scratching his messy hair like a bird's nest. What is it? So early. Qi Qiushui had already walked into the bathroom to wash up. Last night, Mrs. Melia killed 2 people. We need to check their room for clues. Hearing about the deaths, Zhang Wei instantly became alert, all sleepiness gone, and quickly got up to get ready. They opened the door and tiptoed out of the room. To their surprise, the butler stood in the upstairs hallway, holding a cloth and wiping a painting on the wall. Behind him, a door was slightly ajar. It was the room where Mrs. Melia had committed the murders last night. The butler had his back to them and should not have seen the 2. But at the moment they walked out, he paused briefly, then slowly turned around. Esteemed guests, up so early. But breakfast isn't ready yet, you'll need to wait a moment. Qi Qiushui observed the butler and then asked. Butler, what happened in the room behind you? Where have the people in that room gone? The butler didn't answer the question but turned around, continuing to wipe the picture frame. Breakfast will take a little longer. Again, he dodged the question. Qi Qiushui knew pressing further would lead to no answers, so he pointed to that room. Butler, can we go in and take a look? The butler did not respond, merely shifted slightly to give space in the hallway. Qi Qiushui and Zhang Wei exchanged glances, understanding this as consent, and quickly walked into the room. Strangely, the room was very messy, but there was not a drop of blood, which was different from Qi Qiushui's observations last night. Zhang Wei, let's search the room carefully. Every room's layout and items should be the same. Let's see if there's anything unusual. This might explain why those 2 were killed last night. Qi Qiushui instructed. Okay. Zhang Wei replied. The 2 began to search quickly. Nightstands, wardrobes, under the bed, checking repeatedly, missing no corner. After a while, strange voices floated in from outside the door, neither male nor female. Oh. What are you 2 doing here? Zhang Wei was startled and turned around quickly. He saw a round-faced man with a buzz cut and a goatee leaning against the doorframe, wearing white socks with slippers, a classic match. Li Xiong looked at the 2 in the room with a scrutinizing gaze, the corners of his mouth curling into an ambiguous smile. What are you 2 sneaking around for so early? Where did the 2 original occupants of this room go? Qi Qiushui frowned. I'm not sure where they went. Li Xiong raised an eyebrow. So, you 2 are the first ones in here this morning? What's your purpose? Qi Qiushui replied coldly, I don't know, I guess we are. In any case, when I came in, there was already no one here. Zhang Wei pointed at Li Xiong and scolded him, you rotten guava, don't be so sarcastic, just say what you mean. Li Xiong felt displeased after being scolded but managed to hold it back, glancing at the butler. At that moment, the butler was taking down the painting on the wall to clean it, then hanging it back one by one. Butler, were they the first ones to come in this morning? The butler answered without hesitation, yes, esteemed guests. Hearing the commotion outside, other players gradually came out of their rooms to see what was happening. Once all the players were gathered, Li Xiong pointed at the 2 and said, last night, everyone heard the commotion outside, right? Now the 2 people in this room are missing. I seriously suspect that it was Qi Qiushui and Zhang Wei who did it. They wanted to take back the stuff while no one was up in the morning. As soon as Zhang Wei heard this, he was about to step forward to argue. You rotten guava! Dare to spread rumors about my brother Wei here, let me see if I don't tear your mouth apart. Li Xiong saw Zhang Wei's fierce aura and understood he was truly going to strike, so he was frightened and hid behind his lover Wang Xiong. Wang Xiong also had a round face, a crew cut, and a beard, but unlike Li Xiong, he showed clear signs of fitness, with muscles all over his body. Honey, this Zhang Wei is bullying me because he can't argue with me. Li Xiong whimpered from behind Wang Xiong. Qi Qiushui blocked Zhang Wei and calmly said. I saw Lady Mylia kill the people in this room last night, so I specially came to see if there were any clues. As for the framing thing, I didn't do it. Li Xiong heard this and made a hum sound, obviously not believing Qi Qiushui's words. How can you prove what you said is true? Zhang Wei, prove your mom won. UN percent hashtag and male sign female sign per 1000 degrees Celsius section. Qi Qiushui shrugged, with a nonchalant look. No need to prove, how you think is your business. If you want to pin this on me, it's fine, that's your freedom. Wang Xiong saw Qi Qiushui's response and his face changed slightly. This person was very different from his partner, much harder to deal with. At this time, other players outside the door started whispering. Could it really be those two? Very likely. What do you think their motive is? Not clear, but definitely not good intentions. Look at how agitated Zhang Wei is, he's definitely guilty. Yeah, those two screams last night were too terrible, I couldn't sleep all night. The doubts grew louder, and Qi Qiushui frowned slightly. The current situation was indeed a bit troublesome. He didn't care about being questioned, nor did he care how others saw him. But becoming the public enemy of all players was very dangerous. At that moment, a clear female voice rang out from the crowd. I can prove it. Everyone looked toward the voice, and a tall, beautiful woman stood in the middle of the crowd, with a tear-shaped mole under her eye, strikingly gorgeous. Li Yangyang slowly said. After those two went back to their room last night, they didn't enter this room again until after the incident occurred. Zhang Wei saw this beautiful figure and his eyes brightened, speaking in a flattering tone. Yang Yang, you don't need to pay attention to this rotten lotus, just a bunch of rabble, let them say whatever they want. Li Yang turned to look at Zhang Wei, the corners of her mouth curling into a faint smile, playfully winking at him. No way, brother Zhang Wei. Seeing you being wronged makes my heart ache. Li Xiong didn't expect a disruptor, especially the flirt he disliked the most before. He first glanced at his husband, noting Wang Xiong staring intently at Li Yangyang, causing anger to rise in his heart. Wang Xiong. Where are your eyes looking? When did you start liking women? Wang Xiong lightly coughed, hiding his embarrassment. Darling, I wasn't looking at her, I love you. I just wanted her to prove if what she said is true. After speaking, he secretly stole a glance at Li Yangyang when Li Xiong wasn't paying attention. He always liked men, but for some reason, Li Yangyang, as a woman, had an inexplicable attraction. Li Xiong pointed at Li Yangyang, questioning. Yeah, prove yourself. You clearly know Zhang Wei, you must be covering for him. Li Yangyang smiled sweetly. I just met brother Zhang Wei, and we come from different hotels. You can't always ask others to prove themselves, why don't you prove what you said first? As soon as this was said, the crowd stirred again. Perhaps because Li Yangyang's image was much better than Li Xiong's, and she pointed out the loophole in the other's argument, people began to gradually lean towards Qi Qiushui and the two. This beautiful lady makes a good point, Li Xiong seems to be just guessing. Now that you say that, it does make sense. Li Xiong, you should bring out the evidence first. Li Xiong looked at the turned crowd, momentarily speechless. Chapter 43, Lady Mylia, has planned to go to the third floor. Wang Xiong stepped forward, protecting Li Xiong, his voice filled with defense. Li Xiong is just presenting a reasonable guess. You don't need to be so aggressive, do you? Li Xiong immediately showed a touched expression, softly snuggling into Wang Xiong's arms, with a sweet voice. Dear, you are so manly. I really like it. Zhang Wei suddenly felt a chill, his stomach faintly churning. Other players looked away, unable to bear the scene. Only the butler maintained a kind smile. He hung the last painting on the wall, then turned to face everyone, his voice steady. Dear guests, Madame Maria has been waiting in the dining room for a long time, it's time for breakfast. After breakfast, the madam will also give everyone a painting lesson, so please be on time. The scene immediately fell into silence. Everyone followed the butler to the first floor dining room, and that intimidating huge figure reappeared before them. Madame Maria. She sat gracefully at the head of the long dining table, motionless, as if completely forgetting the tragic events of last night. Seeming to sense the arrival of everyone, she slightly tilted her head to look at the players and forced out a horrifying smile. Zhang Wei was so frightened by this smile that his legs went weak, and he whispered, "Oh my God." Everyone took their seats one after another. The butler wheeled in the food cart. Breakfast was a standard Western-style spread. The main dishes included toast with jam, croissants, and English muffins, paired with fried eggs, sausages, and grilled salmon, with drinks offering black coffee, red tea, milk, and juice, with plenty of variety. Madame Maria immediately began her meal after the dishes were served, and her appetite was still astonishingly large, roughly equivalent to that of 10 adult men. Just like last night, after finishing her meal, she stood up, slightly nodded to the players, then turned and went upstairs. Tap, 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 the sound of her high heels gradually faded until it completely disappeared, and the tension in everyone's hearts slightly eased. Madame Maria's aura was truly overwhelming, especially after experiencing last night's events. Confirming that the madam had left, Jiang Wei finally relaxed and began to enjoy his breakfast. He took a sip of coffee, and his face instantly crumpled. So bitter. I forgot to add sugar. Qi Qiushui, sitting next to him, couldn't help but chuckle, picking up her coffee to take a sip. Jiang Wei complained, "This stuff is too hard to drink, I can't believe you can go for it." Qi Qiushui took another sip, her expression unchanged. "It's okay, just a bit bitter. But I usually prefer iced Americano." Li Xiong, sitting across from him, immediately snickered, "Jiang Wei, you are really a bumpkin, this kind of coffee is high-end stuff, you just have no experience." Since Madame Maria had already left, Jiang Wei naturally wouldn't indulge this guy. "I just simply don't like the bitter taste of coffee, what's wrong with that?" Li Xiong elegantly took a sip of coffee, looking enchanted. "You just don't know how to appreciate it. How come I feel it's not bitter at all?" Jiang Wei was speechless inwardly, too lazy to respond to him, and grabbed the red tea beside him for a big sip. "Our ancestors' tea is better, I just don't like these foreign things." Li Xiong snorted coldly and continued to mock. "You just said coffee is bitter, isn't tea bitter too? I think your strange national pride is acting up." Jiang Wei's anger flared up, and he slammed the table. "Do you guys all have a rebuttal personality? Did I ever say a word to you first? I was just complaining to my friend, can't you stop adding drama for yourself?" He wanted to scold more but was gently pulled by Qi Qiushui beside him. "Forget it." "Humph." Jiang Wei suppressed his anger, crossed his arms, and sat back in his chair. A middle-aged man named Li Song, wearing glasses, quietly observed all of this. Jiang Wei was clearly irritable and impulsive, but his partner Qi Qiushui was extremely calm. Jiang Wei could enter the level 3 instance dungeon, and it was impossible to rely solely on luck, he must have exceptional qualities. This Qi Qiushui can make Jiang Wei so obedient, surely there is something extraordinary about him. Seeing that everyone was almost done eating, Li Song wiped his mouth with a napkin, stood up, and said, "Everyone's goal is to get through the instance, so it's better to minimize this meaningless argument. The urgent task is to find a way to leave the jungle outside the castle. According to forum information, the jungle outside is extremely dangerous, and werewolves are likely hiding in it." Qi Qiushui looked at Li Song and asked, "So, where do you think the clues are most likely?" Li Song answered without hesitation, "The 3rd floor." The crowd fell silent for a moment. The players present were all experienced and knew that Li Song's judgment was likely correct. The clues were hidden on that forbidden 3rd floor. A female player spoke with a trembling voice. But the butler said that the lady doesn't like guests going to the 3rd floor. What if we get caught?" She hadn't slept all night, the experiences of the two players in the next room deepened her fear of Lady Maria to the bone. Qi Qiushui then expressed his own opinion. "I also believe that if we want to clear the instance, the 3rd floor is something we cannot avoid. But we cannot go up blindly, we must find the right moment." Li Song cast an appreciative glance, this young person was indeed not simple. "Young man, tell us your thoughts." The castle's bells rang again. Ding! 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 Qi Qiushui turned to the other side. The butler was pushing a cart towards them, ready to clear the tableware. "Noble guests, let me take care of this, you can return to your rooms and rest first. In 2 hours, there is the ladies' painting class, please attend on time, the location is in the gallery on the 1st floor." Qi Qiushui asked, "Mr. Butler, may I consult you about something?" The butler stopped his actions and smiled at him. "Of course, noble guest, please speak." Qi Qiushui asked, "Does Lady Maria ever leave the castle?" The butler replied, "The lady rarely goes out, she stays in the castle almost all the time." Qi Qiushui frowned upon hearing this, it would be difficult. However, the butler changed his tone, "The lady has a habit of afternoon naps, usually from 1:30 to 3. Li Song was delighted to hear this, "Is this true every day?" "Usually, yes." The butler nodded, then his tone became meaningful. "However, although the lady naps every day, her sleep is shallow, and she may wake up during it. Additionally, tonight the lady has important matters to entrust to you all, so it is advisable for everyone to rest well today." After saying this, he continued clearing the tableware, as if he knew everyone's intentions, and emphasized further. "Lady Maria particularly dislikes guests going to the 3rd floor. Even if someone insists on going, they absolutely must not approach room 337 on the east corridor. Chapter 44, Lady Maria's Letter. After breakfast, everyone returned to their rooms to rest for a while, then, following the butler's instructions, they arrived at the painting studio on the first floor. Lady Maria was already seated inside, holding a paintbrush and concentrating on her painting. When she saw everyone come in, she nodded slightly, her face still wearing that chilling smile. Qi Qiushui glanced around the painting studio and found it no different from an ordinary art class. Dark walnut easels were neatly lined up against the walls, and a faint smell of turpentine wafted in the air. At the front stood a plaster statue of David. After everyone took their seats, the butler smiled. You may freely create an oil painting, the submissions are due in 2 hours, and the lady will grade each piece. The results will be announced tomorrow, and the highest score will receive a reward from the lady. The word reward caught everyone's attention, but after a brief excitement, anxiety rose again. Most of them knew nothing about oil painting. Li Song raised his hand and asked, Mr. Butler, is there any teaching guidance? I have never touched oil painting before. Since the best artwork has rewards, will the one who paints the worst not? This question voiced everyone's thoughts, and they all looked toward the butler in unison. The butler maintained a proper smile. Please rest assured, Mrs. Maria knows everyone's level. As long as you put your heart into it, no matter the outcome, the lady will be very pleased. He shifted his tone, suddenly becoming serious. But if someone ghostwrites, the lady will be very unhappy. Mrs. Maria will be present throughout the painting process, and any questions can be directed to her. With that, the butler bowed slightly to the lady and quietly exited the room. The heavy wooden door gently closed, plunging the studio into an eerie silence. Everyone exchanged glances, hesitant to put brush to canvas. Zhang Wei poked Qi Qiushui beside him. What should we do? I can only doodle in my language textbook, I can't do anything else. Qi Qiushui chuckled lightly and pointed ahead. Didn't the butler say it? If you can't, just ask. Zhang Wei stole a glance at Mrs. Maria, shivering a little. Don't joke around. I just feel like if I walk over, she'll chop me into meat paste with her giant axe. Qi Qiushui laid out the canvas and skillfully began to prepare. Then just follow my lead. First, fix the canvas tightly with nails on the back of the inner frame. Use linseed oil or turpentine to mix the paint, use less oil for heavy parts, and more oil for transparent thin layers. This was a rare chance for Qi Qiushui to showcase his expertise, and he was determined to succeed. Zhang Wei listened to his lengthy explanation, feeling dizzy. Wait. Can you speak slower, please? Qi Qiushui laughed. Don't worry, since the butler said that, just focus on painting what you want. All right. Zhang Wei stopped overthinking and picked up the paintbrush to start applying paint. For the next while, the players in the studio focused on their creations. Aside from occasional conversations, the only sound was the soft scratch of brushes against canvas, resembling a beautiful art class atmosphere. Zhang Wei rarely concentrated so fully, carefully copying a cartoon character from his phone screen. Li Yangyang happened to sit right next to him and quietly watched as he immersed himself. Not wanting to end up last, Zhang Wei poured himself into the painting, not even noticing his phone battery was running low. Suddenly, the screen went dark, and he anxiously slapped his thigh. Oh no! I'm almost done, how is the battery dead now? A gentle voice chimed in his ear. You are so focused on your painting. But it looks really good. Li Yangyang handed him a power bank, her eyes curved in a smile. Zhang Wei momentarily froze, having been so focused, he hadn't noticed the goddess sitting beside him. Staring at Li Yangyang's delicate profile, he couldn't help but feel a little dazed. Seeing him standing still, Li Yangyang covered her mouth and chuckled. What's wrong? Do you dislike my power bank? Ah. No, thank you. Thank you so much. Zhang Wei clumsily took the power bank, careful to avoid touching her fingers. Sitting across from him, Li Xiong observed the scene with disdain, sneering. Flirt. Just know how to attract men. And that Zhang Wei looks like a lovesick fool. He nudged Wang Xiong beside him, don't you think? Unexpectedly, Wang Xiong was also gazing dreamily at Li Yangyang, his expression showing a hint of jealousy as he looked at Zhang Wei. Li Xiong suddenly exploded with anger and pinched Wang Xiong's thigh hard. What are you looking at? Wang Xiong grimaced in pain but didn't dare to make a sound in front of Mrs. Maria, his expression quite comical. Li Yangyang examined Zhang Wei's painting, smiling brightly. Zhang Wei, are you painting Qi? Zhang Wei tensed up, looking at Li Yangyang in disbelief. This beautiful lady actually knows about Genshin Impact? You play Genshin Impact too? Li Yangyang playfully winked. Of course. Genshin Impact is so fun, why wouldn't I play it? Zhang Wei's eyes filled with tears. He had been ridiculed for playing Genshin Impact for so long. He never expected to meet someone who understood him here. Thinking of this, the nightmare-like dungeon life didn't seem so hard to endure anymore. Looking at the gentle and sweet smile, Jiang Wei felt his whole heart melt. It seemed like he was in love. After handing in their paintings, everyone returned to their rooms. Considering the butler's earlier reminder, they all quietly stayed away from the third floor, patiently waiting for night to fall. As the sky darkened, dinner time was approaching. Qi Qiushui lay on the bed, hands behind her head, silently observing the mold spreading on the ceiling, thinking about what the lady wanted them to do. Suddenly, shouting could be heard from the hallway, mixed with the sounds of pushing. Qi Qiushui got up to check, only to see Jiang Wei storming in, his clothes crumpled, clearly just having been pulled around. "What happened?" Qi Qiushui asked. Jiang Wei gritted his teeth. "I really wanted to slap those two bears. They always stir up trouble, and just now they were behind me buzzing. It's one thing to talk about me, but how dare they tarnish Li Yangyang's reputation? That's something I can't tolerate." Qi Qiushui was somewhat surprised. "Did you guys fight?" Jiang Wei snorted coldly. "Almost. Later, Li Song and the other players managed to hold us back." He looked down and sniffed his clothes, with a face full of disgust. "What kind of perfume did that sissy use? It smells so girly, and now it's all over me." Seeing he wasn't injured, Qi Qiushui didn't ask more. Just as Jiang Wei was about to change clothes, the butler suddenly came upstairs to announce dinner time. After dinner, Lady Melia finished her last piece of steak, as usual, stood up to nod slightly to everyone, and then left. The sound of her high heels faded away. Everyone remained at the dining table. According to what the butler said during the day, the lady had an important task for them tonight. Everyone was waiting for the butler to announce the details. Only Jiang Wei was different. He originally didn't plan to go back, but when Li Yangyang accidentally spilled juice on him while drinking in front of the goddess, Jiang Wei didn't really mind, so he had to go back to his room first to take a shower. Before long, the butler came pushing a cart filled with letters. He elegantly announced, "Dear respected guests, Lady Melia is unwell and unable to mail the letters herself. Please take these letters to the mailbox deep in the jungle." As soon as he said this, everyone's faces changed. They all knew perfectly well that there must be extremely dangerous things lurking in the jungle outside the castle. It was highly likely to be the werewolf mentioned in the forum tips. The butler began to distribute the letters one by one. Qi Qiushui took the letter and noticed it wasn't sealed, so she tentatively asked, "Butler, can we read the contents of the letter?" The butler smiled slightly. "Of course, it's not a secret. Lady Melia won't mind." With the butler's permission, Qi Qiushui opened the envelope and started to read the contents inside. Chapter 45, Lady Melia, eager to speak. To Jack. As I pen this letter, my heart is heavy, like a giant stone soaked in rainwater pressing down on me. As your wife, I have too many words piled up in my heart, yet I don't know where to start. About you and Selena. Every time I think of it, my anger burns. I have tried to forget, but every attempt has failed. Every memory feels like my heart is being burned by fierce fire, painful to the point of not being able to breathe. I never imagined that we would come to this point. The feeling of betrayal is like falling into an ice cellar, the whole world has lost its color. What chills me more is that you are now too lazy to even hide it. When I tidy my hair, you frown and say the fine lines at the corners of my eyes bother you. When I put on the dress you once loved the most, you turn away coldly, saying I have long lost my former brilliance, feeling out of place next to you. These words are like needles, densely stabbing into my heart. During this time, I have even struggled to paint. Standing in front of the easel, I often find myself devoid of inspiration. The paintbrush in my hand refuses to listen, and every stroke I make gets further and further from what I envision in my heart. A deep sense of helplessness wraps around me. I can't breathe. But I won't drown forever. Every midnight, I walk alone into the basement. Dim light reflects off glass bottles in the corner, filled with a liquid that glows faintly. I take out the crystal cup you gave me and sip slowly. The liquid slides down my throat, and the lines at the corners of my eyes seem to stretch in the night, while my skin tightens inch by inch. This is my secret ritual, the only way to reclaim my once young and beautiful self. Our daughter Evelyn is at a crucial stage of growth. She needs your companionship and guidance, but you are never around. Now she has become rebellious, hard to grasp, filled with misunderstanding about me, and her attitude grows colder by the day. I try to communicate with her, but I always fail. This feeling of being utterly alone makes me suffer immensely. Jack, I once thought we could walk through this life together. But now, I have only confusion and despair. I don't know where our future will lead, nor do I know how to face all of this. But I want you to understand, everything you do must come at a cost. I will no longer suffer in silence, I will not endure this pain and humiliation anymore. Don't you find me no longer young and beautiful? Soon, you will see a new me, a me that you pushed away, but one that will be reborn from the darkness. You probably could never imagine what I would do. But that's okay, soon, you will regret your actions. Neither you nor Selena will be spared. I will make you both understand the consequences of betrayal and trampling on true feelings. Just wait, this is only the beginning. Countess Maria. XXXX year XX month XX day. The butler pushed open the heavy door of the castle and led everyone to the entrance. Dear guests, I shall leave you here. Follow the signs, and you will find the mailbox in the jungle. After speaking, he slightly bowed and retreated back into the castle. Bang! The heavy door shut with a thud, cutting off the last bit of warm light. Almost simultaneously, a mournful wolf howl erupted from deep within the jungle, echoing in the damp air. Woo! The remaining 8 players froze in place, none of them daring to take the first step. Qi Qiushui frowned, hesitated no longer, and stepped into the jungle. Seeing this, the others followed suit. Outside the castle, the rain had not stopped, but only a light drizzle remained. Qi Qiushui instinctively covered his mouth and nose. The forest after the rain was filled with a stench of soil and decayed leaves, making one feel nauseated. Not long after, a sign appeared in view. It bore the word mailbox in English, and the worn paint was smeared with already darkened blood. The deeper they walked, the taller and denser the trees became, their branches twisted like ghostly claws, as if they would pounce at any moment. In the middle of the group, Li Xiong frightenedly burrowed into Wu Xiong's arms. What kind of place is this? It's terrifying. Wu Xiong held him tightly, whispering comfort, but his gaze involuntarily darted towards Li Yangyang in front. He couldn't understand why, even though he had no interest in women, he was always drawn to some indescribable quality in Li Yangyang. What are you looking at? Li Xiong pinched him hard. I'm just observing for any danger around us, my dear. Wu Xiong averted his eyes, feeling guilty. You better be. Li Xiong snorted and glared at Li Yangyang's back, filled with jealousy. At that moment, another long and eerie wolf howl tore through the silence. The players trembled in fear. Damn, there really are werewolves in the jungle. No kidding, or else who do you think the boss is? Can we just throw in the letter and run out? It's not far anyway. Qi Qiushui shook his head at the front. No. Li Xiong retorted sharply, just because you say no doesn't mean it's no. How will we know if we don't try? Zhang Wei turned around and cursed at him, keep being sarcastic, and I swear I'll tear your mouth off. What kind of quality is that? Middle-aged player Li Song interrupted the argument, everyone be quiet. He turned to Qi Qiushui, young man, share your thoughts. Qi Qiushui calmly analyzed. The signpost has distance markings. I compared the time we took when we came by carriage, and this path is at least 3 times longer than that. I guess the boss in the jungle won't give us that much time. Li Song nodded, and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Then we can just steal the butler's carriage. I thought of that already. Qi Qiushui shook his head. During my free time, I almost explored the entire castle, except for the 3rd floor and the locked basement. The kitchen is covered in dust, and I don't even know where the butler gets those hot meals. As for the carriage? I didn't find even a single horsehair. That carriage seems to have disappeared into thin air. Everyone fell silent, continuing to trudging forward. Suddenly, a scream came from the back of the group. Everyone turned back abruptly, only to see the second-to-last player trembling all over. Just now a shadow flashed by, the people behind are gone. Panic spread like a plague. Woo! The howling of wolves rose again, seemingly close to their ears. Qi Qiushui made a quick decision. Don't stop, find the mailbox and drop the letter. Everyone suppressed their fear, struggling through the bushes, and finally saw the mailbox in an open space ahead. The mailbox stood there alone, its surface covered in deep brown bloodstains, as if silently telling of the tragedy that had occurred before. That blood, is it left by the previous players? A female player's voice trembled. A male player behind her pushed past the people in front, quickly shoving his letter into the slot. Who cares who left it, just hurry up and drop it. The crowd immediately stirred, rushing toward the mailbox. The slot was small, and only one letter could go in at a time, making it impossible for anyone to drop theirs amid the pushing. Conflict was about to break out. Why are you cutting in line? Don't you know to let girls go first? Who cares about you? Getting it in is a skill. Ah. You bit me? Crazy woman. You push me, huh? Then no one will get to drop their letter. Let go. Are you crazy or what? Chapter 46, Lady Morelia, the Lady's Reward. Qi Qiushui looked at the chaotic scene in front of the mailbox, internally grateful that he had lined up early and dropped his letter in first. After Li Song dropped his letter, he stood aside, curious. Little brother, did you downgrade to participate in this instance? Qi Qiushui shook his head. No. Li Song suddenly looked at him with new eyes. From taking the lead when leaving the jungle to his clear judgment of the situation, the abilities and mental qualities Qi Qiushui displayed were completely unlike what one would expect from someone his age. So you must have been a newbie before? What rating did you get? Qi Qiushui was confused. What newbie? What does rating mean? Li Song explained. It's the rating given to new players based on their potential in the instance. From highest to lowest it is S, A, B, C, D. I think you should have at least A, B. Just as Qi Qiushui was about to ask more, he suddenly heard a low beast growl coming from the nearby woods. Zhang Wei said, his voice trembling. Qiushui, look over there. Qi Qiushui turned to follow his gaze, and not far away, behind a tree, lay a giant wolf, as big as Lady Marelia, tearing at a corpse. It was the player who had gone missing before. Without a doubt, this was the boss in the jungle, the werewolf mentioned in the instance prompt. The werewolf's fangs were stained with blood, and its green, glistening eyes were fixed on the players in front of the mailbox. Run! Qi Qiushui shouted, turning and sprinting toward the castle. The werewolf immediately abandoned the corpse and chased after them. Qi Qiushui and the others had already dropped their letters, but the deadly part was that 2 or 3 players hadn't had time to drop theirs due to the earlier scuffle. At this moment, they no longer cared, tossing their letters aside and turning to run. The werewolf's speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, it caught up to the last male player, sinking its teeth into his throat. Blood sprayed out like a fountain, turning the eerie jungle even more terrifying. The werewolf did not stop, continuing to pounce on other players. In extreme panic, a player instinctively left the group, running wildly in another direction, calling for help incessantly. But this was clearly of no use. The werewolf easily caught up to him and quickly ended the hunt. Qi Qiushui glanced back, only 8 survivors remained. I'm so tired. I'm dying. Zhang Wei gasped heavily while running. He felt like he was sprinting the 400 meters in a school sports meet. The extreme feeling was even worse than long-distance running. Beside him, Li Yangyang was slightly out of breath, softly encouraging him. Come on, brother Zhang Wei. We're almost there. Zhang Wei saw Li Yangyang, a girl, running at the same speed, yet only slightly panting, and felt a bit embarrassed. He forced out a smile. I'm not tired. I just ate too much for dinner, my stomach hurts a little. Li Yangyang smiled faintly. Okay, brother Zhang Wei. Looking at her sweet smile, Zhang Wei felt as if he had received a shot of adrenaline, the exhaustion disappeared, and his steps unconsciously quickened. Suddenly, the bushes behind them rustled. The werewolf leaped out, pouncing directly on the player who had run away first. This meant that everyone behind had met their fate. Zhang Wei, the weakest of the group, gradually fell to the back of the line. He saw the werewolf about to catch up to him. But unexpectedly, the werewolf jumped over him, lunging at Li Song ahead. What the hell? What are you doing? Li Song was shocked as he glanced at Zhang Wei, then at the pouncing werewolf. He didn't even have time to say another word before being dragged into the depths of the bushes by the werewolf. Ah! Qi Qiushui quickly pulled Zhang Wei up, vigilantly looking toward the forest behind. The forest echoed with Li Song's heart-wrenching scream. What just happened? It clearly should have bitten Zhang Wei. But now there was no time to think more, escaping back to the castle was the priority. The sound of the werewolf's footsteps came again from behind. However, at this moment, everyone was getting closer to the castle. At this point, it was no longer Zhang Wei at the back, but Li Xiong. Li Xiong usually worked out, so his stamina was good, but he had eaten too much at dinner, combined with the intense running and certain unspeakable reasons. He felt that he could barely hold in a bowel movement. Seeing himself drifting farther from the main group, Li Xiong hurriedly grabbed Wu Xiong's arm ahead. Honey! Wait for me! Wu Xiong, slowed down by him, desperately tried to shake him off. Let go! We'll all die like this. They tugged and pulled, and although they were still moving forward, their speed had noticeably decreased. The werewolf was getting closer to the 2 bears. Just as it was about to pounce, it suddenly stopped. It stood upright, looking towards the butler in front of the castle gate. The butler smiled, seemingly unaware of the werewolf, and said to everyone, Dear guests, thank you for your hard work, welcome back to Misha Castle. The werewolf looked up at a certain window of the castle. Madame Melia was watching coldly from that window, observing everything below. The werewolf howled unwillingly and turned, slowly disappearing into the forest. The surviving players all collapsed onto the grass outside the castle. Zhang Wei lay sprawled, breathing heavily, his throat dry as if it would burst into flames. Damn it, I never want to run again in my life. Back in the castle room, Qi Qiushui finished washing up, changed into clean clothes, and stood by the window, gazing at the forest outside. His previous guess was not wrong. Attempting to forcefully break through this forest was simply impossible unless there were 100 players. In that case, the werewolf might not be able to bite them and might even end up being overwhelmed. At that moment, Zhang Wei pushed the door open and entered, grinning. Qiushui, the two bears outside are fighting because of what just happened, it's so exciting. Qi Qiushui was speechless. If they want to argue, let them argue, what does it have to do with me? Don't pay attention to those two weirdos. Zhang Wei was undeterred and asked again. Who do you think is the one? He held up one hand, forming a 1. Another hand drew a circle. Qi Qiushui rolled his eyes. I don't know, and I don't want to know. Zhang Wei, you're really disgusting. Zhang Wei waved his hand. Forget it, let's not mention those two anymore. So annoying. After saying that, he took out a can of drink with a red package and shook it in front of Qi Qiushui. Qiushui, what do you think this is? Qi Qiushui glanced at it. A can of cola. Wrong. Zhang Wei shook his finger, it's Coca-Cola. Qi Qiushui was speechless, is there any difference? Zhang Wei excitedly said. This is what Li Yang just gave me. How did she know I like Coca-Cola? Why didn't she give me Pepsi? Could it be she has been secretly observing me? Qiushui, let me tell you a secret. Zhang Wei covered his mouth and lowered his voice, I always feel like Li Yang pays special attention to me. She might like me. Qi Qiushui couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Jealous, right? Can't stand to see your friend doing well, can you? You can chase after Xia Xiaoxiao, but I can't chase after Li Yang? Really not. I'm happy for you. Just keep laughing. Do you believe I can get Li Yang's contact information tomorrow? Once I have it, I will. You will secretly browse her moments, silently like her photos, pretend to send group blessings during holidays, trick her into replying, and then hide under the covers like a worm, wriggling around. How do you know? Wait, are you mocking me? Of course not. You're just envious and jealous. After saying that, Zhang Wei was also tired and fell back on his bed. Excited, he rolled around on the bed, muttering to himself. Yang is really beautiful. My Wei Ji's love has finally come. If I could return to the real world, where should I take Yang on a date? Tomorrow I'll ask her what she likes to eat. At that moment, there was a knock at the door, and the butler's voice came from outside. Dear guest, you received the highest score in today's oil painting class. The lady has prepared a gift for you. Chapter 47, Mrs. Maria, Girl Evelyn. He opened the door. The butler stood outside, pushing a cart full of milk, holding a gift box tied with a ribbon, and wore a standard smile. Congratulations! You got first place in today's oil painting class. This is a gift from the lady. Thank you. Qi Qiushui took the box, lightly gliding his fingers over the surface, guessing what might be inside. Other room doors opened one after another, and the players all looked over, their eyes focused on the box in Qi Qiushui's hand. Li Xiong and Wang Xiong were the most absorbed, their eyes filled with passion. Qi Qiushui said nothing and silently put the box into his clothing pocket. You're too polite. The butler continued to smile and took out 2 bottles of milk from the cart, handing them to Qi Qiushui. This is specially prepared by the lady. Thank you for helping her deliver the message tonight. This milk can help with sleep, and drinking it will make you sleep soundly. Qi Qiushui took the milk, the bottle warm, with faint white steam wafting above it. He looked at the butler's unchanged smile, then at the milk in his hand, and suddenly felt a bit tense. Do I have to drink it? Not necessarily. The butler said meaningfully, but it's the lady's kind intention. Got it. Qi Qiushui had no choice but to agree. The meaning behind those words couldn't be clearer. Wish you sweet dreams. The butler pushed the cart and continued to walk to the next room. Qi Qiushui closed the door and opened the gift box. Sure enough. Inside was a puzzle. He picked up the puzzle and looked carefully, secretly glad that he had studied painting before. He placed a bottle of milk at Zhang Wei's bedside. Wei good, I brought milk, this. Before he finished speaking, Zhang Wei snatched the bottle and drank it all in one go. You still remember me, it tastes pretty good. Qi Qiushui smiled and finished his bottle as well, then lay back down on the bed. He pulled up the quilt, staring at the ceiling. Not long after, a wave of drowsiness hit, and the objects in front of him began to blur. It started to rain outside again. The mold stains on the wall and ceiling began to twist again. The faces turned into blurry images, their mouths opening and closing as they spoke. They're coming soon, so nice. Don't leave, stay with me, ha ha ha. I haven't been this happy in a long time, we must have a lot of fun this time. Qi Qiushui felt his head spinning, his eyelids heavy and hard to lift. He wanted to get up and see what was happening, but his body couldn't move at all. What's going on? That milk must be the problem. Did it have sleeping pills in it? I want to sleep so badly. Finally, he couldn't hold on anymore and closed his eyes, drifting into a deep sleep. Ding! 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 The bell in the ancient castle rang once more. Qi Qiushui slowly opened his eyes, his mind still in a fog. He propped himself up to sit, instinctively looking at the bed next to him. Zhang Wei was not in bed, and even the blanket was neatly folded. Qi Qiushui suddenly woke up, feeling something was wrong. Having been roommates with Zhang Wei for so long, he knew very well how messy Wei's place usually was. From what he knew about Zhang Wei, this person wouldn't even bother to fold the blanket. Zhang Wei! Zhang Wei! He shouted a few times in the room. No one answered. Qi Qiushui felt uneasy and quickly got out of bed to search the room, even looking under the bed. The room was small, and soon he had checked everywhere. He found nothing. Did he go out? He was filled with doubt as he pushed the door and walked into the corridor on the second floor. The first thing he saw was a painting hanging on the wall. Others should still be in their rooms, right? Qi Qiushui walked to the door of Liang Yang's room. He gently knocked on the door. There was no response. The door wasn't locked, and it opened with a push. The room was tidy, as if no one had ever lived there. He went to check the other players' rooms as well. They were all empty. A chill crept up his back. What's going on? Is everyone gone? Could it be that Lady Nelia has chopped them all up? At this moment, a painting at the end of the corridor caught his attention. He walked closer to take a look. It was a portrait. In the painting, Lady Nelia stood on the left, holding the hand of a little girl in a blue dress. The two looked close, yet there was something strangely unsettling about them, especially their smiling expressions. What was even stranger was that Qi Qiushui clearly remembered that a landscape painting used to hang here. Could the butler have secretly changed it? Frowning, he stared at the little girl in the painting. This must be Lady Nelia's daughter, Evelyn. But why have I never seen her in the castle? At that moment, the door next to the painting opened by itself. Creak! The sound of the door creaking made his heart race. Qi Qiushui hurriedly took a few steps back. Just as he was wondering, a blonde blue-eyed little girl walked out of the room. She wore a blue little dress with delicate lace trim, black round-toed leather shoes on her feet, and held a fairy tale book titled Werewolves and Vampires. Qi Qiushui looked at the little girl in front of him, then glanced at the painting beside him, and cautiously asked, "Are you Evelyn?" Evelyn nodded, repeatedly saying the same sentence. "Can you play with me? Can you play with me?" As she spoke, her feet lightly floated off the ground, gliding toward Qi Qiushui like a ghost. Qi Qiushui felt his scalp tingle and turned to run. "Maybe next time, I'll let Zhang Wei play with you, he loves children." Evelyn seemed not to have heard, still floating closer, stubbornly repeating, "Can you play with me? Can you play with me?" Qi Qiushui ran downstairs, thinking he had shaken her off, but as soon as he reached the first floor, he saw Evelyn already waiting there. He quickly turned and ran back upstairs. Just as he reached the second floor, he found Evelyn had already teleported up there. "Are you Naruto's dad? Instant transmission?" With no way forward, he had to keep running down. This time he wised up, pretending to run down first, then suddenly turned around. Evelyn instantly vanished into thin air. Qi Qiushui immediately turned around and ran back to his room, quickly locking the door. He leaned against the door, gasping for air, a slight smile on his lips. "Little guy, I'm still a bit stronger. Can I play with you?" Evelyn suddenly appeared in front of him, so close that he could feel her breath brushing against his neck. Qi Qiushui froze on the spot. At that moment, a familiar sound of high heels echoed outside the room. Tap, tap, tap. Evelyn beside him instantly vanished. Qi Qiushui was confused about what had happened but remembered there was something more important, so he quietly opened the door a crack. Outside the door, Mrs. Melier's figure flickered at the top of the stairs, then she headed downstairs. Chapter 48. Mrs. Melier. The girl is taking a bath. Qi Qiushui continued to observe cautiously through the crack of the door. At this moment, his heart was filled with questions. Since waking up until now, he had never seen the butler's shadow. Also, where had the Evelyn, who had been clinging to him, gone? He gently stepped out of the room, quietly descending the stairs. Mrs. Melier was in the painting room on the ground floor, facing a large floor mirror, painting a self-portrait. But her state was clearly off, she seemed restless and disturbed. Every few strokes, she would angrily rip the canvas off the easel and throw it aside. Qi Qiushui hid at the back door of the painting room, in a spot safely turned away from Mrs. Melier. Suddenly, Mrs. Melier stopped her movements. Qi Qiushui was puzzled, his gaze unintentionally sweeping across the mirror in front of her. In an instant, he felt icy all over. In the mirror, Mrs. Melier was staring coldly at him hiding behind the door. Qi Qiushui's heart tightened, and without hesitation, he turned to run. But after running a distance, he discovered that Mrs. Melier did not follow him. He immediately realized that being spotted by Mrs. Melier did not break any rules. To confirm this guess, he returned to his original position. This time he did not hide, but directly pushed open the door and stood there. Mrs. Melier continued repeating her previous actions. She painted a few strokes, then suddenly lost control and ripped the canvas, starting over again. After a while, Mrs. Melier stopped again. Qi Qiushui looked at the mirror. Sure enough, Mrs. Melier was staring at him through the mirror. This time, Qi Qiushui did not run away but stood still. Mrs. Melier also did not rise, she quietly observed the back through the mirror. The two stood still, and the atmosphere instantly became eerie. After a long while, Mrs. Melier slowly turned her head and looked at Qi Qiushui, revealing a strange smile and pretending to stand up. Qi Qiushui looked at the two sharp teeth peeking from her lips, unable to help but shiver, and immediately left the painting room. Mrs. Melier did not chase after him, but turned back to continue painting, repeating her previous actions. Paint a few strokes. Frustrated, tear the canvas and redraw. Paint a few strokes again. Tear it off and redraw once more. Again and again. Qi Qiushui continued searching within the castle, and soon made an unexpected discovery. The castle was large, and at the end of the corridor on the other side of the second floor, there was a wooden door marked with the word Xia Xiaoxiao, beneath which was painted a purple butterfly. Qi Qiushui stood in front of this door, lost in thought. This was the third time he had seen this door in different scenarios. Having seen it so many times, Qi Qiushui did not have much of a reaction. This door was always locked, and no one could open it without a key. He took out his phone, opened Xia Xiaoxiao's profile, and called the voice message. Soon, the sound of a phone ringing came from inside the door. Qi Qiushui was familiar with this ringtone, knowing Xia Xiaoxiao's phone was inside. He tried knocking on the door. "Xiaoxiao, are you in there?" There was no response. He placed his hand on the doorknob. "Try turning down." Suddenly, he froze. The doorknob actually turned. The door wasn't locked. At this moment, his heartbeat began to race wildly. Before pushing open the door, he instinctively looked around, wanting to confirm if it was safe. As he turned his head, he saw a chilling scene. Madame Melia, who should have been in the first-floor studio, was now silently peering around the staircase corner, half of her body sticking out, staring fixedly at Qi Qiushui by the door. Qi Qiushui immediately broke out in a cold sweat, released the doorknob, and ran in the opposite direction. Strangely, Madame Melia did not chase after him but slowly withdrew and went downstairs. He stopped in his tracks, suddenly realizing that this door, even if it wasn't locked, absolutely should not be opened. Once the door opened, it would immediately trigger Madame Melia's killing rules. More terrifying was that he hadn't heard Madame Melia's footsteps when she came upstairs. Recalling his earlier experience in the studio, he placed his hand on the doorknob again while looking toward the staircase corner. Sure enough, Madame Melia silently peeked her head out again, closely watching Qi Qiushui. Qi Qiushui released the doorknob. Madame Melia went downstairs again, but this time she didn't return to the first-floor studio. Instead, she opened the main door and left the castle. No one knew where she was going. Qi Qiushui quietly followed behind her, and seeing her leave the castle, he immediately thought this was a good opportunity to head to the third floor. He first observed from the window, and after confirming Madame Melia had walked far away, he stepped onto the stairs leading to the third floor. The layout of the third floor was similar to the second floor where the players lived. There were many paintings hanging in the corridor. However, most of these paintings were self-portraits of Madame Melia, which was slightly different from the situation on the second floor. Soon, Qi Qiushui stood in front of room 337, which the butler had strictly forbidden players to enter. He first tried the doorknob. It wouldn't turn, it was locked. Next, he pressed his ear against the door. The sound of rushing water and a girl's gentle singing came from behind the door. Qi Qiushui frowned. There's someone in the room, and a girl with a beautiful singing voice is taking a shower. But why did the butler forbid players from entering? He tried knocking on the door. Is anyone there? Unexpectedly, the girl in the room immediately responded. Coming. Wait for me, I'll wrap up in my towel and open the door. Hearing footsteps from inside, Qi Qiushui's eyelids jumped, and he quickly turned around and ran downstairs. God knows what strange thing might come out of there, it was better to leave first while he wasn't sure. He ran back to the second floor and soon heard the girl calling from upstairs. Qi Qiushui, why did you leave? Come back up. Qi Qiushui was very surprised. How did this girl know his name? Of course, he wouldn't be foolish enough to actually go back up. After a while, a heavy bang of a door closing came from upstairs. The girl seemed to be angry. Suddenly, a melodious music came from the first floor, mixed with lively conversations from the crowd. While Qi Qiushui was puzzled, he suddenly heard footsteps coming upstairs. He immediately hid back in his room. Not long after, a knock sounded on his door. Mr. Qi Qiushui, you should go down for the ball. They have been waiting for you for a long time. Qi Qiushui pressed hard against the door, questioning. Who are you? The person outside replied. I am another butler of the castle, Wang Jia. I am here to serve the players in the Dreamland Castle. Dreamland? Qi Qiushui was taken aback, suddenly remembering that the game forum's prompt indeed contained the word dream. Are you saying we are in a dream right now? Of course, every player who comes to Misha Castle enters a dream and meets them at the ball. Who are they? Qi Qiushui frowned. The prompt also had the words they. You will know when you go down. If you feel uncomfortable, you can rest in your room, we won't force you. I will take my leave now. Wait. Qi Qiushui opened the door. Outside stood a middle-aged man in a tailcoat like the one worn by Butler Need. The man bowed slightly. Hello, I am another butler of the castle, Wang Jia. Qi Qiushui looked Wang Jia up and down. You are Chinese? Aren't the butlers of this ancient castle supposed to be foreigners? Wang Jia's expression changed slightly but quickly returned to an elegant smile. Dear guest, the profession of butler should not be limited by nationality. Please follow me down, the ball has already started. Chapter 49, Mad Amelia, Wang Xiang's Betrayal. Butler Wang Jia led a round-faced, bearded man into the hall specially set up for the ball in the ancient castle. Li Xiong asked. Mr. Wang Jia, where did Butler Need and the other players go? And what did you mean by the castle in the dream? Butler Wang Jia smiled and answered calmly. This is your dream, so this whole space exists only for you. Everything here, including myself, is specially here to serve you. Li Xiong wanted to ask something else, but suddenly many figures appeared before him. They were all dressed in gorgeous and elegant formal wear, the men in black tailcoats, white shirts with finely tied bow ties. The ladies wore colorful evening gowns, their sweeping skirts gently swaying with the dance, their necklines deep or shallow, faintly outlining beautiful collarbones. Mr. Wang Jia, who are these people? Li Xiong looked surprised. Butler Wang Jia continued to smile and responded. They are the participants of this ball, and they are here for you. After saying this, he turned toward the crowd on the dance floor and announced loudly. Let us give the warmest applause to welcome tonight's star of the ball, Mr. Li Xiong. As soon as his voice fell, everyone stopped moving and looked at Li Xiong, giving him warm applause. Li Xiong was momentarily flattered and didn't know how to respond. Mr. Wang Jia, this. But Wang Jia just slightly bowed and turned to leave. Dear guest, please enjoy yourself. This is a ball that belongs exclusively to you. Li Xiong stood in the center of the ballroom, feeling a bit lost. At that moment, a man in a tailcoat with a silver brooch on his chest walked over, handing him a glass of whiskey. First time here, right? Let me introduce myself, I am Zhou Rui. Zhou Rui gave off an elegant vibe, and Li Xiong had a very good first impression of him, even wanting to devour him. He took the glass, taking a small sip. Hello, Mr. Zhou Rui. Zhou Rui thoughtfully glanced at the drink in Li Xiong's hand, then drank all of his own. It seems my influence isn't big enough, or is it that Mr. Li doesn't like me? That's not the case. Li Xiong quickly waved his hand and finished his drink in one gulp. The two continued to drink several more glasses, and Li Xiong felt his consciousness blur. Knowing he couldn't drink anymore, he put down his glass. Mr. Zhou Rui, may I ask where the other players went? Zhou Rui fetched another glass of new liquor and handed it to Li Xiong. The other players have all been here, but they have already left. Li Xiong didn't refuse, taking it and drinking it down, feeling even more intoxicated. Could you tell me where they went? Zhou Rui smiled meaningfully. Don't worry, you will see them again sooner or later. But dear Mr. Li Xiong, you must understand, this place belongs only to you. Only the most outstanding people can have such an exclusive ball. Li Xiong was flattered by the praise, and with the effect of alcohol, he felt euphoric. To be honest, Mr. Zhou Rui, I also think I am the best among this group of players. However, it's best to keep a low profile usually, keep this between us, no need to announce it too loudly. Zhou Rui looked at Li Xiong's ecstatic state, his lips curling slightly. Yes, among this group of players, you are the one I am most optimistic about. Li Xiong chuckled and let out a loud burp, his face as red as a monkey's bottom. Burp. I caught you this time, didn't I? Looks like you met some other players just now. You think you can trick me, Li Xiong? It won't be so easy. Strangely, although he had drunk just as much, Zhou Rui showed no signs of embarrassment or agitation, even when called out. Of course, I've seen them. But among this group, you really are the one I think has the most potential. There are 3 people who are particularly annoying and very rude. Although Li Xiong's mind was getting hazy, he furrowed his brows and thought for a moment. 3 annoying people, let me guess which 3. Since we get along so well, the annoying one should be the same. It's Zhang Wei, Qi Qiushui, and that Li Yang, right? A hint of surprise flashed in Zhou Rui's eyes, followed by a slight smile. That's right, these three are indeed the rudest guests to have come to the castle. Qi Qiushui is stubborn and irritating, and Li Chang runs his mouth like a train. At this point, Zhou Rui's tone suddenly turned irritable, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. The most detestable is that Zhang Wei, he's not even human. Seeing the usually graceful Zhou Rui lose his composure, Li Xiong couldn't help but feel curious. But thinking that he was angry because of Zhang Wei, he didn't take it to heart. In his eyes, Zhang Wei indeed did not count as human. Li Xiong picked up a drink from the side and handed it to Zhou Rui, patting him on the shoulder. Brother Zhou Rui, let's not mention that unlucky thing. Zhou Rui quickly realized his loss of control and immediately restored his previous gentle smile. Feeling that he had found a close friend, Li Xiong was in high spirits. He drank cup after cup, and the figures before him began to blur. Seeing the right moment, Zhou Rui opened his mouth to ask. Li Xiong, how do you find the difficulty of this Maria Madam dungeon? Li Xiong burped again, his head dizzy. It's alright, before I came, I received a letter and already knew the way to clear it, now it's just about finding the pieces. By the way, Zhou Rui, who exactly are you? I'm treating you as a brother, but you're still hiding from me, that's not very appropriate. Zhou Rui smiled, I am an envoy of the Bloodgate. What? Li Xiong was taken aback. Zhou Rui chuckled lightly, tapping his finger on the wineglass, his expression thoughtful. You just said you're looking for puzzle pieces? Are you so sure that the pieces haven't been found by someone else first? Haven't you noticed that your boyfriend Wang Xiong has been acting a bit strange lately? Li Xiong suddenly sobered up a lot. You mean? Impossible. We are the closest to each other. He couldn't be keeping the puzzle from me. Zhou Rui shook his head and lowered his voice. Are you so certain? Do you remember what happened between you on the day you sent the letter? That day. Li Xiong was momentarily speechless. That day he desperately held onto Wang Xiong, wanting him to pull him up, but Wang Xiong. This made him feel very cold, and they even had a huge argument about it. Zhou Rui continued, moreover, I heard that he seems to have someone else in his heart. Li Xiong's mind buzzed, the first person that flashed in his mind was the figure of Li Yang. That flirt. Is it Li Yang? But she's a girl. Zhou Rui raised an eyebrow, his smile holding deeper meaning. Not necessarily. Li Xiong gasped for breath and pressed for more. What do you mean? Speak clearly. Zhou Rui chuckled, raised his glass in salute to Li Xiong, and then turned to leave. That's all I have to say. Mr. Li Xiong, I must leave now. For the remaining time, it's your turn to think alone. Li Xiong was about to chase after him to ask for clarity when he accidentally bumped into the steward Wang Jia, who was coming with a drink. Wang Jia stumbled, spilling a whole glass of red wine on Li Xiong's clothes. I'm sorry. Esteemed guest. Steward Wang Jia hurriedly apologized, using his handkerchief to wipe Li Xiong's clothes. It's fine. Li Xiong waved his hand, still wanting to pursue Zhou Rui for clarity. But he was firmly pulled back by Steward Wang Jia. Please let me take you to the restroom to clean your clothes first, Mr. Li Xiong. Chapter 50 Madame Maria the Odd Zhang Wei. In the castle's restroom, the light is dim. The mirror above the sink seems to be covered in a layer of white fog, reflecting two blurry, twisted figures across from it. The butler, Wang Jia, carefully wipes the wine stains from Li Xiong's clothes with a damp handkerchief. Noble guest, there is something I don't know if I should say. Li Xiong, tipsy from the alcohol, can barely stand and has to lean against the edge of the sink for support. You can say it. The butler Wang Jia speaks with an unusually calm tone. It's about the puzzle. You know the way to inherit someone else's puzzle. Either you find it yourself or design to kill the other party, and then the puzzle will automatically transfer ownership. Li Xiong suddenly becomes alert, staggering back half a step. What do you want to say? Wang Jia walks to the sink to wash the handkerchief, looking at his cold face in the mirror. Actually, in this chapter, there is another way to clear it that you don't know. Directly kill your partner and you can clear the level. Li Xiong almost collapses to the floor, instinctively swallowing hard. What do you mean by this? What's your basis? Butler Wang Jia suddenly turns around, his eyes filled with resentment and hatred, his whole face twisting. Because I was once a player, the one killed by my own partner. He coveted the puzzle in my hand and wanted to clear the level, so I naturally became the victim. I don't want you to repeat my fate, so I specially reminded you. Li Xiong hesitates for a moment, trembling voice. Is what you said true? Wang Xiong wouldn't do this. He loves me. Butler Wang Jia stares at Li Xiong with a scrutinizing look, stepping closer. Really? Have you forgotten about the message he sent? He unhesitatingly abandoned you. Li Xiong is momentarily speechless because Wang Jie speaks only the truth. Rationality can no longer suppress the hatred and grievance in his heart. He clenches his fists, veins bulging. Li Yangyang is a man, right? Butler Wang Jia moves closer, gently brushing off the dust from Li Xiong's clothes. Of course, he is a crossdresser. Moreover, I have already talked with Li Yangyang and Wang Xiong plans to take him away, while you will become their stepping stone. Li Xiong trembles all over, unable to believe it. This isn't true. You're lying to me. Wang Jie sneers. You and Wang Xiong have been a couple for so long, do you think he is a faithful person? Even before this, were you so sure he wasn't cheating behind your back? Li Xiong slumps to the ground. Butler Wang Jie is right, Wang Xiong has never been a loyal person in his memory. They were together more for desire. But he never imagined that Wang Xiong would want to kill him. Li Xiong still struggles to speak. But Wang Xiong wouldn't. Wang Jie speaks lightly. I'm just speculating, don't take it too seriously. At least in terms of feelings, I dare say there is already a crack between you two. When the bell tolls, you'll both return from the dream to reality. I think you two should have a good talk. Li Xiong nods in a daze, his eyes filled with hatred and loss, complex emotions swirling. Yes, there are indeed problems between us, it's time to have a serious talk. Butler Wang Jia reaches out to help him up. That's right, as long as you successfully correct him, the problem might be resolved. By the way, I forgot to tell you something. In every room of the castle, there is a giant axe hidden in the cabinet's inner compartment, very handy. Ding. 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 The bell tolls endlessly in the castle. Wang Xiong opens his eyes to see Li Xiong staring at him intently, shocked. What's wrong, dear? Wang Xiong is a timid person, who had been hiding in his room since entering the dream. A little girl in a blue dress kept looking for him, and a butler named Wang Jie kept knocking on the door, scaring him quite a lot. He didn't dare to hear anything, curling up in the cabinet, trembling, until the bell tolled, waking up from the dream. Li Xiong looks coldly at him, do you love me? Wang Xiong is taken aback, hesitating for a moment before answering. Of course I love you. Why are you asking this suddenly? You hesitated. Li Xiong's eyes were filled with disappointment as he gazed toward the cabinet in the room. Dear, my phone is charging in the bathroom. Can you help me get it? Okay. Wang Xiong felt strange but thought little of it, getting up to walk into the bathroom. Li Xiong then stood up and walked toward the cabinet. Inside, he saw an axe. The moment his fingers touched the handle, he hesitated. At that moment, the mold on the wall transformed into Wang Jie's sinister smile. Betrayal is unforgivable, you only have this one chance. Yes, only once. Li Xiong laughed at himself and then firmly gripped the axe in the cabinet. Dear, there's no phone in the bathroom. Wang Xiong walked out of the bathroom. Seeing the huge axe in Li Xiong's hands, he was taken aback and immediately retreated back into the bathroom, locking the door. Dear, what are you going to do? Put down the axe first. Let's talk. Li Xiong, holding the axe, stood in front of the bathroom door and spoke to the mold that looked like Wang Jie. Dear Wang Jie, steward, I think there's no need to talk, I appreciate your reminder. But now, I might still need your help. Happy to serve, esteemed guest. Wang Jie's face in the mold smiled with resentment. No sooner had he spoken than the originally locked bathroom door clicked open by itself. In another room, Qi Qiushui and Zhang Wei also woke up. At this moment, Wang Xiong's screams echoed throughout the castle, showing how hard Li Xiong had struck. After a while, the screams gradually faded, leaving only Wang Xiong's faint cries for help. Qi Qiushui finally lowered his hand from his ear. You also encountered Wang Jie and Zhou Rui, right? And that dance party. Zhang Wei scratched his head, feeling awkward. I did you encounter them too? Qi Qiushui nodded. I thought that guy seemed like a scammer, full of holes in his speech. I kept debating with him and tried to pry some clues. Later Zhou Rui got annoyed, and Wang Jie didn't want to talk to me, so they sent me away. I wanted to chat with them again, but the bell rang, and I woke up. What about you? Zhang Wei cleared his throat, me. I guess I shouldn't say, I feel pretty sorry for him. Qi Qiushui said seriously, I think it's better to talk it out, it helps in analysis. Reluctantly, Zhang Wei confessed. Fine. I think Zhou Rui is actually pretty nice, he kept praising me after we met. I thought it was rare for someone to understand my strengths, it felt like finding a confidant, we hit it off really well, and I wanted to become sworn brothers with him. Then he kept implying that Liang Liang is a guy. I drank too much at that time, and in a fit of anger. What did you do? Zhang Wei felt a bit embarrassed. I was too excited and slapped Zhou Rui. I thought he was coveting Liang Liang's beauty, wanting me to leave her so he could dig a hole. Qi Qiushui was momentarily speechless. And then what? Zhang Wei continued. Then he looked at me in disbelief, and in fury, rushed to the kitchen for 2 kitchen knives, chasing me all the way. I kept running until the bell rang, and then I woke up from the dream. Qi Qiushui held his forehead. He guessed Zhang Wei would not be easily swayed, but he didn't expect it to be in this manner. I have to say, Wei Ge, you are quite a talent. Zhang Wei chuckled, a bit embarrassed, wanting to say something more. But at that moment, the familiar sound of high heels echoed from outside the door. Tap, tap, tap. The two exchanged glances, their hearts tightening at the same time. Madame Melia. Chapter 51, Madame Melia, Exploring the Basement. Qi Qiushui quietly moved to the door, slightly opening it to peek outside. Madame Melia was standing in front of a door, her face twisted as she grabbed the door handle, finding it impossible to open. Without hesitation, she raised the giant axe in her hand and violently swung it down. As wood chips flew, the door panel quickly shattered. Her huge form bent down and slipped into the room, immediately followed by a boy's piercing scream. What are you going to do? Help! Zhang Wei also leaned in to observe from behind the door, shivering at the sound of the scream. Did he violate some rule? Qi Qiushui pondered for a moment and shook his head. It shouldn't be. The boy and another girl ran away without dropping the letter in the mailbox yesterday. If I'm not mistaken, Mrs. Melia will next go to that girl's room. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Melia dragged a body that had been cut in half out of the room, turning towards the next room to repeat her previous actions. First, she chopped the door, then she chopped the person. Qi Qiushui noticed a strange phenomenon. The room between these two rooms was Li Xiong's room. At this time, Li Xiong was still inside, loudly cursing his dead boyfriend, his voice echoing throughout the entire second floor, yet Mrs. Melia completely ignored his room. Accompanied by the grating creak of the door opening. Mrs. Melia dragged several broken bodies out of the room, her other hand holding a giant axe that had been stained red with blood, dark red droplets continuously dripping from the edge of the axe. She slowly walked down the stairs dragging these bodies. Qi Qiushui carefully observed from behind the door, combining the information gained from his dream, he concluded that Mrs. Melia's actions were strictly bound by some rules. This meant that as long as they did not violate the rules, they were safe. This discovery sparked a bold idea in him. Mrs. Melia should have gone to the basement. The door there is always locked in the morning, now is a rare opportunity. There might be important clues hidden inside, let's go see. Zhang Wei was left dumbfounded, huh? Are you joking? Hurry up. Qi Qiushui had already slipped out the door and swiftly headed down the stairs. Zhang Wei hesitated for a moment, but ultimately gritted his teeth and followed. The basement door was indeed wide open, and the entrance was pitch dark. Are we really going in? Zhang Wei's voice was clearly filled with hesitation. Qi Qiushui nodded, turning on his phone flashlight as he stepped in first. The air in the basement felt like frozen ice shards, both stuffy and cold, carrying a choking smell of rust. As they ventured deeper, the scene before them grew increasingly shocking. The stone walls on both sides were densely covered with various torture instruments that made one's scalp tingle. An iron maiden stood in the corner, with dark stains long dried hanging from its sharp spikes. Several thick iron chains dragged on the ground, with rusted cuffs at the ends still stained with dark red blood, clearly having bound a living person not long ago. There were also whips with barbs, burnt branding irons, and iron pliers that crushed finger bones, each exuding an air of cold cruelty. Zhang Wei looked at these torture instruments and couldn't help but shiver. What are these things for? Qi Qiushui squinted slightly, they're all instruments of torture. They continued to explore and discovered a row of rooms. Qi Qiushui pushed open one of the doors, and an even stronger smell of blood immediately rushed out, mixed with a hint of strange sandalwood scent. Using the flashlight to look inside the room, both of their pupils suddenly constricted. This was a room much wider than the corridor, with several extinguished wall lamps embedded in the walls. In the center of the room stood a huge marble bath filled with thick, dark red liquid, on the surface floated a thin layer of oily sheen, emitting a nauseating heavy blood smell. Oh my god! Zhang Wei stumbled back a few steps, almost dropping his phone. Is this a bath made of blood? In contrast, Qi Qiushui appeared much calmer. He walked to a wooden table beside the blood bath, where a heavy book lay. The book's cover was yellowed parchment, the edges worn and curled, the binding rope was aged and fragile, showing obvious signs of age. There were no words on the cover, just a simple golden stamp. The pattern was a crow with wings spread, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. What kind of book is this? Zhang Wei leaned in curiously and asked. The crow symbolizes ominousness in the West. This may be a kind of witchcraft reference from ancient Europe. I once saw similar records in the literature. Qi Qiushui said, flipping open the pages of the book. Dense, ornate English letters flooded his vision, twisted characters coiling like a writhing snake group. He focused intently on reading, unconsciously whispering the contents of the book. Youth is a fleeting illusion for mortals, but for me, it is an eternal right, one that must be paid for with the purest, freshest blood. After flipping through several pages for over 10 minutes, Qi Qiushui roughly understood the content of the book. This was actually Lady Maria's diary, chronicling her obsessive pursuit of eternal youth. In Lady Maria's view, youth is a privilege that must be exchanged for pure, fresh blood, and those tools of torture are not cruel torment, but necessary instruments to obtain what belongs to her. The book stated that every drop of blood is divine nectar, surpassing the finest wine. She would drink fresh blood at dawn, letting the river of life flow through her veins. Sometimes she would also soak in a pool of blood, allowing her pores to absorb the magic. In her eyes, the players who came here were not victims, but fortunate sacrifices privileged to dedicate themselves to her eternity. After hearing Qi Qiushui's recounting, Zhang Wei felt a chill run through him. So, she uses these torture devices to extract the player's blood? Part of it is drunk as wine, part is used for bathing, just to remain young and beautiful? Qi Qiushui nodded seriously. From the current information, it does seem so. Zhang Wei unconsciously swallowed. This is too twisted. Leaving the blood bathroom, they continued to explore the basement. Soon, the two arrived at a room piled high with massive oak barrels, a strange odor of decay mixed with alcohol permeating the air. Since Lady Maria was deep within the room, they dared not move carelessly and could only quietly hide behind the oak barrels to observe. Are we really safe? Your courage is too great. Zhang Wei's voice was laced with unmistakable fear. Qi Qiushui whispered a reassurance. Don't worry, as long as we don't expose ourselves and do not break the rules, we should be fine. Looking up, they saw many bodies hanging upside down from the ceiling, all players from this quest. Lady Maria dragged in another body and hung it upside down, then leisurely sat in a chair nearby, took out an exquisite wineglass, and gently sliced the throat of the corpse with her sharp fingernail. Blood flowed slowly into the cup. She took a sip and showed an expression of ecstasy, clearly very satisfied. At that moment, footsteps approached. The butler silently entered the room, began tidying up around the lady, cleaning the bloodstains on the floor. Lady Maria seemed completely unaware of the butler's presence, continuing to savor her fine wine. After a while, she rose, slightly nodded to the butler, and then left the basement. Zhang Wei and Qi Qiushui used the large oak barrels in the room as cover, carefully shifting their bodies, inching their way out of the room. Both controlled their breathing and movements as much as possible, afraid to make any noise. The butler remained focused on his cleaning work, never looking up from the start to the end. Back in the room, Qi Qiushui lay on the bed, deep in thought. He had a rough understanding of the mechanism of this quest. The escape route was gradually becoming clear in his mind, but there were still some details that confused him. The more he thought, the more irritable he became, so he simply closed his eyes to prepare for rest. He didn't know how long it had been when a faint rustling sound came from outside the door. Qi Qiushui drowsily opened his eyes. His first reaction was that he had entered that strange dream again. He turned to look at the adjacent bed. Zhang Wei was softly snoring, sound asleep. It seemed not to be the case. Where did this sound come from? A sense of curiosity rose in Qi Qiushui's heart. He quietly got up, tiptoeing to the door. Once again, the door was pulled open a crack. Outside was complete darkness, and the butler stood by the window in the hallway, holding a lit candle, rhythmically swaying it up and down. He quickly moved it up and down 3 times, paused for 2 seconds, then slowly moved it 2 more times. The flickering candlelight carved a strange path in the darkness, as if transmitting some mysterious signal. As if sensing someone was watching, the butler suddenly turned to look back. Qi Qiushui quickly closed the door gap, his heart racing like thunder. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, otherwise, he would have been discovered. He lay back on the bed, repeatedly recalling the scene he had just witnessed. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Bang! 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 The butler's voice came from outside the door. Honorable guest, I have something to discuss with you. Chapter 52, Mrs. Mariah's husband Jack. Qi Qiushui did not respond. The knocking sound came again. Bang, bang, bang. The butler's voice echoed from outside. Honorable guest, it is very late. Please take care of your health and get enough rest. I will not disturb you any longer. The footsteps outside gradually faded away, and Qi Qiushui's anxious heart slowly settled. The next day at noon. It was mealtime. Mrs. Mariah had long been seated at the head of the long table, waiting for everyone, still casting that polite yet terrifying smile at each person. Although everyone felt fear in their hearts, after a day of adaptation, they all tacitly lowered their heads and silently began to eat. Zhang Wei first secretly glanced at Mrs. Mariah, then gently nudged Qi Qiushui with his elbow. Don't you think this old woman is acting a bit strange today? Qi Qiushui softly replied with an Today was only the second day, but Mrs. Mariah's demeanor during the meal was completely different from the first day. On the first day, Mrs. Mariah always kept her head down, focused on eating, only nodding slightly upon arrival and departure, almost never making eye contact with anyone else. But today was completely different. Mrs. Mariah frequently looked up while eating, her bloodshot eyes scanning every person at the table. That gaze seemed to be judging the delicious food. The players naturally felt Mrs. Mariah's unusual scrutiny, and each one felt a chill down their spine. Finally, after finishing the 15th steak, Mrs. Mariah paused. She stood up as usual, nodded slightly to everyone, and then left the dining room. Until the click-click sound of her high heels completely disappeared down the hallway, everyone finally let out a sigh of relief, and the atmosphere in the dining room became lively. A male player couldn't help but speak up. That old witch is probably about to lose control. Qi Qiushui carefully analyzed the lady's strange behavior. It seems everyone feels it. As time goes on, Mrs. Mariah's hidden killing intent is gradually revealing itself. Li Yangyang, sitting across from Zhang Wei, picked up the conversation. The task for this dungeon only requires us to survive in the castle, with no clear time limit. But judging by Mrs. Mariah's gradually unstable behavior, there is actually an implicit time limit. After speaking, she winked at Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei felt a thrill in his heart, raising an eyebrow in response while patting his chest. Don't worry, Sister Yangyang. With me, Wei Ge, around, I will definitely protect you. Li Yangyang immediately showed a look of admiration, hands pressed together. Wow! Zhang Wei brother, you are so handsome. Qi Qiushui quickly asked in a low voice. What? Wei Ge, do you have any new discoveries? No. Zhang Wei replied calmly, isn't it good to have you here? It gives me a chance to show off in front of Yang Yang. I'll treat you to dinner when we get back. Qi Qiushui felt a bit speechless, then said. Last night, everyone should have entered the castle's dream, let's share our experiences for analysis. Soon, everyone began discussing, each speaking in turns. Everyone's experiences were mostly similar, they all encountered a ball. And the lady's daughter, Evelyn. Surprisingly, Evelyn, whom they had been searching for, appeared in the dream. At this moment, a male player raised his hand, trembling as he said. I entered room 337 last night and almost died inside. Qi Qiushui immediately became interested. He had also lingered at that door, and from the sounds inside, he could tell that there was a woman taking a shower. At that time, the woman wanted to come and open the door for him. Out of caution, Qi Qiushui decisively left. The male player, looking terrified, continued to recount his experience in the dream. It turned out that he was exploring alone in the dream last night and unconsciously walked to the door of room 337. The deadly part was that he had opened the door himself. Overly tense, the male player forgot the butler's warning and went inside when he heard a sound. Inside was a stunning blonde woman, just finished showering, wrapped only in a towel. She seemed to know the male player's name and slowly walked towards him from the bathroom. Perhaps influenced by the visual shock, the male player inexplicably felt hot all over and involuntarily stepped forward. When the two embraced, the blonde woman suddenly underwent a terrifying change. Her originally tight skin visibly became loose and yellow, covered in scars from abuse, and clumps of hair fell out, revealing a bald scalp. The male player was so scared he almost collapsed, not just his legs going weak. He pushed away the old woman who had transformed from the blonde and ran wildly down the hallway. The old woman also chased out of the room, and they ran in the castle until the bell rang, and he awoke from the dream. Qi Qiushui crossed his arms and quietly listened to the recounting, deep in thought with a frown. Li Yangyang, seeing Qi Qiushui's thoughtful appearance, curiously asked, did you find something? Everyone's attention was focused on Qi Qiushui. For some reason, they all felt he had a unique charm or aura, and they unconsciously viewed him as their mainstay. Qi Qiushui slowly said. From the last letter the lady sent us, I can roughly deduce that there are at least 5 NPCs in this castle dungeon. They are Lady Malia, Butler Need, daughter Evelyn, husband Jack, and a lady named Selina. Counting the girl Evelyn who has already been discovered in the dream, there are still 2 NPCs in the castle we haven't encountered, which are husband Jack and Lady Selina. The male player suddenly slapped his thigh. You mean, the blonde woman in room 337 is Selina, right? Yes, that's very likely. Qi Qiushui nodded. From your description, I can see that the blonde woman in room 337 has suffered inhuman abuse. Combined with the lady's letter describing Selina, I believe Lady Malia found out about husband Jack and Selina's affair and then subjected Selina to inhuman torture. Upon hearing this analysis, everyone present couldn't help but nod secretly. This man named Qi Qiushui was indeed extraordinary, quickly catching details that others overlooked and deducing important clues. Qi Qiushui continued. But that's not the main point. The main point is that there is still one person who has not appeared. This statement made everyone in the restaurant suddenly awaken. Yeah, we're still missing one person. Where is husband Jack? The female player sitting next to Zhang Wei analyzed. You're right, husband Jack definitely exists, otherwise, Lady Malia's daughter Evelyn couldn't appear. The lady alone couldn't do it. Everyone nodded. Since there is a child, there must be a father and a mother. But now the question is, where exactly is husband Jack? Zhang Wei also pretended to think seriously. Suddenly, he slapped the table and shouted loudly. I know. The scene fell silent at once. Everyone was startled by Zhang Wei's action, looking at him in unison, waiting for his speech. Zhang Wei confidently said. I have seen that letter too. The letter never mentioned the butler at all. Is it possible that the identity of the butler is very suspicious? Is it possible that the butler is Jack? Qi Qiushui thought seriously for a moment and felt it indeed made sense. The letter did not mention the butler. Wei Gu, continue talking. Zhang Wei was very pleased, first tidying his collar, then expressing his analysis. First, everyone imagine a scene. On a dark and windy night, the castle is empty, and the lonely, drunk lady accidentally walks into the butler's room. Before he finished his words, the butler pushed in the dining cart. Guests, it seems everyone has finished, I will clean up the dishes. Zhang Wei suddenly stiffened upon hearing the butler's voice, turning back to see the butler smiling, feeling a sudden tightness in his chest for some unknown reason. What's wrong? Esteemed guest. The butler continued to smile at Zhang Wei. The atmosphere became instantly solidified. Chapter 53, Lady Maria, Valentino. Seeing the atmosphere was strange, Qi Qiushui first signaled Zhang Wei to sit down with his eyes, then stood up. Butler, where has the lord of the castle, Jack, gone? This sudden question surprised everyone present. Although the butler had not shown any intention to harm the guests up to this point, no one dared to guarantee that he wouldn't do it. This was undoubtedly a gamble. The butler, who was cleaning up the dishes, stopped his actions, turned, and looked seriously at Qi Qiushui. He seemed unwilling to answer the question, casually glancing out the window. Everyone followed the butler's gaze and saw dense bushes outside, nothing special, making them puzzled at his action. Qi Qiushui thoughtfully gazed at the butler and threw out another question. Why is Lady Maria's daughter, Evelyn, in the dream? Upon hearing the name Evelyn, the butler obviously froze for a moment, murmuring unconsciously. Yes. Why? Everyone was quite surprised. In their impression, the butler always appeared like a robot, maintaining a standard smile. This was the first time they saw the butler display the complex emotions that only humans have. However, this state lasted only a moment. The butler quickly adjusted himself, restoring his earlier polite yet distant smile, still not answering Qi Qiushui's question. Guests, leave this to me to clean up, you may go back to your rooms to rest. Qi Qiushui did not plan to give up just like that. Butler, Evelyn. He stopped midway through his words. Because the butler was still bowing his head, focused on cleaning the dishes, clearly unwilling to answer the question. Qi Qiushui did not want to make himself awkward, so he wisely closed his mouth. Everyone left the dining table one after another, preparing to return to their rooms on the second floor to rest. Just as he stepped onto the stairs, the butler's voice came from behind him. Lady Maria does not like guests going to the third floor. Qi Qiushui stopped, turned to look at the butler, his expression a bit complex. Understood, thank you. Everyone returned to the second floor, each going back to their rooms to rest. Zhang Wei found it strange that Qi Qiushui went out again after returning to his room and hadn't come back for a long time. He opened the door and found Qi Qiushui standing in the second floor corridor, frowning as he observed the paintings on the wall. What's so interesting about these paintings? Qi Qiushui turned his head to look at Zhang Wei. When we had breakfast and lunch, Li Xiong didn't come down at all, right? Zhang Wei nodded. Yes, he basically stayed in his room today and didn't even eat. And his condition seems not right, his mind is probably troubled. Qi Qiushui said lightly. He was seduced by those existences in his dreams and killed his partner with an axe. It would be strange if he wasn't mentally disturbed. Wei Good, didn't you notice something strange about the paintings on the wall? As soon as Zhang Wei heard this, he immediately perked up and approached to carefully examine the paintings hanging on the wall. But after looking for a long time, he still couldn't find any clues. Are they fake paintings? Or is there something hidden in the frames? Or maybe the paintings themselves have been tampered with? Qi Qiushui gently shook her finger. None of that, the positions of these paintings have been deliberately swapped. Did you not notice that all the rooms of the players who are still alive are directly facing the lady's self-portrait? Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei immediately felt a chill run down his back. If it weren't for Qi Qiushui's reminder, he would never have noticed this detail. Having gone through several instances, he immediately understood what this meant. You mean this is Lady Nelia's killing rule? Exactly. Qi Qiushui continued to analyze. Do you remember that on the first night when we arrived at the castle, several people were killed by Lady Nelia? At that time, I suspected that Lady Melia must have killed because a player had violated the rules. But that night when we just arrived, everyone did nothing, so it must be that someone secretly schemed against us. And on the second day, when I went out early, I saw the butler wiping the frames, which at the time felt strange. Now I think the butler was restoring the swapped paintings to their original positions. This morning, I got up early, didn't see the butler wiping the paintings, so I kept an eye out. After lunch, I came back and found that these paintings had indeed been swapped again. Jiang Wei felt a wave of fear wash over him, and at the same time, a new question arose. Then why didn't that person swap the paintings last night? That would have been a good opportunity to strike. Qi Qiushui replied. Because of that glass of milk. I don't know what was added to it, but it had a strong hypnotic effect. I remember after drinking it last night, I fell asleep in just a few minutes. Even if that person wanted to swap the paintings, there wasn't enough time. Jiang Wei suddenly slammed his fist against the wall, anger burning inside him. Why do we have to encounter such scum in every instance? Isn't it better for everyone to work together to clear the game rather than backstab each other? Which bastard is so cruel? Such a vicious heart. Qi Qiushui sneered. Who else could it be? Didn't I just say? There's only one person who had time to do this. Jiang Wei instantly realized. It's that bastard Li Xiong. Damn. I'll make sure he pays for this. Qi Qiushui stopped Jiang Wei. Wait. Call everyone, the more people we have, the more power we'll possess. He has hung Lady Melia's self-portrait directly opposite all the players' rooms, not just targeting us, but trying to harm all players participating in this instance. Jiang Wei immediately turned to knock on the doors of all the players, informing them of Li Xiong's filthy actions. Everyone was instantly filled with rage. Damn! This pervert not only killed his own partner but even dares to set his sights on us. This beast dared to frame me. I'll make sure to stomp him until he's covered in blood with my high heels. Damn it! This instance is already annoying enough. If we can't clear it today, I'll still kill him. Soon, all the surviving players gathered in front of Li Xiong's door. Jiang Wei stood at the front, violently smashing the door. Li Xiong's furious voice quickly came from inside. Who is it? Is it going to kill me if you knock any harder? When he opened the door, he saw a crowd of people standing in a dark mass at the entrance. What do you want? Realizing the danger, he tried to shut the door. But Jiang Wei wouldn't give him this chance, kicking Li Xiong down to the ground. The others rushed in and began to punch and kick Li Xiong. Everyone vented the resentment they had built up during the instance on him. Soon, Li Xiong's screams echoed from the room. Ah! But strangely, Li Xiong did not call for help. Instead, he continued to provoke everyone. Come on! You'd better kill me! You still don't know how to leave the mansion, do you? Yes. It's all my doing. I received the messages in advance, including the one who died at the madam's hands on the first day and the one who died at the werewolf's hands on the second day. All of it was me. I want you all to die here because of you. My king bear died here. It's all your fault. His eyes were bloodshot, clearly indicating he was not in a normal state, and calling him a madman was not an exaggeration. Everyone was stunned by Li Xiong's mad words, especially his fierce expression, which sent shivers down their spines. A male player stepped forward and said, "Tell us how to get through. We can spare your life." Li Xiong spat a mouthful of blood foam right in the male player's face. In your dreams. I've already given up on leaving here, you all have to stay here with me. Bastard. Li Yangyang shouted angrily, stepping forward and fiercely kicking Li Xiong with the pointed tip of her Valentino shoe. PFF. Ah. Li Xiong let out a piercing scream, instinctively covering his backside with both hands, and then fainted from the pain. Quickly, a foul smell of feces spread throughout the room, and everyone covered their noses. As Li Yangyang covered her nose, she noticed everyone looking at her with strange expressions, so she hurriedly put on a pitiful look. It's not really my fault, he had part of the blame too, he just couldn't hold it in. Ordinary people wouldn't be so easily. Chapter 54, Madame Melia, Rock Paper Scissors. Seeing Li Xiong faint, everyone was momentarily at a loss of what to do. He claimed to know how to get through, making him seem to still hold some value for leverage. Jiang Wei suggested, how about we tie him up and interrogate him thoroughly? Qi Qiushui shook his head. No need. Look at his state, he is clearly not mentally stable. What if he gives us false clues? We have no way to verify it and no second chance to make mistakes. Jiang Wei rubbed his hair in frustration. So what should we do now? Don't worry, Qi Qiushui comforted. I think I know what we should do, I just need to verify some things tonight. They readjusted the paintings, moving all the ones with the madam's portrait to the other side of the second-floor corridor. This way, when night fell, the madam would not kill due to the painting rules. Li Xiong, who had fainted, was not forgotten. He was tightly bound and thrown back into his room to prevent him from causing trouble at night. At that moment, the butler happened to come upstairs, and Qi Qiushui had something to ask him. "Butler, is there any milk tonight?" The butler looked thoughtfully at Qi Qiushui. "Esteemed guest, the madam did not prepare any for tonight. If you need, I can heat a cup just for you." "That would be great, thank you." "You're welcome, it's what I should do." When Qi Qiushui returned with a cup of hot milk, Zhang Wei was quite surprised. "Didn't you say this stuff has a strong hypnotic effect? Why are you drinking it?" Qi Qiushui drank the milk in one go and then lay down on the bed, covering himself with a blanket. "The hypnotic effect of this milk is likely a necessary condition to enter the dream, and I need to enter the dream. I need to validate some things in the dream." The hypnotic effect of the milk was indeed immediate. Before long, Qi Qiushui fell into a deep sleep. Ding! 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 The clock of the castle chimed on time. Qi Qiushui opened his eyes, instinctively looking towards the adjacent bed. It was empty, the blanket neatly folded. It seemed he had successfully entered the dream. He got up and walked out of the room. Outside, it remained utterly silent, with not a single person in sight. Tap, tap, tap. It was the sound of Madame Melia's footsteps. She walked down the stairs and straight out of the castle. Qi Qiushui was still observing by the window, and after Madame Melia's figure disappeared in the distance, he began his own plan. He first loudly called Evelyn's name in the second-floor corridor. "Evelyn! Evelyn!" There was no response. The little girl in the blue dress who always liked to cling to him seemed to have completely disappeared from this castle. Strange, where did she go? Qi Qiushui felt a bit troubled. He walked up to the third floor, standing in front of room 337, which the butler had strictly forbidden him to enter. According to another player's description, a highly tempting, slender blonde woman lived in this room. The door was not locked, a sliver was slightly ajar. Inside, the sound of the shower and a woman's pleasing humming could still be heard, warm steam wafting out from the crack in the door. "The door isn't locked, just push the door open and come in." The woman inside seemed to have known there was someone at the door already. Qi Qiushui frowned slightly but did not refuse. He pushed the door open directly. Inside the room, there was indeed a blonde woman wrapped only in a bath towel. The blonde woman also looked at Qi Qiushui, walking towards the door with an extremely alluring posture. As the distance between them closed, the towel on the blonde woman's body accidentally slid down to the floor. Qi Qiushui stood still, quietly watching everything, his face showing no emotional fluctuation. Just as the blonde woman was about to touch him, he suddenly gripped the doorknob tightly and slammed the door shut. With a loud bang, the violent sound of the door slamming echoed through the third-floor corridor. Immediately after, a shrill scream from the blonde woman pierced the air. Qi Qiushui opened the door again. He saw the blonde woman crouching on the floor in a sorry state, blood flowing from her nose due to the earlier impact. She was at a loss, stunned in place by the sudden turn of events. Qi Qiushui stood quietly at the door, his tone calm. "You are Selina, right?" The blonde woman stood up, still bleeding from her nose, looking confused. "Yes, what's wrong?" "It's nothing now." Qi Qiushui once again slammed the door hard. Inside, Selina's face took another heavy blow. "Ah! I will kill you." Selina suddenly yanked the door open, but outside, there was already no one, only the sound of hurried footsteps faded away. Taking advantage of that moment, Qi Qiushui had long since vanished without a trace. He slipped back to the second floor, hiding behind a cabinet. From around the corner of the stairs came Selina's hurried footsteps and angry roars. It was clear she was looking for him. After a while, Selina finally returned to the third floor. Hearing the sound of a door closing from the third floor, Qi Qiushui finally crawled out from behind the cabinet, sighing in relief. At that moment, the melodious music of the ball floated up from the first-floor hall. Qi Qiushui quietly leaned over the stairs to look down. As before, the hall was filled with men and women in formal dresses dancing and chatting. Among them were two familiar figures, Zhou Rui and the butler Wang Jia. Just as Qi Qiushui observed in the dark, all the people in the hall seemed to have known someone was peeking and turned to look at Qi Qiushui on the stairs. Qi Qiushui was startled, just about to turn and flee, but suddenly everything before his eyes changed dramatically. The attendees of the ball had torn their dresses, revealing deep wounds to the bone beneath, blood dripping continuously from tails of tuxedos or hems of skirts. Among this group, Qi Qiushui saw a familiar figure. Wang Xiong. He wore a tuxedo, but was drenched in blood, the wounds from the axe strike earlier by Li Xiong clearly visible, blood still surging forth. Zhou Rui stepped out of the crowd, his eyes filled with deep hatred. Where is Zhang Wei? Qi Qiushui felt his scalp go numb, instantly turning around and bolting back to the second floor. Just as he stepped onto the second floor, the music of the ball suddenly stopped. Qi Qiushui noticed no one was chasing after him and found it a bit strange, so he turned back again. He saw the once lively hall now empty, as if the previous ball was merely an illusion. Qi Qiushui couldn't help but gasp in cold air. This castle in the dream was as strange as the castle in reality. Creak. A door beside him opened automatically. Evelyn appeared in the room, still holding the fairy tale book Werewolves and Vampires. Qi Qiushui was just about to look for her, so he crouched down and carefully examined the little girl in front of him. Evelyn continued to repeat that phrase. Can you play with me? Can you play with me? Just as Qi Qiushui was about to speak, everything in front of him suddenly became blurry. When his vision cleared, the scene in front of him changed dramatically again, resembling the previous ballroom scenario. Evelyn was dead. She lay on the ground, lifeless, her originally clean and tidy dress soaked in blood, with a dark red pool of blood beneath her. Qi Qiushui quietly watched everything, his emotions not fluctuating much. After a while, Evelyn returned to her original state, still mumbling for Qi Qiushui to play with her. Qi Qiushui glanced at the time, gently reaching out to touch Evelyn's head. Okay. What do you want to play? Big brother will accompany you. Evelyn laughed happily, making a gesture for rock paper scissors. Qi Qiushui understood and began to play rock paper scissors with her. Since the child's movements were slow, Qi Qiushui could generally predict what Evelyn would play, thus winning almost every time. At first, Evelyn didn't think much of it, but after losing several times in a row, she grew anxious and slapped Qi Qiushui's hand hard. Then Evelyn transformed back into the appearance of lying in a pool of blood. Qi Qiushui smiled slightly, realizing the little girl was frustrated from losing, so he secretly let her win in the following games. Evelyn's spirits noticeably lifted. Just like that, 2 hours passed. Qi Qiushui glanced at his phone again, seeing that it was almost time, he paused the game. He gently asked, Evelyn, do you like your mother, Mrs. Maria? Evelyn's little face first showed fear, then turned to anger. I hate Mom. I only like Dad. As soon as she finished speaking, a sudden sound of hurried high heels rang outside the room. Before Qi Qiushui could react, the door was split open by Mrs. Maria's giant axe. When Evelyn saw Mrs. Maria, her face immediately filled with fear. With a swish, she used her unique Flying Thunder God technique and instantly disappeared without a trace. Only Qi Qiushui was left alone in the room. Mrs. Maria stared at Qi Qiushui, her eyes filled with madness and killing intent. She quickly stepped forward, raising the giant axe high in her hand. Chapter 55 Mrs. Maria the Castle Nightmare, The Past. Just as the axe blade was about to fall, the clock bell suddenly rang deep within the castle. Ding! 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 In the real castle. Qi Qiushui suddenly opened his eyes, facing the terrified gaze of Zhang Wei in the next bed. Zhang Wei was lying on his side, covering his mouth tightly with both hands, not daring to make a sound. Mrs. Maria was standing beside Qi Qiushui's bed, the giant axe already resting against his neck. Qi Qiushui slowly turned around, seeing the blazing anger in Mrs. Maria's eyes. Unlike Zhang Wei, who was frightened, Qi Qiushui remained exceptionally calm, quietly locking eyes with her. The two sides held their positions for a moment, then Mrs. Maria realized she was bound by rules and could not harm the person in front of her. She angrily screamed and turned to leave. That night, because her portrait had been moved to the other end of the corridor, she was unable to kill anyone and went straight back to her room on the 3rd floor. Qi Qiushui waited quietly in the room for a moment, confirming there was no more commotion outside, then stood up to prepare to leave. Zhang Wei had not yet recovered from his previous fright. Where are you going? Qi Qiushui's expression was calm. To find the steward, there's just one last thing to confirm. I'll go with you. Zhang Wei immediately sat up from the bed. The two walked out of the room, heading directly to the other end of the corridor. The butler stood in front of the windowsill, gently swaying the candle. He sensed someone approaching, paused for a moment, and then continued to sway the candlelight in his hand. The candlelight flickered uncertainly. Zhang Wei was puzzled. What is the butler doing? Qi Qiushui stood quietly beside, observing. He should be signaling, let's wait a moment. They walked to the window, following the butler's gaze into the dark jungle outside. Moments later, a pair of ghostly bright eyes appeared deep in the jungle. The werewolf slowly walked out, carrying away the wine and food that had been placed at the castle's entrance. Qi Qiushui broke the silence first. Jack loves to drink, right? Evelyn was affected by her mother. He hesitated midway, unsure how to continue. The butler's body trembled slightly as he slowly turned around, his face showing sorrow. Yes, the master has always been addicted to alcohol, how could he live without wine? The butler looked at Qi Qiushui and smiled faintly. It seems you have already found the answer in your dreams. Come with me. Qi Qiushui watched the butler's back, that once upright and spirited aura seemed to dissipate, as if he had aged many years in an instant. They arrived at the gallery on the first floor, and Evelyn's toy room was right there, filled with her favorite dolls from her life. The butler took out a picture frame from the very back of the toy room cupboard. The frame held a yellowed old photo. The master, Jack, was sitting by the fireplace, holding his beloved daughter Evelyn in his arms, a tender smile on his face. Butler Nate stood beside, smiling at the camera, his hair not yet white as it is now. The butler wiped the spotless picture frame, looking a bit dazed. The master has always loved Evelyn. Would you like to hear the story behind this castle? Misha Castle is a cursed castle. Ever since it was built, nightmares have followed like shadows. Nightmares, or what people call them. They are experts at inducing and amplifying the negative emotions of those living in the castle until their minds collapse, leading them to commit horrific acts. 200 years ago, Count Jack and Lady Maria inherited this ancient castle. After giving birth to their daughter Evelyn, Lady Maria fell into postpartum depression and was mentally unstable. This gave them an opportunity. Lady Maria was often induced in her dreams, constantly doubting her husband Jack's fidelity, even being encouraged to kill him. However, Lady Maria and Jack shared a deep bond and were never swayed. Especially as the lovely Evelyn grew, the family's life became even happier, leaving them with no way to intervene. But all this beauty shattered completely after the appearance of a woman named Selina. Selina was young and beautiful, witty and charming, and quickly captured Jack's heart. Gradually, Jack began to loathe his wife, Lady Maria. Under Selina's influence, Jack transformed from a wine connoisseur into an alcoholic, ultimately becoming a full-blown drunkard. The two secretly had an affair behind Lady Maria's back. But paper cannot contain fire forever. One day, Lady Maria returned to the castle and stumbled upon Selina and her husband's affair in room 337 on the third floor. This was undoubtedly a devastating blow to Lady Maria. From then on, her mind completely collapsed, and she even experienced severe somatization symptoms. Even her beloved painting could not continue. Every time she picked up a brush, her hand trembled, and the scene from room 337 kept flashing in her mind. Naturally, they would not miss this opportunity and went wild in inducing and brainwashing Lady Maria in her dreams. Under multiple pressures, Lady Maria's mentality twisted increasingly, becoming irritable and unpredictable. She harbored many terrifying thoughts in her heart, frightening enough that even she herself felt fear. She struggled to hold back. Until that day. Her own daughter, Evelyn, said she didn't like such an angry mother. Preferred Daddy and Aunt Selina. She was utterly desperate. And their goal was achieved at that moment. Mrs. Melia first lured Selina to the castle, knocked her out, and locked her in the basement, torturing her for 3 cruel months with tools of punishment. Finally, she threw the almost unrecognizable, barely alive Selina back into room 337, where she had once had an affair with Jack. When Selina had just one last breath left, she called back the male owner, letting him witness this brutal scene with his own eyes. And this was only the beginning of her revenge. Jack returned to the castle and witnessed this scene of hell on earth. His beloved daughter was already lifeless, lying in a pool of blood. Mrs. Melia had also hanged herself in her own room. He hated his wife, but his heart was also filled with guilt. In the end, he too could not bear the burden, hanging himself in the secret base he built for his daughter Evelyn in the jungle. Although both husband and wife had ended their lives, their obsessions had not faded. One turned into a vampire, the other became a werewolf, leading to the creation of the Mrs. Melia copy. After hearing the butler's story, both Qi Qiushui felt very heavy-hearted. Zhang Wei punched the wall hard. This Selina is truly a beast. Qi Qiushui pondered for a moment and continued to ask. Butler, I have one more question. Why were you not swayed by them? The butler smiled slightly. Noble guest, only those who harbor negative feelings and resentment in their hearts can be swayed by them. I do not hate anyone. I raised Evelyn and also watched Mrs. Melia grow from a young girl into a married woman. And although Jack behaved poorly, he never treated me badly and considered me family. I have gratitude for both. If I were to say I hate someone, it would be the whore Selina. But she is already dead, and has paid the most painful price she could pay. After hearing this, Qi Qiushui was filled with emotions. Indeed. The butler thought this way. How could Mrs. Melia not think so? Even if she had become an obsession and turned into a vengeful spirit, even losing her consciousness, she still did not harm the old man who had accompanied her since childhood to marry and have children. I understand. I would also like to ask, where does Evelyn usually keep her perfume? Is it in her room? The butler seemed to have anticipated this question. Evelyn's perfume is in the cabinet of Mrs. Melia's room. Spraying this perfume, Jack outside the jungle will not harm you. According to custom, the lady will not take a nap tomorrow, but will go out for a moment at night. The lady is not far from losing control. This is your last chance. Additionally, the third floor is almost entirely filled with the lady's self-portraits. Do not let her in the paintings see you. After speaking, the butler turned and left. Jiang Wei was both surprised and delighted, patting Qi Qiushui on the arm. Well done. How did you know that you need perfume to get through the jungle? Qi Qiushui smiled. Do you remember the day we sent the letter? Wasn't there a little incident where you said Li Xiong accidentally spilled perfume on you? I had my suspicions then. Coincidentally, when we were being chased by the werewolves, Li Xiong clearly was not running at the back but still met with misfortune. Jiang Wei suddenly realized. Exactly. Those who were sprayed with perfume by Li Xiong that day were all bitten to death by werewolves. Fortunately, when Yi Yang accidentally got my clothes dirty, I went upstairs to wash up and got rid of the smell. But how did Li Xiong know this rule? Where did his perfume come from? Qi Qiushui's tone was calm. Li Xiong and Wang Xiong must have received the message and learned the rules in advance. As for the perfume, that's even simpler. I smelled the scent on Li Xiong in the studio. It should be Mrs. Melia's favorite fragrance, which naturally would attract Werewolf Jack's attack. Let's go back and rest for now. Tomorrow discuss the plan to retrieve the perfume with the other players. This copy. It's almost over. Chapter 56, Lady Maria intrudes on the third floor. Perhaps it's an illusion, but tonight the restaurant's lighting is much dimmer than usual. The remaining players sit around the dining table, eating dinner. This may be their last meal in this game, or perhaps their last meal in this lifetime. After this morning's discussion, everyone knows that whether they can survive depends on tonight. The butler still wears a smile, serving everyone while wearing white gloves. Please enjoy your meal, everyone. Lady Maria has gone out and is packing upstairs. She will come down shortly. Jiang Wei, while cutting his steak, frequently glances towards the stairway. The figure he is concerned about is still upstairs. He plans not only to thank Li Yang for her accidental help in saving his life but also to ask for her contact information. A series of calm footsteps come from the stairway. Coming down is neither Li Yang nor Lady Maria, but a very handsome man, whose beauty mark below his left eye is particularly eye-catching. Upon seeing this stranger, everyone shows expressions of astonishment, except for Qi Qiushui, who looks as if she had expected this. The man walks straight to the seat opposite Jiang Wei, which was originally Li Yang's spot. Qi Qiushui catches a glimpse of the dumbfounded Jiang Wei and can't help but laugh out loud. Aren't you going to explain anything, Li Chang? Li Chang seems surprised and raises an eyebrow. How did you know my real name? Qi Qiushui forks a piece of steak into her mouth, calmly saying. In a dream, Zhou Ruwei told me. He said you are quite the liar, and now seeing you indeed confirms it. But it's my first time seeing a man dressed as a woman so convincingly. Clang! Jiang Wei's knife and fork fall to the ground, making a clear sound. He stares wide-eyed at the person across from him, disbelief written all over his face. You are Yan Yan? You're not a woman? Li Chang rests his elbow on the table, propping his chin up while looking at him with a smile. Li Yang is another name for me. I guess I'm going to exert quite a bit of effort soon, and dressing as a woman is a bit inconvenient. Saying this, he deliberately pinches his throat, mimicking Li Yang's delicate tone. What's wrong, brother Jiang Wei? If you like, I can change back another day. You. Jiang Wei suddenly stands up, his face turning green as tears stream down uncontrollably. Oh God, you really should die. Why must you play such tricks on me, Jiang Wei? And you, damn Li Yang, no, Li Chang. Lin Bei sells seafood, you look so good, yet you are a man? I, Jiang Wei, never would have dreamed that you are a crossdresser. At that moment, the sound of Lady Maria's high heels echo from the staircase, each step sounding like a drumbeat on everyone's heart. Hearing this sound, everyone inevitably feels a shiver down their spine. Lady Maria slowly walks down the stairs, still her enormous figure, still wearing that monstrous and eerie smile to everyone, then she sits straight at the head of the dining table. The butler steps forward to serve Lady Maria, while everyone silently lowers their heads to eat, the atmosphere in the restaurant both strange and terrifying. Today's Lady Maria is very different from usual, perhaps it's due to being on the verge of losing control. She keeps staring at the people at the table while eating, her gaze sticky enough to make one's scalp tingle, her face as pale as paper wearing a horrifying smile. No one at the table dares to look up. In this supremely oppressive atmosphere, every second feels extraordinarily long. Finally, after finishing her 17th piece of steak, Lady Maria stiffly stands up and walks towards the door. Everyone secretly breathes a sigh of relief, joy rising in their hearts. It seems the butler was right, Lady Maria will be out for a short while, and their opportunity has finally come. Lady Maria walks step by step towards the castle door, pushes it open, then slowly closes it. Until her figure completely disappeared into the castle, everyone put down their knives and forks, their backs already soaked with cold sweat. Wow! Today, the lady is really terrifying. Yeah, that sense of oppression is almost suffocating. Among the crowd, only Qi Qiushui's gaze remained fixed on the door outside. Jiang Wei noticed his partner's unusual behavior and quietly asked, "What's wrong?" Qi Qiushui slowly pointed towards the castle's entrance. It seems everyone was too nervous earlier and missed a strange thing. The lady's footsteps suddenly stopped at the door, and we didn't hear the sound of the castle door closing completely. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was startled, all looking towards the castle door. They saw that the large door was not completely shut. Through a small crack, the lady, who should have already left, was silently crouching outside, staring intently through the gap at the people in the dining room. What the hell? What does this old woman want? Damn it, she almost scared me to death. Perhaps realizing she had been discovered, the lady finally closed the door completely, and this time, they heard the click of the door locking. Qi Qiushui immediately got up and observed behind the door for a moment. After confirming there was no mistake, he returned to his seat. She indeed went far away. Let's discuss our plan briefly. As discussed earlier, we'll split into two groups. One group will stand guard, and the other will go to the ladies' room on the third floor to find the perfume. Jiang Wei and I will be one group. We still need one more person. Who wants to go with us? Others looked at each other, no one daring to step forward. At this moment, Li Cheng stood up. I'll go. With the plan decided, the three immediately took action and quickly headed to the third floor of the castle. Having been here once before in a dream, one would think there would be a sense of familiarity, but as they stepped onto the third floor, they were immediately enveloped by its unique chill, all three unable to help but shiver at the same time. Qi Qiushui stood at the stairs, observing the hallway on the third floor. Sure enough, as the steward had said, the walls of the corridor were almost entirely covered with Mrs. Molina's self-portraits. In all those portraits, Mrs. Molina's eyes were all unavoidably focused on the center of the corridor, looking just like a collection of surveillance cameras. Qi Qiushui immediately crouched down. Crawl forward, don't let the lady in the portrait see us. Jiang Wei followed him down, crawling forward while complaining. Damn! This old woman is way too narcissistic. They're all self-portraits. Li Cheng behind them joked, Mrs. Molina is at that age when she's wild and can suck the ground dry. Why don't you just offer yourself to her? Maybe she'll let us go if she's happy. Jiang Wei shot him a fierce glare. What kind of joke is that at a time like this? After this is done, I'll settle the score with you for messing with me. Qi Qiushui crawled to the innermost part of the corridor and saw a huge, luxurious wooden door. He whispered, this should be it, hope it's not locked. He gently pushed the door, and surprisingly, it opened. Indeed, it was not locked. As soon as they entered the room, a luxurious and exquisite aura hit them. The room's door was specially designed for the lady's large frame, with all the furniture inside being oversized bed, wardrobe, and dressing table, without exception. Qi Qiushui glanced around and saw no portraits of the lady hanging in the room, so he stood up decisively. Crouching while searching was indeed too uncomfortable, and the efficiency was ridiculously low. The other two saw this and stood up as well, quickly dividing the tasks to search the room carefully. Qi Qiushui first went to the dressing table, opening drawer after drawer, each filled with all sorts of precious jewelry and valuables. As time passed, he finally found a bottle of perfume engraved with the name Evelyn in the bottom drawer. At this moment, a photo frame on the dressing table suddenly fell down. Qi Qiushui was startled and quickly reached out to catch it, his gaze landing on the photo inside the frame. That was a photo of Mrs. Mariah and her daughter Evelyn. At that moment, Mrs. Mariah's eyes in the photo moved slightly, intensely staring at Qi Qiushui, holding the photo, while blood tears slowly slid down the corners of her eyes. At the same time, the phone suddenly vibrated wildly. It was a message from Xia Xiaoxiao. Chapter 57, Mrs. Mariah, Secret Base. Hurry and hide. This ancient castle has a hidden rule, photos can monitor just like oil paintings and self-portraits. Just after reading Xia Xiaoxiao's message, the lookout from downstairs sent an urgent message. Run! Mrs. Mariah is charging up with a giant axe. The three immediately reached for the doorknob, but as soon as their fingertips touched the cold metal, they heard the hurried sound of high heels running outside the door. Qi Qiushui's heart sank, realizing something was wrong. If they opened the door now, they would surely run into the lady in the corridor. He quickly glanced around the room, thinking fast. Quick, hide under the bed. As soon as the three curled up under the bed, there came urgent knocking at the door. Fortunately, Qi Qiushui had prepared in advance and had locked the door behind him when he came in. Moments later, with a loud bang, Mrs. Mariah swung her giant axe down on the door, splitting the sturdy wooden door open with a large crack. Her paper-white face pressed against the gap, her eyes scanning around, carefully examining every corner of the room. Finding the room empty, she reached in through the crack to fiddle with the lock and easily opened it with a click. Mrs. Mariah's massive body squeezed into the room, searching everywhere, yet never looking under the bed even once. The three under the bed's hearts raced fast, as if about to burst from their chests. She sat down in front of the vanity, picked up the photo of herself and her daughter Evelyn, her fingers unconsciously rubbing over it, and suddenly began to sob. After a little while of crying, it seemed she remembered something and started frantically rummaging through the drawers, her movements growing increasingly frantic. Qi Qiushui gripped the perfume bottle tightly under the bed, his palms sweaty with fear. Unable to find what she wanted, Mrs. Mariah finally lost control, letting out a deafening roar of rage. She suddenly lifted the huge vanity. This oversized vanity was as tall as a household refrigerator, and its weight was unimaginable, yet she lifted it effortlessly like carrying a small chicken and slammed it down onto the floor. With a thunderous sound, the floor shook in response. The three under the bed gasped in shock. Before they could recover, Mrs. Mariah was already at the bedside, gripping the bed's edge with both hands and heaving it up. The entire large bed was lifted high, and the bedboard crashed against the ceiling, leaving the three completely exposed in front of her eyes. The air in the room instantly froze. "Run!" Qi Qiushui shouted loudly, leaping out from beneath the bed first and charging toward the door. Li Cheng and Zhang Wei followed closely behind, the three of them madly running toward the staircase. Players on the second floor were startled by the scene, and Qi Qiushui shook the perfume bottle in his hand, screaming, "Don't just stand there! Everyone run to the castle entrance!" Everyone instantly reacted, quickly joining the fleeing crowd. Soon, they burst onto the first floor. The ancient castle's front door was just ahead. Mrs. Mariah was right behind them, her speed astonishing, and she was rapidly closing the distance to the fleeing group. Seeing she was almost upon them, she grinned menacingly and swung her giant axe down hard. The player running at the back was cleaved in half by the giant axe, his body crashing to the ground without even closing his eyes. Qi Qiushui ran at the front, using all his strength to slam open the ancient castle door, with the others following right behind, plunging into the dense forest outside the castle. Just as they rushed into the woods, they heard the roars of beasts and rustling footsteps. Werewolves were indeed lying in ambush around. Qi Qiushui immediately twisted open the perfume bottle and sprayed it on himself, then handed it to the others. "Hurry! Everyone spray it on!" Mrs. Mariah also chased out of the castle. But at the edge of the dense forest, he suddenly stopped, squinting his eyes tightly at the people inside the woods. Just as everyone was confused, pairs of green, glowing eyes lit up in the dark, accompanied by a low, rumbling growl, as a gigantic werewolf emerged from the bushes behind them. It walked in front of the crowd, sniffing the scent on each of them one by one. The crowd was so frightened that they didn't dare to move, not even to breathe. The werewolf smell was a horrible mix, a stench of wild beasts, along with a heavy scent of blood and alcohol. After sniffing all the people, the werewolf turned around, staring fiercely at Mrs. Melia at the castle gate. Mrs. Melia revealed a grim smile, raising a giant axe, ready to charge forward. At the critical moment, the butler's figure appeared behind the door. "Madam, the next group of guests will be arriving soon, you should prepare to change and greet them." Mrs. Melia and the butler exchanged glances for a moment, slowly retracting the giant axe and turning back to the castle. As the gate slammed shut with a loud clang, the werewolf glanced at the crowd and nodded its head, signaling them to follow. The group followed the werewolf through the dense forest, walking for a long time, until a small wooden house appeared before them. On the door of the wooden house, a small inscription was carved. "Evelyn and Jack's secret base." Qi Qiushui recalled the words of the butler earlier. This should be the secret base that the male owner Jack built for his daughter, and also the place where he hanged himself. Not far away was the wooden door leading to the hotel, and they no longer needed the werewolf to lead the way. At that moment, an astonishing scene occurred. The werewolf arrived in front of the wooden house, the wolf fur on its body gradually fading away, its shape constantly changing, until it eventually transformed into a slightly pudgy middle-aged Western man. He skillfully picked up a bottle of alcohol from the ground and took several big gulps, the liquid dripping down from the corner of his mouth. Before long, he collapsed on the ground, mumbling incoherently Evelyn. Upon arriving at the entrance to the instance, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Wei seemed to deliberately avoid Li Chang, not greeting Qi Qiushui, and returning alone to the Heartsei Hotel. Qi Qiushui and Li Chang stayed behind. He looked at Li Chang and smiled. "Zhang Wei seems very afraid of you. You spilled something on his clothes on purpose before, right?" Li Chang also smiled slightly, not denying it. "He's quite cute," teasing him adds some fun to this instance. He took out a business card and handed it to Qi Qiushui. "Everyone is tired now, and we can't chat in detail. Let's go back to the hotel to rest. We can contact each other later." Qi Qiushui took the business card, frowning. "Do you mean to meet in the real world?" "Of course not." Li Chang shook his finger. "In this infinite flow instance, there are many hotels, all interconnected. You can reach each other by taking a bus." He stretched lazily and yawned. "Tomorrow, don't return to the real world. Come to my Block's K Hotel. I'll show you something fun that you will definitely look forward to." Qi Qiushui raised an eyebrow. "Oh? What if I refuse? I can't think of anything that would make me look forward to it." Li Chang was not surprised by his reaction, smiled slightly, and took out his phone to show him a photo. As soon as Qi Qiushui saw the photo, he stepped back 2 paces, very surprised. Where did this thing come from? In the photo was a door, engraved with the characters Xia Xiaoxiao. Below the name, there was also an intricately designed purple butterfly. Chapter 58, The Purple Butterfly Organization. Taking the bus outside the Hartsa Hotel, following the information from the bus station, Qi Qiushui arrived at the Blocks K Hotel where Li Chang was. Since they had contacted each other by phone in advance, Li Chang was already waiting at the bus station in front of the Blocks K area. As soon as Qi Qiushui stepped off the bus, he was shocked by the layout of Blocks K Hotel. Although it was called a hotel, it was nothing like the traditional high-rise buildings filled with rooms. Instead, it was an astonishing area of alleys, with countless old Beijing-style courtyard houses scattered throughout. Li Chang smiled slightly. The hotel theme of Square K is a Sihiyuan. How about it? Wasn't the trip in vain? Qi Qiushui nodded, his eyes full of curiosity, looking left and right. The staff here also wore Square K masks but were dressed in traditional old Beijing attire, which felt very authentic. Very nice. Is it one courtyard per person? Of course, one courtyard for each person. Hearing this, Qi Qiushui felt a bit envious. The Harta hotel he was in was actually nice, with a classic modern luxury style, but compared to the one courtyard treatment here, it really fell short. So, is this Infinite Flow Central Resting Hotel have other themes? Of course, there are themes of Chinese gardens, large amusement parks, imitation Atlantis underwater themes, classic ancient towns, desert scenery, mountain secret realms. There are many. It seems I've been assigned to the worst category. Qi Qiushui laughed self-deprecatingly, but after hearing Li Chang's words, he felt he had broadened his horizons. Li Chang didn't seem to care. What's the big deal? Just like traveling, the scenery viewed by outsiders is merely the normal life of locals. No matter how beautiful the view or how interesting the place, after a long time, it will lose its charm. And most players here will return to the real world during their breaks, so it's only fresh when they first arrive. The two quickly arrived at Li Chang's place. A classic Sihiyuan. The gray bricks and tiles of the courtyard emitted traces of time, with a copper door nail nailed on its bright red door. A faded wooden plaque hung over the doorframe, inscribed with the words Li Fu. Entering, there was a spacious courtyard. The ground was paved with flat bluestone slabs, with several strings of dried red peppers and corn hanging under the eaves of the side rooms. In the center of the courtyard stood an old pomegranate tree, with a stone table and 4 stone stools set underneath, beside it a large fish tank with several small red goldfish swimming leisurely in the water. Li Chang led Qi Qiushui to sit on the stone stools and then turned to go into the kitchen. Qi Qiushui quickly stood up and called out. Let's talk business first, I still need to go back to the real world later. The sounds of pots and pans came from the kitchen, indicating that Li Chang was very busy inside. No rush, it's not easy to come out from the dungeon, let me treat you to my specialty. Qi Qiushui didn't insist further and silently stared at the goldfish swimming in the tank, clearing his mind. Before long, Li Chang brought out the first dish and introduced it solemnly. Fried carp with flour, Yanjin style. It uses authentic wild yellow river carp. Qi Qiushui felt the name of this dish was somewhat familiar but could not recall where he had heard it before. He carefully looked at the dish and had to admit that just from its appearance, it was already very perfect. The whole fried carp lay in the plate, bright red in color, covered with a layer of golden crispy flour, the sweet and sour sauce glimmering, enticing appetites. Then, Li Chang also served a bowl of preserved vegetables and tofu and a plate of li putaro, before finally sitting down. Qi Qiushui was just a bit hungry and didn't hold back, picking up his chopsticks to eat. Li Chang laughed and asked while eating, where did Zhang Wei go? You made him suffer so badly, he must have taken quite a hit. I've heard that when he heard he was coming here, he directly ran back to the real world. After saying this, Qi Qiushui put down his chopsticks, his expression turning serious. Now we should discuss serious matters. Who exactly are you? Where did that door photo with Xia Xiaoxiao's name come from? Li Chang put down his chopsticks, still wearing a smile. With so many questions, which one should I answer first? Let's answer the second one first. Actually, I am a Taoist. Qi Qiushui looked at Li Chang with a face of suspicion, then took out the business card he had given him earlier. The second son of the nationally famous Li family corporation, how did you suddenly turn into a Taoist? Li Chang looked slightly surprised. How did you know? None of those details were written on the business card I gave you. Qi Qiushui pointed at his own head. There's something called the internet in this world, and people should have basic information retrieval skills. So, are you really a Taoist? Or is it a deliberately forged identity? Li Chang put down his chopsticks and took a sip of tea. It's both true and false. Our ancestors were indeed famous Taoists, but later they couldn't make a living and turned to business, unexpectedly doing quite well. I've been interested in these things since I was young, but many traditions have long been lost, so now I can only be considered a cultural researcher of Taoism. Qi Qiushui was a bit curious. So in the dungeon, can you deal with those ghosts and monsters by yourself? Li Cheng couldn't help but roll his eyes. Of course not. When encountering those things, there's only one best way. Run. After saying that, Li Cheng took out the photo of the door with Xia Xiaoxiao's name on it that he had shown earlier. Then he swiped his finger and pulled up another photo. It was a picture of Qi Qiushui standing alone on the third floor of the Anshin Welfare Institute. From the angle, it seemed to have been taken secretly by a drone. When Qi Qiushui saw this photo, cold sweat immediately broke out on her back. Were you stalking me? Li Cheng calmly shook his head. Of course not. This photo was sent to me by my old man, asking if I recognized this person. At the time I didn't know, but unexpectedly met her later in the dungeon. Guess it's fate. Qi Qiushui's throat involuntarily rolled, her heart racing. So, what is behind that door? Why is Xia Xiaoxiao's name there? Li Cheng switched back to the photo of the door and pointed to the purple butterfly pattern on it. My focus is different from yours. You care about the name while I care about the pattern below the name. This is the Purple Butterfly Organization, the most mysterious group in this infinite dungeon. Qi Qiushui stared at the purple butterfly, her expression puzzled. The Purple Butterfly Organization? Li Cheng replied. It seems you really are a newcomer, let me introduce it to you. In this infinite dungeon, many players form groups to survive or to gain more rewards and resources. They not only cooperate in the dungeons, but often maintain close contact and communication in the real world. And the Purple Butterfly Organization is the most famous and mysterious one among them. Those who can enter this organization are undoubtedly top-level players, even the highest group of players in this dungeon. There's a saying in our player circle, if someone can clear this infinite dungeon first and gather all the puzzle pieces, that person must be from the Purple Butterfly. Qi Qiushui gazed at the purple butterfly in the photo, her expression slightly tense, waves of turmoil rising in her heart. Could it be that Xia Xiaoxiao is a member of the Purple Butterfly? The person who secretly filmed and followed me that day, was it sent by your Li group? Li Cheng said meaningfully, if I say no, would you believe it? Qi Qiushui said lightly, I don't believe it. If you don't believe it, there's nothing I can do, but this is the truth. There's more detail I can't talk about right now. Li Cheng shrugged and then his expression became very serious. The reason I came to you today is actually about something else. And this matter is very likely related to the people of the Purple Butterfly Organization. Chapter 59, The Vanished Village. As soon as Qi Qiushui heard this, she immediately perked up. What is it? Li Cheng put away his phone, tapped his fingertips lightly on the table twice, and suddenly threw out a viewpoint. Counting the entry-level dungeon, you've already gone through 3 dungeons, right? You should have discovered that all dungeons in the real world have corresponding prototypes. Qi Qiushui showed a look of agreement, slowly nodding. Li Cheng was right. The murder of the wife and dismemberment case, the arson case at the Bubu Hotel, and that Mrs. Melia, all had traceable real pasts. After clearing the dungeon of Mrs. Melia, he quickly searched the web for her background and soon found the prototype. Countess Elizabeth Meloria. To maintain her youthful beauty, she imprisoned local girls in the ancient castle, subjecting them to inhumane torture, even extracting their blood to drink. Taking a bath, the means are shocking. Li Cheng's tone became serious as he continued. Recently, a big event happened in the real world, because it is too strange, the news has been blocked, and I only learned about it from the elders of my family. Qi Qiushui frowned and asked, what exactly is it? Li Cheng's expression instantly became serious. Zhao Family Village, a village hidden deep in the mountains, so ordinary it couldn't be more ordinary, was once a well-known tourist spot locally, but it disappeared overnight, and the entire village vanished without a trace. Later, a group of paranormal enthusiasts went to Zhao Family Village to live-stream their adventure, only to become missing as well, with no news at all. This matter is too eerie. To avoid causing panic, any news about Zhao Family Village that appears online is immediately deleted and accounts are banned. He paused, then changed the subject. Shortly after Zhao Family Village disappeared, related posts appeared on the Bloodgate forum. Qi Qiushui had been deep in thought, but at this point, he suddenly looked up. Are you saying that Zhao Family Village has turned into an infinite copy? Li Cheng's tone was unusually serious, completely different from his usual playful demeanor. I don't care about the truth of Zhao Family Village's disappearance. After being in the copies for so long, what strange things haven't I seen? But I'm very interested in this new copy. Why? Qi Qiushui pressed for an answer. Li Cheng's fingers continued to tap on the table, the rhythm clear. According to the experience accumulated by players, the probability of new copies dropping puzzle pieces is very high. Now many organizations in the forum are eyeing this copy, and it's estimated that there will be players trying to downgrade to take advantage of it. Of these, there is a high probability of the people from the Purple Butterfly. Qi Qiushui's heart stirred. He was already eager to get the puzzle pieces, and if he could really encounter someone from the Purple Butterfly, he might be able to find out Xia Xiaoxiao's whereabouts. This was indeed a rare opportunity for him. So, you plan to participate in this new copy? Li Chang snapped his fingers, his eyes sparkling with amusement. You guessed it right. And I want to invite you and Zhang Wei to go with me. This copy is unusual, the internal fighting among players will definitely be intense. In Lady Melia's copy, I specifically observed you and Zhang Wei, and I think you two are reliable. Especially you, Qi Qiushui, your strength and character are unquestionable, and your ability to handle emergencies is top-notch. With you here, the success rate of this high-risk copy will increase significantly. Qi Qiushui frowned in contemplation, not agreeing immediately. You've outlined the benefits so clearly, so what about the downsides? Also, what level is this Zhao family village copy? Li Chang chuckled, his tone carrying a hint of cunning. Level 4. However, because it is a new copy, the difficulty will be close to that of a normal level 6 copy. Qi Qiushui's pupils slightly constricted. If what Li Chang said is true, this is equivalent to the difficulty of a normal level 6, and he has just passed level 3, this is similar to directly jumping 3 levels to challenge? Seeing his hesitation, Li Chang spoke meaningfully. You should also be investigating the purple butterfly, right? Let me tell you, players in the real world are hiding deep, especially the higher their level. Trying to find clues about the purple butterfly in reality is nearly impossible, and even if you do find them, you'll encounter inexplicable obstacles. Qi Qiushui fell silent. Inexplicable obstacles? Just like that suddenly demolished welfare home. It seems that it really wasn't a coincidence. Could the sudden demolition of the welfare home really be related to Li Chang, no, even to the Li family group? He looked up and saw Li Chang looking at him with confidence, as if he was sure he would agree. And in the copy, if you want to encounter players from the purple butterfly, you have to wait until at least level 7 for a chance. Do you think you can survive until level 7? Li Chang's voice was light, but it felt like a heavy hammer striking at Qi Qiushui's heart. Qi Qiushui was momentarily speechless. Yeah. In these past few copy experiences, which one wasn't teetering on the edge of life and death? Who can guarantee that they can live to the 7th level? Then can you guarantee that one can definitely meet the purple butterfly in this dungeon? Li Chang shook his head and candidly said. No, I can only say there's a high probability. Almost every time the Bloodgate Forum refreshes a new dungeon, the purple butterfly people will appear. And they are all extremely mysterious, never revealing their identities after entering the dungeon, as that would undoubtedly be inviting disaster, akin to seeking death. To discover them, you can only rely on your own insight. After hesitating for a long time, Qi Qiushui suddenly raised his head, his eyes becoming incredibly determined. I will participate. I want to see just how eerie this new dungeon really is. Li Chang seemed to have anticipated this, his smile widening. Great. It's settled then. Qi Qiushui then threw out 2 key questions. We are staying at different hotels, how can we join the same dungeon? And I am only a 2nd level player, can I really challenge a dungeon above my level? Li Chang waved his hand, signaling him not to worry. Challenging above your level is definitely possible, as long as I, a 4th level player, lead the way. When the time comes, I'll send you the forum link. After you read the content, just come to my place, and we'll enter through this door together. Qi Qiushui looked enlightened and nodded slightly. So when do we set off? Li Chang glanced at his phone for the time. The night after tomorrow. By the way, remember to call Zhang Wei. Qi Qiushui's expression became a bit awkward. He seems to resist you quite a bit. If you go, he probably won't come. Li Chang suddenly made a gesture and spoke in a delicate voice. Do you really dislike him that much? If this dungeon doesn't have brother Zhang Wei, Yang Yang will be very sad. Qi Qiushui felt a chill down his spine and hurriedly stood up. I have to go now, I need to return to the real world for a bit as there are things to handle at school. Li Chang smiled as he watched Qi Qiushui's departing figure until it completely vanished at the courtyard entrance, and the smile on his face instantly faded, replaced by an expression of seriousness and coldness. He took out his phone again, opened the photo of the door with the name Xia Xiaoxiao written on it, stared for a moment, and dialed an unfamiliar number. Later, when Qi Qiushui recalled that seemingly ordinary night in the courtyard, he couldn't help but sigh. It was during such an ordinary dinner that he made the decision to challenge the dungeon above his level. At that time, he was a bit recklessly fearless, thinking it was just a slightly more challenging adventure, but little did he expect that this journey would nearly cost him his life. This dungeon can be considered one of the closest encounters with death among all the dungeons he had experienced, including those he would experience in the future. P.S. This dungeon has some Chinese folk customs. Change up the flavor. Chapter 60 Blessed Woman, Daughter of the Mountain God. Have you heard of the Blessed Woman? The legend of the Blessed Woman originated from Zhao family village. Though I grew up in the city, strictly speaking, I can count as half a person from Zhao family village. This story was told to me by my great-grandfather himself. Zhao family village is hidden in the folds of the deep mountains, located in a remote and barren place, genuinely not a livable area. The land is so thin that you can see the stones, any crops grown rely entirely on the will of heaven. By the end of the Qing dynasty, with wars breaking out, life became even more excruciatingly difficult. With hardly any food harvested, in years of famine, villagers would even dig up quinine soil to fill their stomachs. The bark and wild vegetables in the mountains had long been completely eaten up. My great-grandfather said that back then, you could hear about someone starving to death every day, with corpses lying in the ravines, a heart-wrenching sight. In that desperate situation, the blessed woman appeared. The people of Zhao family village had worshipped the mountain god for generations, hoping the mountain god could grant them food and hope, and even built a mountain god temple in the valley. And the blessed woman was the daughter of the mountain god. No one knew where she came from, only remembering that it was a foggy morning when a villager went up the mountain to chop firewood, passing by the mountain god temple, and suddenly saw a girl sitting at the temple door. She was wearing a coarse cloth dress that had faded to an off-white color. Her eyes were as clear as mountain spring water, devoid of any worldly dust. The villagers thought she was a lost child, quickly rushing forward to offer help, but to their surprise, the girl shook her head and smiled, saying, "I am the daughter of the mountain god." Seeing the villagers struggling, the mountain god specially sent me to assist. With that, she picked up a sharp piece of stone nearby and gently cut her finger. A miraculous thing happened. The blood that dripped from her fingertip instantly formed into round, plump pearls upon hitting the ground. The pearls glowed with a warm, blood-like sheen in the morning light, more translucent than luminous pearls, clearly worth a fortune. The villagers named these pearls blood pearls. At the request of the blessed girl, the villagers brought her back to the village. Upon learning about the difficulties of Zhao family village, she proactively sought out the village chief, saying she wanted to help everyone through the hard times. Her heart was so kind that it was unbelievable. Every few days, she would cut her wrist to produce more blood pearls. Every time she drew blood, her face would turn pale, weak and frail, but upon seeing the villagers no longer starving, a sweet smile would appear on her face. The villagers took the blood pearls down the mountain to exchange for silver, first buying life-saving grain and coarse cloth to keep warm. Village chief Zhao Meng was a responsible and clever man. He understood that the blood pearls were gifts from the mountain god, but they couldn't be relied on forever, as they would eventually run out of blessings. So he took the lead in making comprehensive plans. First, he used part of the silver to purchase drought-resistant crops such as grain seeds, sweet potato seeds, and buckwheat seeds, and led the strong men to clear the wasteland at the foot of the mountain, digging stones to build irrigation channels to water the fields with mountain spring water. He then used another portion of the silver to buy piglets, lambs, and chicks, designating a shared breeding area for experienced farmers to take turns caring for them, and taught everyone to use ash as fertilizer and bamboo fences to guard against wild beasts. The remaining silver was exchanged for coarse cloth, needles and threads, chisels, and planes, encouraging women to weave linen and sew clothes, while men wove bamboo baskets and made farming tools, saving them for the next trip down the mountain to sell. The villagers were already hardworking, and with this seed money and the village chief's leadership, life gradually improved. The crops in the fields sprouted green, the animals grew fatter in the pens, and woven linen and bamboo products became quite popular in town. Within a few years, Zhao family village underwent a complete transformation. Gone was the past silence, and the scent of life could rise from deep in the mountains. The villagers were grateful for the mountain god's protection and even more thankful for the blessed girl's sacrifices. They repaired the mountain god's temple to make it more orderly, and specially built a temple for the blessed girl, creating a statue of her. Every year, on the day the blessed girl appeared, the blessed girl's temple would be full of people praying for blessings, with incense burning fiercely. But peaceful days are always short-lived. The people of Zhao family village frequently went down the mountain to exchange blood pearls for silver, and over time, the townsfolk all knew about the precious night luminous pearls hidden in the deep mountains. Many people began to inquire indirectly about their source. Fortunately, village chief Zhao Meng was already on guard and had issued a strict order. No one was allowed to reveal a single word about the blessed girl, and anyone who violated this would be punished according to clan rules, with no leniency. The villagers understood that if this matter leaked, the entire village could face disaster, and everyone kept their mouths sealed. Though the villagers were very cautious, fearing they might say the wrong word, secrets can ultimately not be hidden. The news about Zhao family village having treasure spread further and further in the town, and soon even people unrecognized began to appear in the village. It was obvious they were there to inquire about the blood pearls. But the villagers were still able to handle these matters. Until a man named Baliki appeared, he destroyed everything and shattered the peace the villagers desperately tried to maintain. That day, a majestic group arrived in the town at the foot of the mountain, the sound of horses' hooves shattering the tranquil mountain road. The leading man wore dark iron armor, his expression sinister, a scar slashed diagonally across his forehead, with a bright yellow royal jade pendant hanging from his waist. At a glance, his noble identity was clear. His full name was Isenjaro Bolzi, a royal general guarding the northern border, brave in battle yet greedy for more, with countless lives on his hands. He was now returning to the capital with his troops to report. While resting in town, Bolsey accidentally heard the rumor of the blood pearl from Zhao family village and instantly became intrigued. With his extraordinary means, it wasn't long before he had his men buy a blood pearl. The pearl shimmered beautifully, warm to the touch, truly a rare treasure. Bolsey immediately wanted to gather more to present to his royal brother and earn credit. But his suspicious nature soon made him doubt the origin of the blood pearl. After some intense questioning, he squeezed some clues out of the pawnshop owner. That night, Bolsey led a massive troop into the depths of Zhao family village. The mountain path was narrow, and the troops could only march in a single line, but the aura of slaughter could be smelled from miles away. The villagers grabbed their hoes and machetes, old and young alike crowding at the village entrance to block. But they were merely farmers, facing the ground all their lives. How could they withstand soldiers who had fought for years? In just a few rounds, the villagers began to retreat one by one, screams echoing through the valley. Bolsey ordered someone to capture a villager and torture him. How could an ordinary person endure such torment? After only a few moments, he spilled everything about the blessed girl. The village chief Zhao Meng stood at the front, eyes red, shouting. The blessed girl has already completed her mission for the mountain god and returned to the mountain. There is no such person in our village. Bolsey sneered, kicking the old village chief aside. The daughter of the mountain god? In my eyes, she is nothing but a chicken that lays golden eggs. His men, like madmen, almost overturned every building in the village, and finally found the blessed girl hiding in the basement of Zhao Guang's house. The blessed girl was dragged out by her hair, trembling all over, tears mixed with blood dripping from the corner of her mouth. She cried out and begged, saying she would produce blood pearls every day, only asking Bolsey to spare the villagers. But Bolsey raised his hand and slapped her, making her mouth bleed. Take her away. From now on, this blood pearl will be a royal tribute. Whoever dares to hide it will be executed along with their entire family. The villagers, seeing this, went mad and rushed to stop them. Some had their legs crushed by horses' hooves, sprawling on the ground while desperately gripping the soldiers' pants. An old lady with white hair clung to Bolsey's leg, crying out, but he kicked her down the hillside, her head striking the rocks, and she lost her life on the spot. The incense in the blessed girl's temple was trampled into disarray, and the statue of the blessed girl was knocked over and shattered. On that day, blood was spilled on the idol, and the smoke from Zhao family village was completely cut off. The mountain god's protection became mere empty talk, leaving only a curse of resentment lingering in the gloomy sky over Zhao family village. Level 4 Side Quest, Blessed Girl. Identity, Tourist. Task, survive in Zhao family village for 5 days and seek the truth and a way out. Room number, Room 4, Courtyard number 47, Square K Hotel. Hint 1, Cursed Person. Hint 2, carry glutinous rice as much as possible. Hint 3, don't use an umbrella in the rain. Hint 4, the beginning of humanity. Hint 5, attractions in the village will refresh clues and puzzles about the way out. Hint 6, frame pack. Hint 7, stay away from the bridal sedan. Chapter 61 Blessed Girl, the bridal sedan by the roadside. When she regained consciousness, Qi Qiushui found herself inside Zhao family village. Beside her stood a huge sign. Zhao family village tourism reception. She looked around and saw a dozen people. There are quite a few people participating in this side quest. Where did Zhang Wei go? He clearly entered the door with us, how can he suddenly disappear? Beside her, Li Cheng spoke calmly. There must be more than just these people. From what I learned outside, at least 20 people are participating in this side quest. Zhang Wei should have been teleported somewhere else. Qi Qiushui noticed that Li Cheng was trembling slightly. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Li Cheng raised his slightly shaking hand. She smiled slightly. I don't know if it's fear or excitement. Haven't you noticed that there are 7 clues in this instance? This means the difficulty of the instance is far beyond my previous estimate. It is probably no longer an ordinary 6th level. Only in such cases would the Bloodgate give so many clues, which is a way to provide players with convenience and reduce difficulty. Qi Qiushui's heart sank suddenly. A light rain was falling from the sky. Qi Qiushui stretched out his hand to catch the falling raindrops, brought it closer to smell, and then looked around. Nearby stood some villagers watching the excitement, and they all had one common feature. None of them had umbrellas. This was really strange. Although the rain was light, it was understandable that a few people were without umbrellas, but for everyone to be without them was quite odd. This reminded him of a hint. No umbrellas on rainy days. What could be the reason? Qi Qiushui frowned and thought. At that moment, a middle-aged man walked over. Strangely, he had a peachwood sword hanging from his waist. He looked a bit like a Taoist priest. In Qi Qiushui's understanding, Taoists met in real life were mostly like Master Zheng from the Lifeng shopping mall instance. Most were either charlatans or con artists. Let me introduce myself, I am Zhao Rui, in charge of the tourism affairs in Zhao family village. You are the first batch of tourists after Zhao Family Village's closed renovation. If you find your experience enjoyable, please take photos and leave 5-star reviews, and after inspection, the village will prepare special small gifts for you. Since most inns are still being renovated, and there are quite a few tourists this time, the existing accommodations in the village may not meet everyone's needs. But please rest assured, we have discussed with the villagers, and those who cannot find accommodation will be arranged to stay in villagers' homes. I should mention that the villagers of Zhao Family Village are very warm-hearted. Of course, villagers' homes are not inns, the living conditions vary, so please do not hold it against us. As for meals, you can go to the village cafeteria or eat at the villagers' homes. All expenses will be covered by the village, as a bit of compensation for the insufficient accommodation. Recently, Zhao Family Village will hold a sacrificial ceremony for the mountain god and the blessing girl. We welcome everyone to participate. At this point, Qi Qiushui asked, "Hello, may I ask how many tourists have come this time?" Zhao Rui smiled and replied, 64 people. At this statement, not only Qi Qiushui but even Li Chang, who was already mentally prepared, was shocked. He originally estimated a maximum of no more than 40 people. Unexpectedly, the actual number exceeded more than half. Zhao Rui looked at the people present and, seeing no one else asking questions, suddenly became serious. The basic situation has been introduced. Now I will declare the taboos of the village. First, it is best not to go out at night. This place is far from the city and deep in the mountains, and it is uncertain if someone could get lost. Second, the sightseeing spots in Zhao Family Village are under renovation. For instance, the Blessing Girl Temple and the 100 Coffin Cave are not ready to welcome guests, and outsiders are not allowed to enter. Third, if anything strange happens in Zhao Family Village, it is all hallucinations and superstition. We must believe in science. If anyone truly cannot get over it, they can talk to the village chief, Zhao Guang, who is very willing to provide psychological counseling. After saying this, Zhao Rui hurriedly turned and left, seeming to have urgent matters to attend to. Suddenly, a shout came from not far away. Qi Qiushui. Then, a figure stumbled over. Zhang Wei ran up to Qi Qiushui and stopped, bending over and panting heavily, his face pale as paper, and his body was still trembling slightly. "Oh my, I finally found you, I'm exhausted. That was really scary." Qi Qiushui helped Zhang Wei up. "What happened to you?" Seeing Li Cheng smilingly looking at him beside them, Zhang Wei, in irritation, gave him the middle finger and then began to recount his experience just now, panting heavily. "Damn it! I was born in the woods near Zhao Family Village, and at that time, there were a few players beside me. We followed the sign towards the village's guest house. Out of nowhere, it suddenly started to rain, and we encountered a red bridal sedan chair parked by the roadside. It was raining at the time, and a female player instinctively pulled out an umbrella she had with her. As a result..." At this point, fear appeared on Zhang Wei's face. A woman in a red wedding dress, with only one foot, walked out of the sedan holding an oil paper umbrella and smiled at us. We were all scared out of our minds and ran forward with all our might, while that woman in red hopped after us like a Qing dynasty zombie, using her remaining foot. After we escaped the woods, we discovered something terrifying. The female player holding the umbrella was gone. As soon as Zhang Wei finished speaking, the nearby villagers' faces instantly froze, their eyes filled with terror as they began to whisper. "It seems we've encountered the umbrella woman. These tourists are really brave, they dare to use an umbrella even when it's raining." Zhang Wei remembered Zhao Rui, who had just left, scratched his head, and felt a bit confused. "It's strange, I saw many Taoists on the way here." The nearby villagers began to whisper again upon hearing this statement. It's a daily occurrence for strange things to happen in the village. It would be weird if there weren't many Taoists. Even the stray cats and dogs from nearby villages have come here to make a living. Qi Qiushui looked towards those whispering villagers, wanting to step forward to gather some information. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Zhao Rui, who had originally left, turned back again. Zhao Rui glared at the villagers fiercely and shouted, "Shut up! Stop spreading superstitions here." Then he forced a smile at Qi Qiushui and the others. "The villagers are like this, they haven't read much, so don't take it to heart." The villagers, upon being shouted at, showed fear and quickly lowered their heads, hastening to leave the guest house. According to the village's arrangement, Qi Qiushui was assigned to stay at a villager's home named Aunt Wang. After asking villagers along the road, they quickly found Aunt Wang's house. Aunt Wang's house was a standalone building with a small courtyard outside. By the looks of the house's decoration, it seemed to be one of the wealthier families in the village. Qi Qiushui and the others should have been happy about getting a nice place to stay, but once they stepped into the courtyard, each of their hearts sank. The courtyard was filled with white flower wreaths, and paper-made child figures stood in the corners with faces that bore stiff and eerie smiles. In the center lay a large black coffin, above which hung a portrait. In the portrait was an old man, smiling, with his mouth curving into a strange arc. Unknowingly, or perhaps due to an illusion, it seemed that the grandfather's eyes were staring at the three in the courtyard through the photo. An elderly woman with graying hair knelt in front of the portrait, her back to them, shoulders heaving with tears. "Old man, why didn't you wait for me?" She seemed to sense someone and slowly turned around to look at the three, wiping her tears and revealing a creepy grin identical to the old man's in the photo. Seeing that smile, a chill ran down the backs of the three. "You're here. I am Aunt Wang. Welcome to my home as guests." A strong wind blew, causing the white paper on the wreaths to rustle loudly. It was unclear if the coffin lid wasn't closed properly, but under the influence of the strong wind, the coffin let out a faint clack, as if something inside had moved slightly. Chapter 62, Blessed Woman, Oi. Little Ghost. The time in the instance synchronizes with the real world. The time for entering the instance in the real world is unified at 8 p.m. At this time, Zhao family village had already fallen into silence, with no sounds around. Aunt Wang had graying hair, her face full of wrinkles, a forced smile hanging on her lips, but her gaze was as heavy as a bottomless pool. "It's getting late, I'll take you upstairs to rest." The second floor of Aunt Wang's house had 3 rooms available. Zhang Wei, being timid, chose to share a room with Qi Qiushui, while Li Cheng decided to stay in another room alone. Aunt Wang came downstairs, and as she left the city, she furrowed her brows tightly, staring at something hanging on the wall of the second floor. "This Aunt Wang definitely isn't simple." "What do you mean?" Li Cheng glanced at Qi Qiushui, then raised his hand to point at the wall. There hung a blue talisman, next to it was a straw man that had already turned black. It's usually yellow talismans that are hung up. Have you ever seen a family hang such a sinister thing on the wall? And that coffin in the yard, it's a dark green color. Just now, when Aunt Wang wasn't paying attention, I secretly touched it. It was hard and cold, probably made of some dark wood. What normal person would use that kind of wood to make a coffin? Qi Qiushui fell silent for a moment and looked down at his phone. There's still some time before 10 o'clock, and it seems some villagers nearby aren't asleep. I'll go find out more about Aunt Wang. Are you going? Zhang Wei quickly shook his head. He seemed quite scared by the one-legged bride from earlier in the jungle and just wanted to take it easy. Li Cheng also didn't plan to go outside. He took out a stick of incense from his backpack and lit it. The blue smoke curled up. He put his hands together and quietly chanted. No blame for the strange, unintentionally disturbing, just borrowing Zhao family village to rest. I don't seek protection, only seek. Before he finished speaking, Zhang Wei let out a hum sound beside him. Didn't expect you to be a superstitious guy too. Li Yan Yan. No. Li Cheng. Li Cheng wasn't angry, he turned his head, pinched his throat, and pretended to look pitiful. Brother Zhang Wei, how can you still not forget Yang Yang? Should I invite Yang Yang to your room to burn incense, guaranteeing your safety? Get lost. Zhang Wei seemed to be poked at some terrible memory, his face changed, and he rushed back to his room, slamming the door shut. Qi Qiushui didn't walk far from Aunt Wang's house when he saw a young punk riding a little electric motorcycle pass by. The speaker on the bike blared loudly, playing. I want to invite you to ride on my wild motorcycle. I want to take you for drinks, food, and singing. My wild motorcycle is a little broken. Don't mind it, riding it will never cause a traffic jam. Qi Qiushui raised his hand to stop him. The punk seemed quite displeased with his action. Oi! Kid! What's your problem? You dare stop your Uncle Zhao Shuai's car? Looks like you're a bit hot today. Qi Qiushui took a glance at him. This guy was about the same age as him, yet he called himself an uncle? His speech also had some inexplicable abstract flavor. Forget it, that's not important. He cleared his throat and asked. Sorry, I'm a tourist visiting Zhao family village today, can I ask you something? Zhao Shuai glanced at him, shook his head, said nothing, and twisted the handlebar to leave. Qi Qiushui hurriedly stopped him again. I want to ask about Aunt Wang in the village. Get lost, Zhao Shuai replied rudely. Qi Qiushui's lips twitched, holding back his anger, he continued asking. Brother Zhao Shuai, do you know how Aunt Wang's husband died? Has anything happened in between? Zhao Shuai appeared very impatient. Oi! Kid! I need to go to the internet cafe for an overnight session, don't waste your Uncle Zhao Shuai's time on getting a pentakill tonight. If you keep bothering me here and ruin my chances of getting a pentakill, I'll call my brother Xiaomao to deal with you. Qi Qiushui frowned. Who is Xiaomao? It felt like the two were completely on different channels. There was no other way but to use that trick. He took out 100 yuan from his pocket. 3 questions, 100 bucks. That's enough for you to stay a few nights, right? Zhao Shuai was momentarily stunned when he saw the cash, then immediately threw down his bike, approached Qi Qiushui with a flattering smile. Oh. Brother, why so polite? You can ask anything, nothing in Zhao family village that Uncle Zhao Shuai doesn't know. Qi Qiushui silently shook his head. It seems that even in this scenario, money still holds some power. I noticed Zhao family village seems particularly quiet. Has it always been this way, or is it a recent change? Has there been something that happened? Zhao Shuai cautiously touched the $100 in his hand, even unfolded it to check it against the light. Isn't it always like this in the countryside? Young people all go to the city to work. It only gets lively during the new year, usually just some old folks left in the village. Has anything strange happened in the village recently? Qi Qiushui asked again. Zhao Shuai put away the money and looked at Qi Qiushui thoughtfully. Nothing strange. Qi Qiushui continued to ask, do you know Aunt Wan? Of course I know her, but... Zhao Shuai's expression showed some hesitation. But what? Zhao Shuai sighed. We all call her Wang the fortune teller. I advise you to stay away from her. She's an odd person, always mumbling strange things, into some dark and evil stuff. When she can't win an argument, she just hides at home and casts curses. Her temper is extremely stubborn, only her old partner could handle her. Sadly, her partner passed away recently from a brain hemorrhage. To be honest, it's quite pitiful. That's all I know. After that, Zhao Shuai propped up his little beat-up bike and was about to leave. Alright, that's 3 questions finished, right? I really have to go work the night shift. Qi Qiushui was stunned, thinking this person was young but had a dark heart, so he quickly stopped him again. He thought for a moment and decided to be direct. One last question. I want to ask, has Zhao village ever had ghost troubles? Ghost troubles? Zhao Shuai visibly stiffened, then started to rub his fingers together, clearly signaling something. Qi Qiushui sighed, taking out 100 yuan and handing it over. Zhao Shuai happily accepted the money before speaking. You seem quiet and well-read, right? Where do ghosts come from? The biggest ghost is in people's hearts. Did you do something wrong? Why are you so afraid of ghosts? Qi Qiushui, choked by this lesson bought with money, was speechless but remained undeterred, continuing his probe. It's not exactly a ghost. Just some rather eerie things. Like, the umbrella woman? Upon hearing umbrella woman, Zhao Shuai's face changed dramatically, and he almost lost control of the motorcycle. He pointed at Qi Qiushui, his voice trembling, his hand shaking even more fiercely. How do you know? Didn't the village chief give a strict order not to mention it? Whose mouth is so loose? Realizing he had let something slip, he quickly covered his mouth. Before Qi Qiushui could ask again, he suddenly twisted the ignition and the bike zoomed off, disappearing in an instant. All that was left was Qi Qiushui standing there, looking confused, completely not understanding what had just happened. Chapter 63, The Unreasonable Blessing Woman. Seeing it was still before 10 at night and the lights were still on in nearby villagers' homes, Qi Qiushui decided to walk around the village some more. Of course, he would only move around crowded areas, he would never approach sparsely populated places or deep mountains. Passing by a small hotel in Zhao village, he noticed the door was ajar, and he could hear heated arguing inside. Qi Qiushui walked into the hotel to see what was happening. The hotel was livelier than he imagined, with 2 groups of people facing off, while the hotel owner looked helpless in the middle. Having just arrived, Qi Qiushui was unclear about the situation, so he patted the shoulder of a thin younger man with glasses named Tang Feng beside him. Brother, what's going on? These people should all be players here for Zhao Village's event, right? Tang Feng nodded and then began to explain the cause of the argument. From his description, Qi Qiushui gradually understood the reason. The 2 groups in the hotel were self-organized teams of players, similar to Purple Butterfly. One team was called Little Purple Sweet Potato Adventure Group, abbreviated as Little Purple Sweet Potato. As the name suggests, the majority of its members were women, mainly fresh female college graduates. The other team was called Raven. The unique feature of this team was its older age, averaging over 30 years old, with both men and women. And the Tang Feng next to Qi Qiushui was a member of Raven. Now, there was a huge disagreement and conflict between the 2 sides. The reason was that the Little Purple Sweet Potato team had been assigned to a hotel next to the cemetery. Getting into this event required forming a team, no one was a newbie. In a place like this, staying next to the cemetery was absolutely forbidden. So led by their big sister Qin Beishir, the Little Purple Sweet Potato team scoured the village and ultimately took over the hotel that was originally assigned to the Raven team. But the Raven team just arrived a bit too late. It is not a proactive surrender. After finding out that the Little Purple Sweet Potato had already moved in, they naturally refused to back down, leading to a fierce argument. The Little Purple Sweet Potato's standpoint is, first come, first served, whoever moves in first belongs to that person. The Raven's standpoint is, it should be according to the village's allocation, and the Little Purple Sweet Potato's behavior is nothing but trickery. The leader of the Little Purple Sweet Potato, Qin Beishir, stepped forward. She is a top student from a famous normal university, and just after graduation, she was drawn into the instance, establishing the Little Purple Sweet Potato Girls Challenge team with her high IQ and excellent leadership skills, gradually growing in strength. This time coming to Zhao Village is a downgrade participation, and the purpose is to obtain puzzle pieces. Qin Qiushui made a gesture for everyone to be quiet. Everyone, please be quiet. Let me introduce myself. I am Qin Qiushui, the captain of the Little Purple Sweet Potato, and I am here to lead my sisters through the Zhao Village instance. Following the principle of first come, first served, this temporarily belongs to us Little Purple Sweet Potatoes, and the boss has already agreed. Qi Qiushui instinctively looked at the innkeeper, bewildered. Isn't checking in supposed to require registration of identity? Was it really agreed upon just like that? The innkeeper, however, wore a bitter expression, silently lamenting. Things were not at all as Qin Qiushui said. It was Qin Qiushui who proactively told the boss that the Ravens people had given up this inn and asked if she could give the empty rooms to the Little Purple Sweet Potatoes. The boss agreed without much thought. Only when the Ravens people came to question him did he realize he had been deceived by the Little Purple Sweet Potato. But now, even if he wanted to backtrack, the Little Purple Sweet Potatoes people insisted that he had already agreed. Once something is said, it's like spilled water, it cannot be taken back. At this moment, the Ravens captain Lu Jiang stepped forward. He is a middle-aged man in his 30s. What do you mean by first come, first served? It was clearly allocated according to the village. I know you Little Purple Sweet Potatoes don't want to stay next to the cemetery, but is it appropriate to directly occupy our inn? How about this, now that it's dark, we don't want to quarrel anymore, let's stick to my previous proposal, more people sharing one room. We Raven can do the same, and that way the rooms will barely be enough. The innkeeper suddenly smiled, nodding repeatedly, thinking that this solution was good and that he wouldn't have to deal with this mess anymore. All right. It's settled. I have plenty of blankets in my inn, we can just sleep on the floor. Xiao Kaifeng, who had been standing behind Qin Qiushui, couldn't hold back anymore and jumped out to scold. What do you mean by all right? Sister Qiushui, you are too lenient with them. Isn't there an empty inn next to the cemetery? There are plenty of rooms there, why do you have to fight with our Little Purple Sweet Potato sisters? Lu Zhang's eyes widened, he thought, isn't that room designated for you? Why are you questioning us instead? But there's a cemetery next door. Of course we can't stay there, and that room is assigned to you. Before he could finish, Xiao Kaifeng interrupted aggressively again. You know there's a cemetery there, are you even right to suggest that we girls go stay there? You men are so cruel. Xiao Caifeng's fierce stance left Lu Jiang momentarily stunned, his head buzzing. So, since no one wants to stay there, let's each compromise a bit and cramp together. The innkeeper nodded again at the side. Okay. Okay. Everyone stop arguing. Xiao Kaifeng glared fiercely at the innkeeper, then crossed her arms, surveying the Raven's men with a scrutinizing gaze. Qin Qiushui stepped forward again, calmly stating, it's not very appropriate for men and women to share the same floor. Having multiple people in one room not only affects living comfort, but our Little Purple Sweet Potatoes have a habit of reviewing instance strategies at night. Many details involve team secrets, and we are accustomed to wearing pajamas after a shower and reviewing while sleeping. The space in the inn is small, if we accidentally run into each other, we would inevitably suffer losses, so we can only trouble you Raven. Lu Jiang stared dumbfounded, as if his world had nearly collapsed. What? Who would still eavesdrop on you once in the instance? I can't argue with you. I only accept the plan for multiple people to share a room. Wu Kaihong couldn't hold back any longer. She jumped out and yelled. What's wrong with your brains? Isn't Sister Qiushui clear enough? The resources at the Zhao Family Village Hotel are already tight, and most of our Little Purple Potatoes are girls. It's very inconvenient to live with boys, so please leave this hotel, I think that's reasonable. You still feel so wronged, it's really speechless. It's just absurd. Seeing Wu Kaihong being so aggressive, other members of the Raven behind Lu Jiang couldn't hold back anymore. You little fairies, don't go too far. Exactly. This isn't a place for you to act recklessly. Qi Qiushui found it boring and was about to leave when she saw Zhang Wei standing behind her. What are you doing here? Zhang Wei replied. Li Chang went out to find glutinous rice. I saw you hadn't gone back for a long time, so I thought I'd find you. I happened to pass by here and heard someone arguing, so I came in and saw you. I watched from behind for a while. I didn't expect such treasures to be in every instance, it's incredible. Perhaps because Zhang Wei's voice was loud, his words reached Wu Caihong's ears. She pointed at Zhang Wei and shouted. That Raven over there, we're discussing, and what is your personal attack? Since you are all like this, then our Little Purple Potato sisters don't need to maintain high standards anymore. I say this, we as Little Purple Potatoes have definitely secured this hotel. If you really want to stay, that's fine. The boss has a pair of scissors by the counter. You guys can self-castrate here on the spot, and our little purple potato sisters will move out immediately. Upon hearing this, the boss was so scared he tightened his body and instinctively covered his groin. He thought to himself, this little girl is too ruthless. Qi Qiushui saw Wu Kaihong confronting Zhang Wei and knew things were about to escalate, so she hurriedly pulled Zhang Wei away. But unexpectedly, Zhang Wei shook Qi Qiushui's hand off, dashed into the battlefield, and stood in front of Lu Jiang as a temporary debating representative of the Raven. He pointed at Wu Kaihong and shouted loudly. You little brat! I, Wei Ge, am not one of the Ravens, but today I will take charge of this matter and argue with you until dawn. The Ravens saw someone standing up for justice and rallied in support. Good. Brotherly righteousness. This should be dealt with, these little fairies. Wu Kaihong was momentarily stunned by Zhang Wei's reprimand, but she had never been afraid of anyone in a verbal fight, it was her strong point. Since you're not one of the Ravens, what are you shouting about here? Do you secretly want to live in this hotel too? What unsavory intentions do you have? Speak up now. Don't say it's for justice. That's just laughable. A stone thrown out yells only when it hits, there's not a single innocent one. Zhang Wei didn't expect Wu Caihong's combat power to be so strong and was momentarily speechless. What do I have to plot? I just think you are too excessive. Wu Kaihong sneered. I see you empathizing with those boys from the Raven who want to spy, or maybe you want to secretly share a room with us to do something unspeakable. The surrounding male players felt insulted and rallied to support the Raven. What do you mean? Discussing is fine, but don't attack broadly. These little fairies are too much. Lu Jiang saw the situation getting chaotic again and stood up. Everyone, stop arguing. I understand your little purple potato needs, you don't want to stay next to the graveyard, and we Ravens don't want to either, but this hotel was originally assigned to us by the village. I still hold the same view, let's all use it together, multiple people sharing a room. Zhang Wei had never encountered such unreasonable people. He pointed at Wu Kaihong and shouted. You should look in the mirror first. Without any beauty filters, if your bare face were put on the wall, the ghosts here would turn around and leave, they wouldn't even bother looking for a way out, they would just declare you cleared. Peeping you. If I were a ghost and accidentally saw you, I'd probably go blind. Qin Beishir saw Wu Kaihong attacking too fiercely, leading public opinion against the little purple potatoes. She stood up once again. Dear male players, Wu Kaihong was just anxious for a moment. And I think what she said makes sense. Please think about it carefully. After a long day of searching, our little purple potato sisters are very tired. After taking a shower and putting on pajamas, we need a good sleep environment. We have a habit of visiting each other at night to discuss matters. The hotel is so small that it is indeed inconvenient with the opposite sex present. Our little purple potato has already compromised a lot and has very low demands. Please understand. Wu Kaihong, just attacked by Zhang Wei's appearance, was filled with rage. She rushed forward, wanting to use her sharp nails to scratch a few blood marks on Zhang Wei's face. Fortunately, Zhang Wei reacted quickly and stepped back to avoid it. Wu Kaihong missed and fell down, but quickly got up and lunged at Zhang Wei again. Zhang Wei was startled and hurriedly hid behind Qi Qiushui. You crazy woman. A gentleman uses words, not fists. Why are you still using nails to scratch people? Wu Kaihong pointed at Qi Qiushui and cursed. Get out of the way. Let me scratch that annoying guy's face. Zhang Wei turned and ran out of the hotel. I'm done. This is pointless. Qi Qiushui finally breathed a sigh of relief, this farce was finally over. Just as he walked out of the hotel, he ran into a group of girls. The leader, named Li Cuckoo. This group was also spontaneously organized by players, called Liku, mainly consisting of beauty bloggers. Li Cuckoo stopped Qi Qiushui and frowned. Hello, is anyone still staying at that hotel? Our Liku team was assigned to a very strange villager's house, not suitable for staying. We inquired around the village, and only this hotel has vacancies. Zhang Wei walked out from behind a tree where he was hiding. He shook his head. You are already the third group. There probably isn't even a chance to sleep on the floor. Li Cuckoo briefly understood the situation from Zhang Wei and confidently said. No problem, our Liku team is all girls. We will negotiate well with the little purple potato. Zhang Wei had a look of disbelief. Really? Don't worry. After finishing her words, Li Cuckoo led her team members toward the noisy hotel. Just as Qi Qiushui and Zhang Wei had not walked far, they heard sharp screams and sounds of fighting coming from behind the hotel. Zhang Wei suddenly showed an expression of excitement. Let's go back and take a look. Something must have happened. Qi Qiushui sighed helplessly. Let's forget it, it's already late. What could happen there? If we go back late, it will really be a problem. But he couldn't overpower Zhang Wei and was forcibly pulled back to the hotel. As soon as they reached the hotel entrance, they saw Lu Jian leading the Raven members coming out. Zhang Wei saw the terrified and shaken expression on Lu Jian's face and curiously asked, "Aren't you fighting anymore? Just give it to the little purple potato? Or give it to the group that just went in?" Lu Jian unconsciously swallowed. "We are going to stay in the hotel next to the graveyard. This place is too scary. We're leaving. You guys can go in and see for yourselves." After saying that, Lu Jian quickly left, not wanting to stay a moment longer. Zhang Wei and Qi Qiushui walked in. They saw what they had never seen before, a scene of a group fight. A scene of chaos. The little purple potato sister group and the newly entered Liku sister group were in a tangle. Pulling hair, grabbing faces, cursing. The hotel owner was already so scared that he was dumbfounded, trembling as he dialed the village's police phone. The most intense fighting was between Li Kuku and Wu Kaihong in the middle of the battlefield. The two were squatting on the ground, tangled together, desperately pulling each other's hair, strands flying everywhere. One hand was scratching and grabbing, attacking the other's face and arms. Their mouths were filled with curses, like two furiously angry cats tangled together. "You cheap woman, I'll fight you to the end. You dare to pull my hair? Watch me bite you to death. That's my freshly done 36D. You let the air out. I'm going to kill you." Chapter 64 Fortunate Woman. The sound of coughing from a coffin. Returning to Wang Shem's home, Li Cheng had already been waiting in the house. Seeing Qi Qiushui and Zhang Wei return at this time, a look of surprise crossed his face. "Where have you been? Why did it take so long to come back?" Qi Qiushui replied. "We went to watch a fight. Did you buy the glutinous rice?" Li Cheng shook a small bag of glutinous rice in his hand. He picked up two more small bags from the table and handed them to Zhang Wei and Qi Qiushui. "The players who came here are all very sharp." Seeing the hint about glutinous rice, they nearly cleaned out the entire village's rice store. "I could only buy this little bit." Qi Qiushui also shared the news he heard from Zhao Shuai, mainly about Wang Shenpa's various unusual actions. Li Cheng's expression grew serious. "This Wang Shenpa is indeed suspicious. Just now, when I returned to the backyard, I saw her slaughtering live crows and collecting their blood." Collecting crow blood? Qi Qiushui frowned and pondered, could it be some kind of sinister ritual? This statement alerted Li Cheng, who had already delved deeply into Taoist practices, immediately connecting the dots. "You're right. If that's the case, it makes sense." Zhang Wei immediately asked, "What case?" Li Cheng's expression changed slightly as he met Qi Qiushui's gaze. Qi Qiushui lightly nodded at him, clearly waiting for his speculation. "Li Cheng, speak your thoughts." However, Li Cheng shook his head slightly. "I'm not sure for now. I'll tell you in detail later." Zhang Wei nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. "Are you doing this on purpose? Riddleman, get lost. You're driving me crazy." Qi Qiushui remained calm. He caught a glimpse of Wang Shenpa silently standing at the door through the mirror's reflection. Zhang Wei, hearing the noise behind him, froze and slowly turned around. Wang Shenpa still wore a strange smile, her eyes hollow, pondering something unknown. As if sensing she had been noticed, she spoke in a voice that sounded like sandpaper. "The water heater upstairs isn't working well, I came up to remind you." Li Cheng smiled back and said, "Thank you, Aunt Wang. We are tired today, so we'll rest now." Wang Shenpa said nothing more, giving Li Cheng a deep look before limping down the stairs. Li Cheng's smile faded as he coldly watched her figure until he confirmed she had gone down to the first floor before turning back to his room. Before leaving, he handed Qi Qiushui a stick of incense, telling him to light it before sleeping, and reminded both of them to remain alert at night, not to sleep too deeply, and to notify each other if anything happened. Qi Qiushui nodded in agreement. At this moment, he indeed felt somewhat tired, so he washed up in preparation for bed. He lay down on the bed and closed his eyes. Not knowing how long it had passed. A weak, powerless cough suddenly came from downstairs. Cough, cough. Cough, cough. Qi Qiushui on the bed suddenly opened his eyes. Cough, cough. Cough, cough. The sound continued unceasingly. Zhang Wei in the adjacent bed also woke up. Seeing Qi Qiushui put a finger to his lips, he immediately understood and held his breath. Cough, cough. The coughing sound echoed again. Qi Qiushui quietly sat up, listening intently to the eerie sound. Cough, cough. Cough, cough. He frowned, thinking rapidly. The sound came from downstairs, where Wang Shenpa's room was located. Was this cough coming from her? Logically, it should be, however, Qi Qiushui felt something was off. He listened again and suddenly noticed a chilling fact. This cough sounded more like it belonged to an elderly man. But Wang Shenpa was a woman. Could it be that besides Wang Shenpa and the three of them, there were others in this house? He subconsciously glanced at the incense he had lit before bed, only to see that all the incense had fallen to the ground, clearly not finished burning, as if someone had deliberately pulled them out and tossed them aside. What's going on? Qi Qiushui's heart alarm bells rang. He tiptoed to the window and looked outside. He saw a glaring red sedan chair parked quietly by the road not far away, without even a glimpse of a bearer's shadow. Qi Qiushui's heart skipped, and he hurriedly gestured for Zhang Wei to come over. Is this the one you saw before? Zhang Wei rubbed his eyes to get a closer look. Upon seeing the sedan chair clearly, his face turned pale as paper, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. It is. I saw it in the forest today. Inside the sedan, there's a bride with only 1 foot, holding an oil paper umbrella. As soon as the words fell, the sedan chair suddenly disappeared without a trace. As if it had never appeared. What happened? Just as the two were puzzled, that eerie coughing sound rang out again. Cough, cough. Cough, cough. This time they were by the window, able to see clearly what was happening downstairs, and finally identified the source of the cough. It was from the coffin in Wang Shen's yard. But wasn't it supposed to hold Wang Shen's deceased partner? The coughing stopped, replaced by a dull thumping sound. The coffin lid continued to shake, as if the person inside wanted to escape, desperately banging against the coffin board. Qi Qiushui and Zhang Wei exchanged a glance, seeing the same fear reflected in each other's eyes. Everything before them was too horrifying. Qi Qiushui swallowed hard. He remembered Zhao Shuai mentioning that Wang Shen's partner died from a cerebral hemorrhage, but who could guarantee that Zhao Shuai was telling the truth? What if he wasn't? What if the coffin contained a living person? Or even something not human? Anything was possible. Just as he was lost in thought, footsteps echoed from downstairs. Wang Shen slowly walked out of her room and approached the coffin. She carried a cup filled with an unknown liquid, pouring it slowly through the gap in the coffin lid. The banging sounds inside gradually calmed down. The coughing also vanished. Wang Shen stood still for a moment in front of the coffin, then suddenly turned, raising her head, her murky eyes directly aimed at the window where Qi Qiushui was. Fortunately, Qi Qiushui and Zhang Wei reacted very quickly and had already pulled back, lying back down on their beds. But their hearts were still pounding fiercely. They thought they might have escaped a disaster, yet a heavy sound of footsteps rose outside the door at the stairway. Lying on the bed, Qi Qiushui couldn't see what was happening outside the door, but there was only one possibility. Wang Shen was coming up. He felt cold sweat pouring down his back. The door to this room was broken, it opened with just a push. Although she was just an old woman, in this curious world, there were too many bizarre events. Qi Qiushui did not dare to let his guard down. If she truly understood some witchcraft, how should he deal with it? Thud, thud, thud. The heavy footsteps echoed in the hallway, getting closer. Clearly, Wang Shen had reached the 2nd floor. Qi Qiushui held his breath, gazing towards the door, not daring to make a single sound. A moment later, the footsteps outside stopped, as if she was hesitating. Qi Qiushui felt slightly relieved, thinking she probably wouldn't rush in without permission. After all, it would be rude to intrude at night. She could be considered a decent person. At this moment, even if he wanted to escape, there was no way, so he could only pray silently. Just as he began to feel fortunate, the very sound he dreaded most rang out. Creak. The door was pushed open. The door opened fully, revealing a dark shadow outside. The faint footsteps sounded particularly clear in the silence. Qi Qiushui opened his eyes a crack and saw Wang Shen pause in the center of the room, slowly looking around, as if searching for something. After a moment, she walked to the spot where she had previously inserted the incense, removed the smoldering half of the stick, and quietly exited the room, gently shutting the door behind her. Throughout, she never glanced at the two pretending to be asleep on the bed, only leaving behind 2 sentences before departing. Not all wrong souls deserve incense offerings. Some souls, who die too fiercely, have obsessions so deep they become evil spirits. Offering incense is like giving them a guidepost. Hearing this, Qi Qiushui's body stiffened, unconsciously gripping the blanket tighter. Wang Shen had likely already sensed that they were awake, even knowing about their earlier peeking at the coffin. The door was now closed, cutting off the view outside, and he could hear Wang Shen entering Li Cheng's room. Not long after, she came out again, just as quietly closing Li Cheng's door. Then the footsteps began to descend the stairs, growing fainter. Only then did Qi Qiushui let out a sigh of relief, beginning to ponder deeply about what had just happened. What did her earlier words mean? Based on the information he had overheard from the villagers earlier, the one-legged bride in the outside wedding sedan. It should be the umbrella woman. Could it be that Wang the fortune teller is saying that the incense in the room attracted the umbrella woman? The next morning, the 3 of them got up early. Wang the fortune teller got up even earlier and had already prepared breakfast. To their surprise, breakfast was steaming glutinous rice, served with sweet sausages, salted egg yolks, and pickles. Due to her old age and bad teeth, Wang the fortune teller prepared glutinous rice porridge for herself. Wang the fortune teller squinted her eyes to look at Li Chang. Young man, I see you have some understanding, but it's only a surface-level understanding. Zhao family village is different from other places. There are countless vengeful spirits that have not moved on, and staying honest might allow you to live a bit longer. Li Chang was bowed over his rice, and upon hearing this, he suddenly choked, knowing that the fortune teller was hinting at him. Understood, Aunt Wang. Qi Qiushui scooped a spoonful of glutinous rice into her mouth, closing her eyes to savor it. The taste was excellent. So, did Wang the fortune teller prepare this glutinous rice intentionally, or was it just a coincidence? After hesitating for a moment, he still decided to ask. Aunt Wang, are there many things like this in Zhao family village? Wang the fortune teller paused her stirring and looked up at her with deep eyes. Naturally, there are many. Since that incident, the number of ghostly children has increased countless times. Fortunately, I removed your incense last night. If it had burned until dawn, who knows what would have been attracted. Li Chang was stunned. Ghostly children? Doesn't that refer to dead boys? Wang the fortune teller slowed down her action of drinking porridge until she laid down her spoon. They are boys who died with grievances. Since the umbrella woman appeared, boys in the village have begun to disappear mysteriously. The bridal sedan yesterday was drawn here by the smoke of your incense. Creatures like her, who kill boys and accumulate resentment, are most afraid of incense attracting souls. Once they get contaminated, they refuse to leave. Qi Qiushui then asked, Aunt Wang, can you tell us the story of the umbrella woman? Is it related to the blessed woman? Hearing the words blessed woman, Wang the fortune teller noticeably trembled, looking suspiciously at the other. How do you know? Forget it, this isn't really a secret, almost everyone in the village knows. The village had asked for confidentiality, but you will find out sooner or later. Just don't say it was this old woman who let it out. After Wang the fortune teller's narration, Qi Qiushui roughly understood the origins of the umbrella woman, the one-legged bride. Sure enough, as she suspected, the appearance of the umbrella woman was intricately connected to the blessed woman. The story continues from the day General Borgigi stormed into Zhao family village to seek the blessed woman. That day was exactly the day when the village head's daughter, Zhao Qingqing, was to be wed. Zhao Qingqing was beautiful, with willow-like brows and apricot-shaped eyes, set to marry a hunter from a neighboring village. It should have been a day of drums and gongs, with red silk filling the sky, but the arrival of Borgigi turned everything upside down. That day, Zhao Qingqing wore a bright red wedding dress, its embroidered pair of mandarin ducks trailing on the ground, her head covered with a red veil, seated in a red lacquered sedan chair surrounded by 4 bearers, heading out of the village, when they unexpectedly ran into Borgigi's soldiers. At that time, Borgigi was searching the village for the blessed woman, and upon seeing the bridal sedan pass by, he would not let it go. He immediately dismounted and lifted the sedan curtain. When the red veil was lifted, Borgigi was captivated, forcibly stopping the wedding to take Zhao Qingqing back as a concubine. Of course, Zhao Qingqing would not agree, and a conflict arose between them. In the chaos, one soldier was pushed by Qingqing's maid and stumbled hard against the sedan pole. The bridal sedan was on a narrow path by the cliff, and this collision caused the entire sedan, along with its occupants, to tumble down the sheer cliff. All that could be heard was Qingqing's piercing scream, before it was completely swallowed by the sound of wind and rain. Everyone thought Zhao Qingqing was surely doomed. The abyss below was filled with sharp stones. Even if she didn't die from the fall, she would be devoured by wild beasts. But 3 days later, several villagers seeking food descended the mountain and unexpectedly found her in the tangled grass at the cliff bottom. Her red wedding dress was already in tatters, smeared with mud and blood. One leg had broken brutally, the white bone piercing through the flesh, gruesomely exposed. Though she still had breath, her eyes were wide open. Staring fiercely at the sky, her eyes filled with unending resentment. The villagers saved her, but when she woke up, she refused to speak, not eating or drinking, only staring at the rain outside the window all day, her hatred growing deeper each day. Not long after, she lost her breath. Since then, Zhao family village changed. On rainy nights, a figure would appear on the path at the entrance of the village. She wore a red wedding dress, under the skirt was only one leg, relying on it to support her body, hopping like a zombie as she moved. She always held the oiled paper umbrella given by her husband, wandering in the mountains on rainy days, balancing on one leg. If she encountered someone holding an umbrella in the village on a rainy day, she would silently appear, hopping closer to take their life. Once, a man from another town, not believing in the supernatural, boldly ventured into the mountains on a rainy day with his umbrella. The next day, he was found standing next to the umbrella woman, smiling, with her holding the oiled paper umbrella for him, looking like a close couple. What was even stranger was that the man, clearly a male, was somehow dressed in a blood-red wedding dress, his face painted ghostly white like paper, with 2 strange rosy spots on his cheeks. As the number of sacrificed villagers increased, everyone gradually understood the rule: never use an umbrella on rainy days. Additionally, after the umbrella woman appeared, the young boys in the village began to disappear frequently. There were rumors that the umbrella woman loved to consume pure yang energy, and the young boy's energy perfectly fit her standard. After Granny Wang finished telling the story of the umbrella woman, she tremblingly got up after breakfast, as her legs seemed not very agile. At that moment, 2 copper coins clinked to the ground. Li Cheng immediately bent down to pick them up, examining them carefully along the way. On the surface, they seemed to be ordinary copper coins, one from Kangxi and one from Xuanji. But they felt unusually cold, even chilling to the bone, as if just taken out of an ice cellar. Li Cheng was taken aback. Copper coins are usually associated with yang energy and have protective qualities. How could they have such strong yin energy? He couldn't help but think of the blue talisman hanging on the second floor. The blue talisman is a symbol of extreme yin, capable of suppressing yin evil energy, something ordinary priests would not need. Why would Granny Wang have it in her home? What would she use it for? Qi Qiushui also fixed his gaze on the copper coins. Granny Wang carrying these items must mean something unusual. In this day and age, such coins are no longer in circulation. What purpose does she have in carrying them? After finishing breakfast, the 3 of them arrived at the Blessing Woman Temple located in the center of Zhao Family Village. There are 2 Blessing Woman temples in Zhao Family Village. One is located deep within the mountains, a place where villagers used to worship the Blessing Woman. The other is built in the best spot in the village center. Due to the inconvenient location of the mountain temple, after the village became prosperous, this new temple was built. Granny Wang's house was not far from the Blessing Woman temple, just a short walk away. The 3 stood in front of the temple door, and Qi Qiushui unconsciously looked up at the sky. It was just past 8 in the morning, and the bright sun seemed to be covered by an invisible force, the sky dark and the lead gray clouds hanging low. The rain still hadn't stopped, just as it was when they first arrived in Zhao Family Village last night, a continuous light drizzle. The villagers passing by still did not use umbrellas, letting the cold raindrops soak their clothes. Naturally, Qi Qiushui and others would not use an umbrella either. As soon as they stepped into the Blessing Woman temple, a rich scent of sandalwood hit them, with the smoke curling around. The temple was built very grandly, clearly a significant investment. Zhang Wei looked around at the exquisite murals and gorgeous decorations, and couldn't help but exclaim. How much money must have been spent to build it like this? But Qi Qiushui's gaze was drawn to the massive statue of the Blessing Woman in the center of the temple. He roughly estimated that this statue was about twice the size of the Lady Maria statue. Just as Zhang Wei said, this temple must have cost a fortune. Surprisingly, not many villagers came to incense today, most in the temple were players participating in this quest. These people looked alert, scanning the surroundings, a stark contrast to the devout villagers who were kneeling in prayer. Qi Qiushui turned back and whispered. Let's split up to search for clues. If we find anything, we'll share it with each other. Zhang Wei and Li Cheng nodded in agreement and scattered in different directions. Qi Qiushui first walked toward the western wall, where several beautiful murals were painted in a continuous manner. In the first mural, the village was dry and desolate, and the villagers looked gaunt and thin, kneeling and pleading desperately. In the second mural, a woman dressed in snowy white, beautiful in appearance, stood at the village entrance. She held a sharp little knife, cutting her wrist, and bright red blood dropped onto the parched ground, transforming into glowing red orbs. The third mural depicted crops sprouting anew, water flowing gently in the river, and villagers holding offerings, kneeling before the woman with sincere faces. In the final mural, the woman in white sat on a high platform, receiving the villagers' offerings, surrounded by auspicious clouds, looking like a goddess. Qi Qiushui carefully examined the murals and muttered to herself. The content of the murals is easy to understand, it should be the story of the blessed woman recorded on the forum. It sounds like a sacred story, but I still feel something is off, I can't quite put my finger on what the problem is. Just then, a commotion came from outside the blessed woman's temple, accompanied by the sound of footsteps growing nearer. A familiar figure pushed a wheelchair into the temple. Sitting in it was an elderly man with graying hair. The old man had a thin face and pale complexion, looking like he had been sick for a long time, but there was a gentle smile on his face, making him seem particularly kind. The one pushing the wheelchair was Zhao Rui, who had received the players yesterday. Qi Qiushui particularly noticed that Zhao Rui did not carry a peachwood sword today, but had a yellow talisman with him. This man, with a strong physique and a fierce face, clearly looked like a skilled fighter, yet he served as the tourism officer in Zhao Family Village, which felt a bit out of place. The elderly man on the wheelchair noticed the many unfamiliar faces in the temple, so he asked with a hoarse yet gentle voice. These should all be tourists visiting Zhao Family Village, right? Did you come to the temple to pray for blessings? He paused slightly, his tone carrying some apology. Recently, the weather in Zhao Family Village has not been good, and the scenic spots in the mountains are still under repair. I apologize for the inconvenience. Zhao Rui introduced to everyone, this is our village chief, Zhao Guang. The players responded politely, and some took the opportunity to inquire about the village, but village chief Zhao only smiled and brushed over it, always speaking gently. This was just a small interlude, and Qi Qiushui did not pay too much attention to it. However, at that moment, a staff member wearing a Blessed Woman's temple uniform rushed out from the side hall, angrily shouting. Who was guarding the temple gate today? That crazy woman Zhao Jiao snuck in again. She's eating the offerings. The staff member, initially fierce, became like a deflated balloon upon seeing Village Chief Zhao, and quickly bowed before him. Village Chief Zhao put away his smile and furrowed his brow. That person ran in again? Did her son sneak in with her? The staff member hurriedly explained. Village Chief, why are you here? We have been keeping an eye on her, but didn't notice when she slipped in. You know Zhao Jiao is always elusive, sometimes it's just hard to guard against. Village Chief Zhao sighed lightly, waved his hand, and spoke with a hint of helplessness. Alright, let her eat, she is also a poor thing, don't scare her. After she is done, be sure to send her away quickly. Didn't I ask you to place some food outside? She always comes to the temple to steal offerings, what if she angers the Blessed Woman? The staff member also looked quite helpless. That crazy woman is just like that, she won't eat the fresh food specially prepared outside, but insists on stealing the offerings that have been there for days. I really don't know if she's out of her mind. As soon as the words fell, a ragged woman suddenly rushed out from the center of the Blessed Woman's temple. Her hair was a tangled mess, covered in dirt, her face dark and filthy, with only a pair of eyes standing out distinctly. Her mouth was stuffed with offerings, including pastries and fruits, with crumbs hanging from the corners of her lips, and she tightly clutched a few uneaten cookies in her hands. When she saw the staff rushing over, she screamed in fear and turned to flee. A few staff members immediately chased after her. The village chief urgently instructed from the side, slow down. Don't hurt her. Qi Qiushui, puzzled about the origins of the madwoman named Zhao Jiao, caught sight of a familiar figure in the temple. It was Lu Jiang, the captain of the Raven team. Qi Qiushui had seen him last night. The Raven team had argued with the Purple Sweet Potato team for a hotel room yesterday, eventually retreating in defeat. Qi Qiushui approached to ask, Brother, what's going on with that Zhao Jiao? Lu Jiang quickly recognized Qi Qiushui. Because Zhang Wei helped them argue against the Purple Sweet Potato team yesterday, he had a good impression of Zhang Wei and naturally held goodwill toward Qi Qiushui, who was with him. So, he generously shared the information he had collected about Zhao Jiao. According to Lu Jiang, Zhao Jiao was an unfortunate woman. Her husband was from an outside village, an orphan, and the two lived together in Zhao family village after marriage. Following the customs of Zhao family village to worship the Blessing Lady, she specifically prayed for her husband and newly born son at the Blessing Lady temple, asking the Blessing Lady to bless them with safety and health. However, Zhao Jiao's husband prided himself on being a staunch materialist and scoffed at the idea of ghosts and gods, often mocking his wife's behavior of worshipping at the Blessing Lady temple. In his eyes, believing in gods and ghosts was useless, everything could only depend on oneself. Once, after hearing the village's legend about the Umbrella Lady, Zhao Jiao's husband stubbornly refused to believe in superstition. At that time, it was raining, and he took an oil paper umbrella and walked deep into the mountains. The villagers nearby were terrified. Using an umbrella on a rainy day was a huge taboo in Zhao family village, and the Umbrella Lady would surely come for him. But he was unafraid, even walking publicly in the village. Days later, he went missing. Soon, some villagers saw Zhao Jiao's husband wearing a red wedding gown, his face painted a ghastly white, quietly standing next to the Umbrella Lady, smiling. From then on, Zhao Jiao went mad, wandering around the village day and night, sometimes stealing offerings at the temple, and her son suffered greatly because of her madness. And at this point, Lu Jiang unconsciously paused, looked around to ensure no one was paying attention, and whispered to Qi Qiushui, what I'm about to say may not be true, it's all what I heard from the village elders. Strange things have happened to Zhao Jiao's son that are just as bizarre and terrifying. The Umbrella Lady is known for capturing young boys to absorb their pure young energy, so all households with boys strictly forbid their children from going outside at night, especially to the deep mountains. But Zhao Jiao's son was special. This little boy played in the deep mountains all day and came back safely. If it were any other boy from another family, the Umbrella Lady would have long since captured him to absorb his young energy, yet she spared Zhao Jiao's son. That son is also very strange, always talking to the air by himself. Even more bizarre, others could clearly hear several voices of young boys speaking, yet no figures could be seen. Just by sound alone, one would think Zhao Jiao's son was playing with boys of his own age. Later, the villagers noticed something was wrong. Someone secretly calculated Zhao Jiao's son's birth date, and he was born during the yin hour of the lunar calendar, naturally possessing the yin-yang eye, able to see things that ordinary people could not. Therefore, villagers speculated that the ones playing with Zhao Jiao's son were all ghost boys harmed by the Umbrella Lady, who died unjustly. Just then, Zhang Wei walked out from a side hall of the Blessing Lady temple. Are you looking for that madwoman's son? I just saw him in the small room behind. He was playing rock-paper-scissors with a naked little boy whose skin was exceptionally pale. As soon as he said this, the faces of everyone present changed instantly, especially the staff from the temple. The temple staff began to whisper among themselves. One of them asked, "Isn't today a day for offering incense?" There shouldn't be so many villagers bringing their kids. Besides Zhao Zhao's son, have any other children entered the Fortune Lady Temple today? Another person immediately shook his head to deny it. No, it's just that madwoman Zhao Jiao and her son. I specifically checked the surveillance to find Zhao Jiao before. There really were only these two, let alone an extra child. The hearts of everyone present sank simultaneously. There was no reason for Zhang Wei to lie, and the staff didn't seem to be making things up. Yet, the statements from both sides contradicted each other. So, who exactly is the pale-skinned little boy playing with Zhao Zhao's son? Chapter 67 Fortune Lady Strictly Prohibited. The temple suddenly fell silent, and everyone was at a loss for what to do with this sudden bizarre event. At this frozen moment, the elderly Zhao Meng, sitting in a wheelchair, appeared unusually calm. He gently waved his hand, calling Zhao Ruwei over, and Zhao Ruwei obediently bent down. The old man whispered a few words close to his ear, and Zhao Ruwei nodded continuously as he listened. Before long, Zhao Ruwei straightened up, facing everyone, his face trying hard to show a reassuring expression. Everyone, don't worry, the child just now was not supervised properly by our staff, he's from the next door family and ran in playfully. This temple is blessed by the Fortune Lady, and there will definitely not be any unclean things. He paused for a moment, his tone becoming more enthusiastic. It's almost mealtime. The vegetarian meal in the temple tastes amazing, specially recommended by the village head, you all must try it. Qi Qiushui and the other two walked with the crowd into the dining area, immediately spotting those old acquaintances. Members of the Little Purple Sweet Potato team and the Liku team were also in the cafeteria. These two teams had developed a grudge because of yesterday's room hunting incident, especially with Wu Kaihong and Li Kuku, who fought the fiercest last night and now seem like sworn enemies. Both of them had visible scratch marks on their faces and sat at the farthest corners of the cafeteria from each other. Although they sat far apart, their gazes were constantly attacking each other. Wherever Wu Kaihong and Li Kuku's eyes met, it seemed like invisible sparks were flashing, the air thick with a sense of hostility, as if they were about to fight again at any moment. Qi Qiushui sensed the tense atmosphere and quietly asked Lu Jiang what had happened after they left last night. Lu Jiang almost laughed out loud, holding back his laughter as he whispered. It truly is funny. As you saw yesterday, these two teams just argued before fighting. Wu Kaihong and Li Kuku directly pulled each other's hair and scratched faces, and in the end, it turned into a brawl between two groups. It was both chaotic and hilarious. Zhang Wei nodded beside him, he saw the fight between the women yesterday, and it was indeed spectacular. What happened next? Zhang Wei asked eagerly. Lu Jiang continued to chuckle and said. Later, the hotel owner couldn't stand it anymore and went to find someone from the village. Before long, people from the village came to handle it. Seeing that they really couldn't arrange for so many people, and no one was willing to go to the hotel next to the graveyard, the villagers simply arranged for part of the Crow's team and the Little Purple Sweet Potato team to stay in this temple. Fortunately, the Fortune Lady Temple has many empty rooms, this can be considered a blessing in disguise. Lu Jiang continued in a low voice. But the funny thing is, Li Kuku and Wu Kaihong ended up in the same place again. When these enemies meet, a quarrel is inevitable. Zhang Wei shook his head, he has never lost a fight in his life, but encountering a madwoman like Wu Kaihong, who plays by her own rules, truly left him helpless. She couldn't argue with you and would just claw at your face directly with her nails. Who can stand this? Zhang Wei now has only one thought in his mind. They are all talents. Sure enough, it wasn't long after Qi Qiushui and the others sat down to eat that the war between Wu Kaihong and Li Kaoko started again. As Wu Kaihong was eating, she suddenly put her chopsticks down on the bowl, not loud or soft, just enough for half of the cafeteria to hear, her tone filled with sarcasm. Some people really embarrass us women. If they can't get a hotel room, they resort to fighting. I heard they could stay at a temple, yet they still come over shamelessly. Their face is thicker than anyone's. As soon as Li Kaoko heard this, she immediately put down her bowl, sneering as she retorted. At least it's better than some people who can only roll around crazily, right? Everyone in the village must have seen that embarrassing display yesterday. Wu Kaihong instantly got furious, smack. She slammed the table and stood up. Who are you calling crazy? You clearly pushed me first yesterday. Li Kaoko also stood up without showing weakness. When I was discussing things with you nicely, who spoke so harshly? At this moment, a member of the Little Purple Yam team disdainfully chimed in. Shameless thing, you clearly want to snatch someone else's room and you speak so justly. Liku's team members were immediately enraged. What do you mean? Aren't you also stealing rooms from the Crow team? How dare you speak to us? The atmosphere in the cafeteria instantly became tense, both teams stood up glaring at each other, looking like another hair-pulling, face-scratching brawl was about to start. Shut up! A loud shout rang out as Zhao Ruwei stepped forward, serious as he looked at both sides. What are you arguing about? The village chief is resting here, and you all are making such a big noise, what do you look like? Wu Kaihong, furious, didn't care who Zhao Rui was and was ready to curse this meddler out. Who do you think you are? You're not the police, what are you acting so serious for? Just as she was about to speak, she was grabbed by her sister Qin Beishir next to her. Qin Beishir coldly looked at Li Kaoko, her eyes already filled with clear intent to kill. She quietly said to Wu Kaihong, her voice low but carrying a chilling coldness. Kaihong, don't bother with this Li Kaoko. It's fine, she won't live long. After speaking, she looked up at Zhao Rui. Zhao Rui's gaze seemed to inadvertently meet Qin Beishir's for a brief moment. He almost imperceptibly nodded, and then quickly moved his gaze away, resuming his previous serious and fair demeanor. Wu Kaihong seemed to suddenly remember something, and her anger instantly turned into a cold smile. She snorted and really sat back down, picking up her chopsticks again, as if nothing had happened, continuing to eat. Qi Qiushui sat at the corner table quietly eating, watching everything unfold. Qi Qiushui spoke first, his voice kept very low. Are you really sure there are purple butterflies among this group? They seem a bit different from what I expected. Li Chang responded in a similarly quiet manner. This is my first time seeing players like Little Purple Yam and Liku. But the purple butterflies are the best at disguising themselves, they might just be hidden among some inconspicuous people, you never know. Qi Qiushui then looked at Zhang Wei. Wei good, did you really see a little boy next to Zhao Jiao's son? Zhang Wei nodded with certainty, recalling the earlier experience, a hint of fear still on his face. Definitely. And the more I think about it, the more I feel there's something strange, maybe even a bit scary, about the boy next to Zhao Jiao's son. Not wearing clothes is one thing, but his skin is that kind of abnormally pale color. Qi Qiushui silently nodded, the images of the wall paintings he saw in the temple in the morning flashing through his mind. The fortune girl used blood to save the village, it sounds like a good story, but I always feel something is off. And that bride with only one leg and the strange boy playing with Zhao Jiao's son. He paused, suddenly remembering something. By the way, this morning, I heard Wang Xinjia say that a man from the neighboring village was killed by that umbrella woman. It sounds a lot like what Lu Jiang said about Zhao Jiao's husband, could it be the same person? The other two people at the table nodded, this possibility was indeed very high. At this moment, Li Chang said, I heard people in the village chatting before, mentioning that there is an older Funu temple deep in the nearby mountains. Zhang Wei continued, his tone slightly hesitant. I remember, that place seems to be a tourist spot? But the villagers said it's still under repairs and clearly forbade us from going there? Qi Qiushui's eyes flashed with a sharp light as she whispered. The places they forbid us from going often hide the most important clues. The villagers don't want us to go, but the forum's hints clearly say we should. We must go, because the forum hints that we will definitely find puzzle pieces and important clues there. No, that doesn't sound good. Zhang Wei felt a chill and involuntarily swallowed. Li Chang agreed with Qi Qiushui's view. I agree. Then we need to take action quickly. The forum hints are visible to all players, and someone else might have gone there before us. His tone became serious at this point. At that time, it's very likely that a terrible situation will arise. Some players might change the clues they have found to confuse others, or even destroy them. I have seen this situation many times before. Upon hearing this, Qi Qiushui immediately speeded up her eating. You're right. After we finish eating, let's prepare briefly and then head to the Funu temple in the mountains this afternoon. Maybe we can find important clues about the Funu woman and that one-legged bride. Chapter 68, The Cursed Funu Woman. After dinner, Li Coco quickly returned to her room. The rain outside had not yet stopped, and the sky was extremely low and dark. It was clearly daytime, yet it was so dark that she had to turn on the lights in order to barely see the path beneath her feet. The icy rain hit her face at an angle, the bone-chilling cold spreading along her skin, making her instinctively wrap her clothes tighter, moving her feet faster as she hurried into the room. Once inside, she immediately dove into bed, thinking of taking a short nap to regain her energy, planning to go out to chase clues once she woke up. But just as she was drifting between dreams and wakefulness, she suddenly heard a faint crying of a little boy in the room. What's going on? Li Coco sat up suddenly. Out of the corner of her eye, she scanned the corner of the room and caught sight of a little figure curled up over there. The crying was indeed coming from that child. The little boy's skin was dark blue and black, his lips purplish, wet hair stuck to his scalp, and there was not a trace of life on his face. Li Coco was so frightened that her body stiffened. Just as she was about to let out a cry from her throat, the little boy instantaneously appeared in front of her. At that moment, Li Coco could see his face clearly. His pupils were pure black, hollow with not a hint of life. She wanted to scream, but the little boy's icy hand tightly covered her mouth. At that moment, the wall behind her suddenly began to slowly turn. Her room actually had a secret door. Before Li Coco could react, she was forcibly pulled into the rotating secret door. The little boy's hand also let go at this time, and she could only let out a short, sharp scream in the second before being pulled in, then she completely vanished from the room. Behind the secret door was an utterly dark space where she couldn't see her own hand in front of her face. Coco struggled to get up from the ground, using the dim light of her phone to discover that in front of her was a narrow staircase leading downwards. The staircase was barely wide enough for one person to pass through, with the walls covered in wet, green moss, and slipping was easy if she wasn't careful. She walked to where the secret door had been, knocking and shouting, but that door remained completely still. With no response, her shouts seemed to be swallowed by the darkness. There was not even a hint of echo. Where is this place? Is it the basement of the Fortune Girl Temple? Why is there such a strange mechanism in my room? Coco was both scared and confused, her heart racing wildly. But she was the captain of Coco, and she quickly forced herself to calm down. Fear would not solve any problems. She took out her phone and turned on the flashlight, the beam piercing through a little darkness, then she stiffened her resolve and cautiously descended the only staircase. The further she went down, a heavy stench of decay mixed with a faint smell of blood assaulted her, making her immediately cover her nose, her stomach churning violently, nearly making her gag. The staircase seemed endless, only her footsteps and heavy breathing echoed clearly in the vast darkness. The temperature also dropped lower, the damp chill seemed to penetrate into her bones, causing her teeth to chatter uncontrollably. She was not sure how long she had walked, finally the steps below her disappeared, and the ground became flat to the touch. Coco groped forward a few steps when her fingertips suddenly touched a cold, hard object, making her instinctively pull back her hand in fright. Her heart tightened, and she quickly raised her phone, shining the beam downward. The moment she clearly saw what that thing was, she was terrified and nearly lost her mind. It was the corpse of a child curled up on the ground, its clothes long decayed, revealing skin that was dark blue. It looked exactly like the little boy from before. The corpse's eyes were wide open, hollowly staring into the darkness above, its face frozen in extreme pain, clearly having suffered inhuman torment in life. Ah! Coco could no longer hold back, a sharp scream burst from her throat as she turned and ran up the stairs. But at that moment, a slow and heavy footstep echoed behind her, step by step, slowly approaching her. Her whole body felt as stiff as stone, not daring to look back, only able to stare fiercely at the endless darkness ahead, her heart racing wildly in her chest, nearly bursting out. In the next second, a cold, hard object pressed against her back. She could clearly feel it was a thick wooden stick. She stiffly turned around slowly and saw a shadow wearing a mask. That shadow slowly raised its hand and took off its mask. The moment Coco saw the face beneath the mask, her pupils constricted sharply, disbelief was written all over her face, and she stuttered as she spoke. It's you. But before she could finish her words, the person raised the wooden stick and slammed it down toward the back of her head. With a dull thud, Coco's body fell limp as her consciousness was instantly engulfed by the endless darkness. At that moment, Qi Qiushui was standing at the door of Coco's room, holding a sketchbook tightly in his hands. He was here because of something that had just happened. After dinner, while wandering around the Fortune Girl Temple, he accidentally stumbled upon a little boy stealing food from the offering table. He instinctively felt that this child must be the son of that crazy woman Zhao Jiao. However, there was no sign of the dark-skinned boy that Zhang Wei had mentioned beside him. All he saw was Zhao Jiao's son sitting on the ground, munching on the offerings, while he was drawing with his head down, occasionally whispering something to the air in front of him. The scene was indescribably strange. Before long, the child noticed Qi Qiushui's gaze, shivered in fright, instinctively threw down the sketchbook, and ran away. Qi Qiushui walked over to pick up the sketchbook, opened it for a glance, and before he could ponder it closely, he heard Coco's sharp scream not far away. His heart tightened, and he immediately rushed toward the source of the sound, standing at the door of Coco's room, wanting to find out what was happening inside. He tried knocking on the door, but there was no response from within. He knocked a few more times. Silence still enveloped the scene. At this moment, Qin Beishir and Zhao Rui walked over side by side, their heads bowed, whispering to each other, their voices kept very low. Qi Qiushui could not hear a word. Qin Beishir, noticing Qi Qiushui standing at the door of Coco's room, showed a hint of surprise on her face. What are you sneaking around at the door of Coco's room? Qi Qiushui had long sensed something off between Qin Beishir and Zhao Rui, so naturally she wouldn't reveal her true purpose. I just happened to pass by. What are you two doing? Qin Beishir appeared calm, responding lightly. We also just happened to pass by, just chatting. Zhao Rui, however, seemed a bit anxious, his eyes firmly locked on the art book in Qi Qiushui's hands, his expression not right. What's wrong? Did you see that madwoman Zhao Jiao's son? Qi Qiushui subtly hid the art book behind her. I saw him, he just ran in the direction behind you. Zhao Rui cast a meaningful glance at Qi Qiushui, didn't ask more, and immediately turned to run in the opposite direction, leaving behind two sentences. Don't get involved with that madwoman. She is a cursed person. In another temple of the blessed woman deep in the mountains, the location was much farther than expected. Plus, Zhao village had rules against tourists getting close to these places. The three couldn't ask the villagers for directions and spent quite a bit of effort just to barely grasp the rough direction. It was still raining, and the rain was getting heavier. Large raindrops pounding down felt painful on the body. The sky was still dark and gloomy, even darker than in the morning, as if it would collapse at any moment. The paths in the deep mountains were rugged and hard to walk. Jiang Wei found a thick wooden stick to use as a hiking stick. The stick plunged into the muddy path with a muffled sound, bringing out a piece of mud wrapped in rotten leaves. He wiped the rainwater off his face, gasping for breath. What kind of weather is this in Zhao village? This rain hasn't stopped. Jiang Wei wore a waterproof jacket. His upper body was fine, but the hems of his pants were soaking wet from the roadside weeds, sticking tightly to his calves, cold and uncomfortable. Li Cheng also wore a jacket. The temperature in the mountains was low. Instinctively he tightened his coat against the chill. This place is indeed quite strange. Qi Qiushui, who was leading the way, looked up at the sky. The heavy clouds were low, almost touching the treetops. Ahead was a pitch-black forest. Trees were lush and green, and after being soaked by the rain, the branches and leaves were heavy, appearing even darker and eerier. He took out a flashlight that he had prepared long ago and pressed the switch. Just a little longer, we probably still need to walk a while to get there. Chapter 69. Blessed Woman urged on. The mountain path was already rugged, and after being soaked by drizzle, it became even more slippery and hard to walk. The mud underfoot mixed with rotten leaves, feeling soft and squishy. A little carelessness could lead to slipping. Qi Qiushui suddenly stopped. Wait, do you guys hear that? The two behind him instantly held their breath. After a moment, a series of intermittent copper bell sounds came from deep within the dense forest ahead. Ding-a-ling, ding-a-ling. The sound wasn't loud, but it carried a strange rhythm, particularly clear in the quietness of the mountains. The three exchanged glances to confirm the sound was coming straight ahead. Continuing forward for a bit, they quickly discovered the source of the sound. A middle-aged man wearing a Taoist robe, furrowing his brow and with a fierce look, was shaking a bell slowly. He had a peachwood sword strapped to his back. Li Cheng recognized the attire at a glance. A Mao Mountain Taoist? Qi Qiushui also looked at that person, unexpectedly recalling Master Jian she met at Lifeng shopping mall. Though both were Taoists, their auras were completely different. Master Jiang was clearly a conman, while the person before them exuded a strong sense of oppression, even a vague hint of ferocity. The Taoist seemed to sense the presence of the three, paused slightly in his movements, but the bell in his hand did not stop, and he continued to chant. At that moment, the bushes beside the Taoist suddenly shook. The movement was slight, as if something was shifting inside, causing the branches and leaves to tremble and drop a spray of water droplets. Qi Qiushui's gaze immediately locked onto the bush that moved without wind. There must be something inside. But before he could think too much, the Taoist had stopped shaking the bell, and the chanting stopped abruptly. Strangely, the shaking of the bushes also came to a halt, as if everything that just happened was merely an illusion of the three of them. Jiang Wei felt a bit uneasy and whispered. Could it be a wild beast? Qi Qiushui frowned, his instinct telling him it wasn't a beast but something more controlled. He stared at the bushes for a long time, but apart from the wet branches and weeds, he could see nothing in the dim light. Who's spying from there? Come out. The Taoist turned sharply, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. Li Cheng stepped forward voluntarily, clasped his fists, and showed a polite smile. Senior, we are adventurers entering the mountains. We accidentally passed through this place and hope we have not disturbed you. The Taoist raised his eyes to scrutinize the three, his eyes murky yet sharp. He constantly frowned, and his face was terrifyingly dark. Adventurers? There's nothing to explore in this wild and desolate mountain. Qi Qiushui interjected. We just thought the scenery in the mountains was nice, so we wandered around. The Taoist snorted coldly. Don't play tricks on me, you're tourists from Zhao family village who came to find the blessed girl temple, right? The expressions of the three changed immediately, not expecting him to see through them in an instant. Li Cheng hurriedly defended. Senior, we are not. Before he could finish, the Taoist interrupted him harshly. Enough nonsense. When you arrived in Zhao family village, that Zhao Rui should have told you about the taboos, right? That temple is not a place you should go, hurry up and roll back down the mountain. Logically, three young men should not fear a middle-aged Taoist. But the pressure emanating from him indeed made them feel timid. Qi Qiushui narrowed his eyes and then gritted his teeth. Since Senior says so, we will not disturb you. After saying that, he gave a glance to the two behind him. The two understood and nodded in agreement. The three turned around and started to leave, quickening their steps until they could no longer hear the sound of the copper bell, then stopped. Jiang Wei was a bit indignant. That uncle is too fierce. What is there in the Blessed Girl Temple, anyway? The people from Zhao family village all discourage us from going. Li Cheng felt lingering fear. We did the right thing by leaving, this man has real skills. If we had clashed hard, we might be. Qi Qiushui smiled. No matter if he has skills, we've already shaken him off. Let's take a detour and go back. I don't believe we'll run into him again. The three returned the same way, and this time they did not encounter that fierce Taoist again. Zhang Wei let out a breath of relief. That uncle was too eerie just now. Dressed in a Taoist robe, wielding a peachwood sword, and shaking a bell. If one didn't know better, they might think he's shooting a horror film. And I keep feeling he looks somewhat familiar, like I've seen him in a movie. Qi Qiushui also found it odd. Moreover, he seems to have known we were going to the Blessed Girl Temple. Now I'm getting more and more curious, what on earth is hidden in that temple? The two discussed back and forth, while the usually silent Li Chang suddenly stopped in his tracks. Don't you think, that person just now might not be an ordinary Taoist? Zhang Wei paused, scratching his head. Now that you mention it, it does seem that way. In such a remote, deserted mountain, what is he shaking a bell for all alone? Li Chang looked at the two and threw out an astonishing guess. I have studied such matters a bit. If I'm not mistaken, he's very likely a corpse driver. Zhang Wei exclaimed in shock. Your idea is too bizarre, right? In this day and age, where is there still such a thing? Qi Qiushui felt it made some sense. If what Li Chang said was true, then the earlier commotion in the bushes could be explained. There were indeed zombies being controlled by the Taoist. Li Chang began to analyze in a calm manner. His actions just now and the magical tools he carries, apart from dealing with corpses. I can't think of any other possibilities. You all think he is wearing the orthodox Mashan robe, holding a peachwood sword which is a common tool for corpse guiding, and that copper bell is not just for random ringing. Corpse guiders rely on the sound of the bell to guide the corpse and prevent it from changing. Just now, there was movement in the bushes. When he shook the bell, it stopped, obviously controlling something. Moreover, the village forbids outsiders from going to the Funu temple. Perhaps that mountain path is precisely the route for guiding corpses. He is blocking us, fearing we might discover something. Also, his gaze at us was particularly wary, and his tone was harsh. Clearly, he doesn't want us to stay too long. All these details put together are not mere coincidences. Encountering this Taoist was just an unexpected episode. Whether he is truly guiding corpses, no one can say for certain, nor can it be verified at the moment. But this is not important. The purpose of their journey is the Funu temple hidden deep in the mountains. Despite feeling a bit more fear in their hearts, the things they must do still need to be done. The three continued to advance towards the Funu temple. In the woods, the trees grew denser, branches protruding everywhere, occasionally snagging their clothes. The three supported each other, moving cautiously through the uneven terrain. After nearly an hour of walking, they finally emerged from the dense forest, and before them was a sudden clearing. A suspension bridge appeared in front of their eyes. The bridge was made of thick hemp ropes and wooden planks. The ropes had turned yellow and black with age, some places even exposing fibers. The gaps between the wooden planks were quite large, revealing a bottomless ravine below, appearing even more terrifying in the gloomy weather. This bridge, can it hold? Zhang Wei looked at the swaying bridge, his face pale. A gust of wind blew, and the bridge swayed like a swing, the hemp ropes creaking, as if it would snap at any moment. Qi Qiushui inspected the bridge carefully, then took the lead stepping onto it. It should be fine. It looks old, but it can still bear weight. As soon as he stepped on, the bridge shook violently, the wooden planks creaked beneath his feet. Li Chang and Zhang Wei exchanged a glance and followed him. The combined weight of the three made the bridge sway even more, and the planks undulated, causing dizziness. Slow down, slow down. Zhang Wei shouted in panic, his eyes fixed on the wooden planks below, not daring to look down. The three moved cautiously, step by step, and finally managed to reach the other side. In that instant, as their feet touched the solid ground, they all breathed a sigh of relief, as if they had crossed the gates of hell. After crossing the bridge and walking for about half an hour, the outline of a dilapidated building finally appeared among the trees ahead. That was the Funu temple. The temple sat on a flat clearing, surrounded by waist-high weeds, clearly long neglected. The temple door was wooden, aged and blackened, covered in moss. As the three approached the temple door, they heard voices talking inside. They were instantly startled. Someone had arrived before them. Chapter 70, Funu, Mysterious Murals. Creak. Qi Qiushui reached out and pushed open the half-closed wooden door. Though this was also a Funu temple, this one in the deep mountains was completely different from the one in Zhao family village. Inside the temple was a mess, thick dust piled on the ground, shattered tiles scattered everywhere, and spider webs hanging in the corners. The three held their breath, cautiously walking inside, not daring to make too much noise. After all, some players had arrived before them. Who were those people, good or evil, was all unknown. In this world of dungeons, laws were virtually non-existent, and some players' bottom lines were shockingly low. Qi Qiushui knew this all too well after experiencing several dungeons. Just then, footsteps and voices came from behind them. Oh, isn't this the brave warrior who stood up for the crow at the hotel yesterday? What, come here to explore too? You all seem to have arrived a bit late. Qi Qiushui immediately turned around. There stood 6 members of the Little Purple Yam team, led by the eldest sister Qin Beishir and the second sister Wu Kaihong. Qi Qiushui narrowed his eyes, sizing them up, a hint of doubt rising in his heart. He clearly set out earlier than Qin Beishir, yet looking at them packing up to leave, it seemed. Clearly, they had arrived much earlier than him. Had they taken a shortcut? Or was someone guiding them? A figure suddenly appeared in Qi Qiushui's mind. Zhao Rui. He had been seen whispering with Qin Beishir in the village's Funo temple, acting very suspiciously. When Wu Kaihong provoked him, Zhang Wei naturally refused to back down. What? Did you buy this road, little purple sweet potato? Can we not walk here anymore? I didn't expect you to still have the face to bring up yesterday's incident. Have you forgotten how you were throwing a tantrum? Wu Kaihong instantly exploded with rage, pointing at Zhang Wei, gritting her teeth and cursing. You filthy dog of a man. Today, I must. Before she could finish, the older sister Qin Beishir stopped her. Wu Caihong's chest heaved violently with anger, and after a difficult battle to suppress her fury, she raised an eyebrow and a mocking smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Of course not, I just think you guys are too weak, coming so late, there probably isn't anything left here. Qi Qiushui's heart tightened, and he suddenly looked up at the members of Little Purple Sweet Potato. He understood what Wu Kaihong meant. The puzzle pieces had already been taken away by them, and this place was utterly empty. Qin Beishir immediately stared at Wu Kaihong and sternly reprimanded. Kaihong, don't you know what you should and shouldn't say? Wu Kaihong pouted, her face full of grievance. Sister Beishir, this person is really too much. Qin Beishir glanced at Zhang Wei and the others without expression, forcing out a faint smile. Everyone, my sister just spoke nonsense, please don't take it to heart. We, Little Purple Sweet Potato, will take our leave now. Qi Qiushui slightly nodded, also returning a strained smile. Zhang Wei was still unwilling. Are we just going to let them leave like this? But Qi Qiushui seemed indifferent, looking around the broken temple. What else can we do? The puzzle binds itself to the first person who picks it up, either it's voluntarily transferred, or you wait for someone to die. Arriving late is also unfortunate, they were able to gather information, that's their skill. Let's focus on the matter at hand. After the Little Purple Sweet Potato team left, Li Cheng had been searching earnestly. Everyone, search carefully, maybe they missed something. Zhang Wei scratched his head, feeling it made sense, so he stopped speaking and joined the search. The rain continued to drench everything lightly. The gloomy daylight poured through the broken roof into the temple. Raindrops dripped on the ground. In the center of the main hall stood a statue of the Funu, already broken and battered, its head missing, covered with dark green moss. Beside the statue was a mural. Qi Qiushui walked to the mural, slowly sweeping the flashlight across the image, and his heart tightened suddenly. Though it was also a mural from the Funu temple, depicting the stories of the Funu, the content was entirely different. The mural in the village showcased a peaceful scene of the Funu shedding blood to create pearls, benefiting the villagers. But this mural deep in the mountains exuded an inexplicable eeriness and sorrow with every stroke. In the mural, buildings surrounded by raging flames were evidently going through a great fire. At the center of the image was the Funu. She wore white clothes, but her hem was soaked with dark red stains, resembling congealed blood. Her brows were tightly furrowed, tears sliding down her cheeks, and her hands clutched the hem of her clothes, looking incredibly sad and pained. In front of the Funa stood a man in green clothing, tall and upright like a pine, his back straight, resembling an insurmountable wall. His arms were crossed in front of the Funu, palms facing outward, his stance resolute, as if blocking something, his eyes filled with a stubborn protectiveness. Looking around at the villagers, where was there even a hint of their once simple appearance? Each one had a waxy yellow complexion, high cheekbones, bulging eyes, with greedy gazes glued to the Funu. They wielded all sorts of weapons, some rusty machetes, some hoes, and bright kitchen knives. Qi Qiushui continued to examine and found a man in a Taoist robe within the mural. The reason he noticed him was that the Taoist robe was completely different from the villagers' coarse garments, standing out strikingly. This Taoist seemed to be one of the village leaders. There was a shallow scar on his forehead, and more importantly, his features carried an indescribable sense of familiarity. Qi Qiushui furrowed his brows in deep thought, desperately searching his memory. Had he seen a scarred person in Zhao family village? The only one he could remember was Old He from the Bu Inn, but Old He shouldn't be connected to Zhao family village. No. Not a single one. But he still felt like he had seen him somewhere, especially that face, filled with an indescribable familiarity. Suddenly, Qi Qiushui slammed his thigh. He remembered. This person looked like Zhao Rui. And they had one thing in common, they were both Taoists. Although Zhao Rui usually kept a low profile, his peachwood sword had already exposed his identity when he first entered the dungeon. Qi Qiushui stared at the Taoist in the mural again. Could it be that this man in the mural is Zhao Rui? No, that's not right. They might look alike, but to say they were exactly the same was a bit of a stretch. By calculating the time, this mural depicted events from 100 years ago. Even the longest living turtles would struggle to live over 100 years, let alone a human. He shook his head and felt a wave of dizziness, probably due to the exhaustion from travel earlier. At this moment, Jiang Wei and Li Chang also walked over, both shocked after viewing the mural. What exactly is going on? Could it be that the stories of the blessed girl told by the villagers are all false? Li Chang quickly calmed down. Don't overthink it. The stories about the blessed girl we saw in the village were recorded by the villagers themselves, naturally written in a way that favors them. Qi Qiushui had already felt something was off when he viewed the mural in the village. The story of the blessed girl was depicted too beautifully, completely inconsistent with the historical backdrop of the time. He turned to the still-dazed Jiang Wei. Do you remember one of the hints from the dungeon? Jiang Wei instinctively replied, at the beginning of humanity. Qi Qiushui quickly asked, and what's the next line? Jiang Wei immediately blurted out, at the beginning of humanity, nature is good. Li Chang, however, shook his head with a smile. Only children believe this. If you ask me, it should be, at the beginning of humanity, nature is evil. Qi Qiushui didn't join the debate. He walked to another mural and examined it carefully. The image showed a group of fierce villagers surrounding the blessed girl, all their eyes glued to the blood pearl that had fallen at her feet. People were pushing and fighting each other, eager to snatch that precious pearl, their faces twisted like beasts, completely devoid of reason. He observed for a moment and expressed his thoughts. Human nature is inherently complex, with good and evil often coexisting. But in the environment of Zhao family village back then, it was very hard for kind people to survive. They either turned evil or had a high chance of facing death. Jiang Wei was left confused. Which one is the truth? Qi Qiushui shook his head. It's still unclear. Right now, we just have more information. It's far from the time to draw conclusions. The blessed girl temple in the mountain was small, and the three quickly searched it thoroughly. But they did not find any puzzle pieces. According to the hints from the Bloodgate forum, each scenic spot must refresh clues and puzzle pieces related to the path of life. The clues seemed to be these murals, but the puzzle pieces were nowhere to be found. That left only one possibility: they had been taken away by the previous team of little purple potatoes. As evening approached, the sky grew darker. The three were just about to leave when Qi Qiushui suddenly remembered something and abruptly stopped. He pulled out a few crumpled pieces of drawing paper from his backpack. It was drawn on rough straw paper, with bizarre patterns smeared in colorful paint, the strokes amateurish yet filled with a chilling aura. Qi Qiushui spread all the drawings out on a broken wooden table in the temple, carefully examining them under the flashlight. The first drawing depicted a round, bulging eye, almost filling the entire sheet. The pupil was pitch black, surrounded by dense blood vessels, as if it was intensely watching something. The second drawing portrayed a one-legged bride. Dressed in a bright red wedding gown, her face was pale, her lips were red, and beneath her skirt was empty, with only one leg. The third painting was the most horrifying. The person in the painting was buried in the ground, only a head was exposed, wearing a copper coin mask, a yellow talisman stuck to the forehead. Dozens of black dead birds were scattered on the dirt, and a few small boys' corpses lay nearby, their limbs twisted into unnatural shapes, their faces showing expressions of pain, blood staining the surrounding soil. The scene was shocking. When Li Chang saw the third painting, he reacted most strongly, immediately grabbing it to look closely, and the more he looked, the more sweat beaded on his forehead. Qi Qiushui, seeing him so excited, quickly asked, "What did you find?" Li Chang swallowed hard, pointing at the black birds in the painting. "These are crows. Crow blood, buried corpses in the soil, charms to suppress yang energy, and the dead children nearby representing boys' blood. This is about creating zombies. There's absolutely no mistake. Where did you get this painting?" Qi Qiushui quickly revealed how he got these paintings. "These paintings were done by that crazy woman's son, Zhao Jiao, in the village, and I found them. At that time, I felt the content was eerie, but later Zhao Rui and Qin Beishir appeared, and I didn't have time to look closely before I put them away. Now I think it's time to take them out for research." Jiang Wei felt a chill all over. That crazy woman's son is really strange. How could he paint such things? Qi Qiushui recalled the bizarre incidents earlier. When I watched him paint for a while, it seemed he was communicating with someone while painting. Occasionally he looked up and talked, as if someone was sitting opposite him. But in my eyes, there was no one in front of him at all. That child was simply talking to the air. Li Chang pondered for a moment and then turned to Jiang Wei. "I remember you said before that the crazy woman's son was next to a pale little boy, right?" Jiang Wei nodded in confirmation. "Absolutely right," Li Chang slowly said. If I guessed correctly, that little boy should be the ghost child mentioned by Wang Shenpa, the male ghost spirit who was drained of yang energy by the umbrella woman. But one thing is very strange, ghost children usually don't show themselves easily, and ordinary people can't see them. Why can you see him? Zhang Wei looked puzzled. You ask me? I want to ask you. Li Cheng glanced at Qi Qiushui, then at Zhang Wei, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Of course, there's another possibility, the ghost child didn't actively show itself in front of you too, only you, Zhang Wei, are special and can see it. Books say that a pure yang body can naturally see ghost children. Zhang Wei felt a little proud to hear such a powerful name as pure yang body. I'm a bit embarrassed, but I felt different from others since I was young. However, Qi Qiushui was confused. What is a pure yang body? Li Cheng chuckled. It means that you are still a virgin to this day, never having broken your vow. The scene fell into silence instantly. Zhang Wei was petrified on the spot and then became agitated. You. Lin Bei selling seafood. I'm Zhang Wei, just in my early 20s, and I don't even know how many girlfriends I've had, don't spread rumors here. After saying that, Zhang Wei rushed out of the Funa temple in a panic, without giving them the chance to ask again. Qi Qiushui shook his head and laughed, unconsciously taking out his phone to check. There was still no news from Xia Xiaoxiao. It was strange, before, there would be some hints from the instance, but this time there had been no movements at all. The three of them arrived in front of the previous rope bridge and suddenly froze in place, almost dumbfounded. The bridge, which was already shaky, had completely snapped in two at this moment. Which bastard did this? Zhang Wei shouted angrily and knelt on the ground, almost collapsing. Qi Qiushui stepped forward to examine it closely. The broken wood is uneven, and there are fresh wood shavings. It's clear that it was just cut. It should have been destroyed not long ago. Zhang Wei was so furious that he jumped up, cursing at the air. It must be that crazy woman, Wu Kaihong. I never expected her to have such a vicious heart. They are intent on putting us to death. Qi Qiushui's face turned serious as he glanced down at the bridge. The bottomless dark abyss swirled with mist, making it impossible to see its depth. How deep it is doesn't matter, falling down means certain death. He looked up at the sky, it was completely dark now. There was no signal on his phone. Even if there was a signal, it wouldn't help. The three of them were stuck here. Relying on villagers to come rescue them was simply unrealistic, not to mention other players. The broken bridge in front of them was the work of Wu Kaihong. She would love nothing more than for Qi Qiushui and the others to die here in the deep mountains. At night in these deep mountains, danger was too obvious to consider. Right now, the top priority was to leave this place. He took a deep breath. All right. There's no other way now, there should be other routes to get out. Before, Xia Xiaoxiao and the others must have taken a shortcut, which is why they left later yet arrived first. Zhang Wei looked worried. Are you sure? Li Cheng sighed softly. Whether sure or not, we can only do this now, this is the only choice. Just as the three fell silent, a chilling voice came from behind them. Did I not tell you to hurry back? Why are you here again? They turned sharply, only to see the middle-aged Taoist who had warned them standing behind them, though they didn't know when he had arrived. Behind the Taoist stood a row of zombies dressed in Qing dynasty official robes, each with arms stretched straight forward. Chapter 72, The Fortune Girl, Wu Caihong's Plan. Li Cheng quickly stepped forward, cupping his fists in salute. Taoist, the bridge has been cut, do you know of any other way down the mountain? The Taoist slowly shook his head, his tone chilly. There are no other paths. I warned you long ago to leave early, but you refused to listen. You must have seen everything you shouldn't in the Fortune Girl temple. Since that's the case. A grotesque expression appeared on the Taoist's face. Then you may as well go die. No. I will turn you into zombies just like them, so you can stay here forever. After saying this, the Taoist slowly raised his hand holding the bronze bell and gave it a gentle shake. Ding-a-ling-a-ling, ding-a-ling-a-ling. The sound of the bell was not ordinary, it was more like a death summons, sending shivers down their spines. The row of zombies seemed to be summoned, jumping towards Qi Qiushui and the others. Thump, thump, thump. Stop dawdling. Run. Qi Qiushui turned and ran. The other two hesitated for a moment, but were so frightened that they hurriedly turned to follow Qi Qiushui. The zombies jumped at a terrifying speed, the distance between them continuously shortening. Zhang Wei was at the back of the group, feeling the cold fingers of a zombie almost touch his back. The low growls of the zombies and the heavy sound of their jumps echoed in his ears. Qi Qiushui was at the front, and the zombies were too fast, he had to change his path several times. His gaze scanned the surroundings quickly, trying to find a glimmer of hope. Suddenly, he caught sight of a narrow stone crevice ahead. This way. Squeeze in. He shouted and was the first to turn sideways to squeeze into the stone crevice. Inside, it was narrow and damp, with moss covering the rock walls, sharp stones tore at his arms, sending sharp pains. But he couldn't care about that right now, he just crawled forward desperately. Zhang Wei and Li Cheng followed closely behind, the three of them stepping on wet rubble, moving forward with great difficulty. The zombies reached the mouth of the crevice and suddenly stopped. They tried to squeeze in, but their stiff bodies couldn't manage such a complex movement. The three didn't dare look back, seizing this rare chance to catch their breath and continued to crawl desperately forward. At the other end of the crevice, the Taoist stepped out from the zombies, no longer shaking the bronze bell, silently sighed, and murmured to himself. If you pass through this stone crevice and continue forward, you'll be able to get down the mountain. Whether you can return alive depends on your own fortune. I hope this time gives you a lesson. This place is too dangerous, it's not where you should be. After saying this, he turned to leave, shaking the bronze bell once again in his hand. Hearing the bell, the zombies slowly turned around and hopped away, following the Taoist's figure into the darkness. In the dining hall of the village's Fortune Maiden Temple, members of the Little Purple Sweet Potato team are having a meal. Second sister Wu Kaihong and eldest sister Qin Beishir are sitting at the same table. Wu Kaihong seems to be in a good mood, humming a little tune softly. She looks around and, seeing no outsiders, lowers her voice to say, "Those three people probably won't come back tonight." Qin Beishir, however, is quite calm, casually eating her meal. It doesn't matter, a bunch of shrimp soldiers and crab generals, if they die, they die. But, Wu Kaihong, you seem to particularly dislike that Zhang Wei. It turns out that when Wu Kaihong suggested breaking the bridge, Qin Beishir did not agree. First, she thought it was too troublesome since it was getting late, and second, she felt that although there were small conflicts, it didn't warrant someone's death. But Wu Kaihong insisted, and Qin Beishir had to agree. For her, it was just a matter of using some physical effort, the lives or deaths of the three had nothing to do with her, and she felt completely indifferent. In infinite copies, she had done too many similar things and was already numb to it. Wu Kaihong, however, was in a cheerful mood. That Zhang Wei is foul-mouthed and has no manners, he should have died long ago, this way of dying is still a bargain for him. After saying this, Wu Kaihong suddenly shifted her tone, looking straight at Qin Beishir with a flattering expression. "Eldest sister, you found a puzzle today in the Fortune Maiden Temple in the mountains, right?" Qin Beishir glanced at Wu Kaihong and nodded indifferently. Wu Kaihong, feeling somewhat embarrassed, spoke up. "Sister Beishir, you already have so many puzzles, I don't have even one. Could you give this one to me?" Qin Beishir's expression instantly grew icy. "Did you forget the rules of the Little Purple Sweet Potato? First of all, the puzzle is mine, and today I found the way to the Fortune Maiden Temple by negotiating with Zhao Rui. Even if anyone among you had found it first, it still relied on the clues and communication I provided with Zhao Rui. The puzzle should rightly be kept by me, the eldest sister." Wu Caihong's face stiffened, but she quickly replaced it with a familiar expression, tugging at Qin Beishir's arm. "Oh. I was just joking with you. Sister Beishir, you must have received news ahead of time, knowing some clues, so you could negotiate with Zhao Rui. Why don't you share with me? I can help you analyze it." Qin Beishir pulled her arm back, her tone cold. "Wu Kaihong, this is not your first time participating in a copy. Information belongs to individual players, this rule you should understand. Even if we have a good relationship, some things cannot be inquired about. I thought you understood, but it seems not. And remember your identity. You are only the second sister of Little Purple Sweet Potato, and you know who I am. Your behavior just now crossed the line." Wu Caihong's expression became even stiffer, forced to smile, unsure of what to say for a moment. "Just making a joke, eldest sister, don't be so serious all the time." At that moment, the other two members of Little Purple Sweet Potato rushed in. "Sister Beishir, Sister Kaihong, not good. The three men who followed us to the temple appeared at the village entrance, they are not dead." "What?" Qin Beishir stands up abruptly, her face full of disbelief. There were clearly only two paths out, one was the destroyed bridge, and the other was the one Zhao Rui had told her about. The exit indicated by Zhao Rui was extremely concealed, just a stone crevice. Searching around in the deep mountains was already difficult, and with it being dark, it was practically impossible to be found. Unless Zhao Rui told this route to other players. But Zhao Rui is very shrewd, without enough bargaining chips, he wouldn't spill anything. Could those three men also have information? Suddenly, the figure of Qi Qiushui flashed in her mind. That person was the calmest among the three, always silent and thinking. This person is definitely not simple. Wu Kaihong slammed the table angrily. These three damn men really have strong lives. Qin Beishir looked at Wu Kaihong. These three are not simple, especially that Qi Qiushui. The possibility that they have information is very high. I don't care what personal grudges you have with Zhang Wei. Don't go provoking them. We have the letter in the puzzle, let's finish our own task first, without stirring up trouble. Wu Kaihong suddenly lifted her head, clearly unconvinced. Why should we? Thinking about those 3 despicable men still being alive makes my heart feel blocked, how about we? Shut up! Qin Beishir interrupted sharply, already extremely displeased with Wu Caihong's previous overstep. She pointed at Wu Kaihong, chastising her. You useless troublemaker! If it weren't for you wanting to frame them back then, we wouldn't have this potential enemy now. Right now, the priority is self-preservation, not wasting time on these grievances. The other members of Little Purple Sweet Potatoes were attracted by the commotion and turned to look. Wu Kaihong felt utterly embarrassed but dared not retort, only lowering her head. Got it, Sister Beishir. Qin Beishir snorted coldly and turned to leave. In a place unseen by her, endless malice and hatred emerged on Wu Caihong's lowered face. At this moment, the person Wu Kaihong hated the most became her older sister, Qin Beishir. Isn't it just a letter? Don't you feel selfish hogging so many puzzle pieces? Just because you Qin Beishir are the big sister of Little Purple Sweet Potatoes, do all the efforts of the other sisters have to belong to you? That's unfair. Sister Beishir, you could never imagine that I, Wu Kaihong, also have a letter in my hands. Since you are so stingy, I will have to go retrieve the puzzle pieces and letter that should belong to me. It's time for the big sister of Little Purple Sweet Potatoes to be replaced. Chapter 73 Fortunate Woman English Uncle. The 3 returned to the village from the mountain and hurried to the home of Wang Shen, the local shaman, planning to rest well. The night in Zhao family village was especially quiet. Most of the villagers left were elders, making it impossible to speak of nightlife. It was even excessively silent, radiating a sense of eeriness. Despite being exhausted after a day of traveling, no one could sleep. Instead, they all gathered in the room. Because something strange happened at Wang Shen's house. The coffin that had originally been placed in the yard was now moved to the center of the main room. Even more shocking was that the coffin was not placed directly on the ground, but was instead hoisted high in the air by several thick ropes. On either side of the portrait of Wang Shen's deceased husband, white candles flickered. The flames danced, casting eerie shadows around the room. Zhang Wei felt a bit scared and whispered. Are you sure Wang Shen is using her husband to make a zombie? Li Cheng nodded without hesitation. Absolutely sure. From the way the coffin was arranged before and its position, I was already suspicious, and seeing this suspended coffin tonight, combined with that Taoist priest and his real zombie we met on the mountain, I'm even more certain. The coffin is made of dark wood, icy to the touch, it's suspended to isolate it from the earth's energy. And the crow's corpse we saw before. Crows are of the Een, taking its blood, other than for making zombies, I can't think of any other use. Qi Qiushui asked in confusion. If what you say is true, what is Wang Shen's purpose in turning her husband into a zombie? Li Cheng thought for a moment and replied. Zombies have souls but no spirit. She then attracts another wronged soul, like the child ghost of Zhao family village, using evil methods to connect this zombie vessel with herself, to steal in energy and life force, achieving the effect of extending life or immortality. Zhang Wei added. So you're saying, for the sake of immortality, Wang Shen turned her husband into a zombie? But I saw her crying sad tears in front of the coffin that day. Li Cheng replied slowly. I'm not completely sure either. Perhaps it's because her husband has passed and she thinks why waste the corpse, plus Zhao family village happens to be rich in wandering souls and ghosts. Qi Qiushui's expression was serious. Whatever the case, we can't stay here any longer, we'll move tomorrow. There are plenty of empty houses near the Fortune Woman Temple, and the environment is better than here. Zhang Wei immediately raised his hand in agreement. Why don't we go tonight? Just thinking about a zombie downstairs sends chills down my spine. Qi Qiushui shook her head. It's too late now, we'll talk about it tomorrow. And didn't you notice? Wang Shen is acting a bit strange tonight. Not only did they move the coffin into the house, but they still haven't slept. There has been noise coming from downstairs all this time. Li Cheng tentatively asked, what if we sneak down to take a look? Qi Qiushui hesitated for a moment, then shook her head and lowered her voice. Wang Shenpa has sharp insight, if we are discovered, the consequences would be dire. She probably has something to do tonight, since we are leaving tomorrow, it's better not to cause any trouble. The other two thought about it and agreed, nodding in agreement. Downstairs. Wang Shenpa was not asleep, she stood beside the suspended coffin, gently brushing her hand over the coffin lid, muttering something under her breath. The main room has a cooking fire and yang energy, which can shield the King of Hell's eyes. Old man, let's stay a little longer. The room was shrouded in darkness, only 2 candles flickering with dim light. Suddenly, a cough came from the coffin, and the lid shook slightly. Wang Shenpa was taken aback and reached out to touch the coffin lid. It felt icy cold, even freezing to the touch. This wood is really cold. Are you cold inside? I'll add a piece of clothing for you later. And I've told you so many times, not to bang on the coffin when there are guests at home. Zhao family village has long had a strict rule against raising corpses. Are you afraid they can't hear? The old-fashioned wall clock suddenly chimed. It was the alarm she had set on purpose. The time has come, they will arrive again. She skillfully pushed open the coffin lid, and a mixed chill of herbs, decayed earth, and faint corpse odor rushed out. Inside the coffin lay an old man, covered in dirt with only his head exposed. That was not ordinary soil but earth, used to lock in corpse energy and prevent it from leaking. The old man was dressed in a dark funeral robe, his face covered with a mask made of copper coins, hiding his mouth and nose and only revealing tightly closed eyes and a few strands of white hair on his forehead. His skin was a bluish gray, as if coated with a thin layer of frost, his lips were dark purple and cracked, yet faint rises and falls could be seen in his chest. Wang Xinpa picked up a smooth wooden comb from a low table beside her and carefully combed the old man's sparse hair. Her fingertips brushed against his stiff, cold cheek, her tone gentle to the point of sadness. Look at you, your hair has grown again, almost covering your eyes, how uncomfortable. Your nails too, why didn't you tell me? As she tidied him up, she chatted on, filled with longing. Our daughter has settled in the city. Last month, my grandson came back to see me. She wants to take me into the city, but I don't want to. What will you do if I go? Her voice gradually lowered, carrying a hint of choked emotion. She reached out to hold the old man's cold, stiff hand. That hand had long lost its warmth, the knuckles twisted. At that moment, a sudden gust of dark wind howled outside the courtyard gate, fierce and urgent. In the main room, the candle flames went out in response, plunging everything into complete darkness. Wang Xinpa's expression changed abruptly, her murky eyes instantly filled with terror. She quickly looked out the window, instinctively shrinking her body, her hands gripping the man's hand tightly, unwilling to let go, murmuring for comfort. They're here. Don't be afraid. I've prepared everything, they can't take you away. The three upstairs were also startled awake by the noise. Qi Qiushui went to the window and looked outside, her heart jolting as she saw an unforgettable scene in this lifetime. Outside Wang Xinpa's courtyard, a group of shadowy figures had appeared, though she didn't know when. The two tallest shadows at the front were exceptionally large, easily over 10 feet tall, higher than the courtyard gate, like two moving black towers, ominously frightening in the night. Beside her, Li Cheng moved his throat and trembled as he said, "Am I dreaming? This is a Yin messenger." The face of the Yin messenger was indistinct, shrouded in a mass of black mist, with only a pair of eyes flickering with a blue-green ghostly light. Zhang Wei was stunned. What does the Yin messenger want? Li Cheng steadied his mind and whispered, I don't completely understand either, but I can roughly guess. Essentially, it's about the dead who shouldn't be dead. The Yin messenger comes to find someone. In Wang Xinpa's house, there can only be two situations. One is that Wang Xinpa herself defies fate and extends her life. Her Yang life should have ended but hasn't. The second reason is that her husband was turned into a zombie, with his spirit gone and soul lost, lingering in the human world, disrupting the order of Yin and Yang. Qi Qiushui quietly asked, who can stop the Yin messengers from collecting souls? Li Cheng shook his head. I don't know. But tonight is definitely not the first time the Yin messengers have come. Since Wang Xinpa dares to raise the dead, she must have a way to deal with it. These dark arts have been passed down for hundreds of years, there's always a way. Sure enough, downstairs, Wang Xinpa took out a piece of talisman paper from her bosom, stuck it on her old husband's chest, and muttered incantations. The Yin messenger directly passed through the wall and arrived in front of the coffin, its green gaze landing on the elderly man inside. Wang Xinpa trembled with fear but still did not give up, continuing to chant, one hand tightly grasping the old man's hand in the coffin. Don't be afraid, old man, I'm here. They've got the wrong person, they'll leave soon, don't be afraid, I'm with you, no one can take you away. Her voice was soft and trembling, tinged with a cry, yet exceptionally firm. That frail body seemed so small before the towering Yin messenger, but it acted as an insurmountable barrier, firmly guarding in front of the coffin. After a stick of incense's time, the leading tall Yin messenger slowly turned its head, its green gaze shifting from the coffin to the alleyway. It did not speak, just waved its hand, as if giving up on something. Then it turned and walked heavily toward the alley. The sound of iron chains dragging on the ground was still piercing. Don't look, this is not something the living should see. Looking too much can easily attract karma, Li Cheng softly reminded. Qi Qiushui nodded, glancing one last time at the direction the Yin messengers were heading. They did not disappear directly but walked toward a certain part of the village. That seemed to be the direction of the Fortunate Girl Temple. Li Cheng urged again, and Qi Qiushui responded, not thinking much more, returning to bed and lying down. This day was truly exhausting, he dozed off almost as soon as his head hit the pillow. In the morning, Wang Xinpa still got up early to prepare breakfast for the three of them. It was still sticky rice. She sat down, gazing thoughtfully at them. The three, having experienced last night's events, all lowered their heads silently eating, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under Wang Xinpa's gaze, the atmosphere awkward for a moment. It was still Wang Xinpa who spoke first. You went to the Fortunate Girl Temple on the back mountain yesterday, right? Qi Qiushui's heart tightened. How does she know? Wang Xinpa seemed to see through her thoughts, leisurely saying. I guessed randomly. Seeing you return yesterday all in disarray, aside from going there, I couldn't think of any other reason. Qi Qiushui fell silent for a moment, then nodded. Yes, we went. There was a little incident on the way back, the rope bridge was cut, and we almost couldn't return. Wang Xinpa raised her eyelids slightly, seeming interested in this topic. Usually, people can only take that path. If the bridge is broken, it's very hard to come back. Did someone point you to another way? Qi Qiushui stared at Wang Xinpa's face, slowly saying. We encountered a Taoist. He directed the zombies to chase us, and when we fled, we accidentally found another route back to the village without crossing a bridge. She emphasized the word zombies, wanting to see Wang Xinpa's reaction. Wang Xinpa's expression showed no fluctuation, her tone still flat. The Taoist you mentioned, I probably know him, it's Wang Zhengying who runs the rice shop at the end of the village, he's also my distant relative. This person has a violent temper, and his reputation in the village is not good, but he doesn't care. I know him pretty well. Though he has a fierce nature, he doesn't have a bad heart, he won't kill randomly, let alone use zombies to chase you. With his skills, if he really wanted to act against you, you wouldn't have been able to escape. Qi Qiushui felt a bit confused. Aunt Wang, what do you mean? Wang Xinpa continued. He had the zombies chase you because he didn't want you to go up the mountain again. That place has heavy evil, with many wandering souls and wild ghosts, going back there, you might not have such good luck again. Qi Qiushui suddenly realized, recalling the details of being chased by the zombies yesterday. Those zombies clearly could have caught up, yet they always slowed down at crucial moments, even seeming to intentionally sidestep at times. They were forced down a certain path. It wasn't a coincidence, it was Wang Zhengying guiding them in secret. At this moment, Li Cheng glanced at the coffin, deliberately covered, in the room, and asked. Wang Xinpu, you have seen much, I want to ask. Are there really zombies in this world? Wang Xinpu looked at him and said slowly. Why not? It's just that these things cannot see the light. The villagers have rules against raising them, after all, they are dark beings and can bring trouble. I'm getting old, my days are numbered. Buried in dirt up to my neck, what hope do I have for immortality? I long ago made peace with waiting for death, there's no need to raise those things and shorten my lifespan. I just feel reluctant for my late husband to keep a memory. As for moderation, I will manage it myself. Li Cheng was shaken and lowered his head, no longer speaking. He knew Wang Xinpu's words were meant for him. Last night, he and the others speculated that Wang Xinpu practiced corpse raising to extend her life, and now being exposed to her face made him feel awkward. Qi Qiushui listened silently, understanding that Wang Xinpu was warning them not to speak of this outside. Even if she didn't say it, they wouldn't talk about such things. If it had nothing to do with their survival, seeking it out would only bring trouble. Qi Qiushui then asked, since the village forbids it, why does Wang Zhengying have so many zombies? Wang Xinpu replied. Those are not his, they were passed down from ancestors. The villagers have advised him to destroy them, but with his temper, how could he listen? Anyway, he doesn't harm anyone, so everyone can't manage him, they just let it be as long as he doesn't scare people. Qi Qiushui pondered, since they were moving to the Funa temple today, she might as well take this chance to clear things up. Xinpu, since you know so much, then what really happened after the Funa was taken by General Borji? Why did that temple become so evil? This was a mystery that had long haunted Qi Qiushui's heart. Regardless of the information from forums or the murals in the temple, there was a lack of follow-up. What happened after Borji took the Funa was crucial in this blank information. Wang Xinpu was silent for a moment, then sighed. Although my last name is Wang, I've been married into Zhao family village for decades, I am half a Zhao. The village has rules, some things cannot be told to tourists, and I still have to follow that. If you want to know, go find Wang Zhengying. At the end of the alley, the glutinous rice shop with the faded Wang Ji sign hanging out front is his. Her tone was mixed with complexity. Though he has stayed in Zhao family village longer than many, he never acknowledged himself as one of them and takes shame in it. He is rebellious and does not care for any rules. Whatever you want to know, he will tell you. Chapter 74 Fun of the Fallen Taoist. After leaving Wang Xinpu's house, the three immediately set off towards the Funa temple in the village. After some communication, they successfully divided into the side rooms of the temple. The first thing after coming out of the temple was to find the Taoist they had encountered on the mountain earlier. This was both to gather information and to repay the debt of gratitude for his earlier rescue. Although they had been in Zhao family village for a while, the weather showed no signs of improvement, it kept raining non-stop. Qi Qiushui looked up at the sky, the dark clouds hung very low. It was clearly noon, a time for meals, yet the sky was dark like dusk. Worse, due to the presence of the umbrella woman, no one dared to open an umbrella, they could only tough it out in the rain, feeling utterly miserable. After walking for a while, they finally reached that unnoticeable rice shop hidden in the village's corner. The wooden door was slightly ajar, and the sound of "oh" at it could be heard from inside, indicating that someone was there. With a creak, they pushed the door open and saw a middle-aged man reading behind the counter. His hair was grizzled, but his eyes were particularly bright. It was indeed the Taoist they had met on the mountain that day, Wang Zhengying, whom Wang Xinpu mentioned. Wang Zhengying looked up at the three, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, but it quickly returned to calm. "It's you all, it seems you came down from the mountain safely. Come in and hide from the rain, don't get soaked like a rat." Qi Qiushui was the first to speak, cupping his fists in salute. "Senior, we have come specifically to thank you for saving our lives. Also, I would like to ask you about..." Before he could finish, Wang Zhengying waved his hand. "It's mealtime, I'm hungry. Let's eat while talking inside." There were already many people in the house, your arrival just adds a few more bowls and chopsticks. Seeing this, Qi Qiushui no longer asked more questions, silently nodded, and followed Wang Zhengying into the small courtyard behind the rice shop. Not far in, they arrived at Wang Zhengying's small house. Li Cheng happened to have some knowledge in this area, and with keen eyes, as soon as he entered the door, he discovered many familiar things. For example, the scratch hanging in the corner, the wooden texture clearly was peach wood, and the tip still faintly had a worn-out rune, obviously a modified peachwood sword. At the wall's base lay a brass round plate, the mirror surface polished to a shine, yet inlaid with a decorative mirror frame, surprisingly a demon scrying mirror used as a dressing mirror. On the wall were a few yellowed talismans, their edges neatly cut, forming a part of what seemed like decorative wallpaper. Wang Zhengying pointed at the 8 immortals table in the room and then turned to dive into the small kitchen next door. "You all sit for a while, the rice is already cooked, now we just need to stir-fry the vegetables." The three sat as instructed and noticed that this 8 immortals table was unusually large. In addition to their 3 places, there were also 3 extra sets of bowls and chopsticks. Zhang Wei pointed to those extra bowls and chopsticks. "Will there be others coming later?" "In the kitchen." Wang Zhengying was stir-frying vegetables, instinctively reaching for the seasoning on the shelf beside him, but found nothing. He frowned and shouted into the empty air in front of him. "Where is my seasoning? Have you hidden it again? White sugar. Where did that jar of white sugar go? Which greedy little ghost stole it to eat?" The three looked at each other. Clearly, Wang Zhengying was the only person in the kitchen. So who was he talking to just now? Li Cheng inadvertently glanced at the demon scrying mirror that had been treated as an ordinary mirror, and the mirror surface just happened to reflect the other side of the 8 immortals table. On the originally empty seat, there were faintly 3 vague shadowy figures sitting. Li Cheng pointed at the mirror. The other 2 followed his gaze and also saw this strange scene. In the kitchen, Wang Zhengying was still continually shouting about where the white sugar had gone. One of the short shadowy figures then walked down from the dining table, slowly heading toward the kitchen. Right after that, laughter came from the kitchen. "I knew it was you, little rascal. Next time you want to eat sugar, just tell me in advance, and I'll buy some to put on the table. The white sugar in the kitchen is for cooking." Wang Zhengying finished stir-frying and returned, placing the dishes on the table, smiling and greeting the 3 empty places for bowls and chopsticks. "Old friends haven't come back for a long time, you must taste my cooking well today." Qi Qiushui looked again at the mirror and saw that the 3 empty seats were occupied by 3 bluish-gray shadowy figures, their mouths moving as if chewing. He suppressed his inner fear and tentatively asked, "Taoist Wang, are these your friends?" Wang Zhengying smiled slightly upon hearing this. "I'm stubborn, the villagers don't like me. The original owner of this rice shop took me in and fed me. Later, their family moved away, and I inherited this shop. They come back from time to visit. That's good. Usually, when I'm alone, it gets boring, but with them around, I'm not lonely." Zhang Wei was so scared he didn't dare to eat, the hair on his back standing on end. "Why, you're not afraid of ghosts?" Wang Zhengying paused with the chopsticks, a flicker of helplessness in his eyes, then he chuckled lightly. "Ghosts are not as scary as people. Do you know where the scariest ghost in the world is?" Zhang Wei didn't know how to answer for a moment. "I don't know." Wang Zhengying said lightly, "The scariest ghost is always in a person's heart." The rain outside had gotten heavier again. The light in the room grew dimmer. He murmured softly, "This cursed weather has been like this for decades." Then he changed the subject and asked, "Come on, you all braved this heavy rain to find me, it must be more than just to escape the rain." Qi Qiushui set down his chopsticks. "You should know about Wang Shendao raising zombies at home." Wang Zhengying's smile faded, and he sighed, speaking in a low voice. "Of course I know. She loved her husband too much. After her husband passed away, she lost her mind, determined to keep a person with her, and finally went down the wrong path, turning the corpse into a zombie. I tried to persuade her, but seeing her crazy and pitiful state, I couldn't bring myself to stop her." Li Cheng then asked, "Aren't you worried about problems arising?" Wang Zhengying's expression became serious. "Of course I'm worried, that's why her actions are under my supervision." After saying that, he took out a compass he carried with him. Wang Shindao is also skilled in Taoist techniques. As long as she doesn't commit certain taboos, the zombie won't go out of control. Even if it really goes out of control, this compass can detect its aura. If the needle moves, I can rush over immediately. Qi Qiushui immediately asked, "What taboos are there?" Wang Zhengying replied. First, the copper coin mask on the corpse cannot be removed. The copper coin is round on the outside and square on the inside, circulating in the human world. It has the most yang energy, suppressing the yin energy on the zombie. Second, the feet must never touch the ground, they must always lie flat in the coffin. Third, and this is the most critical point, you must never feed the zombie with the fresh blood of a young boy. However, this third point is basically not a concern. Fresh boy's blood requires blood from a living male child, and while Wang Xindao's family is doing alright, this is not something money can easily obtain. As long as the third point is not violated, even if the first 2 points are accidentally violated, Wang Xindao's husband, when turned into a zombie, was just a sickly old man. Even if he really transformed, he wouldn't be very powerful. Wang Xindao can handle it herself, and if not, there's still me. Qi Qiushui then asked. That Zhao Rui should be a Taoist, right? Wang Zhengying took a sip of tea. Of course. Our ancestors are sort of like next-door brothers, but this Zhao Rui kid is very likely walking down the wrong path, really disgracing our ancestors. He's bringing shame to our sect. I will eventually catch him and make him return to the right path. Chapter 75 Blessed Girl Uncle Ying's Doubt. Qi Qiushui fell silent for a moment, not wanting to dwell too much on this issue. Zhao Rui really doesn't look like a good person, no matter how you look at him. Wang Daochang, can you tell the story of what happened after General Boerji took the Blessed Girl? Wang Zhengying was direct, unlike Wang Shindao, and said straightforwardly. After Boerji took the Blessed Girl, he held a grand celebration feast right at the location of today's Blessed Girl Temple. But he didn't know that the Blessed Girl was the daughter of the mountain god, and this kind of desecration angered the will of heaven. A great fire broke out, burning half the village to ashes, and Boerji himself perished in the flames. Zhang Wei couldn't help but interject. What about the villagers? Did they also get burned? Weren't they sent by the mountain god to save them? Wang Zhengying sneered. The people of Zhao family village have never been good people. Don't be fooled by how grateful they are to the Blessed Girl now, building her temple and statues. Those villagers back then didn't spare any effort in exploiting her. She being taken away by Boerji was just jumping from one fire pit into another. Qi Qiushui nodded. Compared to the embellished words of the villagers, he trusted Wang Zhengying's words more. It was closer to reality, more in line with human nature. Li Cheng suddenly remembered something. Wang Daochang, may I ask you a question? Why do you live in Zhao family village? Everyone in the village has the surname Zhao, and only you are named Wang? Wang Zhengying's eyes flickered with a hint of weariness. This goes back to my ancestors. It turned out that Wang Zhengying's ancestor was named Wang Zhini, a disciple of a branch of the Maoshan sect. He had a fellow disciple named Zhao Changsheng, born in Zhao family village. Zhao Changsheng suffered from a stubborn illness, said to be cursed by a monster, unable to live long like his ancestors. But with the progress of medicine, it was discovered that it was not a curse at all, but rather a hereditary disease. Zhao Changsheng's ancestor, Wang Zhengi, was a close friend of Wang Zhengying. Due to his declining health, he retired early from the sect and returned to Zhao family village to rest. Knowing that his time was short, he wanted to return home. Before General Boerji arrived at Zhao family village, Wang Zhengi happened to pass by and came to visit his old friend. Later, he fell in love with a girl from the Zhao family, and as the Taoist profession was declining at that time, he decided to settle down there. Wang Xin's sister was also a descendant of Wang Zhengi, and strictly speaking, she was related by blood to Wang Zhengying. Because of this, Wang Zhengying felt pity for her and allowed her to raise zombies. If it were anyone else, he would never tolerate it. At this point, Wang Zhengying paused. Zhao Rui, who is responsible for tourism in the village now, is a direct descendant of Zhao Changsheng. Qi Qiushui frowned. So Zhao Rui? Yes. Wang Zhengying nodded. Don't be fooled by his young age, he has already been diagnosed with that hereditary disease, and it is estimated, his time is short. Qi Qiushui then asked, since you are not welcomed by the villagers, why do you stay here? Wang Zhengying's face flashed with sadness, and his voice became low. The reason I stayed is because of my son, Daba. My wife could not bear the loss of Daba and committed suicide by throwing herself into a well. I wanted to leave this place of turmoil, but every time I think of Daba, Qi Qiushui was taken aback. What happened to your son? Wang Zhengying clenched his fists, turning his knuckles white. He went missing in the village 10 years ago. I searched for a long time but could never find him. Now, he is probably... At this point, the usually strong Wang Zhengying's voice choked up, and his eyes turned red. Li Cheng first comforted him for a while, then analyzed. Could it be that the umbrella woman did it? Isn't she the one-legged bride who was said to kidnap boys to absorb their yang energy? Wang Zhengying took a deep breath, calming down, and said slowly. When Daba first went missing, I also believed it was the work of the umbrella woman. After all, the legend of her capturing boys has been passed down for nearly 100 years. I searched for Daba for a month and knew he might no longer be alive. I almost went mad, ready to confront the umbrella woman with my magic tools. But I deliberately walked around the village with an umbrella during a heavy rain, going back and forth countless times, yet she never approached me. It wasn't until recently that I re-examined this matter and came up with another guess. Qi Qiushui pressed, what guess? Wang Zhengying continued. Unable to find the umbrella woman and having survived the irrational period after losing my son, I gradually calmed down and discovered something very strange. I grew up in Zhao family village, had seen the umbrella woman and witnessed her kill, but I had never seen her kill a young boy. And there is someone in the village who was very suspicious, leading me to another hypothesis. Qi Qiushui immediately reacted, you mean Zhao Rui? Wang Zhengying nodded. Zhao Rui has never liked me. Though he inherited the Taoist arts of my ancestor Zhao Qingshan, technically we are considered as fellow sect members, but he often strays from the right path, studying evil techniques that not only disgrace our sect but also tarnish his ancestor Zhao Qingshan's reputation. True Mashan practitioners should be like Zhao Qingshan, even if they possess profound magical skills, they should rather die than rely on evil techniques for longevity. Qi Qiushui furrowed his brow, so how did Zhao Rui's ancestor Zhao Qingshan die? Wang Zhengying sighed. It's a pity what happened to my predecessor Qingshan. He was ultimately burned alive in a fire triggered by the wrath of the mountain god, perishing along with the then village chief and General Borjigin in the blaze. Heaven is unfair. Qi Qiushui listened silently, suddenly recalling that night the ghost lingered at Wang Shen's sister's house for a moment before drifting towards the Fortune Woman temple. He also remembered Li Cheng saying that zombies could borrow Yin to return to yang, forcefully extending life. Daoist Wang, are you saying that Zhao Rui has the suspicion of using zombies to extend life? Wang Zhengying nodded gravely, most likely. Given his age and hereditary disease, he should have been bedridden long ago. But Zhao Rui is still full of life. Besides raising zombies for borrowed time, I can't think of any other possibility. But this is ultimately against the natural order. The longer the borrowed life, the greater the backlash, and the higher the requirements for the zombie. He is only using the body of an ordinary villager from Zhao village. Borrowing for a moment won't last a lifetime, at most prolonging life a few more years before death comes. Li Cheng interjected with a serious expression. So, you suspect that your son Daba's disappearance is related to Zhao Rui? As you just said, this method can at most extend life for 2 to 3 years. There should be other extreme methods to prolong it a bit more, right? Wang Zhengying showed slight surprise upon hearing this. It seems you understand a bit. That's right, there are indeed ways to continue extending life beyond 2 to 3 years. But 2 to 3 years of borrowed life is already against the natural order. The forces from the other side will come seeking their due from time to time. If one wishes to extend further, the time and effort required would nearly double, making the difficulty incomparable. I mentioned before that Wang Shensi must not use the blood of a young boy to raise zombies, yet everything has its opposite. If done properly, with extreme risk using the blood of a boy, it can indeed extend life a moment longer beyond the 2 to 3 years. Qi Qiushui suddenly realized. You mean, you suspect your son has been taken by Zhao Rui? Wang Zhengying closed his eyes and heavily nodded. Chapter 76, The Blessing Woman's Revisit to the Landmark. A bittersweet smile appeared on Wang Zhengying's face. That's right, I suspect it was him who took my child. We have never gotten along. Previously, I kept catching him practicing his evil ways, and he has long held a deep hatred for me. Qi Qiushui asked, when did you start having such suspicions? Not long ago, Wang Zhengying recalled. That day I went to Wang Shenxi's house to check on her husband's corpse and happened to encounter Zhao Jiao's son there as well. Wang Shenxi didn't want to go to the city with her daughter, so she stayed alone in the village, inevitably feeling lonely, which made her especially fond of Zhao Jiao's son. Every time the child came, she would take out the best snacks and sweets from her home to entertain him. As time passed, the child also loved to run to her house. Wang Zhengying continued, and the three gradually understood where his suspicions came from. That day, Wang Zhengying saw the little boy there, initially not paying much attention. After all, he had been there many times before, so it was not unusual to see him. The child had been the best playmate of Wang Zhengying's son Daba in life, so he naturally liked the child too. But that day, the little boy said something that instantly alarmed Wang Zhengying. The boy said Daba was teaching him to draw in the temple. Wang Zhengying immediately went up to see what he had drawn. Although the strokes were childlike, Wang Zhengying recognized at a glance that it depicted the entire process of corpse refining. Moreover, the child insisted he had seen Daba. He had no choice but to suspect that his child Daba had likely been refined into a ghost by Zhao Rui. Li Cheng then said, ghosts are easiest to control by their masters. Zhao Rui must have ordered them not to let Daba meet you. Wang Zhengying nodded in agreement. Of course, this is still just speculation. Recently, I recalled something. When the villagers foresaw that the Blessing Woman would eventually be discovered by outsiders, they specifically built a huge underground chamber underneath the current location of the Blessing Woman temple. Thinking back, Zhao Rui is very likely hiding there to refine corpses. My Daba may be inside. Zhao Rui has also noticed that I have discovered clues and has placed many eyes around the Blessing Woman temple, making it difficult for me to approach. But that won't stop me. Wang Zhengying's gaze sharpened. Sooner or later, I will go in to get to the bottom of this. If it is as I suspect, I will make Zhao Rui pay in blood. Saying this, he slammed his palm heavily on the table. Suddenly, he sneered coldly. But even if what I say is true, Zhao Rui won't live long. As I said before, he uses ordinary people's corpses to refine dead bodies. Even if he risks using forbidden techniques like boy's blood against the heavens, at most he can only extend his life for a year or so. Even if I don't take action, he is not far from death. Such backward actions will ultimately backfire, and he won't meet a good end. The three listened quietly, with heavy hearts. It seemed they had asked all the questions, and everyone prepared to take their leave, bidding farewell to Wang Zhengying. Before leaving, Qi Qiushui thought of another spot they would visit next, and asked Wang Zhengying about it, inquiring about any possible dangers. Taoist Wang, is there a place near Zhao family village called Wanchuan River? Wang Zhengying's expression suddenly became serious. You mustn't go there. That place is where the one-legged bride Zhao Qingqing, also known as the Umbrella Woman, fell off a cliff many years ago. The resentment there is extremely heavy. More importantly, it is also where the lucky woman took her own life. If it weren't for my wife dying in that well, and I needing to pay respects periodically, even I seldom step foot in that cursed place. Qi Qiushui was somewhat confused. Wasn't the lucky woman burned to death? Wang Zhengying shook his head. The lucky woman was not an ordinary person. How could she be burned to death? She suffered exploitation from the villagers, and was captured by Boerji. After the fire, she had long lost hope in humanity and ultimately jumped into Wanchuan River to end her life. That place is filled with evil energy, it is not to be taken lightly. Also, when you went to the Lucky Woman's temple that day, if it weren't for my lucky chance to be passing through and guiding you, the mountain path at night would have been much more perilous than what you experienced. And the dangers of Wanchuan River are 10 times worse. The path to Wanchuan River remained muddy and difficult to walk. On the way, Zhang Wei glanced at the shabby signpost in front of him, pushed aside the entangled branches, and with effort pulled his feet out of the mud, unable to help but complain. Why is this rain never ending? Li Chang followed behind, panting, while Qi Qiushui still walked at the front. Suddenly, Qi Qiushui noticed a tangle of mixed footprints on the muddy ground ahead and felt a heavy dread. It seems someone arrived earlier than us. Li Chang appeared calm. That's normal. Zhao Family Village only has 3 attractions, the Lucky Woman's Temple deep in the mountains, which we visited yesterday. Today is this Wanchuan River, and there's also the 100 Coffins Cave. This time, dozens of players have come, and they must be acting separately. We weren't the first group yesterday, and today it seems we have no chance to seize the opportunity. Qi Qiushui had initially thought of collecting pieces, but the hope seemed dim now. However, they still had to go, not only for the pieces but also to search for clues to survive. Zhang Wei walked at the back, his face pale, constantly looking around. I keep feeling, something is watching us. Li Chang looked around and reassured, don't scare yourself. Before he could finish, Qi Qiushui, walking in front, suddenly tripped on something and fell forward violently. In the dim light of the rainy weather, Qi Qiushui was momentarily unsure of what happened, quickly getting up and shining the flashlight under his feet. When the 3 clearly saw what had tripped Qi Qiushui, their faces turned as pale as ash. It was a corpse. More accurately, it was a corpse dressed in a bright red bridal gown. What was particularly eerie was the face of the corpse. It was clearly a man's face, with high cheekbones, an unshaven chin, yet painted thickly with rouge and powder, with lips dyed bright red and a strange smile at the corners of his mouth. Zhang Wei was so scared that his soul almost left his body, shouting and hiding behind a tree. Qi Qiushui crouched down, carefully examining the corpse. The man wears a bridal gown, with his face powdered white, like the Umbrella Woman style. And this person, doesn't he look a bit familiar? Li Chang, who also crouched to observe, nodded. He is a male player from this copy, seems to be from the Raven Guild. As he said this, he reached out and lifted the hem of the corpse's gown. The sight before him made him gasp coldly. The corpse's right leg was brutally severed below the knee, the wound jagged and uneven, as if repeatedly struck by a blunt object. The flesh flipped out, soaked by the rain, turning pale, faintly revealing fragments of broken bones. Zhang Wei shouted from behind a tree, let's not look anymore, let's go. Qi Qiushui looked up at Zhang Wei but unexpectedly found that on the tree where he was hiding, there were at least 6 female corpses hanging. Each corpse wore the same red wedding dress, each missing one leg, each painted with white powder, and each had the same eerie smile on their faces. He pointed at what was above Zhang Wei's head. Wei Gu, look above you. Chapter 77, Fortunate Woman, Human Puppet. What? Zhang Wei looked up and saw several female corpses hanging above, his face instantly turned pale green. Oh my god! He screamed and hurriedly hid behind Qi Qiushui. Qi Qiushui shone the flashlight upward, finding that these female corpses looked strangely familiar. They're all from Little Purple Potato. Li Chang looked up calmly. Normal, it seems we are late, someone must have come here before. Normal? Qi Qiushui was somewhat surprised. Li Chang explained lightly. Organizations like Little Purple Potato are quite common. The leader deceives members to use them as cannon fodder, using their lives to pave the way, and then finds the way to survive based on the clues gained from their sacrifices. I've seen a lot. Zhang Wei was indignant. If that's the case, these girls from Little Purple Potato are too pitiful, being used as pawns by those two poisonous women, Wu Kaihan and Qin Beishir. Li Chang was used to this is still considered better, I've seen more inhumane things. Zhang Wei thought of the earlier incident with the broken bridge, burning with anger. Those two poisonous women. Some accounts haven't been settled with them yet, wait for me tonight, I want them to feel the power of my Wei Gu. Qi Qiushui always felt there was something strange about what Zhang Wei said but couldn't put a finger on it. Forget it, let's focus on the main business first. The three continued forward and soon discovered many corpses dressed in red wedding dresses. Every few steps, there was one, both male and female, all wearing the same bright red bridal attire, with their faces painted a ghastly white and missing one leg, the severed ends looking identical. The rain washed over the corpses, mixing muddy water with dark red liquid, exuding a foul, sweet rotten smell. Zhang Wei trembled all over, oh my god, this one-legged bride is too ruthless. Continuing forward, they discovered several dilapidated wooden houses in the forest, and beside them was an old well that had long been abandoned. The well was covered with moss, and weeds grew all around, clearly untouched for a long time. Qi Qiushui and Li Chang searched inside the house, while Zhang Wei curiously examined the well. Inside the wooden house, it was a mess, almost nothing to be found. Li Chang was puzzled, how could anyone build wooden houses in such a ghostly place? Qi Qiushui was also unclear. But someone must have lived here for a while, otherwise, they wouldn't have dug a well. Just as they were talking, Zhang Wei suddenly screamed. Help! Something is pulling me from the well. Qi Qiushui turned to look and saw that most of Zhang Wei's body had been dragged into the well, struggling desperately. The two immediately rushed forward, grabbing the half of Zhang Wei that was exposed and pulling him outward. Qi Qiushui and Li Chang were both adult men, strong enough, but they could only barely slow down Zhang Wei being dragged inward. Zhang Wei cried out in pain, be gentle. I'll be torn in half by you. Qi Qiushui gritted his teeth and increased his strength instead. Being torn in half is better than being dragged in, hang in there. Li Chang suddenly remembered something and took out the charm given by Wang Zhengying earlier, quickly throwing it into the well. A piercing female scream echoed from the well. The pulling force from below suddenly weakened, and Qi Qiushui took the chance to pull Zhang Wei completely out. Zhang Wei rolled on the ground a few times, still dazed when Qi Qiushui pulled him up again. Don't daze off. Run. Just then, a head with long hair and a white dress slowly emerged from the well. She was about to chase but caught sight of the charm that had fallen by the well. The charm was no longer effective as it had been used, but the woman froze for a moment when she saw the writing, trembling as she picked up the charm. Two clear tears slid down her cheeks, and she murmured softly, Zhengying. Dabo. She looked at the three who had already run far away. No chasing, silently climbing back into the well. The three ran wildly for a while before daring to stop and gasp for breath. Zhang Wei collapsed directly on the ground, his face pale, clearly still not recovering from the shock. Li Chang bent over, panting, and asked, what just happened? How did we get dragged in? Zhang Wei, still shaken, replied, when I used to play single-player games, there were usually items in the wells. I thought it would be the same here. Who knew a woman would suddenly pop out and grab my arm tightly? Qi Qiushui was regulating his breath, this place is indeed dangerous. It seems we need to plan again, blindly exploring like this is too. Before he finished speaking, a rustling sound came from the nearby bushes. Someone. The three immediately got up and hid in the grass behind a strong tree, holding their breath to observe. In the dim rain curtain, a bright red wedding sedan was slowly floating towards them. There were no bearers, like a ghost suspended in the air. Seeing the red sedan, the three held their breaths nearly to a halt. The sedan stopped not far away, no longer moving. A corpse was thrown out from the sedan, landing right in front of Zhang Wei. Face to face, almost kissing. Zhang Wei turned green with fright, but he tightly covered his mouth and dared not make a sound, lying still. It was a male corpse, also a player from this instance. Like the male corpse in the bridal gown he had seen before, with lipstick on, his face pale, and even though lifeless, he had a strange smile on his face. Then, another male corpse was thrown out. Another one. Another. The sedan kept throwing out corpses in a loop. Qi Qiushui felt puzzled. How can such a small sedan fit so many corpses? The one feeling the worst was Zhang Wei. He truly could not bear to be in such close proximity to the male corpse in front of him. If he wasn't careful, he might kiss the other person. If he really kissed it, he would never want to live again. He tried to gently push the male corpse away, but the corpse's head suddenly turned right to his mouth. Zhang Wei screamed and jumped up. Ah! The male corpse stared at Zhang Wei with bulging eyes, a strange smile on his face. Your little mouth smells so good. Come join us, this outfit looks really good. Zhang Wei was filled with rage and aimed a kick at the male corpse's head. Unexpectedly, the male corpse's neck was so weak that its head flew off like a football, heavily smashing onto the wedding sedan. After being struck, the sedan stopped throwing corpses. Next, a woman dressed in red wedding attire, holding a paper umbrella, and having only one leg, bounced out from the sedan. The umbrella woman. Zhang Wei was instantly frozen in place, his voice trembling. Should we? Just as he asked whether to escape, he suddenly realized that there was no one behind him anymore. He turned his head and saw the two had run a short distance away. Hey! Why didn't you call me when you two ran? The three ran ahead, while the one-legged bride chased behind. Her left leg was empty, the pants leg billowing in the wind, and she jumped forward with her right leg. Each jump left a deep muddy pit in the ground. The ghost bride moved extremely fast, although she was only using one leg to jump, each jump could cover several meters of distance. The three ran desperately, not knowing how long they had been running, when suddenly they heard the sound of rushing water ahead. After passing through a dense forest, a river appeared before them. The umbrella woman, who had been chasing from behind, stopped. Qi Qiushui saw a sign nearby. This was actually the River of Forgetfulness. Unexpectedly, they ended up at their destination during their escape. He didn't think this was a good thing. The umbrella woman stopping her chase wasn't letting them off, but there was something even more terrifying here. Indeed, a woman's crying came from the river. The sobbing sounded like it came from the bottom of the river, filled with sorrow and resentment. As the crying grew louder, the whole river turned blood red in an instant, and the river's surface began to tremble slightly, as if boiling. At this time, all three's attention was fully focused on the blood-red river surface, even momentarily forgetting the existence of the umbrella woman. The umbrella woman heard the crying, her body trembling slightly. She hesitated for a moment, not continuing forward, but slowly turned around, hopping back into the depths of the jungle on her one remaining foot. A figure slowly appeared on the river's surface. The three instinctively looked over, instantly feeling cold sweat on their backs. It was a woman without limbs, no hands, no feet, only a torso standing on the river. Her body was covered in scars, bruises from blunt objects, cuts from sharp blades, much of her hair was missing, the remaining blood showed that her hair had been forcefully pulled out. Li Cheng saw this terrifying scene, swallowed hard, and trembled as he said, "Do you remember a kind of horrible torture?" Qi Qiushui instantly realized, slowly uttering two words. Human pig. The woman's pig-like gaze locked onto the three of them, slowly drifting closer, with blood continuously dripping from her severed limbs, staining the ground a deep red. The three wanted to run, but found their legs uncontrollable, unable to do anything but stand dumbly in place, watching the woman pig approach. She came in front of Qi Qiushui, her vengeful gaze fixated on him. Qi Qiushui suddenly felt a sharp pain, a tremendous pulling force from his limbs, as if they were being forcibly torn apart. He couldn't help but scream, the sound echoing along the empty riverbank. The intense pain caused him to tremble all over, cold sweat instantly covering his forehead. He immediately understood. This was to turn him into a human pig too. And the strength was so great, he couldn't hold on much longer. At that moment, the phone rang. The call had fallen to the ground. The caller ID showed the long-lost Xia Xiaoxiao. The woman pig's vengeful eyes fell on the phone, and when she saw the name Xia Xiaoxiao, she obviously froze for a moment. She bared her teeth, revealing a hideous and terrifying smile. "You finally came. Don't worry about me, go save her. Only in this way will the rain in Zhao family village stop." Not giving Qi Qiushui a chance to ask, the woman pig returned to the river. The river's surface regained its original color, returning to calm, as if everything that had just happened had never occurred. Qi Qiushui collapsed to the ground, although his limbs were not torn off, the pain made him unable to move for a moment. Zhang Wei hurried over to ask, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Qi Qiushui's face turned pale, gasping for breath, quickly picking up the phone from the ground. He opened the call log. Indeed, Xia Xiaoxiao had just called. He tried to call back, but it didn't connect. With previous experience, Qi Qiushui didn't plan to call again, knowing it wouldn't be picked up. He put the phone away, trying to stand. Another wave of intense pain hit him, he couldn't hold back and collapsed to the ground again. Zhang Wei walked over and lifted Qi Qiushui onto his back. Don't push yourself, you need to rest for a while. Qi Qiushui nodded slightly, knowing Zhang Wei was right, at least now he could not move by himself. Let's head back, it's getting dark, and we don't know what will happen here tonight. The other two nodded in agreement. This time, Li Chang went to the front, cautiously looking around. Be careful, that one-legged bride might still be lurking nearby. Qi Qiushui lay on Zhang Wei's back, suddenly feeling something added in his pocket. He pulled it out to take a look, and it was a blood-red small box. Qi Qiushui frowned at the box, then opened it. Inside was a blood-colored small bead and a piece of a puzzle. He pondered for a moment, thinking this must have appeared in his pocket right after encountering the woman pig. Only that woman pig could do this. What did she mean by giving Qi Qiushui these things? But one thing is certain, the three of them should be the first players to reach the Wanchuan River, otherwise, this piece of puzzle wouldn't have gotten into his hands. Zhao family village had always been rainy, with dim light, now it was no exception. In the dim light, Qi Qiushui picked up the small red bead and looked closely. In the darkness, the bead emitted a faint blood-red glow. Li Chang, who walked in front, remained vigilant. Only when they completely descended the mountain did he let out a sigh of relief. It seems the umbrella woman did not follow us. Qi Qiushui felt a bit of recovery at this moment, so he let Zhang Wei put him down. The moment his feet touched the ground, a wave of intense pain hit him, nearly making him unable to stand, but it was much better than before. Thinking of what he just experienced, he couldn't help but feel frightened. If it weren't for Xia Xiaoxiao's phone call, he might really have been pulled apart and turned into another monster. But he also found it strange, that monster was so powerful, why did it let him go as soon as Xia Xiaoxiao's call came in? And from the few words of the monster, it seemed to know him. Suddenly, Qi Qiushui remembered what the monster said to him at the end. Go save Ta. It seems that the monster had something for Qi Qiushui to do, which is why it didn't kill him. But relying solely on this word Ta, Qi Qiushui had no idea who to save. Ta could be him, it could be her, he wasn't clear if he needed to save a man or a woman, and in this bizarre world, it might not even be a human. Wait a minute. He suddenly remembered something and picked up the blood-red small ball to observe it carefully again. Chapter 78, Fortunate Woman, Throwing a Tantrum. Nighttime. In the dining hall of the village's Fortunate Woman Temple. Qi Qiushui and the two others bowed their heads to eat. The exploration during the day had exhausted both their bodies and minds. They planned to finish eating and then rest. Just then, Lu Jiang came over carrying a plate of food and pulled a stool to sit down. What attractions did you explore today? Qi Qiushui glanced warily at Lu Jiang. Although he had a decent first impression of this person, he still couldn't easily trust others. We went to Wanchuan River, but as soon as we entered, we saw many players' corpses, so we turned back midway. Lu Jiang was not surprised and nodded in agreement. Wanchuan River is indeed very dangerous. Our Raven team's first destination was there, and many died midway, so we also turned back. Qi Qiushui replied with an then asked. Isn't there another attraction called 100 Coffins Cave? Have you been there? Lu Jiang's face changed, and he looked around to see that no one was nearby before whispering. That place is the most sinister. Those who went to the Fortunate Woman Temple in the mountains and Wanchuan River returned midway, but nobody came back from 100 Coffins Cave. Moreover, I heard from other players that someone saw the bodies of players near 100 Coffins Cave, with 2 very sharp bite marks on their necks. And some even saw those corpses standing up by themselves, like Walking Dead, just like zombies in American TV shows. Very sharp bite marks, Qi Qiushui frowned, like zombies? Shouldn't it be called a jianshi, traditional Chinese zombie? Upon hearing the word jianshi, Lu Jiang was shocked. He had gone through a lot of trouble to find out that this instance was related to zombies, yet Qi Qiushui guessed it right away? He initially wanted to leak a bit of information, replacing zombies with Walking Dead to gather some intel, but unexpectedly the other party directly exposed his bottom line. So fake. Bro. Are you hacking? Lu Jiang stammered, why, how do you know this instance is related to zombies? Seeing the other person's unnatural expression, Qi Qiushui cleared his throat and said slowly. I usually watch a lot of movies, 2 bite marks naturally make me think of zombies. I see. Lu Jiang's expression was somewhat unnatural, looking as if he didn't fully believe it. Qi Qiushui did not care what Lu Jiang thought. The current situation was severe, there were probably zombies on 100 Coffins Mountain, and the danger level was not lower than Wanchuan River. But huge danger also meant huge opportunity, which likely meant that the clues and puzzle pieces for survival on the mountain had not been touched yet. He was frowning in thought when a loud noise suddenly came from the other side of the dining hall, with sharp sounds piercing people's ears uncomfortably. The originally quiet environment was a consensus among everyone, but there were always people who broke it. Lu Jiang glanced towards the direction where the noise was coming from. Helplessly sighed. It's that bunch of people from Little Purple Sweet Potato causing a fuss again. Wherever they are, it instantly turns into a vegetable market. Zhang Wei recalled the earlier incident of the bridge cutting, his anger was still boiling, and he immediately got up to check the situation. The people from Little Purple Sweet Potato were gathered together, and the leader was scolding a member in a meeting. The one being scolded was Huang Xiaoxiao, an old member of Little Purple Sweet Potato. She was assigned to lead the exploration of Wangchuan River tomorrow. Wu Caihong's sharp voice echoed throughout the dining hall, as she pointed her finger at Huang Xiaoxiao's face, cursing loudly. When I tell you to go, you just go? When did you get the right to refuse? Did you forget your promise to Sister Beishir when you joined Little Purple Sweet Potato? Since you've enjoyed the rights that the team has given you, you should be ready to make sacrifices when the team needs you. Sister Qin Beishir of Little Purple Sweet Potato sat silently behind Wu Caihong, occasionally nodding. Facing the aggressive Wu Caihong, Huang Xiaoxiao was very scared, her confidence dropped, and she appeared timid. But, my sisters today, only one came back from Wangchuan River, and she's not in her right mind, the others are dead. If I go tomorrow, it will definitely be a dead end. Seeing the usually timid Huang Xiaoxiao daring to retort, Wu Caihong felt her authority was being challenged and raised her voice further. Is this your reason for not going? Do you think this is some kind of playhouse? I remember Sister Beishir said on the day you joined that sacrifice is unavoidable, you should have been mentally prepared when you joined Little Purple Sweet Potato. Huang Xiaoxiao trembled with fear. But, we know nothing right now, we don't even know the killing rules of the monsters, isn't going just asking for death? Wu Caihong sneered. She thought, these rules must be tested with your lives, but she wouldn't say it out loud. Didn't I say, just run if you encounter monsters? You went to the scenic spots and came back halfway, neither Beishir nor I would blame you. Huang Xiaoxiao lowered her head in silence. Though Wu Caihong's words were harsh, this was indeed what she had promised when she joined Little Purple Sweet Potato. She wasn't foolish and knew that if she agreed to go to Wangchuan River today, death was guaranteed. But what if she went anyway? No way. She had seen her roommate come back from Wangchuan River today already gone mad, her mind not normal. Her roommate was still somewhat lucky, at least she had kept her life. She looked at Wu Caihong's smug face and felt a surge of anger inside. She had known Wu Caihong for a long time, they were roommates in college, and of course, their relationship had always been poor. It was well known that in a girls' dormitory with 6 people, there were at least 8 groups, a phrase that described their relationship perfectly. Later, both of them got caught up in the infinite flow copies and joined the Little Purple Sweet Potato team. One must say, Wu Caihong was very good at flattering the leaders, making Sister Beishir laugh and naturally enjoying conveniences that ordinary members didn't have, earning herself the position of Little Purple Sweet Potato's second sister. Once she secured the second sister position, Wu Caihong, being petty, wouldn't forget to make things difficult for Huang Xiaoxiao, with whom she had a poor relationship. Today's incident was a typical act of sabotage. Sister Qin Beishir took this instance especially seriously and brought almost everyone along. Qin Beishir arranged for 2 groups to go to different scenic spots today, and Huang Xiaoxiao was assigned to the more dangerous 100 Coffins cave. But Huang Xiaoxiao was clever, seeing so many people, she secretly hid after the team roll call to enter the mountains. Logically, having gone yesterday, today she wouldn't have to go. But this petty Wu Caihong just had to mention it to Qin Beishir, making it hard for her right in front of the big sister. This was purely targeted harassment. Huang Xiaoxiao clenched her fists, looking at Wu Caihong's smug face, and couldn't bear it any longer. Enough is enough. Her previous worry was that without Little Purple Sweet Potato's protection, she wouldn't survive long in the copies. But if she went tomorrow, wouldn't it be a life or death situation? And it was a life or death situation. Anyway, it was death regardless. Now that we've turned against each other, the chance of surviving is even higher. Best case, I get kicked out of Little Purple Sweet Potato. She pointed at Wu Caihong, finally saying what she had wanted to say for a long time. I just won't go. You can just kick me out of Little Purple Sweet Potato. Also, why is it that every time you, Wu Caihong, go to a dungeon, you hide at the back, not exploring clues, either scrolling through Douyin in the room or hiding while eating watermelon? Is it just because you are the second sister of Little Purple Sweet Potato? Or is it because you've made Qin Beishir comfortable that you have these privileges? These words echoed the feelings of other members of Little Purple Sweet Potato. Wu Caihong usually acted tyrannically, not just towards Huang Xiaoxiao, the other sisters had also suffered at her hands. The scene was immediately filled with uproar. Wu Caihong, seeing Huang Xiaoxiao, who had always been bullied by her, daring to bite back and even causing negative public opinion within the team, was instantly burning with rage. Is this the same? I tell you, this is Beishir's sister's order. You, as a member of Little Purple Sweet Potato, must obey. Fine. If you want to quit, we certainly won't stop you. Just move out of the temple yourself later and roll over to the hotel by the graveyard, you're not welcome here. Now that Huang Xiaoxiao had turned against her, she was no longer afraid. Why should I? Is this temple your home? What if I don't move? One of the sisters from Little Purple Sweet Potato, who couldn't stand it anymore, was another friend of Huang Xiaoxia. Sister Rainbow, isn't this a bit too much? Xiaoxia has already quit, you don't need to go all out to drive her away. Seeing someone speak up for Huang Xiaoxia, Wu Kaihong got even angrier, pointing at the girl and cursing. Who do you think you are? Who gave you the right to speak for that cheap woman Huang Xiaoxia? Who is this girl? What's her number in Little Purple Sweet Potato? Where is the registrar? I want to expel you too, let you see the consequence of offending me, Wu Kaihong. Zhang Wei, observing from the side, thought Wu Kaihong was truly amazing, recalling a saying. A small temple breeds a big demon, a shallow pond has many turtles. Huang Xiaoxia could no longer hold back. Having turned against each other, there was nothing to be cautious about now, she decided to unleash all her grievances. She stepped forward swiftly and slapped Wu Kaihong fiercely across the face. Slap! The sound was so heavy that the entire dining hall heard it. The place fell into complete silence, all stunned by the slap. Wu Kaihong covered her swollen cheek in disbelief. You dare hit me. You are so bold. Huang Xiaoxia felt incredibly relieved, everything that had been stuck in her heart now flowed out. What's wrong with hitting you, you cheap woman Wu Kaihong? Feels good to settle old scores, doesn't it? I don't want to bring up those past issues, but you deserved a beating. I'll tell everyone here that the most despicable person is this Wu Kaihong. Back in college, you could be bought for 1,005. Always flirting with other people's boyfriends, I've long been annoyed with her. She has probably already had several kids. Wu Kaihong instantly snapped back, furious, rushing up to grapple with Huang Xiaoxia. Of course, Huang Xiaoxia did not back down and fought back with all her strength. The two of them tumbled together, pulling hair, pinching arms, and grabbing faces, using every means possible. Enough! Qin Beishir, who had been sitting silently at the back, finally couldn't hold back, slamming the table heavily. Qin Beishir glared at Wu Kaihong first, then questioned Huang Xiaoxia. It was I who arranged for you to go to Wanchuan River. If you don't want to go, it's your freedom to quit the team, but you have to move out of this temple. At the time, I put in a lot of effort negotiating the accommodation with the temple, this is a team benefit of Little Purple Sweet Potato. If you are unwilling to fulfill your obligations, you naturally can't enjoy your rights. Huang Xiaoxia now felt like she had nothing to lose. Her face was covered in injuries, hair tangled, all from the earlier fight. Of course, Wu Kaihong was not in a better state, looking like a madwoman. Qin Beishir, you old woman, don't pretend to be a reasonable person here. I don't even want to talk about your biased and selfish behavior. How many times have you forcefully taken the Little Purple Sweet Potato Sisters puzzle? I don't even want to bring it up. Fine. I can go. How about this, let Wu Kaihong lead the team with me, and I'm going to Wanchuan River tomorrow. I, Huang Xiaoxia, am not afraid of death, what I want today is fairness. Though this was said in anger, filled with emotion, it undoubtedly struck a chord with the other Little Purple Sweet Potato Sisters. Qin Beishir, while not as fiery as Wu Kaihong, had members who knew that many inhumane acts by Wu Kaihong were orchestrated by Qin Beishir from behind. In an instant, the atmosphere became lively again, everyone seemed to sympathize with Huang Xiaoxia, sharing her feelings. You have such boldness. You wicked woman, how dare you harm me? Wu Kaihong rushed at Huang Xiaoxia again, ready to fight. But at a critical moment, she was once again stopped by Qin Beishir. Enough! Qin Beishir looked around at the out-of-control members, her expression shifting, as if deep in thought. Finally, she seemed to have made a significant decision and took a deep breath. All right. Wu Kaihong, you do indeed rarely venture into dungeons, it's time for you to go. Tomorrow, you will take Huang Xiaoxia and the plan team members with you. Wu Kaihong was instantly petrified. Sister Beishir. You can't be joking. I'm going to die. Qin Beishir glanced at Wu Kaihong indifferently. You just said it yourself, enjoy the team benefits, then you must fulfill your obligations. As the second sister, it's time for you to set an example. You can do it. I believe in you. After saying this, Qin Beishir turned and left. Only Wu Kaihong stood there in shock, her face frozen in disbelief. When she saw Qin Beishir walk away, she lowered her head to hide her vicious expression, anger flashing in her eyes, quickly replaced by a cold smirk. Qin Beishir, you old woman, giving yourself face while losing your own dignity. But it's fine, I've been preparing everything. Tonight is your last glorious night. Your trust in puzzle will be inherited by me tonight. Do you think that by having a good relationship with Xin and Zhao Rui, you can rest easy? I also have trust, I've long communicated well with Zhao Rui, and you have already become a discarded piece. From now on, I will be the eldest sister of the Little Purple Sweet Potatoes. Thinking of this, Wu Kaihong trembled slightly with excitement, her fingers gripping the chopsticks slightly shaking, but she quickly steadied her emotions. Everyone, I'm going back to rest. See you tomorrow. Everyone looked baffled, wondering if Wu Kaihong had taken the wrong medicine or if she had been knocked silly in the fight, looking obviously not normal. Wu Kaihong suppressed her sinister smile, walking along when suddenly she stepped on a banana peel and fell flat on her face, knocking out her front teeth. Wu Kaihong got up in pain, her voice hoarse with anger. Who the hell has no manners to do this? Don't they know to throw banana peels in the trash? Zhang Wei hid aside, chewing on the banana he just finished, playing with his phone, looking completely uninterested. Chapter 79 Fortunate Woman, the Death of Qin Beishir. In the dead of night, everyone returned to their own rooms. Qi Qiushui lay on the bed, staring at the blood-red bead that the woman pig had given him, his brow furrowed. Clearly, the woman pig had a request, otherwise, she wouldn't have let him go that time, leaving him this blood-red bead. He unconsciously turned over, looking out the window. The storm was still raging. It seemed that since entering Zhao family village, the rain had never stopped. The woman pig had said that only by saving her would the rain in Zhao family village stop. So, who exactly is her? Qi Qiushui was puzzled. Just then, footsteps were heard outside the temple's side room. He suddenly sat up from the bed. At this late hour, who else would be moving around in the Fortunate Woman temple? It was truly suspicious. He quietly moved to the door, opening it a crack to observe. He saw Wu Kaihong standing in the corridor outside the side room, looking around, acting very sneaky. Qi Qiushui was confused. What is Wu Kaihong doing sneaking around at this late hour? Looking at the direction she came from, it seems like she came from the central statue of the Fortunate Woman temple. What could she possibly do there at this hour? He continued to watch. Wu Kaihong tiptoed to Qin Beishir's door, pressed her ear against it, as if eavesdropping on something. After a moment, she glanced around again and quietly walked back to her own room. Qi Qiushui did not understand why, so he quietly walked out of the room and arrived at the spot where she had just stood. Everything seemed normal around him. He also followed Wu Caihong's example, pressing his ear against Qin Beishir's door. Soon, he heard a steady sound of breathing from inside. Qin Beishir should be asleep. Everything was as usual. But the more normal it was, the more Qi Qiushui felt something was wrong. Wu Caihong's strange actions earlier must have a purpose. As he pondered this, several drops of icy cold water fell on his head, making him shiver involuntarily. He looked outside the window. The rain was pouring down, and the wind howled. The nearby trees were almost being blown down. Did the temple start leaking rain? Impossible. It had been raining all day, and when he was here in the morning, everything was fine. How could it possibly leak now? An ominous premonition surged in his heart. The drops of water falling from above became more frequent, and he heard a spine-chilling sound coming from above. It sounded like two bones rubbing against each other. He slowly raised his head. There, the one-legged bride was floating above him, her wet long hair wrapping around his neck, seemingly about to suffocate him. Qi Qiushui wanted to scream but could not make a sound, his body was unable to move. As the hair tightened, his breathing became more and more difficult. At that moment, the red bead he was carrying suddenly lit up. The one-legged bride seemed to receive some kind of signal and actively retracted her hair. Qi Qiushui was instantly able to breathe again, squatting down and gasping for air. His heart raced to its limit, yet he did not dare to relax at all. The still dripping water droplets indicated that the one-legged bride had not yet left. Qi Qiushui took a deep breath and slowly walked back to his room. The one-legged bride continued to float in mid-air, closely following him. Strangely, when Qi Qiushui entered the room and closed the door, the one-legged bride did not follow him in, but turned and floated towards Qin Beishir's room. At the moment she touched the door panel, she transformed into a puddle of water, slowly flowing into the room through the crack of the door. In the room, Qin Beishir was sleeping soundly, but was abruptly awakened by the cold. She rubbed her eyes, puzzled. Strange, I remember not turning on the air conditioning. At that moment, she suddenly noticed that in the corner of the room, there was a half-open red sedan chair, the curtain embroidered with faded mandarin ducks, and copper bells hanging at the corners. Immediately after, the one-legged bride in a red wedding dress drifted out of the sedan chair and came to her bedside. Qin Beishir wanted to scream for help, but her throat felt stuck, and she could only watch helplessly as the figure approached her. The one-legged bride extended her skeletal hand, with nails darkening to a bluish black, precisely gripping her neck. Qin Beishir kicked her legs wildly and desperately scratched with her hands, but only touched a chilling coldness. Another day passed. Qi Qiushui woke up early. Last night's experience left him physically and mentally exhausted, he hadn't slept well at all and had heavy dark circles under his eyes. Zhang Wei seemed to have rested well. Did you sneak off last night? You look so bad. Qi Qiushui shot him a glance. Last night, I encountered the one-legged bride and almost died at her hands. Plus, before that, my limbs were nearly pulled apart. How could I sleep well? Zhang Wei instantly became anxious, cold sweat breaking out on his back. The umbrella woman? What is she doing at the Funu temple? Qi Qiushui shook his head. Unclear. I thought the Funu temple at least had the word temple, so those things wouldn't come. Seems we were overthinking it. After the two washed up, they were just about to go for breakfast when suddenly a piercing scream broke the air. They exchanged glances and immediately rushed towards the room where the sound came from. It was Qin Beishir's room. At the door, there was already a crowd of people, almost all players living at the Funu temple, with many being members of the Xiaozishu group. Qi Qiushui squeezed through the crowd and entered the room. On the bed in the center lay the horrendous corpse of Qin Beishir. She was wearing a red wedding dress, and her hands were tightly gripping her own neck. One leg was empty beneath her, and that part of the bedsheet was soaked with blood. It was clear that the leg had been forcefully torn off. The most horrifying thing was Qin Beishir's features. Her eyes, nose, and mouth were bizarrely sprouted with thick, wet hair. Beishir Jie. A piercing wail came from behind the crowd. It was Wu Kaihong. She squeezed through the packed doorway and, upon seeing the terrifying corpse on the bed, wore a face of disbelief, followed by tears streaming down. Wu Kaihong knelt beside the bed, holding the already cold hands of Qin Beishir without hesitation. Beishir Jie. How could you leave like this? How could you bear to leave Kaihong all alone? Without you, what will happen to the sisters of Little Purple Sweet Potato? As she spoke, Wu Kaihong's emotions grew more intense, and she stood up, questioning everyone present with a loud voice. Speak! Which bastard killed Beishir Jie? Then she turned around and tightly held Qin Beishir's hand again. Beishir Jie, don't worry. I, Wu Kaihong, will definitely take revenge for you. And don't worry about the sisters of Little Purple Sweet Potato, I will take good care of them. You can rest in peace. As she spoke, Wu Kaihong stretched her hand to stroke Qin Beishir's eyes, trying to close her eyes that stared wide open like dead fish. But something strange happened. The closed eyes suddenly opened again by themselves. Everyone present felt a chill in their hearts. They all understood what this meant. Unresting. Qi Qiushui stared at Wu Kaihong, already considering her as the prime suspect in Qin Beishir's death. There was no other reason, just because Wu Kaihong's behavior had been too strange last night. However, this was an internal grudge of their Little Purple Sweet Potato group. Killing anyone was none of his business. But he wanted to clarify one thing. How did Wu Kaihong harm Qin Beishir? Chapter 80 Blessing Girl Eyes in the Darkness. Not only Qin Beishir suffered under the hand of the one-legged bride, Huang Xiaoxiao, who had clashed with Wu Kaihong yesterday, and her friends met the same fate, as did several members of Liku. In just one night, the number of deaths combined with players missing or dead led to a sharp decline in player numbers. For a time, panic gripped people's hearts, and a stifling atmosphere filled the temple. After breakfast, Qi Qiushui and Zhang Wei continued to check other bodies, trying to find more clues. Li Cheng stayed alone in the outer corridor of the temple, carefully studying the murals on the wall. He took out his phone and opened the album. Inside were the pictures from the sketchbook that Qi Qiushui had found earlier, belonging to the son of the crazy woman, Zhao Jiao. He flipped through these drawings repeatedly. The more he looked, the weirder he felt. The drawings clearly depicted the process of creating zombies, but how did he come to know these things? After a little thought, Li Cheng suddenly remembered that Taoist Wang Zhengying had mentioned that Zhao Jiao's son loved to run to Wang's house all the time. Perhaps he saw it there. But why did this child specifically choose to draw it down? Was it just a casual record of what he saw? This explanation seemed reasonable, but Li Cheng always felt something was off. He swiped the screen to bring up the next drawing. It was a pair of eyes full of blood veins in the dark. Everything else was pitch black, as if it was peering at something from somewhere. This drawing confused Li Cheng even more. The previous few images at least had understandable content, but this one was completely incomprehensible. It seemed he had to personally ask Zhao Jiao's son. Li Cheng felt this boy was hiding a significant secret, and his instincts had always been right. He went around to the back wall of the Blessing Girl Temple's side hall and unexpectedly caught a glimpse of Wu Kaihong sneakingly drawing in a book at a table next to the main hall. She was extremely cautious, looking around every few strokes to ensure no one was watching. As soon as she left, Li Cheng immediately walked to the table and flipped through the book. Blessing Girl's prayer list. Li Cheng felt puzzled inside. Such lists are available in almost every temple, where believers pay to write down their names, praying for divine protection. In the Blessing Girl Temple, it was to pay for the protection of the Blessing Girl. The list itself is not surprising, but Wu Kaihong's actions just now were definitely unusual. Li Cheng opened the thick list, and the densely packed names filled his sight. The more he turned the pages, the heavier his heart became, cold sweat breaking out on his back. It seemed he had discovered something incredible. By the time he flipped to the last page, he saw a name. His whole body froze instantly, shocked to the point he could barely hold the book in his hands. Li Cheng gasped, his face turning pale, unconsciously murmuring to himself. I understand now. So that's how it is. If my guess is correct, then all of this is terrifying. As he concentrated completely, he didn't notice a wooden door behind him quietly opening. The inside was unlit, completely dark. At the boundary of light and dark, a bloodshot eye was staring hard at him. Who? Li Chang felt a chill run down his back and abruptly looked up to scan his surroundings. There was no one, all the doors in the vicinity were tightly closed. Probably just an illusion, I'm too tense. He swallowed hard. Earlier, he had accidentally overheard the staff mentioning that there was a room in the temple storing books and records. Soon, he found it. The data room door was ajar and not locked. As he pushed the door open, a cloud of dust rose. Inside, there was a room half filled with old books. Li Chang flipped through them one by one and finally found an ancient book with yellowed pages at the bottom, clearly very old. He skimmed through it quickly. The more he read, the more shocked he became, his fingertips trembling slightly. At this moment, he had learned everything. But this terrifying truth still left him in shock. Even with undeniable evidence, he found it hard to believe. He suddenly closed the book, intending to find Qi Qiushui and the others, but out of the corner of his eye, he spotted something strange on a wall in the corner. He approached and knocked. The hollow sound echoed clearly in the silence. Li Chang remembered what Daoist Wang Zhengying had said, that a huge underground space was built beneath the temple to hide a blessed maiden, which made hidden mechanisms plausible. Since this place was hollow, there must be some structure nearby that could open an entrance. A rotating vase? A clock on the wall? Or some hidden button? All of those were possible. Li Chang searched patiently. Suddenly, with a click, a dark door slowly cracked open in the wall. Li Chang was startled. He clearly hadn't found a switch. How did the door open on its own? It was as if it had opened just for him. He gazed at the dark space within the door, a hint of fear creeping in. Did I accidentally bump into something? Li Chang's throat tightened, and he took a few steps back. He wasn't foolish. Going in now would be like sending himself to death. He had to tell Qi Qiushui and Zhang Wei what he had found first. But just then, a naked, pale little boy suddenly appeared behind Li Chang. The boy shoved him hard. The force was tremendous. Li Chang let out a scream, lost his balance, and fell into the darkness behind the dark door. Immediately, the dark door seemed to receive a command and closed automatically after he fell in. Li Chang got up, desperately pounding on the place he had just entered, trying to find a way out, but all his attempts failed. It seemed he was trapped here. In desperation, he took out his flashlight and walked down the damp stairs of the secret passage. The flashlight was dim, the battery seemed about to die, flickering uncertainly. As he walked, Li Chang accidentally kicked a hard object. It rolled a few circles, making a gurgling sound. When he shined the flashlight on it, he was shocked to find it was a skull. He examined it closely. This skull was different from ordinary ones. The teeth were extremely sharp. It looked more like a vampire's skull. No. In this scenario, it should be said to be a zombie skull. Li Chang felt a chill run down his spine and immediately backed away from the skull. At that moment, he heard a faint wailing sound, reminiscent of a child crying. Li Chang's hair stood on end, but he could only bite the bullet and move forward. Walking further, he quickly saw a pile of corpses, and upon closer inspection, he realized they were all players from this scenario. Among them was a familiar figure. Laku's team leader, Li Kuku. Earlier, he had been puzzled as to why she had suddenly disappeared. I thought she died somewhere in the copy, but I didn't expect to find her body here. These players all have a common feature, 2 bite marks on their necks, and their blood has been drained. Li Chang's body trembled slightly. This underground space was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Suddenly, he heard faint footsteps behind him, crunching on the wet ground, making a rustling sound. Li Chang was startled and turned around abruptly. He vaguely saw a black shadow stepping out from the darkness, holding a thick wooden stick, which appeared particularly familiar in the dim light. But he realized too late, the stick had already swung down. In that moment, he saw that face clearly. Indeed, it's you. In the next second, he lost consciousness. His body was dragged away, gradually disappearing into the darkness. Chapter 81 The Blessed Girl Crazy Wang Shenpa. The rain in Zhao village was pouring harder, pattering against the windows. Qi Qiushui raised his eyes to look outside the window. Dark clouds loomed overhead, enveloping the village in darkness, almost not letting a single ray of light through. It was clearly morning, yet it was as dim as deep night. Zhang Wei walked up to his side. Qi Qiushui turned his head and asked, "Haven't you found Li Chang yet?" Zhang Wei shook his head. No, it's as if he suddenly evaporated from the world. His phone isn't being answered either. The 3 of them had originally planned to go to Baikan Cave this morning, but just before leaving, they discovered that Li Chang was missing. Qi Qiushui pondered for a moment and stood up. Let's go ask the staff at the temple. As he stepped outside, he bumped into a familiar figure walking towards him. Lu Jian was the first to greet him. What a coincidence! It's already this time and you guys haven't gone to the spots? Rare sight. Qi Qiushui pointed outside the window. This cursed weather, it's darker in the morning than at night, I feel like something is going to happen. Lu Jian nodded in agreement. Yeah, we crows were also planning to go out, but who would have thought the weather would turn out this bad? Boom! A thunderclap roared, startling everyone. For some reason, a sense of foreboding swept through Qi Qiushui's heart. Lu Jiang cleared his throat and suddenly asked, by the way, what about that handsome guy in your team? Qi Qiushui immediately became alert. Why are you asking about him? Have you seen him just now? No, Lu Jiang waved his hands quickly, I just noticed that you three are usually together, and suddenly one is missing, it's a bit strange. Qi Qiushui noticed Lu Jiang's hands were very dirty, almost covered in dust. What happened to your hands? What did you touch just now? Lu Jiang's expression became unnatural as he quickly pulled his hands back, awkwardly laughing, and nothing. The rain is too heavy, many places in the temple are slippery, I accidentally slipped and forgot to wash my hands. After saying that, he immediately turned and dashed into a nearby bathroom. Zhang Wei scratched his head in confusion, why does Lu Jiang seem so strange today? The two quickly found the temple staff, who were chatting idly, so Qi Qiushui stood aside and listened for a few sentences. One staff member, holding a cigarette and blowing smoke rings, spoke with impatience. That crazy woman came to steal the offerings again, she really must be out of her mind. Instead of eating fresh food, she insists on eating things meant for the dead. And her son, always scribbling all over the temple, the village chief spoils them. If I had a say, I would have kicked them out long ago. Another one waved his hand, forget it, Zhao Jiao is quite pitiful. But her son is pretty cute, I think he's fine, just unfortunate to have such a mom. By the way, how come we haven't seen her son today? Where can that crazy woman's son go? He's either painting in the temple or sneaking sweets at Wang Shenpo's house. Wang Shenpo is also pitiful, her old man died, and she's alone taking care of such a big house. I've heard from nearby villagers that she hasn't been quite right lately. Another person lowered their voice and leaned in, let me tell you, I heard that Wang Shenpo raises zombies at home. Is that true? Didn't the village already prohibit raising them? The village chief strictly forbids it, if one is found, it gets destroyed. Who knows? Anyway, that's what the villagers living near her house always say. That coffin is right in the middle of the hall, who in Zhao village doesn't doubt it? Should we tell the village chief and Zhao Rui? No need, today Zhao Rui hurriedly wore a Taoist robe and rushed to Wang Shenpo's house with a group of Taoist apprentices. That female tourist named Wu Kaihong is following along, but we don't know why. What else could it be? They must be going to destroy the zombies that Wang Shenpo raises. It seems that the zombie raising thing is probably true. As the two were engrossed in conversation, they suddenly noticed Qi Qiushui and his companion listening nearby, quickly covering their mouths. What they just discussed was a village secret, it was fine to chat among themselves but they absolutely could not let the tourists hear it. A staff member scolded angrily, hey! What are you two doing sneaking around here? Eavesdropping on others, don't you have any manners? Qi Qiushui smiled. You two misunderstood, we just happened to pass by. We have a friend who is missing and wanted to ask if you have seen him. Saying this, he took out his phone and pulled up a photo of Li Chang. Seeing that Qi Qiushui seemed not to have heard their earlier words, the staff member breathed a sigh of relief, looked at the photo carefully, frowned, and shook his head. I saw this person earlier, but I don't know where he went after that. Qi Qiushui asked again, did you see him leave the Fu Nu temple? Probably not, the staff member shook his head, but I can't be sure. All right. Qi Qiushui asked no more and turned to leave. On the way back to their room, the two passed by the dining hall. They saw village chief Zhao Guang sitting in a wheelchair, instructing the canteen staff to bring food to the crazy woman Zhao Jiao. The village chief's silver hair was neatly combed, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes radiated kindness as he watched Zhao Jiao gobble down food, reminding her repeatedly to eat slowly and not choke. Zhang Wei couldn't help but sigh, this village chief is really nice, a rare normal person in the village. It's a pity that good people often suffer, I wonder why he's in a wheelchair, could he be paralyzed? Qi Qiushui kept observing the crazy woman who was devouring her food. Not clear, maybe he fell. He recalled Zhao Rui saying before that Zhao Jiao was the cursed one. And in the mission hint, there was exactly the cursed one. Could there be some connection between the two? The old man in the wheelchair also noticed the two standing at the dining hall entrance, raising a hand to Qi Qiushui and giving a gentle smile, as if greeting them. Qi Qiushui nodded in response and immediately walked toward the outside of the Fu Nu temple. Seeing this, Zhang Wei hurriedly followed. With such heavy rain, where are we going? Still according to the original plan, are we going to the 100 Coffins cave? Qi Qiushui whispered, to Wang Shenpo's house. I heard the staff say Wu Kaihong went too. I can ignore Zhao Rui, but Wu Kaihong must be monitored closely. Last night, Qin Beishi's death is definitely related to her. We must keep an eye on her every move, otherwise, the next one to die might be us. We have to hurry. Zhao Rui and Wu Kaihong should have already set off. After speaking, the two hurriedly went out. Outside, the wind and rain were still raging, dark as ink. Due to their haste, Qi Qiushui left his phone under the pillow in their room. At this moment, the phone vibrated, and the screen lit up. It was a message from Xia Xiaoxiao. Whatever you do, don't go to Wang Xinpa's house. At this moment, in Wang Xinpa's house, Zhao Rui was wearing a Taoist robe. Standing behind him was a group of similarly robed followers. Wu Kaihong and several little purple sweet potato sisters were also present. Since the death of the little purple sweet potato leader Qin Beishi, Wu Kaihong had effectively become their big sister. Wu Kaihong looked at Wang Xinpa, who was silent and had dim eyes, with a mocking tone. Old woman, don't think that not speaking means you are safe. You raise zombies at home, don't you? Wu Kaihong knew this because she had received a letter from Qin Beishi, which said that a puzzle piece was refreshed beneath the coffin of Wang Xinpa's old partner. Wu Kaihong was not foolish. She knew that if she went alone, she definitely wouldn't get the puzzle piece. Naturally, Zhao Rui was found. The two hit it off immediately. She needed a zombie, and Zhao Rui was recently in need of one. The peachwood sword behind Zhao Rui glowed coldly, and his eyes were fixed greedily on the black coffin in the center of the hall, almost overflowing with desire. He had been using zombies to perform the borrowing in to repay Yang technique and had just happened to need a half-finished zombie. When Wu Kaihong told him this news, he almost jumped with excitement. This zombie was a bit old, but it was more than enough for him. He snorted coldly, threatening Wang Xinshan. Wang, you also understand the way of the Tao. You should know the rules set by your ancestors. Since the time of Master Zhao Changshang, raising zombies privately has been strictly prohibited and should be burned according to the rules. But seeing that you are old, I understand you cherish your old partner. It would be too cruel to make you burn your own husband. How about this, you hand him over to me, and I'll take care of it. I will pretend I didn't see this and spare your old life. Wang Xinshan hunched over in her chair, her bony hand tightly clenching her clothes. I guessed it. I had long guessed this day would come. He hasn't turned into a corpse. I've been trying my best to control him. I just wanted to keep a memory. Why is it that besides Zhang Ying, no one understands me? No one understands me. Zhao Rui frowned. This old woman hadn't been in her right mind for a long time. He couldn't be bothered to waste more words on her. He signaled to the two Taoist disciples behind him. Do it. Carefully carry the thing out of the coffin lying flat. Remember, the copper coin mask must not be removed, and the zombie's feet must not touch the ground. If anything goes wrong, you will be the ones to blame. The disciples responded and walked towards the coffin. At this moment, Wang Xinshan stood up but did not stop the Taoists. Instead, she slowly walked toward the door. With a click, she locked the door behind her. Zhao Rui was stunned. What are you locking the door for? Do you really think you, an old woman, can deal with so many of us? He looked around and then realized that all the windows in the room were already sealed. This meant Wang Xinshan had just locked the only exit. Everyone was trapped inside. A sudden feeling of dread surged up in his heart. Zhao Rui jumped up. What do you want to do? A Taoist suddenly rushed out of the hall, his face pale, voice trembling uncontrollably. Zhao Daozhang. It's bad. The coffin is empty. The zombie is gone. Zhao Rui's whole body shook as he turned to Wang Xinshan, his voice trembling. Did you let its feet touch the ground? Did you take off the copper coin mask? What on earth do you want? Then he realized something even more terrifying, murmuring the words young boy's blood, and immediately demanded fiercely. Has Zhao Jiao's son come here? Where did you hide him? Wang Xinshan slowly raised her eyes, a strange smile curling at the corner of her mouth, blooming on her wrinkled face, utterly eerie. Zhao Rui felt a tightness in his chest and shouted. You crazy old woman. Did you use the boy's blood to feed the zombie? Do you want to die together with us? Wu Kaihong didn't fully understand what Zhao Rui was saying, but she clearly heard the phrase die together. She trembled and looked at Wang Xinshan. Old lady, what do you really want? 5 minutes earlier. At Wang Xinshan's house, on the second floor. Wang Xinshan stood by the window, looking down at Zhao Rui and others who were knocking on the door, her expression cold. She returned to the inner room, where the madwoman Zhao Jiao's son was happily munching on candy at the table. Wang Xinshan smiled kindly. Kid, is it delicious? The little boy nodded. It's good. Wang Xinshan asked again. Kid, someone wants to come bully grandma. The little boy immediately clenched his fists. I'll help grandma beat them. I'll call my friend Daba to help you. Wang Xinshan patted his head, a flicker of hesitation passing through her eyes, which ultimately turned into determination. She murmured, my dear partner, I will never let anyone take you away from me, not a single soul. The little boy stood up and tugged at Wang Xinpa's clothing corner. Grandma, I just drank too much water and need to go to the bathroom. Wang Shenpa nodded, glanced at the already removed copper coin mask on the table, took his small hand, and walked toward the bathroom beside them. Pushing the door open, darkness rushed in. Inside stood a tall dark figure. It was her old companion. The zombie's eyes were wide open, only whites remaining, with no pupils to be seen, and its fangs vaguely visible. The little boy screamed wah, crying out, his body stiffened, unable to move, tears and mucus covering his face. He was extremely terrified and dared not to enter. Wang Shenpa looked at him, then glanced toward the zombie in the darkness, two streams of tears flowing down her murky eyes. For a moment, she hesitated, but ultimately closed her eyes and forcibly pushed the little boy inside, then slowly closed the bathroom door. Inside, the zombie slowly raised its hand, claws visibly elongating at a speed visible to the naked eye, gleaming with a cold dark light. Moments later, a piercing scream from the child echoed in the bathroom, followed by a dull and powerful banging on the door. Wang Shenpa stood still, raised her hand to wipe away her tears, and limped downstairs to open the door for Zhao Rui and Wu Caihong's group. She murmured softly, "Everything should come to an end." Chapter 82 Fated Girl the Elder with the Corpse Changes. Outside Wang Shenpa's home, the silence was terrifying. Looking closely, all the curtains were tightly drawn, exuding an unusual atmosphere as if deliberately hiding something. The front door was locked from the inside, but the doorboard was bulging outward, as if someone had violently slammed it from inside. Qi Qiushui raised his hand and knocked on the door. Bang, bang, bang. There was no response from inside. "And Wang, open the door!" Zhang Wei shouted, raising his voice. The surroundings remained eerily silent. Qi Qiushui thought, could it be that Wang Shenpa had gone out? As the two turned to leave, Qi Qiushui inadvertently looked up and caught a faint glimpse of light seeping through the gap in the second-floor curtains. He suddenly stopped in his tracks. Something was wrong. There must be someone inside. He had stayed at Wang Shenpa's house for a few days and knew well that this elderly woman was always meticulous. She would never forget to turn off the lights if she went out. Qi Qiushui knocked on the door again, this time with more force. Still no response. "Wei Ge, pry the door open." Zhang Wei nodded, deftly pulling out a wire he always carried, and inserted it into the lock, fiddling a bit. Click. The lock clicked open. With a creaking sound that made one's teeth ache, Qi Qiushui slowly pushed the door open. In an instant, a strong smell of blood rushed out. The living room floor, the walls, even the curtains and the wardrobe were splattered with dark red blood, resembling a scene from hell. The furniture was toppled over, none intact, all stained with blood. Wherever he looked, there were several corpses curled up on the floor. Zhang Wei trembled all over in fear. "Oh my god, what on earth has happened here?" Qi Qiushui saw a familiar figure. Wu Caihong. Her head was almost twisted off, her chest punctured with several holes, and her internal organs lay scattered on the ground. What was even more horrifying was that her limbs were twisted at bizarre angles, obviously broken forcibly while she was alive. From the frozen expression of terror on her face, it was clear she must have endured immense pain before dying. Seeing such a gruesome sight, Zhang Wei's legs went weak and he nearly collapsed to the ground. Even if this venomous woman deserves it, she shouldn't be tortured like this. Qi Qiushui noticed another familiar face among the corpses. Zhao Rui. Zhao Rui was not in a much better condition than Wu Caihong, with 2 bloody holes in his neck, and his left arm had vanished. Judging by the wounds, it seemed to have been forcibly torn off while he was alive. Suddenly, Zhao Rui's eyes moved slightly, noticing the 2 intruders in the room. He let out a muffled whine, gathering his last bit of strength, trembling as he raised his remaining arm, slowly, piece by piece, pointing behind Qi Qiushui. "Meat, not cooked. Not." Before he could finish his words, his arm suddenly fell limply. The breath was completely gone. What does that mean? Qi Qiushui turned back in confusion, and behind him was a room with a wide-open door. Zhang Wei was also puzzled, scratching his head. Why say the meat is not cooked? Qi Qiushui frowned tightly, analyzing. It's not that the meat is not cooked, he is saying that the person has not left. At that moment, Qi Qiushui inexplicably felt a chill run down his back. A noise came from the room. An old man, hands raised, dressed in a burial suit, jumped out from the room. The old man's skin was a dead gray-black, covered with hideous corpse spots, and his eyes were murky like milky white glass balls, lacking any spirit. The old man twitched his nose and sniffed, then turned to face Qi Qiushui and Zhang Wei, his mouth twisting into a strange arc, revealing 2 sharp, elongated fangs, still dripping with fresh bits of flesh. "Grrrr!" The old man let out a low, hoarse roar, then suddenly lunged forward, his gray-black figure shooting toward them like an arrow, sharp nails aiming for their vitals. "Watch out!" Zhang Wei pushed Qi Qiushui aside. Qi Qiushui stumbled back a few steps, narrowly escaping a misfortune, but Zhang Wei was not so lucky. His sleeve was torn by the old man, leaving 3 deep bloody marks on his arm. "Run!" Qi Qiushui shouted, pulling Zhang Wei and rushing outside. But the old man was faster, leaping ahead to block their way at the door. Seeing escape was hopeless, Qi Qiushui had no choice but to drag Zhang Wei upstairs. The old man relentlessly pursued them from behind. On the second floor, they dodged left and right using furniture, but the old man's speed was astounding, and his movements were nimble, and added to the already small space, they were on the brink of being cornered. Just at that critical moment, a yellow figure burst into the air, accompanied by a loud reprimand. "Beast! Don't harm others." Taoist Wang Zhengying arrived in the nick of time, wielding a peachwood sword and dressed in a bagua robe. The old man abruptly turned, claws clashing with the peachwood sword, making a metallic clang sound. In this hard clash, both sides retreated 2 steps. The old man's face remained expressionless. Wang Zhengying, however, furrowed his brow, his gaze falling on the familiar face of the old man, and said solemnly, "Such a heavy corpse aura. Wang Shenpa, it seems you ultimately did not keep your promise to me." After speaking, Wang Zhengying shook his wrist, pulling out a measuring line, and then bit his middle finger to smear his blood on the ink line. Then he flicked his fingertip, and the black ink line shot out like a serpent, wrapping tightly around the old man's limbs. Zzzzz as the ink line touched the old man's skin, black smoke burst forth, filling the air with a burnt smell. "Young man, lend me a hand," Wang Zhengying shouted, throwing 2 yellow talismans to Qi Qiushui. Qi Qiushui picked up the talismans, seeing Wang Zhengying was straining to hold the old man, he immediately understood. He took a leap forward, raised his hand, and slapped the talisman onto the old man's forehead. The moment the talisman stuck, brilliant golden light burst forth. The old man paused, letting out a wretched scream, then began to thrash wildly, and the tightly bound ink line was actually broken by force. Impossible! Wang Zhengying was shocked to see the ink line was shattered. But Qi Qiushui was affected. As the old man broke free, his arm was swept, sending him crashing into the wall. He felt a sharp pain in his back, a sweetness in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His insides felt like they had been displaced, and he couldn't get up for a moment. Seeing this, Wang Zhengying thrust his peachwood sword straight into the zombie's heart. Swoosh! The peachwood sword sank half an inch but could no longer be pushed any further. Wang Zhengying's face changed suddenly, he exerted force, but the sword was as immovable as if welded. Impossible! How can this be? The old man looked down at the peachwood sword in his chest, and a trace of malevolence flashed in his murky eyes, suddenly exerting strength, and shockingly sent Wang Zhengying and the sword flying. Immediately after, the old man gave no chance to breathe, lunging fiercely again, sharp fangs aiming for Wang Zhengying's throat. Wang Zhengying retreated a few steps, and suddenly saw a dark red sticky substance on the peachwood sword. He leaned in to sniff. The expression suddenly changed. "This is the scent of fresh boy's blood. No wonder the compass warned so violently earlier, I thought it was the artifact malfunctioning. Which Wang? What the hell did you feed this monster?" Wang Zhengying had warned Wich Wang long ago that boy's blood must never touch the zombie in the coffin. Because boy's blood is pure and yang, and is meant to drive away evil spirits. But if it is used to nourish a zombie, it will instead help the zombie absorb yang energy, making it fiercer and stronger, with skin tough as copper and iron, impervious to swords and blades. Looking at the difficulty of dealing with this old zombie, it seemed Wich Wang not only fed it boy's blood, but likely even used fresh blood from a living person. What do we do now? Qi Qiushui and the others instinctively hid behind Wang Zhengying. Wang Zhengying's eyes sharpened. What else can we do? Since this monster has appeared in the world, it is my responsibility to eliminate it completely, otherwise it would disgrace my master's teachings. After saying that, he handed another ink line to Qi Qiushui. This monster has consumed boy's blood and is very fierce, I alone may not be enough to subdue it. When the time comes, use this ink line to bind its ankle. He also handed a talisman to Zhang Wei. You find the chance to stick the talisman. I will hold it back. With a loud shout, Wang Zhengying charged forward with his sword once again. In an instant, the old man was in a fierce battle with him, entangled and inseparable. Qi Qiushui seized the opportunity, grabbed the ink line, and dashed forward, whipping her wrist to precisely bind the old man's ankle. Zhang Wei also gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain in his arm, struggling to rise, and lunged forward to slam the talisman onto the old man's forehead. Z! The talisman ignited in flames instantly. The old man let out a painful wail, his body trembling violently. Wang Zhengying seized the opportunity, thrusting the peachwood sword forward deeply into the old man's heart. Put! The old man's movements suddenly froze, a flicker of unwillingness flashing in his murky eyes, and his body slowly stiffened and solidified. Qi Qiushui and Zhang Wei breathed a sigh of relief. After the intense battle, both of them were covered in wounds. Wang Zhengying was not faring well either, his blood surged, and a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. He furrowed his brow, staring at the zombie before him, who was, after all, the deceased husband of Wich Wang. This thing has absorbed boy's blood, it won't be so easy to eliminate completely. Before he finished speaking, the old man's eyes suddenly turned blood red, and a terrifying surge of power erupted from his body. Not good. Wang Zhengying's expression changed abruptly as he rushed forward to block it, but he was ultimately a step too late. The creature's explosive power exceeded his expectations. The old man suddenly turned, swinging his arms, and a violent force sent Qi Qiushui and Zhang Wei flying. With two dull thuds, they crashed heavily against the wall, spitting blood, and then fell to the ground like puppets with cut strings, unable to move. They were, after all, flesh and blood. They had completely lost their ability to act. Wang Zhengying thrust his sword again, the peachwood sword accurately penetrating the old man's chest once more. The old man let out a mournful scream, retaliating with a backhand that struck Wang Zhengying squarely in the chest. Wang Zhengying let out a muffled grunt, crashing against the wall, vomiting blood, yet still forcing himself to stand. Just as the old man was about to charge again, Qi Qiushui used her last bit of strength to pull out sticky rice and pressed it hard against the old man's eyes. Gee! The sticky rice touched the eye sockets, igniting like glowing coals, emitting wisps of white smoke. The old man's eyes were injured, temporarily losing his sight, and he turned to flee out the door, disappearing from view in an instant. Monster, don't run! Wang Zhengying struggled to get up to chase, but stumbled and fell again, clutching his chest, blood continuously flowing from the corner of his mouth. He glanced at Qi Qiushui and Zhang Wei, who were gasping on the ground. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and gave up on the pursuit. Hang in there, it might hurt a bit. Wang Zhengying took out some sticky rice he carried with him. Qi Qiushui silently nodded. The moment the sticky rice was placed on the wound, there was a crack sound, as if hot iron seared the skin, and white smoke immediately rose, with sharp pain piercing through. Even someone as capable of enduring pain as Qi Qiushui couldn't help but let out a suppressed cry of pain. The glutinous rice stuck to the wound, visibly changing from light pink to deep red, and finally turning into a dark brown, as if it had soaked up toxic blood like a heavy sponge, clinging heavily to the flesh. However, the one who suffered the most was Zhang Wei. He could barely move. Wang Zhengying continued to apply the glutinous rice to his wound. Zhang Wei let out a scream like a slaughtered pig. Mother! It hurt so much. The sound was deafening, likely heard half a mile away. After the scream, he was so racked with pain that his body spasmed, his voice trembling with a cry. Taoist, am I going to die? Or, will I turn into a zombie? Wang Zhengying's brows furrowed tightly, and he took out 3 yellow talismans from his robe, rubbing them with his fingertips until they ignited in flames, turning to ashes which he mixed into the glutinous rice, reapplying it to Zhang Wei's wound. Zhang Wei let out another piercing scream. Wang Zhengying then slightly breathed a sigh of relief and said softly, though the corpse poison has entered deeply, there is still a chance of rescue. He casually picked up a blood-stained piece of paper from the table and quickly wrote down a prescription. Prepare the medicines according to this prescription, and take 3 doses daily. Change the glutinous rice twice a day, and the used ones must be wrapped in black cloth. Never let a living person touch them. Qi Qiushui took the prescription and said quietly, Thank you, elder. But, how did you know we were in danger? Wang Zhengying took out a compass from his person, and the central needle was spinning wildly at an unprecedented speed. I had said earlier, if there were zombies waking in Zhao family village, this artifact would spin. The faster the needle spins, the more ferocious the zombie. Today's incident was indeed beyond my expectation. Following the compass's guidance, when I saw the needle spinning so urgently, I thought there was a fault with the artifact, never imagining it was Wang Xinsha feeding the zombie with child blood. At this point, he let out a heavy sigh, displaying an expression of regret. Had I known this, I should have. You all return to the temple to recuperate, and I will rest briefly before pursuing that wicked creature. It must not be allowed to wreak havoc in the world. Back at the temple, Zhang Wei could only lie quietly in his room to recover due to his severe injuries. Qi Qiushui, on the other hand, was carefully exploring the temple, wanting to take another look at those wall paintings. After closely examining them, he found no new clues but inadvertently walked into a secluded spot behind the wall of a side hall. There was an old table there, and on it sat a book with yellowed pages, clearly very old. Qi Qiushui approached to take a look, and the cover read Fortunate Woman Blessing Directory. He casually flipped it open and saw that it was densely filled with names, each with a striking red cross marked on it in vermilion ink. A chill ran down Qi Qiushui's spine. What does the cross mean? Why is there a cross on every name? He continued to flip through, and his gaze suddenly fixed on a name, Qin Beishir. Wasn't she already dead? Why did her name appear in this blessing directory? Looking at the ink color, it was clearly written recently. Her name had a glaring red cross as well. Qi Qiushui instantly understood. This red cross represented death. So, did the countless names of villagers before all signify? Thinking of this, he broke out in a cold sweat. His fingertips trembled as he continued flipping through, quickly spotting 2 familiar names, Huang Xiaoxiao and Zhao Jiao. But Zhao Jiao's name was different from the others, it had a red circle above it. At this point, he was certain the red cross indicated death, while the circle meant survival. The deceased Qin Beishir and Huang Xiaoxiao had both had deep conflicts with Wu Kaihong in life. This indirectly verified that Wu Caihong's method of harming others was to write the names of her enemies into this fortunate woman blessing directory. But now that Wu Kaihong was dead, how she killed was no longer the key issue. The more pressing question now was, both Wu Kaihong and Huang Xiaoxiao had died at the hand of the umbrella woman, the one-legged bride. Why would her method of killing be to write names into this blessing directory? Qi Qiushui reviewed everything from the beginning. The blessing directory was originally a thing for villagers to seek safety by writing their names for the protection of the fortunate woman. Now it has become a list of death, and the killer turns out to be the one-legged bride. Since the situation of the blessed woman back then may not have been as beautiful as depicted in the village mural, and she might even harbor resentment towards the villagers, it makes sense that the blessing list has turned into a death list. However, the contradiction lies in the fact that Wang Xinpa once said that the one-legged bride was Zhao Qingqing, the daughter of the village chief, who fell off a cliff along with her sedan chair after General Boerji took a fancy to her and died. Wang Xinpa doesn't seem to be lying. It is now certain that there must be some unknown connection between Zhao Qingqing and the blessed woman. Qi Qiushui's thoughts raced, and all the clues collected in stories heard intertwined and twisted wildly in his mind. The blessing list, the one-legged bride, General Boerji, the woman who suffered the punishment of being turned into a human pig, the devastating fire, the mural in the Blessed Woman's temple in the mountains. These seemingly unrelated fragments seem to be linked together by an invisible giant net. A terrifying suspicion flashed through his mind like lightning. He suddenly closed the blessing list and turned to rush towards the room where the historical documents were stored in the temple. He had heard people mention before that it contained some documents recording old events. The wooden door of the data room was slightly ajar, and it emitted a piercing sound when he pushed it open. A strong moldy smell and the scent of decaying paper filled the room. Qi Qiushui turned on his flashlight and quickly searched the shelves. Such a major event as General Boerji and dozens of others perishing in the fire must have been recorded. Soon, he found a booklet, its pages yellowed and brittle, some even sticking together, crumbling upon touch. Qi Qiushui carefully opened it. The record of that fire made his brows furrow tighter. There were 37 people in the room at that time, and after the fire, most bodies were charred and unrecognizable, but only 35 corpses could be accounted for. The succeeding village chief ultimately concluded that the missing two were completely burned to ashes by the fierce fire. The record concluded hastily here with no further details. Qi Qiushui's heart raced like thunder. According to this record, the so-called fire that angered the mountain god actually left 2 people turned to ashes while the other 35 remained intact in death? This clearly defied common sense. Perhaps that fire was not a divine punishment at all, but a meticulously planned conspiracy? He continued to flip through the booklet and saw a follow-up record on the last page. General Boerji's sister, Boeryu, came to investigate after her brother went missing, and soon after, she also mysteriously disappeared and was missing. There was a wanted poster of her on the page. A long time ago, drawn purely by hand. Qi Qiushui stared at the woman's face in the drawing, and the more he looked, the more familiar it seemed. He must have seen it somewhere before. He suddenly remembered. That woman, the human pig. A bone-chilling coldness instantly surged from his feet to his head, leaving him frozen in shock. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, a small boy with dark skin silently floated into the air behind him, slowly moving closer. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his back, and he whipped around. There, just behind the slightly open door, was a bloodshot eye staring intently at him. Chapter 84, Blessed Woman, the Suspicious Lu Jiang. Who is behind me? Qi Qiushui jumped in fright. The door slowly opened, and a woman with unkempt hair and vacant eyes walked in. It was that crazy woman, Zhao Jiao. Qi Qiushui let out a sigh of relief. Zhao Jiao clearly appeared to be unstable. She stepped closer to Qi Qiushui one step at a time. Have you seen my son? I haven't seen him for a long time. Did something happen to him? Qi Qiushui recalled the earlier encounter at Wang Xinpa's home. He had heard Wang Zhengying say that the old zombie shouldn't have been so difficult to deal with. It was all because it had drunk fresh child's blood. Adding to that, Zhao Jiao's son often went to Wang Xinpa's home for candy. Where did that crazy woman's son go? The answer is already obvious. It is inside the belly of Wang Xinpa's old partner. Thinking of this, Qi Qiushui's heart sank. Zhao Jiao looked like a poor person. Saying this would definitely give her a huge blow, and he didn't know what to do for a moment. The mad woman stepped closer, whispering. You have seen my son in this house, right? He loves to come here. He says he has his best friend, Dabeo, here. Dabeo? Qi Qiushui frowned. Wasn't that the child missing from Wang Zhengying? He was about to speak, when suddenly he heard the sound of a wheelchair rolling from outside. Looking out, he saw Lu Jiang pushing the village chief over. When Lu Jiang saw the mad woman, he fixed the wheelchair. The elderly village chief Zhao Guang was sitting on it. The village chief looked unwell. He coughed a few times and appeared very weak. He spoke gently. Zhao, it's time to eat. After eating, I'll have someone accompany you to find your son, don't let yourself go hungry. The mad woman turned to glance at the village chief and suddenly laughed, becoming happy, and cheerfully walked away. I understand now, my son must have gone to Wang Shenpa's house to eat candy. I will go find him now. Qi Qiushui was just about to stop her when Lu Jiang called him. Qi Qiushui, what are you doing here? Lu Jiang seemed surprised. Seeing the village chief also looking at him curiously, Qi Qiushui felt a little embarrassed, smiled, and casually made up a reason. Just looking around, accidentally walked in. The two didn't ask more questions. After a while, Lu Jiang pushed the village chief away to another place. Qi Qiushui watched their fading figures, and the smile on his face gradually faded, turning into indifference. How could Lu Jiang be with the village chief? Back in the room, he discovered something. Zhang Wei, who had been lying in bed, was gone. When he called, he found the phone was right under the pillow, he hadn't taken it with him at all. He took a look at the time, it was already dinner time, and guessed Zhang Wei might have gone to the dining hall first. But Qi Qiushui went to the dining hall and still didn't see Zhang Wei's figure. He felt something was off, an ominous premonition surged in his heart. After dinner, he continued searching in the Funyo temple but still had not found Zhang Wei's trace. Searching took a long time, and it was almost time to sleep, yet Zhang Wei still hadn't appeared. It was indeed strange. Ever since that encounter at Wang Shenpa's house, Zhang Wei had trouble even walking. How could he leave on his own? Since it wasn't a voluntary disappearance, there was only one possibility left: he had been passively disappeared. Qi Qiushui decided to search again. At this time, most of the players living in the temple had returned to their rooms. The entire temple was empty, quiet to a certain extent. Most of the lights were turned off. Qi Qiushui turned on his flashlight, walking and searching in the large Funyo temple. Just then, he heard a faint rustling sound behind him, as if someone was dragging their feet and following him. He suddenly turned around. The beam of light illuminated empty space behind him. Is anyone there? He tried calling out. There was no response. He turned back to continue walking, this time intentionally quickening his pace. The noise behind him reappeared, and as he sped up, that feeling of being followed grew stronger. Qi Qiushui's lips curved, he suddenly dashed forward, then sharply turned and ran back. Finally, he collided head-on with the person who had been tailing him. It was Lu Jiang. Qi Qiushui crossed his arms and scrutinized him. Why have you been following me? Lu Jiang appeared a bit embarrassed. It's so late, everyone else is asleep. I heard noise outside, and saw you sneaking around through the crack in the door, so I came out to see what you were doing. I was sneaking? Qi Qiushui felt speechless, but his suspicion of Lu Jiang piqued at that moment. Lu Jiang put away his smile. Then what are you doing out so late? Qi Qiushui pondered for a moment and finally decided to tell the truth. My friend is missing, I came out to find him. Lu Jiang looked somewhat surprised. Several members of my crow organization also went missing in the temple today. The friend you haven't seen is Zhang Wei, right? Yes. Qi Qiushui nodded. How do you know? Lu Jiang replied. I saw him today. He was about to go out to eat but suddenly turned and ran in another direction. I thought it was a bit strange, so I followed him. And then? Qi Qiushui asked. Lu Jiang took a deep breath. You might not believe it when I say this, but after I followed him, he went to a place in the temple that was like a dead end. There were walls on 3 sides, and he just vanished. Right in front of us. Lu Jiang pointed ahead. Qi Qiushui looked in the direction he pointed, and indeed, as he said, it was a dead end, except for the entrance, 3 sides were walls. How did Zhang Wei disappear? Are you sure? Qi Qiushui confirmed again. Lu Jiang nodded. Sure, absolutely certain. Qi Qiushui thought for a moment and didn't ask further. All right, thank you. After saying this, he turned to leave. You're welcome. If you discover any other clues, we can share. I've also lost a lot of people here. Definitely. Lu Jiang watched Qi Qiushui's receding figure, the smile on his face gradually transforming into a profound expression, unsure of what he was thinking. After parting with Lu Jiang, Qi Qiushui did not go straight back to his room but returned to the information room. He wanted to confirm some information again. Reaching the door of the information room, he paused for a moment. The door was locked. But it wasn't locked the last time he came, how could it suddenly be locked? Qi Qiushui felt a bit helpless, seeing that it was late, so he had to go back to his room to rest. In the room, he was still the only one here, Zhang Wei had not yet returned. At that moment, a clatter sound of a wheelchair came from outside the door. Qi Qiushui suddenly sat up from the bed, quietly walked to the door, and opened it a crack. He saw the elderly village chief sitting alone in the corridor, looking out the window, mumbling repeatedly. Where did Xiao Xiao go? Where did Xiao Xiao go? A staff member hurriedly ran over and pushed the wheelchair away. Chief, it's late, you should rest. Zhao Jiao will appear at the Fortune Girl Temple every day. The chief struggled to turn his head, his eyes cloudy. She is missing. I must find her. Qi Qiushui silently watched them leave, then closed the door, his expression thoughtful. He didn't take action but returned to bed to sleep. Morning. Qi Qiushui woke up early and came to the end of the corridor where Lu Jiang said Zhang Wei went missing. He carefully inspected the surroundings. If Lu Jiang wasn't lying yesterday, it was impossible for a person to vanish into thin air. He had heard Daoist Wang Zhengying mention before that under the Fortune Girl Temple, there was a large underground space built to avoid General Bortigin's search. Zhang Wei's disappearance is likely related to this. Qi Qiushui meticulously searched along the end of the corridor, his fingertips gliding over the cold walls, finally fixing his gaze on an old wall lamp in the corner. Does anyone still use such an old lamp? He instinctively grasped the lamp post and twisted it clockwise. Click, a soft sound echoed. A crack slowly opened in the wall, and a secret door swung inward. It seems he now knows why Zhang Wei went missing. He looked toward the inside of the secret door. It was pitch black inside, like an endless abyss. Chapter 85, Fortune Girl, Behind the Mask. Slowly walking into the dark space. At the moment his body fully entered, the secret door behind him seemed to receive some kind of signal and quietly closed. Everything was pitch dark, not a glimmer of light in sight. Qi Qiushui took out his flashlight and shone it ahead. A staircase extending down into the darkness, the end unseen. Oh, at. A faint sound came from his feet. The flashlight beam swept across, revealing two hurriedly scurrying mice. He carefully descended the stairs, each step tense and alert. The surrounding silence was terrifying, even his heartbeat was clearly audible. Each step felt like walking on a taut string. Upon reaching the bottom of the stairs, an expansive basement unfolded before him. Thud. The toe of his shoe hit something. The flashlight's light fell and illuminated the corpse of a small boy. Qi Qiushui crouched down and looked closely, unexpectedly discovering a peachwood amulet hanging on the corpse's neck. The edges had been worn smooth, with the words De Bao carved on it. De Bao? He felt a sinking sensation in his heart. This must be Wang Zhengying's missing son, who ultimately could not escape death. Just as he was about to rise, he caught a glimpse of a small boy with dull gray skin flashing past him from behind, leaving behind a string of innocent laughter. Who? He abruptly turned around, sweeping the flashlight across the empty wall, revealing only moss glowing a dark green under the light. Was it an illusion? He remembered Zhang Wei saying there was a little boy who always played with the madwoman Zhao Jiao. According to Li Cheng's previous analysis, this little boy was very likely the ghost child. And the ghost child in life. He recalled the madwoman Zhao Jiao's words. She said the child who played with her son was named De Bao. This meant someone killed De Bao, turned him into a ghost child, and controlled him. A chill crept up his spine, and cold sweat instantly soaked his clothes. The ghost child usually remained invisible unless it chose to appear. But what was even more terrifying was that the one who raised the ghost child might have already noticed he had intruded into this underground space. Qi Qiushui dared not hesitate and turned to walk forward. The puddles on the ground grew more numerous, his footsteps making a splash sound, starkly piercing the silence. He reached the end of the corridor, where a row of wooden doors lined both sides. The first door did not move at all, locked tight. The second door, the third door, the fourth door, the fifth door, all were the same. Each one was securely locked. At that moment, footsteps echoed from behind, getting closer and clearer. The pace was slow and heavy. Qi Qiushui suddenly glanced back at the darkness behind him, his heart tightening. Someone is coming. But this is a dead end, going back will surely lead to a confrontation. He walked to the last door and tentatively pushed it. Click. The door opened. He immediately slipped inside, locking the door behind him, moving extremely cautiously, not daring to make a sound. He leaned against the door, holding his breath, praying he had not been discovered. The footsteps drew nearer, and Qi Qiushui could tell that person had arrived at the corridor outside his room. He turned off the flashlight, adjusted his breathing, and the room fell into complete darkness, still as death. Without a doubt, that person was nearby, but he did not know in front of which door they were stopped. Cold sweat trickled down Qi Qiushui's forehead. Have I been discovered? What should I do next? He looked at the gap at the bottom of the door. It was pitch black outside, indicating that the person had not used any lighting. The footsteps were still lingering outside the door. So close it seemed as if they were right in front of him, separated only by a thin wooden door. The footsteps stopped. From the sound, it appeared that person had halted in front of the first door. A series of sounds came, the doorknob was repeatedly tugged, followed by footsteps moving, and the sound of pulling the door reappeared. This cycle continued. Qi Qiushui easily guessed that the person outside had found all the doors locked. Perhaps they would give up. At least, that was what he hoped. Bang! A loud noise exploded outside the door. The sound of the door panel breaking clearly reached him. The wooden doors here were already weak, kicking them open was clearly easier than guessing which room he was hiding in. In this case, wouldn't he become a turtle in a jar? Qi Qiushui immediately became tense, thinking quickly of countermeasures. At this rate, he would surely be found. After one door was kicked open, rapid footsteps sounded, and the person searched around the room. Soon the footsteps stopped again, and that person stood in front of the second door. Bang! Another loud sound of splintering wood, the second door was also kicked open. The same hurried searching footsteps followed. Then came the third door, the fourth. Until the footsteps stopped right in front of the door where Qi Qiushui was hiding. Qi Qiushui's heart raced to the limit, and he grabbed a wooden stick beside him. There's no way out, I can only fight. Bang! The violent kicking of the door made the frame tremble, a hole was kicked out at the bottom of the wooden door. Qi Qiushui could already see the black pant leg of the person outside through the hole in the door. Another kick, and the whole door might fly away. At this critical moment, a sudden sound of urgent footsteps came from outside the door. The person outside stopped, whispering in a voice as hoarse as rusty iron, "So that's where you are." Then the footsteps quickly faded away. Qi Qiushui took a moment in the room, preparing to open the door. His hand was just on the doorknob when he heard urgent footsteps outside again. Why are they back again? He shrank back his hand, holding his breath. After a moment, there was a soft knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. It was gentle and rhythmic. Qi Qiushui's nerves tightened once more, gripping the wooden stick tightly in his hand. "Qi Qiushui, it's me, Lu Jiang." A familiar voice came through. Qi Qiushui was stunned for a moment but remained silent, not responding. Lu Jiang outside sighed softly. "We must leave quickly. My people just led that person away, we don't have much time. Also, I'm with the Purple Butterfly Group." Qi Qiushui froze but soon snapped back to reality and opened the door. Standing outside was indeed Lu Jiang. "How did you get here?" he asked in surprise. Lu Jiang lowered his voice. "After entering the instance, I kept an eye on you. I saw you sneaking into the secret path this morning, so I followed." Qi Qiushui frowned. "How can you prove you are with the Purple Butterfly Group?" Lu Jiang did not answer but rolled up his left sleeve to reveal his arm. There was a tattoo on his arm. A delicate purple butterfly, identical to the pattern on Xia Xiaoxiao's door. At this point, Qi Qiushui no longer doubted Lu Jiang's identity. "You said you were observing me since entering the instance, why do that?" Lu Jiang blurted out, "The little witch asked me to see how you perform." As soon as he spoke, he realized he had misspoken and quickly covered his mouth. "It's nothing, just pretend you didn't hear." Qi Qiushui felt helpless. "How could I not hear? Who is the little witch?" Lu Jiang's expression turned flustered as he lowered his sleeve. "I didn't say anything just now, and now isn't the time to explain. I'll take you to a place I just discovered." Qi Qiushui wanted to ask further, but seeing Lu Jiang's serious expression, he ultimately swallowed his words. He followed Lu Jiang deeper into the basement. The passage became narrower, and water droplets seeped from the walls on both sides. Drip, drip, they fell to the ground, particularly clear in the silence. After about 10 minutes, a stone door appeared ahead. Lu Jiang pushed open the stone door, and a strong stench of decay hit him in the face. Qi Qiushui covered his mouth and nose and looked inside. This was a huge secret chamber. In the center of the chamber stood more than a dozen coffins neatly arranged. In the corner on the left curled a few figures, all bound by ropes, unable to move. Qi Qiushui leaned in closer, using the light from his lighter to see those people. It was Li Chang, who had been missing for a long time, along with other players involved in this instance, some from the Raven team, some from the Little Purple Potato team, and a few solo players. They all had their eyes tightly closed, faces pale, and cracked lips, as if they had been in a coma for a long time. "Li Chang!" Qi Qiushui called softly, gently shaking his shoulder. Lu Jiang also stepped forward to help wake the others. "Mum." Li Chang let out a weak groan and slowly opened his eyes. Seeing Qi Qiushui, a look of confusion first appeared in his eyes, and then terror. That masked person. He drained the blood of the players here and fed it to the zombies in the coffins. "It's my turn soon. It's my turn soon." Clearly, Li Chang was extremely frightened, and his mind was no longer clear. "Don't talk yet, we'll get you out," Qi Qiushui said as he untied the ropes binding Li Chang. He simultaneously asked, "What about Jiang Wei?" Li Chang took a moment to catch his breath and replied, "He was here too. That masked person caught many people, but later I don't know where he was transferred." Just as Qi Qiushui wanted to ask more, heavy, slow footsteps came from the doorway of the secret chamber. Everyone instantly became alert and turned to look. A figure in a black cloak stood at the entrance. He wore a bronze mask on his face, the mask carved with a fierce ghostly face, and where the eye sockets were, there were two black holes, inside which were a pair of bloodshot, hate-filled eyes. A few little mice can really run, but unfortunately, I've still caught you. The masked man gently shook the bronze bell in his hand. Ding-a-ling, ding-a-ling. The bell's sound was crisp but carried a strange magic, echoing in the secret room. As the bell rang, the neatly arranged coffins began to slowly move their lids. Creak, creak. The sound of wood rubbing against wood made one's scalp tingle. One by one, the coffin lids slid open, revealing the corpses lying inside. These were the villagers of Zhao family village, turned into zombies, their skin a blue-gray color, with long, black nails. The bell's ringing grew more urgent. The corpses suddenly opened their eyes and sat up straight from their coffins. The masked man continued to shake the bell, and the zombies crawled out of their coffins, leaping towards the people. Qi Qiushui looked at the approaching zombies and instinctively took 2 steps back. But his gaze remained fixed on the masked man at the door. It's time to take off your mask, right? The mastermind behind the series of tragedies in Zhao family village. The masked man paused for a moment, then chuckled mockingly, slowly raising his hand. With a loud clank, the bronze mask fell to the ground, revealing the village head Zhao Guang, whose face was lined with deep wrinkles and aged. Everyone was shocked, their voices trembling. How could it be you? The village head? Zhao Guang's lips curved into a cold smile, the bell in his hand shaking more urgently. That's right, it's me. Before you die, let me make sure you understand. Now, you can rest easy on your way. Ding-a-ling, ding-a-ling. The shrill sound of the bell was like a death token. The zombies raised their arms, leaping closer to the crowd, their sharp, dark nails about to stab through. Just then, a sound of air being cut suddenly rang out. Wang Zhengying arrived riding the wind, holding a talisman in his left hand and tightly gripping a peachwood sword in his right. Demon! Don't harm others! Before his words even settled, 3 yellow talismans shot from his hand, accurately sticking to the foreheads of the first 3 zombies. Boom! The talismans ignited with fiery light. The 3 zombies suddenly froze, as if they had been hit by a freeze spell, the fierce light in their eyes instantly dimmed. The remaining zombies continued to approach, but Wang Zhengying remained calm. He swung the peachwood sword. With a horizontal slash, the zombies were knocked back repeatedly. Seeing the situation was favorable, he pressed the attack, taking out glutinous rice he carried and scattering it towards the zombies. The zombies immediately made a sizzling sound, screaming as they lost their ability to move. Wang Zhengying was already powerful, and the difficulty he faced earlier in the struggle with Wang Xinshuo's old partner was solely due to the zombie having absorbed the blood of a young child, gaining immense power. Dealing with these ordinary zombies was nothing to him. With the threat temporarily neutralized, Wang Zhengying finally saw that the person in front of him was actually village head Zhao Guang. Why is it you? What are you doing here? Zhao Guang stared hard at Wang Zhengying, his tone full of hatred. It's you again, Wang Zhengying. You keep ruining my plans. Qi Qiushui stepped forward, gazing at the village head's aged face, and said solemnly. Maybe you should be called by another name. Zhao Changsheng. Wang Zhengying's body shook, and the peachwood sword nearly slipped from his grasp. Master Changsheng? Impossible. Zhao Guang chuckled sinisterly, raising his hand to tear off the human skin mask on his face, revealing another aged face. Unlike the kind look earlier, the true face under the mask was filled with rage, his gaze fierce, a deep scar running across his cheek. Zhao Changsheng grinned. How did you know? Qi Qiushui spoke slowly. Because the fire was too suspicious, and 2 corpses were missing. The only explanation is that it was not the anger of the mountain god, but a carefully planned conspiracy. Wang Zhengying still refused to believe it. Impossible. Zhao Changsheng suffered from a genetic disease and couldn't possibly live this long. Qi Qiushui looked at him. What if it's through the zombies? Aren't zombies able to borrow from yin to return to yang, extending their lifespan? Wang Zhengying thought for a moment and still shook his head. That's impossible. Borrowing from yin to repay yang can only extend life for a few years, even with the addition of a young boy's blood, it won't last long. That fire was over 150 years ago. Zhao Changsheng was already at the end of his life then. Even a turtle couldn't live this long by being a zombie. No zombie can do that. Qi Qiushui pressed on again. Taoist Wang, please think carefully, is there really no such zombie? Absolutely not. Wang Zhengying shook his head. Zhao Changsheng could only use the corpses of villagers from Zhao village. No matter what. He suddenly stopped, realizing a terrifying truth, his voice trembled with fear. Zhao Changsheng. Did you use General Borjigit's corpse to prolong your life? Zhao Changsheng smiled coldly, with a tone of mockery. You just figured it out now? It seems you're not as smart as these tourists. Wang Zhengying still found it hard to accept, muttering. General Borjigit came from a border royal family, with royal blood and dragon energy. Plus he guarded the border for many years, countless lives under his command, experienced in battle, with immense karma. If you used him to refine a corpse, it really is possible. So, that fire many years ago. I said it. Zhao Changsheng chuckled softly, his voice hoarse. Zhengying, I watched you grow up, I had high hopes for you. But you always go astray, stubborn about your so-called justice. What a pity. I know you've always admired me, but now that you see me like this, are you very disappointed? Wang Zhengying felt hit in the heart, his face turning ashen, veins bulging in his hand that gripped the sword. Why did you do this? Zhao Changsheng spread his hands, showing his wrinkled palms. For immortality. Do you know that according to my age, I am almost 180 years old? As long as Borjigit is in my hands, I can at least live another 100 years. You have no idea how powerful and tempting this zombie is. Wang Zhengying's temples throbbed, he shouted angrily. But do you know, raising such a monster, once it loses control, no one can stop it. And I saw Dabaz's corpse outside. Did you cause that? Without waiting for a response, he raised the peachwood sword and charged at Zhao Changsheng. Zhao Changsheng snickered mockingly and also drew out his own peachwood sword to fight back. A brutal fight broke out between the disciples in the narrow secret passage. The sound of weapons clashing echoed endlessly. Puff! After several exchanges, Zhao Changsheng stepped back half a step, spitting blood. His face was pale, and he shook for a long time before barely standing firm. If it were before, you wouldn't have lasted 3 moves against me. He was already old. Even with the help of the general's zombie to prolong his life, it merely delayed death. Genetic disease combined with late-stage lung cancer had drained him of energy. If it weren't for that zombie, he would have likely been gone long ago. Humph! Zhao Changsheng wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes, then took out a black talisman and tossed it into the air. Trap! The talisman fell to the ground and turned into a cloud of black fog, obscuring everyone's vision like smoke. Don't even think about escaping. Wang Zhengying was about to chase again when he felt a heat in his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. After the fight with Zhao Changsheng, he was also internally injured, combined with old wounds from earlier battles with Wang Shenpa's old partner. His condition was very bad. Daoist! Qi Qiushui hurried over to support Wang Zhengying. Unexpectedly, Wang Zhengying tightly held his arm, his voice trembling. What on earth is going on? Is he really Senior Changsheng? No. Is it really him? Looking at Wang Zhengying's eyes still holding a glimmer of hope, Qi Qiushui remembered the ancestral tablet dedicated to Zhao Changsheng that he had seen in his home. It was clear that Wang Zhengying admired Zhao Changsheng greatly and still refused to accept reality. Although Qi Qiushui felt sorry, he still nodded. It's him. Wang Zhengying slowly released his grip, collapsing to the ground as if all his strength and faith had been drained in an instant. What exactly is going on? Qi Qiushui walked to the stone platform nearby. Pick up a diary. It is Zhao Changsheng's journal, recording his various misdeeds, filled with a sense of pride between the lines. Based on this diary, along with the clues gathered by Qi Qiushui, the past tragedies of Zhao family village finally reveal the truth at this moment. Chapter 87, The Truth of the Fortunate Girl. It turns out that all the history we once knew was carefully woven lies by Zhao Changsheng. To cover up his crimes, he did not hesitate to distort the truth, painting everything in a way that benefits himself. General Borjigit did not resemble the greedy and cynical noble recorded in history books at all. On the contrary, he was upright and kind, open-minded, shouldering heavy responsibilities while always harboring compassion. Though countless casualties occurred under the general's command, they were all left on the battlefield resisting foreign enemies. Outwardly, he was a battle god that made enemies tremble in fear. Inwardly, he always maintained his warm and benevolent nature. That year, he was ordered to return to the capital, passing through the town where Zhao family village was located. Having long heard of the area's poverty and the hardships of the people, upon seeing it for himself, he felt even more heartbroken. Just as the war was calming down, he unhesitatingly ordered his subordinates to distribute some military rations to relieve the villagers, even using his own money to buy coarse grains, sending people to deliver them to each household. Strangely, the villagers of Zhao family village were exceptionally cold toward the soldiers who came to provide aid, even showing signs of resistance. This unusual behavior raised Borjigit's alertness, prompting him to send someone to investigate secretly. As the villagers frequently brought blood pearls, made from the blood of the fortunate girl, to the town for money, this secret was quickly uncovered. General Borjigit became curious and decided to personally visit Zhao family village to find out the truth. After some investigation, he learned the general situation of the fortunate girl. Learning that this girl used her own blood to exchange for silver to help the villagers of Zhao family village build brick houses and purchase good land, gradually escaping their previous poverty. The general was deeply shocked. He understood that human hearts are complex, and he did not believe there could be such a selfless person in the world, always feeling there was another secret behind it. Out of curiosity, he decided to meet this fortunate girl in person. To his surprise, the fortunate girl was indeed as pure and kind as rumored, naive and innocent, only thinking about how to help the villagers of Zhao family village have a good life. As they spent time together, Borjij was deeply moved by her pure kindness. The fortunate girl had only been in contact with the villagers of Zhao family village since birth. These people only showed grateful smiles when they received her blood, but usually looked at her with greed and desire. Borjij was the first person she met who did not covet her blood. He was humorous and elegant, quickly becoming the fortunate girl's closest friend besides her best friend Zhao Qingqing. As they spent more time together, feelings began to grow between the two. However, Borjij underestimated the villagers' greed. Everything in the world has a price. Blood pearls are no exception. Each time blood pearls made from the fortunate girl's blood were used, the fortunate girl's body weakened little by little. At first, it was just a small prick on her fingertip to draw a few drops of blood. Later, as the villagers' greed grew, the fortunate girl had to use a blade to cut her arm, filling almost a half bowl each time to satisfy their appetite. As her blood loss increased, the fortunate girl's health declined day by day, eventually becoming unsteady even in walking. The villagers turned a blind eye to this, while only Zhao Qingqing felt heartbroken, often secretly sending restorative herbs to bandage her wounds and advising her not to sacrifice herself too much. But the fortunate girl always smiled and refused, saying she wanted to help the villagers through their hardships. Borjij witnessed all of this, feeling as if his heart were being cut with a knife. He had carefully assessed the situation of Zhao family village, and after the fortunate girl's years of dedication, the villagers' lives had long since changed dramatically. Having spent so long with the fortunate girl, he knew she was not good at refusing. Someone had to take on the role of the villain. Since the blessed woman cannot do it, he will do it for her. Borji discussed with the blessed woman to take her away from here, no longer letting her bleed. She has already given enough to the villagers. However, at this moment, the villagers are no longer the grateful poor people they once were. They relied on the blessed woman's blood to become rich and live good lives. How could they let go of this money tree? Human nature is inherently greedy, always wanting more. Upon hearing that Borji wanted to take away the blessed woman, the villagers immediately surrounded him, spitting and accusing the general of having ulterior motives, wanting to cut off Zhao family village's source of wealth. You gave us food, and we are grateful, but now you want to take away the blessed woman, that is cutting off our lifeline. The blessed woman is from our village, why should she go with you? Who is General Borji? He is a decisive and fierce figure on the battlefield, having seen all sorts of brutal characters. His kindness towards the common people stems from respect. If someone does not appreciate it, he will never back down. He drew his dagger with a swift motion, the cold light flashing. That aura of season-killing pressure erupted, forcing the surrounding villagers to retreat repeatedly. Fortunately, there were still some kind villagers in the village who understood the hardships of the blessed woman. They felt that now that life has improved, it was time to let the blessed woman rest. If she continued to bleed like this, her life would be in danger. After much coordination, General Borji took out 1,000 taels of silver as compensation for the villagers. Most villagers felt this deal was a loss, unwilling in their hearts, but if they did not accept, they feared they would receive nothing. In the end, the villagers of Zhao family village could only nod in agreement. Originally, everything was progressing smoothly until Zhao Changsheng returned to Zhao family village and witnessed all of this. Zhao Changsheng suffered from a hereditary disease. Knowing his days were numbered, he planned to return to his hometown to pass away. Feeling hopeless, he had considered using zombies to extend his life, but ordinary zombies could at most extend life for several years, ultimately unable to escape death. Until he saw General Borji. As a prince of the border, Borji held dragon energy, was strong and vibrant, and had slaughtered many on the battlefield. He was indeed excellent material for making zombies. If he could refine the general's body into a zombie, he could gain nearly eternal life. A malicious thought took root in his heart. Soon, he awaited a perfect opportunity. Zhao Qingqing was about to get married, and both the general and the blessed woman, being her friends, would surely attend the banquet. Zhao Changsheng concocted a cruel plan in his heart. He would use a drug to incapacitate everyone, then set a massive fire to destroy the corpses. This way, he could cover up his crime while easily obtaining Borji's corpse, and conveniently possess the treasure that is the blessed woman. However, an unexpected incident occurred midway. On the day of Zhao Qingqing's wedding, she accidentally stumbled upon Zhao Changsheng and several villagers who did not want to give up the blessed woman conspiring on this evil plan, discussing how to divide the wealth. Zhao Qingqing trembled in fear, accidentally knocking down a nearby branch, which was noticed by Zhao Changsheng. She turned and ran, but as a weak woman, she could only run a few steps before being caught. A bony hand tightly covered her mouth. She struggled desperately, her eyes filled with fear and unwillingness, but Zhao Changsheng was ruthless, brutally twisting her neck. To cover up his crime, Zhao Changsheng stuffed Zhao Qingqing's corpse into the marriage sedan, carried it to the edge of the cliff behind the village, and pushed it down. The plan was proceeding quite smoothly. On the day of the wedding banquet, Zhao Changsheng had long added drugs to the drinks. Just as everyone was puzzled about why Zhao Qingqing had not arrived, they all fell to the ground, including the overly relaxed General Borji. In the next moment, flames soared into the sky. Firewood had already been piled around. Zhao Changsheng ignited a torch and threw it over. With a crackling sound, flames instantly leaped up, engulfing windows and spreading to the entire house. Even those villagers who conspired with him were knocked unconscious and thrown into the sea of fire. He did not care about wealth, only about life, only about General Borji's corpse. In the eyes of this dying man, immortality was far more important than money. After the fire was extinguished, the ruins were in disarray, with charred corpses lying everywhere, emitting a sharp, pungent odor of burning flesh. The general's corpse had long since been killed by Zhao Changsheng when he was drugged, and had been taken away before the fire broke out. Zhao Changsheng finally got what he wanted and began to refine the corpse, ultimately using this royal zombie to successfully borrow from the underworld and return to the living, extending his own life. Afterwards, he used Taoist disguise techniques to change his appearance and became the next village chief, becoming the actual ruler of Zhao family village. In the following century, he constantly changed identities, repeatedly elected as the village chief, and became the true master of Zhao family village. However, Zhao Qingqing's resentment was too strong, turning into a ghostly bride and cursing him. Zhao Changqing's hereditary illness was passed down through male descendants, not females, and the royal zombie only had one body, which could only be used by one person. Therefore, Zhao Changqing's male descendants would die young once they reached a certain age, and Zhao Rui was one of his male heirs. Though his female descendants were not affected by the hereditary illness, they were cursed by the one-legged bride Zhao Qingqing. Every night, as they fell asleep, the horrific scene of the fire created by Zhao Changsheng would constantly replay in their minds, causing every female descendant of Zhao Changsheng to become insane. Zhao Jiao was one of them. Zhao Qingqing's curse was far from over. Besides the kind villagers who had supported the leaving of the Blessing Maiden, the rest of the villagers who wavered had almost all been killed by Zhao Qingqing. On the thick prayer list in the Blessing Maiden temple, the names marked with crosses were those villagers who had died at Zhao Qingqing's hands. Zhao Changsheng was distressed, but he could do nothing about the one-legged bride. He believed this was the price of immortality, exchanging his descendants' lives for his own life. This deal was still somewhat worth it. Even more ironically, the one-legged bride, in a way, provided Zhao Changsheng with convenience. Because this royal zombie was different from a regular zombie, which could be fed with human blood, the royal zombie required a large amount of child blood. Thus, Zhao Changsheng began to capture boys from the villagers' homes, and blamed every case of missing children each year on the one-legged bride. As for the Blessing Maiden, she was imprisoned, continuing to be drained of her blood. But the Blessing Maiden's heart had already died. Her lover had been turned into a zombie, her best friend brutally killed, and the villagers were greedy and selfish. There was nothing left in this world that she wanted to cling to. No matter how Zhao Changsheng tortured her, she gritted her teeth and refused to let him take a single drop of blood. Zhao Changsheng, enraged and humiliated, took out a sharp dagger, ready to kill the goose to get the eggs, draining her blood all at once. Fresh blood gushed out, congealing into priceless blood pearls on the ground. The Blessing Maiden's face grew increasingly pale, her breath grew weaker, but in her eyes, there was no fear, only relief. Her head tilted to one side, and her eyes, once filled with innocence and joy, closed forever. Zhao Changsheng looked at the blood pearls on the ground and let out a mad laugh. Several days later, Borji's sister came to Zhao family village. She had heard of her brother's disappearance and came to investigate. When Zhao Changsheng saw her beautiful appearance, he immediately had evil thoughts and pretended to welcome her warmly, secretly putting sleeping powder in her tea. When she woke up, she found herself chained in his secret room. Zhao Changsheng's perverse desires were fully displayed on her. He tortured her, violated her, and watched her struggle in pain, experiencing a sickening satisfaction in his heart. In the end, he cut off her hands and feet, turning her into a living corpse, and, under the cover of night, threw her into the forgotten river outside the village. The river water was cold and piercing, and her screams were swallowed by the surging waves, never to be reborn. A century passed, rushing by in the blink of an eye. The mud houses of Zhao family village turned into brick houses, and the villagers were replaced by generation after generation. No one knows that all the village heads have been the same person. No one knows he has survived until now, relying on a royal zombie. Until Wang Zhengying sensed something was wrong. He always felt there was something eerie in the village, and the boys going missing was suspicious, plus he frequently caught Zhao Rui studying wicked arts. As a descendant of Zhao Changsheng, Zhao Rui's actions were almost all carried out under Zhao Changsheng's orders. Wang Zhengying's series of actions were seen by Zhao Changsheng as stirring up trouble. This irritated Zhao Changsheng. So he decided to take revenge. One night, Wang Zhengying's son went missing. Zhao Changsheng used the child's blood to nourish the royal zombie, and for double revenge, he even turned the child into a ghost boy, making him his slave, forcing the ghost boy to do evil deeds. This is the truth of Zhao family village. Chapter 88, Blessed Girl, resolutely made up his mind. This Xiao Changxing is truly a beast. Just because of his own wicked thoughts, he has harmed so many people and caused so many tragedies. Wang Zhengying slammed his fist on the table, his eyes red as blood. Qi Qiushui looked in the direction Xiao Changsheng ran, his brow tightly furrowed. Where is he going? Zhang Wei isn't here either. I wonder where that guy has hidden him. Lu Jian was also extremely anxious. Several of his teammates had gone missing along with Zhang Wei and were still unaccounted for. Wang Zhengying took a deep breath, put away his peachwood sword, and said in a deep voice. He must be going to the 100 Coffins cave. That place is surrounded by mountains and water, hidden from the wind and gathering energy but without a trace of sunlight. The cave is located at the yin position of the 8 trigrams, naturally forming a yin gathering formation, perfect for refining zombies. Qi Qiushui pondered for a moment. So, that royal zombie is in the 100 Coffins cave. Wang Zhengying nodded and stepped towards the door. Exactly. As long as that zombie is still there, he has a chance to come back. He must be going to move the corpse. I have to stop him. That zombie must also be destroyed. Qi Qiushui's heart sank. Daoist, how does that zombie compare to Wang Shenpe's old partner? Wang Zhengying's eyes darkened. They can't be compared at all, the difference is thousands and thousands of times. But don't worry, Zhao Changsheng wants to use the zombie to prolong his life, so that zombie must not have been activated yet. I'm talking about its power after awakening. We can just go and burn it directly without any problems. Everyone exchanged glances. The situation was clear, the missing companions must be in the 100 Coffins cave. This trip was unavoidable. Everyone followed closely behind Wang Zhengying, heading towards the last destination, the 100 Coffins cave. Outside, the rain poured down in torrents, the sky is dark as ink, lightning occasionally tearing through the sky, accompanied by booming thunder. The 100 Coffins cave is located on Baika Mountain near Zhao family village. The mountain road was still rugged and difficult to navigate. Wang Zhengying walked at the forefront, his robe soaked by the rain. Qi Qiushui followed closely behind, the rain wetting his bangs. The others were also panting heavily, completely drenched. At that moment, a villager rushed down from the mountain in a panic, his face pale, his voice trembling, and when he saw Wang Zhengying, it was as though he had seen a savior. Daoist Wang Shenpe's old partner has turned into a zombie, killing many people. He pointed at the mountain road ahead, his fingers trembling. Qi Qiushui involuntarily swallowed hard, rainwater sliding down his cheek. Bad news, I didn't expect him to be here on Baika Mountain as well. Wang Zhengying's expression became serious. This old zombie is very powerful and hard to deal with, everyone must be very careful and stay close behind me. The group continued to advance. Finally, they arrived at the entrance of a huge cave. The sight inside the cave was shocking. The walls of the enormous cave were embedded with thousands of small coffins. From the accumulated dust, it was evident that they had been there for a long time. Wang Zhengying was also shocked, moving forward to pry open one coffin. Inside was a withered corpse of a boy. He pried open another, and it was still a withered boy's corpse. He gritted his teeth and said, Zhao Changsheng is truly a pervert. It seems these are the boys he has abducted over the past century. He not only drained their blood. In order to satisfy their twisted desires, they made them into mummies for their own enjoyment. Xiao Shui, save me. Zhang Wei's cries echoed in the cave. The flashlight's beam revealed that the missing players were all tied up with ropes, hanging in midair. I'm coming to save you. Qi Qiushui shouted, pretending to rush forward. Just as everyone was advancing, hurried footsteps came from the side, mixed with piercing screams. The flashlight beam shone in that direction. There, Zhao Changsheng was being pierced through the belly by the old zombie with one hand, barely clinging to life. It turned out Zhao Changsheng had an unexpected encounter with Wang Shenpe's old partner on his way up the mountain. Already injured, Zhao Changsheng stood no chance against the old zombie, hence the current scene. The old man pulled his hands out of Zhao Changsheng's body, turning to look at Qi Qiushui and the group. Wang Zhengying lifted the peachwood sword and slowly moved forward. This was an unfinished duel. Zhao Changsheng collapsed to the ground, staring at the gigantic bronze coffin in the center of the cave, his eyes filled with obsession. He used his last bit of strength, slowly crawling towards the giant coffin, trembling as he reached out to touch the massive object before him. You belong to me, you belong to me. Seeing Zhao Changsheng approaching the bronze coffin, Wang Zhengying grew anxious, wanting to step forward but was blocked by the old zombie. Damn it! At this moment, the crazy woman Zhao Zhao charged out from behind the crowd, holding a kitchen knife, aiming to slash at the old man, her eyes filled with deep hatred. I want revenge for my son. The old man showed no fear, leaping at the insane woman, his sharp claws stabbing into her chest. The insane woman instantly lost the ability to move, spitting blood, and collapsed to the ground. Wang Zhengying's eyes narrowed, he waved his sleeve and threw several yellow talismans to bind the old man. I can only temporarily hold him, hurry and save your friends. Qi Qiushui immediately moved forward, quickly cutting the ropes that bound the others, helping Zhang Wei and the others to a safe area. Daoist. Just as Qi Qiushui was about to speak, Wang Zhengying waved his hand. Don't speak yet. At this moment, he was intensely staring at the gigantic bronze coffin in the center of the cave. To him, this coffin appeared like a tremendous bomb. The giant coffin was entirely black, covered in twisted runes, and surrounded by vermilion threads soaked in dog blood and glutinous rice water. The most important thing now was to destroy this royal zombie. It must not be allowed to awaken. Zhao Changsheng had crawled to the side of the bronze coffin, his eyes filled with madness. My treasure, wait for me, I will take you out of here right now. Don't worry, no one else can have you. Saying this, he struggled to rip apart the vermilion thread. Seeing this irrational behavior, Wang Zhengying immediately shouted in anger. Zhao Changsheng. Are you insane? That thread is for sealing, you must not tear it apart. But Zhao Changsheng had already descended into madness, as if he could not hear, relentlessly tearing at the vermilion thread. Bastard! Wang Zhengying gritted his teeth and quickly moved forward, wanting to stop him. But just then, with a thunderous roar, a pale thunderbolt struck the cave ceiling, sending rocks flying, and the residual thunder flowed down the rock walls, landing directly on the bronze coffin. Zhao Changsheng was instantly electrocuted into a stiff form, his body charred black, collapsing to the ground, lifeless. The remaining vermilion thread was instantly melted by the thunderbolt, releasing billowing black smoke, filling the air with a burnt smell. The massive coffin lid also began to stir restlessly. Wang Zhengying stopped in his tracks, trembling all over. Is this the will of heaven? Qi Qiushui followed suit. This was the first time he saw Wang Zhengying display such a fearful expression, and an ominous premonition arose in his heart. What's wrong, Daoist? Is this zombie about to awaken? Li Chang also came along, his fear rivaling that of Daoist Wang, stammering as he spoke. A battle-hardened general, burdened with immense karma, fed by the blood of thousands of boy children over 100 years, plus the anger and grievances of the oppressed over a century, just now, it also unintentionally underwent a lightning disaster. The bronze coffin trembled violently, cracking sounds echoed, as if the lid was about to be forced open by something inside. Meanwhile, outside the cave, the rain intensified. The originally pitch-black night sky suddenly churned, transforming into a strange blood red. The clouds in the sky seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, gathering towards the cave, forming a massive pillar of blood-colored clouds. Wang Zhengying quickly took out the compass from his waist. The speed at which the compass turned was related to the strength of the soon-to-be-revived zombie. The faster it turned, the stronger the zombie. At this moment, the compass needle had spun to the point of almost igniting, and then with a crack, the compass shell shattered into a pile of fragments. Seeing that the zombie was about to break out of its coffin, everyone felt panic in their hearts. Qi Qiushui instinctively asked, Daoist, what should we do? What else can we do? Wang Zhengying gasped for breath, run. After saying that, he led the way and ran toward the cave entrance. Qi Qiushui immediately helped Zhang Wei up and desperately ran outside as well. But after running a few steps, he realized that Daoist Wang Zhengying was gone. Turning back, he saw that he had stopped running after a while, standing alone in front of the agitated giant coffin, his Daoist robe rustling in the strong wind. Qi Qiushui stopped in his tracks. Daoist! Why aren't you running? Wang Zhengying slowly turned around, the blood-red light of the sky falling on his face, revealing a slight tragic calmness, with a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth. You all run quickly, don't look back, run as fast as you can, I'll try my best to buy you time. He was very clear about the gap between himself and the one in the coffin, but from the very beginning, he had no intention of escaping. He felt he should have died long ago, since the day his wife and son left him forever. But he kept holding on to this breath, always having hope that Debaya was still alive, until he saw his son's corpse in the basement at the temple. Now, he had no more attachments. Such a death was good, at least it maintained the face and glory of his sect. Even if he could not win, he could still give a report to the ancestor once he got down there. The bronze giant coffin shook even more violently, the coffin lid could no longer suppress the zombie inside, and flew out completely, thick black mist spewing out from the coffin, connecting with the blood-colored cloud column outside the cave. A terrifying figure gradually emerged from the dust. Wang Zhengying took out his copper money sword and talisman, and resolutely charged towards that terrifying figure. Chapter 89 Fortunate Girl Blood Pearl. The others ran wildly towards the cave entrance without caring for their lives. Just as they burst out of the cave, Qi Qiushui suddenly stopped, even staggering back 2 steps involuntarily. The sky was red. It was not the sunset red of dusk, but a thick blood color that could not dissolve, as if the entire sky had been soaked in blood plasma, with no cloud in sight. Drip! 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 Outside the cave, raindrops once again fell on everyone, surprisingly warm to the touch. Qi Qiushui raised his hand to wipe the water from his face, his fingertips stained with dark red sticky liquid. When he brought it close to smell, there was a faint familiar bloody sweetness. It's blood rain. Drip, drip. The blood rain became denser and more urgent. Blood droplets fell from the crimson sky, crashing onto rocks and dead grass, merging into slender blood streams that wound down the mountain, staining the entire 100 Coffins mountain a shocking red. Li Cheng's voice trembled. Is this the zombie king? It can actually cause strange phenomena in the heavens and earth. Qi Qiushui was about to speak when a series of dull thumping sounds came from the cave behind them. Boom! 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 A low roar echoed from within the cave. Qi Qiushui felt a chill run through his body. How long had it been since Taoist Wang had been defeated? Run! He decisively shouted, rushing down the mountain first. The blood rain pounded on the leaves with a rustling sound, mixed with everyone's heavy breathing. At this moment, a sharp sound of breaking air swept past Qi Qiushui's ear. He suddenly looked up and saw a black-red shadow flash like lightning above his head. Then came a deafening explosion. Boom! The entire 100 Coffins mountain seemed to tremble in response. He looked ahead, and a half-meter-deep giant pit suddenly appeared on the ground 3 meters away, shattered stones flying everywhere, dust mixed with blood rain shooting into the sky. At the bottom of the pit, a figure slowly stood up. It was the royal zombie. General Borjigin. Wearing typical Qing dynasty official clothing, his skin was dark blue-black, yet completely different from any zombie he had encountered before. The royal zombie before him exuded an oppressive force like a tangible weight, suffocating everyone's chest. Even more terrifying was the air swirling around it, like blazing flames surging restlessly, close to the corpse, burning, yet restrained by an invisible force. Where the waves of air passed, the rain of blood on the ground instantly evaporated, the withered grass turned black and curled, even the air slightly twisted. The fleeing crowd, seeing this scene, felt their legs go weak and instinctively retreated a few steps. Qi Qiushui's heart tightened. He clearly sensed that the royal zombie had locked onto him. From beginning to end, that cold gaze had not left him. He not only sensed the chilling intent to kill from the other party, but also a vague, indescribable obsession. Run separately, he ordered without hesitation. Since the zombie's target was himself, then he must reduce the losses. The rain of blood poured down, thumping against the mountains and forests. Qi Qiushui ran wildly alone on the mountain path, branches scraped against his face and arms, leaving a burning sting. Roar! A roar came from behind. Sure enough, that zombie was relentlessly pursuing him. Just then, a figure suddenly sprang out from a thicket to the front side. Looking closely, it was actually the old companion of Wang Xinpa who had transformed into a zombie. The old man zombie also happened to lock onto Qi Qiushui. His heart sank to the bottom, he was caught in a pincer attack, and the retreat route was cut off. However, the old man zombie noticed the royal zombie behind him and immediately shifted targets, leaping towards it. It bounced and jumped to attack the royal zombie. But in just one encounter, the old man zombie was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into a thick tree. Before it could get up, the royal zombie had already jumped close, like a ghost. The dark blue-black claws struck out like steel needles, instantly piercing through the old man zombie's chest. Puff! A crisp sound echoed as the chest was directly penetrated. The royal zombie's claws did not stop, tearing along the way. Whoa! The old man zombie's body was forcibly torn in half, falling to the ground, twitching for a moment before becoming still. The whole process was shockingly fast, as easy as squashing an ant. The royal zombie slowly turned, its dark red eyes once again locking onto Qi Qiushui, the flaming aura around it burning even more fiercely, nearly becoming tangible. Qi Qiushui felt enveloped in despair, deeply knowing that fleeing was futile. He sensed something strange earlier. Why did the royal zombie solely target him? There must be a reason behind it. In a flash, he suddenly remembered the red bead given by that person who transformed into a man-pig. At that time, she instructed him to find them, and now it seemed clear that this them referred to the powerful royal zombie before him. Thinking of this, Qi Qiushui promptly took out the red bead he had carried with him all along. The moment the red bead appeared, the royal zombie's advance suddenly came to a halt. The bead was blood red, now radiating a warm red light, contrasting sharply with the oppressive blood color in the sky. That light was gentle and pure. The red light grew brighter, illuminating Qi Qiushui's face and also lighting up the royal zombie ahead. Buzz! The red bead emitted a faint tremble, and within the light, a pure white figure slowly emerged. It was a woman dressed in plain clothes. She was the blessed woman, and after being drained of blood by Zhao Changsheng, the last wisp of her soul attached itself to this blood bead, which then happened to fall into the hands of Borjigin sister, the man-pig. This is why the man-pig made Qi Qiushui bring the bead to find Borjigin. This was also the final key to unravel this situation. The woman's gaze fell upon the zombie king, filled with pain and pity. The royal zombie stood frozen in place, its dark red eyes fixating on the woman, and the fiery aura around it slightly receded. The dark blue claws trembled slightly. The lucky girl walked slowly in front of the royal zombie, extending her arms to tightly embrace him. It's enough, this should all come to an end. She raised her hand to gently stroke his face, her voice soft and sad, like a feather brushing through the silent air. You used to be so handsome, how did you end up like this? The royal zombie's body shook violently, the fiery red aura around him surged frantically, as if struggling, or desperately trying to suppress something. He slightly lowered his head, gazing at the familiar face of the girl, as if recalling something. The lucky girl's eyes reddened, a crystal tear slid down her cheek, falling onto the royal zombie's dark blue arm. Drip! The moment the tear touched the corpse, a faint white light burst forth. The royal zombie's body trembled violently, as if being electrocuted. A deep groan emerged from his throat, no longer the earlier roar, but filled with endless pain and confusion. He raised another hand, wanting to touch the girl's cheek, but paused in midair, his fingers trembling uncontrollably. The lucky girl took the initiative to press her cheek against his cold palm, her voice choked with tears, softly asking, Borgie, do you still remember flowers? Flowers? The royal zombie's body shivered again, repeating the word with a gravelly voice, a glimmer of light flashing in his dark red eyes. Chapter 90, The Lucky Girl, Flowers and Sunlight. 100 years ago. In the town below Zhao family village, at an inn. Dressed in ordinary clothes, General Borgie sat at a table by the window, his fingers tracing the warm teacup, listening to the nearby guests whispering. Have you heard? A general came here who kills in battle without blinking, with scars on his face, looking particularly fierce. Yeah, they say this person has a bad temper and bullies the common folks, stealing things. We need to be careful. Borgie's lips curled slightly, but he did not respond. He felt a bit helpless about these familiar rumors but didn't take them to heart. To be honest, Borgie did not look as delicate as those scholarly types, but he had sharp eyebrows, a strong jawline, and the toughness of someone who had fought for many years, yet he was far from a fierce devil. Recently, he had heard that the people in nearby Zhao family village were having a hard time, and a few days ago, he even asked his subordinates to send food there. As he prepared to continue his journey to the capital, he called his subordinate to inquire how things were going. The subordinate paused for a moment before responding. General, we recently sent food, but found that the village is not as poor and remote as rumored, and the villagers seem to be very guarded against us. And theirs? Borgie looked at the soldier and calmly said, what else, just say it directly. The subordinate cleared his throat softly and lowered his voice. This is what I heard from others. At that time, I found the villagers' attitude very strange, so I inquired a bit. It turns out the people of Zhao family village are afraid that we will steal their things. There has been a saying around here that there is a girl called the Lucky Girl in Zhao family village, whose blood can turn into a very valuable luminous pearl. Borgie's fingers paused briefly before he stood up. I will go there myself. Zhao family village. The soldiers brought the lucky girl they found before Borgie. Borgie looked at the girl in white. She was very beautiful, but very pale, her brows slightly furrowed, her gaze toward Borgie was complicated. A bit fearful, a bit curious, and a bit evasive. The lucky girl spoke first, her voice soft, why are the villagers so afraid of you? Borgie looked at the girl before him and could tell at a glance that she was inexperienced and innocent. He wanted to tease her a bit. He smiled and said casually, many people are afraid of me, but you don't seem to be that afraid. The lucky girl momentarily did not reply. Before being brought here to meet him alone, the villagers had described this man as capable of committing all sorts of bad deeds, like a demon. But now that I saw it with my own eyes, it seems not quite like that. The person is in military uniform, standing straight, with a kind of refined energy in his eyes that seems to carry a hint of unexplainable gentleness, not scary at all like the villagers said. As she looked, the girl named Fu felt her face heat up and turn red, unconsciously lowering her head, suddenly not knowing what to say. Borgie noticed this and smiled again, things seemed to be developing differently than he expected, and he softly asked, are you Fu? Fu nodded. Borgie asked softly again, I heard your blood can turn into very valuable night pearls, is this true? Fu shook her head violently. This was true, but the villagers told her she must never admit it in front of Borgie. Borgie quietly watched Fu's panicked expression. From the moment he saw her, the girl's face had been very pale, looking very weak. He did not continue to ask about the blood pearls, but instead asked another question. You're so weak because you've lost too much blood, right? Fu lowered her eyes, long eyelashes covering the light in her eyes. No, it's just that my body is naturally weak. This was also what the villagers taught her to say. Borgie had seen many people and could tell at a glance that Fu was lying. But compared to the blood pearls, he wanted to understand another matter more. Losing blood harms the body, what do you gain from it? Or rather, what benefits have the villagers given you? Fu slightly raised her head, her eyes bright, revealing a warm smile. There's no benefit. Seeing them not going hungry makes me very happy. Losing a bit of blood is nothing. Borgie frowned. Can you tell the truth? Fu smiled warmly. No, that's the truth. The old people and children in the village can't even drink porridge in winter, starving and unable to get out of bed. My little blood can help them exchange for a bit of food, so they can eat and no longer go hungry. That makes me happy. Suddenly, Fu realized she had let something slip and hurriedly covered her mouth, her expression panicked. I didn't say anything just now. You didn't hear anything. Boerji looked at the panicked woman in front of him, swallowing, unsure of what to say, with a complicated feeling in his heart. After a while, Boerji stayed in Zhao's family village. Fu lay in bed, her cheeks burning red, breathing heavily, with beads of sweat on her forehead. Boerji sat by the bed, holding a towel soaked in cold water, carefully placing it on her forehead, his movements gentle as if he were not a man who had held a sword for years. The towel quickly warmed up, Boerji stood to soak it in cold water again, and when he placed it back on her forehead, Fu, drowsy, opened her eyes, saw him, and immediately tried to sit up, her voice so weak it was almost inaudible. General. I'm sorry for troubling you again. Don't move. Boerji pressed her shoulder down, his fingers touched her burning skin, and his brows furrowed tighter. Just lie down properly. As he spoke, the door creaked open, and Zhao Qingqing entered holding a bowl of medicine. Seeing them, she couldn't help but laugh. General, you look much gentler taking care of someone than on the battlefield. Fu's face instantly turned bright red, like a ripe fruit, even the roots of her ears reddened. She shrank her head into the quilt, not daring to look at Boerji. Boerji ignored Zhao Qingqing's joke, took the medicine bowl, scooped a spoonful with a spoon, blew on it to cool it before bringing it to Fu's lips. Drink the medicine, then the fever will go down. The medicine was very bitter, and watching Fu drink it with a rich expression, Boerji looked at her with a complicated gaze. You're like this, yet still thinking of using your own blood to help them? Next time it might not just be a simple fever. Fu weakly nodded, a stubborn look in her eyes. Yes, they still need me. Boerji was silent for a moment, placed the bowl aside, and reached out to adjust the quilt for her, his voice hushed and gentle. Tell me, is there anything special you want to do? Fu was stunned for a moment, her gaze turned toward the night outside the window, as if recalling something. Gently say. I want to see the frost velvet flower. Frost velvet flower? Yes. The girl named Fu nodded, her voice filled with yearning. This flower is something Zhao Qingqing told me about. That kind of flower is as white as snow, its petals are fluffy, soft to the touch, blooming on sunlit hillsides, shining like silver when the sun hits it. She paused, her tone turning slightly lost. But our Zhao village is in a low area, it rains all the time, and the ground is too wet. The frost velvet flower likes dryness and needs plenty of sun, it can't grow here. I've only seen it in other people's paintings. Bojizi listened quietly, the tenderness in his eyes deepening, his tone carrying an unyielding firmness. From today onwards, you are not allowed to bleed anymore. That is my order to you. Zhao village is no longer as poor as it used to be, you have given enough. Fu was taken aback, just about to speak when she heard Bojizi continue softly. Take your medicine, get better. Once you are well, I will take you to see an even more beautiful flower. Fu stared blankly at Bojizi, her eyes suddenly turning red for some reason. She didn't even know why she was crying, she just knew he was the first person, besides Zhao Qingqing, who truly cared about her. She suddenly pulled the blanket over her head, her shoulders gently shaking. Bojizi sat by the bed, not saying a word, just gently patting her back, his movement very tender. Some time later, Fu followed Bojizi's promise, no longer allowing herself to bleed to help the villagers. After a period of recovery, her health had improved a lot, she had not had a fever again, and her complexion was much healthier. Bojizi took Fu to an open area near Zhao village. Fu looked at the dark night sky before her, frowned and pouted. Is this the flower you wanted to show me? There's nothing here but stars. Bojizi chuckled softly. Have you thought it over? Leave Zhao village with me. Zhao village is no longer what it used to be, and I will try my best to help them. Fu fell silent, lowering her head, lost in thought. Bojizi glanced at her but did not press further, he had asked several times before, and it always ended up this way. It's almost time, the flower should be coming now. Ha? Fu raised her head, confused about what he was saying. Just then, the sky suddenly lit up, like a shooting star flying from the ground to the sky. In the dark night sky, a point of light suddenly burst open, transforming into an extremely brilliant flower, hundreds of light streams falling down, illuminating the faces of the two. Fu stared at the sky, unconsciously murmuring, "What is this?" Bojizi also looked up at the sky. This is called a firework, brought along while passing by Lu Yang. This should be no worse than the frost velvet flower you mentioned, right? Also, have you decided on my earlier question? Fireworks shot into the sky continuously, like shooting stars flying backward, like flower seeds spreading in the sky. They opened recklessly in the dark, purple dandelions like suns, green hanging orchids falling down, roses intertwined in red and gold, white dahlias. Seeing Fu did not respond, Bojizi slightly turned his head. Fu was gazing blankly at the sparkling night sky, her side profile bathed in the glow of the fireworks, with fine tears glistening. Flower. I remember now. The bluish-gray skin of the royal zombie slowly faded, and its rigid body relaxed. A white light slowly illuminated him, carrying a touch of sacredness. The zombie appearance vanished, returning to its human form, gazing at Fu with endless tenderness in its eyes. But Fu only had a faint consciousness left, trapped in this blood pearl, with little time left in reality, her body beginning to turn transparent. The rain stopped. The blood-red hue in the sky faded, and the dark clouds slowly dispersed. Dazzling sunlight broke through the clouds. Qi Qiushui looked at the sky, feeling the warmth of the sun. It seemed like this was the first time he had seen the sun since arriving in Zhao family village. He used to be a person who preferred rainy days, always enjoying staying indoors and playing games when it rained. But now he felt that this sunlight was particularly warm. Sunlight was deadly to zombies, flames quietly burned on Bulji's body, gently enveloping him and the goddess of fortune. The fire grew larger, slowly consuming their shadows, until they turned to ash, blown away by the wind. Beside them, Lu Jiang felt emotional, unable to help but recall one of the hints from the game, in the beginning of man. So, in the beginning of man, is human nature good or evil? Qi Qiushui walked to the ashes, taking out a piece of a puzzle and looking at it under the glaring sunlight. People are inherently complex. Zhao Qingxing and Bulji are also people, and those greedy villagers and Zhao Changxing are people too. How can we simply separate them with good and evil? Suddenly, he remembered something. He immediately ran back to the 100 Coffins cave. Wang Zhengying was curled up under a nearby tree, his Taoist robe stained with blood, his breathing weak like a candle about to go out, looking like he would not last much longer. Master! Qi Qiushui rushed over and shouted, "I'll take you to the hospital." Wang Zhengying slowly opened his eyes, the sun reflected in his blurry gaze, and he hoarsely smiled. No need. I'm going to die, this is the end. He took a breath, his voice very soft. I finally know why it's been raining in Zhao family village. A century ago, Bulji died with resentment, and all that negative energy gathered over Zhao family village, turning into this never-ending rain. Qi Qiushui froze for a moment, his eyes filled with sorrow. Master, is there anything else I can do for you? Wang Zhengying was silent for a while, his throat moving, his voice so light it seemed it would float away. Dying here doesn't seem right. Wait until I die, and burn me. My ashes, put them by the well at the bank of the Wenchuan River. My wife jumped down from their back then. He paused for a moment, then continued slowly. And the basement. Daba's body. I also trouble you, help me take care of it. I left too hastily back then, didn't have time to take him with me. Qi Qiushui silently nodded. I understand, master. Wang Zhengying's consciousness grew fainter, he looked at the sky, stretched out his trembling hand, trying to touch the sun, and with his last bit of strength, he said intermittently. Daba, my wife, it's my fault. I couldn't protect you. Can you see, the sky is clear, it's the sun, what a beautiful sunny day. I've waited for this sunlight, for a long, long time. His hand finally failed to touch the sun and gently fell down. Chapter 91, The Genius Girl. Back at the hotel, the first thing Qi Qiushui did was sleep. During these few days in Zhao family village, he had hardly slept well at all. This sleep was the longest he ever had, almost 20 hours. After waking up, he casually ate something in the hotel restaurant before heading to the central hall of the hotel. The player rankings in the hotel were updated at this time every day. Based on the rules he learned before, and after this experience in Zhao family village, he was no longer considered a new player. So he was very curious about where he stood among all players. At this moment, a huge LED screen was always surrounded by people. After finishing his meal, Qi Qiushui went to the hotel cafe, ordered a coconut latte, and then sat down in a corner booth. While buying the coffee, he had made a little mistake. He instinctively tried to scan the code to pay, until the server reminded him everything here was free. He felt a bit embarrassed, realizing he still wasn't quite used to this place. Time passed. The LED screen suddenly dimmed, then displayed the words points leaderboard refreshing in real time. The crowd instantly fell silent, all eyes locking onto the screen. Qi Qiushui felt inexplicably nervous and stood up unconsciously. Looking up, he saw his nickname code V was no longer on the novice leaderboard, but had appeared on the overall leaderboard. What was even more surprising was that the emblem of code V was like a black lightning bolt, rapidly climbing the rankings. The crowd quickly noticed this and burst into exclamations. What the heck? What is that? Code V? Wasn't that the rookie king before? Yeah, how could it rise so quickly on the overall leaderboard? Previous rookie kings never did that. Could it be a different person using the same ID? A youth wearing glasses pushed up his frames, his gaze sharp. No, it's the same rookie king, I remember his digital ID. He must have challenged a cross-level quest, that's why his ranking is climbing so fast. The crowd stirred again. Wow! That's insane. Is there anyone here who is Code V? Come out and let's get to know each other, I want to ride your coattails. Don't be silly. How could that person just show up? He probably already has a lot of puzzles and won't easily reveal his identity. Qi Qiushui thought to himself, that indeed seemed to be the case. The only way for players to inherit each other's puzzles was through one party's death. This was actually a method the Bloodgate used to secretly intensify player conflicts. The higher the player level, the stronger they were, and the more puzzles they had, thus the risk of being coveted by others increased. And often, those who wanted to harm you and had the opportunity were precisely those who were of similar strength. Qi Qiushui's expression was calm as he turned his gaze to the top 5 ranks of this leaderboard: Night Owl, Red Scorpion, Zero, Little Wenzi, Ice River. One can imagine how terrifying these players were who were at the top of the score list. They probably had already experienced countless dangers and calculations, killing their way out of a sea of blood. Back in the real world, after a few days of rest, Qi Qiushui arrived at a coffee shop in the city. He originally planned to continue investigating Xia Xiaoxiao's matter, but Lu Jiang had left a phone number for him when he left the dungeon, asking him to meet. This also counted as an investigation. After all, Xia Xiaoxiao must be closely related to the Purple Butterfly organization, and Lu Jiang was a member of it. Lu Jiang arrived before Qi Qiushui. After the two met, there was no small talk, and they went straight into the topic. Qi Qiushui took a sip of coffee and asked, "What do you want?" Lu Jiang slowly said, "Are you interested in joining our Purple Butterfly organization?" Qi Qiushui coughed slightly. One was because he was surprised by Lu Jiang's words, and the other was because he couldn't figure out his reasons for saying so, nor could he understand the underlying motives. "What?" Lu Jiang looked serious. "No need to be shocked. I went to Zhao's village specifically to observe your performance. After evaluation, as a Bloodgate player, your metrics meet our standards." Qi Qiushui frowned, feeling something was strange. "How did you know I was going to Zhao's village for this quest?" He suddenly reacted, "Do you know Li Chang?" Lu Jiang was drinking coffee when he heard this, and he choked a bit, his expression slightly unnatural, but he quickly returned to normal. "Sort of, I had some contact with him before." Qi Qiushui felt like he was trapped in a net, a trap set just for him. So he asked Lu Jiang several more questions. But this time Lu Jiang was wise, appearing very calm. He casually answered the unimportant questions, but didn't say a word on the key ones, especially regarding Xia Xiaoxiao, refusing to reveal even a single word. Getting a bit annoyed from the questioning, Lu Jiang sighed. "So are you joining or not?" Qi Qiushui instinctively replied, "Of course I will join." That was his true feeling. If he wanted to understand why he was caught up in this infinite flow quest, he had to investigate Xia Xiaoxiao's matter clearly. And Xia Xiaoxiao undoubtedly had to do with the Purple Butterfly organization. Joining the organization was also a possible direction for investigation. Lu Jiang let out a sigh of relief. "That's good." Qi Qiushui then asked, "Do I need to go through any procedures?" Lu Jiang shook his head. "No need. You just need to pass the assessments of the next 2 instances. You need to pass 3 assessments in total. You've already passed mine, and the next 2 instances will have people from the Purple Butterfly observing you in secret." Qi Qiushui was a bit confused. "How do you know which instance I'll participate in next?" Lu Jiang chuckled, a smug expression on his face. "No need to guess. Have you heard of the infamous ELO matchmaking system in a certain game? It matches players with strong opponents based on hidden scores. If they can't stop your rise in rank, they will match you with weaker teammates to keep your win rate around 50%. Bloodgate matches players to instances following this same principle. Even though the instances you're doing now are not high level, your hidden score must be terrifyingly high. I'm sure you saw your ranking yesterday. The next 2 instances are the hardest in their level, I could guess them with my eyes closed." Qi Qiushui almost fell off his chair. "No way? So, grinding the Zhao family village instance actually harmed me?" "Hee," Lu Jiang said a bit sheepishly, "anyone who wants to join Purple Butterfly must take this path." Qi Qiushui slumped in his chair, feeling like he had been tricked, but now it was too late to regret. He tried to dig for more information. "Who is the little witch you mentioned last time?" This time, Lu Jiang did not keep silent as before. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "It's okay to tell you, you will meet her sooner or later." "No way, you should know her." Qi Qiushui was puzzled. "I know her?" Lu Jiang nodded. "The little witch is named Xiaowenwen, does that ring a bell?" Xiaowenwen. Qi Qiushui frowned, quickly recalling, "Is she Xia Xiaoxiao's sister?" Lu Jiang nodded. Qi Qiushui had heard Xia Xiaoxiao mention her before. She had a very smart sister named Xiaowenwen. Xiaowenwen had an incredible talent in computer science and mathematics. She reportedly won a national competition award at just 14 and had early admission qualifications for prestigious universities as long as she scored a certain number on the college entrance exam. By age calculation, she should be in her last year of high school now. Qi Qiushui calmed himself down and continued to ask, So she's also a player, right? Which level of instance has she passed? Lu Jiang replied lightly. Level 13. Qi Qiushui's heart trembled. Although he had mentally prepared himself, after all, Xiaowenwen was a player from the Purple Butterfly and would naturally be strong, he did not expect her to be a level 13 player given her age. Lu Jiang continued. She is also a player from your hotel, but you probably won't run into her. Except during her break, she spends almost all her time grinding instances for puzzles. But you will meet her sooner or later. The two chatted for a while longer before saying their goodbyes. After spending a few peaceful days at school, it was time for the next instance again. Qi Qiushui and Zhang Wei arrived at the hotel on time. This time, the challenge was based on the level of the instance he had passed, which was level 4. And Lu Jiang had previously said that due to his high hidden score, Bloodgate would match him with the hardest instance in the same level. So, what would it be? With nervousness, Qi Qiushui also felt some anticipation. Level 4 instance, Terror Amusement Park. Amusement park theme, Crazy Halloween. Number of participants, 100 people. Important notice, since this instance has a Halloween theme, all players must cosplay as a character and wear masks throughout the instance, otherwise, they will violate the rules and provoke attacks from the park NPCs. Heartsay Hotel, room 444 on the 4th floor. Identity, visitor. Mission, challenge amusement projects and seek a way to survive. Clue 1, trick or treat. Clue 2, Little Tom's obsession. When Qi Qiushui regained consciousness, he found himself already in the instance, surrounded by players participating in this round. He looked around, this seemed to be a leisure square outside the amusement park. The air was filled with playful music, and sweet scents wafted around, the fragrance of candy, popcorn, and hotcakes and snacks. Not far away was the entrance to the amusement park. Qi Qiushui stood here, gazing into the park. Some towering amusement rides could be seen even without entering the gates. Like that twisted, snake-like roller coaster track. And the giant Ferris wheel, with lights at its center shaped like a massive blood-red eye, looking very creepy. More terrifying was the swinging pendulum ride that was in operation. Qi Qiushui had been to amusement parks before and experienced the pendulum ride, but what he saw before him was completely different from his memories. The pendulum ride here spun at an extremely fast speed, almost dozens of times the normal speed, so fast that he could only see a blurred shadow. It was hard to imagine what those sitting on it would experience. Occasionally, screams erupted from within the park. In a normal amusement park, these would be exhilarating cheers. But here, it felt more like desperate wails. At that moment, a blond Western man walked over, wearing a clown mask. Through the holes of the mask, his sapphire-like eyes could be seen. The clown began to introduce the rules to the crowd. Welcome to the Terror Amusement Park. Next, I will introduce the rules to you. Through the clown's introduction, Qi Qiushui understood the gameplay of this instance. First, the Terror Amusement Park is divided into 3 areas. The Children's Paradise area, themed on plush toys, games, and children's projects. The Traditional Amusement area, featuring carousels, Ferris wheels, mirror mazes, and more. And the Thrilling Adventure area, which includes roller coasters, the pendulum, U-shaped slides, pirate ships, and drop towers. Each area requires participation in at least one project, which is a hard condition for clearing the game. Completing a project grants corresponding rewards. The higher the difficulty of the project, the richer the rewards. After the clown explained the basic rules, he pointed to a large building on the left side of the square. I believe you already know that since it's Halloween themed, after entering the amusement park, you must cosplay as a character and wear a mask throughout. There, costumes and props for cosplay are specially provided, covering almost all anime and movie characters you can think of, all available for free. We also offer free fitting rooms and makeup rooms. The park will give extra rewards to the most outstanding cosplayers, follow me. Just as he finished speaking, a loud crash echoed from above. A shadow was flung from the wildly spinning pendulum, crashing onto the cement ground of the square like a broken kite. With a muffled bang, blood splattered instantly. The person wore a red cotton jacket and had a small braid, cosplaying as Sister Rain, clearly a player. But at that moment, none of that mattered. The player's head was sent flying, rolling to Zhang Wei's feet. Their body was not in a much better state, limbs twisted, organs mingled with shattered bones sprawled on the ground, turning into a puddle of indistinguishable mush. Zhang Wei was terrified, exclaiming what the heck, as he quickly moved away from the head. Other players were also jolted in fear. But the clown remained calm. That's how the crazy pendulum is, if you're scared, you can choose to challenge other projects. Oh, I forgot to tell you, there are still 20 players left from the last group that participated in the amusement park. Qi Qiushui's heart sank, he estimated that the situation with other projects wouldn't be much better. At this moment, he noticed a giant LED screen near the square. The numbers on the display flickered. From 120 to 119. Chapter 92 Amusement Park First Place in Cosplay. The moment Qi Qiushui walked into the building, he was stunned by the sight in front of him. This three-story building's interior was packed with clothing racks, hanging from the ceiling of the first floor to the railing of the second, filled with all kinds of cosplay costumes. It's not an exaggeration to say this is a giant open cosplay workshop. Zhang Wei was so excited when he arrived here that he disappeared in an instant. Qi Qiushui wandered alone among the racks. He wasn't familiar with these costumes and hesitated for a moment. Hundreds of makeup artists were busy, some were organizing wigs for players, others were applying makeup with spray guns. The sounds of scissors snipping and hairdryers buzzing mixed with discussions among players, creating a lively scene. Looking around, he saw someone wearing a red vest with blue shorts and a straw hat, dressed as Luffy. A girl with twin tails was cosplaying Hermione from Harry Potter, wearing an exquisite school dress. There were also costumes of Batman, Elsa, and even Pikachu. Qi Qiushui's finger gently glided through the rows of clothes, finally stopping in front of a white gown. After hesitating for a moment, he finally made a decision. Next to it was a white top hat and a set of white suit to wear underneath. This was the outfit of Kid the Phantom Thief from Detective Conan. "I'll choose this one," he said to the accompanying makeup artist. The makeup artist nodded, swiftly helping him change clothes, style his hair, and lightly apply makeup. When he walked out of the makeup room, he immediately drew everyone's attention. Qi Qiushui looked at himself in the full-length mirror. His tall, slender figure made his skin even whiter in the white gown. He suddenly raised the corners of his mouth, exuding a hint of Kid the Phantom Thief's mystery and charm. Nearly 2 hours passed, and most players had completed their costumes, standing in neat lines in the first floor hall. The staff began distributing amusement park entrance tickets one by one. After the tickets were distributed, the spotlight lit up in the first floor hall. A clown walked to the front of the crowd, holding up a microphone like a host, announcing, "Thank you all players for your cooperation, allowing our cosplay segment to proceed smoothly. Before we enter the amusement park, I will announce the first place winner of this cosplay contest. He is Mr. Zhang Wei. At Mr. Zhang Wei's strong request, he will perform a dance for everyone. Please give him a warm welcome." The crowd exchanged puzzled glances and, though they didn't fully grasp the situation, instinctively began to clap. The spotlight instantly focused on the front of the crowd. Zhang Wei, dressed in his signature overalls, hair dyed silver in the middle part, held a basketball in his arms. He walked to the front and bowed to everyone. "Hello everyone, I am Zhang Kunken, a personal trainee with 2.5 years of practice. I love singing, dancing, rapping, and basketball." After speaking, he snapped his fingers. Music. The music started playing. "Only because you're beautiful, baby. Only because you're beautiful, baby. You walking towards me makes me so restless. This feeling I've never had, 'cause I got a crush on you." With the rhythm, Zhang Wei started dancing. He did body rolls, dribbled the ball between his legs, the straps of his overalls slipping down. Every move was precise, almost identical to the original video. After the performance, Zhang Wei proudly walked off the stage and headed straight to Qi Qiushui, raising an eyebrow and asking, "How is it? My cosplay is not bad, right? Am I the best in the audience? That clown uncle just admired me a lot." Qi Qiushui felt a bit awkward, nodding perfunctorily, suddenly remembering something and quickly asking, "Isn't there a reward for the first place? Did they say what it is?" Zhang Wei looked around, pulled out a small gift box, and whispered, "Of course there is, look. If it wasn't for this reward, I wouldn't be singing and dancing so hard." On the small gift box were a few lines of description. "Chocolate of concern. Eat this chocolate. The Bloodgate will show you the information of the most dangerous player in this instance. When you see this person, subtitles will display their inner thoughts in real time. Note, only effective for the first place in cosplay, the effect lasts until the end of this instance." Qi Qiushui studied it carefully. This thing is indeed useful, and it really can be a bit of a waste. Its main function is to prevent players from harming each other, but the amusement park is so big and there are so many players, whether they can meet is uncertain. But having it is better than not having it. Quickly eat it, I hope we don't run into this dangerous person. If you really encounter him, remember to tell me right away." Zhang Wei nodded and swallowed the chocolate immediately. As soon as he swallowed it, a data panel floated in his mind. The most dangerous person in this instance, Kuei. Characteristics, he will squint at those he dislikes. This is an extremely dangerous signal. Feature 1, suffering from green hat phobia, anyone talking to his wife, Wang Jejia, will be viewed as attempting to steal her away, which will trigger intense murderous intent. Feature 2, extremely twisted mindset, the main fugitive of the Xiangyang matricide case, escaped after entering this instance. Feature 3, malicious personality, keen on harming players in the instance, more than 20 players have died at his hands. Feature 4, long-term repression has led to psychological distortion, thoughts are severely deviating from normality. Qi Qiushui noticed Zhang Wei suddenly staring blankly and found it strange. What's wrong? Zhang Wei gasped. This most dangerous person seems a bit terrifying. Have you heard of the Xiangyang matricide case? Qi Qiushui frowned, feeling it sounded a bit familiar. Zhang Wei hurriedly took out his phone to search. He quickly found the information about Ku Wei, indeed a wanted fugitive. The reason for the incident was that he repeatedly faced setbacks at work, got into a dispute with his mother at home, and in a moment of impulse committed murder. Afterward, seemingly still not satisfied, he also killed his boss, Director Tang, and his family, and has not been captured to this day. Seeing this, Qi Qiushui couldn't help but gasp. He could even lay such a deadly hand on his own mother, he's really ruthless. If we encounter him, we must run away quickly. Zhang Wei nodded repeatedly. The two got their tickets and were about to enter the amusement park. At this time, some players had not yet completed their outfits. As they passed by an area, they saw a female player loudly insulting a makeup artist. The female player, named Yang Mei, accused the costume design here of being very inhumane, only providing sizes for skinny girls, showing a lack of respect for her slightly chubby figure. Yang Mei pointed at the makeup artist and shouted. Isn't the clothing here too inhumane? All such small sizes, how can slightly chubby girls like us wear them? The makeup artists here are puppets among the NPCs of the instance, commanding them to help is fine, but insulting them is basically useless. They can only stand there smiling, at most saying I'm sorry. Maybe tired from cursing, Yang Mei sighed and touched her round cheeks. Oh dear, I'm only 90 kilograms and 1.56 meters tall. I guess I've eaten too much lately, I'm so fat. Zhang Wei looked at Yang Mei and saw her dress was almost about to burst, his eyelids couldn't help but jump. This should be the largest size, it would be loose on him, so one can imagine. He couldn't help but mutter softly, she is indeed quite fat, it's time to lose some weight. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Chapter 93, Amusement Park, Chainsaw Killer. Yang Mei exploded instantly, her voice suddenly rising, sharp enough to pierce ears. I didn't eat your food. Who are you to care? Are you deaf? Didn't you hear me say I'm 90 kilograms? I'm 156 centimeters tall, if that's still considered fat, then this world is too cruel to girls. Zhang Wei was about to speak. Yang Mei didn't give him a chance, bursting out again. You shut up first. I'm not done talking. What I said just now was being modest, actually, I'm not fat at all. I can manage my own weight, no need for you to be here for attention. You cheap man. She got more and more agitated, her finger almost poking Zhang Wei's nose. Also, what's with you wearing those overalls? Every day you play those silly jokes, don't you think you're funny? Not respectful at all. You're just jealous that Koan is better looking and more famous than you, that's why you make fun of him. Zhang Wei was stunned for a moment, cleared his throat. I didn't mean to mock you. I mean, you really should control your weight, lying to yourself is pointless, your body is ultimately yours. As soon as she finished speaking, there was complete silence around. Everyone knows, lies don't hurt, the truth is the sharp knife. Yang Mei instantly broke down. Ah! You foul-mouthed dog man, I'm going to kill you. She lunged at Zhang Wei, ready to claw his face. Qi Qiushui was quick and pulled Zhang Wei away as they ran. Zhang Wei ran while asking, what's wrong? Why the sudden rush? Qi Qiushui said in annoyance, don't ask, it's better to avoid trouble. The two burst out of the building, arriving at the entrance of the amusement park. At the ticket booth still stood a man wearing a clown mask. They smoothly entered the amusement park. Qi Qiushui's first feeling was silence. So quiet it was frightening. This silence wasn't from the lack of sound in the environment. There was still creepy Halloween music playing around, which was rather noisy. Rather, it was the absence of the lively atmosphere that an amusement park should have. No one was talking, no laughter was heard, only a few hazy figures could be vaguely seen. Thinking about it, it was reasonable, with so large an amusement park having only 120 players, it naturally felt empty and desolate. He looked up at the sky. The sky was pitch black, heavy as if it were going to crush down. They continued forward and encountered a masked NPC, who handed Qi Qiushui a flyer. Taking a look, it was a map of the park, marking the locations of various attractions. Zhang Wei scratched his head, where should we go now? Qi Qiushui studied the map. 3 areas, each area should experience at least one attraction. Let's go to the nearest thrill area. The two walked toward their target area while paying attention to the park's situation. Very strangely, even though there weren't many people in the amusement park, all the shops were brightly lit and open for business. Passing by a doll shop, they stopped to observe. Suddenly, a woman in a red cheongsam floated out of the store. She had a pale face, blood-red lips, and her hair styled in a bun, dressed in a style from the Republic of China. The reason for saying floated was because she had no feet, her body suspended in the air. She smiled slightly, revealing her white teeth. "Dear guests, would you like to buy a doll?" Both Qi Qiushui and Zhang Wei were shocked, instinctively taking a few steps back. "No thanks." After saying that, they quickly left. The Cheongsam woman still smiled and watched them, then slowly floated back into the shop. "My God, what was that thing?" Zhang Wei's face turned pale with fear. Qi Qiushui also felt lingering fears. "Looks like the look of a ghost from the Republic of China." Continuing forward, they saw a dug-up coffin beside the roadside brush, with an English tombstone. Several curious players gathered around the coffin. After the previous experience, Qi Qiushui decided to walk past without being overly curious. Suddenly, the coffin opened by itself. Inside was a tall man in a black cloak, with pale skin and sharp fangs. The classic image of a vampire from Western horror films. The vampire let out a roar and chased after the curious players. The players immediately screamed and scattered. After chasing for a while, the vampire caught none, let out an unwilling cry, and returned to the coffin. Qi Qiushui noticed those players had smiles on their faces and found it strange. "Aren't you afraid?" One of the players answered with a smile. "Why be afraid? I've been here for a while. These NPCs only scare, they don't harm. Maybe danger comes only in the attractions." Qi Qiushui found it quite fresh. They moved forward and encountered a very familiar, scary NPC. A Qing Dynasty zombie. They wore Qing Dynasty official robes, their faces ashen, with yellow talismans on their foreheads, hopping along, arms stretched straight, nails sharp and long. Qi Qiushui felt curious and tried to get closer. As soon as he got close, the zombie jumped toward him, but at a very slow speed. As long as he kept his distance, the zombie would stop chasing and continue on its original path. Indeed, they did not harm others. Zhang Wei, however, hid far away, his face pale. His last experience in Zhao family village had left a huge psychological shadow. At that moment, a piercing chainsaw roar broke the silence. Looking in the direction of the sound, a tall figure burst out from the darkness. He wore a tattered work uniform stained with blood and grease, and a rusty iron mask, revealing only a pair of bloodshot, fierce eyes. It was the Texas Chainsaw Killer NPC. A few players happened to pass right in front of him, seemingly aware of the NPC's rules, grinning, and not afraid at all. The Chainsaw Killer sensed the provocation, letting out a beastly roar, and chased after them with big strides. Although the players knew they wouldn't get hurt, they instinctively screamed and fled. The Chainsaw Killer, constrained by the rules, deliberately slowed down right when he was about to catch up, waiting for the others to escape, then switched targets to continue the chase. Zhang Wei watched in amazement. It had to be said that this NPC was quite dedicated. At that moment, a voice came from behind. "Brother Zhang Wei, wait for me." A male player came over quickly. Since they were all in cosplay outfits and wearing masks, Zhang Wei did not recognize him. In this instance, apart from Qi Qiushui, he didn't know anyone else, causing him to feel wary. "Who are you?" The male player hurriedly explained. "My name is Ding Zihao, and I am also a player in this round of the instance. You won first place in the cosplay contest just now, so I figured you were strong and wanted to team up to look out for each other." Apparently, he was aiming for Zhang Wei's rewards, trying to latch onto him for support. Zhang Wei realized this and was thinking about how to politely decline. Ding Zihao's eyes were filled with anticipation, and he subconsciously adjusted his glasses, but accidentally knocked off his mask. Qi Qiushui was startled. He clearly remembered a rule in the instance: masks cannot be removed. At that moment, not far away, the Chainsaw Killer suddenly stopped chasing the other players, turning sharply to look in Ding Zihao's direction as if triggered by some mechanism. Chapter 94, Amusement Park, Roller Coaster. Before Ding Zihao could react, the Chainsaw Killer rushed over like the wind. His speed was astonishing. With a swish, the chainsaw swung violently toward his waist. The sharp teeth easily cut through skin, blood vessels, and bone, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Qi Qiushui was splattered all over, his originally white suit instantly stained crimson. In an instant, Ding Zihao was severed in half, his upper body completely detached from his lower body. Everything happened so quickly that his upper half still twitched slightly, retaining a glimmer of awareness. His eyes were wide, blood pooled in his mouth, his lips parting as if wanting to say something, but ultimately, he couldn't speak and soon lost all breath. He was dead. It was hard to believe that just moments ago, a lively person now lay on the ground in two halves. The Chainsaw Killer used his hand to scoop up the blood on the ground, licking it while looking around at the players with a provocative gaze. Qi Qiushui and Zhang Wei were frozen in place, while the other players around were also shocked by this sudden scene. No one dared to fool around with the NPC anymore. Because they could truly kill. Qi Qiushui took a deep breath, trying hard to calm his feelings, looked at his bloodstained self, and whispered, "Let's go." The two quickly arrived at their destination. The thrilling area of the amusement park. The thrilling rides gradually came into view. A few steps ahead was the giant swing, but it was not operating at the moment, the seats empty, just remnants of dried blood. The staff at the entrance waved at them enthusiastically, beckoning. Come on, there's no line here, it's really thrilling. Qi Qiushui felt a chill on his back. The scene of someone being thrown out of the park still lingered in his mind. Although a challenge was necessary, this absolutely could not be it. Ahead were the pirate ship and the free fall ride. Scattered players hesitated around, quietly discussing in front of the facilities. Qi Qiushui stopped in front of the free fall ride. The height of this free fall ride was simply outrageous, the track pierced the clouds. No wonder there was not a single player nearby, only a staff member standing alone, shouting. Going further was the haunted house in the thrilling zone. A paper bride dressed in a red wedding gown, with a red veil covering her head, stood silently at the entrance. The haunted house's appearance exuded a strong sense of Chinese horror, with faint sounds of a woman's crying and a man's screams, chilling to the bone. When Zhang Wei saw the paper bride, he thought of the one-legged bride from before, and he tugged at Qi Qiushui's sleeve in fear. You don't want to go into the haunted house, do you? Qi Qiushui pondered for a moment and shook his head. Let's see further ahead. But you need to be mentally prepared, the danger level of these attractions is probably similar. When they reached the entrance of the roller coaster, Qi Qiushui stopped again. This attraction looked like the most normal one. But that was only in comparison. The curvature of the track and the vertical drop were exaggerated by several times compared to ordinary roller coasters. Many players gathered here. The clown NPC at the entrance danced excitedly, saying, "Welcome to experience the roller coaster. Please step inside." As he guided the players in, he counted in the air, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Qi Qiushui walked at the back of the line. When the clown counted to him, he clapped and cheered joyfully. Wow! Just right for 10. Awesome! Qi Qiushui's body stiffened, cold sweat trickling down his back. He clearly remembered that when they got to him, he was the 9th. Who was the extra person? He turned around abruptly, and there was nothing behind him, only the rustling of leaves in the wind. He swallowed hard and politely asked, "Excuse me, where is the 10th person?" The clown looked at him meaningfully. Maybe I counted wrong, or maybe they have already gone up. Sir, the roller coaster is about to start. Before Qi Qiushui could ask again, the clown turned and went up the stairs. Due to the small number of people, there was no need to line up, and everyone smoothly arrived at the roller coaster. Before the experience began, the clown announced the rules. Welcome to ride the roller coaster. Complete the project and you will receive a Dove chocolate. Qi Qiushui frowned. Based on the rules he had heard earlier, completing the project would earn a reward, and it seemed to be this chocolate. He asked, "Is there anything besides Dove?" The clown tilted his head. In addition to Dove, there are Ferrero and M&Ms. You all have 5 minutes now, and after that, the project will officially start. Low murmurs of discussion erupted in the waiting area as players whispered to each other, deliberating strategies. Qi Qiushui's brows furrowed tightly. Why give an extra 5 minutes? Based on experience from instances, this was definitely not a simple handout. He immediately began to observe his surroundings, focusing on the roller coaster they were about to ride. The roller coaster had 6 rows and 6 columns, totaling 36 seats. Each seat had a glowing number embedded behind it, ranging only from 1 to 6. Qi Qiushui stared intently at these numbers, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh. This is a Sudoku game. 2 minutes had already passed, and his gaze quickly shifted through the rows, building a Sudoku grid in his mind, softly muttering, second row, 1, 3, 5. Fifth row, 2, 5, 1. In just 1 minute, Qi Qiushui came to a conclusion and quietly told Zhang Wei. Only the 1 and 4 in the 4th row, and the 1 and 3 in the 3rd column, and the 2 and 5 in the 5th row can sit. As soon as Zhang Wei nodded, he felt someone behind him. Turning around, he saw Yang Mei eavesdropping on them. As Zhang Wei was about to question her, Yang Mei had already turned to tell her 3 sisters. The 4 of them quickly rushed forward to seize 4 seats. Zhang Wei stared blankly, never having seen such a shameless person in his life. As there were only 2 seats left, Qi Qiushui immediately pulled Zhang Wei to sit in the last 2 safe spots. The remaining 3 players were confused, having not heard the analysis, and stumbled onto the ride under the clown's urging. The clown secured each player's safety device and returned to the control room to press the start button. The machine slowly started with a click. The clown silently waved at everyone, as if making a final farewell. As the roller coaster slowly left the starting area, everyone's heartbeats reached their peaks. The night was very dark, and the roller coaster tracks curled like a black snake in midair. It was now in the slow climbing phase, the car constantly making clattering sounds on the way up. The vehicle climbed higher and higher, gradually reaching the top. Qi Qiushui felt as if he was now suspended in midair, looking down without seeing anything clear, just a sea of twinkling lights, the amusement park's lighting faintly glowing in the dark. Finally, the ascent stopped. Some people in the car could no longer hold back their screams. Because the next second was a crazy plunge straight down at a vertical 90 degrees. Chapter 95, Amusement Park, Trick or Treat. Surrounded by wild screams, Qi Qiushui felt a wave of weightlessness from the intense centrifugal force, instinctively wanting to close his eyes, but forced himself to keep his eyes wide open. In this situation, though difficult, he had to keep observing the surroundings. No one knew what would happen next. After rushing through the vertical track, without any pause, the train immediately stormed into consecutive S-curves. The car swayed violently left and right, like a leaf caught in a wild wind. The people on the ride seemed to be thrown into a washing machine, uncontrollably spinning 360 degrees. The feeling of weightlessness came again and again, sometimes like stepping into empty stairs, sometimes being pushed hard back into the seat, causing pain in the back. Qi Qiushui kept paying attention to the surroundings. So far, everything was normal. At that moment, a little boy's voice came from behind him. "Is the roller coaster fun? I like to play it the most." Qi Qiushui's heart suddenly jumped. The voice came from right behind him. He clearly remembered that the seat behind him was empty. He suddenly recalled what the clown had mentioned about the 10th person. Could it be? At that moment, the roller coaster entered a dark tunnel. It was instantly pitch black around. Ahead, they were about to face an almost 90-degree vertical drop. Just when the train was about to plummet down, a little boy appeared out of thin air behind the seat, floating lightly around the car. He floated to the seats that the Sudoku game deduced could not be occupied, reaching out to pry the safety devices off those players. Those players saw him too and struggled desperately, pleading, but it was useless. Click. A soft sound. The safety lock that was originally fastened tightly was surprisingly pried open by him with bare hands. That player fell directly from the high-speed train, crashing heavily onto the ground below the track, no longer moving. Blood slowly spread from beneath him. The other two encountered the same fate. Finally, the roller coaster reached its conclusion, slowly returning to the starting platform. Zhang Wei witnessed the tragic scene the whole time, his palms and the back of his hands drenched in cold sweat. The previous intense rush had completely turned his finely parted silver hair into a chaotic mess. As Qi Qiushui said, except for those 6 seats, all other positions were dead ends. In the end, only 6 people survived. The clown walked over, clapping his hands, sounding very pleased. "Congratulations to everyone. Come here to receive your Dove chocolate." Yang Mei was still in shock, receiving the chocolate handed over by the clown, instinctively tearing open the packaging and swallowing it. She usually had a habit of eating chocolate when under pressure. "I didn't think too much just now." The clown obviously froze for a moment. You ate it?" Yang Mei finally reacted and instantly panicked. "What's wrong? I didn't notice and just. Is this poisonous? The taste seems quite normal." "No." The clown quickly shook his head, "It's just that your behavior is rather unusual." Yang Mei immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good. As long as it's not poisonous." Qi Qiushui picked up his own piece of Dove chocolate and looked at it. It was just ordinary chocolate, showing no special features. He put it in his pocket and then looked at the numbers on the seats. Those numbers remained unchanged. "Can we challenge again?" The clown shook his head. "No, as long as there is a surviving player, this facility will be permanently closed in this round." Qi Qiushui chuckled at himself, wanting to find a loophole to play this project a few more times, but it seemed the others were clever too. The surviving players walked down the stairs, leaving the roller coaster area. At the entrance, they happened to see the body of a player that had fallen from above. The limbs were twisted on the ground, eyes wide open, maintaining an expression of extreme fear from when they were alive. The nighttime amusement park could only rely on streetlights for illumination. Unfortunately, these streetlights were somewhat faulty, with flickering dim yellow light making the whole park seem even more eerie. Qi Qiushui stopped at a fork in the road. Someone is coming. Everyone followed his gaze and saw a tall figure slowly approaching. This person wore a dark long robe, the hem reaching the ground, with a round pumpkin head perched on his shoulder. "What is that?" Zhang Wei asked in confusion, "Is it also a cosplay player?" Qi Qiushui squinted to take a look and then shook his head. "Impossible, this person's height is almost as tall as Lady Maria." When the players clearly saw the shape of the pumpkin head, they unconsciously stepped back a few paces. The eerie, hollow mouth was jagged, as if it had been roughly carved open. There were no eyeballs in the triangular eye sockets, only flickering orange flames. A hoarse voice came from inside the pumpkin, repeatedly repeating a phrase. "Trick or treat. Trick or treat. Trick or treat." Qi Qiushui froze for a moment. This was one of the clues given by the blood gate. trick or treat. He knew where this phrase came from. This is a famous custom of Halloween in the West, similar to our practice of giving red envelopes during the New Year. At this time, children dress in strange clothes, going from door to door, shouting trick or treat, asking the homeowners for candy. If the homeowner does not give, the children will take revenge with pranks. Of course, it is usually just a humorous threat. Homeowners generally laugh and give candy and blessings. Qi Qiushui thought of the chocolate the clown had given and immediately pulled it out of his pocket, handing it to the pumpkin head in front of him. Upon seeing the dove chocolate in Qi Qiushui's hand, the flames in its eye sockets flickered. It stretched out a delicate little hand from the robe to take it, placing it into a cloth bag it was carrying, then pulled out a letter from its pocket and handed it to Qi Qiushui. Zhang Wei, seeing this, quickly took out his own chocolate to hand to the pumpkin head and also received a letter. The most panicked was Yang Mei. She had just eaten the chocolate she received out of greed and was now regretting it deeply. No wonder the clown's expression was so surprised at that time. She anxiously looked around and saw Zhao Lingyun still holding a piece of dove chocolate, so she rushed over. "Xiao Yun, lend it to me. I will pay you back double when we return. When we get back to reality, I'll buy you a box." Before Zhao Lingyun could react, the chocolate was snatched away by Yang Mei. Yang Mei quickly ran in front of the pumpkin head and handed over the chocolate. After receiving the chocolate, the pumpkin head also handed over a letter in return. Zhao Lingyun stood there at a loss, shouting angrily at Yang Mei, so enraged that tears streamed down her face. "Yang Mei! What are you doing? You ate your own and are stealing from others." Before she could finish cursing, the pumpkin head silently appeared behind her, the flames in its triangular eyes turning bright red in an instant, and its hoarse voice rang out again. "No sugar, punished." Chapter 96, Amusement Park, Little Tom's Diary. As soon as the words fell, the pumpkin head reached out its hand and violently twisted Zhao Lingyun's head. Crack! The crisp sound of bones breaking echoed. Blood instantly spurted out, splattering everywhere. Zhao Lingyun's head was brutally torn off, rolling onto the ground. The pumpkin head clearly had no use for this head. It tossed it onto the ground and then kicked it. The head rolled aside, her eyes still wide open, her face frozen in disbelief and pain. Immediately, the pumpkin head pulled out a pumpkin mask from its sleeve and pressed it down hard onto the corpse's neck. With a thud, the pumpkin snugly fitted onto the corpse's shoulder, the originally hollow eyes and mouth instantly igniting with flickering orange flames. The newly turned pumpkin person, Zhao Lingyun, began to thrash wildly, clearly enduring immense suffering. She furiously questioned. "Yang Mei, aren't we good sisters? Why did you steal my chocolate? That was mine." While struggling, Zhao Lingyun moved towards Yang Mei, extending her hand as if trying to grab something. But she seemed to be under some kind of restriction, unable to get closer to Yang Mei, her hands could only wave helplessly. As the flames inside the pumpkin head completely burned, it was as if she had her memories wiped away, becoming a dumb puppet, standing still in place. Her voice shifted from its original tone to the hoarse voice of the pumpkin head, endlessly repeating one phrase. "No treats, just tricks. No treats, just tricks. No treats, just tricks." Yang Mei witnessed the entire process, terrified and collapsed to the ground, her voice stammering. "I don't have any candy left. I just gave you all of it." The pumpkin head that Zhao Lingyun became didn't trouble Yang Mei, as if it didn't recognize the person in front of it who had stolen its chocolate. The original pumpkin head slowly walked away. The pumpkin head that Zhao Lingyun had turned into glanced at it and silently followed. Qi Qiushui observed the entire process. It seemed this chocolate was far more important than imagined. Zhang Wei looked at Yang Mei, unable to help but give a thumbs up. "Ji Mei, your amazingness exceeds my imagination." As Yang Mei sighed in relief at the departure of the two pumpkin heads, hearing Zhang Wei's mockery made her very unhappy. "This rule was actually told to her by me. The chocolate was originally mine. And what are you pretending here for? You didn't even steal your chocolate. What a shrimp-headed guy." Zhang Wei. Qi Qiushui sighed helplessly, then opened the letter the pumpkin head had just given. Little Tom's Diary, 1. The people I hate the most are Tabby and John. These two always play some jokes that they think are funny, but are actually disgusting. Halloween finally arrived, and I am ready to give them a scare they will remember for a lifetime tonight. Just thinking of their terrified faces makes me excited. A short passage. That's all for now. Qi Qiushui stared at it for a long time but couldn't make anything out, his brows furrowing. Zhang Wei, what did your letter say? Zhang Wei glanced at his letter and shook his head. Same as yours. Qi Qiushui said nothing more, silently putting away the letter. Now, the two clues given by the blood gate have appeared. No treats, just tricks and Little Tom's obsession. But they are incomplete. Based on the sparse information available, it is simply impossible to deduce anything. Qi Qiushui decided to first participate in the new amusement facility. After all, there are 3 areas, and each area must participate in one. That's a hard rule. The two of them, using the map in their hands and the signs in the amusement park, moved towards another area. Suddenly, a group of players gathered by the roadside, and intense arguing could be heard from there. As I walked over, I saw the familiar faces at the center of the argument. It was Yang Mei and her 2 sisters, who had just been on the roller coaster together. I saw slightly plump Yang Mei attacking a slender young girl, Xia Xiaoxiao, with her 2 sisters fiercely. Xia Xiaoxiao was cosplaying as a famous game character, the female hero Chang'e. Yang Mei pointed at Xia Xiaoxiao's pale legs under her skirt, with a sharp and cutting tone. "Look at what you are wearing. This dress has such a low neckline, and the hem is so short, it's obviously inappropriate. Chang'e is my favorite game hero. Your behavior is seriously out of character, do you understand?" Qi Qiushui asked Zhang Wei, as he didn't really understand this. "What does out of character mean?" Zhang Wei replied. "It means that someone's cosplay is seriously inconsistent with the character they are portraying." Xiaoxia noticed that no one was helping her, and her eyes turned red. "I didn't. It's just too hot today, I just wanted to dress a bit cooler, not to be inappropriate." Yang Mei continued to press on. "Do you dare to argue?" Yang Mei's 2 sisters echoed her. "Yeah. Chang'e is such a pure and sacred character, she's a goddess. Wearing it like this is simply a disgrace. I think you are doing it on purpose to attract boys' attention. You even tarnish the character you love. How low can your standards be?" Seeing Xiaoxia's pitiful look, a trace of jealousy flashed in Yang Mei's eyes, and she shouted to the crowd. "Everyone, come look. This person cosplaying as Chang'e is doing it to be provocative. I've heard she's always been loose, just a common girl." Hearing this, tears instantly fell from Xiaoxia's eyes. She clenched her skirt tightly, not knowing how to retort. Yang Mei noticed a pack of M&Ms in Xiaoxia's hand, her eyes gleamed with greedy light. "You shameless hussy, how dare you tarnish my favorite game character Chang'e? I want to stand up for all Chang'e players today." Saying this, she moved to rip Xiaoxia's clothes, intending to snatch the chocolate from her hands. Having just witnessed the earlier events, she knew the importance of chocolate. Xiaoxia looked so timid, it was a great opportunity to take it. Zhang Wei could no longer hold back and kicked Yang Mei right in her behind. Yang Mei instantly fell flat on her face. She got up, looking shocked, and once she understood what happened, she angrily pointed at Zhang Wei. "What are you doing?" Zhang Wei sighed. "You annoying woman, I really couldn't hold back. What you did is completely outrageous." Taking the chance, Xiaoxia quickly got up and ran away. Seeing the duck she had in her hand fly away, Yang Mei became even angrier. The two began to argue back and forth. Yang Mei was visibly more agitated, trying to hit Zhang Wei several times, but he dodged every attack skillfully. Qi Qiushui sighed and quietly stepped aside. At that moment, his phone vibrated. He took it out and was surprised to see a message from the long-unheard Xia Xiaoxiao. "I'm also in the amusement park, find me." Those short words almost made Qi Qiushui drop his phone. "Does this mean we are meeting? But she is already dead, right? What on earth is going on?" At this moment, in a building in the children's area of the amusement park. In the corridor, a door with the name Xia Xiaoxiao slowly turned. With a creak, the door was pushed open. A girl in a princess dress walked out, wearing a silver mask that covered the upper half of her face, but it couldn't hide her stunning beauty. She smiled slightly, as if teasing him. "My dear boyfriend, we can finally meet." Chapter 97, Amusement Park, The Crazy Killer. Leaving the thrilling area, Qi Qiushui and his companion entered the traditional amusement area. After taking a few steps, a gigantic LED screen caught their eyes. The screen displayed the number of surviving players. It had dropped from the initial 120 to 83. Qi Qiushui glanced at the time, it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. Even though it was late at night, the surrounding gift shops and restaurants were still bright with warm yellow lights, shining through the glass doors and illuminating the quiet garden. Several players were gathered in a gift shop, seemingly discussing something in low voices. With a mindset of enjoying the gossip and finding out news, Qi Qiushui decided to go in and take a look. This shop was no different from gift shops in the real world, with shelves full of various plush toys. There were about a dozen players inside, and the sound of their quiet conversations created a rare lively atmosphere. Qi Qiushui pretended to pick a toy, quietly moving closer to 2 players who were talking softly, straining to listen in. The 2 were speaking with tones full of annoyance and anger. "This amusement park dungeon is just ridiculous, the dangerous rides are already torturous enough, and now the NPCs are finding ways to scare us." "Exactly. It's one thing for NPCs to mess with us, but some players take pleasure in scaring others." "You also ran into those 2 little brats?" "A lot of people have. I was just in the restroom when they suddenly stuck their heads in, and I almost peed myself. I chased them all the way." They're really sick, even at a time like this, they're still giggling. I don't know what's going on in their heads. Right? Qi Qiushui listened and found the situation quite absurd. They were already in a critical life and death situation, and there were still people finding fun in scaring others, which was truly hard to understand. But there have always been odd personalities in the dungeon, so he didn't pay much attention. As long as it didn't involve himself, it was fine. Just then, the other person was about to speak when they suddenly noticed Qi Qiushui eavesdropping. Qi Qiushui was caught and awkwardly smiled. I was just picking a gift. The person looked him up and down with a wary glare, rolled their eyes, and hurriedly left the gift shop. At that moment, the glass door of the gift shop was pushed open again, and two figures walked in. As soon as Zhang Wei saw those two people, his face dropped into panic. Wasn't that the main culprit of the parricide case, Kuei, and his wife, Wang Jia? This amusement park was just too small. What were the chances of running into them? Kuei had a gloomy aura, his dark skin radiated a vibe of I am a bully. His small eyes scanned the surrounding players, filled with undisguised malice. Zhang Wei gently touched Qi Qiushui's arm with his trembling finger, signaling him to pay attention to these two. That subtle action was caught by Kuei's sharp gaze. Kuei immediately glared sideways at Zhang Wei, his eyes like knives. At that instant, the ability Zhang Wei had gained from cosplaying as the first-place winner was activated. Words appeared above Kuei's head, revealing his thoughts. This loser has been stealing glances at my wife, Wang Jia, since I walked in. He must be eyeing her. Zhang Wei nearly spat out a mouthful of blood upon seeing those words. Kuei's wife looked just like Hong Jie. He was terrified of looking too long and having nightmares. It seemed the information was spot on. This guy had a twisted mind, completely beyond normal logic. What's wrong? Qi Qiushui noticed Zhang Wei's unusual expression. Zhang Wei quickly diverted his gaze and whispered to Qi Qiushui what he had just seen. Qi Qiushui nodded while listening, occasionally glancing at the Kuei couple. Kuei noticed Zhang Wei's small movements and his thoughts were updated again. These two are whispering. They must be talking bad about me. They must be eyeing the puzzle I have, and they will try to harm me. I need to take action first. Zhang Wei nearly fainted from the absurdity of Kuei's thoughts. Kuei was no longer simply abnormal, he could only be described as having severe mental illness in its late stage. The medicine can't save them back. He told Qi Qiushui what he had just seen. After listening, Qi Qiushui was also shocked, looking at Kuei with disbelief. Kuei noticed Qi Qiushui's gaze, quietly leaned closer, pretending to look at the dolls on the shelf, but in fact, he was eavesdropping. But his sidelong glance and facial expression full of killing intent could not be hidden at all. These two are too hateful, definitely plotting how to harm us as a couple. I have to listen to their plan, then counterattack them later. Qi Qiushui was speechless, hurriedly pulling Zhang Wei to leave the gift shop. The best way to deal with such peculiar people is to stay away, otherwise, it would be troublesome, like a sticky plaster. Zhang Wei couldn't help but look back at Kuei again. Kuei was still glaring at their direction with a sidelong glance, hostility and murderous intent nearly overflowing from his eyes. Zhang Wei had seen many strange people in his life, but only this Kuei could leave him in awe. No wonder he could even turn on his own mother. The two walked through the traditional amusement area, choosing the next attractions to enjoy. The most visually striking facility in the amusement park was undoubtedly the Ferris wheel. The Ferris wheel in this instance was no exception. Qi Qiushui had noticed it while in the square outside, and as they approached, the visual shock became even stronger. The Ferris wheel was completely adorned with dense colorful lights. The bright and dazzling lights were not the usual warm yellow or colored, but radiated a deep crimson. The lights intertwined, outlining a huge silhouette that, when viewed from afar, appeared like a blood-red eye staring wide open. Zhang Wei looked at the Ferris wheel, his voice trembling. Who designed this light? Qi Qiushui carefully observed the Ferris wheel, her gaze falling on the pupil of the eye. It was the central hub of the Ferris wheel, wrapped in a deeper circle of crimson light, resembling the iris of an eyeball. At that moment, the previously still blood-red eye suddenly turned, slowly rotating half a circle, the dark center precisely aimed at Xiaoming's direction, as if it was watching them deliberately. Oh my! Zhang Wei was so frightened that his legs softened, collapsing to the ground. Qi Qiushui was also startled by this sudden change, breaking out in a cold sweat. After calming themselves, the two continued walking forward. Passing by a classic attraction, the teacup ride, Qi Qiushui asked the clown NPC standing nearby and learned that someone had already cleared the level, so the attraction was temporarily closed. She looked inside and saw a corpse lying crookedly in one cup, limbs twisted at unnatural angles, with a face frozen in extreme terror. Walking a few dozen meters further, they saw another classic attraction. The carousel. After inquiring with the clown NPC, they found out that no one had survived here yet, so they could experience it. But Qi Qiushui decisively gave up. Because on one of the wooden horses, there sat a little girl in a white dress. Under her skirt was empty, without legs, as if they were forcibly chopped off. She tilted her head, her eyes wide open, staring unblinkingly at Xiaoming and Zhang Wei, motionless. Then, she suddenly opened her mouth. Come, play with me. Chapter 98 Amusement Park Crazy Bumper Cars. The two dared not linger and almost ran away from the carousel area, not feeling relieved until they could no longer hear the creepy creaking sound and the girl's eerie humming. After walking a bit further, they arrived at the bumper car area. A number of players had already gathered here. After asking the clown NPC in the venue, they learned that no one had cleared this level yet, and everyone could participate. The reason it attracted so many players was that the rules sounded very clear. As long as one drives the bumper car around the venue 10 times, or stays inside for 15 minutes, it counts as a success. Qi Qiushui once again tentatively asked. Besides going in circles, are there any other, hidden killing rules? The clown NPC shook his head. No. Qi Qiushui still hesitated a bit. The bumper car area was a fully enclosed indoor venue, with heavy iron doors tightly shut. At first glance, the scene inside seemed unremarkable, yet it always evoked a feeling of unease. But the clarity of the rules was simply too tempting. After much hesitation, Qi Qiushui finally decided to choose the bumper cars as part of the traditional amusement park experience. The clown NPC revealed a meaningful smile. Are you sure you want to go in? Let me remind you, once you push the door open, there's no turning back. Everyone's heart sank, but they still nodded and followed the clown into the venue. Zhang Wei followed behind, silently praying for everything to go smoothly and safely. Suddenly, he felt a chill down his spine and turned his head sharply. The perverted murderer Kuwei had appeared behind him, his eyes filled with undisguised killing intent. Besides the Kuwei couple, several familiar faces also emerged one after another. Yang Mei and her few good sisters. Qi Qiushui also noticed this situation and wearily rubbed his forehead. The people who shouldn't be present all showed up, and it seemed this bumper car project was destined for trouble. As soon as they entered the indoor area, Qi Qiushui immediately regretted participating in this project. Indeed, in this amusement park dungeon, there was no project that wasn't sinister. The car park was enclosed by iron netting, with sharp blades welded along the inner side, their edges glinting with a cold white light. In the center of the area was an open collision zone, surrounded by a half-meter-wide plastic track, which was pressed against the blade-filled iron net. The clown NPC clapped his hands. Welcome everyone to the Happy Bumper Car Project. The rules are simple: drive the bumper car along the outer track for 10 laps to clear the level. As soon as he finished speaking, the players' previously tense nerves relaxed a bit, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. Although the setup was frightening, as long as they followed the rules and didn't collide, everyone should be able to pass safely. Most players thought so, except for Qi Qiushui, who remained highly vigilant. He kept an eye on Kuwei, feeling that something would definitely happen later. At that moment, Kuwei was also staring intensely at Qi Qiushui and Zhang Wei, his expression dark enough to drip water. Still saying I don't have any thoughts about me, deliberately choosing the same project as me, he must be eyeing the puzzle piece in my hand. Zhang Wei almost fainted when he saw the text floating above Kuwei's head. He had already cursed this psychopath in his heart 1,000 times. Are you sick or something? Clearly we came in first, yet you say we followed you? Can you please use your brain? He hurriedly told Qi Qiushui what he saw in the subtitles. Qi Qiushui's expression became more serious. Seeing the two whispered together again, Kuwei's killing intent grew even stronger. These two are definitely plotting how to kill me, I must strike first later. Zhang Wei couldn't help but roll his eyes, suppressing the urge to give Kuwei the middle finger. Just then, the clown suddenly clapped his hands again, adding in a lively tone. Currently, 3 players are carrying puzzle fragments with them. The puzzle fragments can be inherited by killing the holders. The atmosphere instantly froze. Everyone looked at each other, strange glimmers shining in their eyes. Damn it! Qi Qiushui unconsciously clenched his fists. I knew this project wouldn't be so simple. The clown's words are clearly provoking player infighting. This is just ridiculous. Upon hearing this, a blazing light ignited in Kuwei's eyes. A line of text floated above his head again. Looks like there are unexpected surprises, perhaps these two trying to harm me are holding the puzzle. Zhang Wei was momentarily speechless, this perverted murderer had guessed right. With 5 minutes until the bumper car race began, players entered one after another to select their cars and make adjustments. Just like ordinary bumper cars, the cars here could also fit 2 people. One drives, and one assists beside. Yang Mei walked into the venue and chose a pink bumper car, directly sitting in the driver's seat. Her best sister, Qian Weiwei, looked a bit worried. Xiao Yang, can you drive? How about I take over? Yang Mei waved her hand, confidently comforting her. Don't worry, I just got my license, I failed the 3rd test 3 times, and the instructor said I have a special talent. The scene instantly fell silent. Everyone silently decided, they must stay away from her later. Yang Mei lowered her head, studying the bumper car controls, and accidentally stepped on the pedal. The bumper car suddenly darted forward. Not far ahead, a couple was checking their car, completely unaware of what was happening behind them. Until the pink bumper car crashed into them, the male player let out a startled cry, instinctively pulling his girlfriend to dodge. But the bumper car was not slow, slamming directly into the female player's back. She lost her balance and her body flew towards the sharp metal net on the right. Hit the brakes! Step on the brakes, the male player shouted frantically, waving his hands towards Yang Mei. But Yang Mei was already panicking, grabbing the steering wheel with both hands, and instead of hitting the brakes, her foot pressed hard on the accelerator. The pink bumper car accelerated again, pushing the female player's body heavily against the blade net. The sharp blades instantly pierced her flesh, accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream. The female player slumped softly on the blades, the blood spreading beneath her, turning the surrounding ground red. The female player trembled and raised her hand to point at Yang Mei, seeming to want to say something. Yang Mei shook all over in fear. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." The female player stared wide-eyed at these words, her throat letting out a few muffled whimpers, and finally, her arm fell to the ground, never to move again. She died with her eyes open. The male player watched helplessly as his girlfriend met a tragic end before the game even started, pointing at Yang Mei and cursing. "Are you a road killer? Can you drive? Didn't you hear me tell you to hit the brakes? Why did you press the gas instead?" Yang Mei immediately jumped out of the car, hands on her hips, speaking in a fierce tone. "Why are you yelling so loudly? She didn't do it on purpose, and the blame cannot all be put on me, right?" Zhang Wei watched, astonished. "Then whose responsibility is it?" Yang Mei shot him a sidelong glance, and immediately pointed at him, cursing. "The responsibility is on you. If it weren't for you making a fuss earlier, affecting my mood, would this have happened?" The male player trembled with anger. "Are you even being reasonable? This is a matter of life and death, and you're still quarreling? With your skills, you dare to drive? You are simply a killer." Yang Mei was too lazy to argue anymore and rolled her eyes at the male player. "I want to drive, what does it have to do with you? Who told her to just stand there and not pay attention to the road? If she gets hit, it's her own fault. If you keep arguing with me, do you believe I'll crash into you too?" Chapter 99 Amusement Park Crazy Collision. The male player's face instantly turned red, and he threw aside the bumper car next to him, rushing forward to grab Yang Mei's neck tightly. "You killer, I want to avenge my girlfriend." Yang Mei was choked, her eyes rolling back, desperately calling for help. "Help, help!" The surrounding players were all stunned, no one expected such a scene before the game even started. Qian Weiwei, who originally planned to ride with Yang Mei, quietly walked towards another bumper car, deciding to drive solo. At this moment, a clown stepped forward, lightly clearing his throat and saying, "The competition is about to start, if you want to fight, please go outside." The male player released his grip, but his gaze remained fixed on Yang Mei's face, his eyes filled with raging hatred. All the players participating in the event sat in their bumper cars. Qi Qiushui sat in the driver's seat, gripping the steering wheel tightly, taking a deep breath. "Wei Ge, is your seatbelt fastened?" Zhang Wei looked worried. "Qiushui, how's your driving skill?" "Don't worry, I'm a senior player in Need for Speed." The jarring countdown bell rang. 3 seconds later, all the bumper car engines roared to life, releasing a dull buzz. The race officially began. Players hurriedly stepped on the gas, driving forward along the outer track. No one dared to approach the collision zone in the middle, and nobody dared to get close to the sharp blade fences. Everyone carefully kept a safe distance, afraid that one careless move would lead to a crash against the blades. Qi Qiushui focused on driving while constantly paying attention to Ku Wei behind him. Soon, the sound of acceleration came from behind. Qi Qiushui sneered softly. "Can't hold back so soon?" Ku Wei drove the black bumper car, charging straight toward the rear of Qi Qiushui's car with astonishing speed. Qi Qiushui kept watching behind him and quickly turned the steering wheel to the left while gently tapping the brake. The car body tilted to the left, suddenly shifting half a meter left to narrowly avoid the black bumper car's impact. The black bumper car brushed past his car and crashed heavily into a blue bumper car ahead. The blue bumper car lost control and slid out half a meter while the player in the driver's seat directly collided with the sharp blades. The blades pierced through the head instantly, and the player lost consciousness on the spot. Having missed, a brutal gleam flashed in Ku Wei's eyes as he stomped on the reverse pedal. The black bumper car quickly reversed, the rear almost colliding with another car behind. He didn't care at all, swiftly turning the steering wheel completely, turning the car head around to charge at Qi Qiushui once again. Qi Qiushui floored the gas pedal, propelling the car forward as his right hand rapidly turned the steering wheel, creating a smooth arc to circle to the left side of the black bumper car, avoiding the fierce collision once more. The two cars brushed past each other, and Qi Qiushui felt a sinking feeling in his heart. Kouei's craziness far exceeded his expectations, completely disregarding the safety of other players, clearly intent on putting him in danger. Simply dodging would not work, he had to counterattack proactively. Zhang Wei in the passenger seat felt very uncomfortable. The car rocked left and right, occasionally getting too close to the blades. Although they hadn't actually crashed, the scares were numerous. The two cars were locked in a fierce struggle on the track, the dull sound of their collision mixed with the shrill sound of tires screeching against the ground. Other players looked at the two cars with strange expressions, not understanding what deep hatred lay between them. The area was already small, and even with only two cars chasing and colliding, others couldn't avoid being affected. As the two cars kept crashing, a gray bumper car was caught in the crossfire, pushing its owner toward the dense blades during the impact. The sharp blades instantly pierced through the car's metal body, multiple blades stabbing into the player's body at once, causing blood to gush out. The player's scream abruptly stopped as their body twitched slightly on the blades, but soon they no longer moved. As Qi Qiushui and Kouei struggled, more and more players were drawn into the chaos. Everyone dared not focus on driving in circles anymore, they only paid attention to dodging the out-of-control vehicles and the deadly blades. But the more panicked they got, the easier it was to make mistakes. Two more bumper cars collided while trying to avoid each other, one flipped over on the spot, and the driver was thrown out, hitting the ground hard. Before he could get up, a bumper car coming from behind ran over his lower leg, and the sound of bones cracking was clearly audible. Immediately after, the car lost control, pushing him toward the blades. The sharp blade pierced through his throat, blood splattering, and he died instantly. Qi Qiushui witnessed all of this, his heart racing faster and faster. Kouei's assault became increasingly fierce, but each time it was cleverly deflected by Qi Qiushui, narrowly avoiding deadly impacts. However, as the chaos in the arena intensified, the difficulty of maneuvering shot up. Just as the two were locked in a stalemate, searching for flaws in each other's defenses, Yang Mei's piercing scream reached his ears. Following the sound, he discovered that it wasn't just Qi Qiushui and Kouei attacking each other, the male player who had lost his girlfriend was also frantically chasing after Yang Mei. The male player stamped on the gas pedal, charging brutally toward the front of the pink bumper car, roaring, "You caused my girlfriend's death, I want your life." Yang Mei was thrown forward and hit her forehead hard against the steering wheel, causing her to grit her teeth in pain. Fires of anger ignited in her eyes. "You bastard man, are you targeting me on purpose? Watch me crash into you." Without any care, she floored the gas pedal, driving her car toward the male player's vehicle. But her skills were already poor, and in her panic, she couldn't control the direction. The pink bumper car zigzagged out and missed the male player's car, instead crashing into another player's vehicle, causing a series of vehicle collisions. This stirred up the crowd's anger completely. "Those two are already annoying enough, why are you making it worse here? Doesn't he have eyes? Driving like a lunatic." Tears were almost falling from Yang Mei's eyes, she had just been a few centimeters away from a deadly blade. She shouted at the surrounding crowd, straining her voice. "Don't come near me. If you crash into me again, I won't let you go. It's all your fault, who told you to block my way?" The scene returned to Qi Qiushui and Kouei's tussle. The two were still colliding with each other, exchange after exchange. Zhang Wei, feeling dizzy from the hits, finally couldn't stand it anymore and yelled at Kouei. "Are you crazy? Do we know each other? Is it necessary to target me like this?" To his surprise, upon hearing this, Kouei's eyes darkened even more. A line of subtitles appeared above his head. "This person is provoking me, suggesting a fight to the death." Zhang Wei saw this line and nearly fainted, his vision going black. He deeply regretted it. If he hadn't won that cosplay first place back then, it would have been better. That way, he wouldn't have looked at this lunatic more than once, he wouldn't have been remembered with hatred, and there wouldn't be such a tricky situation now. This all told him one thing: he had to stay away from this psychological sicko. You can never understand what kind of thoughts are in the minds of such people. At that moment, a purple bumper car suddenly charged out from the diagonal front, hitting the black bumper car's right rear perfectly. The strong impact made the black bumper car veer to the left, completely missing its target, Qi Qiushui. Qi Qiushui was stunned for a moment and looked up. In the driver's seat of the purple bumper car sat a girl wearing a purple mask. The mask covered most of her face, only revealing a softly contoured chin and a fair neck. Most eye-catching was a purple butterfly pattern printed on the mask. Chapter 100, Amusement Park, no candy, just sugar. She didn't look at Qi Qiushui. After hitting that black bumper car, she quickly adjusted her direction and kept a safe distance, driving parallel to him. This was clearly helping him. Kouei had completely not expected anyone to intervene, catching him off guard momentarily. Just as he steadied the car, he decisively gave up the chase on Qi Qiushui, turned his car around, and charged fiercely toward the purple bumper car, seemingly wanting to deal with this troublesome woman first. The girl in the purple mask was equally skilled in driving, reacting quickly. Seeing the black bumper car rushing toward her, she lightly tapped the brake to slow down and quickly steered to the right. Her car skillfully dodged the impact just in time. Immediately, she stomped on the gas, slamming the front of her car into the left rear side of the black bumper car, forcing it to adjust its direction again. Seeing this, Qi Qiushui wasted no time. He floored the gas and turned his car heading toward the rear of the black bumper car. At that moment, Kuwei was fully focused on attacking the girl with the purple mask, exposing a significant gap in his back. With a loud bang, the violent collision caused the black bumper car to jolt forward. Kuwei was caught off guard, his body leaning forward heavily, causing the steering wheel in his hands to tilt. The girl in the purple mask seized this perfect opportunity, accelerating hard, crashing into the right side of the black bumper car. The combined forces made the black bumper car immediately lose control, careening toward the right side, heading straight for the blade-covered iron fence. In the next second, the black bumper car violently crashed into the blade-like iron net. The bodies of Mr. and Mrs. Ku were instantly pierced by several sharp blades. The blades' tip pierced through their chests, emerging from their backs, bringing forth a torrent of blood. Kuwei's mask slipped off, revealing a twisted and sinister face. His eyes widened, filled with unwillingness and fear. A final weak ha escaped his throat, and then he completely lost breath, never moving again. At that moment, the sound of the game ending echoed. All the bumper cars automatically lost power at the same time and came to a stop. Qi Qiushui let out a long breath, his back already soaked with cold sweat. His hands gripping the steering wheel still trembled slightly. The previous encounters were extremely thrilling, every dodge was a hair's breadth away, and with a moment's carelessness, he might have met the same tragic fate as the other players. If it weren't for the girl in the purple mask coming to his aid, he might not have been able to eliminate this deadly threat so smoothly. The clown stepped over to Kuwei's body, picking up a piece of the puzzle from the pool of blood and handing it to Qi Qiushui. The final deadly blow was struck by you. Kuwei's puzzle piece belongs to you. After thanking him, Qi Qiushui took the puzzle piece and immediately walked towards the girl in the mask. Thank you for your help earlier. Are you one of the purple butterfly? He had heard Lu Jiang mention that the purple butterfly would send someone to observe his performance in this quest. The girl smiled gently and nodded slightly. Yes, that's right. Due to the mask, Qi Qiushui couldn't see her full face, but there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity. He tentatively asked, "Have we met before?" The girl chuckled lightly again, leaving behind a single sentence before turning to leave. Perhaps. Her skirt brushed against the ground, creating a soft rustling sound. Qi Qiushui didn't ask any further. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw the pumpkin heads that had been waiting for him. Their numbers had increased significantly, now totaling over 20, lined up in a long queue. It was obvious that these were players who had failed to hand over chocolate and lost their heads. A male player named Luo Mengguang was trembling at that moment. He had narrowly survived the previous amusement ride, obtained chocolate, but that left him with a huge psychological shadow, making him afraid to challenge new rides, delaying until the pumpkin heads came to find him. The players who had just come out alive from the bumper car ride had already handed their newly obtained chocolate to the pumpkin heads. Only Luo Mengguang was left behind. A group of pumpkin heads surrounded Luo Mengguang, continuously repeating the same phrase. No candy, just tricks. No candy, just tricks. No candy, just tricks. Luo Mengguang's legs weakened, and he knelt to the ground, gripping the pants of the nearest pumpkin head tightly. Please don't take my head. I don't want to be like you. I don't want to join you. Please let me go. I truly have no candy left. The pumpkin heads collectively emitted a hoarse chuckle, the sound akin to sandpaper rubbing against wood. The lead pumpkin head stepped forward and said, "If you don't want to join us, there's a second choice." Before it could finish speaking, the already broken Luo Mengguang hurriedly nodded in agreement. As long as you don't take my head, I will agree to anything. The pumpkin head chuckled again, pouring out a large pile of candies from a cloth bag it carried. If you don't give us candy, you'll have to eat all of these. Luo Mengguang was stunned for a moment, thinking how he could possibly eat so many candies, yet it was better than losing his head. So he hurriedly grabbed the candies on the ground and stuffed them into his mouth. After eating nearly 20, he felt nauseous and extremely unwell. Seeing Luo Mengguang slow down, the pumpkin heads grew impatient and called for their fellow companions to come forward. If you don't want to eat, we'll help you. One pumpkin head stepped forward, gripping Luo Mengguang's chin firmly, using its fingers to force his mouth open. Luo Mengguang grimaced in pain, struggling desperately. The other two pumpkin heads immediately pounced, one on the left, one on the right, holding down his arms and pushing their knees against his back, pinning him firmly to the ground, unable to move. The front pumpkin grabbed a large handful of colorful fruit candies and brutally started shoving them into his mouth. Luo Mengguang coughed violently, the candies stuck in his throat, unable to swallow or spit them out. Swallow it. The pumpkin head's voice was harsh, showing no concern for his ability to bear it, pushing the candy deeper into his throat. In the end, Luo Mengguang couldn't breathe, his body suddenly stiffened, and he was choked to death by the handfuls of candy. He slumped softly to the ground, without a single sound. Not far away, Zhang Wei felt a chill run down his spine, unable to imagine which death was more painful, this or being beheaded. He suddenly felt an urge to relieve himself, greeted Qi Qiushui, and walked toward the nearest bathroom. As soon as he entered the men's room, he bumped straight into the chainsaw killer. This NPC still held that chainsaw, bits of flesh and blood clinging to the teeth. Zhang Wei was terrified, nearly collapsing to the floor. Oh my god! The chainsaw killer noticed Zhang Wei too, grinning a twisted smile, greeting him. Hello! Zhang Wei suddenly remembered that he was still wearing his mask, NPCs in the amusement park wouldn't attack him, so he relaxed. After watching the chainsaw killer walk away, he slowly stood up and entered the bathroom. The sight inside made him even more terrified. Looking up, the entire bathroom seemed to have been washed in blood, the walls and stall doors splattered with deep brown stains, and the floor covered with a thin layer of still thickening blood. The mirror over the sink was dotted with spray-like blood spots, and near the faucet were several severed hands and feet piled up. Damn it, making the bathroom like this, it's impossible to even take a shit in peace. Zhang Wei cursed, covered his nose, and squeezed into a stall, locking the door behind him. He sat on the toilet, just pulled out his phone, wanting to calm his nerves. Suddenly, two hands reached in from below the stall door, grabbing his ankles. Shit! He jumped in fright, his whole body shivering. Looking down, the hands had vanished without a trace. He quickly stood up, adjusted his pants, and shouted at the door. Which psycho is bothering me while I'm trying to take a dump? Just wait until I come out and I'll teach you a lesson. At that moment, a strange voice came from above. What are you doing? Zhang Wei froze, looking up. There, on top of the adjacent stall, a human head silently poked out, staring intently at him. Chapter 101, Amusement Park, Mental Hospital. Oh my god. Zhang Wei stumbled back, terrified by the head that popped out from above the stall, collapsing weakly to the ground. Ha ha ha. Scared you silly, huh? The head swayed proudly, its laughter echoing in the narrow bathroom. Zhang Wei suddenly realized something. According to the rules, as long as he didn't actively engage in the project, NPCs wearing masks wouldn't randomly hurt him. And this guy in front of him was also wearing a mask. That meant the one scaring him just now wasn't an NPC but a player. Zhang Wei's face turned red, and a rush of anger surged to his head. He gritted his teeth and slammed open the stall door, charging out. As soon as he exited the bathroom, he saw two figures with yellow hair quickly fleeing, glancing back to make silly faces at him. Those two ran away fast, disappearing around the corner in a flash. Zhang Wei leaned on his knees, breathing heavily, his chest rising and falling violently. Damn it, don't let me run into those little bastards again in the amusement park. At that moment, Qi Qiushui walked over slowly, looking puzzled. What happened? Zhang Wei turned and recounted his encounter in the bathroom, finally unable to hold back his complaints. Do you think people have all gone crazy nowadays? It's already this time, and there's still the energy to pull such tricks. Qi Qiushui was stunned for a moment. He had indeed just seen two yellow-haired figures in masks laughing as they rushed out of the restroom. A few nearby players who were walking together heard this and felt helpless just like him. Did you run into those two psychopaths too? You're better off than me, I was just squatting when they threw a head into my stall. Other players nearby echoed in agreement. It seemed there were indeed quite a few people who had been toyed with by these two yellow-haired troublemakers. Qi Qiushui was momentarily speechless, feeling an indescribable absurdity. Since entering this instance, everyone he encountered had a strange aura around them. Pure villains were still understandable, but some people's logic completely exceeded reason, like the earlier encounters with Kuwei and Yang Mei, and now these two yellow-haired pranksters appeared. Just then, a low, rumbling buzz suddenly came from above. Everyone froze in their movements, instinctively looking up at the sky. In the pitch-black night, a UFO flashing with lights was slowly descending into the depths of the amusement park. Everyone widened their eyes, staring in shock at the suddenly appearing flying saucer. Zhang Wei rubbed his eyes hard, murmuring, "Am I seeing things? Even aliens have come?" Qi Qiushui was equally stunned, but quickly noticed that the UFO was descending towards the children's park area, which was their next destination. Could it be that large-headed, big-eyed aliens would show up next? He hesitated, wondering whether he should rush over immediately or wait a moment longer. Suddenly remembering that he hadn't read the second letter from the pumpkin head, he hurriedly tore open the envelope. Little Tom's diary, 2. My revenge plan has gone wrong. I originally planned to smash the pumpkin head down on those two bad kids, but the pumpkin head I just made suddenly came to life. Its hollow mouth emitted a hissing scream, and orange flames flickered in its eye sockets. These pumpkin heads that were supposed to be used against Tabby and John are now attacking me instead. It seems I have awakened some terrible monster. Just as Qi Qiushui was about to read the letter again, his phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. It was a message from Xia Xiaoxiao. I'm waiting for you in the haunted house at the mental hospital. Qi Qiushui frowned and replied, meeting in the haunted house? There was no further response. Qi Qiushui's expression grew serious as he pondered over this message. Earlier, Xia Xiaoxiao had messaged him saying she was in the amusement park, inviting him to find her. It sounded like an invitation, but a meeting should have a pre-arranged location between both parties. Why would she make him search aimlessly? This in itself was odd. What was even stranger was that she now claimed to be in the haunted house. The haunted house was a thrilling attraction. Entering it would surely face life-threatening danger. Choosing that as a meeting place was indeed abnormal. Moreover, they had already challenged the roller coaster in the thrill area. Logically speaking, they shouldn't have to go back. No. What if this wasn't an invitation but a call for help? Or was there something else going on? After thinking it over, Qi Qiushui ultimately turned and walked toward the thrill area. Zhang Wei saw him turn around and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Qi Qiushui took a deep breath. "Something came up. I need to go to the haunted house." Zhang Wei gasped, wanting to ask more, but seeing Qi Qiushui's serious expression, he swallowed his words and silently followed. In the thrill area, there were 3 haunted houses, each exuding a chilling and eerie atmosphere. They first passed the Chinese-themed haunted house, with 2 torn red lanterns hanging at the entrance, making a rustling sound as the wind blew. Next was the Western-themed haunted house, primarily featuring a vampire theme. At the entrance stood several 1-meter-tall crosses, with a few black coffin models beside them, the lids slightly ajar, revealing shadowy figures inside. Finally, they arrived at the mental hospital-themed haunted house mentioned by Xia Xiaoxiao. It is the most oppressive one among the 3 haunted houses. The NPC clown at the door wears a blood-stained white doctor's coat and asks hoarsely, "Do you want to go in? Has anyone cleared it?" Qi Qiushui stepped forward to inquire. The clown grinned, "No, some people have gone into all 3 haunted houses, but so far, no one has come out." Qi Qiushui nodded and looked at the building in front of him. This is an abandoned mental hospital, with large patches of peeling paint revealing dark stains underneath. Most of the windows are fitted with iron bars, some of which are already broken and deformed. The glass is either cracked into a spiderweb pattern or completely missing, exposing a pitch-black hole. Above the door hangs a crooked wooden sign, painted in red that says, "Mental Hospital." Seeing Qi Qiushui hesitate, the clown chuckled softly. "Think carefully, once you step inside, you can't turn back. Phones are not allowed in the haunted house, and I will give each of you a flashlight. The condition to clear is to find a way to open the hospital's main door." Just as Qi Qiushui was about to speak, a piercing scream suddenly came from inside the mental hospital. It sent chills down the spine. He looked up abruptly and saw a blood-soaked hand suddenly reach out from the left window on the second floor, tightly gripping the iron bars. Before he could see clearly, another hand shot out from inside the window and violently yanked the bloody wrist back. Immediately, a blurred figure appeared at the window, raising a shining knife and bringing it down forcefully. Although it was hard to see the exact situation from a distance, the splatter of blood when the knife fell was vividly clear. At this moment, a couple noticed someone at the entrance of the mental hospital and moved closer. They had been wandering in the scare zone for a long time, afraid to join any attractions. Now seeing someone about to enter, they felt a bit braver and wanted to go in together. The man, named O Kan, is the son of the chairman of a listed group. The woman, named Liang Ying, is his secretary, wearing a fitted dress and high heels, revealing a fair, delicate thigh. Qi Qiushui glanced at the two but didn't pay much attention. He clenched his fists, suppressing the fear in his heart, handed his phone to the clown, and pushed open the main door of the mental hospital. Chapter 102, Amusement Park Strange Patients. As soon as he pushed the door open, a strange and empty hospital corridor appeared before him. The smell of disinfectant mixed with moldy odors suddenly rushed into his nose, choking him uncomfortably. Surrounding him were piles of debris, and the overhead incandescent lights flickered constantly, possibly due to a bad connection, illuminating the nearby space with uneven brightness. Qi Qiushui turned on the flashlight just given to him. The beam of light was weak, and the edges kept flickering, indicating that the battery was running low. He recalled a precaution the clown mentioned earlier. To maintain a source of light in the haunted house, one must find scattered batteries, and each battery wouldn't last long. With a few flickers of remaining light in the environment, he decisively turned off the flashlight. Click, the sound of the door locking came from behind him. Everyone's heart sank. The wealthy Okan could no longer control his trembling, his voice quaking. "How, is it locked? What do we do now?" Qi Qiushui returned to the door, examined it carefully, and said softly. The clown said before that the condition to clear is to find a way to open the hospital's main door. This means we have to find the key. Liang Ying immediately asked, "Where is the key?" Qi Qiushui shook his head, not sure. Liang Ying immediately frowned, rolling her eyes. "You know nothing and act all mysterious, thinking you're so cool?" Qi Qiushui felt speechless. How could he possibly know where the key was right after entering? Zhang Wei stepped forward, pointing at Liang Ying's face and scolding. "Shut up, you annoying woman. If you know where the key is, go find it yourself, don't just yap here. Liang Ying's face shifted from blue to white, her anger rising, about to speak. But she was stopped by her boss, Kan. Kan squeezed out a smile at Qi Qiushui. Brother, don't mind, my secretary has this temper, big chest and no brain. Liang Ying was both shy and angry, tugging at Kan's sleeve and scolding, Kengu. You help outsiders and still bully me? I won't talk to you anymore. This tactic worked perfectly for Kan in the real world, but now they were in a copy, a ghost house full of crises. Slap. Kan swiftly gave her a slap across the face, angrily shouting, shut up. Liang Ying covered her red and swollen cheek, looking at him in disbelief, her eyes instantly welling up with tears. Qi Qiushui watched this farce, irritably growling, enough. Don't you realize where you are? What if something unclean gets attracted here? Suddenly reprimanded, a flicker of displeasure and ferocity crossed Kan's eyes. In the real world, no one dared to speak to him like this, but in this situation, he quickly put on a smile. Sorry, I was just teaching my secretary a lesson and didn't pay attention to the occasion. Qi Qiushui sighed, turning to move forward again. He could only hope these two wouldn't cause more trouble. This psychiatric hospital only had light near the entrance, and further in was a thick darkness. He had to turn on that nearly depleted flashlight once more. Kan and Liang Ying closely followed behind him. Liang Ying, scared, tightly hugged Kan's arm, and the sound of her high-heeled shoes stepping on the silent corridor echoed loudly, ringing harshly in the empty hall. Zhang Wei felt extremely uncomfortable. The sound of the high heels in this environment was simply haunting, constantly reminding him of the previous copy's Lady Malia. He turned to glare at Liang Ying fiercely but didn't say anything and turned back around. Liang Ying noticed his gaze and defiantly glared back. When Zhang Wei wasn't paying attention, she gave him the middle finger and muttered under her breath, at this time, still staring at me. I should have known better than to wear something so sexy. Zhang Wei stumbled slightly, almost falling, suppressing his urge to curse and swallowed his words back down. The second floor seemed like an inpatient area, with rooms lined up on both sides of the corridor. The door at the front was slightly ajar, white light seeping through the crack, with the constant static sound of a television coming from inside. It felt like someone was watching television alone in the darkness. Qi Qiushui stopped, staring at that door. Is there someone inside? He made a hushed gesture behind him and quietly approached. Kan was shocked. He had recognized this person was not ordinary, but didn't expect them to be so bold. It might be a hidden expert, so he had to cling tightly to this strong leg. He kept an eye on Qi Qiushui's movements, prepared to retreat at any moment. Who knows what was hiding behind that door? Qi Qiushui pressed against the door crack, peering inside. It was a spacious activity room, with mildew-stained wallpaper and a messy floor. Dozens of patients dressed in blue and white striped hospital gowns stood like statues in the center of the room, facing an old CRT television. The screen showed no image, only dense static, the blinding white light flickering continuously, and the shhh noise came from it. Qi Qiushui's pupils contracted. He didn't expect there to be so many people inside, and judging by their clothing, they seemed like hospital patients. They stood still, their hollow gazes fixated on the flickering snow-covered screen, not a hint of life emanating from them. Only the faint rise and fall of their chests proved they were still alive. Kan and Liang Ying, seeing Qi Qiushui was okay, curiously leaned over to see what was going on. Liang Ying caught a glimpse of the eerie scene inside and suddenly let out a sharp scream. Ah! What the hell is this? Having practiced vocal lessons, her scream was high and sharp, echoing through the corridor in layers. Qi Qiushui was stunned, his ears buzzing, and he felt the onset of tinnitus. At this moment, there was no time for anything else. He turned and ran, and the others hurriedly followed. After running a few steps, Qi Qiushui abruptly stopped. He sensed something unusual. Those patients did not chase after them. A bold thought emerged. He turned around and walked back to the brightly lit room, leaning near the door crack once more. The patients seemed to have heard no sound at all, maintaining their positions, staring blankly at the snowy screen without moving. The remaining three, seeing Qi Qiushui return safely, hesitated and followed him in. At this moment, Zhang Wei finally realized how dangerous Liang Ying's scream had been and pointed at her, scolding. You, what the hell are you yelling for? You two just go your own way, damn it, you'll get us all killed soon. Kan's face darkened, his jaw clenched tightly. Suddenly, he turned around and slapped Liang Ying hard across the face. Smack! The force was so strong that Liang Ying's mask flew off her face. She froze for a moment, hurriedly picked up the mask and put it back on, trembling as she looked at Kan. Brother Kan, what are you doing? Kan's expression was fierce. Try to cause trouble again, you hear me? Do you even know where we are right now? If you get me killed here, I'll haunt you as a ghost. Do you understand? Liang Ying was frightened, nodding repeatedly, whispering, I understand. Qi Qiushui gazed at the motionless figures in the room, and a bold thought suddenly arose in his heart. He pushed open the door and walked inside. Chapter 103, Amusement Park, Hiding in the Closet. Upon entering the room, the patients remained completely still, staring at the television, entirely oblivious to the newcomers. Their postures varied, some sat on chairs, others lay on sofas, and some curled up in corners, but all were fixated on the TV screen showing snowflakes. The crackling sound of electricity made the entire environment seem extraordinarily eerie. Click. Seeing that Qi Qiushui was fine, the other three followed him in, with the last person shutting the door behind them. Qi Qiushui's gaze quickly scanned the room, soon noticing a patient curled up in the corner, with a battery resting nearby. It was exactly the flashlight battery he needed. He gently approached the patient, stopping close enough to reach out for it. His fingertips touched the cold surface of the battery, and he quickly withdrew his hand. The patient before him still showed no reaction, staring blankly at the television. The expressions of these people were all very similar. Numb, vacant, even carrying an expression close to compliance. Zhang Wei walked up behind Qi Qiushui and took a look at this patient, feeling puzzled. What's so interesting about the snowflakes on this TV? His voice echoed in the confined space, breaking the eerie silence. The next second, a chilling event occurred. The people who had been staring at the television suddenly turned their heads slowly, as if manipulated by the same hand. Dozens of vacant eyes all fixed on Qi Qiushui and his companion, showing no surprise, no questions, just a profound, dead silence. Before long, they turned their heads back to watch the television, but the patient in the corner continued to watch Qi Qiushui and his companion, his eyes filled with a barely detectable fear. Dr. Charlie said, "We must obey. He will come to see us regularly. As long as we quietly watch TV, we'll be rewarded. If we are disobedient, we will be punished and locked in the cabinets." Punished you? Qi Qiushui frowned. The patient didn't respond further, returning to the prior blank expression, staring intensely at the television showing snowflakes. At this point, no one spoke. In the dark, quiet room, only the white light from the TV and the crackling sound of electricity filled the air. Okan swallowed hard. When do we leave? Liang Ying chimed in, "Yeah, these people are really strange." Just then, a rapid sound of footsteps thundered from the end of the hallway. The footsteps were heavy, carrying a strong sense of urgency. Qi Qiushui immediately walked toward the door, his hand just reaching for the doorknob to twist it open. Thud. 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 The knocking on the door suddenly echoed, forceful and loud, causing the door to shake constantly. It was clear that the person outside was extremely anxious. Qi Qiushui decisively locked the door again. Looking around, I noticed there were many cabinets in the room. Bang! 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 Outside, someone started pounding on the door with great force, wood chips constantly falling down, and the doorframe looked like it would not hold. Those previously motionless patients immediately sprang into action, almost instinctively scrambling to hide in the cabinets. We should also hide in the cabinets. Qi Qiushui whispered, being the first to dive into one. The other three players followed suit, hiding away. Zhang Wei and Qi Qiushui crouched inside one cabinet, while Okan and Liang Ying hid in another. Darkness instantly enveloped everything. The cabinet had no gaps, and they couldn't see outside, only understanding the situation through sounds. Bang! 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 The sound of the door being slammed continued. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the wooden door was forcibly knocked open. The sound of hurried footsteps rushed into the room. It seemed like several people were there, the soles of their shoes making a tap-tap noise on the floor, moving back and forth in the room. Footsteps circled around the room, sometimes fast, sometimes stopping, as if carefully checking every corner. But strangely, there was no sound of any cabinet doors being opened, as if they were purposely ignored. Then came the sound of the wooden door being closed again, though still heavy. It was not as fierce as before. As the footsteps gradually moved away, the room returned to silence. The cabinet door opened. It should be those hidden patients coming out. Qi Qiushui slowly pushed open the cabinet door and indeed saw that all the patients had come out, the room restored to the scene of those people staring blankly at the TV. Okan walked over, suppressing his anger. "Brother, what we are looking for is the key to get out. Why did you come in here?" Qi Qiushui quietly looked at the man. He initially did not want to answer, but after thinking, he still spoke. "The key won't be easy to find, and no one has told us where it is. Only by slowly exploring can we possibly find clues related to the key. Of course, this is just my approach. If you think it's not good, you can go another way, everyone for themselves." Liang Ying immediately got very angry. "What is your attitude? Do you know who our brother Ken is outside? Usually, if you want to meet him, you have to make an appointment in advance, understand?" At this moment, Zhang Wei walked over. "I don't understand. I also don't want to meet your brother Ken. Why don't we just go our separate ways? If you want to separate, then go ahead. Who cares? You almost got us killed just now," Liang Ying said disdainfully. Smack. Okan gave his secretary a loud slap. Through gritted teeth, he glared at Qi Qiushui and the others, then forced a smile, saying through clenched teeth. Some people just need to be taught a lesson. I've done it for you. Don't take what happened earlier to heart. The tone of this statement was very clear. On the surface, it was aimed at Liang Ying, but in reality, Zhang Wei wanted to retort, but he was stopped by Qi Qiushui. Qi Qiushui silently glanced at Okan, said nothing, and turned to leave the room. He had gotten used to it. Since entering this quest world, he had encountered all kinds of people, strange ones one after another. This one was no different. Continue exploring. At this moment, from a patient room on the left side of the corridor, a sudden intermittent ee-ah sound came, like someone was enduring great pain and letting out faint moans. Qi Qiushui followed the moaning sound and walked to the door of the room. The door to the patient room was not tightly closed. Through the crack, he could see a patient sitting by the window. He was curled up in a wheelchair, wearing tattered patient clothing, gripping the wheelchair's armrests tightly, his body slightly trembling, continuously emitting a painful moan. Liang Ying was initially a bit scared, but after what had just happened, she quickly adapted. More importantly, she noticed there was a flashlight battery beside the wheelchair patient. The battery from the previous room had been taken by Qi Qiushui. This one couldn't be stolen again, so she boldly entered first, approaching the wheelchair patient. Qi Qiushui was astonished by this woman's bold action. Hey! Be careful! Liang Ying turned around, scoffing coldly. You already took the battery from earlier, and now you want to snatch this too? You men are just too greedy. As soon as she finished speaking, the patient in the wheelchair suddenly stopped moaning, slowly lifted his head, revealing a twisted and deformed face, almost unrecognizable as human. Chapter 104, Amusement Park, Perverted Doctor. The patient, who had been huddled in the wheelchair, suddenly broke free from his bindings and lunged up, gripping Liang Ying tightly. Liang Ying screamed in terror. The patient had tremendous strength, his fingers clamping down on her wrist like iron claws, his nails nearly digging into her flesh, while he screamed madly. Help me! Take me out of this hellish place. This is not a place for humans. It's not a place for humans. It hurts. It's killing me. Hurry, save me. Liang Ying cried out desperately, tears streaming down her face. Qi Qiushui did not hesitate. He bent down, picked up a stick from the ground, and struck the patient hard on the back of the head. With a dull thud, the patient paused, swayed, let go of his grip, and collapsed straight to the floor. But he did not lose consciousness. Instead, he painfully crawled towards Qi Qiushui, mumbling continuously. This is not a place for humans. It's hell. Hell. Before he could finish speaking, he completely lost awareness and fell limp. Qi Qiushui silently looked at the man. He was not a ghost, he was a living person. He walked over to the nearby bed and picked up a booklet from the table to flip through it. Zhang Wei approached, curious. Qiushui, what are you looking at? Qi Qiushui quickly flipped through and replied, this is his medical record. Zhang Wei asked again, did you find anything? In just a few minutes, Qi Qiushui had finished looking it over. This man is named Zhou Shirui, he was a programmer. He became paralyzed because his wife cheated on him. Heartbroken, he drank and was hit by a car while crossing the street. Zhang Wei gasped, shaking his head at the man on the ground. So pathetic. Qi Qiushui continued. The key point is not the accident. The key point is that he later had a mental breakdown and was sent to this mental hospital. This booklet details his symptoms and treatment process. I found out that the treatment here is not aimed at curing him. The doctors are constantly testing his mental reactions to various drugs, more like conducting human experiments on him. Zhang Wei listened, feeling very scared. No way, then this place. Okan approached at this moment, looking anxious. None of this is important, we need to hurry and find the key. Zhang Wei, frustrated, said, well, if we knew where the key was, we would have gone already. Okan, unwilling to back down, looked at Qi Qiushui with a hint of blame. That's easy to say, but can you explore a little faster? Which of these two rooms you entered wasn't dangerous? Can you stop being so curious? Liang Ying, having regained her composure, stood behind Okan, nodding repeatedly. Exactly. Exactly. You almost got us killed just now. Qi Qiushui was momentarily speechless, too lazy to respond to them, and walked out of the room to continue exploring. He prepared to go up another floor. The stairwell was pitch dark, without any light. Qi Qiushui took out the flashlight he had earlier, turned it on, casting a faint light around. Liang Ying was still wearing high heels, and as she climbed the stairs, the sound of her heels echoed tap, 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 which sounded particularly terrifying. Zhang Wei couldn't hold back any longer and turned back to say, you are really something, wearing high heels for a dungeon crawl. What the heck are you cosplaying as? Liang Ying's face turned red as she looked at Okan. This time's dungeon attire was requested by the boss, to dress up as a quirky English teacher. She didn't want to, but once the boss spoke, she had no choice but to comply. Just as Liang Ying was about to speak, suddenly she heard a creak sound beneath her feet, and a furry thing brushed against her ankle. She screamed again. Ah! Something touched my foot. Qi Qiushui covered his ears, shining the flashlight down, and a gray little figure flashed by. It's just a mouse, what's the big deal? A mouse. Liang Ying screamed again. Zhang Wei covered his ears, complaining. You really are amazing, screaming so loud, as if we want everyone to know we're here. Slap. Okan, unable to endure any longer, gave Liang Ying another slap, sternly warning. Crazy woman. If you yell again, I'll kick you down the stairs. Liang Ying was frightened by her boss's imposing manner and covered her face, whispering, got it. After going upstairs, Qi Qiushui continued to explore and found a room with the door slightly ajar, white light seeping out as if someone were inside. He immediately walked over. Okan, seeing Qi Qiushui walking towards the room again, felt uncomfortable, akin to being on a team with a clumsy comrade. He stopped in his tracks. Liang Ying saw Okan stop and also halted. She tugged at Okan's shirt. Brother Kan, these two people seem to have a problem. They keep going into the room. Why don't we just leave? Okan hesitated for a moment. At first, he thought Qi Qiushui was a genius, but now he seemed more like a madman. However, letting him and Liang Ying, this foolish girl, walk alone left him uncertain. After thinking it over, he gritted his teeth and said, follow him. Ha? Liang Ying was very surprised. Stop the questions. Hurry up and follow. Okan was impatient. Qi Qiushui reached the door. The sign on the door was already hard to read, but the outline of the words surveillance room could still be seen. He took a deep breath and pushed the door open. A strong smell of blood rushed out. A man in a security uniform lay under the computer, with a large hole in his chest. Dust covered the surroundings, and a dozen surveillance screens were neatly lined up on the wall. Liang Ying wanted to scream upon seeing the dead man, but when she saw Okan's murderous gaze, she quickly covered her mouth. Qi Qiushui poked the dead man with a wooden stick first. Seeing there was no reaction, he slowly walked to the computer beside him. He was afraid the corpse would suddenly jump up, that would be too terrifying. Qi Qiushui pressed a button on the control panel, and the surveillance screens on the wall instantly lit up, emitting bright white light. The screens displayed images from various areas of the mental hospital, mostly empty corridors and wards, with some patients standing frozen like wooden dolls. But one of the images on a screen made Qi Qiushui and the others freeze in place. It was a room that looked like an operating room, with a cold metallic operating table in the center, where a man in gaming attire was tied up. The man's hands and feet were tightly secured with chains, his mouth was taped shut, with only muffled sounds escaping, his eyes filled with fear and despair. Beside the operating table stood a doctor in a white coat. The doctor's face was very terrifying. One half of his face looked like it had been corroded by strong acid, skin blood red, muscles exposed. The other half, however, was extremely handsome, with fair skin, well-defined features, and an icy, mad expression. An extremely bizarre contrast. The doctor slowly approached the bound player, holding a shiny surgical knife, and gently traced it across the man's face. Do you know? The human spirit is like a fragile membrane, just a light poke, and it'll completely collapse. The male player struggled violently, tears and sweat flowing together. The doctor seemed to enjoy this torment. He put down the surgical knife and picked up a syringe filled with a clear liquid, slowly walking up to the man, a mad smile on his face. I've studied many people, their mental worlds are full of lies and fear. What about you? What are you afraid of? Is it death? Or loneliness? As he spoke, he slowly injected the liquid from the syringe into the player's neck. The male player struggled even harder, his eyes wide, his face showing extreme pain as his body began to twitch uncontrollably. While the doctor spoke, he took a chainsaw from a nearby cabinet, pressed the switch, and it buzzed loudly, particularly jarring in the quiet room. He raised the chainsaw, aimed at the most critical part of the man's upper thigh, and slashed down fiercely. Sizzle, blood gushed out, perfectly obscuring the camera, leaving only the chilling screams of the male player audible through the surveillance. The men in the surveillance room instinctively covered their groins, underscoring just how twisted and disgusting the doctor's actions were. After a while, the man's horrified screams stopped, it seemed he had run out of breath. The surveillance footage suddenly became clear, and as everyone was puzzled, they saw the doctor wiping blood off the camera lens. His twisted face was aimed at the camera, as if he knew someone was watching him through the screen. His lips moved, whispering, "Hide well, I am coming to find you." In the next second, all the screens in the monitoring room went black, and the lights in the entire mental hospital instantly went out. Around them was darkness so thick that one could not see their own hand. Chapter 105 Amusement Park Crazy Chase. What's going on? Why did the lights go out? Okan looked around, his voice trembling. Qi Qiushui turned on a flashlight, the faint light barely illuminating a small area of the control panel. Oh Kan's voice carried a clear complaint. It's all your fault. If it weren't for entering this monitoring room, none of this would have happened. Qi Qiushui didn't even lift his head, focused on operating the monitoring system. His fingers tapped rapidly on the keyboard, tiny beads of sweat forming on his forehead. But the result was bad. No matter how he pressed, the screens remained black. Now the situation was very troublesome. The main power was cut off. No matter how skilled computer technology was, it was useless. A clever woman cannot cook a meal without rice. Seeing that Qi Qiushui ignored him, Okan became angrier, unable to help but shout. Hey! I'm talking to you, can you hear? How far do you want to push us into danger? And don't you know this is very disrespectful? Zhang Wei could not stand it anymore and kicked directly at him. The frail Okan flew to the corner, standing up angrily asking, "What are you doing?" Zhang Wei pointed at him and cursed, "Since entering this haunted house, you have been chatting endlessly with that secretary. I already said, if you don't want to follow us, just go by yourself. Don't talk." Suddenly, Qi Qiushui said in a low voice. He gripped the flashlight tightly and listened carefully. At that moment, hurried footsteps came from the stairwell. Thud, thud, thud. The sound was very soft but high in frequency, carrying a cautious rhythm as if a predator was silently approaching its prey. Qi Qiushui's heart sank. He immediately realized something terrifying. That perverted doctor was really coming to find them. And now that they could hear footsteps, it meant the opponent was already very close to them. Qi Qiushui quickly walked out of the monitoring room and instinctively shone the flashlight. The perverted doctor was standing at the end of the corridor, not far away, his white coat pressed tightly against his strong body, staring at them with eyes that looked especially terrifying, half white and half red. Found you. After saying this, he immediately charged towards them. Ah! Liang Ying's scream was like a starting signal. The four of them ran madly in the opposite direction. Liang Ying, the weakest, quickly fell behind. She wasn't stupid. Seeing she was about to be left behind, she hurriedly grabbed the arm of the nearest Okan for help. Brother Kan! Don't leave me behind. Okan was suddenly pulled and nearly lost his balance, angrily elbowing Liang Ying's shoulder while shouting, "Bitch! Don't pull me!" Liang Ying was hit hard and trembled all over but still dared not let go, continuing to plead, "Brother Kan, don't leave me. I will die." Seeing that his elbow didn't work, Okan began hitting and kicking, anxiously scolding. "Bitch! If you want to die, go die by yourself. Don't drag me down. I haven't enjoyed my good days enough." Finally, Liang Ying couldn't hold on any longer and let go of her grip. Watching the three run further and further away, despair filled her heart more and more. Wait for me. Brother Kan. Don't leave me. You selfish men, letting women stand behind in critical moments, you will not end well. The perverted doctor saw Liang Ying fall and stopped, slowly walking over. Liang Ying saw the perverted doctor's half-red, half-white face and screamed in terror, her beautiful face twisted from fear, her makeup smeared with tears. She wanted to stand up but, wearing thin high heels, she clicked and twisted her foot. Not only was she wearing very high heels, but she was also in a tight-fitting skirt, the dress very constricting. She had a great figure and was very sexy, but the biggest problem was that she couldn't run. Experienced people knew that once she started running, her dress would keep riding up. Ah! Liang Ying had barely taken 2 steps before she cried out in pain and fell to the ground. Her fair and slender ankle was already swollen. As it turned out, wearing high heels indeed made it hard to run, and it was easy to twist an ankle. Ignoring the burning pain in her ankle after the fall, Liang Ying struggled to get back up, but in the next second, her body stiffened, and she was frozen in place. Instinctively, she looked up. That perverted doctor had somehow stood right in front of her. A half-muscle exposed face, blood red on one side and cold white on the other, appeared before her eyes, with bloodshot eyes staring straight at her. His shadow completely enveloped her, like an invisible net. The perverted doctor sighed and said regretfully, "What a pity, she's a woman." Ah! Liang Ying let out a piercing scream, desperately crawling forward like an animal. Her smooth knees scraped against the cement floor, drawing blood, but she felt no pain, only the instinct to save her life. "I don't want to." Liang Ying's words were unfinished when a flash of silver light from a knife cut through the air. Her gaze began to rise, spinning incessantly, and then dropped downward. Thud! A heavy sound rang out. That was the sound of a head rolling to the ground. The 3 people running ahead suddenly trembled upon hearing Liang Ying's scream behind them. At that moment, Okan was running last, gasping for breath, his speed slowing down, and the distance between him and the 2 in front was widening. "Wait for me." His voice was intermittent, almost squeezed out through his teeth. Short bursts of running had already consumed his strength, but Okan's condition was clearly not normal. It was likely related to something he did before entering the instance, which was very exhausting. Realizing this, he felt an intense wave of regret. Thinking he had pulled a distance, he never anticipated that the perverted doctor would be so fast, and soon he heard hurried footsteps closing in behind him. Qi Qiushui immediately shouted, "Run! Don't look back! He's catching up!" His voice carried a barely noticeable tremor, and one could sense the presence behind them growing closer. The three were sprinting down the corridor. Most of the ward doors on either side were half open, occasionally revealing patients inside, blankly staring, just like those they encountered before, completely indifferent to what was happening in the corridor. Among the three, Oken was in the worst shape. His energy depletion left him staggering, nearly falling several times, held up only by a strong will to survive. They turned a corner and found a staircase leading down. There were no lights in the stairwell, just emergency lights casting a faint green glow. No time to think. Down we go. Qi Qiushui couldn't care less at that moment. The other two didn't hesitate, following Qi Qiushui as they desperately ran down. The sounds of their rapid breathing and footsteps echoed in the stairwell, mingling with the increasingly close sound of maniacal laughter from behind. Qi Qiushui clearly felt that the perverted doctor was getting closer, leaving them only 1 or 2 flights of stairs to cover. Not knowing how many floors they had run down, they finally reached the bottom of the stairs, where a heavy iron door awaited them. The iron door was rusty, covered in many scratches and dents, looking very solid, but fortunately, it was not locked. Qi Qiushui slammed his body against the iron door, which creaked loudly, as if it might break. Chapter 106, Amusement Park, Gender Reassignment Surgery. Click. The last person to enter instinctively closed the door. Almost immediately, there was a loud banging on the door. Bang! The iron door was dented deeply from the impact. Qi Qiushui was startled. He hadn't expected such a heavy iron door could be damaged like this. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before the door would be broken down. The three were about to turn to escape, but suddenly felt a hint of strangeness. The anticipated second impact did not arrive. Instead, there were gradually fading footsteps. Not chasing anymore? Qi Qiushui felt a bit strange. He turned back and leaned close to the peephole in the iron door to look outside. He saw that the perverted doctor had reached the stairway, and as if sensing that someone was peeking through the peephole, he slowly turned his head, his half-red, half-white face reappearing before his eyes. He grinned, revealing a strange and twisted smile, then slowly turned around and continued to walk up the stairs, his figure eventually disappearing into the darkness deep within the staircase. He laughed. Qi Qiushui breathed a sigh of relief. The other two immediately slumped to the ground, panting heavily. Oken struggled to get up, his voice still trembling. What should we do now? Qi Qiushui was silent for a moment and swept the flashlight's beam toward the dark basement behind them. We can't come here for nothing, let's explore a bit, maybe we can find some useful clues. Oken swallowed hard, wanting to voice his dissent. Finding the key was the most urgent task. How could the basement possibly hold the key to the hospital's main door? But he didn't dare to go upstairs alone, so in the end, he silently followed the steps of the two ahead. Passing through a narrow, dimly lit passage, the space before them suddenly opened up. This was actually an underground structure resembling a prison. The air was thick with the heavy stench of blood, mold, and urine, mixed with a faint, almost imperceptible smell of disinfectant, pungent enough to make one feel like vomiting. On both sides of the corridor were tightly packed iron cages, each cell separated by heavy, rusty iron bars, covered in deep scratch marks, some places even distorted from impact. Qi Qiushui shone the flashlight across these cages. Most were filled with people, many bound with restraints, their movements limited. From their actions and demeanor, it was evident they were not in a normal mental state. Some mumbled to themselves with heads bowed, their voices unclear. Some raged and screamed at the iron bars, their eyes cloudy and frantic. Others pounded their heads against the iron bars, making dull sounds of thud, thud, thud. Their foreheads were already bloodied and mangled, yet they seemed immune to pain, continuing to hit while repeatedly shouting, "Let me out! I'm not sick!" The crazy words of the patients in the cages continuously pierced the ears of the three. Surgery must be clean, clean. Don't touch me. I'll be good. I will be good. Dr. Charlie. I want to have surgery. I will obey, let me live. Jiang Wei's voice trembled. Despite having entered copies before, he had never seen such a scene. It was like a hell on earth. What, exactly is this place? Qi Qiushui did not answer, he too was shaken by the sight before him. With such methods of imprisonment and restraint, these people were likely not ordinary mental patients anymore. Suddenly, he noticed that in front of each cage, some papers were stuck, though faded due to age, parts of the content were still barely legible. Experiment subject. Failed product. Charlie is the devil. Transformation, purification. Charlie. Qi Qiushui whispered this name. He had heard this name from those patients watching television before. Could the perverted doctor who just chased them be Charlie? At that moment, a faint yet clear voice came from the corner. Are you here to participate in the haunted house of the mental hospital? Qi Qiushui turned to look in the direction of the voice, and saw in the innermost cage a man wearing a patient uniform. He appeared entirely different from the other patients. His eyes were clear, showing no signs of madness, but he looked extremely haggard and exhausted. He was also bound by restraints but sat quietly on the edge of the bed, calmly watching the three outside. Who are you? Qi Qiushui took a few steps closer, asking warily. The man lifted his head, his calm gaze sweeping over the three. My name is Xia Xiaoxiao, and I am a player who entered this dungeon 5 years ago. You shouldn't be here. Qi Qiushui was taken aback. This person's voice was somewhat special. To put it bluntly, it had a hint of a feminine tone, yet it didn't seem to be an act, almost as if it was natural. But he didn't think much of it and quickly retorted, why? A glimmer of regret and pain crossed Xia Xiaoxiao's eyes. This haunted mental hospital is the most difficult place in the entire amusement park. Qi Qiushui watched him quietly. But you came in too, right? Xia Xiaoxiao sarcastically tugged at the corner of his mouth. The higher the risk, the greater the reward. There are not only puzzles here but also clues to the amusement park's path of survival. If you can clear this place, it's like taking a shortcut. I thought I could do it back then, but I never expected. At this point, Xia Xiaoxiao began to sob softly, his emotions gradually unraveling. Just as Qi Qiushui was about to speak, Kan rushed to the iron bars, tightly grasping the rusty metal, desperately questioning. Do you know how to get out? Then you must know where the key is, right? Hurry and tell us. Xia Xiaoxiao shook his head, a bitter smile appearing on his lips. The key is usually kept close by Dr. Charlie. It's almost impossible to take it from him. Almost Qi Qiushui's eyes narrowed slightly. You mean someone has succeeded before, right? Xia Xiaoxiao smiled. It was hard to tell if it was mockery or self-mockery. Anyway, I've been locked up here for so long and have only seen one team succeed. You guys are something else. There are so many projects in the thrill area, yet you chose this haunted house. The survival rates in the other two haunted houses are not nearly as low as here. Dr. Charlie? Qi Qiushui frowned. Is he the strong male doctor from earlier? That's him. Xia Xiaoxiao's eyes became complex, mixed with fear and disgust. He is not actually a doctor but a patient from many years ago. When he was young, he suffered long-term sexual abuse from his father, which completely twisted his mind. Later, he somehow took control of this mental hospital and began performing surgeries on male players and the male patients, to satisfy his perverse desires. What kind of surgeries? Qi Qiushui asked, puzzled. Xia Xiaoxiao hesitated for a moment, his face full of pain, and finally spoke slowly. Gender reassignment surgeries, turning men into women. In Charlie's eyes, men are filthy and sinful. Only by becoming women can they be purified. He paused for a moment and added. Submissive male players can survive, but they will lose their male identity and become his playthings, replaying the shadows of his childhood. As for those who resist, they will be tortured to death slowly, in an extremely tragic manner. Are you crazy? Zhang Wei's face instantly turned pale, instinctively covering his lower body. This world is simply too crazy. Qi Qiushui silently looked at Xia Xiaoxiao. What is your purpose in telling us all this? Xia Xiaoxiao's tone was flat. The purpose is to help you. It's impossible to escape the mental hospital. It's better to take the initiative to find Dr. Charlie like I did. That way, the torment you suffer will be less. At this moment, Qi Qiushui understood why Xia Xiaoxiao spoke in such a feminine way. He didn't expect there was such a story behind it. Just as he was about to speak, Zhang Wei vehemently replied. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If you want me to be a genderless person in this mental hospital, you might as well just kill me. Next to him, Kan quickly covered his own private parts, nodding repeatedly. Hearing the term genderless, Xia Xiaoxiao clearly hit a painful spot. He closed his eyes, his expression pained, and no longer offered any persuasion. Then I wish you good luck. Just don't blame me for not reminding you. Dr. Charlie hates those who do not obey him. The effort he puts into capturing you equals the suffering you will endure. Qi Qiushui suddenly remembered something and quickly asked. By the way, you've been in this mental hospital for so long, have you ever seen a female player named Xia Xiaoxiao? Xia Xiaoxiao was stunned for a moment, thought for a while, and then slowly nodded. I haven't seen her, but I heard from some fellow players before that the very top floor of the mental hospital seems to house a group of very special patients, and one of them might be called Xia Xiaoxiao. He felt a little strange. Why are you asking about this? You're not planning to go to the top floor, are you? Of course. Qi Qiushui's expression remained calm. That's the purpose of me coming into this mental hospital. Xia Xiaoxiao's face immediately changed, looking at Qi Qiushui as if he were looking at a monster. You crazy! Do you know there's something even more terrifying than Dr. Charlie in this mental hospital? It's on the top floor. Even he doesn't dare to go up there easily. The patients locked up there are all even more mysterious. Is that true? Oh Kan's voice trembled. Zhang Zihao sneered. Of course it's true. And going to the top floor won't help you escape this haunted house at all. What you need to do now is figure out how to get the key from Dr. Charlie, not go to the more dangerous top floor and die. Qi Qiushui took a deep breath, his eyes firm. No matter what, I must go up and see. There's something very important I need to investigate. No. Oh Kan immediately opposed loudly. Didn't you hear what Zhang Zihao said? Our most important thing now is to find the key, open the big door, and escape, not to provoke even more terrifying things. Qi Qiushui spoke with no words left. Everyone has their own business to take care of. I've said you can act on your own. If you want to go find the key, go ahead, no one's stopping you. You're crazy. Oh Kan yelled. Do you know you're seeking death? Our current task is to find the key. Do you want to end up like the people here, turned into something neither man nor woman? As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place instantly went silent. All the patients locked up stared fiercely at Kan, their faces dark with terrifying expressions. Kan was initially a little scared, but seeing that these people were all locked up and couldn't cause any threat, he immediately became arrogant. What are you looking at? Never seen a real man before? A bunch of castrated wastes, dare to look at me with that kind of eyes? You're not even transgenders, just some rootless, degenerate freaks. He said this while being very close to the bars of the cell where Zhang Zihao was. But he didn't realize that these words also hit a sore spot for Zhang Zihao. Zhang Zihao suddenly rushed forward, opened his mouth, revealing a mouthful of uneven teeth, and lunged forward to bite. Ah! Kan let out a shrill scream. Blood instantly sprayed from the base of his ear, staining half of his cheek and neck red. His ear was bitten off. Zhang Zihao looked at Kan with a fierce gaze, his mouth holding the half-bloodied ear, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. He chewed a few times, then suddenly spat the ear on the ground. Try saying those words again. Kan's face was filled with disbelief, and then he touched the spot where his ear had been bitten off. Empty, only a large patch of blood. My ear. My ear. Kan screamed angrily. He pointed at Zhang Zihao and cursed. You think this will make me shut up? Let me tell you, even if you bite off my ear, you're still that freak that Dr. Charlie made. You'll never turn back into a man, you'll always be that neither man nor woman monster. You bunch of useless fools, always venting with this kind of savage method. If you've got the guts, come out and kill me. But unfortunately, you can only be locked in these iron cages, waiting to die like pigs and dogs. Stripped of dignity, stripped of gender, what's the point of living? Better to crash into the bars and die, save us from polluting the air. Ah! The locked-up patients were completely enraged. The abuse received from Dr. Charlie over the years is a shadow in their hearts that they can never move past. And just now, Uzin's words completely ignited the long-suppressed humiliation and anger of everyone. They rushed towards the iron bars, gripping the railings tightly with their hands, trying to tear them apart. Some smashed with their shoulders, some struck with their fists, and some even used their heads to ram against it. The scene was instantly chaotic. Zhang Wei immediately pointed at Uzin and cursed, "Is your mouth just that filthy? Can't you shut up for a moment?" Uzin showed no fear. After what had just happened, his mind was already crazed. Who told you to go to that rooftop? If you had listened to me and looked for the keys earlier, this wouldn't have happened. And those castrated people are all locked up. I don't understand what you are afraid of. Suddenly, a sharp, high-frequency buzzing echoed throughout the basement. A red alarm light above began to flash wildly. Qi Qiushui was startled, looking around to find the source of the alarm sound. The iron bars of these compartments all have electronic locks. As the blue display screen on the electronic locks turned red in an instant, accompanied by a mechanical sound of buzz. Click. All electronic locks were unlocked at that moment. Qi Qiushui's face turned pale, wanting to escape immediately, only to find Uzin had already run ahead. Almost in the moment after the locks were released, the locked-up psychiatric patients charged towards the three like beasts breaking free from their chains. Uzin reached the iron door they had entered first. But he didn't wait for Qi Qiushui and Zhang Wei. Instead, he slammed the door shut and locked it. Seeing this, Qi Qiushui immediately shouted in rage. Uzin! Why did you lock the door? You bastard! Zhang Wei yelled angrily. Uzin stood behind the door with a cold smile, showing no guilt for his recent actions, instead feeling quite pleased. Who told you not to listen to me and insist on going to some rooftop? I told you many times we need to find the keys. You, Qi Qiushui, just had to do something foolish. Fine, if you really want to court death, just stay here forever. The door to go up was locked. And those crazed psychiatric patients had started to slowly surround Qi Qiushui and Zhang Wei, closing in step by step. From the eyes of these patients, Qi Qiushui felt that they were going to tear him apart completely. Chapter 108, Amusement Park, Crazy Charlie. These psychiatric patients gradually moved closer to the two. Among them, the craziest was actually Zhang Zihao, who had previously appeared very calm. Zhang Zihao's face was now twisted with rage. Why didn't you listen to me and go find Dr. Charlie? I was helping you, do you know that? I told you, if you run away and get caught, the consequences will be worse. I've been here so long, I've seen everything. Why won't you just listen to me? Zhang Wei pointed at Zhang Zihao, cursing loudly. Stop with your false emotions. You just want everyone to turn into freaks like you. Zhang Zihao's face changed, clearly hit a nerve, but he quickly returned to his previous twisted expression. I do have such thoughts. But everything I said to you is the truth. Since you refuse to go find Dr. Charlie for surgery, we'll just have to tie you up and send you ourselves. Qi Qiushui was sweating profusely, thinking about how to break through the patients closing in from all sides. But from the looks of it, it was evidently very difficult. At that moment, the speakers in the underground space began to play a song. The melody was the wedding march, typically used in Western weddings. The song sounded joyful, but the lyrics were clearly altered, making it sound eerie and chilling when combined. Pure white wedding dress wrapped in devotion, walking towards the altar for eternity. Cutting out the dirty roots, only then can love's soul be nurtured. Dr. Charlie is the groom, you are the exclusive bride. Together forever, never to part, until death, we rely on each other. Above the knees, below the belly button. On Dr. Charlie's operating table, cut and stitched. For the sake of true love, men willingly turn themselves into brides. The song loops and repeats. The once fierce and terrifying patients instantly freeze, their expressions shift from madness to utter fear, trembling uncontrollably. They all stumble back into their cages, hands on their heads, crouching in the corner, shivering, afraid to lift their heads. What happened? Qi Qiushui feels a bit dazed for a moment. From the depths of the dark underground prison, a woman in a purple dress and a purple mask emerges. Qi Qiushui immediately recognizes her as the girl player he met on the bumper cars before. It's you? It's me, the girl player says calmly. By the way, how did you end up here? There are so many attractions in the thrill zone, why did you choose this one? Qi Qiushui is momentarily at a loss for words, then clears his throat and says. There's a reason I had to come. And you? The girl player smiles slightly, then speaks in a nonchalant tone. Coincidentally, I also have a reason I had to come. I just happened to not have tried the attractions in the thrill zone, so I decided to use this to fill in. Qi Qiushui feels the girl player's relaxed mood, and like before, there is a familiar feeling about her, as if he has known her before, which makes him curious. What? Are you very sure about passing through this haunted house? Also, did we know each other before? The girl player raises her hands in a shrug. I can't be 100% sure about any dungeon. As for whether we knew each other, I certainly know you. The purpose of my visiting this dungeon is this mental hospital, and I also came to assess you on behalf of the purple butterfly. I didn't expect to run into you here. Hearing this, Qi Qiushui realizes she doesn't want to dwell on this topic, so he changes the subject. By the way, why are these people so scared when they hear this music? The girl player becomes serious upon hearing this. She glances at the patients in their cages, her eyes filled with caution. I came in earlier than you, and I've done some investigating. Dr. Charlie performs gender reassignment surgeries on the male patients and captured male players. Then he dresses them as brides and holds weddings for himself. Everyone locked up here has gone through this absurd and humiliating experience, leaving behind a deadly shadow. Later, Dr. Charlie casually started using the wedding music as a method to control these patients. Once it plays, they will obediently obey. Zhang Wei immediately asks, then what do we do now? The girl player responds. Let's wait. I just finished evading Dr. Charlie, hiding here, and I've also figured out his patterns. We need to wait here for a while. When he can't find us, he will return to the operating room to continue the surgeries. Qi Qiushui then asks, so, did you figure out where the key is? The girl player nods. The key is in a room where Dr. Charlie has placed it. That room is set up like a wedding hall, specifically to hold weddings for him and transformed players. I almost got it just now, but he suddenly turned back. I'll have to go back again. At this point, the girl player pauses, her expression meaningful. After getting the key, I'll also need to make a trip to the top floor. I assume you will join me? After all, there's only one key, and if we act separately, it will definitely be very inconvenient. Qi Qiushui feels a shock, as if this woman sees through his concerns. Who exactly are you? Also, you came here, didn't you downgrade to participate in the dungeon? The girl player playfully winks, her eyes sparkling beneath the purple mask. I won't tell you. You'll find out in due time. Let's find a place to sit for a while, I've just been chased by that weirdo Charlie for so long. I'm exhausted. Qi Qiushui leaned against the iron door to rest. Suddenly, he heard hurried footsteps and Okan's screams from behind the door. What are you going to do? Ah! Don't grab me. They are in the basement, I can take you to find them. All he got in response was Dr. Charlie's terrifying laughter. You're quite the little prankster. Let's put their matters aside for now, let me take good care of you. Qi Qiushui heard the commotion and immediately held his breath, not daring to make a sound. It wasn't until the dragging sounds behind the door gradually faded that he felt safe to breathe again. The situation was clear, Okan had been taken by Dr. Charlie. After waiting for nearly 2 more hours. The female player clapped her hands and stood up. She glanced at the time and said lightly. It's about time. At this hour, Dr. Charlie shouldn't be out and about. Let's go find the key. With that, she took out the key and unlocked the iron door to the basement. Creak. The sound of the iron door opening was particularly clear in the quiet mental hospital. Taking a few steps up, they discovered fresh bloodstains dragged across the floor above, clearly left by Okan just moments ago. He couldn't help but wonder how Okan was doing now, hopefully, he hadn't already been. As Qi Qiushui thought this, he couldn't help but gasp coldly. The image was just too beautiful to contemplate. The female player led the two into the monitoring room. The goal was to confirm Dr. Charlie's movements, so they could seize the opportunity to find the key. At that moment, the mental hospital's power had been restored. As the monitoring screens lit up, the female player began to skillfully operate the computer. Soon, she spotted Dr. Charlie on one of the screens. The surveillance footage showed him in the operating room, about an hour and a half earlier. The lights in the operating room were harsh and glaring. Okan lay completely naked, bound on the operating table, his limbs tightly secured, unable to move. Dr. Charlie stood next to him in a bloodstained white coat, wearing rubber gloves, holding a gleaming scalpel, with a frenzied yet cold gaze. Chapter 109, Amusement Park, Desperate Okan. Okan struggled desperately, pleading madly. No. Please don't. Can you spare me? I beg you, don't cut it off. My dad has plenty of money, if you let me go, I will pay you anything. Dr. Charlie mocked, lifting the corners of his mouth. Money? That filthy thing doesn't deserve to be in my hospital. It seems you are in great need of my help. Your soul is already filthy. Only by cutting off the dirty parts can your soul be purified. You should be grateful to me. Breathing heavily, Okan continued to plead for mercy. No. I can be your assistant. I studied medicine abroad, I understand everything. Just let me go, I will work tirelessly for you my whole life. Dr. Charlie reached out to touch Okan's pale face, his eyes filled with delight. You have even been a doctor, what a pleasant surprise, my dear. You're quite handsome, perfectly meeting my standards for a bride. I actually don't want to let go. You've spent time in that basement, you should understand my rules, only those who actively seek me for surgery can receive leniency. But you, my little darling, are just too mischievous, it took me a lot of effort to catch you. According to the rules, the upcoming surgery cannot be done under anesthesia. But as my bride, this will be good for you. After all, to become a woman, one must endure some suffering. Just hang in there, it's for our future children. Okan's whole body trembled, struggling even more wildly. Beast. Pervert. Dr. Charlie seemed to enjoy Okan's reaction. Thank you for the compliment, I like being called a pervert. Don't worry, I've done this kind of surgery no less than hundreds of times, it will be over quickly. He picked up a pair of large scissors nearby, slowly approaching Okan. No. No. Okan twisted desperately, the straps digging into his flesh. Blood oozed out stains. Dr. Charlie seemed to hear nothing of the sorrowful pleas, a strange smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Crack. At the same time, Okan's heart-wrenching scream echoed. The scene suddenly cut off, plunging into complete darkness. It was not a problem with the monitor, it was the female player who actively turned it off. She was afraid that if she continued to watch, she might vomit. Zhang Wei instinctively covered his groin and trembled with fear. He had previously been filled with hatred for Okan, but now only surged with overwhelming sympathy. The female player, however, remained calm, standing up and walking towards the door. Okan had surgery an hour and a half ago. According to Charlie's patterns, he should be resting now. This is our best chance to find the key. The key is upstairs, where Charlie has set up a wedding chapel. The three emerged from the monitoring room, carefully making their way up the stairs. The female player led the front, having been there once before, with the other two closely behind. After just a few minutes, the female player stopped in front of a door. She first pressed her ear against the door to confirm there was no sound inside before slowly pushing it open. The moment the door opened, a strong and overwhelming scent of perfume mixed with the smell of blood hit them. As she said, this was a Western-style chapel forcibly decorated in a hospital. A red carpet stretched from the entrance all the way to the altar, with white flower baskets on either side and a cross hanging on the wall. The light shone brightly, seemingly festive, yet every corner exuded eerie and chilling vibes. Jiang Wei was about to step inside when he suddenly saw shadows standing on both sides of the room, scaring him so much that his legs went weak, almost screaming. Oh my! There are people inside. But the female player had already stepped in. Don't be afraid, these are all Charlie's former brides, turned into specimens. They won't move. Qi Qiushui also followed inside, purposefully moving closer to observe. Indeed, they were all male, standing like mannequins in a clothing store on either side, fixed to the cross behind them. They had obviously been carefully selected, each one muscular and tall, yet strangely, every single one was wearing a snow-white wedding dress with heavy makeup on their faces. In the center of the altar stood another bride dressed the same. But from the slight tremble of her body, it was clear she was still alive. As they approached, Qi Qiushui immediately recognized her. Oh Can slowly opened his eyes. The moment he saw Qi Qiushui and the others, he suddenly became agitated, his whole body trembling violently, but he was bound to the cross, unable to move. He wore a spotless white wedding dress, his makeup heavily applied as if arranged with care. The hem of the dress was soaked in dark red blood, shocking and horrifying. Qi Qiushui watched the scene and recalled the content of the earlier video, instantly understanding what he had gone through. The female player showed no fear and stepped forward, retrieving a silver wedding ring box from Okan's tightly clenched hand. Opening it, a gleaming key lay quietly inside. She picked up the key and held it up to the light, her tone filled with joy. Great! Finally got it! Okan, seeing the key, struggled even harder. He opened his mouth wide as if he wanted to shout something, but only came out with muffled gasps. Jiang Wei walked over, patting Okan's shoulder with a sympathetic tone. Brother, if you want to say something, just say it. Although we have had our conflicts before, given your current state, everything is wiped away. If you have any last words, quickly tell me. I'll try to take whatever I can. The female player chuckled lightly, didn't expect you to have some sympathy. Jiang Wei sighed. Sigh, Okan is indeed a scum of a person, but we are men after all. Even if he deserves to die, he shouldn't suffer this kind of torment. Upon hearing this, Okan struggled even more violently, his eyes reddening as tears welled up. His mouth opened and closed repeatedly, but still only produced indistinct hissing sounds. The female player looked closely at Okan and spoke, his tongue was cut out by Charlie. No wonder we can't hear him clearly. Jiang Wei leaned in for a closer look. In Okan's mouth, it was indeed a sea of red, and his tongue was nowhere to be seen. So scary. The female player glanced at the time. So, are we going to save him? I need to go to the top floor soon, there might not be enough time. If we're going to save him, we need to hurry. Untying this cross is probably going to take some time. Okan instantly became excited, his eyes bursting with intense anticipation and hope, staring intently at Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei decisively shook his head. Forget it, it's already very dangerous, we can't take on another burden. Okan's expression instantly shifted from hope to fury, his whole face turning red, veins bulging on his forehead. He silently yelled at Jiang Wei, but only blood and foam spilled from the corner of his mouth. At that moment, a cold voice came from the doorway. A few annoying rats stole my keys and now want to abduct my beloved bride. This is simply unforgivable. Chapter 110 Amusement Park Exploring the Top Floor. Dr. Charlie had appeared at the door without anyone noticing. He had long since removed his white coat and had changed into a wedding suit. That face remained terrifying. One half was blood red, with muscles bulging out. The other half was pale, with well-defined features. He walked slowly towards the three, his steps steady and filled with a sense of oppression, his voice particularly clear in the silence. This is simply unforgivable. While I was changing into a groom's outfit, you dared to come steal my most precious bride. The altar is ready. Since two filthy gentlemen have come to my door, I, Dr. Charlie, will definitely save you. You had better come over obediently and let me perform surgery on you. After saying this, he turned his gaze to the female player and gritted his teeth. Vile person, you are like a cunning rat, constantly ruining my good plans. You do not deserve to be a lady, you defile their sacred name. Unfortunately, since you can't accept my surgery, then I can only cut you into 1,000 pieces. Perverted bastard, the female player shouted, pulling out her self-made pepper spray and spraying it fiercely at Dr. Charlie's face. Ah! My eyes. Dr. Charlie immediately crouched down, covering his eyes and screaming in agony. Hurry! Now's the time, the female player yelled, turning to rush out of the room. Qi Qiushui and the others followed closely behind. As the female player ran, her tone was filled with pride. This pepper spray was specially made by me, with 1,000 times the devil's chili extract inside. If a normal person gets that in their eyes, they would definitely go blind. No matter how strong Dr. Charlie is, he'll have to struggle for at least 5 minutes. But no sooner had her words fallen when the sound of Dr. Charlie's crazed footsteps rang out behind them. He chased after them, shouting, "Filthy woman, you always use such vile methods. If I catch you, I'll spray that chilly water where it will hurt you the most. You can't escape. Two gentlemen, you need to think clearly, filthy souls need purification. Only by becoming my bride can you gain eternal love. I will dress you up beautifully, cutting away the filthy parts. If you stop struggling now, I will consider making you pregnant with my child." Hearing this, Zhang Wei stumbled and almost fell, unable to resist spitting a mouthful of thick phlegm. "Go to hell. Perverted bastard, get lost." The three of them raced up the stairs. Dr. Charlie relentlessly pursued them, getting closer and closer. Until they rushed up the stairs to the top floor, the footsteps behind them came to a sudden halt. Qi Qiushui stopped, looking back. Dr. Charlie stood at the landing of the next level, his eyes filled with wariness. He glared fiercely at the three, murmuring curses, but he didn't step forward again. "You will regret going up. That guy, his methods are far more cruel than mine. Come down and accept my purification. Don't cling to your delusions any longer." Qi Qiushui recalled what Xia Xiaoxiao had said before in the underground prison. On the top floor of this hospital, there was a presence more terrifying than Dr. Charlie. Dr. Charlie is clearly worried about that guy. They continued upward, finally reaching the top floor, the most mysterious place in the entire mental hospital. The sight before Qi Qiushui made him pause slightly. The corridor on the top floor was unusually tidy, even described as spotless. The walls were blindingly white, in stark contrast to the dilapidated feeling of the floors below, like two different worlds. This overly clean environment felt completely out of place in this abandoned mental hospital haunted house. On either side of the corridor were neatly aligned patient room doors. Each door had a white card above it with the patient's name written in black song font, the handwriting as neat as printing. Through the small window on the door, one could see various people sitting inside. Some leaned against the head of the bed, some sat in chairs, all with expressionless faces, looking out the window, or more precisely, looking at Qi Qiushui and the other two in the corridor. Their gazes were chillingly calm, without a hint of ripples. "What's wrong with these people?" Zhang Wei asked, his voice trembling slightly as he looked at the mental patients. Qi Qiushui also felt confused and could only maintain a high level of alertness. His gaze swept over the rows of patient room doors, suddenly stopping in the middle of the corridor. A door was ajar, not fully closed, revealing a small gap. He stepped forward and found the patient card on the door bearing a familiar name. Little Tom. This name had appeared in the prompts before. He seemed to have intricate connections with this amusement park scenario. The card briefly described the cause of admission: excessive fright from friends during Halloween-triggered mental abnormalities, hospitalized for treatment. Qi Qiushui gently pushed the door open. The room was empty but overly tidy. A single bed was made with snow-white sheets, an empty water cup placed on the bedside table, and a few childish stickers on the wall. His gaze landed on an art book on the bedside table. He picked it up and opened it, finding only a colorful drawing inside. The picture depicted a UFO landing in an amusement park, a pumpkin-headed figure stepping out. A small boy with freckles and golden hair was happily welcoming someone at the UFO's entrance. The strokes were childish, evidently drawn by a child's hand. Qi Qiushui looked at the drawing several times but still couldn't understand what it was trying to express, so he had to put down the book and exit the room. He continued to observe in the corridor. Previously, he had heard Zhang Xiaoxiao mention that there was a patient named Xia Xiaoxiao upstairs. And Xia Xiaoxiao had contacted him on his phone to meet in the mental hospital. So, she was very likely on this floor. If that was the case, why was Xia Xiaoxiao here? And why had there been news of her death in the real world? Everything seemed like a massive puzzle. Qi Qiushui felt that there must be some unknown secrets hidden within. Indeed, at the end of the corridor, he found that familiar white door. The door had the word Xia Xiaoxiao written on it, beneath which was a delicate purple butterfly. He walked over. The door was tightly closed, perfectly sealed. The small window on the door was completely covered by heavy black curtains, making it impossible to see inside, no matter how close one got. He raised his hand and knocked on the door. "Xiaoxiao, are you in there?" There was no response. He took out his phone. Just as he was about to send a message, the screen suddenly lit up. Xia Xiaoxiao unexpectedly replied at that moment, as if she knew he was right outside the door. "I'm here." Just 2 short words. Qi Qiushui froze for a moment, about to knock again when a female player rushed over, grabbing the doorknob, attempting to pull it open. Just as her fingertips touched the cold metal doorknob, the female player jolted, as if electrocuted. Her body stiffened for a few seconds, the urgency in her eyes suddenly fading, replaced by a complex excitement. Tears unexpectedly flowed down her face. She quickly turned around, her gaze locking onto Qi Qiushui's face, her voice choked. Qi Qiushui. I finally see you. Qi Qiushui was stunned. This voice was completely different from the previous female player. It was strangely familiar. He quickly realized who it was, but still couldn't believe it. You are Xiao Xiao. Chapter 111 Amusement Park Dr. Gao. Qi Qiushui couldn't figure out what was happening. You really are Xiao Xiao? Xia Xiaoxiao sobbed a little, then nodded emphatically. It's me. Qi Qiushui's heart tightened, and he quickly walked over, reaching out to take off her purple mask. Unexpectedly, Xia Xiaoxiao turned her head away from his hand, her eyes under the mask slightly dodging. It can't be taken off. Qi Qiushui was stunned for a moment, then quickly returned to his senses and grabbed Xia Xiaoxiao's hand. What exactly is going on? Why did you suddenly lose contact? Why did you suddenly hear you were dead? And what is this copy all about? Xia Xiaoxiao was taken aback by this string of questions, and then a flicker of anger flashed in her eyes. She stepped forward and punched his chest hard. Do you have the face to ask me? All of this is caused by you. Your temper is always so stubborn. Qi Qiushui held her hand tightly, slightly panting. I caused it? Quickly tell me what happened. Xia Xiaoxiao's eyes flickered with a hint of panic, realizing she had accidentally let something slip in her moment of emotion. It's nothing. I didn't say anything. You will know later. Not now. Hearing this, Qi Qiushui felt inexplicably irritable. He unconsciously tightened his grip on her hand. What exactly happened? Can you be clearer? Xia Xiaoxiao felt pain from being squeezed and cried out immediately. You hurt me. Qi Qiushui realized he had lost composure and quickly released his hand, hurriedly apologizing. Sorry. I'm sorry. Seeing his appearance, Xia Xiaoxiao was instead amused, unable to help but let out a soft laugh, her eyes filled with tenderness. You are still like this. You are too stubborn. No. I should say too headstrong. Usually silent, but when you see something you dislike, you just have to fight to the end. That's why you always go against them. Them? Qi Qiushui was quite confused. Who are they? Xia Xiaoxiao sighed. It's still too early for you. You will encounter them later. But since you've made a decision, I won't say more. Qi Qiushui unconsciously swallowed hard. So these events are connected to them, right? Xia Xiaoxiao nodded. I can't say too much. Saying too much will change the cause and effect, the plan will fail, and that is what you don't want to see. After speaking, she stepped forward and cupped Qi Qiushui's face with her hands, her expression serious. Remember. In the copy, you can only trust two people, don't trust anyone else. Qi Qiushui's heart skipped a beat, and he nodded instinctively. Which two? Xia Xiaoxiao replied, Xia Wenwen and Zhang Wei. Ah? Qi Qiushui was stunned. I know Zhang Wei, but isn't Xia Wenwen your sister? Has she gotten involved in this copy too? Xia Xiaoxiao shook her head, her gaze firm, yet her tone revealed a hint of pleading. You will know these things later. You must pass all the subsequent copies. I will do my best to help you. Only by gathering all the pieces again do we have a chance to win. After finishing, without waiting for Qi Qiushui to respond, she suddenly tiptoed, wrapped her arms around his neck, and kissed him. A soft touch on his lips made Qi Qiushui widen his eyes suddenly. First, it had been a long time since he had kissed, and he was a bit unaccustomed to it. Second, and more importantly, he and Xia Xiaoxiao had not been kissing for the first time, but this time, the feeling was exceptionally strange. So there was only one possibility. The female player wearing the purple mask was not Xia Xiaoxiao at all. Just as he was about to push her away, she retreated first. At this moment, the female player's gaze had cleared up, completely different from her previous gentle demeanor. Immediately afterward, a sharp scream pierced the corridor's silence. Ah! The female player covered her lips, her eyes filled with shock and anger, trembling all over, pointing at Qi Qiushui. You! Qi Qiushui, you rogue! You actually dared to steal a kiss from me. I didn't. Qi Qiushui was speechless for a moment. You came over yourself. The female player had tears welling up, her eyes red. You are shameless. I just became an adult, and my first kiss has gone like this. How will I find a boyfriend in the future? How can you do this to my sister? How could you? Sister? Qi Qiushui was taken aback. Who are you? The female player shot Qi Qiushui a glare, then slowly took off her purple mask, revealing a youthful face. There was a 7-point resemblance to Xia Xiaoxiao, but she looked even more innocent. Xia Wenwen? Qi Qiushui was greatly shocked, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. It's me. Xia Wenwen gritted her teeth. Sister is blind, praising you in front of me every day. I didn't expect you to be such a scum, thinking you could have both sisters? Dream on. Listen to my explanation. Qi Qiushui was momentarily at a loss and could only recount what had just happened. At first, Xiaowen was unwilling to listen, but as he spoke, her expression gradually became serious. You mean, as soon as I touched that doorknob, my sister possessed me? Xiaowen pondered. Yes. Qi Qiushui looked again at the door with Xia Xiaoxiao's name on it, but suddenly noticed that both the name and the purple butterfly pattern had disappeared. Xiaowen immediately stepped forward and turned the doorknob. The locked door surprisingly opened easily. The room was empty, the quilt neatly folded, just an ordinary room. Zhang Wei watched the whole scene and scratched his head in confusion. What are you two doing? Acting in a play? But seriously, that kiss just now was quite thrilling. I was completely mesmerized. Xiaowen's face instantly turned red, glaring fiercely at Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei, scared by the glare, cleared his throat and turned his head, puffing his cheeks to whistle. I saw nothing. I didn't see anything just now. Qi Qiushui hurriedly walked in front of Xiaowen. Xiaowen, what is going on here? Aren't you in your senior year preparing for exams? How did you end up here? Xiaowen, however, looked indifferent, crossing her arms. Those questions were too easy. How is it interesting to do side quests? Qi Qiushui didn't dwell on that topic and instead asked. So you came to this mental hospital side quest for Xia Xiaoxiao, right? A hint of panic flashed in Xiaowen's eyes, and she stammered, unable to answer. Qi Qiushui was a bit dazed, thinking that sisters really are alike. Her expression while lying was identical. Xiaowen cleared her throat and returned to her domineering little witch demeanor. What does it matter to you where I go? You haven't settled the account for the kiss yet. At that moment, a cold voice came from the other end of the hospital corridor. What are you doing? The three of them jumped in surprise. Out of the dim corridor emerged a man in a white coat. A mask covered half of his face, and behind the lenses were cold, emotionless eyes. Seeing this person, Xiaowen's expression suddenly became serious, her eyes showing surprise. Dr. Gao? Qi Qiushui looked at the man in the white coat. The doctor in front of him didn't feel like a boss or NPC from the quest, but more like an ordinary person. Xiaowen, you know him? Xiaowen squinted her eyes and quietly took half a step back. Of course, I know. Who doesn't know the famous Dr. Gao? Missing for 5 years, with no news, everyone thought you died in the quest. I didn't expect to meet you here. Dr. Gao smiled helplessly. Wenwen, it sounds like we are meeting for the first time. I remember the first time I saw you, you were still a little girl. In the blink of an eye, you've grown so big, time really is merciless. Xiaowen silently watched him. Yes, so long has passed, yet you haven't aged a bit. Dr. Gao lightly dusted off his spotless white coat and said lightly. The good thing about the infinite loops instance is this, it's immortal, never aging. Eternal life here is just a side effect, but it's an important one. Qi Qiushui stepped forward and softly asked, what's really going on? Xiaowen slowly began to introduce the person in front of her. Dr. Gao's real name is Gao Lin, the top surgeon in the country, as well as a top game storyline designer. He is also one of the 5 original founders of our Purple Butterfly. Zhang Wei froze for a moment after hearing this, then immediately smiled happily. So, Dr. Gao is a player here to participate in the instance too? That's great, if we're all players, then we're on the same team. Xiaowen sneered. I'm afraid Dr. Gao is no longer a player. He must have already completed all the pieces of the puzzle. This mental hospital is your work, right? Honestly, to let someone like Dr. Charlie control this place, you must be just as twisted. Dr. Gao furrowed his brows. I have so many hospital instances under my control, one person can't possibly manage them all. I came here today specifically to deal with Dr. Charlie, that freak. Xiaowen suddenly asked, so, once all the pieces are gathered, does that make someone the master of the instance? Dr. Gao's eyes suddenly grew feverish, his voice full of obsession. Yes and no. After gathering all the pieces, you will receive a door of your own. Behind the door lies infinite possibilities, everything you want is inside. And what I want, you can see it. I've always been obsessed with game design. In my mind, only by personally creating a hospital-themed instance would I be worthy of my imagination. Only that door could give me such power. Every time I see players struggling in despair in my hospitals, I can't help but feel joy. As he spoke, Dr. Gao trembled with excitement. You're a madman. Xiaowen sucked in a sharp breath. So, Dr. Charlie's twisted behavior is also your doing? From the looks of it, you must be a freak as well. Dr. Gao's face immediately darkened, as though he had been deeply insulted. Don't compare me to that disgusting man Charlie. This mental hospital haunted house is just a small instance I casually made. It's been poorly managed, which is why it's become like this. In my hospital instances, there are 3 core words that must be followed: perversion, restraint, elegance. At this point, Jiang Wei couldn't hold back any longer. Look at Dr. Charlie, which one of those does he meet? Look at what he's done, turning male players into brides and marrying them. Is that even human? Dr. Gao's expression suddenly turned cold, and the pressure he radiated caused the 3 of them to instinctively take a few steps back. Jiang Wei also felt frightened and immediately closed his mouth. He said coldly, "Of course I know. I came to check because I detected something wrong with this mental hospital haunted house. I was planning to replace the boss here." With that, Dr. Gao's gaze fell on Qi Qiushui, and he casually tossed a key towards them. "This is the key to the main door, you can leave now. I promised Xiao Xiao to spare your lives. I have something to do later, so I won't chat any longer." Xia Wenwen suddenly became agitated. "Tell me. Why did my sister's door suddenly appear in the instance you manage? What did you do to her?" Dr. Gao's tone remained calm. "Want to know? Then keep clearing the instance. When you collect all the pieces, you'll naturally understand the answer you've been seeking." Xia Wenwen stopped talking, her hands tightly clenched into fists. Dr. Gao saw this and smiled. "What's wrong? Lost confidence?" Xia Wenwen took a deep breath. "No one has ever been sure they could collect all the pieces, but I won't give up." Dr. Gao seemed amused by this. "So fiery, so passionate. I'll be waiting for you. But be careful, don't fall into my hospital instance. This time, for your sister's sake, I'll spare you, but next time, you might die." His joking tone made the air around them suddenly turn icy. The other 3 knew clearly in their hearts. Even if said in a joking tone, these words are far from false, they feel more like a sincere warning. Qi Qiushui looked at the key in his hand and suddenly remembered something. "But Dr. Charlie is still lying in wait downstairs, how do we get out?" Dr. Gao's eyes flashed with a hint of cold light. "While chatting with you, I almost forgot to deal with this disgusting guy. Doing this kind of thing in my hospital's instance really tarnishes my name, Gao Lin." After speaking, he turned and walked down the stairs, his footsteps gradually fading away. Not long after, a heart-wrenching scream from Dr. Charlie suddenly echoed from downstairs. "No! Dr. Gao! Spare me! I was wrong." The wails lasted only about 10 seconds before ceasing abruptly. The downstairs fell into a profound silence. Dr. Gao returned to the top floor, but his once clean white coat was now stained with blood. "You can leave now. I still need to draft a new boss head soon, it's inconvenient for you to see this." The 3 did not ask any more questions, turned, and headed down the stairs, ready to leave the asylum. On the way, they saw Dr. Charlie's body and Liang Ying's severed head. Her head lay at the stairway, eyes wide open, unblinking in death. As they passed the room where Dr. Charlie had held the wedding, they suddenly noticed that Ochan, who had been considered the bride, had disappeared. A chill ran down their spines, the 3 quickened their pace and staggered out of the hospital doors. Behind them came a loud bang as the door closed automatically. At that moment, Qi Qiushui casually glanced back and suddenly saw a tall, familiar figure standing by the window on the 2nd floor, coldly watching the 3 leave. "Look!" Qi Qiushui pointed at the window. The other 2 turned to follow his gaze and instantly froze. Because they saw clearly, that person was Ochan. Jiang Wei exclaimed in shock, "What the heck? How did Ochan become like this? Why is he wearing a white coat?" Qi Qiushui suddenly remembered what Dr. Gao had said before. So now, there was only one possibility. Ochan had become the new boss of this asylum. Chapter 113, Amusement Park, Pop Ball. Qi Qiushui looked at Xia Wenwen and asked, "Did Ochan become the new boss of this haunted house?" Xia Wenwen nodded. "Yes, the instance designer indeed selects players to be boss. However, given Ochan's painful experiences, his anger and repression will probably all be unleashed on the incoming players. But at least, it shouldn't be as perverted as Dr. Charlie." Qi Qiushui didn't pay much attention to this, at this moment, he was more concerned about something else. You should be a high-level player, right? How many instances have you cleared now?" Xia Wenwen replied blandly. "Much higher than you. Let's talk when we get out. By then, Pumpkinhead will come looking for us. It's still school time. By the time we clear this instance, it should be around Friday, I'll be on break and can explain in detail." After speaking, she hurriedly turned and left, seeming to have urgent matters to attend to. Qi Qiushui quietly watched Xia Wenwen's departing figure inside. At this moment, Jiang Wei patted his arm with a meaningful expression, even carrying a bit of a smirk. "Not bad, Qiushui. Isn't it enough to chase after the school belle Xia Xiaoxiao? You don't even let her lowly sister go. You usually didn't seem this flirtatious, tsk. Qi Qiushui shook off Jiang Wei's hand and rolled his eyes. Get lost. If you can't talk, just say less. He looked around, there was no one nearby, only the clown staff in front of the amusement facilities waving and calling to the air, inviting players to come play, making the scene quite eerie. The nearby giant LED screen displayed the current number of surviving players, which had dropped to 38. It appeared that during their time in the haunted house, quite a few players had died, no wonder it seemed so deserted here. Jiang Wei stopped joking and put away his smile. Where should we go now? Qi Qiushui replied, we should go to the children's play area, that's the only challenge left. The two followed the amusement park's signs to the children's play area. The moment they stepped in, both felt a little dazed. Unlike the dark atmosphere of the other amusement park areas, the lights here were very bright, as if bathed in sunlight. Vibrant colors burst into view, combined with cheerful children's music, making one involuntarily relax. The ground was specially paved with tiles featuring cartoon patterns, with Tigger and Mickey Mouse vividly depicted. The number of players here was noticeably more than in other areas, they must all be here to challenge the children's play projects. The children's play area was divided into multiple play zones, with a rich variety of facilities. At the center stood a two-layer rainbow slide, with red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet slides winding down from the second level. Next to it was a spacious blue and white trampoline area, its surface printed with an underwater world pattern, dotted with shoals of clownfish and corals. In a corner, there was a small building block zone filled with colorful foam blocks. Qi Qiushui was the first to walk over to the block area and asked the NPC clown there. Hello, has anyone passed this project yet? The clown NPC smiled, I'm sorry, you came a little late, someone has already passed the block project. Qi Qiushui felt a bit disappointed but still continued to ask, no problem, can I ask how this project is played? The clown smiled and replied, it's very simple, I give the player a photo, and if the player assembles the same shape within the time limit, it's a success. If they can't assemble it, they will turn into building block toys and stay here forever. Jiang Wei, upon hearing this, unconsciously looked at the small human-shaped building block toys on the table. Not seeing them was fine, but once he did, he was shocked. The faces of those building block toys all displayed extreme terror. The two went elsewhere to inquire about other amusement projects but found that most projects in the children's play area had already been successfully challenged. After understanding the gameplay and rules, they realized that the projects here were simply much easier than those in other areas. Qi Qiushui couldn't help but feel frustrated. He had initially thought the children's play area was the easiest, so he prioritized challenging what seemed to be the most difficult thrill-seeking projects. He was used to tackling the hard ones first. Plus, he had wasted quite a bit of time in the haunted house, leading to the current situation. After wandering around the children's play area, they found that only the largest area, the ball pit paradise, had not been successfully challenged, with some players standing at the entrance. Among the crowd, there were some familiar faces. Yang Mei and her good girlfriends. Qi Qiushui didn't expect to encounter them here, he felt a bit surprised. But thinking about it, it made sense, they had the same order of challenges as Yang Mei, so it was reasonable to run into them now. Yang Mei also saw Qi Qiushui and his friend, and anger immediately rose in her heart, but she suppressed it and gave them the finger. That annoying girl is here again. Jiang Wei, furious, immediately wanted to confront her. But he was stopped by Qi Qiushui. Ignore her, let's complete this project first. Jiang Wei snorted coldly and didn't move forward, but he also gave Yang Mei the finger. Qi Qiushui carefully examined the ball pit paradise. This amusement facility resembled a reality game show called Happy Run on TV. Starting from a starting point, players had to navigate through a series of specially set obstacles to reach the endpoint and earn rewards. The difference was that in Happy Run, falling off meant landing in a pool of water, while here, falling meant dropping into a pool of countless ocean balls. Moreover, the obstacle facilities here were specially made in smaller sizes for children, at least visually, it seemed much easier than Happy Run. But Qi Qiushui understood that this was only a visual appearance. In the children's amusement park, this project remained unbeaten, and there must be a reason for it. At that moment, a clown NPC walked over. Welcome everyone to challenge the Bobo Ball Paradise. Let me introduce the game rules. It's very simple, start from the starting point, pass through the children's balance beam, the children's rope net wall, the children's suspended zipline, the children's plastic low wall, and finally go down the rainbow slide at the end to complete the challenge. Also, please note that everyone must take off their shoes before entering the Bobo Ball area, which you all should know. The players nodded and began taking off their shoes. Qi Qiushui was the first to step forward, can we go in now? The clown shook his head, no, the previous round's players haven't finished yet. Please wait a little longer. Just then, an excited shout came from the finish line from a male player. He was covered in blood, looking shocking. He raised his arm and shouted, I finally finished the challenge. Then he grabbed the handrail of the slide and smoothly slid down. At first, everything seemed normal. The slide was just smooth enough, and the male player wore a relaxed smile on his face. But as he slid to the middle of the slide, a light sound of click suddenly came from the smooth inner wall of the slide. Two sharp blades suddenly popped out from both sides. Those were sharp blades hidden in the slide's inner layer. No! When the male player saw the dense array of blades ahead, it was already too late. He struggled desperately, trying to stop himself from sliding down, but his body was completely out of control, and he could only watch the cold, shining blades rapidly enlarge in his sight. Ah! The harsh scream abruptly stopped, replaced by a nauseating zzz cutting sound. The incredibly sharp blades on the slide easily split his body into several parts. His organs and broken limbs fell with a crash at the end of the slide. The blades were smeared with thick blood, and droplets of blood slowly gathered along the edge, dripping down. My God, this is too twisted. Zhang Wei trembled violently, a strong wave of nausea surged from his stomach to his throat. The clown NPC approached with a cheerful smile, clapping his hands. Everyone, the last player in the Bobo Ball Paradise has now died. You can officially start playing. He tilted his head and continued to announce in a tone that was almost cruelly joyful. Let me explain the game rules again. Start from the beginning and reach the end after overcoming a series of obstacles to succeed. There is no limit to the number of players who can pass, but each level has a time limit. If someone hesitates before a checkpoint for too long, a red alert will go off, and that person will be directly declared a failure. He deliberately paused, scanning the faces of each terrified player. So everyone, don't expect to hide until the end. By the way, there is an additional rule: the first person to challenge the obstacles will face the lowest difficulty. Please think carefully about this. Finally, I wish you all good luck. Qi Qiushui wiped the cold sweat that kept seeping from his forehead. This rule was designed extremely cunningly. He originally planned to challenge it later, to have the cannon fodder in front explore the road and summarize their experience. But this harsh time limit, combined with the lure of the lowest difficulty for the first attempt, almost completely closed off his expected retreat. Beside him, Yang Mei and her sister Guan Hui also wore uncertain expressions. The two whispered together, their eyes constantly scanning the other players present, as if they were assessing something. Zhang Wei noticed their gaze, realizing he was being scrutinized the longest, and couldn't help but shiver. These two women had bad intentions, he could tell without guessing that they were plotting something against others. He had to be on high alert and guard against them with all his might. All the participating players took off their shoes and stepped into the Bubble Ball Paradise. The first challenge appeared before their eyes, a children's balance beam. This balance beam was very small, clearly a scaled-down version meant for children, allowing only one person to pass at a time. It looked ordinary, just a simple wooden structure. However, in this place, the more ordinary it seemed, the more terrifying it often was. For a moment, the crowd exchanged glances, none daring to take the first step. Qi Qiushui took a deep breath and prepared to move forward. Since the clown said this was the easiest challenge, when the time limit alarm went off, the scene would definitely turn chaotic. If he hadn't passed by then, the situation would only get worse. It was better to take a chance now. As he stepped forward, a male player with glasses suddenly dashed past him. The first one is the easiest. Let me go first. The glasses-wearing man charged onto the balance beam like he was grabbing treasure, crazed with excitement. At the moment his feet landed, the seemingly stable wooden structure suddenly began to shake violently. The formerly loose protective ropes on either side abruptly snapped without warning. What the hell? What's going on? Didn't they say the first one is the easiest? The male player instantly lost his balance, leaning to one side. His hands flailed wildly in the air, but he couldn't grab anything, ultimately falling off the balance beam with a loud splash into the bubble ball pit, sending a wave of white balls flying. The height from the balance beam to the bubble ball pit was very low, and with plenty of plastic balls for cushioning, logically, even if a child fell, they wouldn't get hurt. But here, common sense was useless. In the next moment, countless pale, bony hands shot out from deep within the white balls. They were like living vines, quickly and accurately wrapping around the male player's limbs and neck. What the hell is this? No! Let me go. I don't want to die. A chilling scream pierced the entire space, distorted with terror. The strength of those hands was astonishing, pulling him deeper toward the pit. It was like sinking into deadly quicksand. The male player struggled desperately, but his body sank irreversibly. In the end, only one arm emerged from the surface of the balls, fingers spread in despair, as if trying to grasp the last straw. Then, that hand was also dragged down, disappearing completely. Everything was not over. After the male player was swallowed up, clear, bone-cracking sounds echoed from deep within the ball pit, sending chills down spines. With a sharp crack, there was a horrifyingly brief scream. A sea of white plastic balls was silently stained with a blinding crimson. The players who had not yet crossed the balance beam were frozen in fear, their faces pale as paper, trembling all over. Yang Mei struggled to swallow, her voice shaking. Wasn't it supposed to be the easiest for the first one to pass? Qi Qiushui frowned, analyzing in a deep voice. It's the easiest, not without difficulty. How could they let you pass without any risk? Yang Mei felt like she was being publicly scolded, her face suddenly flushed with embarrassment, anger flaring inside. Do I not know? Do I need your stupid advice? Qi Qiushui was momentarily speechless from her retort. Jiang Wei immediately pointed at Yang Mei's big face and shouted, "You witch, don't come looking for trouble here." You. Yang Mei choked with anger but managed to hold back her harsher words, snorting coldly, "I can't be bothered to argue with you." Qi Qiushui ignored the bickering and carefully observed the balance beam ahead, his gaze sharp. After a moment, he spoke again, his tone much more certain. This stage is actually not that difficult. Based on what happened to that man earlier, I believe the key to triggering the violent shaking and breaking of the ropes was his attempt to grab the protective ropes. As long as one doesn't touch the ropes at all and focuses entirely on walking well on the wooden beam, it should be possible to pass through safely. Should? Yang Mei scoffed, a look of disdain on her face. What's the use of should? Saying it with such certainty is just trying to fool others into being your cannon fodder, right? Guan Hui immediately chimed in. Exactly, you spout a bunch of lofty words, but why don't you dare go first? Aren't you just a coward? Zhang Wei exploded with rage when he heard this. You two should stop talking nonsense here. That person is analyzing their own situation, what's it to you? Qi Qiushui raised his hand to stop Zhang Wei, looking toward the alarm lights that began to flicker erratically, as if ready to count down. Alright, there's no need to argue. I'll go first. Zhang Wei, you follow me closely. The alarm is about to sound, time waits for no one. Zhang Wei nodded heavily, shooting a fierce glare at Yang Mei, then focused intently on the balance beam. Hearing Qi Qiushui's words and seeing the ominous light, Yang Mei's expression shifted, quickly retracting her mocking demeanor. She silently moved her feet and crowded close behind Zhang Wei. Guan Hui naturally followed closely behind her. Qi Qiushui steadied his mind and was the first to step onto the balance beam. The wooden surface was unusually slippery, as if coated with an invisible layer of oil. He slightly bent his knees, lowered his center of gravity, and kept his eyes fixed straight ahead, each step aiming to land precisely on the flattest part of the balance beam, his arms slightly open for balance, but never touching the dangling ropes on either side. Zhang Wei followed closely, mimicking his movements, cautiously taking steps, his eyes glued to his feet, sweat covering his forehead. Surprisingly or not, right behind Zhang Wei was Yang Mei and Guan Hui. Yang Mei had a look of impatience and annoyance as she suddenly shoved Zhang Wei's back forcefully. Hurry up! Stop dawdling and blocking the way. Zhang Wei was fully focused on maintaining his balance when, out of the blue, he was pushed, causing his body to sway violently, and his feet slipped, making the balance beam shake wildly. Cold sweat broke out on his skin as his arms flailed multiple times, barely stabilizing himself, and he turned around, glaring at Yang Mei, his eyes almost shooting fire. You did that on purpose. But Yang Mei only coldly laughed, shrugging her shoulders in a carefree manner. I just urged you to be faster. Didn't you see how many people are blocked behind you? You're slow and blame others. Qi Qiushui, walking in front, also felt the sudden violent shaking, almost losing his footing. He turned around and shot a cold glare at Yang Mei, his eyes like ice. Yang Mei, I warn you, don't do such petty things again. My patience is limited. Yang Mei pouted, turning her gaze away, muttering under her breath. Humph. The men down there just love to show off. The group moved slowly forward in a stifling, intense atmosphere. Everyone was on edge, fearing they would become the next victim. When the last player, trembling, finally stepped onto the other side of the balance beam, everyone simultaneously let out a sigh of relief. However, before they could finish that breath, behind them, the balance beam they had just crossed suddenly let out a dreadful crack. Then, the entire wooden structure snapped in the middle and crashed down into the ball pit below. White plastic balls were splashed up again. Almost at the same moment, countless pale hands surged from the pile of balls, like a school of fish vying for food, tightly grasping the broken balance beam and swiftly pulling it into the unfathomable, pure white depths of terror, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Chapter 115 Amusement Park Yang Mei's Plot. Soon, everyone arrived at the second checkpoint, the rope net wall. Qi Qiushui stopped, carefully examining the obstacle ahead. The wall was woven from thick ropes crisscrossed, about 4 meters high, not too far out of reach. But many of the ropes had already rotted and turned black. Below the wall was still the ball pit. The white ocean balls surged silently, and occasionally, a pale, thin hand would suddenly emerge from the pile of balls. Grasping the air a few times, it slowly recoiled back. Qi Qiushui was the first to approach, his sharp gaze sweeping over the rope net. He quickly discovered the key. Those brightly colored, deep green ropes looked sturdy and intact, while the dull, especially yellowed and blackened ones clearly showed signs of decay. He reached out and grabbed a deep green rope, pulling with all his strength towards himself. The rope stretched straight, unmoving, showing sufficient bearing capacity. Looks like we have to climb along the green ropes, he whispered, both to remind himself and the people behind him. Without hesitation, he used his hands and feet to climb the rope net. The path he chose was completely made up of deep green ropes, his movements cautious and steady. Halfway up, a light yellow rope nearby suddenly snapped with a pop, the broken end brushing against his shoulder as it fell. Qi Qiushui's body wobbled slightly, but because he was mentally prepared and hadn't relied on that yellow rope, he quickly steadied himself. Everyone, see clearly. Only grab and step on the deep green ropes. Avoid all the yellow and black ones, he shouted down, his voice echoing in the open space. Zhang Wei responded, following closely behind, carefully placing his hands and feet on the correct ropes like Qi Qiushui. When it was Yang Mei's turn, she looked up at the route Qi Qiushui and Zhang Wei had climbed, then glanced at the ball pit below where white hands were constantly reaching out, her eyes subtly darting around. She began to climb up, her movements appearing a bit clumsy. When she was directly below Zhang Wei, her left foot suddenly accidentally stepped onto a thick rope that was clearly decayed and blackened. Ah, she exclaimed. The black rope could not bear her weight and snapped immediately. In the moment of breaking, Yang Mei's body leaned to the side, not adjusting towards the solid green rope, but directly crashing towards Zhang Wei above at an angle. Zhang Wei, fully focused on finding his next foothold, was caught off guard by a sudden force crashing into his waist from below. He immediately lost his balance, one hand slipping from the tightly gripped deep green rope, leaving only his other hand desperately clutching his body. He hung in the air, swaying. What was more terrifying was that because of his violent swaying in lowered position, countless pale hands from the ball pit below reached up like sharks sensing blood, their fingertips almost touching his dangling ankles. A cold feeling came, and Zhang Wei broke into a cold sweat. Yang Mei! You crazy woman! Zhang Wei gasped angrily, veins bulging on his forehead. Just that instant, he truly felt he had brushed against death, leaving him weak all over. Above, Yang Mei, using the rebound force from the collision, agilely grabbed a sturdy green rope, quickly adjusted her position, and accelerated upwards. She couldn't help but curve her lips into a smile, thinking to herself, "Fool, don't blame me, blame yourself for not being careful enough to block my way." Zhang Wei! Grab me! Qi Qiushui's voice came from above. He had climbed to the edge of the top, half his body leaning back, reaching down with all his strength, his gaze locked tightly on Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei gritted his teeth, using all his strength to swing that loose arm upwards. Finally, their hands firmly gripped each other in midair. Qi Qiushui's arm muscles tightened as he shouted, "Come up!" With Qi Qiushui's help, Zhang Wei stepped on the rope net, slowly pulling himself back, stepping once again on the reliable green rope. He cast a lingering glance at the pale arms retreating below, cold sweat soaking his back. When the last player finally climbed up, panting, to the narrow platform at the top of the rope net wall they had just conquered. Suddenly, it all collapsed entirely. All the ropes, whether green or black, broke and disintegrated at the same time, like a spider web that lost its support, crashing down into the ball pit below. The ball pit instantly bubbled up, with countless pale arms surging out greedily, dragging and tearing at the vast net of ropes, quickly pulling them into the bottomless abyss made of ocean balls, until they completely disappeared. Zhang Wei stared at the empty gap, recalling the moment he had hung in midair, a wave of intense fear washing over him, causing his legs to go weak. The crowd dared not linger and continued forward, arriving at the third challenge, suspended ropes. Before them was a steel cable connecting two small platforms. The cable was only as thick as a wrist, stretching across about 3 meters, 5 meters high above the ball pit below. A rusty old pulley hung from the cable, with dark red rust caked around its bearings, looking like it hadn't turned in a long time. Qi Qiushui stood at the edge of the platform, frowning as he carefully observed for a long time. The cable itself, the pulley, the fixed points at both ends, the ball pit below, he tried to figure out any safety rules or correct paths like in the first two challenges. But this time, there seemed to be no obvious color distinction, structural difference, or special markings within his sight. Time passed second by second. The red light had not yet lit up, but the silence and waiting intensified the tension. Yang Mei waited and waited, seeing Qi Qiushui still not making a move, her impatience quickly replacing the earlier brief panic. Hey! Aren't you supposed to be capable? After analyzing for so long, what have you figured out? Hurry up! Dawdling like this, everyone is waiting for you. If the alarm goes off later and gets everyone killed, can you bear that responsibility? Her voice echoed harshly in the emptiness. Zhang Wei's anger was ignited in an instant. He suddenly turned around, took 2 steps to Yang Mei's side, and raised his hand before everyone could react. Slap! A crisp and loud slap struck Yang Mei's left cheek fiercely. Slap! With a reverse slap, it landed on her right cheek. Yang Mei's head was knocked sideways, her cheek visibly swelling up at a visible rate. She covered her face, quickly turned back, her eyes wide and filled with disbelief. Are you crazy? She shrieked sharply, her voice distorted by shock and anger. You hit a woman? Are you even a man? Zhang Wei pointed at her nose, gritting his teeth, and spoke each word clearly. I, Zhang Wei, have never hit a woman before, that is indeed my life creed. But you, Yang Mei, look at what you've done. Your actions, can they still be considered human? Calling you a beast is a damn compliment. That account from earlier on the rope, I haven't settled with you yet. Now you're barking here again? He stepped closer, his eyes fierce enough to frighten anyone. Let me tell you, Qi Qiushui owes you nothing. If he chooses to use his brain to find a way out, that is his kindness. He has no obligation to risk his life to tell you the answer. If you dare to throw a tantrum, act shamelessly, or shout nonsense again, you won't need to wait for the challenge to start. I'll kick you off right now. I will keep my word. Chapter 116 Amusement Park Heartless Yang Mei. Yang Mei was stunned by the fierce look in Zhang Wei's eyes. Her cheek was burning with pain, but what made her heart race more was Zhang Wei's appearance, as if he truly wanted to kill. She opened her mouth but didn't dare to utter another word, she just lowered her head to hide the swirling resentment and almost overflowing ferocity in her eyes. She quickly calculated in her heart how to take revenge, how to make this man who dared to hit her pay the most painful price. Qi Qiushui seemed to be little disturbed by this conflict. He withdrew his gaze from afar, as if he had just figured something out, a look of sudden realization appearing on his face. I think we might have overcomplicated the issue. He pointed to the platform right across from them. Everyone take a close look, this is a children's play facility. The distance between the two platforms is actually very short for adults. He paused for a moment and continued. I observed the steel cables and pulleys, they are severely rusted and might not hold weight at all, or could be a trap. But if we ignore this so-called facility and just look at the essence, it's merely a gap that needs to be crossed. With our adult jumping ability, perhaps we can jump straight across. This conclusion was truly unexpected. Everyone looked at the writhing white ball pit below and then at the platform across, hesitating for a moment. Qi Qiushui decided not to explain any further. He took a few steps back and took a deep breath. Run. Jump. His figure traced a brief arc in the air, and his feet landed steadily on the edge of the opposite platform, leaning slightly forward to steady himself. The whole process was so effortless it felt like stepping over a slightly wider threshold. Facts speak louder than any rhetoric. Zhang Wei was the second to jump over, successfully as well. Other players, seeing this, breathed a sigh of relief and began to jump one by one, landing safely. Though some stumbled, and some screamed, they all made it across safely. When it was finally Guanhui's turn, who was Yang Mei's good sister, an accident happened. Guanhui was slightly plump, normally lacked exercise, and already doubted her ability to jump with explosive power. She stood at the edge, hesitated repeatedly, and at last, under Yang Mei's impatient urging and the nervous gazes of the crowd, she finally gritted her teeth and jumped out. However, her jump lacked power, and the trajectory was too low. Her hands barely grasped the edge of the opposite platform, her fingertips dug desperately into the gap, but her lower body was already suspended, and her feet grazed past the surface of the ball pit below. That slight touch was like a spark falling into hot oil. Splash! Dozens, if not hundreds, of pale hands instantly broke through the surface of the balls, accurately grabbing her ankle and lower leg. A huge, irresistible pulling force came. Ah! Yang Mei! Save me! Pull me up! Guanhui was scared out of her wits, feeling as if her ankle was clamped in an iron vise, and her body was being slowly dragged toward the ball pit. Survival instinct made her struggle desperately, and with her free hand flailing wildly, she unexpectedly grabbed the ankle of Yang Mei, who had already jumped onto the platform and was standing at the edge. Yang Mei was caught off guard as her ankle was gripped, a strong force came, and she screamed as her body suddenly lost balance, being dragged forward in a stagger, almost falling in two. In that moment, the selfish instinct for survival overpowered all so-called sisterly bonds. Yang Mei did not bend down to pull Guanhui's hand, instead, after steadying herself, she immediately lifted the leg that was held by Guanhui's grip, then heavily and madly stomped on the fingers of Guanhui that were desperately holding onto the edge of the platform. Let go! You better let go! You fat pig! Do you want to kill me? Yang Mei's face twisted with rage as she stomped and shouted crazily, putting all her strength into each stomp. Ah! It hurts! Yang Mei, you! Guanhui felt a stabbing pain in her fingers, she couldn't believe it and looked up to see the crazed face of Yang Mei, who was furiously stomping. Finally, she couldn't hold on any longer, her fingers loosening. No! A brief, tragic scream cut off abruptly. Guanhui's body, like a marionette with its strings cut, was instantly dragged deep into the ball pit by countless pale hands, not even causing a splash, only a small area turning red, slowly being engulfed by the surrounding white. Yang Mei gasped, her face pale, still in shock, but in her eyes, there was no sadness or guilt, but rather a kind of relief from the calamity and a trace of faint, twisted ruthlessness. She patted her pants legs as if she had gotten something dirty on them, muttering curses under her breath, useless thing dying and trying to drag me down too almost got me killed. Zhang Wei stood by, dumbfounded. It took a long time for her to find her voice again, filled with disbelief. She was with you, even if you couldn't pull her up, at least you could pretend to try, right? How could you just step on her hand like that? Yang Mei was in a state of extreme tension and emotional agitation, and upon hearing this, she immediately exploded like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, pointing at Zhang Wei and several silent male players beside him while yelling. Are you men just eating and doing nothing? Are your eyes blind? Didn't you see that the girl was in danger? You all stood by and watched, and now you have the face to talk to me? If you could do something, why didn't you save her just now? A bunch of useless trash. All you know is to say cold words. Her outburst was unreasonable, targeting not just Zhang Wei but also cursing all the men present. However, this time, all she got in response was silence. The male players only glanced at her coldly before turning their gaze away. No one rebutted, and no one agreed. In this desperate situation, meaningless arguments were draining both physical and mental strength. More importantly, after Yang Mei's performance in the previous rounds, most people no longer regarded her as a companion with whom they could communicate and cooperate, but rather as an unpredictable and extremely selfish danger. For such a person, any verbal communication was a waste. In an atmosphere filled with extreme repression, they arrived at the second-to-last level, the plastic low wall. This wall was only 1 meter high and should be easy for adults. Qi Qiushui approached cautiously, trying to see if there were any gaps, mechanisms, or anything else on the wall. Just when he was about half a meter away from the wall. Click. 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 A series of light sounds suddenly erupted as countless slender, sharp poison needles sprang out from the smooth wall. The sharp tips shimmered with a cold blue light, densely packed across the entire low wall, with the closest one less than 10 centimeters from Qi Qiushui's nose. Qi Qiushui was so startled that he jumped back a big step, cold sweat instantly soaking his clothes. That was close. If he had rashly tried to climb over or gotten closer just now, he would have been turned into a sieve. He steadied his mind, forced himself to calm down, and crouched down to observe carefully from a lower angle. This time, he discovered a clue. At the very bottom of the smooth wall, where it met the ground, there was a shallow groove about 20 centimeters high. And the poison needles that sprang out seemed to be triggered by the pressure exerted on the wall. In the narrow groove area at the wall's base, no poison needles popped out. Pressure triggering, Qi Qiushui murmured, a flash of understanding in his eyes. The poison needles spring out from inside the wall. The triggering mechanism should be that the upper part of the wall bears a certain weight. The groove at the wall's base is safe. If we crawl through it from below, without touching the upper wall, we should be fine. He raised his voice and said to the others behind him. Do you see the groove at the wall's base? The poison needles pop out only when they touch the wall. We crawl through the groove, trying our best not to touch the upper wall. After saying that, he wasted no time and was the first to lie down, pressing his body close to the ground, using all force to crawl into the narrow wall groove, moving slowly and steadily like a lizard towards the other side of the wall. His back nearly grazed the wall filled with poison needles above him. But until his entire body crawled over the wall remained unresponsive, the poison needles standing still, none of them sprang out. With clear guidance and a successful demonstration, the remaining players, including the sullen Yang Mei, crawled over the low wall one by one. Although the process was nerve-wracking, nothing unexpected happened. Finally, they arrived at the last level, which was the peak of fear in everyone's hearts, the rainbow slide. It was here. Devoured the initial male player, slicing him into fragments with sharp blades. The vibrant, multicolored slide now appeared to everyone as a passageway leading to hell. Chapter 117 Amusement Park. Reap what you sow. Yang Mei stood behind Zhang Wei, staring at his back with intense hatred in her eyes. This man named Zhang Wei had gone against her since entering this amusement park, his words sharp and actions provocative, as if he was born to be her nemesis. She bit her lower lip tightly, a faint taste of blood, the result of unconsciously biting the inside of her mouth. I can't endure this any longer, this dog of a man must die here today. She could no longer hold back her rage. Push him down. She charged at Zhang Wei, her steps quick and urgent, hands reaching forward. However, a figure was faster than her. Qi Qiushui had anticipated this. From the moment Yang Mei's eyes changed and her breathing intensified, his peripheral vision had not left this mentally unstable woman. At the exact moment she launched her sprint, Qi Qiushui swiftly and powerfully pulled Zhang Wei towards himself. Zhang Wei stumbled, shifting to the side just as Yang Mei rushed past him. With all her strength, Yang Mei lunged, only to land on empty space. The enormous inertia carried her forward, straight toward the vibrant yet ominous entrance of the slide. Her eyes widened in terror, letting out a short, sharp scream, her hands flailing in the air, trying to grab onto something to steady herself. Finally, at the edge, her foot firmly pressed against the slightly raised plastic rim below the slide entrance, the soles of her shoes creating a piercing screech as they stopped her forward momentum. But at this moment, her upper body was dangerously leaning into the slide's opening, teetering on the edge. Cold sweat instantly soaked her back. She was just about to breathe a sigh of relief, thankful to have escaped a disaster. Unexpectedly, a male player who had been watching coldly all along moved at this moment. His face bore no expression, as though he simply lifted his foot to kick away a pebble in his way, executing the action crisply and smoothly with a gentle kick. The force was not great, but at that moment, it became the last straw for Yang Mei, whose balance was already unstable. No! A scream of despair. Yang Mei lost her last support, tumbling into the colorful slide tunnel. Her screams echoed inside the plastic tube. The slide was not a straight path, it had several curves. Outside, people could not see the exact situation, only hearing the spine-chilling screams mixed with the dull thuds of her body colliding with the plastic walls, all the way down. Then, the sounds abruptly ceased. What replaced it was a series of dull and crisp crunch sounds, the noise of the cross-shaped blades emerging. Next came the sound of liquid splattering, followed by a heavy thumping sound as solid objects fell to the bottom of the slide. At the end of the slide, the previously empty ground suddenly popped out enormous and sharp cross-shaped blades. Blood-red liquid was dripping down the blades. On the ground already lay a few lumps of indistinguishable remains. A head, attached to part of the neck, had just rolled out. It was Yang Mei's head, eyes wide open, a look of both fear and disbelief, mouth slightly ajar. This head lay quietly in the pool of blood, disheveled hair soaking in the blood, resembling a clump of dirty water plants. Jiang Wei's face turned pale, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. He struggled to swallow a mouthful of saliva, barely suppressing the nausea in his stomach. He turned to the male player who had kicked, his voice dry, "Bro, you." The male player brushed off non-existent dust from his pants, casting a sidelong glance at the bloody scene at the end of the slide. A dismissive snort came from his nose. This wicked woman, since she entered this ball paradise, has been chattering non-stop, causing trouble, complaining, and stirring up conflict. Since she seeks her own death, wanting to push someone down, I'll help her on her way and enjoy some peace. His tone was as flat as if he were discussing the weather, as if what he had just kicked down was not a living person, but just a bag of unwanted trash. Qi Qiushui had no comment on this. He walked near the entrance of the slide, carefully examining the inside. Soon, he discovered a clue. The blades are triggered, not exposed the entire time. On the inner wall of the slide, about every distance, there are 3 very fine vertical grooves, almost blending with the surrounding color, and you wouldn't find them unless you looked closely. That should be the safe passage. As long as your body stays close to the grooves while sliding down, the blades won't be triggered. He took a deep breath and took the first step. Carefully stepping into the slide entrance, he pressed his back tightly against a groove on the inner wall, keeping his arms as close as possible to ensure no part of his body extended beyond the groove. Then, he began to slide down slowly, controlling his speed. His movements were extremely cautious, each movement accompanied by careful observation of his surroundings. The smooth plastic walls on both sides of the slide remained quiet as he slid down, the deadly crossblades never popped out. His figure gradually disappeared behind the curve of the slide, and after a while, a steady voice came from below. "Safe, you can come down. Be sure to stay close to the grooves, move slowly, and maintain control." Seeing this, although the others still felt apprehensive, especially upon seeing Yang Mei's remains not far away, their survival instinct ultimately overpowered their fear. They followed Qi Qiushui's method, one by one, cautiously entering the slide, pressing close to the grooves, and sliding down slowly. The process was oppressive and lengthy, every sound of friction, every moment of brief darkness while turning tested everyone's nerves. Finally, everyone safely reached the bottom of the slide one after another. When their feet touched the solid ground again, many felt their legs weaken, almost unable to stand. However, the scene before them quickly shattered any trace of relief from having survived. Right at their feet were the shattered body parts, cut apart, with blood staining a large area, the fragments of internal organs and broken bones visible, the strong smell of blood nearly suffocating. Someone finally couldn't hold it in, bending over to heave violently, tears and snot all over their face. The clown NPC appeared silently. "Congratulations to everyone for clearing the level." He extended his hand, holding a few pieces of chocolate in his palm. "According to the rules, the Ball Paradise project is now officially closed. Thank you all for your enthusiastic participation." Qi Qiushui silently accepted the chocolate. Since the mission was complete, the two did not linger, turning to walk towards the exit of the children's park. As they exited the childlike decorated park and arrived at the relatively open main path of the park, they saw the queue they had been waiting for. It was the pumpkin heads. There were many more than before, densely packed, forming a winding line in the dim light. These were the players who had failed to receive chocolate and were forcibly decapitated. This silent and eerie line seemed to sense the presence of the living, all gazing in unison towards Qi Qiushui and the others coming out of the children's park. Chapter 118 Amusement Park Tom's Obsession. Then, they moved. With steps synchronized and heavy, they slowly approached the direction of the two. In the air, countless voices overlapped. "No treats, then tricks. No treats, then tricks. No treats, then tricks." The sound waves surged like a tide, carrying invisible pressure. But this time, Qi Qiushui stood still, unmoving, not even a hint of nervousness on his face. The leader with the pumpkin head quickly walked in front of him, his tall figure casting a heavy shadow. Qi Qiushui handed over a piece of chocolate. The pumpkin head took the chocolate, and the flame in its pupils seemed to flicker for a moment. Then, its other hand reached out as well, holding a letter between its fingers. Qi Qiushui took the letter. The same process repeated between Zhang Wei and another pumpkin head. Qi Qiushui ignored the strange gazes, opening the letter in his hand and quickly scanning the words on it. Little Tom's Diary, End. John and Toby took joy in pranking others, and I kept insisting these pranks weren't fun, but they enjoyed it every time, finding delight in pranking me every Halloween. I finally couldn't take it anymore. One day I had a dream where I had a magical friend who came from a UFO, seeking justice for me, and those who once laughed at my pranks were taught a lesson by my friend, with moldy pumpkins harshly covering their heads. I hid inside a pumpkin head, watching these two bullies screaming and begging for mercy under the pumpkin head, which felt like a great revenge, filling my heart with joy. Zhang Wei leaned over as well, opened his letter, and after reading, he looked confused and scratched his head. What does this mean? What should we do next? Qi Qiushui slowly folded the paper and tucked it into his pocket, a confident smile appearing on his lips. I know what to do now, he said, his voice calm. Zhang Wei quickly asked, hurry up and tell me, what did you figure out? Qi Qiushui looked up, his gaze seemingly piercing through the strange line of pumpkin heads before him, into the deeper essence of this amusement park. The scenarios we've gone through, especially those with strong narratives and repetitive scenes, often stem from the fixation of a strong obsession. The hint is clear, this amusement park belongs to Little Tom. So, the key to solving this must relate to fulfilling Little Tom's obsession. Zhang Wei followed his train of thought, and his eyes began to brighten. You mean, Little Tom's letter, and those drawings, his obsession is to take revenge on Toby and John? We need to help him fulfill this? Exactly, Qi Qiushui nodded. Little Tom has long suffered from their malicious pranks, and the anger and helplessness built up in him have reached a breaking point. His obsession isn't simply to have those two die, but to return the favor in their own way. He wants them to taste the experience of being heavily pranked, feeling fear and helplessness. This is clear from the wording of his diary and the content of those drawings. The form of revenge is pranks, it's teaching a lesson, it's making them scream for mercy under the pumpkin head. Zhang Wei suddenly understood and slapped his thigh hard. No wonder. So everything in this amusement park, these strange attractions, these pumpkin heads, even the UFOs in the sky, are projections of his obsession. So what should we do specifically? Go find Toby and John, and give them a beating? Qi Qiushui shook his head, his smile deepening. No, we don't need to personally prank them. Look closely at this last letter. Little Tom mentioned dreaming of a magical friend coming in a UFO to seek justice for him. So who is his friend? Zhang Wei was taken aback, then suddenly looked up to scan the countless figures quietly standing around, with flames burning inside their pumpkin heads, recalling the painting he had seen on the top floor of the asylum before. In the painting, walking down from the UFO was indeed a figure wearing a pumpkin head. He exclaimed, it's these pumpkin heads. They are here to help Little Tom carry out his revenge plan as his friends. Correct. Qi Qiushui affirmed. The world of children's obsessions is often simple and symbolic. UFOs represent powerful help from the outside, while the pumpkin heads are tools and symbols of punishment. What we need to do is not to replace them in execution, but to complete the crucial step of this story. Find the target, guide the direction. Zhang Wei became excited, but then frowned again. But where are Toby and John? We don't even know what they look like. Are we supposed to search aimlessly in this giant amusement park? No need to search. Qi Qiushui's mouth curled slightly, hinting, according to the description in Little Tom's letter, what is the biggest characteristic of these two people? They like to prank others for fun, Zhang repeated softly. Suddenly an unpleasant memory surged into his mind. His eyes widened instantly, and his voice rose by 8 degrees, it's those two little brats in the toilet. Toby and John are them. Exactly. Qi Qiushui snapped his fingers crisply. Their behavior pattern completely matches the description. And in this obsession-constructed replica, the main characters often appear in key positions. I was puzzled at why there were such bad taste players. Now that I think about it, that encounter in the toilet was not a coincidence. Qi Qiushui no longer hesitated. He stepped forward and walked to the pumpkin head at the front of the line. Facing that invisible gaze, Qi Qiushui spoke clearly, I found Toby and John. All the pumpkin heads, the entire long line, paused in unison at that moment. Even the persistent, low murmuring of trick or treat suddenly disappeared. A dead silence fell, only the faint crackling sound of flames burning inside the pumpkin heads. The leading pumpkin head remained silent for a few seconds, as if digesting this statement. Then, it slowly, extremely slowly, nodded its heavy pumpkin again. A deep and strange voice sounded. Are you sure? Qi Qiushui affirmed, sure. Take me to find them. The Pumpkinhead's tone held an undeniable meaning. This is my promise to little Tom. Qi Qiushui and Zhang Wei exchanged a glance and nodded. They turned around and began to walk in the direction of the public toilet from their memory. Behind them, the silent and huge army of Pumpkinheads, like an ordered army, moved with heavy and synchronized steps, slowly following. Chapter 119, Amusement Park, ends. Qi Qiushui, bringing the army of Pumpkinheads behind him, returned to that public toilet where Zhang Wei had encountered the prank. Before they got close, a sharp scream came from the women's toilet. Then, a female player stumbled out from the door of the women's toilet. Her face and hair were covered in a dark red sticky liquid. She seemed to have just encountered something extremely terrifying, running away screaming without looking back. At the entrance of the women's toilet, those two familiar figures swaggered out, one after the other. It was Tabi and John. Each of them was holding an empty tin can, with dark red sticky liquid still dripping down the edges. The two of them were beaming with the joy of a prank well done. Ha ha ha. John laughed so hard he was bending over. We pranked them again, right? Tabi, your idea was really interesting, mixing paint with mud and pig's blood? The effect is so realistic. Next time we'll pour the blood in when they squat, it will definitely be more thrilling. Tabi proudly lifted his chin. Sounds good, John. The people here are really interesting. Every time I see them scared stiff, pale-faced, I'm just so happy. This is the fun of Halloween. Their laughter echoed in the empty toilet area, filled with unrestrained malice. However, at the next second, it came to an abrupt stop. Tabi and John almost simultaneously saw the audience surrounding the toilet exit and the nearby open space, making it impossible to escape. Those tall, silent figures, with burning pumpkin heads glowing faintly in the darkness, countless flickering orange flames, all lined up and watched them. The smile on Tabi's face completely froze, and the corners of his mouth twitched unnaturally. The iron bucket in John's bloodstained hands fell to the ground with a loud clatter and rolled a few times. The tallest pumpkin head at the front slowly took a step forward. The flames in its eye sockets and mouth seemed to deepen in color, flickering more violently. It lowered its heavy pumpkin head, its jagged mouth opening and closing. We found you. We found you. We found you. These words seemed like a signal. The pumpkin-headed army, which had been motionless like statues, began to move. They marched with a heavy and organized rhythm, slowly closing in and completely trapping Tabi and John in the center. Tabi finally snapped back to reality from his shock. Oh no! What are you? What do you want? He wanted to take a step back, to turn and run. But all around were the silent, advancing pumpkin-headed figures, blocking every escape route. He felt like an insect trapped in a glass jar, struggling futilely but finding no gaps. John had long lost his earlier arrogance, his face was pale as paper, his teeth chattering. Tabi. Tabi, what do these strange things want? Where did they come from? The pumpkin heads did not answer. They only continued to close in, and then, all in unison, pulled something from their wide, tattered gray robes. It was a brand new pumpkin head. Flames roared and surged from the eye holes and mouth holes of these new pumpkin heads. These. The leading pumpkin head spoke, its voice like rough gravel scraping against metal, hoarse and grating. Our gift specially prepared for you. You must pay the price for your wicked jokes, for your fun that feasts on the fear of others. It raised the burning pumpkin head in its hand, the flames illuminating its hollow eye sockets. They will become your brand new heads. No. You can't do this. No. Let go of me. Dad. Mom. Tabi let out the most heartbreaking scream of his life. The tall pumpkin head ignored his cries, its arm steady and strong as it lifted the burning pumpkin head high, aiming at Tabi's head. The bottom of the pumpkin had already been hollowed out, forming a smooth round hole. Then, it pressed down forcefully. Puff! A dull and strange sound echoed. The burning pumpkin head fitted tightly onto Tabi's head, replacing his original one. Tabi's scream was muffled inside the pumpkin, turning into indistinct, pain-filled whimpers of despair. He raised his hands violently, desperately scratching at the pumpkin's smooth, hard surface. John watched all of this, completely breaking down. He pushed past Tabi, trying to squeeze through the gap between two pumpkin heads to escape. However, another pumpkin head seemed to have anticipated this. It stepped forward, blocking John's path. Puff! The same dull sound echoed. John also disappeared beneath a pumpkin head. He too began, like Tabi, to despairingly look for a way to grasp the new head around his neck. Then, these two children, who had just found pleasure in scaring others, now with their brand new pumpkin heads, began a frenzied and directionless flight. They stumbled and crashed, aimlessly darting along the paths of the amusement park. They knocked over trash cans on the side of the road, tripped over decorative straw piles, and got back up to run again. In the end, their figures vanished into the darkness of the amusement park together. Among the pumpkin-headed group, a relatively small figure, with a somewhat immaturely carved pumpkin head, stepped forward. It stood in front of Qi Qiushui and Zhang Wei, holding the bottom of its pumpkin head, and then, slowly lifted it off. The pumpkin head was removed, revealing the person inside. It was the boy Qi Qiushui had seen in the asylum's top-floor album. With some freckles and a head full of messy blonde hair. At this moment, his face radiated a smile mixed with great satisfaction and relief, even showing a missing front tooth, looking like an exceptionally ordinary, even slightly cute Western boy. Qi Qiushui looked at him, feeling a mixture of emotions in his heart. It was hard to imagine that this seemingly harmless little guy was the very core of obsession for the entire amusement park scenario on this terrifying Halloween night. "Are you little Tom?" Qi Qiushui asked, his tone calm. Little Tom nodded vigorously with his adorable little head, his smile even brighter, and the missing tooth looked somewhat funny. "I am. Thank you so much. You really helped me fulfill my biggest wish." He jumped up excitedly, waving his hands above his head wildly, like a child who just won the most important competition. "We did it. We really did it. Finally made those two annoying guys taste the fear." He expressed his long-suppressed emotions with dance-like movements, finally calming down after quite some time, his face flushed with excitement. He walked up to Qi Qiushui, signaling for him to bend down. Qi Qiushui hesitated slightly but still squatted down to meet Little Tom's gaze. Little Tom stood on his tiptoes, leaned over, and quickly gave Qi Qiushui's cheek a gentle kiss. This action carried a child's gratitude and closeness, creating a strange contrast with the lingering bloody horror around. Then, he carefully took something out of his dirty overalls pocket and solemnly placed it on Qi Qiushui's open palm. It was a puzzle piece. "This is your reward," Little Tom said seriously, his eyes shining with sincerity, "my dear friend who helped a lot." He nodded, carefully accepting the puzzle piece. "Thank you." At this moment, the giant pumpkin-headed leader came over. It looked down at Little Tom, its fiery eyes much gentler now. "My dear Little Tom, we have fulfilled your wish for you. It's time to say goodbye, I must return to where I belong." Little Tom looked up, smiling at the tall pumpkin head, waving his little hand energetically. "Goodbye. My best alien friend from the stars. Thank you for coming to help me." A sudden, extremely fierce wind descended from the sky, nearly knocking both of them off balance. Leaves and debris swirled around, creating a loud whistling sound. Looking up, they saw an enormous disc-shaped object, emitting a soft silvery glow, had silently and mysteriously hovered in the low air above the amusement park. It was so big that it nearly blocked out half the sky, with complex and orderly light patterns flowing on the bottom, just like the UFO they had glimpsed before. The pumpkin-headed leader nodded again at Little Tom and Qi Qiushui as a final farewell. Then, it turned around, leading the silent army of pumpkinheads, marching in unison towards the bright halo cast by the UFO. Their bodies gradually became translucent in the light beam, one by one disappearing inside, as if being guided back to that ship from the distant starry sky. Zhang Wei stared wide-eyed at this scene, his mouth unconsciously hanging open. Until the beam of light from the UFO was withdrawn, the giant disc-shaped object began to accelerate silently, transforming into a streak of light that disappeared into the horizon. He then blinked rapidly and murmured, "Am I still not awake? UFO aliens really look like this? A giant wearing a pumpkin head? A child's imagination is really..." He couldn't find the right words to describe this absurd yet natural feeling at that moment. Qi Qiushui took a long, deep breath of relief. He didn't get caught up in the image of the alien. In a world built on obsession, any form is reasonable. What he cared more about was the result. He raised his head and looked toward the most prominent giant LED display board in the center of the amusement park. The previously alarming number, representing the remaining living players, had completely disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by two clearly glowing green English words, "Game Clear." This meant that not only he and Zhang Wei, but all the players still alive in this amusement park instance, no matter where they were or whether they had obtained the chocolate, had automatically qualified to clear the game due to the completion of the core obsession. Qi Qiushui patted Zhang Wei, who was still a bit dazed, on the shoulder and looked towards the exit of the amusement park. "Let's go. This amusement park instance is over." Chapter 120, Guardian Parents? Qi Qiushui stood dazed in front of the high school's main gate, looking at the familiar campus scenery, feeling a bit lost. It was afternoon now, the sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled shadows, and a few students in blue and white uniforms walked by, chatting and laughing, full of youthful spirit. After hesitating for a moment, he took out his phone from his pocket, found that familiar number, and typed a text message to send. "Are you serious? Meet at your school?" Not long after, his phone vibrated, and a reply came in. It was brief, carrying the unique tone of Xiaowenwen. "Hurry up. Stop dawdling. The parent-teacher meeting is about to start." Qi Qiushui stared at the words on the screen, momentarily speechless. After hesitating for a moment, he finally stepped forward and walked into the campus. Unexpectedly, just as he passed by the security booth, a middle-aged security guard in uniform rushed out from inside and held his hand up in front of him. "Hey! Young man, what's going on? This is a high school, you can't just enter." Qi Qiushui was taken aback for a moment, feeling a bit embarrassed, and hurriedly explained, "Uncle, I'm here for the parent-teacher meeting." The security guard was momentarily stunned, then looked Qi Qiushui up and down carefully. The young man before him looked to be just over 20, dressed in a simple t-shirt and jeans, and did not look like a parent of a high school student at all, more like a college student. "Parent-teacher meeting?" The security guard frowned, his tone filled with suspicion. "This is full of high school students. You look like you haven't even graduated from college. Did you have a kid at 3? Qi Qiushui was momentarily speechless by this comment. He waved his hand, half amused and half helpless. "No, uncle, I really am here for the parent-teacher meeting. You can ask around if you don't believe me." The security guard still looked doubtful, stroking his chin. "Ask away. What class? Whose parent?" Qi Qiushui sighed helplessly and answered honestly. "Class 3-1, Xiao11. But I should clarify first, I am not her parent." "Xiao11?" The security guard paused a bit at the name, his expression becoming somewhat subtle. He looked at Qi Qiushui again and turned back to the security booth, mumbling, "One's relative? I'll call her class teacher." The security guard picked up the office phone, dialed a number, and spoke softly for a few moments. A moment later, he put down the phone and turned back with a warm smile on his face, even carrying a hint of teasing. "Hee, so you're Wenwen's brother-in-law. Why didn't you say so earlier?" He walked over and patted Qi Qiushui on the shoulder. "But this young man is impressive, getting married at such a young age." Qi Qiushui felt a bit embarrassed, mumbling an aha before quickly walking into the campus. Walking along the tree-lined path, he stopped a passing student to ask for directions and soon found the way to the senior teaching building. On the way, students in blue and white uniforms walked by in groups, and the rhythmic sound of basketball bouncing and boys shouting came from the playground. In the distance, the sounds of reading could faintly be heard from the teaching building. These scenes felt both familiar and distant, making him feel a little dazed for a moment. To think, it had been 2 years since he left high school. Life in university was relatively free, but stepping back into high school unexpectedly stirred a hint of nostalgia. Before long, he arrived at the front of the senior teaching building. This building looked more solemn than the others. As soon as he stepped inside, an invisible, tense atmosphere hit him. The walls of the corridor were plastered with glaring red slogans. "Decisive battle for the college entrance exam, don't waste your youth. 10 years of hard work for a sword, today it comes out to test its sharpness. Strive for 100 days, no regrets for youth." These slogans seemed to silently convey pressure. He quickly found the classroom for class 1 of the seniors. He pushed the door open. The classroom was spacious and bright, but each desk was piled high with stacks of test papers and guidebooks, almost half a person's height. Seeing this scene, the hint of nostalgia in Qi Qiushui's heart instantly vanished. He remembered his own high school days, buried under mountains of books and papers. The suffocating feeling of waking early, sleeping poorly, and constantly taking exams came rushing back clearly. In comparison, while there was pressure in university, there was indeed much more space and freedom. "Qi Qiushui! Over here!" A clear voice interrupted his thoughts. Following the sound, he saw Xiaowen waving at him from a seat by the window. Today, Xiaowen was completely different from the calm, decisive, and somewhat fierce player he had seen yesterday in the amusement park instance. She wore a fitted blue and white uniform, her hair in a neat high ponytail, with a few strands softly falling on her smooth forehead. She looked like a pure, well-behaved, and even slightly naive high school girl. This stark contrast made Qi Qiushui pause for a moment. Xiaowen was the focus of the class. As soon as she called out, nearly everyone in the classroom, whether students or parents who had already arrived, turned their gazes toward Qi Qiushui standing at the door. Those gazes were full of curiosity, scrutiny, and a hint of barely noticeable surprise. Was it the unfamiliar face or the fact they had never seen such a young parent before? Qi Qiushui felt a wave of discomfort and steeled himself to walk over under everyone's gaze. He sat down on the empty chair next to Xiaowen, finally letting out a sigh of relief, and then lowered his voice. "What's going on? Why did you want me to attend this?" Xiaowen looked indifferent, first glancing around to make sure no one was paying particular attention to them before quietly saying in a tone only the two could hear. "I've been going to school in this city alone. When my sister was in college here, she would always come to parent meetings for me. Now she's not here, and my parents are busy with business abroad, they can't come back. I've missed several parent meetings, and my classmates inevitably talk." Qi Qiushui was at a loss for words. If not for the matter of the purple butterfly and the unresolved mysteries surrounding Xia Xiaoxiao, he would want to turn around and leave right now. Sitting here was simply painfully awkward. I broke up with your sister a long time ago, he reminded her. Also, what's going on with your sister? Why are you also a player in the infinite flow instance? And the purple butterfly. Xiaowen immediately huffed, a hint of red flashing across her face, but it was quickly hidden by anger, her voice carrying a threat. Stop being slick with your words. You have no chance to refuse now. I haven't settled the score with you for sneaking a kiss from me yesterday. That was my first kiss. Chapter 121 Level 9. Qi Qiushui suddenly felt more wrong than Doi. That was your sister. She possessed you and kissed you willingly. It has nothing to do with me. Xiaowen was both embarrassed and angry. She stopped talking and reached out, fiercely pinching Qi Qiushui's thigh under the table. Don't take advantage and then act innocent. Qi Qiushui took a sharp breath, a sting of pain shooting through his thigh. He quickly covered his mouth, suppressing the pain in silence. More and more people filled the classroom, mostly middle-aged men and women in their 30s or 40s, their faces marked by the grind of life, expressions serious or anxious, quietly talking about their children's grades. Qi Qiushui, a parent in his 20s, stood out, and he could feel eyes subtly landing on him from time to time. The homeroom teacher was a woman in her 40s, wearing glasses, with a gentle and capable demeanor. She walked into the classroom holding a folder, scanning the room, and when her gaze landed on Qi Qiushui next to Xiaowen, she paused slightly, surprise flickering in her eyes, quickly replaced by a kind smile. She walked straight over, her eyes appraising Qi Qiushui. Wen, who is this? Xiaowen immediately smiled obediently. Hello, homeroom teacher, this is my brother-in-law. My family has been busy lately, so I asked my brother-in-law to help me attend the parent meeting. The homeroom teacher nodded and smiled. Hello, I am Wen's homeroom teacher. Qi Qiushui quickly stood up, awkwardly nodded. Hello, homeroom teacher, I am Qi Qiushui. Xiaowen lightly kicked him under the table, signaling him with her eyes. Qi Qiushui quickly realized and supplemented, yes, Wen often mentions how you take special care of her, thank you very much. The homeroom teacher's smile grew wider. She turned to Xiaowen, her eyes filled with pride and admiration, her voice instinctively rising so that nearby parents could hear. Wen came first in this mock exam, demonstrating stable performance. In the last national computer competition for middle school students, she won the provincial first prize, and she was the only one in the whole grade who solved the difficult math problem completely and correctly. Her thinking was clear and clever. This child has limitless potential. Qi Qiushui was caught off guard, not completely in the parent role yet, and was momentarily stunned by such a long string of compliments. But he quickly understood that this was the standard teacher praises, parent thanks segment at a parent meeting. He tried to recall the scenes his mother described returning from parent meetings back in the day, nodded, and smiled. It's all thanks to the homeroom teacher for your attentive teaching, thank you so much for your care and cultivation of our Wen. The homeroom teacher was momentarily stunned, a bit taken aback, but she quickly gave them both a smile and walked to the stage to host the parent meeting. Beside them, Xiaowen, after the homeroom teacher turned away, felt her face slightly flush, gritting her teeth and whispering, "What nonsense are you saying?" Qi Qiushui was a bit confused. Aren't parent meetings always like this? My mom used to share these kinds of phrases with us. If I don't say this, what should I say? Xiaowen was speechless, crossing her arms over her chest and turning her face away. Are you my brother-in-law or my mother? In her heart, she suddenly regretted her decision to bring this guy along. Usually calm and decisive in dungeons, why did he seem so foolish in this situation? The content of the parent meeting was nothing more than analyzing recent grades, emphasizing the importance of the college entrance examination, reminding parents to pay attention to students' mental states, and so on. Qi Qiushui listened to the homeroom teacher's clear narrative. Looking at the various data and charts on the PPT. Time passed. Finally, the homeroom teacher made a summary and announced the end of the meeting. Today is Friday. After the parent-teacher meeting, the students can go home directly. Xiaowen quickly packed her backpack, swung it onto her shoulder, and lifted her chin toward Qi Qiushui. Let's go. She was the first to walk out of the classroom, her steps light and her mood seemingly very good. Qi Qiushui followed her, watching her back, finding it hard to connect her with the girl he met yesterday in the mental hospital. As they exited the school gate, the uncle at the security booth smiled and nodded at them. Xiaowen led Qi Qiushui around a few street corners and entered a bright, clean McDonald's. I'm hungry, let's eat while we talk. She walked straight to the ordering counter and skillfully ordered a grilled chicken burger set, plus a portion of McNuggets. Qi Qiushui also ordered a set meal. They sat down at a window-side table. Outside the window, the street was gradually darkening, and pedestrians were hurrying home, while inside, warm light, the tempting aroma of food, and the low conversations of people created a cozy atmosphere. Xiaowen picked up the grilled chicken burger, took a big bite without any hesitation, squinted her eyes in satisfaction, with a bit of creamy salad dressing at the corner of her mouth. She suddenly looked up and gazed at Qi Qiushui, who was sitting across from her. At the moment she raised her eyes, Qi Qiushui noticed that her expression had changed. It was a calm, sharp gaze, marked by a unique coolness that came from having endured life and death trials. Though her face still bore a hint of childishness, her eyes were already different. "We need to talk business now." Her voice had also become steady, carrying a sense of detachment and seriousness that was fitting for the matter at hand. Qi Qiushui was taken aback for a moment, then quickly realized. This was the Xiaowen he was familiar with, or rather, the one he met yesterday in the instance. A player who struggled to survive in a perilous, endless flow world, capable of joining the Purple Butterfly organization. How could she just be a naive schoolgirl? He also put down the burger he had just picked up, took a tissue to wipe his hands, leaned slightly forward, and became serious and focused. His gaze fell on Xiaowen's face, which seemed particularly calm and exquisite at this moment. "Go ahead." Xiaowen got straight to the point, without any preamble. "Do you have anything scheduled for the day after tomorrow?" Her voice was flat, and her gaze was fixed on Qi Qiushui, devoid of inquiry, almost like a notification before a confirmation. Qi Qiushui paused. "The day after tomorrow? I don't have any plans. A new instance is about to open. The difficulty is quite high, and I need a trustworthy person to join me." Xiaowen's tone remained even. "Think of it as your final assessment to enter Purple Butterfly. Final assessment? Qi Qiushui frowned slightly, sitting up a little straighter. "Do I need to perform any specific role, like achieving a crucial task or meeting some hidden conditions?" Xiaowen shook her head. "You don't need to. The instance's level is what it is, just surviving is already the best performance. So, your assessment is quite simple, just walk out of that instance alive, and you pass." Qi Qiushui's heart sank. He didn't know Xiaowen for long, but had already seen her calmness, even ruthlessness, in the amusement park instance. Now, she so seriously set survive as the standard and emphasized the difficulty is quite high, the implications behind it were anything but simple. Moreover, she herself was a high-level player, and even she treated this so seriously. "So?" Qi Qiushui's voice unconsciously lowered, carrying a hint of cautious probing. "What level of instance is it?" Xiaowen took a sip of cola. "Level 9. And it's a newly unlocked instance." She paused, then added. "I'm sure you understand what a new instance means. The difficulty is high, and it will definitely break the puzzle. Now the news has spread, and many high-level players are eyeing this instance. I naturally cannot miss it. Level 9. Qi Qiushui's elbow unintentionally bumped the table, making a sound that was not too loud but still caught the attention of those beside him. Chapter 122, Impatient. Last time, the amusement park that almost killed him was only level 4. According to the original plan, he should be challenging the 5th level instance next. Now, however, when Xiaowen spoke, she directly jumped to level 9. Crossing a full 4 levels. Xiaowen noticed the shock, disbelief, and even a hint of instinctive fear that flashed across Qi Qiushui's face. She did not urge him or show any contempt, she just quietly waited. When the initial wave of impact slightly calmed down, she continued speaking, her voice even a bit cold, completely different from the lively girl eating a hamburger with sauce on her lips a few minutes ago. "I know this invitation is a huge shock for you. The level 9 instance is indeed very difficult, and the death rate goes without saying. If you follow your original pace and challenge the 5th level instance, with the qualities you have shown so far, your chances of survival will be much higher." She looked into Qi Qiushui's eyes, clearly giving him a choice. "So, whether to go or not, it's up to you to decide. This is not a mandatory task, just my personal invitation. You have enough time to think, there's no need to rush your answer." Her words were extremely calm, even seeming somewhat distant. But Qi Qiushui understood that this was the attitude that should exist in the Bloodgate world. Naivety, liveliness, kindness. These qualities often just become catalysts for accelerated death beyond that scarlet Bloodgate. Qi Qiushui took a deep breath, forcing himself to withdraw from the enormous shock. He did not immediately refute or agree but lowered his head, brow furrowed, fingers unconsciously rubbing the water droplets that had condensed on the wall of the ice cola cup. A trace of subtle surprise flickered in Xiaowen's eyes. She had thought Qi Qiushui would need more time to digest and struggle, but unexpectedly, he quickly suppressed his instinctive fear and entered a state of thought. "What are you thinking now?" However, Qi Qiushui did not immediately answer about the instance. He raised his head, coldly staring at Xiaowen. "Perhaps we can put this question aside for now. Before that, I feel some more fundamental matters need to be clarified. You, and your sister Xiaoxiao, seem to have many secrets from me. So, tell me, why am I involved in this instance?" Xiaowen met his gaze, not dodging. She was silent for a few seconds, took another sip of cola, and then answered. "I don't know the specific reason for how you entered the Bloodgate. In fact..." She hesitated for a moment but still said, "About my sister, I have also been investigating many details, some truths might be hidden." "So?" Qi Qiushui continued to ask, the little witch mentioned by Lu Jiang is you, right? Xiao Wenwen's delicate little nose wrinkled slightly. Yes, it is me. She admitted very straightforwardly, then added, but I don't like that nickname, it's too vulgar. I prefer others to call me Purple Rose. Purple Rose, is your player ID? Qi Qiushui was somewhat surprised. Roses are usually associated with maturity. This alias feels like a strong contrast when placed on this school uniform-wearing girl with a still youthful face. But thinking of her performance in the instance, it oddly seemed fitting. Beautiful yet dangerous. Yes. Xiao Wenwen nodded to confirm. Then can you answer another question for me now? Qi Qiushui pressed, fixing his gaze tightly on her. What level of dungeon have you completed now? Xiao Wenwen didn't hesitate this time and directly gave the answer, as if it were just an ordinary number. Level 13. Just 3 doors left, and theoretically, I can clear it. Her tone was flat, but the content she spoke made Qi Qiushui's heart leap. But I still have a lot of puzzles left to collect. The 14th level dungeon requires a considerable amount of preparation time, so I won't rashly challenge it. So right now, I need to keep grinding some lower level dungeons, lower than 14, to accumulate puzzles. This new level 9 dungeon is an opportunity that cannot be missed. Level 13? Qi Qiushui even doubted if there was something wrong with his ears. But you, how old are you? Xiao Wenwen sighed softly. I have been a player for 5 years. She said calmly, when I was 13, I was dragged into my first dungeon with my sister. As soon as the words left her mouth, she suddenly stopped, as if realizing she had misspoken, quickly pressed her lips together. Qi Qiushui naturally caught the momentary abnormality in her. But seeing Xiao Wenwen's suddenly tight lips and evasive gaze, he understood there was a line she was unwilling or unable to touch for now. Sister Xia Xiaoxiao was a mystery in herself, and the younger sister was equally tight-lipped. He was gradually getting used to it. He didn't awkwardly probe further, just silently remembered this clue. Xiao Wenwen saw him deep in thought again, his brows tightly knitted, thinking he was still struggling with the huge risk of a cross-level challenge. She understood this hesitation. This decision was no different from gambling, and the stakes were one's own life. For someone who had just cleared the level 4 dungeon to directly challenge level 9 seemed almost insane to anyone. When she extended the invitation, she was already prepared for rejection. What she said earlier was merely a test. She finished the last bit of her fries, wiped her hands with a napkin, ready to end the conversation. A lot of things, maybe you'll slowly know after you join the Purple Butterfly. She stood up and picked up her bag placed aside. Of course, the premise is whether you can take that step. Just as she turned to leave, Qi Qiushui suddenly raised his head. So if I don't participate in this level 9 dungeon, I can't join the Purple Butterfly, right? Xiao Wenwen shook her head decisively, her movement clean and crisp. Of course not. This is just my personal invitation. It's 2 different things from me recommending you to the organization. Even if you don't go, I will still go in by myself. She paused and voiced her most honest thought. I just want to find a trustworthy person to go with. Sometimes, teammates are more important than strength in dungeons. Qi Qiushui looked at her, not speaking, but the corners of his mouth slowly curved into a smile. That smile held not much ease but mixed with a determined resolve, strong curiosity, and the excitement ignited when facing a huge challenge. This new level 9 dungeon, he said slowly, must be really interesting, right? Xiao Wenwen stopped her actions and looked at him. Qi Qiushui also stood up, meeting Xiao Wenwen's gaze. After all, if I really want to walk this path, level 9 is a gate I will have to experience sooner or later. You can avoid the first day, but you can't avoid the 15th. It's better to die early and be reborn early. And I really want to see what high-level dungeons are like. Xiao Wenwen gazed at the mixed expression of anticipation, anxiety, yet eagerness on Qi Qiushui's face. In an instant, she seemed to see a familiar shadow. Her gaze flickered slightly. A very faint, almost imperceptible smile spread at the corner of her lips. Interesting, in some ways, you, me, and my sister might truly be the same kind of people. No wonder my sister chose you back then. It's also no surprise. They would notice you. So, Xiao Wenwen said calmly, you have made up your mind and are ready to participate, right? Qi Qiushui faced the dusk outside and the bright lights inside the shop, straightened her back, and spoke in a relaxed and confident tone. Of course. I can't wait any longer. Chapter 123, 3 Layers of Dreams, Lin Jiaowei's Journal, 1. My name is Lin Jiaowei, and I am an ordinary Chinese teacher at Hushi Primary School. After much hesitation, I decided to write this journal as a record of the events that have happened during this time. Sometimes, after finishing my lesson preparations at night, sitting alone at my desk in the dorm, I can't help but feel an indescribable sense of nostalgia. I have always been the kind of other people's child, never causing worry in my studies, burying myself in books, and always ranking at the top of the report card. Since I was young, I dreamed of becoming a writer and have worked hard for it, but in the end, I only got a degree for teaching and became an ordinary primary school Chinese teacher. I certainly do not mean to look down on the teaching profession. On the contrary, I am deeply grateful for this job. It provides me with a stable income and a respected, decent identity. Most importantly, it gives me a solid safety net, so I don't have to worry about my basic necessities every day. I know that compared to many who are still struggling to survive, I am doing quite well. But humans are probably never satisfied creatures. Once material needs are met and stability is gained, other desires inevitably arise in the heart. I live in a single room provided by the school in the staff dormitory. But as I approach the threshold of 30, the desire for my own space grows stronger. I want a house, a place I can truly call home, a place I can decorate as I wish. But looking at my meager salary and thinking about the frightening housing crisis, this thought can only sink deep in my heart. I know that buying a house is almost an impossible dream for me. A few days ago, I received a call from Chang Wei. He is a friend I grew up with, a childhood buddy. He spoke casually on the phone, saying he had just moved to a new house and invited me to come by whenever I had time. Speaking of Chang Wei, his life trajectory is somewhat of a legend among the people I know. I have always held on to my dream of becoming a writer since childhood, and even after becoming a teacher, I haven't completely given it up. I still find time to write during my leisure, be it essays, short stories, or occasionally trying my hand at online novels. However, most of my submitted manuscripts sink without a trace, and those that are published are also unremarkable, always in a lukewarm state. Chang Wei was never good at academics, his grades were terrible, and he dropped out of high school to enter society early and struggle. But who would have thought he would later take the path of writing novels, and soar all the way, becoming a popular and successful writer today? His representative works include both supernatural mysteries and everyday light novels. He manages to master both of these vastly different styles with ease. Several of his works have become representative pieces, and the sales of physical books keep breaking records, leading to impressive income. Thinking back to childhood, in terms of academic performance, I always outperformed him. But once we entered society, the standards changed. When it came to who earns more and who is more successful, I lost sight of even his shadow. Reality is often like this: while report card grades are important during school, they do not determine everything in life. Chang Wei is a living example. He always reminds me of the famous web writer Tian Can-tu-do, who also soared to great heights at a young age due to talent and opportunity. Chang Wei has that kind of luck that makes people envious and a little jealous. I followed the address he sent me and found the upscale villa area located in the new district of the city. This place is famous locally for its wealthy residents, and the house prices are said to be several thousand per square meter. Standing outside the grand entrance of the community, my heart was a bit uneasy. Why did he invite me? A simple gathering of friends? Or is it finally the time to return in glory, to show off today's achievements to the model child from back in the day? Our families used to live close, and his parents often compared me to him. Now that he has become successful, it seems reasonable that he wants to reclaim the past spotlight. Actually, I could have found an excuse not to come. But after thinking it over, I decided to go. Let him show off, I don't mind. More importantly, as a fellow writer, even if my title as fellow is a bit misleading, I thought it would be nice to learn some writing tips and insights from this successful friend face to face. Just as I entered the community, before I could find the building he mentioned, I was drawn to a scene on a stone bench by the road. An elderly lady with gray hair was sitting alone there, covering her face with her hands, her shoulders shaking, and she was quietly sobbing. I hesitated for a moment but still walked over and softly asked, "Grandma, what's wrong? Is there anything I can help you with?" The old woman lifted her wrinkled face, her eyes red and tears streaming down. She sobbed and told me that she had been feeding a group of stray cats in the community for almost half a year, coming every day and bonding with those little lives. But this morning, when she came, she found all of her familiar cats dead, lying everywhere in the grass and corners, apparently poisoned by someone. Not a single one was left. I squatted beside her, listening to her broken cries, feeling a heaviness in my heart. Those innocent little lives just disappeared like that. It was indeed quite distressing. I found Chang Wei's home according to the house number. It was a brand new 3-story villa, complete with a small yard. There were many large cardboard boxes at the door that hadn't been unpacked yet, showing signs that the owner had just moved in. Just as I was about to press the doorbell, the door was suddenly pulled open from the inside with great force. A stylish young woman, with exquisite makeup but a pale face, stormed out angrily, not even glancing at me, and slammed the door shut behind her with a loud bang. She muttered under her breath, "Ungrateful creature, now that he's made it, he's changed." I recognized her as Xia Xiaoxiao, Chang Wei's ex-girlfriend. After Chang Wei became famous and wealthy, he quickly replaced her with a younger and prettier partner, ending their relationship. As for the specific reasons behind their falling out, I, as an outsider, wasn't very clear on. At that moment, the door opened again, and Chang Wei stepped out. He was wearing comfortable home clothes, with a smile on his face, seemingly unaffected by the earlier conflict. Leaning against the doorframe, he nodded at me, then glanced in the direction where Xiao Xia had gone, his tone filled with undisguised irritation. Forget her, it's not worth it. Just ignore it, it's bad luck to talk about it. He waved his hand as if to brush away something dirty, then warmly threw his arm around my shoulder. Forget about her, it's boring. Come on, check out my new place, I just bought it, what do you think? This location, this community, isn't it nice? Work hard, and maybe you can get a place here too. I knew he was bragging, and a hint of discomfort flickered in my heart, but I still forced a smile and congratulated him on moving into his new home. We chatted about our recent lives, the topic drifting endlessly. Somehow, I thought of the crying old lady at the entrance and casually mentioned the stray cats being poisoned, asking if he knew about it. Unexpectedly, the smile on Chang Wei's face instantly vanished. Furrows tightly locked on his forehead, his tone grew stiff. I'm telling you, don't spread this outside. He lowered his voice, yet it carried a chilling indifference. Those cats, I had someone poison them. I was stunned, barely able to believe my ears. Why did you do that? That old lady was crying heartbroken. I've long been fed up with those dirty cats. Chang Wei's tone was filled with disgust. Running around everywhere, rummaging through garbage, shedding fur, and possibly carrying germs. I was left speechless. The debate over stray cats has always existed. Some see them as companions, while others see them as a nuisance. With differing opinions, as an outsider, it was indeed hard for me to judge much. But what shocked and bewildered me even more was the blatant indifference and sense of entitlement on Chang Wei's face as he spoke these words. This was a stark contrast to his usual warm and lively writing style. We chatted idly for a few moments. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed at the door. The thick wooden door of the villa was kicked open from the outside. Two people barged in, Qi Ming and Qi Pei, the two brothers. They were our old classmates, famous troublemakers since school, skilled at fighting and causing chaos. Years have passed, yet they seemed unchanged, still looking like thugs. Both were flushed, reeking of alcohol, with crooked collars and wrinkled clothes, their eyes fierce. Chang Wei. You bastard, get out here. Qi Ming shouted with red eyes, pointing at Chang Wei. That broken book you wrote, Dark Alley Duo, is the villain based on me and my brother, right? Now look, you and your readers have outed us, and every day people are cursing us online, harassing us. You better give me an explanation today. Beside him, Qi Pei tightened his fists, chipping in. Exactly. You use our brother's troubles as material to make money, and we haven't even settled the score with you yet. Now that you're making big bucks and living in a fancy villa, shouldn't you share some with us? Consider it, image usage fees. Faced with these obviously hostile drunkards, Chang Wei showed no signs of fear at all. As a child, he might have avoided them, but now he appeared calm and even slightly contemptuous. What a show of righteous indignation, turns out, you just want money. Chang Wei crossed his arms, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Bullshit. I don't want money. I want your attitude. I want you to publicly apologize. Qi Ming shouted, spitting. Come on, Qi Ming, how many years have we known each other? I know what kind of person you are, Chang Wei sneered. You're just greedy, seeing someone do well, you want to bite a piece. You used to be, and still are. As tensions flared and words became increasingly heated, it seemed a fight could break out at any moment. I quickly stepped in between them and took out my phone. Don't act recklessly. If this continues, I will call the police. My intention was to scare them, but unexpectedly, my words only enraged Qi Ming further. He suddenly shoved me hard. I was caught off guard, my back slammed against a nearby box, causing me to grunt in pain. Before I could get up, Qi Pei stepped forward and kicked me hard in the stomach. A sharp pain struck, I curled on the ground, cold sweat instantly broke out, and my vision darkened. What do you think you are? Qi Ming glared at me from above, alcohol breath spraying on my face. Do you think you have a say here? I can't deal with Chang Wei, but I can deal with a poor teacher like you? Shouting, confrontation, curses, this chaos continued for quite a while. The Qi brothers' goal was crystal clear, they wanted money. I understood them well, these two remained social drifters, lazy and idle. Occasionally engage in some gray activities. What infringement of reputation rights? It's purely an excuse to find fault. Do they even have any reputation left? They are just two shameless, reckless characters. Chang Wei clearly knows this, so he stands his ground, refusing to pay a single cent. The two sides remain deadlocked, shouting from noon until the afternoon. In the end, Chang Wei completely lost his patience and picked up his phone, pretending to dial 110. The Qi brothers, Qi Ming and Qi Pei, then cursed and reluctantly left. I left Chang Wei's house almost right after them. My stomach still hurt faintly, and my mood was even more complicated and hard to describe. That night, I rested alone in the dormitory when my phone suddenly rang. I looked and saw it was a call from Chang Wei. I instinctively answered, but before I could say hello, the other side hung up. I was stunned for a moment and called back. The call connected, but no one answered. After the automatic hang-up, I tried again, still to no avail. A strange feeling of unease crept into my heart. Recalling the chaotic scenes of the day, the Qi brothers' resentful eyes as they left, and Chang Wei's unwavering attitude, the more I thought, the more I felt something was wrong. After hesitating for a long time, I decided to go check on him again. Things had been so unpleasant during the day, maybe he needed help? Even if it was just to make sure he was safe. I quickly left the dormitory and returned to that upscale villa area. The security guard at the entrance seemed to have changed shifts and didn't recognize me, asking a few questions before letting me through. I jogged to Chang Wei's building, where it was quiet all around, with only the streetlights casting a dim yellow glow. His door was actually ajar. My heart skipped a beat, and an ominous premonition washed over me. I gently pushed the door open, and a mix of blood and lingering alcohol odor rushed into my nostrils. The living room was in disarray, chaotic everywhere. The moving boxes were toppled, and items were scattered all over. Some ceramic decorations had been smashed into pieces. And there, in the center of the living room on the polished floor, lay Chang Wei, motionless. Blood was spreading from beneath him, showing a dark red, sticky hue in the light. He was dead. Task 1, within 5 days, protect Qiming, Qipei, Shui, and Xiaoxiao from being killed, ensuring at least one of them survives. Note, if a protected target is killed, they will turn into a ghost to hunt the player. Task 2, find out the truth behind Chang Wei's death. Note, completing any one of the 2 tasks counts as a pass. Clue 1, 3 layers of dreams. Clue 2, Kayako. Clue 3, entering dreams. When the 3 regained consciousness, they found themselves in a bustling street. Crowds surged around them, traffic flowed endlessly, and the noisy urban sounds instantly enveloped them. Qi Qiushui looked around and quickly noticed the city landmark, the little waste, not far away. This should be City G. Exactly. Xiaowen looked down at her phone's navigation, then raised her head to compare with the street scene. Her tone carried a hint of subtle seriousness. We're now in the CBD area. I didn't expect this instance to be set here. Chapter 125, 3 Layers of Dreams. Busy city. Zhang Wei's attention, however, was drawn to a nearby shopping mall. It was a massive glass-walled building, with people bustling in and out at the entrance. Just a glance made him feel a strong sense of discomfort. It reminded him of the Li Feng shopping mall. What's wrong? You look a bit off. Xiaowen keenly noticed Zhang Wei's unusual state. Nothing. Just a bout of mall phobia. Zhang Wei quickly adjusted himself. This is the first time I've heard of such a condition. Xiaowen was intrigued and crossed her arms, eyeing Zhang Wei with a curious gaze. What are the symptoms? Do you feel unwell seeing a mall? Qi Qiushui chuckled, taking over the conversation. It's probably because the shopping mall instance left a huge shadow on him. Oh, I see. Xiaowen smiled wickedly, her smile carrying a hint of schadenfreude. Then you better be mentally prepared. Theoretically, this level is much more difficult than the one you faced before. Level 9 is no joke. No way. Zhang Wei wailed, his voice drawing the attention of several passers-by, and he quickly lowered his volume. Don't scare me. Everything here looks pretty normal. He looked around. Besides the mall that made his heart race, it was just an ordinary city scene. People were bustling about on the street, chatting and laughing, while white-collar workers hurried past with briefcases. It was just a typical urban landscape, but Xiaowen's words made his heart race, making everyone seem like potential danger. These passers-by wouldn't suddenly turn into zombies, would they, triggering a zombie crisis? Zhang Wei whispered, watching each passerby warily. I haven't encountered such a situation, but theoretically, it is possible. Xiaowen analyzed seriously, unconsciously tapping her chin with her finger. Any setting can appear in a game instance: zombies, monsters, paranormal events, even bizarre rules. The last level 8 instance I went through looked like an ordinary town at first, but once midnight struck, hee. What's wrong with midnight? Don't scare me. Zhang Wei cried out in despair. The instance hadn't even started, and his nerves were already taut like a string about to snap. It's all your fault, Qi, for insisting on participating in the level 9 instance. Qi was speechless. You followed me. Who are you calling big sister? Can't you talk properly? I haven't even started college yet. Xiaowen protested, giving Zhang Wei a displeased glare. All right, enough of the bickering. Qi interrupted them helplessly, his gaze still scanning the surrounding environment, but he seemed to find nothing unusual. Just as Zhang Wei said, it was an ordinary city scene. At that moment, Xiaowen's phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID, revealing a surprised expression. They're calling us to gather. We're just missing the 3 of us. She hung up, her expression serious, putting away her smile. Didn't expect to see some familiar faces in this instance. Let's go, they're waiting for us at a nearby restaurant. Following Xiao Wenwen, the three of them crossed 2 streets and arrived in front of an upscale Chinese restaurant. With a deep red entrance, a golden sign, and a hostess in a qipao standing at the door, smiling professionally. Xiao Wenwen walked straight inside, nodded to the hostess, who understood and led the three of them inside. Entering the largest private room, there were already 17 people seated inside. Adding the three of them makes exactly 20. No extra explanations were needed, and there were no introductions. Players able to enter this instance, whether led by someone or not, could not be a newbie. All 20 people in the room had different expressions, some observed calmly, some looked slightly anxious, while others sat expressionless in the corner. Among the 20, Qi unexpectedly saw a familiar face, Feng Jai, whom he had met in the Li Feng Mall. The girl who was always a bit slow and scatterbrained was now sitting in the opposite corner, her head down fiddling with her fingers. She was naturally absent-minded. If she hadn't met Qi last time, she might have been in serious trouble. But how did she end up in the level 9 instance? This didn't make sense. Feng Jai seemed to sense his gaze, looked up, and their eyes met. She was taken aback for a moment, then recognized him, her face instantly lighting up with a surprised smile, excitedly waving to greet him, nearly knocking over the water cup beside her. Qi waved back, but was filled with confusion inside. He planned to ask her later about how this could be. There was no sense of superiority intended. With Feng Jai's abilities, surviving past the 3rd door was already lucky. Directly entering the 9th level is simply seeking death. A middle-aged man wearing glasses and with thinning hair stood up. He was about 50 years old, dressed in a simple polo shirt and casual pants, looking like an ordinary high school teacher, but his eyes were as sharp as an eagle, giving off a strong aura. Long time no see, Xiao Wenwen. The middle-aged man spoke, his voice calm yet penetrating, instantly quieting the whispering room. Long time no see, old fox Tang Zhizheng. Xiao Wenwen replied with a smile, her tone casual. You little fox are still so rude. Tang Zhizheng was not at all angry. Instead, he wore a slightly helpless smile, as if he had long been accustomed to Xiao Wenwen's address. It's mutual. Tang Zhizheng shook his head helplessly, then looked at the two people beside Xiao Wenwen. You must have followed Xiao Wenwen in, right? Can you tell me how many doors you passed through before this? Straightforward, without any pleasantries. Just past the 4th door. Qi Qiushui answered truthfully. Tang Zhizheng looked slightly surprised, pushed up his glasses, and asked, was it all the 4th door? Yes. Zhang Wei replied beside them, his voice a bit nervous. A few gazes turned toward them, some curious, some scrutinizing, and some indifferent. It was indeed rare for newcomers to only pass through 4 doors in the 8th level's instance. Tang Zhizheng nodded, showing no signs of disdain, instead appearing thoughtful. Alright, since Xiao Wenwen is willing to bring you in, you must have some extraordinary qualities. He paused, took out a small notebook and pen from his pocket. May I have your names? You are the last to arrive, with just you two left. I need to register for future notifications. Zhang Wei. Qi Qiushui. Tang Zhizheng recorded the names one by one, the pen tip scratching lightly on the paper. After finishing, he closed the notebook, raised his head, and spoke to everyone in the room, his voice clear reaching every corner. All the players for this instance are now gathered. We will now discuss the specific details of the mission and the division of labor. Chapter 126 3-Layer Dream Plan Arrangement. First, let me state that I am not your leader and do not wish to be any kind of boss. My original intention is very simple. I hope to complete this instance. To achieve this goal, we need to work together. He scanned the room, making eye contact with everyone. Everyone here are experienced players, and you may have encountered incidents of betrayal and backstabbing in other instances. But I hope everyone understands that this is a 9th level instance, not child's play. Engaging in internal strife here could very well lead to everyone's demise. I hope that in this instance, we can temporarily set aside our suspicions, unite, and avoid those unpleasant events from happening again. That's all I have to say. Now I would like to propose a plan regarding division of labor and subsequent actions. If anyone has opinions, feel free to bring them up, or if you have insights, you can express them now, and we will vote on it. He made a gesture inviting discussion and then sat down, waiting for responses. The room fell silent for a moment, then a few scattered voices of discussion arose, but no one openly raised objections. Tang Zhizheng's words were reasonable, clearly stating his position while leaving room for others. His display of leadership qualities and calm demeanor were indeed convincing, and in an unclear situation, everyone wanted to hear his specific plan first. Seeing that no one opposed him, Tang Zhizheng took a sip of water, cleared his throat, and continued. This instance's mission is very special, with 2 tasks, to protect 4 people and to uncover the truth of the event. He took out several printed pages from his bag and distributed them to the nearby individuals for review. This is the information I gathered from the forum about the Chang Wei case and a list of potential suspects. We have enough people, and we also have high-level players present. He glanced at Xiao Wenwen and a few other composed players. Since that's the case, why not bet bigger and carry out two tasks simultaneously? We need to both protect the target and investigate the truth at the same time. I believe these two lines are likely connected, and uncovering the truth will help us better protect the target, and vice versa. At these words, the crowd suddenly erupted in discussion. Several players exchanged glances, some nodded, while others frowned. Qi Qiushui secretly nodded below. This guy's idea coincided with his own. Passive protection often leads to being overwhelmed and exhausted, while taking the initiative and grasping information is the best strategy. Moreover, this person was no ordinary individual. The leadership, logical thinking, and eloquence he displayed were top-notch, and in such a short time, he had already shown a tendency to become the leader among these 20 people. More importantly, he did not forcefully seize power, but instead presented his plan with a consultative attitude, making it easier to gain support. Seeing that no one opposed this basic direction, Tang Zhizhang continued to explain the details of the plan, his tone becoming more specific. I have already checked the information in advance. We entered the dungeon earlier. At this point, Chang Wei is already dead, but the police have not yet identified a suspect. In fact, we have an advantage here because we obtained future perspective information from the forum. That post on the forum, although its authenticity is hard to determine, has provided us with extra information, allowing us to preemptively identify 4 suspects, which are the 4 targets we need to protect: Lin Jiawei, Qi Ming, Qi Pei, and Xiao Xia. He pointed to the distributed papers. These 4 individuals, according to the post's account, all have motives and are all suspects. But our task is only to protect them. Whether they are the killers is not something we need to determine right now. There are 20 of us here, so we can split into 4 groups of 5 to protect these 4 individuals. This way, we can disperse the risk, avoid being caught in one net, and maximize the coverage of protection for the targets. At this moment, a middle-aged woman raised her hand to ask a question. She was dressed in a sharp business suit, her hair neatly tied back, looking like a corporate executive. Mr. Tang, I do not mean to offend. But I would like to ask, what is your reason for doing this? Wouldn't it be more prudent to concentrate forces to protect one person, ensuring at least one target survives? Dividing the troops, if the monsters attack all 4 targets simultaneously, we may not be able to protect any of them. This question hit the nail on the head, and many players nodded in agreement. Tang Zhizhang smiled slightly, as if already prepared, and calmly replied. Good question. Firstly, according to my initial investigation, these 4 people are located in different parts of the city. Lin Jiawei is in a dormitory, the Qi brothers are renting in an urban village, and Xiao Xia lives in a trendy apartment in the city center. The 2 furthest points would take an hour by car. It's hard to imagine how much time those monsters would give us to react and relocate when the dungeon officially starts. You can't put all your eggs in one basket. As long as one of these 4 individuals is alive, we can clear the dungeon. Therefore, we cannot afford to overlook any protection target. If we all focus on protecting one person, the other 3 might fall victim to an attack and die immediately, and that risk is too high. At this point, Xiao Wenwen interjected. I agree with Tang Zhizhang's plan. There are 2 tasks, protection and uncovering the truth. We can't afford to miss either of these 2 lines. From the forum's self-statement, the killer seems to point to the Qi brothers. But since the other task in the dungeon requires uncovering the truth, it means things are definitely not as simple as Lin Jiawei's narrative. The truth may be covered up, it may have multiple twists, or even Lin Jiawei himself could be the real killer, framing others in his statement. This Lin Jiawei himself has a lot of issues. Qi Qiushui suddenly interjected. He pointed at a line of text on the document, which was pasted from a forum post. He repeatedly emphasized his innocence and fear in the post, but some details were overly elaborate, making it seem deliberate. Whether he is lying, no one dares to guarantee. If we only follow his narrative, we might fall into a trap. Tang Zhizhang nodded in approval. That's right. So we need to split up. The protection team is responsible for ensuring the target's survival, while the investigation team must dig deep into the backgrounds, relationships, and timelines of these 4 individuals to find contradictions and hidden information. We may even need to investigate Chang Wei's past, his business rivals, personal grudges, and so on. The truth often lies in the details. He looked around the room, his tone serious. The 9th level copy will not give us simple tasks. Combining the requirements of protecting and uncovering the truth means that danger may come not only from external monsters but also from the very people we are trying to protect. Some of them might be the killers, some might be possessed, and some might be planning new murders. We must be prepared for everything. The private room fell silent, only the faint hum of the air conditioning could be heard. Every player was digesting Tang Zhizhang's words, weighing the pros and cons. Chapter 127 3 Layers of Dreams Curse and Grudge. Anyone who can participate in this level of copy is a sharp-minded person. While Tang Zhizhang was presenting the plan, almost everyone was synchronously dissecting and analyzing each of his words, phrases, even the slight pauses and changes in his gaze. An air of silent evaluation filled the room. Trust is scarce everywhere, especially in this copy. We have to say, Tang Zhizhang's plan was indeed quite perfect, at least considering the limited information at hand. It almost accounted for all visible risks. Using two parallel lines, simultaneously advancing protection and investigation undoubtedly maximizes the chances of success. For a group of unfamiliar individuals forced to cooperate and on guard against each other, this might be the most efficient way to organize. I agree with your opinion. A man in his 30s, with old scars on his arm, was the first to speak, his voice hoarse. Yes, let's proceed this way. Splitting up is more efficient, another young man wearing a baseball cap, leaning against the wall, chimed in. Most people either fell silent or simply expressed their agreement. In this environment, silence sometimes means tacit approval and sometimes indicates a reserved opinion. Tang Zhizhang's gaze slowly moved among the crowd, eventually landing on Xiao, who had barely spoken since the beginning. She was looking down, intently focused on the tablet on her lap, seemingly indifferent to the discussions around her. Xiao. Tang Zhizhang called her name, his tone calm. I'd like to know your thoughts on this plan. I look forward to your input. Xiao did not lift her head, slid her finger across the touchpad, and replied flatly. There's no better plan, your plan is good, so let's do what you say. Very straightforward, but her aloofness was evident. What about you all? Tang Zhizhang then looked at Qi Qiushui and Zhang Wei, seemingly trying to see if these two newcomers brought in by Xiao had different opinions. Agree. Qi Qiushui replied succinctly. Zhang Wei also quickly nodded. Qiushui agrees, then I agree too. Tang Zhizhang clapped his hands, raising his voice a bit so everyone could hear. Good, since we have a basic consensus on the direction, let's vote by raising hands. The minority obeys the majority, raise your hand if you agree. He needed a clear collective decision to proceed to the next step. A few scattered hands went up, followed by more and more people raising their arms. Almost everyone raised their hands. Okay, it's settled then. Tang Zhizhang didn't pay attention to the few who didn't raise their hands. Now let's start discussing the specific groupings and team compositions. Everyone can freely mix and match. Once we confirm the teams, we will assign 4 protection targets. After he finished speaking, he walked over to Xiao, wearing his habitual smile, and quietly asked. How about it, Xiao, shall we team up? Stronger together, greater chance. No need. Xiao response was cold, still not looking up at him. 3 people in our group is enough. Besides. She paused, raised her eyes, and her cold gaze swept across the others in the room. I don't believe anyone. The words were not loud, but they were sharp and clear. Zhang Wei was startled and quickly lowered his voice, urgently saying, Hey! Even if you think that, you can't say it out loud. How will others think of us? This is simply inviting trouble for the group. If there really is infighting later, the first one targeted will definitely be us. Qi Qiushui also frowned slightly, internally agreeing with Zhang Wei's view. In an environment that requires surface cooperation, even if one is guarded, they should usually find a smoother excuse to deflect, not express distrust so bluntly. It was akin to placing oneself under scrutiny or even opposition from everyone. Tang Zhizhang, however, seemed to have expected this, with no sign of disappointment or embarrassment on his face, still wearing that gentle smile. That's truly a pity. I hope we can have a chance to cooperate in the future. Unlike Xiao, his response was flawless, maintaining poise while leaving himself an escape route. Indeed, in comparison. Xiao arrogant, rude comments immediately stirred up a low rumble and whispers in the crowd, arousing discontent in many. What's with the attitude? Does she really think she's the core? The earth won't turn without her? Who would want to crowd around her? What airs is she putting on? As if anyone is begging her. People like her who show off and don't fit in often end up the first to go. The scariest in a scenario is this kind of self-righteousness. But Xiao seemed to hear nothing, all her attention glued to the tablet. What are you watching? Qi Qiushui leaned in a bit and asked quietly. He had noticed that Xiao had hardly looked away from the screen since she came in, her fingers occasionally gliding, her expression focused, not seeming bored at all. Look for yourself. Xiao turned the screen slightly so that Qi Qiushui and Zhang Wei could see clearly. As it turned out, she was watching a movie, and a classic horror film at that. The Grudge. As a supernatural fiction writer, Qi Qiushui was very familiar with this film. At this moment, the screen was playing a chilling scene from the movie. In the dim, seemingly endless Japanese-style corridor of a house, the light was dim. A pale, ghostly hand stretched out from below the stairs, gripping the wooden handrail tightly. Then, a woman with her hair covering her face, dressed in a white nightgown, twisted her body in a grotesque manner, her joints creaking painfully as she slowly crawled downwards. Fengjai, sitting not far from Xiao, trembled at the sight and sound on the screen. Qi Qiushui found it a bit strange. Watching a horror film on such an occasion seemed somewhat inappropriate. Why suddenly show this? Looking for inspiration? Xiaowen pointed to the paused screen, then calmly explained. The theme of this scenario is called 3 Layers of Dream. 3 Layers of Dream is Chang Wei's debut work, the key book that established him as a best-selling author. This book is considered a derivative work, blending multiple classic horror motifs, and it happens to include the character Kayako, who appears as one of the important nightmares. Xiaowen turned off the player and pulled up a document with excerpts from 3 Layers of Dream and some analysis notes. Understanding the background of the copy and the source of core horror elements is sometimes more important than acting blindly. Especially in a world clearly pointing to a certain creator's work. So that's how it is. Qi Qiushui suddenly realized, feeling slightly more admiration for Xiaowen's detail-oriented nature. Chapter 128 3 Layers of Dream Koyo Haruko. He started to watch along too. After all, this side had clearly formed its own group, so there was no need to participate in the heated and secretly turbulent discussions over there. Let others discuss them while enjoying some quiet here was certainly a good thing, and he could take the opportunity to gather more information. However, the panic that Feng Jia displayed earlier when she was scared by the movie scene was noticed by many people, and unwittingly became a reason for her to be disliked and excluded. They were already at the 9th level of the copy, and no one wanted an obviously timid and easily frightened liability in their team, which meant additional risks and unstable factors. Whispers started again, this time pointing somewhat at Feng Jia. So timid, just from watching a movie clip, she gets so scared. If she ends up in our group, wouldn't she just collapse when facing the real thing? It will drag us down eventually. Who would want to carry a scaredy cat? What if the ghost doesn't even come, she cries out first and exposes us all, or gets so scared she can't run, dragging us down? She probably was brought in by someone. She doesn't look like she has the ability to pass high-level copies on her own. If anyone lets her join, I'll be the first to withdraw. Let's hope she doesn't end up useless, and we have to divide our attention to save her and clean up after her. I certainly have no time or kindness for that. These comments were not deliberately hushed, as if they wanted everyone in the room to hear. Feng Jia stood there dumbfounded, her hands unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes, her eyes red. She felt helpless in the face of being publicly marginalized. Qi Qiushui looked at Feng Jia, hesitated for a moment but still walked over. Feng Jia, who brought you in? Feng Jia was stunned for a moment, then looked at a middle-aged woman in a suit, looking capable and sharp, who had just asked Tang Zhizhang a question. However, the middle-aged woman, sensing Feng Jia's pleading gaze, immediately looked away awkwardly, lowered her head pretending to organize her materials, completely showing a stance of drawing a line. She was also the leader of a group at the moment and had to consider her team members' opinions. Taking in Feng Jia, who was clearly a burden, would undoubtedly be disadvantageous to her, even possibly affecting the team's atmosphere. Qi Qiushui sighed inwardly. He began to piece together the situation. Feng Jia was likely brought in by that middle-aged woman using some means, and the purpose was nothing more than a few possibilities, acting as a cannon fodder for scouting, or as bait to draw fire at a critical moment. But unexpectedly, even that value of dying for the team was being looked down upon due to her earlier display of fear. He couldn't stand it. Although he knew meddling in the copy was a big taboo, Feng Jia had given him a good impression in previous instances. She was a kind and simple girl, just a bit naive. He walked to Xiaowen's side, speaking in a negotiating tone. Let's add Feng Jia to our group. Her character is fine, I worked with her in the last copy, I guarantee it. As for her abilities or potential hindrances, I will try to look after her more. Xiaowen raised her eyes, emotionlessly glancing at the uneasy Feng Jia and then at Qi Qiushui, saying nothing but nodding in agreement. Feng Jia immediately showed a look of disbelief and deep gratitude, almost crying, bowing repeatedly to Qi Qiushui, her voice choked with emotion. Thank you. I really appreciate it, brother Qiushui. As she was about to bow for the 3rd time, Qi Qiushui hurriedly reached out to stop her. Alright, no need to do this. Next time, be more careful, don't let yourself be easily tricked into places like this again. Tang Zhizhang had been watching Xiaowen from a distance, and when he saw her so easily agree to Qi Qiushui's request and let the clearly isolated girl join their group, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He couldn't help but turn his scrutinizing gaze back to Qi Qiushui. This young man, who had only passed a level 4 copy, seemed to hold a special place and influence in Xiaowen's heart. This made him secretly raise his evaluation of Qi Qiushui a few notches. The group discussion continued, and the noise began to rise. Who was in which group, who was responsible for which direction, was quickly being settled or debated in private. Amid this somewhat noisy atmosphere, no one noticed that outside the window, on the rooftop of the office building diagonally across the street, which had been abandoned for a long time due to property disputes, there stood 2 figures completely out of place with the surrounding modern scenery. One was a woman wearing a white long dress, her wet black hair clinging to her face like seaweed, her eyes red, her gaze filled with deep, vengeful hatred. She was staring straight through the restaurant's glass window, focusing on the players inside. Beside her, there crouched a small, shadowy figure, looking like a child, but with skin so pale it almost lacked any color. Qi Qiushui, who had been listening to Xiao Wenwen quietly analyze the details of the three-layered dream text, suddenly felt a stiffness in the back of his neck, and an inexplicable chill ran up his spine, as if something extremely cold and malicious was staring at him intently. He instinctively, sharply turned his head to look out the window, his keen eyes quickly scanning the opposite street and buildings. The street was bustling with traffic, the grayish glass curtain wall of the abandoned building across the street reflecting blinding light spots, and the rooftop was empty, nothing there at all. What's wrong? Xiao Wenwen noticed his sudden movement, staring blankly out the window, feeling a bit puzzled. Qi Qiushui came to his senses, blinked, and once again confirmed that the rooftop across the street was indeed empty. His sixth sense for danger had always been sharp, almost never wrong, but there really was nothing there. Could it have been a hallucination caused by mental strain? He suppressed the unease in his heart, rubbed his brow, and tried to cover it up with a light tone. It's nothing, maybe I didn't rest well last night, a bit dizzy, must have seen it wrong. The players, divided into their groups, began leaving the restaurant in pairs, each heading off to carry out their assigned tasks or prepare for what was to come. Xiao Wenwen's group, which included herself, Qi Qiushui, Zhang Wei, and the newly joined Feng Jia, was tasked with protecting the first key person, the narrator of the post, Lin Jiehui. According to the original plan, they should go directly to Lin Jiehui's home or workplace. However, before the copy was officially activated and the protection task had yet to enter the countdown, Qi Qiushui proposed an idea. Rather than rushing to find Lin Jiehui, they should first visit the residential area where Chang Wei had lived before his death, the first crime scene. His reasoning was solid. Returning to the scene of the crime often uncovers overlooked details and clues, which is crucial for making subsequent judgments about the truth and assessing risks. The group took a taxi to the high-end residential area where Chang Wei had lived. The environment was tranquil, the greenery was well maintained, and the buildings were spaciously arranged, exuding a sense of understated luxury. But as soon as they entered, Qi Qiushui keenly felt an incongruous, heavy atmosphere. Not far from the entrance of the residential area, they saw an elderly woman with gray hair squatting by a small path beside the green belt. She was holding a plastic cat food scoop, with several clean old porcelain bowls in front of her, but she was only sighing at the empty bowls. A face full of sorrow and disappointment. Qi Qiushui saw this and immediately walked over, squatting down, and asked in as gentle a tone as possible, "Grandma, are you here to feed the cats? Why are you frowning at the empty bowl?" The old lady raised her eyes, her gaze dim. She looked at Qi Qiushui, then at Xiao Wenwen and the others walking behind him, sighed, and with a hoarse voice said, "Feed what? Can't feed anymore. The cats in this community, sigh, almost all died, and the ones left don't know where they went, too scared to come back." Xiao Wenwen also walked over. "Grandma, it's like this, we are volunteers from the Animal Protection Association. We received some reports about abnormal situations concerning pets in this community, so we specially came to understand the situation. Can you tell us what happened with these cats, what's going on?" Upon hearing Animal Protection Association, the old lady's cloudy eyes seemed to brighten for a moment. These cats, although they are animals, they have lives too, they can feel pain and fear. But in the eyes of many people, they are just things, just annoyances. You came, but it's useless. The cats in the community are almost all dead. Qi Qiushui captured the key information in her words and lowered his voice to continue asking. "Grandma, please don't rush, take your time. How did the cats die?" The old lady suddenly became agitated. "These cats. They were all poisoned by someone. Right in this building, it was done by that harmful thing. I got up early that morning, and when I was taking out the trash, I saw it with my own eyes. I saw that damn guy sneaking around, spreading stuff by the bushes." Qi Qiushui's heart skipped a beat, continuing to ask, trying to keep his tone as calm as possible. "Are you saying, you saw Chang Wei, the writer living in that building, personally poison the cats?" The old lady spat fiercely, as if that name had dirted her mouth. "Of course. Although I'm old, my eyes aren't blind. I saw it very clearly." As soon as she finished speaking, the old lady seemed startled by the intensity of her own tone, suddenly closing her mouth, her eyes scanning around in panic as if she feared someone would hear. The anger on her face was quickly replaced by fear, and her tone became frantic as she waved her hands repeatedly. "No, no more. I'm confused, I was talking nonsense. Pretend I didn't say anything, pretend I didn't say." Saying this, she trembled to stand up, not caring about the bag of cat food she dropped on the ground, and hurriedly left. Xiao Wenwen frowned tightly, about to chase after her to ask a few more questions when her phone in her pocket suddenly vibrated violently. The message on the other end of the call was evidently extremely important. Listening, Xiao Wenwen's face grew darker little by little. She occasionally gave brief responses of one or two words, most of the time remaining silent, listening intently. After about 5 minutes, she put down the phone, turned to Qi Qiushui, her tone unprecedentedly heavy. Emergency. It seems our plans need to change immediately. Zhang Wei felt anxious inside. What happened? Qi Qiushui remained somewhat calm, quickly guessing the core of the problem. Did something happen to the people we were supposed to protect? Xiaowen held the phone, the screen still lit up. She nodded, her expression grave like never before. Just now, Tang Zhizhang called me. Our 4 teams that went out were looking for the corresponding people based on their addresses, but in the end, all came up empty. What we got in the end was the same message. She paused. Qi Ming, Qi Pei, Xiao, and Lin Jiehui are all in the hospital, and their lives are at stake, and they are in critical condition. Upon hearing this, Qi Qiushui's heart sank. All the people being protected were in trouble at the same time? This was no coincidence. He was about to ask for more details, like which hospital and the specific situation, when he saw Xiaowen decisively turn around, quickly walking to the busy roadside and signaling for an empty taxi. She opened the car door. Hurry up, go to the hospital to understand the specific situation first, we'll talk about the rest when we get there. Get in the car. The 3 squeezed into the taxi and named the hospital. The driver pressed the accelerator, merging into the evening traffic of the city. The atmosphere in the car was heavy, with only soothing music from the radio that felt out of place with their mood. Xiaowen bit her lip tightly, her fingers unconsciously tapping on her knee. Qi Qiushui looked out at the rapidly retreating street scene, her mind racing at high speed. Such a bad start, 4 protection targets all on the brink of death. It truly was a level 9 instance. The destination was a well-known grade 3 hospital in the city. The emergency building was brightly lit. Even at night, it exuded a sense of unending busyness and anxiety. As soon as they stepped into the emergency area corridor, a strong, pungent smell of disinfectant rushed at them. The lights here were glaring white, and doctors and nurses in white coats hurriedly walked by, while family members either sat or stood, their faces filled with fatigue, worry, or numbness. As soon as a few of them entered, their eyes scanned the room and spotted a familiar figure. Tang Zhizhang was standing at the corner of a resuscitation room hallway, quietly talking with a doctor. When he saw Xiaowen and the others arrive, Tang Zhizhang immediately finished his conversation with the doctor and walked over quickly. How's the situation? Xiaowen asked straightforwardly, her voice very low. Tang Zhizhang first cautiously looked around to confirm that no medical staff or unrelated family members were paying attention to them. I just pretended to be a distant relative of one of them and casually asked the doctor. All 4 of them have the same symptoms and the same cause, paraquat poisoning. The amount consumed is not small. They showed severe reactions upon arrival at the hospital, and now their lung and kidney functions have started to fail acutely. The doctor said they could die at any time. Paraquat? Qi Qiushui felt a chill run from her feet to the top of her head. Although he wasn't a medical professional, he understood the horror of this herbicide. It's highly effective against weeds but is almost unbeatable poison for humans. It causes devastating, irreversible damage to the lungs, and once it reaches lethal levels, modern medical intervention is futile, with a very high mortality rate. Xiaowen clearly knew the severity of paraquat. She took a deep breath filled with antiseptic smell, forcing herself to stay calm. She turned and walked straight towards the doctor with whom Tang Zhizhang had just spoken, putting on a facade of anxious yet restrained family member, her voice trembling with urgency. Doctor, hello. I am also their family member. Can you tell me how much longer can they hold on? Is there any hope? The middle-aged doctor had just finished a round of tense communication and looked extremely tired. He took off his mask, revealing a face full of helplessness and regret, shaking his head with a heavy, professional tone. You, as family members, may have heard some things about paraquat's toxicity. It causes irreversible fibrotic damage to human organs, especially the lungs, and then the kidneys. The progression will be very fast. We have used all available supportive measures, including blood purification, but the results are not optimistic. Xiaowen clearly was not looking for this vague medical conclusion. She interrupted the doctor, asking a question that sounded extremely strange to him, but her tone was very serious. Doctor, I just want to ask, is there any possibility that any one of them could last 5 days? Just one, as long as one can last 5 days. The doctor was taken aback, looking at Xiaowen with a puzzled expression, his eyes filled with confusion and a hint of subtle scrutiny. This girl looked young and said she was a family member, which was already a bit far-fetched. Now the question she asked was even more bizarre. She showed no concern for the specific condition or inquiring about treatment plans. Just one precise survival time of 5 days? This is too abnormal. 5 days? The doctor repeated, his tone filled with disbelief. Ma'am, I just said, their respiratory failure is already very severe, and it is extremely difficult to maintain life with equipment. Based on the current situation, it would be about just a few hours to a day. You should prepare yourself mentally and start considering the aftermath. Of course, our hospital will do everything we can to save them, as this is our duty. The doctor's words were like a bucket of ice water, pouring down on the newly gathered players' hearts. As Xiao Wenwen was asking the doctor, other team players, who received the notification, rushed into the emergency department one after another. The once spacious corridor suddenly felt crowded and chaotic, as more than a dozen or 20 family members with different expressions and qualities entered at once. After understanding the situation, the players' emotions inevitably plunged into a valley, and feelings of despair and helplessness began to spread. It's over, how can we play like this? The target is going to be wiped out at the start? Yeah, the mission requires at least one person to survive for 3 days, but the doctor said it's at most 1 day. Isn't this clearly a mission failure? Is the Blood Gate really trying to kill us directly? They're not even giving us a chance to struggle? This is too much. If I had known, I would have. It's over, it's over. I wonder what punishment will fall if the mission fails. Will we be directly erased? Or, should we find a bottle of glyphosate to end it ourselves? At least we'll suffer less. The doctor was also a bit bewildered by this sudden influx of family members and quickly became alert, raising his voice. Wait. Who exactly are you family members of? Why are there so many of you? What's going on? Please be quiet and don't disturb the other patients and rescue work. Zhang Wei was also anxious, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, turning in circles. They had just entered the dungeon, and they hadn't even seen the enemy's face, yet the target was about to pass away collectively? This was simply a hellish start. He instinctively looked at Qi Qiushui, as if grasping at the last straw. Qiushui, what should we do? Is there really no way at all? Since hearing glyphosate, Qi Qiushui had been frowning in silence. He wasn't like others who fell into panic or complaints, instead, he was deep in thought. He felt that something was wrong. This opening situation seemed like a dead end, but according to the mechanisms of the Bloodgate dungeon, it shouldn't be a complete dead end so early on. Soon, conflicting clues collided, filtered, and reorganized in his mind. He suddenly raised his head, a glimmer of realization flashing in his eyes. No, it's not over yet. These 5 short words, in the noisy and despairing corridor, felt like a stone thrown into still water, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Whether it was the anxious players or the suspicious doctors and nurses, they subconsciously turned to the one who spoke, Qi Qiushui. Tang Zhizhang was slightly moved inside. This little brother seems to have made a discovery? Why don't you share your thoughts? It's most important to brainstorm now. Qi Qiushui did not keep them in suspense, he calmly analyzed. The reasoning is actually quite simple. Since the dungeon has given us the task of protecting at least one person alive for 5 days, it would never set up a dead end that is doomed to failure before or right after the mission begins. This does not align with the Bloodgate dungeon's consistent balance mechanisms, it always leaves a glimmer of hope or, let's say, a hidden path that we need to discover. This path often hides within the clues given by the dungeon. Xiao Wenwen's eyes lit up, immediately realizing, you mean, the 3-layer dream? The novel written by Chang Wei? Yes. Qi Qiushui nodded affirmatively, snapping his fingers. I had been paying attention to this novel even before entering the dungeon. Nearby, there happened to be a bookstore with a sale, so I casually bought a copy. He said this and pulled out a brand new novel from his backpack, the cover a strange deep purple color, the book title 3 Layers of Dreams embossed in silver, faintly reflecting the light in the corridor. I quickly skimmed the story summary and core setting on the bus. Tang Zhizhang suddenly slapped his forehead, his eyes brightened, and a mix of excitement and frustration appeared on his face. Right. How could I have forgotten about this? 3 Layers of Dreams, the core setting in the novel. This could really work. The other players beside him were confused. What novel? What setting? How can it work? Tell us. Qi Qiushui raised the book in his hand and explained. This 3 Layers of Dreams is one of Chang Wei's representative works, a supernatural suspense genre. The most important setting in the book is, the protagonist can enter others' dreams through a special ritual and explore. And the key point is, the time flow in dreams is different from that in the real world. He looked around at everyone, clearly stating the number. In the novel's setting, the time flow in dreams is 24 times faster than in the real world. He paused and then threw out a shocking hypothesis. This means that as long as any one of the 4 people we need to protect in the real world can survive for more than 5 hours. Then, according to his dream, time would have passed for over 5 days. If we enter his dream and carry out the protection there, theoretically, it would be equivalent to completing the requirements for surviving a decapitated copy quest. Beside him, Zhang Wei stared dumbfounded, his mouth open wide enough to fit an egg, feeling like he was hearing a fairy tale. Dream? The time flow is different? This is too magical, right? Can a novel setting actually be true in a copy? Chapter 131 3 Layers of Dreams Dream Entering Array. However, Tang Zhizhang clapped his hands hard, admiring Qi Qiushui. Xiao Wenwen, you have sharp eyes. It's no wonder you're the one who brought her in. This calmness in the face of danger and the ability to quickly grasp key information really doesn't seem like something a newcomer would have from just clearing a level 4 dungeon. He turned to Qi Qiushui, his tone becoming serious and thoughtful. So, young man, based on your thoughts, what should we specifically do next? I've read that book too. I remember the dream entering ritual seemed quite complex, needing a very intricate magic circle, as well as specific media and incantations. In this urgent situation, do we have time to prepare? Upon hearing this, Qi Qiushui not only was not troubled but also revealed a confident smile. He did not answer directly but opened the new 3 layers of dreams, taking out a folded, thick, smooth cardstock carefully from the middle of the pages. He unfolded the card and held it up. On the card, there were extremely intricate dark red lines printed in a huge, precise circle filled with mysterious symbols and geometric patterns. The details of the circle were vividly clear, with a ring of unreadable runes at the edge, and the center had a circular blank area left. This is a gift from the special edition of the novel. Qi Qiushui shook the card in his hand, his tone becoming a bit more relaxed. It comes with a complete Hermes Dream Entering Array replica, designed and supervised by the author Chang Wei himself, identical to the description in the novel. I think we can use this directly. The crowd immediately became restless again. Can this really work? Using a novel's bonus item to cast a spell? It sounds too childish. Could it be a trap? A bait left deliberately for the copy? I think it's possible. Don't forget this is a high difficulty copy. Its logic often hides in seemingly absurd details. Setting up such a level that requires players to think and use items within the game perfectly fits the consistent style of Bloodgate. But, what if we fail? Or what if we can't get out once we enter the dream? Staying here is just waiting to die. Might as well take a risk. As the temporary coordinator, Tang Zhizhang had to make a decision quickly. He carefully looked at the array card in Qi Qiushui's hand and recalled the description in the novel, his gaze gradually becoming firm. Quiet. Everyone, listen to me. When everyone's eyes focused on him again, Tang Zhizhang said in a deep voice. I believe that this young brother Qi Qiushui's thoughts and methods are currently our only visible way out that aligns with the logic of the game. Right now, we have no other choice. Staying here means certain failure, and the consequences are unpredictable. Those who are willing to believe in this plan and are willing to take the risk, come with us later. We need a space that is quiet enough and free of distractions to hold the ceremony. No one clearly expressed their intention to withdraw. In the face of despair, even a spider's thread is worth grabbing onto with all one's might. Without delay, Tang Zhizhang quickly took action, using his mature social experience and communication skills to find a luxurious 5-star hotel near the hospital. He generously paid for a top-level executive suite located on a high floor under the pretext of holding a small birthday surprise party that requires absolute quiet and privacy. The heavy door closed, isolating the outside noise. The living room of the suite was spacious, the carpet soft, and the lights gentle, contrasting sharply with the tense and oppressive atmosphere of the hospital just moments ago, but at this moment, no one had the mood to appreciate it. Qi Qiushui immediately laid the precious array card carefully on the large marble coffee table in the center of the living room. The dark red lines emitted a mysterious aura under the light. According to the detailed steps in the book. Qi Qiushui pointed at the array, speaking faster but clearly. Everyone who wants to enter the dream needs to handwrite their real name in this blank area along the outer edge of the array. Then, bite the tip of their finger, pressing a drop of blood beneath their name as a life mark to establish a connection with the array. He looked at Tang Zhizhang. The most crucial part is the blank circle at the center of the array. This is the main part of the dream, where the dream of the person we want to enter exists. Mr. Tang, you know the situation among those 4 people, who is currently in the least serious condition. Or according to the doctor's judgment, who might be able to hold on for a little longer. Even just a few extra hours. Tang Zhizhang answered without hesitation. It's Lin Jiahui. Although he is also heavily poisoned, he was sent to the hospital a little earlier, and his intake might be slightly less? Of course, this is only relatively speaking. The doctor estimates he can hold on for about a day at most, and his condition is also extremely dangerous. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wenwen's previously tense face finally relaxed slightly. A day. A day in the real world is 24 days in the dream. There's enough time. Qi Qiushui nodded and no longer hesitated. He picked up a pen, bent down, and neatly wrote Lin Jiahui in the blank circle at the center of the array. Then he walked to the outer edge of the array, found a blank spot, and solemnly wrote Qi Qiushui. Without frowning, he placed his right index finger in his mouth, bit down hard, and pressed the blood bead that emerged precisely beneath his name, leaving a clear dark red fingerprint. Some players still found the scene unbelievable, beyond their realm of understanding. After all, Qi Qiushui was just a newcomer, lacking enough achievements and prestige to convince everyone. Some even whispered to themselves, wondering if he had gone mad due to the pressure. This is fundamentally a useless farce. Whispers filled the crowd, and doubtful glances intertwined. Xiao Wenwen stepped forward without any hesitation, second in line. She picked up the pen, swiftly wrote Xiao Wenwen next to Qi Qiushui's name, then similarly bit her fingertip and pressed it with her blood. Her actions were decisive, her gaze firm. Zhang Wei followed suit. Feng Jie timidly glanced around, then silently stepped forward to do the same. Tang Zhizhang took a deep breath, walked up to the magic circle, patted Qi Qiushui's shoulder, then seriously wrote down his name and pressed his blood print. His action seemed like a signal. Several players from his group, trusting Tang Zhizhang's judgment throughout their journey, exchanged glances and stepped forward one after another. 1, 2, 3, finally, all 20 players present stepped forward in sequence, leaving their names and blood prints on that mysterious magic circle card. The densely packed names and red dots surrounded the central Lin Jiehui, making the entire magic circle appear even more eerie and filled with an indescribable sense of ritual. Seeing everyone had completed their preparations, Qi Qiushui took another deep breath, recalling the last steps noted in his mind from the book. His voice echoed in the silent living room. Next is the final step. Everyone, stand around the magic circle, or find a nearby place to sit, ensuring you can touch the edge of the circle. Then, close your eyes, completely empty your mind, do not think of anything. If you cannot clear your mind, repeatedly recite your name in your heart, at least 10 times. Everyone followed his instructions, squatting, sitting, or standing, fingers gently resting on the edge of the magic circle card. Only slightly heavy breaths remained in the living room. Qi Qiushui also closed his eyes, silently reciting, Qi Qiushui. Qi Qiushui. About 10 seconds later, something strange happened. All the players with closed eyes clearly saw the magic circle that had just been laid out on the coffee table in their minds. It seemed directly imprinted in their subconscious, the dark red lines emitting a faint glow. At the same time, an irresistible, deep-sea-like wave of intense drowsiness struck without warning. This drowsiness was fiercer than ordinary fatigue, as if the switch in the brain had been turned off in an instant. A few seconds, just a few seconds. The 20 people in the living room, whether sitting or standing, seemed to have their souls simultaneously drawn away, their bodies slumping as they fell into an extraordinarily deep, unconscious sleep. Some collapsed onto the carpet, while others leaned against the sofa, each in their own posture. Chapter 132 3 Layers of Dreams Heavy Rain. In the dream world of G City. At this moment, the sky was pouring rain, thick, lead gray clouds pressing low over the city, as if ready to collapse at any moment. The distant skyscrapers appeared only as blurred outlines, neon lights and car headlights smeared into chaotic patches of light by the rain. The raindrops did not fall, they slammed down like countless heavy lead balls, pattering against the pavement, rooftops, car tops, and everything exposed to the elements. Qi Qiushui stood somewhat dazed at the edge of a remote road, instinctively holding a black, hard-textured metal suitcase in his hands. The icy rainwater had long soaked his hair and coat, dripping continuously from the tips of his hair and the edges of his clothes. After quite a while, his vacant gaze gradually focused, a flicker of clarity and confusion flashing by, soon replaced by sharp vigilance. "Where is this?" he murmured softly. But he quickly realized. This was not reality. This was the dream world constructed by 3 layers of dreams, and they were currently in the first layer of the dream, with the dream's master being Lin Jiehui. His soaked clothes clung to his skin, bringing waves of chill. He quickly observed his surroundings. This was not a bustling street, flanked by old shops and residential buildings. The streets were sparsely populated, and occasionally vehicles splashed through the rain at high speed. At that moment, his phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated violently, the sensation traveling through the damp fabric to his leg. The screen was blurry from the rain, but he still clearly saw the flickering caller ID, Xiao Wenwen. He had just pressed the answer button, and before he could bring the phone to his ear, a voice burst forth from the receiver. "I see you." Qi Qiushui was taken aback, wondering what she meant, when a sharp and piercing honk from a car behind him cut through the dense sound of the rain, stabbing at his eardrum. He turned around abruptly. 2 glaring white headlights shone like swords, fiercely cutting through the heavy rain curtain. The low roar of the engine grew from afar, quickly transforming into a deafening roar right next to him. A sleek, bright red Ferrari, as vibrant as blood, came to a steady stop less than half a meter in front of him. The window slowly rolled down, and Xiao Wenwen poked her head out. She wore a neat ponytail, a few strands of hair dampened by the rain stuck to her forehead, her tone crisp and decisive. "You're the last one, get in." Qi Qiushui wiped the rain from his face, hesitated not at all, and opened the door to dive into the passenger seat. The car was warm inside, creating a sharp contrast to the damp cold outside, making him shiver involuntarily. Only then did he notice that 2 people were already seated in the back. Zhang Wei looked a bit pale, tightly holding a black box similar to his own, while Feng Jie curled up in the corner, her eyes filled with unease. Xiao Wenwen rolled up the window, shutting out the raging sound of rain. While expertly maneuvering the steering wheel to smoothly rejoin the sparse flow of traffic, she spoke without looking back. I've added you to the big group of players for this instance. Hurry, check your phone and send a message in the group saying you've joined our team. Tang Zhizhang is tallying all the team's situations. She paused, then continued. The group division remains unchanged after entering the dream. The four of us are a team. According to the preliminary communication in the group and the results of other teams' attempts to make contact, our team's protection target is the Dream Master himself, Lin Jiehui. Jiang Wei couldn't help but ask, Xiao Wenwen, I remember, you just turned 18, right? Where did you get your driver's license? Xiao Wenwen glanced at him through the rearview mirror. Driving relies on skill and feeling, what do you need a license for? This isn't the real world, traffic rules don't apply in dreams. Qi Qiushui lowered his phone, having just confirmed the group message, his gaze landing on the leaping horse emblem in the center of the steering wheel, unable to help but ask, where did you get this car? I took it. Xiao Wenwen replied nonchalantly, as if discussing the lovely weather. Don't apply real-world morals here. This is Lin Jiehui's dream, everything is essentially his subconscious projection and distortion. Our actions here should be treated as playing an immersive GTA, don't carry such heavy psychological burdens. Completing the mission and staying alive is the top priority. Jiang Wei found it hard to believe. You just stole it that directly? Did the owner just give it to you? Xiao Wenwen pointed with her chin at the black box Qi Qiushui had been holding, her tone flat, thanks to what's inside. It was only then that Qi Qiushui fully focused on the box he had been holding. The box was not large but quite heavy, its surface made of matte, non-slip material, featuring a simple combination lock. He tried it and discovered the lock was open. Gently lifting the lid of the box. Inside was lined with black foam, and in the indentation lay a handgun, steady and ready. The lines of the gun were simple, gleaming with the cold, hard luster characteristic of metal. Glock 17. Qi Qiushui recognized this classic weapon at a glance. Manufactured from polymer materials, light and portable, with a large magazine capacity, a light and crisp trigger pull, and an ergonomic grip design that fits comfortably in hand. Even for those who have not handled a gun much, the semi-automatic pistol is relatively easy to use. According to the setting of the novel 3 Layers of Dream, Xiao Wenwen explained, every player who successfully enters the dream will automatically be equipped with such a standard pistol, which counts as basic equipment. She shifted her tone. But to be honest, this thing is quite useless. It might be somewhat useful against the defensive consciousness entities, which are those human-like beings generated by Lin Jiehui's subconscious hostility that could appear in dreams. But if we encounter real monsters in this instance, this piece of iron is probably worth nothing. However, she shrugged, it's quite good for scaring people, and to get some resource supplies, like this car. Jiang Wei suddenly understood, this lady had just been using this gun to persuade the original owner of the car at gunpoint to hand over the keys. He gulped and hurriedly opened the box beside him, where there it lay, an identical Glock pistol. He carefully took the gun out, the cold touch made his hands tremble. He wanted to copy what he saw in movies and tuck it behind his waist or slip it into his pocket, but was afraid of accidentally firing and hurting himself, leading him, a complete novice who had only seen guns in games, to feel very troubled, holding the gun feeling completely at a loss. Qi Qiushui had silently checked the magazine, confirmed it was full, then put the pistol back in the box, but left the box within easy reach. He glanced at the time on his phone, then looked out at the rain that showed no signs of letting up, and said solemnly. The instance should start officially very soon. Where do we go to find Lin Jiehui? Are there any clues? Xiao Wenwen gazed ahead, the windshield wipers moving rapidly and rhythmically across the glass. According to the timeline of the dream, this time point here is a little earlier than when Lin Jiehui and the others drank the herbicide in reality. Today should be a weekday, the school isn't on vacation. So, the most direct place to go is Lin Jiehui's workplace, Hushi Primary School. Let's head there and try our luck. Chapter 133, 3 Layers of Dream, Defensive Consciousness. The red Ferrari traveled through the city streets in the heavy rain. After driving for about 20 minutes, Xiao Wenwen glanced at the dashboard, her brow furrowing, we're low on gas. We need to refuel, otherwise, if we need to drive fast later, getting stranded halfway would be a hassle. She turned the steering wheel and pulled the car into what looked like a sizable gas station on the roadside. The lights on the gas station's roof appeared dim and hazy through the rain. The car slowly came to a stop next to a gas pump. Qi Qiushui rolled down the window, ready to signal the staff. But soon, he sensed something was off. There weren't many people in the gas station, employees in bright yellow uniforms moved between a few gas pumps, and 2 or 3 private cars were waiting to refuel or had just finished fueling. However, since they parked, whether it was the gas station staff, the car owners nearby, or a few pedestrians passing by under umbrellas, they all seemed to, intentionally or unintentionally, turn their gaze towards their eye-catching red sports car at the same time. Those looks were very unfriendly. It was not curiosity, not envy, but a cold, almost instinctive hostility. It was like a wolf suddenly mixed into a flock of gentle sheep. Feng Jai sat in the backseat, cautiously observing the outside through the window. Those cold gazes directed at her made her feel like she was sitting on pins and needles, a strong fear surging from her heart. She shrank her neck. The voice trembled slightly. What's wrong with these people? Did we offend them somehow? Why are they all looking at us like that? Those eyes, so terrifying, as if they want to swallow us alive. Qi Qiushui pressed his hand on the box beside him, his sharp gaze scanning the hostile faces. He did not show much surprise at all this. Because this is also an important setting in the novel Three-Layer Dream, the self-protective awareness of the dream. Qi Qiushui explained in a low voice, still vigilantly observing the surroundings. The master of this dream is Lin Jiehui. And we are outsiders who have forcefully intruded into his dream. To Lin Jiehui's subconscious or his brain's defense mechanism, we are foreign objects, intruders. This defense mechanism instinctively repulses us. The manifestation of this dream world is to project this rejection and hostility onto all background characters in the dream, which are these seemingly passers-by defensive awareness beings. They will spontaneously become alert, suspicious, and aggressive towards intruders. A sturdy male employee in work clothes walked expressionlessly to the Ferrari. He first cast a cold glance at everyone inside the car, especially lingering for a few seconds on Xia Xiaoxiao in the driver's seat and Qi Qiushui in the passenger seat, and then asked in a stiff, impatient tone, "How much do you want to add?" "Fill it up." Xia Xiaoxiao replied calmly, as if she didn't see the hostility in his eyes. She paused and added, "Also, could you please bring me a bag of individually packaged masks from your store?" "Thank you." The male employee shot Xia Xiaoxiao another glare, his annoyance almost overflowing. He roughly grabbed the fuel nozzle, forcefully shoved it into the sports car's fuel tank, and began to fuel up. Throughout the process, his gaze constantly darted toward the car inside, especially lingering on the black box beside several people. The fuel gauge quickly filled up. The male employee slowly pulled out the fuel nozzle, hung it back on the pump, and then turned around, moving at an almost sluggish pace toward the small shop inside the gas station that was lit. After a moment, he returned holding a bag of white masks. This time, he did not go back to the driver's seat but went straight to the passenger window. Qi Qiushui rolled down the window, and cold rain mixed with wind immediately poured in. He extended his hand, preparing to take the bag of masks. Just as his fingers were about to touch the plastic bag, an unexpected change occurred. A strong, almost twisted malice suddenly appeared on the male employee's face. He not only did not let go, but his fingers tightened suddenly, gripping the bag of masks tightly, his veins bulging on the back of his hand. He stared at Qi Qiushui and squeezed out harsh words through gritted teeth. "We don't have enough masks here. I don't want to sell to you. Get out." The malicious and provocative tone, combined with his grim expression, instantly pushed the already tense atmosphere to the verge of explosion. "Then I'm sorry." Xia Wenwen's icy voice almost rang out simultaneously, without any hesitation. It was seen that her left hand still held the steering wheel while her right hand, like lightning, pulled out the Glock handgun she had used from the box beside her, extending her arm straight, the gun's barrel practically pressed against the male employee's forehead through the window. No warning, no nonsense. Bang! A muffled yet penetrating gunshot violently overshadowed the sound of the pouring rain, exploding in the empty space of the gas station. The male employee's grim expression instantly froze, his pupils dilating sharply, and then becoming vacant. On his forehead, a shocking bullet hole appeared, dark red blood mixed with some other substance slowly seeping out from the hole. He swayed for a moment, then fell straight backward, hitting the wet concrete floor heavily, splashing a small pool of water. Jiang Wei and Feng Jiayi in the back seat were startled, their souls nearly flying away from this sudden scene. Feng Jiayi let out a short and piercing scream, covering her mouth tightly with her hands, her body shaking violently. Jiang Wei's face turned pale, his lips trembling. Just now did someone kill someone? Xia Wenwen, you. Qi Qiushui quickly calmed down, pointing at the body on the ground, his voice steady. Calm down. Look closely. These are not real people. I just said they are the manifestation of Lin Jiehui's brain's defense mechanism. As if to confirm his words, the body on the ground in work clothes began to undergo strange changes. Skin and muscles seemed to melt and reorganize, slowly moving in a chilling manner. The outline of the facial features blurred and twisted, as if invisible hands were roughly molding a face. Gradually, the writhing stopped. The face on the ground transformed into a completely different appearance. It looked about 30 years old, ordinary in appearance, wearing frameless glasses, with a gentle demeanor, even holding a hint of scholarly air. However, this face was now covered with the grotesqueness of impending death, eyes wide open, looking somewhat eerie. Xia Wenwen glanced at that face and snorted coldly. After the defense consciousness is killed, its external appearance will collapse, revealing the core driven by its essence, which is the deepest self-image of the Dream Master's subconscious. So, this face is Lin Jiehui's true likeness. Jiang Wei looked confused. What happened? Isn't Lin Jiehui an elementary school Chinese teacher? Qi Qiushui said casually. In the Dream Master's subconscious, these hostile defense mechanisms are part of his self-protection. When this part is eliminated by outsiders, its supporting disguise fades away, naturally revealing the unified, driving core consciousness behind it, the Dream Master himself. It's like peeling away layers of shells, finally seeing the core inside. Chapter 134, 3 Layers of Dreams, The Rescue of Xia Xiaoxiao. That gunshot was like a spark thrown into boiling oil, instantly igniting the atmosphere at the gas station, which was already stretched to its limits. Another 3 or 4 people in the same bright yellow work clothes immediately exhibited pure, frenzied aggression. They let out incomprehensible low roars and picked up tools around them. Heavy wrenches, wooden mopped handles, even broken bricks picked up from the ground. From different directions, like enraged beasts, they rushed wildly towards the red Ferrari. At the same time, a black Cadillac that had been parked near the exit, prepared to leave, suddenly made a sharp turn. The driver's gaze was cold and manic. He slammed the accelerator, the engine roaring, the car charging out like a black beast, recklessly heading towards the front of the Ferrari. "Hold on. Grab tight." Xiaowen shouted, her face not showing fear but igniting a wild excitement instead. She quickly yanked the steering wheel to one side with her left hand, while her right hand shifted gears almost by muscle memory, simultaneously slamming the gas pedal to the floor. The powerful engine of the Ferrari erupted with a deafening roar. The rear wheel spun madly on the waterlogged road, creating a screeching sound and a cloud of white mist, soon gaining traction, as the car was suddenly whipped backward like a beast's tail. This burst of speed narrowly allowed the vehicle to avoid 2 workers rushing from behind, raised wrenches ready to smash down. Before the car had completely stabilized, Xiaowen's eyes were sharp as an eagle, instantly judging the trajectory of the Cadillac's crash ahead and the gaps on both sides. Her right hand shifted gears again in a flash. The left hand turned the steering wheel sharply. Screech creak. The tires screamed against the slippery ground, sending chills through the teeth. The red car darted like a nimble fish, barely brushing against the cold metallic edge of the gas pump, sparking a trail of fire, and suddenly lunging forward. The front of the car almost grazed past the oncoming Cadillac, and one could even hear the slight scratching sound of the rearview mirror. Xiaowen drove while handing masks to everyone in the car. "We are outsiders in this dream world. Put on the masks to cover our faces, it can interfere with the dream's defenses to some extent." Qi Qiushui, Zhang Wei, and Feng Jia took the masks and put them on as instructed. The Ferrari, being an outstanding sports car, quickly shook off the malicious black Cadillac under Xiaowen's control, leaving it far behind in the misty rain. During the drive, the phone vibrated. A message came in the group chat where Tang Zhizhang tagged all members. Team leader Tang Zhizhang, has everyone found their respective protectors? Report your progress and location. Team leader Xiaowen, we are on our way to Hushi Primary School. Lin Jiawei should be in class right now. We expect to arrive in 10 minutes. Team leader Tang Zhizhang, got it. Xiaowen, your protector Lin Jiawei is the master of this dream, be very careful. Team member Qi Qiushui, understood. Approaching the target area. Team member Feng Jia, received. Team member Zhang Wei, OJBK. Team leader Tang Zhizhang, Zhang Wei, please be serious, this is a task communication. What about the other 2 teams? Have you found the Qi brothers? Team leader Yi Ganfa, we have merged with Team 4 and found Qi Ming and Pei in a village in the city. The 2 brothers are currently together, but the situation is a bit abnormal. Team leader Xiaowen, what specifically happened? Please describe the details. Team leader Wang Yan, the 2 brothers seem to be possessed, huddled in the corner of the living room, mumbling things like there's a ghost, she's coming, don't come over. Their mental state is extremely unstable, they don't respond properly to questions, so we dare not provoke them for now. Team leader Tang Zhizhang, understood, keep observing and stabilize their emotions first. According to the information I gathered, Xiaoxiao is currently in Chang Wei's villa. Our team is almost there. Team member Qi Qiushui, based on the timeline, Chang Wei should have just died not long ago, and the body is likely still in the house. Xiaoxiao's sudden return to the crime scene at this time is very suspicious. Be sure to pay attention to her behavior and any abnormalities at the scene when you make contact. Also, remember to take as many photos of the scene as possible, the more details, the better, especially in places that may differ from the forum statements. Team leader Tang Zhizhang, received, we will pay attention. The current situation is summarized. Team 2 contacts Lin Jiawei, Teams 3 and 4 handle the Qi brothers, and Team 1 goes to Cheng Wei's villa to find Xiaoxiao. Each team, while ensuring safety, should gather evidence or relevant information from their protectors and send it promptly to the group for cross-analysis. Time is tight, split up and keep communication. Team leader Yi Ganfa, received. Team leader Wang Yan, received. The communication fell silent for a while. The rain outside the window had weakened, no longer pouring down, leaving only a boundless drizzle. The sky was a gray hue, and thick clouds hung low, blocking out any sunlight. The entire city seemed to be shrouded in a massive gray cover, the light was dim, and the outlines of objects were blurred. It feels gloomy and oppressive. However, this is as expected. In the setting of the novel 3 Layers of Dream, the world in dreams has never seen a real sunny day or bright sun, there are only endless cloudy days and deeper, more dangerous nights. At this moment, a group of 5 members, Tang Zhizhang, Lin Dong, Wang Kai, and 2 other team members, are standing in front of a detached villa in a high-end villa area of the city. This is the home of the best-selling author Chang Wei, who has already met a tragic end, and it is also the initial scene of this bloody mystery. The villa's exterior is a simple modern style, built not long ago, the walls still looking new, and the white facade seems a bit glaring against the dark sky. The house has 3 floors, with a clean shape. But upon closer inspection, some discordant aspects can be found. A window on the 2nd floor has a corner of its glass missing, as if something had shattered it from the inside or outside, the breakage uneven. Meanwhile, several windows on the 3rd floor are completely covered by thick, dark curtains, blocking out any light. Tang Zhizhang puts away his phone and turns to a tall, slender man with sharp eyes beside him, quietly confirming, "Lin Dong, is the information reliable? Is Xiao Xiao definitely inside?" Lin Dong is the only player in the group who comes from a different hotel. But he actively chose to join Tang Zhizhang's group, appreciating Tang Zhizhang's analytical skills and leadership. At this moment, he nods, his tone affirmative. "It's reliable. I checked the surveillance footage at several intersections nearby. Xiao Xiao was seen entering this villa over an hour ago and has not come out since. Also, I looked back at earlier surveillance records, the people mentioned in Lin Jiehui's post. Lin Jiehui, the Qi family brothers, Xiao Xiao, they indeed visited Chang Wei's home at different times before and after the incident, and the order basically matches the descriptions in Lin Jiehui's post. At least regarding this visit, his narrative has shown no obvious contradictions so far." Tang Zhizhang then looks at another member of the group, a stable-looking middle-aged man named Wang Kai. "Brother Kai, please share again the information you found about Xiao Xiao's background." Wang Kai takes out his phone and quickly retrieves his notes. "Before entering the dream, I conducted a preliminary investigation. Xiao Xia, 26 years old, without a fixed occupation, essentially a woman mingling in various social scenes. She often appears in high-end nightclubs and bars, her lifestyle quite chaotic. Based on limited information, there are at least 6 men she has had ambiguous or intimate relationships with, and her financial sources are unclear. It said she has contracted some not-so-clean diseases." Tang Zhizhang inquires, "What specific relationship does she have with Chang Wei and the other people we need to protect?" Wang Kai scrolls through the screen, continuing to explain the information he has gathered. It turns out these people were childhood friends, having been classmates from elementary to junior high. Later, as they progressed to higher education, the Qi family brothers didn't perform well in their studies, failed to enter high school, and entered society early. Meanwhile, Xiao Xia, Chang Wei, and Lin Jiehui went to the same high school. As for Xiao Xia and Chang Wei, according to their classmates' vague memories, the two may have had a very brief romance during high school, but they broke up quickly. The common belief is that Xiao Xia considered Chang Wei's family ordinary and felt he couldn't give her the life she wanted. After the breakup, Xiao Xia completely let herself go, thriving in the outside world with her youthful beauty. Later, Chang Wei became famous for his writing, and his financial status changed dramatically. Xiao Xia, not knowing where she got this news, came back to pester Chang Wei. But by that time, Chang Wei already had a steady girlfriend, and their relationship had reached the point of considering marriage, so he naturally avoided this ex-girlfriend and rejected her thoroughly. Xiao Xia, a woman with a strong sense of vanity, saw how Chang Wei was distant after becoming successful, and deeply unbalanced in her heart. According to the reflections from a few friends she still kept in touch with, she often spread rumors about Chang Wei in private occasions and social circles, engaging in various slanders and attacks. As a result, their relationship became extremely poor, nearly turning into enemies. On the day of the incident, she came to Chang Wei's house. Based on Lin Jiehui's posts and our speculation, it was most likely another attempt to entangle him, or perhaps even to borrow money. Alright, the background information is generally clear. Time waits for no one, let's go in. Tang Zhizhang took a deep breath and took the lead towards the tightly shut entrance door of the villa. The 4 people behind exchanged glances, suppressing their inner unease, and followed closely, forming a loose watchful formation. They were completely unaware that, as they focused their attention on the door, a remarkably pale, bloodless little hand gently pushed aside a crack in the heavy curtains of a window on the 3rd floor of the villa. A pair of pitch-black eyes, almost devoid of whites, peered silently through that small gap, intently watching the 5 figures gradually approach below. That gaze was cold, curious, and carried an inhuman indifference. Chapter 135 3-Layered Dream Strange Sounds. Creak. A slight, teeth-grinding sound arose. Tang Zhizhang, who was walking in front, tried to push against the villa's heavy wooden door, and surprisingly, the door opened easily as it was not locked. A mix of old dust, damp mold, and a strong smell of blood hit them in the face. Upon smelling this odor, Tang Zhizhang furrowed his brow tightly and instinctively raised his hand to cover his mouth and nose. The others reacted similarly, with Lin Dong turning pale and feeling a wave of nausea. Inside was pitch dark, all the curtains seemed to be drawn, blocking the already faint daylight. They could only vaguely see the blurry outline of the entrance hall and the living room ahead. The floor beneath their feet was smooth wooden, but stepping on it made a creak empty sound that seemed particularly jarring in the dead silence of the villa. Tang Zhizhang signaled, and the others hurriedly took out powerful flashlights, piercing the darkness with beams of light, sweeping the area. Where the beams touched, dust danced in the light. Soon, everyone saw a shocking mark on the floor. A dark red, winding and interrupted trail of blood began near the doorway and extended deep into the living room of the villa. They followed the blood trail, stepping lightly and cautiously inward. The strong smell of blood grew heavier, almost suffocating. The layout of the living room gradually became clear, and the furniture inside seemed to be shrouded in a layer of death's shadow. The flashlight finally landed in the center of the living room, next to a huge leather sofa. Chang Wei's body lay there, half hidden under the sofa and half exposed. His face was upturned, eyes wide open, pupils dilated, staring fixedly at the ornately decorated ceiling, his face frozen in an expression of shock and extreme fear. Underneath the back of his head, a large pool of thick blood had pooled on the floor, not yet completely dried. Upon closer observation, there was a noticeable indentation and fracture at the occipital region of his head, the edges of the wound bloody and mangled. Preliminary analysis suggested that the fatal blow came from a violent strike to the back of the head, likely by a heavy hard object like a hammer or an ashtray. Tang Zhizhang squatted down, enduring a strong wave of discomfort, and began to preliminarily investigate and photograph the murder scene. He first took pictures of the corpse from various angles, especially focusing on the facial expression and close-ups of the head wound, then moved the flashlight to capture the overall environment of the living room, the arrangement of the furniture, potential signs of struggle, and the long trail of blood on the floor. "You guys, don't all crowd around here," Tang Zhizhang instructed without raising his head. "Spread out, go find Joyous Trace in other places of the villa. Be careful, team up in pairs, don't go alone. Focus on checking for signs of other people's activities, or any unusual clues, items, or written records. Stay in communication." Wang Kai patted the shoulder of Lin Dong, who was pale and trembling, and whispered, "Let's check the second floor together. Old Tang, be careful by yourself." He gestured to the other two team members, "You check the other rooms on the first floor, the kitchen, and the garage." Lin Dong swallowed hard and nodded, following Wang Kai to the stairs leading to the second floor. He couldn't help but look back at Tang Zhizhang, who was calm and filming the corpse up close, secretly admiring the man's courage and focus on the task, which was truly extraordinary. The interior space of the villa was even larger and more complex than it appeared from the outside. The remaining four decided to search separately as planned. Lin Dong followed Wang Kai up to the second floor, where there were several rooms on either side of the corridor. They cautiously pushed open each room to check, mostly guest rooms, studies, and media rooms, all neatly arranged but empty, showing no signs of recent frequent activity, only dust and silence. Just as Lin Dong was checking a room that seemed to be a spare bedroom, he suddenly stopped and listened closely. Tap. Tap. A faint sound, like nails scratching the wooden floor, or a barefoot softly stepping on the floor, came from above the ceiling. Soon, there seemed to be whispers mixed within the sound. One voice was high-pitched, with a child's unique childish tone, but the words were unusually clear, even somewhat stiff. The other was a woman's voice, kept very low, high-pitched and wavering. Lin Dong's heart suddenly tightened, cold hairs standing on end. He froze in place, holding his breath, trying to distinguish the sounds. The voices were indeed coming from upstairs, the third floor. "Is it Joya?" He instinctively spoke softly to the air, almost like he was trying to encourage himself. There was no response. The whispers above seemed to pause for a moment, then continued, as if they hadn't been disturbed at all. Wang Kai also peeked out from the next room, clearly having heard the noise. He made a "be quiet and be careful" gesture to Lin Dong. Both exchanged glances in the flashlight's beam, mutual seriousness in their eyes. The hesitation lasted only a few seconds. Lin Dong took a deep breath, signaled for Wang Kai to follow, and then walked alone toward the stairs leading to the third floor. The staircase was also wooden, extending upward in the dim light, disappearing into a deeper darkness at the top. He lifted his foot, tentatively stepping onto the first step. Creak! The old wooden staircase groaned loudly in the quiet villa, especially clear and jarring. He walked up step by step, each step accompanied by a heart-pounding creak. As he climbed higher, the indescribable cold heaviness pressed down even more. The fragmented whispers did not stop. Instead, as he got closer, they seemed to become slightly clearer. He followed the source of the sound to the door at the end of the third-floor corridor. Unlike the other rooms, a faint beam of warm yellow light, like that of an old-fashioned light bulb, seeped from under this heavy solid wood door. Inside, the whispers of the child and woman became clearer. Lin Dong stopped outside the door, lightly resting his hand on the cold doorknob, his heart pounding like thunder. He pressed his ear against the door. Inside, the high-pitched child's voice was speaking, innocent yet carrying an inexplicable eeriness. "Sister, let's play again next time. Someone is looking for you." Then, the elusive woman's voice softly followed. Really? Then, shall we go open the door? Chapter 136 3 Layers of Dreams Juinxiong. Lin Dong paused for a moment, his hand gripping the cold doorknob, his palm damp with tense sweat. Why, is there still a child's voice? This isn't right. Xiaoxiao entered the villa alone, the surveillance never showed any children accompanying her. Could it be an illusion? Or the noise twisted by a dream? But that conversation just now felt too clear. In the next second, his gaze sharpened, his wrist tensed, and he suddenly pulled the heavy door inward with great force. Bang! The door slammed against the interior wall, producing a muffled sound. The scene in the room instantly came into view with the beam of the flashlight. This did not look like a normal room. It's a chaotic mess, as if it just weathered an invisible storm. Books, papers, and various small decorations spilled down from the shelves, scattered everywhere. The curtains were tightly drawn, the only light coming from an old-fashioned floor lamp in the corner, its bulb dim and barely dispelling a small patch of darkness, leaving the rest of the room in deeper shadows. And their target, Xiaoxiao, was curled up in a deeper shadow in the corner, where the lamp's light could not reach. Her back pressed against the cold wall, arms hugged around her bent knees, she was curled into a ball. Her face was covered in dust and grime, her once delicate makeup smeared beyond recognition. Long hair hung messily down, hiding most of her face, revealing only a pale chin and colorless lips. Finding the target first made Lin Dong feel a rush of joy, then he quickly stepped forward, carefully directing the flashlight towards Xiaoxiao, trying to confirm her condition. Xiaoxiao? Miss Xiaoxiao? Xiaoxiao showed no reaction, still curled up, her head lowered. But as Lin Dong got closer, he could hear her mumbling to herself repeatedly. Lin Dong squatted down, waved his hand in front of her hollow eyes, trying to keep his tone steady and reassuring. Xiaoxiao, listen, we are here to help you, to protect you. It's dangerous here, let's go downstairs together. Xiaoxiao slowly, extremely slowly, lifted her head. The dim light swept across her cheek, and Lin Dong saw her eyes. Those eyes were completely vacant, unfocused, as if covered by a layer of dust. She opened her mouth, revealing a bizarre and stiff smile, the curve of her lips unnaturally twisted. No. I can't go with you. I want to stay here, to play with him. Play with whom? There's no one else here. Lin Dong's heart raced, instinctively scanning the entire room. Apart from the chaotic debris and shadows, he couldn't see a third person's figure. Just as Lin Dong leaned forward to ask more clearly. Xiaoxiao's smile suddenly distorted, turning into another expression, an expression mixed with extreme fear and some mad excitement. She let out a series of eerie, chilling laughs from her throat. They're coming. Her eyes widened, fixated on Lin Dong. You can't escape. No one can escape, we will all die, he. Then her voice suddenly rose, one by one, everyone will die, he. No one can run away, the order has been set long ago. These crazy words and laughter sent chills down Lin Dong's spine. He suddenly remembered the clear conversation he heard outside the door between the child and the woman. Where was that little boy? He suppressed the fear rising in his heart, his body shaking from tension and cold, his voice carrying a barely detectable tremor. How many people are in this room? Where's the child who was talking to you just now? Where is he? Xiaoxiao seemed to find this question interesting. She stopped her unsettling laughter, tilted her head, and looked at Lin Dong with an innocent yet cruel gaze. Then, slowly and solemnly, she raised her right hand, showing 3 stained fingers. 3. She said clearly, then casually and carelessly pointed her finger towards a darker corner of the room. There stood an old-fashioned, tall wooden wardrobe, its doors tightly shut. They are inside, Joshua giggled foolishly, repeating, inside waiting. As soon as she finished speaking. Thud. A dull thump clearly came from inside the wardrobe. Lin Dong's heart suddenly raced. His blood seemed to flow backward in an instant, his hands and feet turned cold, and his eyes were glued to the tightly shut wardrobe doors. Creak. A grating, slow scratching sound rang out. Under his gaze, the heavy wooden door of the wardrobe was pushed open a crack from the inside. The gap was narrow, and darkness seeped out from within. Then, a pale, colorless hand, nearly transparent, stretched out from that crack. The fingers were slender, the nails long, and the fingertips slightly curved, resting on the edge of the wardrobe door. Kayako. Lin Dong suddenly turned around and violently pulled Joshua, who was curled in the corner and still giggling, up onto his back. He let out a low roar and stumbled toward the door. He burst through the slightly ajar door and charged into the dark corridor on the 3rd floor, desperately running toward the stairs. Heavy footsteps and breathing echoed in the silent villa. At that moment, a faint voice from downstairs called out, a touch of urgency in it, Lin Dong. What's happening up there? Did you find anyone? While stumbling down the stairs to the 2nd floor, Lin Dong shouted hoarsely back, found them. But there's danger here. There's something. Hurry. Before he could finish, Joshua, who had been silent on his back, suddenly made that eerie giggling sound again. Her head drooped weakly on Lin Dong's shoulder, her lips almost touching his ear. Juanxiong has come too. What? Before Lin Dong could react, in front of him, at the corner platform leading to the second floor, the air seemed to ripple. A figure appeared out of thin air. It was a small boy with pale skin. He squatted there barefoot, head lowered, wet black hair covering his face. Before Lin Dong could respond, Juanxiong naturally and even a bit awkwardly stretched out one of his pale little feet, right across the step Lin Dong was about to take down. Chapter 137 3-Level Dream No Escape. Ah! Charging down the stairs, Lin Dong had no time to stop, his toes firmly tripped over that cold foot. A huge sense of imbalance hit him, he gasped, and both he and Joshua tumbled forward together. Thud. Crack. The dull sound of impact and a sharp, tooth-gritting crack from Lin Dong's ankle echoed almost simultaneously. They rolled down the stairs, creating a chaotic series of noises on the wooden steps. Lin Dong only felt a heart-wrenching pain in his right ankle, and darkness clouded his vision. He landed heavily at the corner platform between the second and first floors, and Joshua was thrown off, rolling a short distance away. Joshua seemed to have cushioned the fall by landing on Lin Dong, sustaining only minor injuries. She quickly stood up, swaying slightly, a bit of blood trickling from a scrape on her forehead, but it seemed she didn't feel any pain. She just stood there, staring blankly at the pained and curled-up Lin Dong, showing a silly smile again. His mom is coming to catch you. Lin Dong tried to move, but the excruciating pain in his right ankle made him break out in cold sweat, rendering him unable to stand, and even crawling was exceptionally difficult. Fear and pain intertwined, nearly causing him to break down. He could only scream with all his strength from the bottom of his lungs, "Help! Brother Tang! Wang Kai! I hurt my foot. I can't get up. Something. There's something upstairs." His cries echoed in the empty villa, filled with desperate tremors. And at that moment, he heard it. From the stairs above him came the spine-chilling, familiar sound. Creak creak. It was the groan of the wooden structure under weight, slow, heavy, with an ominous rhythm. Lin Dong gritted his teeth against the agony and painfully lifted his head to look up. In the shadow around the corner of the stairs, a white figure was moving down. It crawled in a twisted, ergonomically wrong position, step by step. A white, stained nightgown dragged on the ground, wet black hair covered its face, only a glimpse of pale skin and a bloodshot, hollow eye visible between the strands. Kayako. She was coming. Crawling toward him, slow and steady. Each movement accompanied by the creak of the stairs, like a countdown to death, pounding on Lin Dong's frayed nerves. Lin Dong was almost paralyzed with fear. He futilely clawed at the ground, trying to move backward, trying to escape, but his injured right foot made every effort a ridiculous struggle. He could only watch helplessly as the white, twisted figure drew closer and closer amidst the creak-creak sound. Downstairs. Tang Zhizhong, Wang Kai, and two other team members had already realized something was wrong when they heard Lin Dong's initial response and the chaotic crashing and cries for help. They quickly gathered at the bottom of the stairs, preparing to go upstairs to assist. However, as they rushed to the foot of the stairs, they heard Lin Dong's chilling scream, then the sound of something heavy rolling and a sickening creak from above. The four were veterans who had experienced many scenarios, and they immediately halted their steps. They exchanged glances, with no hesitation, only cold assessment and decision. The noise from above going up now might be too late, and there was a greater chance of putting themselves in danger. Just then, thud-thud, a figure tumbled down the stairs. It was Xiao Xiao. She seemed to have lost consciousness, her forehead bruised and bloodied, collapsing to the floor. Creak creak. The hair-raising crawling sound was getting clearer as it approached down the stairs. Tang Zhizhong made a quick decision, stepping forward to support the unconscious Xiao Xiao while shouting at the other three, "Retreat! Get out first!" However, just as he finished speaking, a sudden phone ring echoed from his pocket. Tang Zhizhang's heart jolted, an extremely ominous premonition gripped him. He held Xiao Xiao with one hand and instinctively pulled out his phone with the other. The screen lit up in the dim light. The name on the caller ID froze his blood in an instant. Chang Wei. It was a call from Chang Wei. How could this be? Chang Wei's body was lying on the living room floor nearby, already cold. Was it a coincidence? A dream disturbance? Or something more terrifying? Tang Zhizhong instinctively swiped to answer the call. He brought the phone to his ear. A voice immediately came through the receiver. The voice was hoarse and dry, as if its vocal cords had been rubbed with sandpaper. Xiao Xiao should die. You all have such great courage to come to my home. Tang Zhizhang's hair stood on end. He hadn't had time to think clearly about what was happening or organize an effective response. Tap tap. Behind him, clear footsteps with a sticky, wet sound approached. Tang Zhizhong, along with Wang Kai and the other three, turned around abruptly, their faces pale. What should have been lying in the living room pool of blood? Chang Wei, who had long since died, now surprisingly stood up, swaying. His whole body was soaked in dark red blood, and the wound at the back of his head was slowly oozing thick liquid, his face rigid and grotesque. In one hand, he held a mobile phone pressed to his ear. The hoarse and eerie voice coming from the phone overlapped with the voice in Tang Zhizhang's phone at that moment. Chang Wei stood on the only path leading to the villa's door, blocking their exit. Tang Zhizhang looked up again towards the stairs. Creak. Creak. Kayako had already crawled to the middle of the stairs, her pale figure clearly visible in the dim light. The paths in front and behind were blocked. Both ways of escape were completely sealed off. They had no place to flee. Chapter 138 3 Layers of Dreams Violent Methods. At the same time, on the other side of the city, Xiaowen steadily parked the red Ferrari at the entrance of Lake Creek Primary School. A light rain fell like silk, shrouding the security booth beside the school gate and the landscaping in a mist of water. A man in a security uniform was originally standing outside the booth, warmly chatting with a parent who seemed to be delivering something, wearing a professional smile on his face. Suddenly, he noticed the conspicuous sports car stop, and then, 4 people wearing matching masks and dressed in clothing that clashed with the surrounding environment quietly got out of the car. For some reason, the security uncle felt a sudden jolt in his heart, thinking these people were very suspicious. Their eyes were too cold, their movements carried a deliberate restraint and tacit understanding, completely unlike ordinary visitors or parents. His smile gradually faded, and he watched these 4 with a wary gaze, unconsciously reaching for his walkie-talkie at his waist. Xiaowen stepped forward slowly, as if she did not see the security guard's vigilant expression. The security uncle opened his mouth, about to say, "What are you doing? Please register." Before he could finish his words, "Pooh." A sound as faint as a balloon leaking air suddenly echoed. The security uncle's body stiffened abruptly, and he looked down in disbelief at a small hole rapidly spreading a stain on his uniform at his chest. He opened his mouth, but could not make any sound. His legs went weak, staggering 2 steps back, slowly sliding down to the ground, motionless. Moments later, something bizarre happened. The uncle's face, which was gradually losing life, began to twitch and twist unnaturally, like a melting wax figure. The outlines of his features changed, and within seconds, it transformed into another face. The face of Lin Jiawei. Feng Jiayi watched all this happen from a distance. Although she knew this was a dream and what she saw might not be the real slaughter, she couldn't help but feel a churn in her stomach. "Go." Xiaowen's voice came through the mask, plain and ordinary. The 4 walked straight into the campus. From the teaching building came the vibrant sounds of children reading, clear and lively. Based on the information shared by Tang Zhizhang and the group earlier, quickly gathered by other team members, they soon found the floor and specific room of the teacher's office. As they approached the office door, they indeed saw Lin Jiawei's figure through the glass window on the door. The reason for their certainty was that his appearance was identical to that of the security uncle who just died at the school gate, and also to the gas station employee from earlier. In other words, the man in front of them, talking to someone in the office, was the dream master Lin Jiawei. At this moment, Lin Jiawei was conversing with a small-statured boy and the boy's mother, acting as the class teacher. With a warm smile on his face, dressed in an iron shirt, he looked refined, even somewhat frail. The boy tightly hid behind his mother. Lowering his head, his shoulders slightly trembling, it seemed he was sobbing, too afraid to look up at Lin Jiawei. That mother was dressed properly, but her expression carried an undeniable strength. "Teacher Lin, thank you so much." The boy's mother spoke warmly. "Thanks to you giving Zhisheng extra lessons, his language score was able to rise to 79 this time. I had set a rule with him before that he must score at least 80 to get a reward, and you were present as a witness. Even though there has been great progress this time, which is worth praising, a rule is a rule, and there will be no reward. If he wants a new toy, he must continue to work hard next time and score 80. As she spoke, she pulled her son behind her with force. "Li Zhisheng, don't hide, quickly thank Teacher Lin." The boy stumbled forward, lifting his head with red eyes, quickly glancing at Lin Jiawei. In his gaze, besides shyness, there seemed to be a hint of indescribable fear. He stammered, his voice small like a mosquito, Thank you, Teacher Lin." Lin Jiawei's smile remained, even gentler. He reached out, seemingly wanting to habitually pat the boy's head. "It's okay, Zhisheng is very smart, his Olympiad math scores have always been top-notch, but his language is a bit weak, showing some unevenness. Being able to help him and seeing his progress makes me very happy." But at the moment his hand came over, the boy, like a frightened rabbit, shrank back suddenly, hiding behind his mother again. A trace of embarrassment flashed across the boy's mother's face, and she quickly smoothed things over. "This child is just too shy, timid Teacher Lin, please don't mind." "Not at all, he has a quiet personality," Lin Jiawei said, withdrawing his hand willingly, his smile still flawless. The two chatted a bit more about the child's study habits and future plans, and only then did the boy's mother pull her still bowed, silent son out of the office. The office door was closed behind them. Lin Jiawei seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and turned around, ready to return to his desk. However, when he looked up, he suddenly froze in place, the blood draining from his face. 4 people wearing identical masks, their eyes cold, had silently entered the office at some point and now stood lined up, staring at him coldly. Qi Qiushui stood half a step behind Xiao Wenwen, her gaze sweeping over Lin Jiehui's confused and terrified face, softly asking, "What reason should we use to make him willingly come with us? If we directly state our intentions, it might cause unnecessary trouble or resistance." Xiao Wenwen did not turn her head, simply saying lightly, "Leave it to me." After saying this, she walked straight toward the frozen Lin Jiehui. Her steps were steady, neither fast nor slow, carrying an invisible pressure. Lin Jiehui was clearly frightened by this situation. He instinctively took half a step back, his back against the edge of the desk. He coughed lightly a couple of times, the sounds echoed clearly in the silent office, making his face appear even more pale and weak, looking rather frail. But he still forced out a polite yet confused smile, his voice a bit dry. "Why you all? Who are you looking for? Is this a parent of a student? What's the matter?" Xiao Wenwen did not answer. She didn't even stop her steps. As the distance between them shortened to just 1 step, Lin Jiehui's smile completely faded, and just as he was about to speak again, Xiao Wenwen's hand moved like lightning. Her movement was clean and neat, without any surplus. A precise chop struck swiftly at the side of Lin Jiehui's neck. Lin Jiehui only felt darkness before his eyes. He didn't even have time to scream before his body went limp, sliding down along the desk. With a thud, he collapsed on the floor, completely losing consciousness. Xiao Wenwen withdrew her hand, not even casting a glance at the unconscious Lin Jiehui on the ground, just slightly tilting her head to look back at Qi Qiushui behind her. The calm, almost too calm eyes above the mask gently blinked at Qi Qiushui. "Just tie him up and take him away. Sometimes, a simple and direct way can solve the problem better. Don't overthink everything." Qi Qiushui looked at the unconscious Lin Jiehui on the ground, speechless for a moment. But it cannot be denied that Xiao Wenwen's method, although a bit violent, indeed achieves the goal. Chapter 139, 3 Layers of Dream. Who is the killer? A few people silently lifted the unconscious Lin Jiehui into the back seat of the Ferrari. Considering he might struggle or resist during the questioning later, Feng Jiayi voluntarily sat in the passenger seat, while Qi Qiushui and Zhang Wei sat on either side of Lin Jiehui in the back seat. The 2 boys had a bit more strength, able to quickly subdue this key dream master if necessary. The car door closed, slightly isolating them from the damp, cold air outside. The Ferrari restarted, the engine rumbled low and steadily as it slowly drove away from Lake Creek Primary School, merging back onto the street shrouded in a misty rain. The windshield wipers moved rhythmically from side to side, clearing away the rain that kept flowing down, with the scenery ahead alternating between blur and clarity. Xiao Wenwen focused on the steering wheel, her gaze sweeping across the rearview mirror. "Qiushui, send a message in the group that we have found our target." "I'm driving, so I can't check my phone." "Okay." Qi Qiushui replied quickly, pulling out his phone from his pocket and starting to type rapidly. "Group member Qi Qiushui, we found Lin Jiehui. He is under control. We are in the process of transferring." Seconds after the message was sent, responses started to come in the group. Group leader Yi Ganfan received. "My group is questioning Qi Ming. The situation is a bit tricky, but there has been progress. Later, I'll share the key points of the interrogation in the group." Group member Qi Qiushui, is there anything unusual about Qi Ming? Other than being mentally unstable? Group leader Yi Ganfan, not finished questioning yet, but from the current dialogue fragments, Zhang Wei's death is absolutely related to him. He speaks with fear, logic confused, repeatedly mentioning it was not intentional. Group leader Wang Yan, the situation here is similar to Group 3, Qi Pei's condition is equally terrible, and progress in questioning is slow. How is it going on Xiaoxiao's side? At group leader Tang Zhizhang. After the message was sent, the group fell silent for a moment. 5 minutes passed without a reply. A sense of ominous foreboding quietly spread. A member from Group 3 couldn't help but speak up. Group member Lu Wenjun, team leader Tang said he would go to Cheng Wei's house to find Xiaoxiao. It's been so long without news, could it be something has happened? Qi Qiushui looked at the screen, his fingers paused on the screen. He knew this kind of speculation was likely close to the truth, but during a mission, needless panic and guesswork would only disrupt judgment. He quickly typed a reply. Group member Qi Qiushui, thinking too much now is useless, it will just confuse us. Focus on the task at hand, ensure the safety of our targets, and gather information as much as possible. If there's any situation on Group 1's side, Team Leader Tang or other members will surely find a way to contact. Group Leader Wang Yan, understood. You guys in Group 2 pay attention, Lin Jiehui is the Dream Master, the core of this dream. Be sure to mind your methods during the interrogation, try to avoid overly stimulating his emotions, or the consequences will be unpredictable. Group member Qi Qiushui, got it, we will be careful. Qi Qiushui naturally understood what Wang Yan meant. Once the emotions of the Dream Master fluctuate violently, it could trigger a strong backlash from the entire dream's defense mechanism, possibly leading to the collapse of the dream. The most direct manifestation might be that they, as outsiders, would be crazily targeted and attacked by the dream's own immune system, that is, by those seemingly normal passers-by. At that time, the situation would completely spiral out of control. Just as he finished replying, put away his phone, and whispered to Zhang Wei beside him, Wei go, wake Lin Jiehui up first. Be gentle. I will ask later. You and Feng Jiayi pay close attention to his micro-expressions and body language. Zhang Wei turned to the still unconscious Lin Jiehui in the middle. He first stretched out his hand, gently shaking Lin Jiehui's arm, softly calling, Hey, wake up. Lin Jiehui showed no reaction, his breathing steady, as if trapped in a deep sleep. It seems that Xiao Wenwen's last action was indeed quite strong, Zhang Wei muttered. He thought for a moment, his gaze searching inside the car, and saw a bottle of mineral water in the car door storage compartment. He picked it up, opened the cap, and took a big mouthful, his cheeks puffing out. Then, he leaned close to Lin Jiehui's face, held his breath. Puff! A fine mist of water precisely sprayed onto Lin Jiehui's face, the cold droplets running down his pale cheeks and forehead. Lin Jiehui's body jolted violently, as if shocked by electricity. He opened his eyes and immediately saw the strange environment in the car and the masked person beside him, their face obscured. Xiao Wenwen, in the front seat, witnessed Zhang Wei's somewhat comical wake-up method through the rearview mirror and couldn't help rolling her eyes. Who taught you to wake people up like this? Are we filming a cop and robber movie? Zhang Wei wiped the water stains from the corner of his mouth, looking innocent as he defended himself. Isn't that what they do in the movies? Use cold water to stimulate and wake up quickly. Otherwise, how do you expect him to wake up fast? Should we just wait for him to wake up naturally? Xiao Wenwen shook her head in disbelief, her gaze returning to the slippery road ahead, simply commenting. Why bother? Just slap him once and be done with it. Fast and convenient. Qi Qiushui remained silent beside them, silently thinking that in some ways, these two teammates seemed a bit abnormal. At this moment, the one most terrified was, of course, Lin Jiehui, who had just regained consciousness. The cold water had jolted him slightly awake, but what followed was intense panic. He instinctively tried to raise his hands to wipe the water off his face, but was shocked to find his wrists tightly bound together with coarse rope, unable to move. He attempted to struggle, the rope chafing against his skin, confirming that this was not a nightmare, but a terrible reality. His throat rolled violently, his voice trembling. Who are you? Where is this? Am I kidnapped? Qi Qiushui quietly stared at him, his eyes sharp and calm above the mask. He did not answer immediately, his mind working like a high-speed computer, quickly analyzing Lin Jiehui's current state, possible psychological defenses, and the best strategy and entry point for questioning next. Lin Jiehui felt his intense, scrutinizing gaze prick at his heart, cold sweat breaking out on his back. The instinct for survival overwhelmed everything, and he nearly pleaded with a trembling voice, his words coming out in a jumble. Please, don't hurt me. I beg you. I'm just an ordinary teacher, I don't have much money. Really? I only have a little cash in my wallet, and there are several thousand in my salary card. I can tell you the password. All of it is yours. Please let me go, okay? I promise I won't call the police. Please don't hurt me. I beg you, don't hurt me. Qi Qiushui pondered for a moment, quickly forming a clear plan in his mind. He signaled to Feng Jiayi in the front seat to take out her phone, switch to video mode, aim the camera at Lin Jiehui in the back seat, and begin recording the interrogation process. Only then did he speak, his voice muffled through the mask, sounding somewhat deep. Based on the time point corresponding to the first layer of the dream, Chang Wei should have already died, but his body had not yet been discovered by the police. And the murderer was likely among these four protected individuals. Chapter 1, Third Layer of Dream Collapse. Qi Qiushui cleared his throat, taking a moment. We are not after your money. We are fans of Chang Wei. He deliberately paused, carefully observing Lin Jiehui's expression, then slowly spoke the next line. He is already dead. Is it correct? Chang Wei. Lin Jiehui's face instantly stiffened. His lips slightly parted, as if he wanted to say something, but were choked by immense shock. Chang Wei's death. Apart from the four of them involved, and possibly the police that have not yet intervened, there were actually others who knew? And so quickly? You? How did you know? His voice trembled with disbelief. The moment these words slipped out, a trace of undisguised panic and guilt flashed in his eyes, which did not escape Qi Qiushui's sharp gaze. Sure enough, Chang Wei's death was related to him, at least he was informed. Qi Qiushui felt a sense of certainty in his heart. According to the scattered information just revealed in the group by Team 3 and Team 4, the Qi brothers have all encountered or claimed to have encountered Kayako to varying degrees. So, as one of the core figures, did Lin Jiehui also have a similar experience? This was the key to verifying certain speculations. Qi Qiushui did not answer his question but followed his own thoughts, posing the next question with a calm tone. Recently, have you encountered something you shouldn't have? For example, a woman in white with long hair, or a very pale little boy. He carefully chose his words, not directly mentioning Kayako and Juanxiong so as not to overly provoke. Lin Jiehui's reaction was even more intense than before. He suddenly widened his eyes, his body uncontrollably shrinking back, tightly pressing against the seat's backrest, as if wanting to embed himself into it. His breathing became rapid, his chest heaving violently, his voice suddenly rising. Who are you? How do you know these things? Such a reaction was almost equivalent to an admission. Qi Qiushui narrowed his eyes, the corners of his mouth slightly tightening under the mask. He leaned slightly forward, closing the distance, creating an invisible sense of pressure on Lin Jiehui. Indeed. It seems Chang Wei's death is connected to you four. You, Qi Ming, Qi Pei, and Xiao Xia. All have something to do with it. Lin Jiehui's expression changed, instantly turning somber, forcing a few cold laughs from between his teeth. I don't care who you are now, nor do I want to know how you found me. I only want to know, what is your basis for saying these words? Groundless guesses? Or hearsay? Qi Qiushui maintained that unsettling calmness. I said, we are fans of Chang Wei, and we have doubts about his death, so we are investigating. Next, I will make a simple deduction based on the existing information. You can listen and see if what I say is correct. Lin Jiehui snorted coldly and turned his head away, but his slightly perked ears showed he was still focused on listening. Alright, I want to hear what extravagant nonsense you can come up with. Qi Qiushui began to narrate clearly, his voice echoing in the narrow compartment, intertwining with the sound of rain outside the window. First of all, let's assume that supernatural phenomena exist in this world, or rather, there are things birthed from strong obsessions or grudges that science cannot currently explain. This is the premise of all my deductions. If you deny this, then we have no basis to continue talking. He glanced at Lin Jiehui, who moved his lips without retorting, but his face paled a few shades more. From your reaction when you heard about Chang Wei's death and the woman in white, little boy, it's clear that your four people, that is, the Qi brothers, you and Xia Xia, entered his villa before Chang Wei died. It's not hard to deduce when combined with some other information. So, it's highly likely that Chang Wei's death occurred during that time frame. That's why I said his death is related to you four. Time, place, and relationships all point to this. Qi Qiushui's logical chain was clear and cold. Lin Jiehui's breathing became rapid once again. He suddenly turned his head back, staring fiercely at Qi Qiushui, his voice trembling. Impossible. How could you know so clearly? No one saw anything around that time. Was it them? Was it the Qi brothers who told you? It must have been them. No one else knows. His reaction was almost a confirmation of Qi Qiushui's reasoning. Qi Qiushui observed his rapidly changing expression and body language without revealing his thoughts, while continuing to throw out more core analysis, his tone gradually becoming heavier. But that's just my initial guess. What truly confirmed this conclusion for me was your reaction just now to the woman in white and the little boy. You clearly also encountered her, or rather, got entangled with her. As far as I know, Kayako is set as a powerful, vengeful spirit in this fan fiction titled Three-Layered Dream. In her original story, she specifically hunts down those connected to the death of the protagonist's family, especially those with blood on their hands. Qi Qiushui's gaze pierced like an ice pick into Lin Jiehui's increasingly unstable face. From this perspective, I can almost conclude that Chang Wei's death is absolutely closely related to you four. I can even say that each of you may have his blood on your hands in some form. That's why Kayako is after all of you. I didn't. Lin Jiehui completely lost control of his emotions, screaming angrily at the nearly reachable Qi Qiushui, the veins on his neck bulging. His bound hands flailed helplessly, his body struggled violently, trying to lunge at Qi Qiushui. Almost at the same moment he screamed out. Boom! Outside the car window, deep within the lead gray, heavy clouds, a deafening thunder suddenly exploded without warning. The blinding white lightning, like roots of a giant tree, instantly tore apart the entire gloomy canopy, illuminating the world in a bright white. The already continuous rain seemed to have been injected with violent power by this thunder, suddenly intensifying. The heavy raindrops pelted wildly against the roof and windshield like a drumroll, the sound dense like drums beating, and even with the wipers set to the fastest, they barely kept the view clear. Qi Qiushui's heart jolted. This was a dream anomaly triggered by the protagonist's intense emotional fluctuations. His earlier interrogation strategy had worked too quickly and too harshly. He hadn't anticipated that Lin Jiehui's emotional control ability was so fragile, exploding at the slightest touch. Qiushui, steady, ask slowly, don't provoke him anymore, came Xiaowenwen's tense voice from the front seat. She gripped the steering wheel tightly, her knuckles turning white from the pressure. At this moment, the group of players was also in an uproar. Group leader of Team 3 Egon Fan, Team 2. What's going on with Lin Jiehui over there? It's suddenly pouring and thundering outside. The bystanders here have gone mad and started attacking us. Group leader of Team 4 Wang Yan, think of a way to calm him down. We're interrogating Qi Ming in the hotel room, and now all the guests on this floor are crazily banging on our door. There are also cleaners and attendants. Team 3 member Lu Wenjun, at Team 2 leader Xiao Wenwen at Team 2 member Qi Qiushui. Messages tagging Team 2 kept popping up in the group, each one more urgent than the last. But at this moment, Xiao Wenwen was entirely focused on coping with the harsh weather and driving, completely unable to check her phone. The Dream's defensive backlash was clearly not just aimed at those near Lin Jiawei in Team 2. All outside players active in this dream were being rejected and attacked by the entire dream world due to the protagonist's emotional storm. However, the most direct and dangerous backlash would definitely be aimed at players next to the protagonist. Chapter 141, Three-Layered Dream, Vomit. Just as Xiao Wenwen was concentrating on dealing with the heavy rain, trying to maintain vehicle stability. On the road ahead, blurred by the dense curtain of rain. In the left lane, a huge dump truck loaded with construction debris suddenly swerved without warning. It crashed through the blurry dividing line, its tires screeching against the ground, kicking up a storm of water, like a raging steel beast, charging straight towards a red Ferrari in the opposite lane. Even more chilling, through the mud-smeared windshield of the dump truck, a twisted face of the driver could be faintly seen. His eyes were bloodshot, his gaze vacant and crazy, a neurotic smile twisted at the corners of his mouth, his hands gripping the steering wheel tightly, showing no intention of braking or swerving to avoid. Rather, it seemed he had locked onto his target, flooring the gas pedal, accelerating towards the collision. At this moment, the dump truck driver had completely lost his sanity, with only one crazy thought left in his mind: crash into it. Destroy this sports car in front of him. As for the consequences? Anyway, there's full insurance, killing someone doesn't matter. Careful. Qi Qiushui and Zhang Wei exclaimed almost simultaneously. Xiao Wenwen's pupils suddenly contracted, her muscles tensing to the extreme. Buckle your seatbelts. Hold on to the armrests beside you. Sister is about to take action. Xiao Wenwen's voice suddenly rang out in the car. As soon as she finished speaking, facing the charging steel beast, she slapped the steering wheel with her left hand, her movements quick as lightning, the Ferrari's front instantly swinging left, and almost at the same moment, her right foot slammed the gas pedal to the floor. The engine let out a furious roar, the violent push pinning everyone in the car firmly against their seats. The car body tilted sharply on the slippery road, the tires on the verge of losing grip, emitting a piercing screech. The shadow of the red car became a blurred arc, narrowly brushing past the huge front of the dump truck. Clang! Crack! The rearview mirror collided fiercely with the protruding protective barrier of the dump truck, an unsettling sound of twisting and shattering metal pierced their eardrums, the rearview mirror instantly deformed and shattered, pieces flying backward. The car shook violently from the severe contact, the people inside felt as if they had been forcefully whipped by an invisible giant hand, uncontrollably flung to one side, then bounced back hard. A strong sense of dizziness hit them in an instant, the scene before their eyes spinning wildly, their stomachs churning, as if their organs had been displaced. Before everyone could catch their breath, out of the corner of their eyes, another van that was originally driving normally appeared. The driver also showed that abnormal, crazy expression, the steering wheel twisting sharply, heading straight to collide with the Ferrari that had just regained a bit of stability. Xiao Wenwen didn't even blink, her hands were as steady as a precise instrument, she tapped the brakes 3 times in quick succession, the movements almost overlapping. Each tap precisely adjusted the posture and center of gravity of the car. Under her control, the Ferrari moved like a nimble fish, squeezing through the narrow gap of less than half a meter between the dump truck and the van. Screech! The tires screeched as they scraped against the slippery road to their limit, letting out an ear-piercing howl. After the series of lightning-fast evasions and maneuvers, Xiao Wenwen finally drove the car into a side road with relatively less traffic, temporarily escaping the deadly threat of a chain collision. The speed of the car slowed slightly but still kept enough pace to shake off pursuit. Inside the car, the feeling of having survived the ordeal had yet to set in, a strong sense of physical discomfort hit them instead. Zhang Wei's face turned as white as paper, cold sweat dripping from his forehead, unable to hold back any longer, he suddenly pressed the button for the window beside him, poking his head out to violently retch at the speeding road outside. Gag gag. The cold wind and rain lashed against his face. But he couldn't suppress the nauseous feeling churning in his stomach. Qi Qiushui also felt very uncomfortable, his temples throbbing violently. But if one had to say who felt the worst and reacted the most violently in the car, it had to be Lin Jiawei, who sat in the middle of the back seat with his hands still bound. At this moment, he was pressing his stomach tightly, his face shifting from pale to green, and pain-filled ugh sounds kept coming from his throat. The urge to vomit had reached its limit, and he could no longer hold it back. Struggling against dizziness, he turned his head with difficulty and said to Zhang Wei, who was puking out the window, using all his strength to squeeze out broken words through his teeth, swap positions with me, I need to puke. Zhang Wei had just thrown up and was gasping for breath. At the sound of Lin Jiahui's words, he instinctively nodded, just about to curl back to switch seats when he caught sight of Lin Jiahui's face suddenly changing, his mouth uncontrollably opening, and his throat rolling violently. There was no time to switch. In a moment of panic, Zhang Wei didn't think twice and reached out his hand not to support Lin Jiehui, but to tightly cover Lin Jiehui's already open mouth. Hey! You wait until later to vomit. My new AJ. Limited edition. Lin Jiehui's eyes instantly widened, his pupils filled with extreme shock and disbelief. He struggled desperately, his bound hands futilely trying to push Zhang Wei away. His body twisted, and muffled woo-woo sounds came from his throat. The rising vomit was being forcibly blocked back. He couldn't believe that in this life-and-death escape, the guy next to him was actually concerned about his shoes. And even did such an inhumane act. At that moment, another small car came rushing towards them from the intersection ahead, appearing to have lost control. Xiao Wenwen's eyes sharpened, and she slammed the brakes hard to avoid it again. Screech! The inertia from the braking caused everyone in the car to lurch forward involuntarily, and then lean back as the brakes were released. It was this backward lean that caused the vomit, which had been stuck at Lin Jiehui's throat, to roll down uncontrollably due to the backward inertia. Gulp! A clear and dull swallowing sound echoed in the suddenly silent car, making it especially jarring. Zhang Wei was wide-eyed, staring at Lin Jiehui's momentarily stiff expression and the noticeable movement of his Adam's apple. He unconsciously loosened his hand that was covering Lin Jiehui's mouth, his voice changing in pitch, filled with guilt. You swallowed? Lin Jiehui's eyes instantly turned red, not from emotion, but from utter breakdown, nausea, and anger. Big tears fell uncontrollably down his face. He completely lost control of his emotions, screaming at Zhang Wei, his voice hoarse and breaking, "Are you even human? Why did you do that? Huh? Why?" Beside them, Qi Qiushui saw that Lin Jiehui's emotions were about to explode again. The dreamlike chaos had just calmed down a little, he couldn't let it be stirred up again. It's okay, Teacher Lin, don't take it too seriously, this is just an accident. Take a deep breath, calm down. Seeing this, Zhang Wei also realized that he seemed to have made a mistake, hurriedly following up to apologize. Sorry. I really didn't mean to. I just reacted by instinct. I just didn't want you to vomit on my new AJ, I waited in line for a long time to get it. He seemed to think the reason wasn't sufficient and added, trying to comfort him, and think about it, what you swallowed is your own stuff, biologically speaking, there's no need to be that disgusted. Are you even speaking human language? Lin Jiehui was almost driven mad, struggling to try to slam his head into Zhang Wei. However, the crisis had not ended because of this absurd interlude. In the rain curtain behind them, the roar of engines was approaching again, and it felt heavier than before. 3 black SUVs sped in like ghosts from behind, quickly closing the distance. Their windows were pitch black, but in the moment of approach, the rear windows rolled down, revealing armed personnel wearing black masks with cold eyes, and the dark muzzles of their guns. Not handguns, but automatic rifles. Bang! 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 The dense gunfire instantly tore through the noise of the rain, bullets came crashing down like a storm. Most struck the tail of the Ferrari, the carbon fiber rear diffuser instantly erupting with a series of sparks, leaving eye-catching bullet holes and cracks. The car shook violently, stray bullets flew everywhere. Xiao Wenwen gritted her teeth, beads of sweat forming at her temple, but her hand on the steering wheel remained steady as a rock. Seeing that the road ahead was blocked by a slowly moving truck and the pursuers were closing in from behind, a fierce look flashed in her eyes, and she suddenly yanked the steering wheel to the left. The Ferrari let out a roar, the car body almost sideways, forcefully cutting into the oncoming traffic lane at an incredibly tricky angle and with a thrilling speed. The opposing traffic erupted in a cacophony of honks and screeching brakes, several cars lost control and skidded to avoid them. Yet, Xiao Wenwen used this moment of chaos and the blockage from other vehicles to sharply swing the tail of the car, temporarily shaking off the 3 SUVs that were hot on their heels. As she focused intensely on driving, she spoke without looking back to her terrified co-pilot, Feng Jai. Jiai. Her voice was filled with urgency. Open the trunk, there should be some tranquilizers and a disposable syringe prepared inside. You know how to use it, right? Even if I don't know how, it's very simple. Just stab it into the thickest muscle part of his butt and push the medicine in. Though Feng Jai was scared stiff from the gunfire moments ago, upon hearing Xiao Wenwen's instructions, she immediately nodded vigorously. I work as a nurse in real life, I can do intravenous and intramuscular injections. You can trust me. She quickly bent down, opened the glove compartment in front of the passenger seat, rummaging through it, and sure enough, she found a hard plastic box. Upon opening it, she found several sealed vials of tranquilizers and individually packaged disposable syringes neatly arranged inside. She swiftly tore open the syringe packaging, snapped the neck off the ampoule, and accurately drew the clear medicine into the syringe, expelling the air. Every movement was smooth, showing solid professional skills. Lin Jiehui looked at the sharp needle glimmering coldly in Feng Jai's hand, and fear overwhelmed everything in an instant. He frantically shrank into a corner, screaming in terror, "Hey! What are you going to do? I don't want a shot. No. Let me go. I'm calm now. I'm really calm. But Qi Qiushui and Zhang Wei on both sides showed no mercy. Together they pinned Lin Jiehui's shoulders and arms tightly, rendering him unable to move. Get off me. You bunch of lunatics. Lin Jiehui struggled in vain. Feng Jie took a deep breath, pinpointing the vein below the deltoid muscle on Lin Jiehui's arm after he rolled up his sleeve, skipping the disinfecting cotton pad. The needle swiftly and steadily pierced the skin, precisely entering the vein, and upon seeing blood return, she steadily pushed the medicine in. The cool medicine flowed through his body along with his blood. The strength of Lin Jiehui's resistance visibly diminished, his struggles turned into powerless twitches, and finally, he completely slumped down. He leaned weakly against the car seat back, his eyes slightly squinting, his gaze gradually drifting, but he had not completely lost consciousness. Rather, he fell into a state of extreme fatigue, sluggish thinking, and a body that wouldn't obey. Almost at the same moment that Lin Jiehui was injected with the tranquilizer, his emotions and physical reactions forcibly suppressed, the situation changed suddenly with the three black SUVs chasing from behind. They did not continue crazily approaching and firing. Instead, it was as if they had lost a clear target, gradually slowing down, and finally stopping side by the roadside, no longer chasing. Xiaowen observed this scene from the rearview mirror. The tense nerves she had been holding onto finally relaxed a bit, and she let out a long sigh, speaking with a hint of exhaustion in her voice. This Lin Jiehui, because of being the dream master, the connection between his influence on dreams and his own emotions is far more tricky and direct than I imagined. The difficulty of calmly and logically extracting key information from him is probably the highest among the four people we need to protect. His mental defenses are fragile but unusually sensitive and paranoid. She paused and continued. Next, let's put the interrogation aside for now. Forcing the interrogation is too risky, it could easily trigger a backlash from the dream. At this stage, the main task is to focus on protection, ensure his personal safety, and try to stabilize his emotions. As for the rest, we'll deal with it once we find a relatively safe place that can block external interference. Qi Qiushui also let out a sigh of relief, leaning back in his chair. All right. Let's play it safe first. He recalled the thunder and rain that changed the world's color, followed by the frenzied attacks, and his heart still had lingering fears. At this moment, the phone vibrated again, as someone in the group had it at all the members. Squad leader Wang Yan, at all members, emergency situation. KOZ is coming for us. Qi Qiushui looked at this message, his brows instinctively furrowed, and the slight relaxation in his mind tightened again. KOZ is taking the initiative to find Squad 4? Squad 4 is protecting Qiming, why would KOZ go to them first? Is it random, or is there some kind of trigger mechanism or priority? Speaking of which, Squad 1, led by Tang Zhizhang, has not given any news yet. It's been quite a long time since they went to Cheng Wei's villa. In this time-pressing, danger-filled instance, long periods of silence alone signify great misfortune. This situation is extremely abnormal. The entire Squad 1 has most likely encountered misfortune. At the very least, they're trapped in a situation where they can't communicate. The current situation is becoming more and more anxious, more and more severe. Inside the car, Lin Jiehui, who had been injected with a sedative, slumped weakly in his seat. He hadn't completely lost consciousness, the sedative's effect was gradually and slowly taking hold, continuously numbing his cerebral cortex, making all sensations? Fear and other negative emotions became dull, blurry, and distant. With the little awareness he had left, he struggled to analyze the current situation, like a rusty gear. Chapter 143 3 Layers of Dream Scheming. What are these people actually talking about? Why does it sound so broken up? I'm so tired, my eyelids are so heavy, everything in front of me is swaying, becoming blurry. Speaking of which, it's been a long time since I've been this relaxed. Clearly, it's so dangerous right now, being kidnapped, being chased, but I really want to sleep. Before, I heard these people in the car say, I met KOZ. How did they know about this? I've always thought it was fake, just a hallucination caused by too much pressure. But the Qi brothers and Xia Xiaoxiao also said they encountered it. How should this be explained? Could it be that there really are ghosts in this world? No. Impossible, absolutely impossible. That was my hallucination. Yes. A hallucination. And the Qi brothers and Xiao Xia are the ones with guilty consciences, scaring themselves. But not me. Everything I did was not wrong. I did it all for the justice inside me. Maybe it's really like they said before, they are Cheng Wei's fans. They seem to really want to know what happened the day Cheng Wei died. But as for what happened that day, the four of us had already agreed. To keep it buried in our hearts forever, no one is allowed to speak of it. The other three won't be targeted by those Cheng Wei's fans. I hope they can hold on, don't let anything slip. Regarding Cheng Wei's death, everyone got what they wanted. In the end, everyone can accept the result. If this group of unrelated people exposes it, then all four of us are done for. Forget it. I'm so tired, so sleepy. I'll take a nap and then talk. Lin Jiahui's eyelids finally closed completely, the last hint of consciousness dragged into the bottomless darkness by the drugs. He tilted his head and fell into a deep sleep, emitting slight and even snores. At the moment Lin Jiahui completely sank into drug-induced sleep, new messages popped up in the player group. Group leader Wang Yan from Group 4. Let me explain the situation just now. One of my group members, Han Yuguan, was just in the hotel room responsible for a private interrogation of Qi Ming. But I just went next door to check the situation, and less than 10 minutes later, when I returned, the room was empty. Han Yuguan and Qi Ming, both of them, disappeared. Group member Qi Qiushui from Group 2. Disappeared? Did they go to the bathroom or another room? Was there any search in the hotel? Group leader Wang Yan from Group 4. They didn't go anywhere. I confirmed. The door was locked from the inside and the window was also secured, and it's on a high floor. They were in that room before. When I entered again, the room was empty, with no signs of a struggle, and no signs of leaving. It was as if they had vanished into thin air. Not long ago. In the hotel room where Group 4 was located. The curtains were tightly drawn, leaving only a narrow gap. Leader Wang Yan stood sideways by the window, cautiously observing the street and hotel entrance below through the gap. The rain had begun to lighten, but the sky remained overcast. Moments ago, those passers-by gathered outside the hotel, looking up with hostile gazes, now scattered as if receiving a unified command. Wang Yan's tense shoulders slightly relaxed. She turned away from the window and walked toward the center of the room. Han Yuguan, is the video of the interrogation of Qi Ming recorded? Han Yuguan looked up at the mention, quickly pressed a few buttons on his phone screen, then nodded in response. Sister Wang, it's recorded, the whole process. Should I send it to the big group now? Other groups seemed to be waiting for information sharing. A subtle glimmer flashed in Wang Yan's eyes as she gently shook her head. Not yet. At this critical moment, look at the group. Aside from necessary urgent communications, has anyone actively shared substantial intelligence details? Everyone appears to be collaborating, but secretly they are all watching and calculating. We don't need to be so proactive, to be the one that sticks out. Han Yuguan was a newcomer brought into this instance by Wang Yan. Although he had gone through several doors, facing such a complex situation at level 9 made him seem a bit confused and naive. A puzzled expression appeared on his face. Sister Wang, why is that? Aren't we in a cooperative relationship with other groups? Didn't group leader Tang say to share information and work together to clear the instance? Wang Yan's lips curled up into a slight, ironic smile. The premise of cooperation is that everyone is on the same page, prioritizes clearing the instance, and is willing to take the risks that come with sharing information. But here, the most terrifying thing is treating others as teammates, sharing everything, while others might not feel the same and may even use your information to scheme against you or prioritize their own survival. By that time, you wouldn't even know how you died. But Han Yuguan opened his mouth, wanting to say something more. Alright, let's stop this topic here. Wang Yan decisively interrupted him, her gaze sweeping across the somewhat messy hotel room. His brow furrowed. Don't stay in a closed space for too long, the target is too obvious. Kayako is likely to come here. I've already sent the other 2 team members to the underground parking lot to prepare the vehicles. I'll go down and check the situation to ensure the escape route is clear. Yushi pointed at Han Yuguan, pack your things and come down quickly to meet up. Hurry up. After saying that, she turned and walked briskly towards the door, her steps sharp and decisive. With a crisp click of the door locking, the room fell silent, leaving only Qi Ming, bound to the chair, and Han Yuguan, who was guarding and arranging the items. Qi Ming was tightly bound with sturdy climbing ropes to a wooden chair, unable to move. He had fresh bruises and scratches on his face, his lips split, oozing with blood, and his eyes were dark and swollen. Clearly, the interrogation led by Wang Yan just now was uncivilized, or rather, quite brutal. These injuries were all left as marks by her in an effort to pry open Qi Ming's mouth quickly. At this moment, Qi Ming looked extremely weak, his head drooping limply, and his breathing faint. Perhaps sensing that there was only one person left in the room, Qi Ming laboriously, extremely slowly, half lifted his eyelids. Who are you really? What do you want? Han Yuguan paused his movements, but did not look at Qi Ming. You don't need to know who we are. You just need to know that if you cooperate and follow us quietly, without any tricks, you can save your life. His voice carried a hint of deliberately disguised toughness, trying to mask his unease about this scenario and the current predicament. At that moment, something felt off. Qi Ming, who had been listless, suddenly stiffened, then began to tremble violently. It was as if he saw something extremely terrifying, his eyes widened to the limit, his lips quivered, and he unconsciously started to mumble. She is coming. She is coming here again. Chapter 144 3 Layers of Dream Darkness. Han Yuguang's heart jumped, he immediately stopped his actions and looked around warily, but everything in the room was normal. Aside from the two of them, there was no sign or sound of a third party. What is coming? Is it those crazy residents from downstairs who attacked us earlier? He frowned and asked, a strong sense of foreboding rising in his heart. Zzzzzzzzzzz. Above, the fluorescent light tubes on the ceiling suddenly began to flicker erratically, emitting irregular sounds of electrical currents. The once stable white light turned on and off, distorting and swaying the furniture and their shadows in the room. Then, meow. A faint meow, as if coming from a far yet near place, drifted into Han Yuguang's ears. That sound was unlike a normal cat's meow, it carried a drawn-out, chilling tone that made one's scalp tingle. Meow. Another sound, clearer than before. She's coming. She's coming. Let me go. Please let me go. I beg you. Ximing completely broke down, struggling wildly. His bound body in the chair shook violently, creating a harsh grinding noise against the floor. Who is coming? Who are you? Han Yuguang panicked as well, feeling every hair on his body stand on end. He gripped the tactical dagger he carried tightly, his eyes nervously scanning every corner of the room. The shrill and eerie meowing did not stop, instead, it came one after another, becoming increasingly dense and clearer, as if echoing throughout the room. Han Yuguang forced himself to calm down, straining to listen, trying to pinpoint the source of the sound. Soon, his stiff neck slowly turned, and his gaze fell towards the large bed in the center of the room. The sound seemed to be coming from under the bed. His heart thundered, and his palm holding the dagger was drenched in cold sweat. After hesitating for a few seconds, he decided to find out what was actually haunting him. He slowly crouched down, moving extremely gently, his eyes fixed on the darkness covered by the bedsheet. Then, he suddenly lowered his body and looked under the bed. In the next moment, Han Yuguang's pupils shrank suddenly. Under the bed was not a black cat at all. A small boy, with skin as pale as death, seemingly devoid of blood, was quietly lying there. What was most horrifying was his face. On that small face, a pair of pitch-black eyes, almost devoid of white, blinked not at all, staring directly at him. His mouth was slightly open, letting out eerie, chilling meows of meow meow. Juanxian. Damn it! Han Yuguang couldn't help but curse, he was so scared that his soul nearly left his body, shrinking back uncontrollably to get away from under the bed. His back hit the edge of the wooden desk behind him with a loud crash. Before he could regain his senses, a dark shadow shot out from under the bed like lightning. It was a black cat. It finally appeared. But its timing and speed were so strange, it was unlike any living creature. It had a clear target, like a streak of black lightning, diving straight toward Han Yuguang's face as he tried to rise. Han Yuguang let out a scream, almost rolling and crawling backward in a panic. The will to survive overwhelmed everything, his eyes instantly locked onto the door a few steps away. That was the only exit. He scrambled on all fours toward the door, reaching out for the cold metal doorknob. Just as his fingertips brushed the doorknob, a sharp pain shot through his leg. Sizzle! The black cat's sharp claws sliced through the denim of his pants, the sound of the fabric tearing clear, and the sting of flesh being cut was intense. But Han Yuguang could not care about the pain, nor inspect the injury. He used all his strength to twist the doorknob violently and pulled the door open. What lay outside left him completely stunned. The bright hotel corridor, which had warm-colored carpets in his memory, had completely vanished. In its place was an inky, oppressive darkness. Sister Wang. Where are you? Is anyone there? Please respond. Han Yuguang shouted desperately into the darkness, his voice tinged with tears and despair. However, his cries received no response. The cat's meowing had mysteriously stopped behind him. But a new, even more chilling sound emerged from the depths of the darkness ahead. Gurgle, gurgle. It was a strange, gooey bubble sound. Han Yuguang flinched. He stared hard at that darkness. A vague white silhouette slowly emerged against the pitch-black background, moving in his direction. As it came closer, the outline of the white figure became clearer. Kayako. Utter terror left Han Yuguang's mind blank, leaving only the most primal instinct to flee. He frantically pulled his body back, using all his strength to slam the door shut with a bang. Then, he immediately pressed his back against the cold door panel. His heart raced, nearly jumping out of his throat, cold sweat instantly soaking his undershirt. Thud, thud. Slow, heavy knocking sounded, no, it felt more like a head or body gently bumping against the door. Accompanying the knocking was that proximity, hair-raising gurgle bubble sound. She was right outside the door. Separated by this thin wooden door. I need to find a place to hide, can't stay at the door. His eyes frantically scanned the room, finally landing on the tall wooden wardrobe in the corner. There was enough space to hide a person there. The desire to survive overwhelmed all fear. He hesitated no longer, ignoring the bleeding wound on his leg. He stumbled over and suddenly pulled open the cabinet door. Inside hung a few bathrobes provided by the hotel, empty and desolate. Without hesitation, he jumped inside, pulling the cabinet door shut behind him, leaving only a tiny crack for observation and breathing. He tightly gripped the inner cabinet handle, instinctively holding his breath, ears perked up, watching everything outside with keen attention. The knocking on the door in the room stopped. That suffocating bubbling sound also seemed to vanish. Everything returned to silence, a deathly silence. Han Yugong peered nervously through the slim crack of light. Qi Ming, who he had tied to a chair, had long since gone completely motionless, eyes rolled back, white foam trickling from the corners of his mouth. However, this silence brought no sense of safety. Instead, it felt more like the calm before a storm, stifling and hard to breathe. Gurgle. That sticky, eerie bubbling sound suddenly echoed again without warning. But this time, the source of the sound was very close. So close it seemed to be right next to his ear, right in the cabinet. Han Yugong's blood seemed to freeze instantly, every hair on his back standing on end. He quickly turned his head to look deeper into the darkness of the cabinet. A bloodless, pale-skinned hand slowly extended from the darkness inside the cabinet, fingers spread wide, moving slowly yet directly, precisely grasping towards Han Yugong's neck. Ah! A scream shattered everything. Chapter 145: The Curse of the Three-Layer Dream. Downstairs in the hotel, Wang Yan, who had just checked the vehicles and was confirming the situation with other team members on her phone, suddenly captured a vague scream in her ear. It seemed to come from upstairs, in the direction of their rented room. Her face changed dramatically, a strong unease swelling in her heart. She immediately broke off the call and turned to run towards the hotel elevator in a frenzy. Han Yugong. What's happening in the room? No one answered. The bad feeling grew stronger and stronger. Wang Yan rushed back to the floor where their room was, pounding on the door with urgency. The door was tightly closed, looking just as it had when she left. She took out her room card. Ding! The door lock clicked open. She pushed the door open and quickly sidestepped, gripping the weapon hidden in her sleeve, ready to face any attack. However, the expected assault or chaos did not appear. The room was dead silent. The lights were still bright, furniture neatly arranged, just like when she left. Besides that, it was utterly empty. Han Yugong was gone. Qi Ming was also gone. The entire room was empty, as if no one had ever existed there. In the second team's vehicle, Xiao Wenwen was focusing on driving while quickly glancing at the group message that just popped up on her phone screen. Her brow furrowed. The fourth group has had an accident? Wang Yan said someone is missing? Qi Qiushui, sitting in the back seat, was also staring intently at the phone screen. Yes. According to the situation described by the fourth group's leader, Wang Yan, she was responsible for protecting Qi Ming, and a team member named Han Yugong suddenly disappeared in the hotel room. It only took a few minutes. He paused, then continued to add. But strangely, Wang Yan said they immediately checked the hotel surveillance. The surveillance showed that during that time, no one came out through the front door of that guest room. The door remained tightly closed, not moving at all. The hall surveillance also showed that only a cleaner pushing a cart passed by normally. Other guests were walking by as usual, with no one witnessing anything unusual or showing any signs of abnormality. But when Wang Yan brought people back to the room, it was already empty. Xiao Wenwen's eyes were focused on the road ahead, while her mind raced with thoughts. Did Wang Yan find any other passages in the room? Ventilation ducts, hidden doors, or something? Qi Qiushui shook his head. No. The room is a standard room. The window was locked from the inside, and at that time, Wang Yan herself was not far down at the hotel, with a view that covered one side of the building. She said that it was absolutely impossible for anyone to leave through the window without her noticing. Moreover, it was a high floor. Xiao Wenwen's gaze darkened, and her fingers gripping the steering wheel tightened slightly. If what the fourth group said is true, and the surveillance hasn't been tampered with, and Wang Yan's judgment isn't wrong, then there's only one possibility. Qi Qiushui said in a deep voice, yes. This just aligns with our previous speculation, matching the characteristics of that thing. Which thing? Zhang Wei, sitting next to them, asked, puzzled. Qi Qiushui turned to him and asked back, do you remember who the core horror symbol ghost in the novel 3 Layers of Dream is? Zhang Wei blurted out without thinking, Kayako. That's right. Qi Qiushui nodded. If it was Kayako who did all this, then the fourth group encountering such a mystery of disappearance would totally make sense. Feng Jai, hearing this, couldn't help but show a look of fear on her face. You mean, it was Kayako who moved the members of the Korean Light Team and Qi Ming away? Like teleportation? Qi Qiushui shook his head, correcting her. Not moved. In Kayako's original setting, and the core ability used in the 3 Layers of Dream fan novel, one of her most terrifying abilities is not simply moving people or objects. Her ability is more like tearing or severing space. She can take a small piece of the reality where the victim is located. For example, a room, and like ripping a page out of paper, forcibly strip it from the originally complete world. Then, this stripped space will turn into an independent, cursed space under her control. For those still in the normal real world, when they look at the original space, they will only find that the person inside has vanished without a trace, because that person, along with the space, is no longer in this dimension. Zhang Wei, hearing this, scratched his head in confusion. What does that mean? I don't quite understand. Space can be torn off? Xiaowen glanced at him in the rearview mirror, then took over the explanation with a simpler analogy. You can understand it this way: that member and Qi Ming were not moved away, but instead pulled into another parallel world created by Kayako that looks exactly like the original room. The same bed, the same table, the same decorations, but that room no longer belongs to the original hotel. It has turned into an independent, closed-off hunting ground that only belongs to Kayako. She paused. In other words, when Wang Yan opened the door and could not find the members, it wasn't because they were hiding or had run away, but because the room where the members were, from a physical perspective, was no longer this room that Wang Yan saw. The two spaces had already separated at that moment. The cursed space and the real space were completely isolated, so the surveillance naturally couldn't capture any related footage. The car fell into a brief silence. At that moment, the phone in Qi Qiushui's hand vibrated again, the screen lighting up automatically with a new message in the group. He looked down, his voice carrying a hint of incredulity. Wait, there's another message in the group. The sender is Tang Zhizhang, group leader of Team 1 Tang Zhizhang. At all members. I will send the interrogation video of Xiao Xiao to the group later, please pay attention to receive it. Team 2 member Zhang Wei, damn. You're actually still alive? I thought you were dead, at group leader of Team 1 Tang Zhizhang. Team 1 member Yao Yangrui, at Team 2 leader Xiao Wenwen. Manage your member. What time is it, and he's still talking like this? Team 2 member Qi Qiushui, sorry. He just speaks without thinking, don't take it to heart. Group leader of Team 1 Tang Zhizhang, the situation is indeed very complicated. Kaya attacked us in Chang Wei's villa, and we sacrificed a team member. Team member Qi Qiushui, who was it? Team leader Tang Zhizhang, Lin Dong. Team member Qi Qiushui, is he the man who joined your team from another hotel? Team leader Tang Zhizhang, yes. How is Lin Jiawei from your team? Did you find out anything? Chapter 146, 3 Layers of Dreams, Exhaustion. Team member Qi Qiushui, this is the Dream Master, the situation is quite special. We are worried that overstimulation will cause extreme emotional fluctuations, so we have not conducted a deep interrogation for now, focusing on keeping his emotions stable as a top priority. Team leader Tang Zhizhang, understood, this decision is very correct. It is crucial to keep the Dream Master's emotions stable, otherwise, we may all fall into greater danger. How is the situation over at Team 3? At Team leader Yi Ganfan. Team leader Yi Ganfan, Zhang Wei, please be careful with your words. I have basically finished the interrogation here. Qi Pei heard that his brother Qi Ming is missing and is in very bad mental condition, almost breaking down. He keeps his mouth shut and hardly says anything. I will send the video later. Qi Qiushui sat in the back seat, his eyes never leaving the phone screen. Soon, 2 new videos were indeed uploaded in the group. He first opened the video file labeled Xiaoxiao interrogation clip by Tang Zhizhang. The video started playing. The camera initially shook, showing Tang Zhizhang's slightly pale and sweaty face. He seemed to have not adjusted the angle, quickly realizing the camera was reversed and tapped on the screen. The image flipped, stabilized, focusing on the corner of the room. Xiaoxiao crouched there, her back pressed against the wall, curling up into a ball. Her condition looked terrible. Her hair was a mess, wet and clinging to her pale cheeks and neck, her eyes vacant and hollow. Her body trembled slightly, and even through the screen, one could feel that bone-deep fear. At this moment, Tang Zhizhang's voice came from off-camera. Xiaoxiao, can we talk now? Tell me what you know about Chang Wei. What happened to his death? Upon hearing the name Chang Wei, Xiaoxiao's body suddenly stiffened and trembled even more. She tightly hugged her knees and buried her head lower. Tang Zhizhang continued to press, his tone becoming heavier. Why are you so afraid? Is it because of what you saw earlier in the villa? That woman in white. What does Chang Wei's death have to do with what you all did at the villa? Tell me what you know, maybe we can help you. Xiaoxiao's emotions seemed to be ignited by these words, and she broke down instantly. It has nothing to do with me. I did nothing wrong. Off camera, Tang Zhizhang clearly caught the breakthrough in her emotions and immediately guided. What did Chang Wei do to you? Xiaoxiao did not answer directly, instead repeating, he just wouldn't let me go, he just wouldn't. At that moment, a small electronic clock was visible in one corner of the video, showing the time. Qi Qiushui glanced at it. The time displayed was exactly about 5 minutes ago when he opened the video. This indicated that Tang Zhizhang's interrogation happened very recently, almost simultaneously with their conversation in the group or shortly before. Team 1 had indeed just recently escaped danger and immediately started gathering intelligence. In the video, Tang Zhizhang's voice rang out again. Xiaoxiao, have you heard this saying? If you don't do bad things, you won't fear ghosts knocking on the door. Is your current fear because you saw something you shouldn't have seen, or is it because you are hiding something you shouldn't? Xiaoxiao's gaze turned fierce, and she shouted at the camera. That scumbag. The heartless man. He deserves it. Does he think he's great just because he has some dirty money? He forgot how I treated him back then. Good death. He died well. This is his retribution. He deserved it. These vicious curse words poured from her mouth, completely different from her previous fearful and shrinking appearance. But after the harsh words were spoken, it was as if she had exhausted all her strength, and a deeper fear drowned her once again. She shrank back to the corner of the wall, trembling, her voice filled with crying and pleading. Don't come find me. Chang Wei, I beg you. I didn't mean it, I really didn't. Keep that thing away from me. Please keep it away from me. She lifted her tear-streaked face, her eyes frantically searching around. It's not just my fault. It's not. They all did it. They all acted. You can't just focus on me. I'm begging you. They? Who are they? What exactly did you all do? Tang Zhizhang immediately caught the key point in her words, his tone urgent as he pressed on. Xiaoxiao, tell me, that day at Chang Wei's villa, what exactly happened with the four of you? How did Chang Wei die? However, Xiaoxiao did not utter another complete sentence after that. She just desperately held her head, burying her face deep in her knees, shaking violently, expressing extreme rejection and fear through her actions. No matter how Tang Zhizhang guided or pressed, she just shook her head, refusing to say a word. The video abruptly ended here. Qi Qiushui turned off the video. Xiaoxiao's reaction almost confirmed the previous speculation. Chang Wei's death was by no means an accident or simple murder, these four protected individuals were deeply involved. He then clicked on 3 groups of videos sent by Yi Ganfan, labeled as Qi Peishuan Inquiry Record. After a quick glance, the content was very similar to Xiaoxiao's interrogation situation. Qi Pei's mental state was also extremely unstable, showing strong guilt and fear regarding Chang Wei's death, with confused logic in his speech, repeatedly emphasizing not on purpose, too scared, but also extremely vague on key details, refusing to reveal what exactly happened that day in the villa. Qi Qiushui turned off the phone screen, closed his eyes, leaning his head against the cold car window, trying to let his overworked brain rest for a moment. Even though he knew he was in a dream, the fatigue feedback from his body, the tense nerves, and the mental exhaustion from processing information were indistinguishable from the real world. Outside the car window, the night was deep. The city had not fallen asleep, the night in the dream seemed darker and quieter than reality, with only scattered lights and the occasional passing vehicles. Everyone in the second group, after a day of intense fleeing, showed undeniable exhaustion. Feng Jiayi leaned against the passenger seat, seemingly half asleep. Zhang Wei also slumped to one side, his eyelids heavy. The one who was exhausted the most, without a doubt, was Xia Wenwen, who was always in control of the steering wheel. She usually gave off an impression of energy and ease, but at this moment, the long hours of focused driving, several extreme maneuvers, and the pressures of being the leader had clearly brought her to her physical limit. She silently drove, with obvious red blood vessels around her eyes. After driving a distance, Xia Wenwen turned the car into a relatively secluded street and stopped in front of a hotel. We will rest here tonight. We can't keep pushing ourselves, otherwise, we won't be able to react if something happens. Her voice was hoarse. They took the hotel's largest executive suite on the top floor. This way, everyone could stay in the same relatively spacious space, looking out for each other and making it easier to control the situation. A few people finally managed to sit down temporarily on the sofa in the living room. The tense nerves relaxed slightly, followed by a surge of exhaustion. Zhang Wei almost collapsed into the sofa, and Feng Jai curled up holding a pillow. However, before they could catch their breath, the phone in Qi Qiushui's hand vibrated again. Sure enough, it was a flood of messages again.